In a previous life, due to the catastrophic disintegration of a glorious fighter jet piloted by a curry-loving brother, Leah opened his eyes to find himself transformed into Elijah Adams within the Marvel Universe. The fortunate news: he has bound himself to a sign-in system, granting him access to extraordinary technology each month, with a Superman template to kick off, starship blueprints, and the technological prowess of the Terrans and Protoss from StarCraft, effortlessly acquiring the complete technology of the USS Hyperion. The unfortunate news: this wretched universe is fraught with peril, villains abound, and Thanos threatens to obliterate the world with a snap of his fingers. Leah as Elijah scoffs. What is there to panic about? Technology is truth, and firepower is justice. Sign in. Let's get started. The Titan Corporation emerges, its technology surpassing Stark Industries by tenfold. While Tony is still hammering away in his cave, my swarm drones have already obliterated Hell's Kitchen, turning gold into dust. S.H.I.E.L.D has become a sieve? Fury, take your Skrull pets and scram. A million alien mongrels? In 72 hours, the planet will be cleansed, and hanging streetlights will be deemed an obstruction. Thor's hammer armor can annihilate entire squads. A trivial matter. The USS Hyperion is already stationed on Mars. Dare the Chitauri fleet approach. They shall taste the wrath of the annihilation cannon. Nick Fury eye twitching. Adams, you are challenging the order of the Earth. Elijah elegantly sipping coffee. No, Fury, I am defining a new order. Hydra? They are not even worthy to be my adversaries. As the cosmic storm descends and Thanos' fleet arrives, Elijah stands on the bridge of the Titan, behind him a torrent of steel blocking out the sun. Marvel Universe? No, this is my Titan Galactic Empire. Chapter 1. The most absurd method of transmigration. In a large military base disguised of the S.H.I.E.L.D nation in Africa, Leah cheerfully arranged his handcrafted black suit. Beaming at his reflection, he fastened the last button. Today marks the beginning of his journey home, to partake in an event of great significance, undoubtedly a moment of utmost honor for him. Having spent a decade in Africa as the head of a S.H.I.E.L.D nation overseas base, he reveled in pursuing his interests daily, masquerading as a mineral merchant, leading patrols and exploration teams to dig and excavate. Occasionally, he would hunt a couple of wild animals to enhance the staff's meals or supervise the loading of minerals on his ships, motivating his African employees. Life was exceedingly pleasant. Only when orders for military operations arrived did he transform into the ruthless military contractor, unflinching in his actions. Just last month, a faction in this African nation attempted to forcibly seize the S.H.I.E.L.D nation's invested oil factory. Upon receiving orders, Leah promptly compiled their information and submitted it to the Falcon Action Group. He instructed the Falcon team to eliminate all individuals on the list at any cost. The Falcon Group did not disappoint. In just 6 hours, they dispatched every target. When they returned to report, Leah was still asleep, only awakening when the team leader entered his office and placed a box on his desk, standing at attention. As expected from his trained team, with their own brand of cunning, they had collected the severed body parts of all the targets and placed them in the box. The next day, the Falcon team leader arrived at the base cafeteria sporting 2 black eyes. Returning to that day, after getting into a vehicle, Leah quickly arrived at the airport. This time, he intended to pilot the glorious fighter jet gifted by his African friends. Once donned in his flight suit and helmet, he reached the tarmac to find the staff refueling the aircraft and performing pre-flight checks. Settled in the cockpit, Leah verified the instruments and confirmed the fuel weight before initiating the aircraft startup. Tower, Glory 12138 requests takeoff, Leah called over the radio. Runway 36R, wind direction 330 degrees, wind speed 5 meters second, takeoff approved. The tower promptly granted his request. 5 minutes later, the aircraft soared to an altitude of 9,000 meters. After setting a steady cruise speed and heading, Leah directed it toward his first destination, Pakistan. As this aircraft lacked auxiliary fuel tanks, he would need to refuel mid-flight to return home. Leah felt elated, as he was returning as a hero, albeit not in front of the entire nation. He would at least have a chance to boast to his 3 college friends. Suddenly, his bladder registered a warning as the weather radar screen turned red. He quickly glanced outside, realizing a massive thunderstorm loomed ahead, and he was hurtling toward it at full speed. Leah hastily disengaged the auto throttle, preparing to maneuver, but found the throttle lever had entirely detached. Staring at the throttle in his left hand, wide-eyed, he never anticipated such a malfunction. With no time to dwell on the throttle issue, he was still racing toward the storm. He relinquished the throttle and gripped the control stick tightly, ready to execute a sharp turn. Despite the impending blackout from the excessive forces, he would not faint. As he pulled back on the control stick to veer right, a crisp sound echoed through his microphone and into his ears, causing Leia to freeze, staring at the throttle lever and the control stick in his hands. A vulgar thought abruptly filled his mind. Leia could hardly believe the aircraft was so remarkable. Now, aside from ejecting, no other options remained. Although jumping out might lead to being struck by lightning, staying in the aircraft would inevitably lead to a loss of control. As he neared the storm, he reluctantly activated the ejection safety, gripping the ejection handle firmly and pulling upward with all his might. Contrary to his expectations, the ejection system only launched the canopy, not the seat itself. Leia felt a wave of despair wash over him. He was certain he was doomed. He mentally cursed the curry-loving individual thousands of times. To avoid such a grim fate, he continued to pull the ejection mechanism, but alas, no miracle occurred. A blinding light engulfed him as the aircraft charged headlong into the thunderstorm. Leia had shouted into the radio for what felt like an eternity. With no response, it seemed even leaving a final message was a luxury. Silently, he vowed that if he survived, he would ensure every curry in the world ended up in the toilet. In the wake of his curses, a bolt of lightning struck the cockpit. Without the protection of the canopy, Leia was instantly charred, losing consciousness while still cursing, "Damn this lightning. Once I win the revival match, all of you will be flushed down the toilet." As the aircraft continued its flight, the fierce wind scattered the dust Leia left behind, leaving only one hand still gripping the control stick, the middle finger defiantly raised. Chapter 2, Elijah Adams. 2007. Abu Dhabi. Within the Titan Corporation's military base in the UAE, sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the spacious office where Leia now sat at his desk. However, he was no longer the ordinary Leia, but a newly transformed individual, Elijah. Elijah sat comfortably in an elegant chair. In front of him, a simple yet authentic Chinese breakfast lay awaiting his enjoyment. The aroma of soy milk, fried dough sticks, and soup dumplings wafted through the air, tantalizing the senses. He leisurely picked up his chopsticks, delicately lifted a soup dumpling, and as he bit into it, a burst of savory broth flooded his mouth. "Delicious," exclaimed Elijah, unable to contain his delight. "It has been several years since I last savored such an authentic Chinese breakfast." As he chewed, he relished the familiar flavors, lost in nostalgia. Across from him, the base commander smiled approvingly at Elijah's remarks. Elijah, engrossed in his exquisite meal, continued to chat casually with the commander. "The last time I enjoyed such delectable Chinese cuisine was quite a while ago," he mused, a hint of humor in his tone, yet underscoring his deep longing for the flavors of home. Indeed, Elijah had not perished. In truth, he had undergone an incredible transmigration, landing in a world fraught with peril. Even more astonishingly, he had been reborn as a newborn infant. In the initial years following his transition, he felt as though he were ensnared within a vast, unfamiliar labyrinth. This new realm was brimming with endless mysteries and unknowns, leaving him as bewildered as any infant, utterly lost in his surroundings. All he knew was that he now bore the name Elijah, frequently called by his mother. His mind functioned like a newly activated computer program, slowly loading and adapting to this novel environment. During this period, Elijah's life was remarkably simple, with his needs straightforward. When hunger struck, he would cry, the most primal way to express his needs to the world. Similarly, when nature called, he would also cry, for he was yet to grasp how to manage such matters. Thus, day after day, year after year, he navigated those early years of life in a state of innocent ignorance. That was until he turned 4, when an event dramatically altered the course of his existence. One day, while under the care of his uncle, he whimsically took him to the Captain America Memorial. Upon entering the museum and gazing at the exhibits and documentaries about Captain America, he was profoundly moved. His eyes widened as he beheld the superhero clad in the stars and stripes, shield in hand, an indescribable exhilaration surging within him. Yet, this thrill was swiftly eclipsed by a more intense emotion: fear. For it dawned on him that he had inexplicably found himself within the Marvel Universe. This revelation left him astounded and bewildered, his emotions spiraling into chaos as if struck by lightning. In his recollection, the superhumans of the Marvel realm were perilously powerful, and he, devoid of any abilities, felt utterly insignificant. Since realizing his presence in the Marvel Universe, Elijah's life took on an extraordinary hue. Each night before slumber, he would earnestly pray for a system to grant him extraordinary powers amidst a world teeming with superheroes and fantastical adventures. With hopeful anticipation, he gradually succumbed to dreams. Days passed in this manner until he reached the milestone of his 18th birthday. On that day, Elijah made a wish as customary, then quietly awaited the onset of night. As he extinguished the candles and prepared to embrace a new day, an unexpected occurrence transpired. The system materialized before him. This system was remarkably straightforward, allowing only one check-in per month. Each time he checked in, it would randomly bestow upon Elijah an array of items, technologies, or abilities. This prospect filled him with both excitement and trepidation, uncertain of the rewards that awaited him. When Elijah checked in for the first time, he could hardly believe his eyes. She had acquired the power of Superman. This sudden windfall profoundly transformed his outlook, instilling a newfound vigor within him. With the gift of superhuman abilities, Elijah shed his former timidity, no longer fearful of provoking nefarious forces. He resolved to alter the trajectory of his life, to embrace strength, and to forge his own empire. In the blink of an eye, the year 2007 arrived. Elijah, now a 27-year-old prodigy, had exhibited extraordinary learning capabilities since the age of 19. Like a sponge absorbing water, he swiftly grasped the essence of various disciplines. Ultimately, he graduated from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology with a Ph.D. in physical chemistry, becoming a luminous star in the academic realm. Yet, Elijah was not content with mere academic accolades. At the age of 20, leveraging the advanced technologies he had acquired through the system, he boldly founded the Titan Corporation, a name inspired by his favorite company from a previous life. This burgeoning enterprise quickly distinguished itself in the market with its exceptional technological prowess and innovative spirit. Moreover, Elijah adeptly utilized his family's formidable influence to secure a 20-year procurement contract with the U.S. government. This agreement not only brought substantial orders to Titan Corporation, but also laid a robust foundation for its future growth. Shortly thereafter, at 21, Elijah demonstrated remarkable business acumen and diplomatic finesse, forging deep collaborations with various Middle Eastern nations, culminating in military outsourcing agreements. These countries allocated thousands of square kilometers of territory for Titan to construct bases and technological laboratories, underscoring Elijah's burgeoning influence on the global stage and marking a significant step forward in the corporation's international expansion. Today, Titan Corporation stands as a colossal entity, eclipsing Stark Industries by several times over, its impact and strength commanding attention across the globe. However, for Elijah, this was merely the beginning. An individual of immense ambition, he harbored an insatiable desire for more. Despite Titan's resounding achievements, he remained convinced that untapped potential awaited discovery. Thus, he frequently toured military bases and laboratories, keenly assessing the corporation's research advancements and military capabilities. He believed that only through relentless exploration of the unknown could true technological breakthroughs be realized. Elijah's fervent pursuit of technology transcended theoretical confines. He actively championed the transformation and application of scientific achievements. He aspired to utilize the advanced technologies procured through the check-in system to develop even more formidable weaponry, further bolstering Titan Corporation's military prowess. This passion for technology and the quest for power elevated Elijah's stature within Titan Corporation, gradually propelling it toward greater strength under his stewardship. Chapter 3. Drones. Despite Elijah's company bearing the illustrious name of Titan Corporation, its scale was indeed comparable to that colossal entity from his previous life in the game. Regrettably, he had failed to acquire any of the core technologies that defined Titan Corporation in the virtual realm. Over the years, the rewards obtained through daily sign-ins had emanated from increasingly astonishing dimensions. The starships and shields of Halo, the human and Protoss technologies from StarCraft, the ecological advancements of Pandora from Avatar, the sky towers and drones from Warframe, the blueprints of Star Destroyers from Star Wars, and even the cutting-edge Titan mechs from Titanfall. These were a veritable ocean of technological legacies surpassing Titan itself. Nevertheless, these technologies were not easily attainable. They transcended the current technological benchmarks of the world, each demanding vast resources and time to analyze, decipher, and reverse engineer to transform blueprints into tangible reality. The morning sun in Abu Dhabi, bearing the dry heat characteristic of the desert, penetrated the bulletproof glass and cascaded onto the plate before Elijah Adams. The base commander, Hamid, continued to sit across from him, reporting on trivial daily matters. Yet Elijah's gaze pierced through the man, delving into the depths of the underground laboratory codenamed Obelisk. It had been a full 6 months since he entrusted this secret team with the drone technology from the realm of Warframe, imbued with the chilling aesthetics of annihilation. The project lead, the meticulously rigorous Dr. Werner Klaus, had conveyed in a rare moment of suppressed excitement within his encrypted email last night. Perfect replication. We have captured every tremor of its essence. Awaiting your review. Hamid. Elijah set down his napkin, his movement elegant yet imbued with an undeniable finality. The breakfast was exquisite, but now he demanded to witness the marvels within the obelisk. The elevator descending to the underground level was silent yet swift, its alloy walls reflecting a cold luminescence. Hamid remained silent, acutely aware of the palpable anticipation and scrutinizing pressure emanating from this global technological titan beside him, an intensity more unbearable than the midday sun of the desert. The heavy airtight door hissed open, and a rush of air, mingling with the sense of ozone, coolant, and fresh composite metals, greeted them. Dr. Klaus and his team, clad in sterile suits, were already lined up in wait. The doctor adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his eyes behind the lenses betraying both tension and the pride of a technological enthusiast. Welcome to the final acceptance site of the Swarm Project. Klaus's voice echoed somewhat hollowly in the expansive laboratory. Elijah exchanged no pleasantries. His gaze was instantaneously ensnared by the central area of the laboratory. There they were, 3 creations, identical to those etched in his memory, hovered silently half a meter above the ground. The sleek, white spherical bodies reflected light with a coldness and absoluteness reminiscent of the very laws of the universe. 2 pairs of elongated barrels extended outward, their end turbines whirring at high speed, yet producing an eerie, almost imperceptible low-frequency hum, barely audible over the rhythm of a heartbeat. To the left of the front, the iconic red image sensor emitted a faint crimson glow, reminiscent of a single eye belonging to some slumbering behemoth. Its suspended form remained as stable as if frozen in space, a terrifying presence reminiscent of the drone that once relentlessly pursued Tom Cruise's character, Jack Harper, in Edge of Tomorrow, leaving him in a dire predicament. At this moment, it transcended dimensional barriers, materializing flawlessly before him. A profound sense of satisfaction surged within Elijah's chest. He approached slowly, disregarding the breathless researchers surrounding him, and walked directly to the nearest drone. With outstretched hand, he gently brushed his fingertips over its cold, smooth exterior, which seemed to absorb all light. The texture was hard and dense, imbued with a chill characteristic of lifeless entities. Perfect, Elijah whispered to himself. The sensation conveyed was not merely that of the material, but a tangible manifestation of absolute technological prowess. Klaus had not exaggerated. This was far from the mere toy that Tony Stark had left for that neighbor in New York. Those drones of Edith? Merely buzzing metallic insects relying on projection tricks to create chaos through sheer numbers. Before him, he gazed into the slowly rotating dark crimson pupil, an embodiment of purity, efficiency, an art designed for annihilation. When can we proceed with the demonstration? Elijah withdrew his hand, his voice steady yet resonant, like a stone cast into a deep pool, shattering the silence of the laboratory. His gaze shifted toward Dr. Klaus, as if he could penetrate the depths of the other's soul, discerning his confidence in the technology. Dr. Klaus swallowed hard, immediately straightening his back. Now, at any moment, the desert testing ground is ready. The desert? Elijah raised an eyebrow slightly. Yes, sir. The glimmer of technological fervor shone in Dr. Klaus's eyes. We believe that true drones should not only excel in perfect laboratory conditions or simulated cities. Abu Dhabi offers us an unparalleled, authentic extreme environment, a vast, complex battlefield filled with heat waves, turbulence, and electromagnetic interference. There, we will demonstrate its unmatched dominance. A slight smile curled at the corners of Elijah's mouth, igniting a quickened pulse in Dr. Klaus's heart. This was precisely to his liking. Excellent. Lead the way. A colossal holographic display illuminated, showcasing the expansive, sun-scorched desert target range outside the base. The undulating dunes and weathered rock formations created natural cover, and the air shimmered with heat distortion. Objective: eliminate all preset hostile targets and hyena simulation squads. Environment: real-time natural desert. Initiate strong electromagnetic interference. Dr. Klaus commanded through the communicator, his voice quivering with excitement. The moment the orders were given, the crimson pupils of 3 drones on the screen suddenly flared to life with an intensity unmatched. Without any preheating or acceleration, they were as if liberated from the confines of space, instantaneously transforming from a state of suspended stillness into 3 streaks of white lightning. Tearing through the air like searing waves of heat, a drone abruptly ascended to an altitude of 1,000 meters, its massive spherical sensor pulsating with a bluish glow. In mere seconds, the screen marked several static targets concealed behind the dunes and excellently camouflaged thermal signatures located dozens of kilometers away. Without the slightest hesitation, a laser beam, slender as a hair yet imbued with annihilating energy, was precisely unleashed. The distant dunes silently erupted into tiny columns of dust. The target vaporized in an instant. Its detection accuracy and engagement range surpassed that of any existing equipment. Meanwhile, 2 other drones, like phantoms, skimmed along the surface of the dunes, executing a low-altitude assault. The scorching airflow and swirling sand had no effect on them. Their bodies remained astonishingly stable. A unit of elite soldiers, resembling a pack of hyenas, maneuvered all-terrain assault vehicles in an attempt to encircle them using the complex dune terrain. However, the drones seemed to anticipate every move they made. They executed high-speed turns at near-vertical angles between the dunes, their movements fluid as though devoid of inertia. A flawless crossfire ensued, with electromagnetic pulse munitions silently enveloping the area, rendering the Hyena Squad-S vehicles incapacitated, all electronic devices rendered inoperative. The soldiers were left bewildered, unable to discern the source of the attack. Dr. Klaus pressed another button, activating the swarm protocol. Suddenly, 6 more drones ascended from the depths of the desert. The 9 drones swiftly formed a 3-dimensional array in the sky, constantly shifting, as precise as clockwork gears. They disregarded the intense electromagnetic interference, sharing information without delay. Faced with a simulated dense anti-aircraft fire net, high-velocity anti-aircraft guns, and missiles, the swarm dispersed abruptly, evading all firepower with astonishing agility, while simultaneously launching precise strikes from multiple cunning angles, obliterating all anti-air positions in an instant. Their synchronized, efficient, and ruthlessly coordinated combat capability resembled a legion of aerial reapers, united by a singular will. Throughout the entire ordeal, Elijah stood with arms crossed before the massive observation screen. Hamid watched in horror as the Hyena Squad was utterly annihilated, his complexion paling, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. This completely upended his understanding of future warfare. Dr. Klaus observed the last target vanish under the swarm's overwhelming assault, his voice tinged with uncontainable excitement. The drones, in a real, harsh, and complex battlefield environment, achieved, and even surpassed, their design performance in perception, maneuverability, coordination, and strike efficacy. Their individual combat capability was sufficient to rewrite the rules of localized conflicts. While their swarm mode redefined future airspace control, Elijah did not respond immediately. He turned around, his gaze slowly sweeping across Dr. Klaus's exhilarated face, Hamid's shocked expression, and the entire team's tense anticipation. Ultimately, his eyes settled back on the 9 drones hovering above the swirling yellow sands, silent as black tombstones. Chapter 4. Elijah's Ambition Doctor. Klaus observed as Elijah finally spoke, his voice low and resonant, each word striking the hearts of those present. You have done exceptionally well. This replica is nothing short of perfection. From now on, this drone shall be named the Worker Bee. With that, he approached the large screen, gazing out at the vast desert beyond, as if envisioning these pale harbingers of death weaving their lethal net across future battlefields. Initiate phase 1 of the global deployment program. Elijah's tone brooked no dissent. I require them to be secretly deployed across all critical regions of the world by the end of next month. Dr. Klaus, you will be solely responsible for subsequent maintenance, upgrades, and optimization for mass production. Report directly to me. Hamid, ensure the confidentiality and logistical support of the base is well coordinated. Yes, Dr. Klaus replied with a booming voice, imbued with a sense of duty. At once, Hamid responded immediately, no longer daring to lose a moment. Elijah cast one final glance at the cold, flawless creation within the laboratory before turning to leave. His figure vanished at the end of the corridor, leaving behind a silence filled with a blend of excitement and reverence, along with the dark crimson gaze hovering in the air, as if confirming the new master of the drones. The heavy alloy door of the office closed silently behind him, isolating the characteristic low hum of the Titan Industries core area. Elijah Adams returned to his exclusive space on the top floor, where the air was filled only with the gentle sound of the constant temperature system and the faint fragrance of leather and hardwood. He approached the spacious sofa in the corner and settled into it, his body enveloped by the well-supported leather, offering a fleeting moment of physical relaxation. Leaning back, he closed his eyes, feeling the tension in the muscles at the back of his neck ease slightly within seconds. A faint, almost imperceptible sense of relief flickered across his brow, swift as an illusion. The worker bee is finally operational. His low self-talk dissipated into the silence. The conclusion of successful technical validation clearly occupied his mind. However, rather than a sense of ease, a deeper urgency and the necessity of resource allocation weighed heavily upon him. That slight relaxation vanished in an instant. He straightened up, his gaze regaining its usual sharpness and composure, as though the brief respite had never occurred. As the formidable helmsman of Titan, Elijah Adams commanded respect in the global industrial and security domain, with precise decision-making and immense control being essential for survival. This stood in stark contrast to a certain casualness that once existed within him. Yet this world, a S.H.I.E.L.D of prosperity, concealed the brutal essence of the Marvel Universe, leaving no room for personal whims. He understood the looming threats more acutely than anyone else. The Green Giants, capable of dismantling main battle tanks with their bare hands. The Hulk, the billionaire who transforms cutting-edge technology into personal armaments, Iron Man. The extraterrestrial being who can summon thunder, Thor, the master of mystical dimensions, Doctor Strange, and the looming alien fleet from the depths of space, the Chitauri. Along with the Titan who enforces his cold philosophy of balance across the cosmos, Thanos, all embody formidable forces. Although he possesses all the abilities of superhuman and continues to evolve, relying solely on oneself is hardly a sustainable strategy. It will be both demeaning and cumbersome to undertake every task personally. The reward from the sign-in system are not exclusively treasures. Some early acquisitions hold limited value, such as blueprints for a steam differential machine long obsolete or a laser pistol with an energy core depleted to mere rusted casing. Even a unique recipe for ale from a distant world. These have become dusty relics in the Titan's vast warehouse. However, genuinely valuable technologies do exist, such as the advanced drone blueprints from the world of Lost Battlefield, now the Worker Bee, or the powerful molecular reconfiguration medical pod prototype from Elysium, and the crucial algorithms for precise mechanical prosthetic neural coordination from the RoboCop project, alongside the entire technological arsenal of both Terran and Protoss from StarCraft. Yet, all these require the Titan to invest substantial funds, assemble top-tier research teams, and endure lengthy periods for reverse engineering and local adaptation, ultimately pushing the limits of engineering and manufacturing. This explains why the Worker Bee took a full 6 months just to barely reach the production threshold. True cutting-edge technology offers no shortcuts. As for those technologies that are more comprehensible and closer to the current Earth technological level, such as an optimized energy pack design for exoskeletons from near-future game, or a relatively basic yet efficient communication encryption chip architecture from sci-fi series. While these innovations do outperform mainstream products on the market, relying on them to counter alien fleets or superhumans is tantamount to a drop in the ocean. These secondary technologies have already been packaged by the Titan's independently operating military sales department, Titan Defense Systems, as next-generation individual soldier system solutions, sold at a premium to the Pentagon, NATO, and other powerful nations. The transactions yield not only astronomical sums of money, but also critical political exemptions and the strategically controlled resources desperately needed for the Titan's core projects aimed at the future, such as formulas for high-performance alloys or specialized superconducting materials. Utilizing Earth's internal resources and finances to construct a formidable arsenal against threats beyond its atmosphere is a cold yet efficient path. The successful testing of the Worker Bee signifies the preliminary achievement of a pragmatic goal, proving that the Titan possesses the capability to transform an advanced blueprint from another world into a war machine that can be mass-produced and holds substantial combat value. Its speed, firepower, stability of the power core, maneuverability in intricate battlefield environments, and a nascent potential for coordinated group operations collectively form the first solid foundation of his grand armament plan. This ensures that on Earth, when confronted by extraterrestrial invaders or unconventional threats, the Titan can provide a force capable of engaging in high-intensity, large-scale conventional confrontations. He envisions a mechanical legion composed of worker bees and their subsequent iterations, characterized by efficiency, reliability, and unwavering obedience to commands, serving as the foremost physical line of defense for Earth against deep space threats. Yet, this is merely the initial step. Elijah's gaze traverses the dazzling lights of the city beyond the window, casting itself upon the depths of the night sky, obscured by light pollution. Earth is but a starting point within the vast expanse of the universe. It appears diminutive and fragile. True security and control must be established upon the celestial seas. The future he envisions necessitates a more grandiose framework, an interstellar fleet of Titans endowed with capabilities for deep space navigation, orbital control, and strategic deployment. This requires the mastery of formidable technologies, such as the prototype of a warp engine derived from the fuzzy theories of Star Trek, or the immense energy equations necessary for jump point generation as portrayed in Babylon 5, not to mention the engineering pathways to high-energy, directed weapons found in Halo. Establishing robust outposts and resource collection points on the Moon, Mars, and the asteroid belt is essential. He seeks to liberate humanity from its reliance on a singular planetary existence, tapping into the cosmos' near-infinite energy and rare elements. Certain extraterrestrial ecological samples, reminiscent of the atmospheric-altering microorganisms in Avatar, or unique ecological data, such as the environmental adaptation mechanisms of sandworms in Dune, may provide crucial insights for terraforming alien environments. Elite individual combat capabilities serve as a strategic safeguard. Systemic strength is foundational, yet formidable individuals are the last bastion against decapitation strikes, countering enemy super units, or acting as a final defense when the system fails. His own enhancement is merely the groundwork, insufficient in the face of the vast cosmos. He cannot manage it all alone. The Guardian Super Soldier Serum Project from the Biotechnology Department. The neural development technologies exploring the limits of the human brain as depicted in Bliss, and certain fragmented theories involving psychokinetic fields or fundamental energy guiding principles, often difficult to trace, are high-risk, high-investment research avenues that may yield unpredictable consequences. He requires the Titan to possess a strategic deterrent force capable of asserting itself on a cosmic scale. The office is engulfed in silence. Elijah reclines on the sofa, his fingertips unconsciously tapping the armrest. In his mind, the testing data of the worker bees has been supplanted by a more colossal and chilling plan. Chapter 5. The disturbance of the Hydra in the dusk of Abu Dhabi. The boundless desert is bathed in a flowing hue of gold and crimson. Deep within the Titan base, in a highly isolated exclusive hangar, the air quivers slightly due to the presence of a colossal entity. The silhouette of Elijah Adams appeared at the side door of the hangar, his stride steady as he approached the center of the tarmac where a sleek aircraft, entirely cloaked in a deep matte black finish, awaited him. His personal vehicle, the Titan. This aircraft is the culmination of advanced engineering, its core systems integrating numerous technologies acquired through Elijah's endeavors. He ascended the sturdy boarding ladder and entered the cabin. Inside, rather than opulence, there reigned an array of precision instruments and ergonomically designed control interfaces, the color palette austere and the atmosphere tranquil. He settled into the captain's seat, and the cabin door closed silently and securely behind him, sealing off the last whispers of the outside world. Take off. The command was succinct, relayed through the internal communication system to the cockpit. There was no thunderous roar of conventional jet engines. Instead, a profound, subterranean hum resonated within the hangar, its frequency steady and rhythmic. The anti-gravity engine structures, located beneath the fuselage and at the wingtips, emitted a faint blue glow. The massive aircraft, as if lifted by an invisible force, ascended vertically several meters with astonishing stability. This core capability stemmed from fragmented data marked with the principles of the interstellar travel man-planet lander, which the Titan engineers had painstakingly refined over years to achieve stable application within Earth's atmosphere, granting unparalleled vertical takeoff and landing capabilities along with smooth flight. As the aircraft hovered, the adaptive optical camouflage system enveloping its surface began to activate. Countless minuscule units operated like living entities, efficiently gathering information from the surrounding hangar walls, the ground, and the dimming twilight, rendering it in real time with exquisite precision. The aircraft's contours began to blur, its edges diffusing like ink in water, colors and textures swiftly melding with the backdrop. The inspiration for this technology was derived from the exoskeleton camouflage of advanced warfare. Yet the Titan had taken it to unprecedented heights. At this moment, even if one were to stand within the hangar and gaze directly, discerning the precise location of the aircraft would prove exceedingly difficult. It resembled a shadow that harmoniously blended with its surroundings. The enormous hangar doors slid open silently, revealing the sky painted by the evening glow. The Titan commenced its silent glide forward. As it emerged from the shadows of the hangar, exposed to the twilight, its camouflage system adjusted once more. There was no piercing sound of slicing air, only the persistent low-frequency hum. Its form continued to morph within the shifting light and shadow, reminiscent of a chameleon skin, gilded by the sunset, yet swiftly absorbing that luminescence, becoming indistinguishable from the slightly dimmed sky. Simultaneously, its unique geometric shape and the special nanocomposite materials of its surface, partially inspired by the radar evasion strategies of Future Soldier, ensured that no radar waves could effectively detect its presence. Thus, the Grand Titan seamlessly melded into the dusky skies of Abu Dhabi. Without the roaring of engines, the absence of a blazing tail flame, and devoid of distinct outlines. It resembled a secret artfully concealed by the twilight glow, carrying the Master of Titans toward New York, gliding smoothly and swiftly through the dual blind spots of radar and the naked eye. The aircraft descended gracefully on the outskirts of New York, the hum of its engines gradually subsiding. Outside the window lay a secondary military base affiliated with the Titan Group. Although it was of a higher echelon than the vast tertiary base in Abu Dhabi, it was nestled deep within the dense woodlands of New York State, occupying a considerably smaller area, yet operating with efficiency and discretion. Towering walls, radar stations, and the faint outlines of air defense systems silently proclaimed the nature of this place. Within the base, modern hangars, a command center, and an unpretentious yet robust office complex formed the core area. As the hatch opened, a cool breeze from the suburban air flowed in. Elijah Adams stood at the top of the staircase, his gaze calmly sweeping over the scene below. His assistant and one of the base's security chiefs, Sophia Hayes, awaited him with a capable team of 4 guards. Dressed in a crisp base uniform with her golden hair neatly tied back, she greeted him with a warm smile. He descended the staircase steadily. Sophia stepped forward, her smile genuine. "Welcome back, Mr. Adams. Was the flight smooth?" "As always," Elijah replied, naturally extending his arms. Without hesitation, Sophia stepped closer and embraced him gently. In that moment, Elijah's deep voice teased her with a tone only she could discern. "Did you miss me, my dear assistant?" Sophia's body tensed imperceptibly before she relaxed, responding in a lowered voice laced with playful reproach. "Boss, if you don't return soon, the daily reports and research documents will bury my desk." She discreetly pinched his arm. "Remember to take me with you next time." This was their little jest. Elijah chuckled softly, releasing her and patting her shoulder. "It seems I've returned just in time. Let us get in the car and head to the office." Inside the vehicle, the familiar scent of leather mingled with the subtle, comforting fragrance of Sophia's perfume. She promptly pulled up information on her tactical tablet, her expression turning serious. "All right, boss, vacation mode is over." She turned the tablet screen toward Elijah. "During your absence, a few unwelcome flies have intruded." Elijah leaned back comfortably, gesturing for her to continue, his eyes reflecting understanding. "It's Hydra." Sophia's voice held a chilling disdain. "A rather ordinary squad, targeting a technological research project currently underway in our base." "Oh, have they reached the doorstep?" Elijah's tone remained unperturbed, as if he were listening to a trivial matter. "They attempted to breach in." Sophia retrieved several blurred images captured by the base's surveillance and the internal alarm logs. A 5-member group, masquerading as outsourced facility maintenance personnel, attempted to infiltrate the RD Zone 7 through the logistics corridor during a shift change. Their methods were not particularly sophisticated, yet their equipment was relatively professional, equipped with jammers specifically designed to counter our conventional security systems. And the outcome? Elijah barely even bothered to open his eyes, appearing indifferent. A slight smirk curled at the corners of Sophia's lips. They ran into our routine patrols. All 5, without exception, are now confined in a standard holding cell within the base. Sophia reported that their equipment had been confiscated, and preliminary interrogations revealed they were peripheral operatives of Hydra, dispatched to attempt to acquire data or samples related to one of our core research projects. The specific target was not classified at a high level. Reno is delving deeper into their connections and communication methods, with initial leads pointing to an anonymous server in Eastern Europe, which aligns perfectly with Hydra's modus operandi. Upon hearing this, Elijah could not be bothered to open his eyes, merely allowing a faint smile to grace his lips. Hydra. This name carried a vastly different weight at various stages of his life. Once, when the Adams family was merely a colossal yet relatively ordinary conglomerate, before he possessed the strength to obliterate anything in his path and the iron fortress of the Titan group, this insidious organization indeed instilled a sense of trepidation in him. The Adams family controlled vast networks of the American economy and politics, making them the perfect parasitic host and launching pad in Hydra's eyes. He had once worried for his family's safety and feared that these serpents would infiltrate the family's enterprises. But now, Elijah found Sophia's description to be akin to a poorly crafted joke. Their conspiracy appeared to him as childish as a youngling attempting to pilfer pocket money from their parents' wallet. Hydra had lost even the qualification to be his adversary, failing to evoke even the slightest inclination to amuse him as a mere jester. Their every endeavor seemed utterly absurd and laughable in the face of absolute power and control. Sophia, Elijah's voice remained flat and devoid of inflection, as mundane as ordering from a lunch menu. Inform the security department to handle those 5 individuals. Send them to Africa to be made into soap. Then, package these remains and anonymously dispatch them to the source of their operational orders, that Serpent's Head. Consider it a small token of gratitude to my new acquaintances. Understood, boss. Sophia exhibited neither surprise nor hesitation, her fingertips deftly maneuvering across the tablet to encrypt and send out this chilling directive. For her, it was merely the execution of her employer's command, a removal of inconsequential refuse. The vehicle entered the exclusive underground garage of the office building. The elevator ascended directly to the top floor. Sophia followed Elijah into his expansive office on the 28th floor. The panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows revealed the imposing vista of the base and the distant sea of trees. The heavy solid-wood door closed silently behind Sophia, sealing off the outside world. The moment the lock clicked into place, the tranquil air of the office seemed to ignite. As Sophia turned around, Elijah stepped swiftly before her, his movements transcending the limits of human capability. Without uttering a word, he wrapped one arm around her waist and cradled the back of her neck with the other, leaning down to kiss her with an undeniable intensity. This kiss was fervent and forceful, bursting forth with repressed passion, a stark contrast to the icy demeanor he had displayed moments earlier when issuing his ruthless command. Initially taken aback, Sophia's eyes widened slightly, but soon her body melted into his embrace, her hands encircling his neck as she fervently reciprocated his affection. The office resonated solely with their hurried breaths. After a significant pause, Elijah withdrew slightly, resting his forehead against hers, his deep-set eyes ablaze with excitement. His voice, low and powerful, conveyed, "Sophia, we have succeeded. The data from the drone Project's test flight is impeccable. We have gained a formidable new asset." A smile graced his lips, reflecting sheer delight in the birth of newfound power and absolute control. Chapter 6. Visitors from the Pentagon. The midday sun in Manhattan streamed through the bulletproof glass facade of the Titan headquarters. At precisely noon, Elijah Adams pushed open the door to the executive office, clad in a meticulously tailored dark gray suit, though a hint of lingering sleepiness remained in his eyes. He had shed many habits from his previous life, yet the penchant for sleeping in had endured. This towering skyscraper, situated in the heart of Manhattan, was a gift from his father and uncle during the nascent stages of his entrepreneurial journey. In those early days, the building was desolate, occupied by only a handful of employees. Now, it pulsated with the vibrant heartbeat of Titan Corporation, brimming with industrious staff. The directives and information emanating from here wielded influence surpassing even that of the Pentagon. It served not only as a command center. Deep within the building, fortified by high-strength alloys and energy shields, hundreds of combat robots stood in silent readiness. These formidable machines integrated automation technology from Elysium, precision engineering from Robocop, and fragments of other acquired technologies, embodying the essence of efficient and unyielding steel warriors. The ability to deploy such a scale of private armament in the heart of America, on Manhattan Island, was a testament to the formidable power of the Adams family, sanctioned by the government. Sophia entered, holding a cup of black coffee, which she placed on Elijah's expansive ebony desk. "Good morning, boss," she said with a teasing tone, noting that Colonel Mitchell from the Pentagon had already been waiting in conference room 3 for 20 minutes and appeared somewhat anxious. Elijah lifted the coffee to his lips, the bitterness dispelling the last vestiges of drowsiness. "Anxious? Let him wait another 5 minutes. Inform him I shall arrive shortly." He despised tardiness and loathed being governed by other schedules, especially when those others hail from the Pentagon. 5 minutes later, Elijah opened the door to conference room 3, greeted by an abundance of cool air. On one side of the long table sat a white officer adorned with the rank of colonel, in his 40s, his hair impeccably styled and his countenance resolute. However, the tightly pressed lips and the incessant checking of his watch betrayed a sense of impatience. Beside him were 2 technical advisors dressed in civilian attire. "Mr. Adams, I appreciate you taking the time." Colonel Mitchell promptly rose, extending his hand, his voice resonant yet tinged with urgency. Elijah casually reciprocated the handshake and took a seat at the head of the table. "Colonel Mitchell, let us dispense with pleasantries. What is it that the Pentagon desires this time?" His gaze was penetrating, sweeping over the other man. He recognized this individual as Lieutenant Colonel James Rhodes' colleague, both belonging to the Air Force's Procurement Department. Rhodes had been dispatched to handle Stark. Elijah, drawing from his past experiences and certain business insights, held his own assessments regarding the reliability of specific ethnicities. The Pentagon's choice of a white officer indicated they had conducted their homework thoroughly. Colonel Mitchell opened a folder, steering directly to the crux of the matter. "The situation in Afghanistan has deteriorated. The Taliban are leveraging the mountainous terrain and tunnels, causing significant challenges for our ground forces. We require enhanced protection and mobility, particularly when conducting operations in complex landscapes. Your company's Ranger-type exoskeleton has performed exceptionally in combat tests." He emphasized, "The Department of Defense requests an urgent additional procurement of 500 Ranger units, along with corresponding maintenance modules and 3 base energy cores. The first batch of 500 must be delivered within 3 months, with the remainder completed within 6 months. Elijah's fingers tapped lightly on the table, maintaining a steady rhythm. 500 units, Colonel. Are you aware of how strained the production line for the Ranger type currently is? Orders from Europe, the Middle East, and Asia have extended into next year. 3 months for 500 units? Is the Pentagon testing the limits of my production capacity or my patience?" Colonel Mitchell inhaled deeply. "We understand the pressure and are willing to increase the price by 15 as an emergency compensation. Additionally, we can expedite the approval process for your company's previously requested expansion project at the Nevada military base." 15? Elijah chuckled softly, a hint of coldness in his laughter. "The prices we charge to other nations already exceed your friendly rates by 30. This 15 feels like tossing a coin to a beggar." He raised a hand to halt the colonel's impending response. "However," he continued, his gaze sharp as a blade, "I place great importance on the Nevada base expansion project. The price can indeed rise by 15, but I demand that this project receives formal approval from Congress within 2 weeks, with all environmental assessments and land use procedures entering a fast track. This is non-negotiable." The conditions were direct, specific, and firm, targeting the core of governmental approval. Colonel Mitchell's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness, beads of sweat forming at his temples. "Mr. Adams, this requires interdepartmental coordination and concerns hundreds of square kilometers of land. Even Congress, that is your concern," Elijah interjected, rising from his seat, his tone unyielding. "Make your superior understand that the sooner the Rangers arrive at the front lines, the fewer soldiers will perish. My base expansion pertains to far more critical national security projects. Within 24 hours, I demand a definitive response." He extended his hand in a formal manner. "Please convey my regards to Colonel Rhodes and inform him that I shall not allow anyone to send him to Africa again." Mitchell, with a stiff handshake and a nod, replied, "I shall convey your message with utmost diligence, Mr. Adams." Observing Elijah's departure, he promptly seized the encrypted phone, his voice tinged with unprecedented urgency. The stakes of this negotiation weighed heavily, sending chills through his palms. Elijah pushed open the soundproof door of the conference room and traversed the corridor on the top floor of the headquarters. A playful smile curled at the corners of his mouth as the momentarily rigid expression and fine beads of sweat on Colonel Mitchell's forehead vividly replayed in his mind. 1,500 exoskeletons? Merely business delivered to his doorstep. He scoffed inwardly, The production line had never been strained, and Titan's capacity was as pliable as a highly elastic sponge, ready to produce at his whim. A price increase of 15? Merely an embellishment. The profitability of this transaction had never been in question. Titan never engaged in a losing venture. What truly held value was the ability to pry open the heavy gates of a Nevada base expansion project, which had languished too long in the quagmire of bureaucracy. Environmental assessments had stalled, the Congressional Budget Committee members had been passing the buck, and the military's apprehensions regarding private contractors controlling such a critical base had each been sufficient to delay the project by months or even years. Now, however, the Pentagon, faced with the debacle in Afghanistan and a desire to minimize soldier casualties, had no choice but to act as a bulldozer. A principal approval within 2 weeks? A synchronized fast track? These conditions surpassed his expectations. A good leader must not only know how to extract profits, but also how to clear obstacles for subordinates and create favorable conditions. If the heads of a Nevada base and the engineering team were to learn this news, they would surely be filled with gratitude. With this thought, Elijah's smile deepened. To trade an arms deal that was already on the table for a significant breakthrough in a strategic infrastructure project was an absurdly advantageous exchange. He could almost envision beneath the vast Nevada desert, larger underground hangars, cutting-edge laboratories, and the core facilities of an upcoming deep space project rising from the ground. Sophia was seated at her assistant's desk, her fingers dancing across the keyboard as she tackled a mountain of paperwork. Hearing the door open, she looked up to see Elijah's unabashed, almost childlike grin, instantly recognizing that things had gone well. She was all too familiar with that expression, which typically emerged after securing a particularly lucrative or satisfying deal. Boss. Sophia set her work aside, rising with a glimmer of curiosity and a smile in her eyes. By the look on your face, I suspect Colonel Mitchell will have to draft quite a weighty report upon his return. Elijah approached her, his tall figure exuding the ease of a victor. He reached out his hand, and with an air of natural ease, gently traced his finger along the tip of Sophia's pert nose, the gesture imbued with intimacy and a hint of playful mockery. Heavy? No, Sophia. I am merely assisting him in saving the lives of frontline soldiers. His tone was light, laced with evident delight. 1,500 sets of Rangers, at a 15 markup on their quoted price. Of course, that was not the crux of the matter. He deliberately paused, savoring the sight of Sophia, who was intently awaiting the continuation, before leisurely and somewhat boastfully announcing, the expansion project at the Nevada base will be approved by Congress in writing within 2 weeks. With environmental assessments and land use procedures fast-tracked, Sophia's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. She was acutely aware of the project's significance for the future strategy of the Titan Group, as well as the arduous journey it had taken to reach this point. Watching him radiate such vitality made her heart race a little faster. It's undoubtedly a win-win, boss, she exclaimed earnestly, then playfully blinked. It seems our Nevada project lead will sleep soundly tonight? No. He will likely be too exhilarated to sleep. Let him revel in that excitement. In high spirits, Elijah approached his desk, notifying the core members of the project team to share this wonderful news, urging them to immediately commence preparations for the subsequent detailed coordination work. The Pentagon would soon feel the pressure from above. Understood. I will arrange it right away. Sophia replied with efficiency, her fingers swiftly navigating the tablet, her productivity soaring. Yet the smile at the corner of her lips remained uncontainable. The news the boss brought was indeed splendid. Chapter 7. Hell's Kitchen. The calendar for 2007 had turned to its final quarter. It had been a full 6 months since the official production of the Worker Bee drone project commenced. During this period, the Titan Group's secret production lines, dispersed across the globe, resembled an icy, efficient hive, tirelessly processing metal and energy day and night. 30,000 Worker Bee drones, those smooth, silent orbs radiating a deadly red light, were now quietly deployed within the Titan bases concealed in deserts, glaciers, the deep sea, and even near-Earth orbit. This figure alone epitomized a suffocating power. Elijah was acutely aware that if this terrifying momentum continued within a year, the conventional military capabilities possessed by Titan would be sufficient to confront the conventional armed forces of any coalition of nations on this planet head-on. However, this was merely a cold comparison of strength. Conquering the world? Elijah had no interest in such pursuits. To him, it seemed as juvenile and devoid of challenge as a child building a sandcastle, failing to even ignite the slightest desire to attempt it. This past half-year had not merely been a whirlwind advance for the worker bees. Through a system of attendance we have acquired, and through the tireless efforts of the preeminent research team at Titan, successfully reverse-engineered otherworldly technologies that have blossomed like ripe fruit in secret laboratories and factories across the globe. The S.H.I.E.L.D. technology derived from Halo has been painstakingly adapted to provide limited yet formidable instantaneous protection for elite combat squads, now compacted into individual armor or heavy vehicles. The magnetic rail weapon, inspired by the principles of the Terran Marines rifle from StarCraft, boasts a penetration capability and firing rate that far surpass traditional gunpowder weaponry, and has begun to be deployed in small quantities to the rapid response units directly under Titan's command. Though the molecular recombination medical pod from Elysium has yet to reach prototype status, some of its principles have been utilized to develop battlefield emergency units, significantly reducing the mortality rate of severely injured personnel. Under the robust mandate established by Elijah, these groundbreaking technologies have seen virtually no stagnation. Once validated, they are immediately integrated into Titan's existing arsenal and base defense systems, akin to a gentle stream continuously fortifying the steel backbone of this colossal entity. Today, however, this Titan, wielding power that transcends national boundaries, has undertaken a project that may seem trivial to the average person: the cleansing of the notorious Hell's Kitchen. This infamous district of New York City has long been a breeding ground for crime, gangs, and low-tier villains. Its chaos and filth resemble a stubborn festering sore on the city's body. For ordinary law enforcement, it is akin to a quagmire, often leading to fruitless endeavors. Yet for Elijah and Titan, this is merely an efficient community sanitation operation. "Boss, the neighborhood cleanup operation will commence promptly at midnight," reported Sophia as she entered the office. Her tone was calm, as if discussing an utterly mundane schedule. Elijah reclined in a comfortable chair, his gaze sweeping over a report on pressure tests of materials for a certain starship engine. He did not lift his head, merely responding with a faint acknowledgement. "The action plan has been confirmed," Sophia continued. "The swarm of drones will oversee from above, accurately identifying and swiftly neutralizing threats. Ground operations will be conducted by the scavenger teams, equipped with new Gauss rifles and environmental scanning units, meticulously clearing each building and securing evidence. Medical teams are on standby. The primary target elimination is expected to be completed before dawn, with full control of the district and initial restoration of order by noon." Efficiency. Elijah finally set aside the report and turned his gaze to Sophia. His expression remained neutral, yet his eyes conveyed his resolve. "Inform the operational team that I care not whether the streets conceal mere thugs, gang leaders, or delusional supervillains who imagine themselves sovereigns of the refuse. By dawn, I demand Hell's Kitchen to be genuinely clean." "Understood," Sophia nodded without a hint of hesitation. Additionally, Elijah added, his tone remaining unperturbed, "The operation must maintain a low visibility throughout. I wish not to see any foolish headlines tomorrow about alien invasions in New York. Have the media department prepare a press release regarding the significant community safety operation, supported by the Titan Group in collaboration with the New York Police Department, to be released 3 hours after the operation concludes." "Yes, boss." Sophia noted this and turned to relay the instructions. Elijah's gaze returned to the report on the starship engine. Hell's Kitchen, where the humid air mingled with refuse, cheap alcohol, and a faint metallic scent of blood. Neon lights diffused into hazy glimmers within the fog, as the raucous sound from several all-night bars masked the more clandestine dealings in the alleyways. Here lay the scar of New York. Chaos was its norm. Elder Zhang, a Chinese proprietor, strained to pull down the rusted shutter of Zhang's noodle house, the screeching noise cutting through the murky atmosphere. He sighed, wearily massaging his aching back. Business had been dismal once again, with a few thugs consuming noodles without payment and smashing a bowl in the process. He had grown accustomed to such misfortunes, merely wishing to return home safely. As he locked the door and turned to head towards the darker alley leading to his modest rented apartment, he instinctively glanced up at the narrow slice of sky, cleaved by towering buildings. Tonight, the heavens appeared somewhat different. The moon was absent, yet the city's light pollution should have cast a murky orange-red hue across the sky. However, at this moment, the constricted firmament was speckled with numerous small, remarkably stable red points of light. They hovered silently, reminiscent of a cluster of indifferent crimson eyes gazing down upon humanity. Elder Zhang rubbed his eyes, questioning whether fatigue had overtaken him. Matt Murdock had just extricated himself from a fierce street battle, his uniform stained and marked with abrasions. He concealed himself in the shadow of a water tower atop an abandoned apartment building, his superhuman senses scanning the entire block like a radar. He discerned the familiar symphony of crime, the hushed transactions of drug dealers, the sobs of victims, the roars of inebriated men, and in the distance, the rumble of the Vulture Gang's motorcycle brigade led by Kingpin. Suddenly, his acute sense of hearing detected something amiss. A profoundly low, high-frequency hum, almost blending with the ambient noise, emanated from the lofty heights above, encompassing an extensive range. Following that, he perceived the sounds of dozens, hundreds, of cold, steady, lifeless mechanical heartbeats synchronously pulsing within the clouds. The hair on the back of his neck stood on end. This was not any aircraft he recognized. An unprecedented, chilling sense of peril gripped him. At the pinnacle of Fisk Tower, Wilson Fisk, known as Kingpin, stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, surveying the kingdom he ruled through violence and fear. His massive frame resembled a granite statue, cradling a glass of fine brandy. Tonight, he had just finalized a substantial smuggling deal. His mood buoyant, he relished the sensation of total control. Anyone daring to challenge his order, be they police, vigilantes, or rival gangs, would be crushed. In the command center of the Titan base in New York, Sophia stood before an immense holographic tactical map, which meticulously delineated every block and building of Hell's Kitchen, replete with numerous real-time updated heat signal markers. The command center's swarm of drones executed high-altitude lockdowns, achieving comprehensive surveillance coverage of the target area. All communication signals within the designated zone had been suppressed. The cold, electronic voice reported that the scavenger team was in position, sealing off all primary exits and entrances to underground passages. The medical and evidence recovery teams remained on standby. The liaison officer from the New York police confirmed that they would establish a perimeter but would not intervene until the operation concluded. Sophia's gaze remained calm. The district clearance operation was set to commence. Execute the plan with low visibility and efficient eradication. Chapter 8. The cleanup suspended thousands of meters above. The swarm of drones instantly locked on hundreds of targets marked as high threats. These individuals included key enforcers of the crime syndicate, perpetrators of heinous acts, or villains actively engaging in violent crimes. No warnings, no negotiations. A laser beam, as fine as a hair and nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, descended with pinpoint accuracy. A thug, caught in the act of robbing in an alley, had just raised his knife when his body, along with the stolen bag, vaporized at the focal point, leaving only a small charred mark on the ground and a dispersing wave of heat. One of Gene Bing's heavy gunners, adjusting a machine gun on a rooftop, vanished in a flash of red light, as if he had never existed. Old Zhang had just entered the alley when he heard an extremely faint sizzling sound followed by the dull thud of something heavy hitting the ground. Terrified, he pressed himself against the wall and witnessed a robust man who had been extorting a vendor moments ago, now with his upper body grotesquely missing, leaving only 2 legs kneeling on the ground, the severed edge blackened, with hardly any blood spilled. Zhang covered his mouth, nearly retching, almost simultaneously with the aerial strike. Soldiers clad in matte black heavy combat gear and full-face helmets emerged like phantoms on the streets and rooftops of Hell's Kitchen. They moved swiftly and silently, their coordination as seamless as a singular entity. The Gauss rifles in their hands emitted a deep, distinct hum of energy. Bang, bang, bang. It was not the explosive report of traditional firearms, but a more muffled and penetrating impact sound. A flash of blue light illuminated a heavy iron door of a warehouse, used as a stronghold by the gang, which, as if struck by an invisible hammer, bore a bull-sized puncture at its center, with the edges of the metal melted and distorted. The gunman behind the door was pierced without uttering a single scream. The team breached the building, and thermal imaging and motion sensors on their helmet displays outlined all hidden targets. Precise point shots, efficient non-lethal electric shocks, targeting low-threat individuals or potential hostages, and coldly calculated lethal eliminations for those wielding heavy weaponry or resisting vigorously, were executed with chilling precision. They operated with the silence of machines and the efficiency of harbingers of death. In a dimly lit basement, a small-time drug dealer huddled in fear, trembling as he witnessed a soldier dismantle their safe with a peculiar tool, effortlessly extracting cash and ledgers while completely disregarding his presence. The wailing alarm of Fisk Tower echoed through the air, but was swiftly incapacitated by an electromagnetic pulse. A colossal fist of Kingpin smashed down upon an expensive mahogany desk, splintering it into fragments. Who dares? The military? Or that madman Stark? He bellowed, seizing an encrypted phone only to be met with incessant busy signals. Rushing to the window, he caught sight of an essential armory guard point across the street being silently obliterated by a descending laser. His once proud defenses felt as fragile as paper against these unknown adversaries. For the first time, disbelief and terror flickered in his eyes. This was no police action, no vigilante justice. It was war, a one-sided massacre. Grabbing a shotgun from beneath the desk, he roared like a cornered beast, "Rally, everyone! Hold your ground!" Before he could finish, the heavy, bulletproof door of his office was blasted open by a Gauss rifle. Two soldiers, resembling harbingers of death in black, appeared in the doorway. Their cold muzzles aimed directly at him. No words were exchanged, only an overwhelming sense of oppression. Meanwhile, Matt futilely leaped across rooftops, attempting to pinpoint the source of the assault and halt the precise, lethal onslaught. But what could he do? His bat could not reach targets thousands of meters high. His senses were assaulted by the omnipresent, chilling hum of machinery and the efficient sounds of slaughter emanating from below, pushing him to the brink of collapse. He saved a child nearly struck by stray gunfire, sheltering him in a relatively safe corner, yet facing the iron tide sweeping through the entire block. He felt an unprecedented insignificance and helplessness. This was not the combat he knew. As the first pale rays of dawn struggled to pierce the fog over Hell's Kitchen, the sounds of gunfire and explosions had long ceased. Only the faint noises of the Giants' squad efficiently searching for remnants and recovering evidence could be heard. The streets were eerily clean, no bodies strewn about, no burning vehicles. Just the lingering stench in the air, a faint charred odor, and some inexplicable scorch marks or holes on the ground. Old Zhang cautiously opened a roll-down door of his noodle shop, just a crack, stunned to see neatly uniformed individuals cleaning the streets. Several armed soldiers, appearing remarkably disciplined, stood guard at the intersection. The once vagrant thugs and brutal enforcers had vanished. An uncanny sense of order, one he had not felt in decades, enveloped Hell's Kitchen. In the decimated upper office of Fisk Tower, Kingpin's immense form lay beside his beloved, colossal granite globe, an emblem of his power. The sculpture collapsed, striking his lower body with devastating force. Though he clung to life, blood oozed from his mouth and nose. His gaze vacant, rife with despair and sheer terror. His once mighty hand, capable of crushing countless adversaries' throats, lay limply upon the cold floor. In mere hours, his vast empire had been utterly obliterated. Soldiers busily erected a cordon and marked the scene, paying him no heed, as if he were merely a piece of discarded debris. In the command center, Sophia observed the final area designated as cleared and under control, issuing orders with a calm demeanor. She instructed the media department to release the press statement, titled, "The Titan Group collaborates with the New York police to successfully eliminate major community safety hazards in Hell's Kitchen." The content emphasized our provision of advanced technological support and professional security assistance. Elijah received the briefing on the operation's completion in his office. A cursory glance revealed the highlights: confirmation of the elimination of Wilson Fisk and our complete lack of casualties, prompting a satisfied nod. Wilson Fisk, a terror to the ordinary citizen, a monstrous embodiment of strength and brutality, reigning over Hell's Kitchen. His muscles, forged from sheer violence, could crush skulls with ease. The criminal empire he built rendered law enforcement powerless. His will was as unyielding as granite, dominating this chaotic realm. Yet, in the eyes of Elijah Adams, what was Fisk in the face of the Titan Group's transcendent war machine? Merely a robust primitive, wielding a club. The city housing the Titan Group's headquarters had no need for these buzzing, bothersome flies. Least of all for a self-proclaimed underground king to tarnish its environment. The filth of Hell's Kitchen was efficiently eradicated, akin to a successful disinfection, restoring the area to a state of cleanliness and order that met Titan standards. This was but a necessary maintenance operation within his grand blueprint to uphold the tidiness of core territories. As for Fisk's trivial legacy and the potential power vacuum on the streets, naturally, There would be order enforcers arranged by Titan to ensure a smooth transition that aligned with the company's interests and the city's image. With a flick of his hand, Elijah signed off on the electronic briefing, indicating that he had read it, and swiftly moved the document aside. His gaze did not linger, immediately focusing on the next file awaiting his attention. It was the preliminary analysis report on the physiological responses of the Guardian serum under extreme deep space environmental simulations. Chapter 9. The Marvel year time flowed swiftly. Elijah Adams had just celebrated his 28th birthday when the calendar turned to 2008. A year destined to be extraordinary in the Marvel universe. The world was quietly becoming more perilous, with signs of various extraordinary events beginning to manifest. Fortunately, at this moment, the pivotal figure igniting all these events, Tony Stark, continues to embody his charming yet infuriating playboy persona. Elijah cannot precisely predict when he will venture to the Middle East, when he will be kidnapped, or when he will metamorphose into Iron Man. Yet that moment is drawing near. Elijah's feelings towards Tony Stark are intricate. The remnants of his past life as a Marvel enthusiast imbue him with a particular attentiveness towards this nascent hero. Their initial encounter transpired during a tedious defense meeting at the Pentagon. Amidst a sea of stern, old-fashioned military officers, Tony's flamboyance, sharp tongue, and palpable impatience stood in stark contrast. Elijah observed Tony's performance with a detached gaze, all the while discreetly securing a substantial order from the meeting. To his surprise, Tony did not express anger over the order being snatched away. Instead, he approached Elijah with enthusiasm to discuss technology. Elijah found himself genuinely intrigued by Tony's imaginative patents and ideas, leading them to gradually become, in a sense, friends. Tony even extended an invitation to Elijah to attend his renowned soiree, filled with models and fine wine. Regarding the imminent kidnapping incident that Tony would face in the Middle East, Elijah does not intend to intervene. The rationale is quite pragmatic. This abduction serves as the catalyst for Tony's transformation. Without it, the irreverent genius may never awaken to become Iron Man, and the world would be deprived of a critically important hero. Furthermore, one of Elijah's greatest advantages lies in his understanding of pivotal moments in the future. Altering Tony's fate could trigger unpredictable repercussions, spiraling the future into chaos. For someone as controlling as Elijah, the risk is too great. Even with his superhuman abilities, his core principle of survival remains. It is better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Unwarranted interference might invite unwelcome complications. Nevertheless, he does not remain entirely passive. Elijah resolves to deploy a swarm of drone bees to conduct covert surveillance on Tony's upcoming weapons demonstration in the Middle East. His orders are unequivocal. Ensure the events unfold as scripted. Allow the kidnapping to occur, facilitating Tony's entry into that cave. Should any significant deviations arise, such as the kidnappers intending to execute Tony outright, or any unforeseen lethal threats, he will intervene immediately, sparing no effort to rescue him. Even if this means the potential stillbirth of Iron Man, it is preferable to the complete loss of this hero within the Marvel Universe. While safeguarding the core narrative trajectory, Elijah is willing to shoulder a minor insurance risk. Seated in the penthouse office of the Giantess headquarters, his gaze sweeps across the surveillance screens displaying the strongholds of the terrorists, his expression calm and undisturbed. The wheels of history are slowly grinding along the path etched in his memory, and he stands as the sole observer and potential rectifier. As the year 2008 unfolded, a fundamental question lingered in the mind of Elijah Adams. To which branch of the Marvel Universe did he truly belong? The framework of the cinematic universe appeared to align most closely with the trajectory of the world as observed, where the timeline and technological advancements seemed relatively normal. Yet, he was acutely aware of the existence of mutants, which contradicted earlier narratives. On the other hand, his meticulously vigilant surveillance network had yet to uncover any traces of cosmic entities, thereby ruling out certain possibilities of a merged universe. The clues were scant, and the world's visage remained insufficiently revealed. Was it a parallel cinematic universe? Or perhaps a simplified version of the primary comic universe, 616? Or could it be an undocumented branch altogether? Elijah found himself unable to ascertain the truth. He could only proceed like a cautious explorer, traversing through the mists, piecing together the authentic contours of this world from the fragments at his disposal. As his fingers unconsciously tapped against the desk, lost in contemplation of the world's essence, The office door swung open. His assistant, Sophia, entered with a purposeful stride, a tactical tablet in hand. "Boss, 3 matters," she announced, her voice shattering the silence and efficiently cutting to the chase. First, regarding the follow-up on the recent community cleanup. The public feedback results are in, and the media manipulation was exceptionally successful. Both the local mainstream media and our control channels are singing praises, with over 90% of surveyed citizens expressing profound appreciation for the exceptional contributions of the Titan Group towards community safety. A hint of sardonic amusement graced her lips, suggesting that a clean environment was favored over chaotic liberty. As expected, Elijah did not lift his gaze, responding in a flat tone. Manipulating public opinion was indeed the forte of the Titan Public Relations Department, especially given that Hell's Kitchen itself instilled fear and disgust among New Yorkers. Second, Sophia swiped her tablet. The target, Lester, a small fish who slipped through the net. Our tracking team, in conjunction with the aerial drone swarm, has pinpointed his location at an abandoned dock in Brooklyn. The fellow was quite slippery. It seemed he sensed something amiss. At the moment the drones locked onto him, he ironically raised his hand in what appeared to be a gesture of surrender. She let out a brief, amused laugh. Unfortunately, the directive was to eliminate residual threats. The crossfire from 3 drones covered him in 0.5 seconds. On-site confirmation. The target has been physically disintegrated into non-standard human tissue. The footage has been archived. His surrendering pose was rather theatrical. She expressed no concern for the fate of such minor characters. It was dealt with efficiently. Elijah was solely focused on the outcome. A threat of Lester's caliber was simply crushed without hesitation. Sophia's expression shifted to seriousness as she opened the last starred report on her tablet. Lastly, and most importantly, the final confirmation report from the Mars orbital, issued by the God of Fire Assembly Base, has arrived. The maiden ship, the Hyperion, has been completed. This announcement instantly captured Elijah's attention, and his fingers, which had been rhythmically tapping the table, ceased their movement. Sophia continued her report, her tone imbued with a barely perceptible excitement. Although the main engine's final output has only reached 92 of the design specifications, all other systems, including the ship structure, energy core, non-propulsive components, weapons platforms, close defense and secondary main guns, life support systems, detection arrays, and command linkages, have successfully passed all factory tests, with performance meeting or even exceeding expectations in some aspects. The engineering department has assessed that the ship's platform is now ready for mass production. The engine issue has been designated as a top priority project for resolution. Hyperion. Elijah murmured the name that embodies the ambition of reaching the stars and the vast oceans of space. The completion of the maiden ship signifies a momentous leap for the Titan Space Fleet program, transitioning from blueprints and laboratories into a new era of tangible construction. The minor flaws in the engine are but a natural part of technological advancement, yet this crucial step has been firmly taken. The God of Fire, a colossal structure suspended in Martian orbit, serves as the cornerstone of Titan's aspirations towards the cosmos, embodying the most pivotal and unyielding secret of Elijah's ambition. To securely entrench this secret within the depths of space, the God of Fire base employs the most stringent confidentiality strategies. Over 90 of the personnel within the base are not human. They are highly specialized engineering robots, designed and manufactured by Titan itself. They are silent, efficient, and utterly loyal, devoid of thought, executing only the programmed tasks of construction, maintenance, and assembly. The remaining less than 10 consist of seasoned core engineers, akin to family members, who have been tested over decades, alongside technical elites personally selected by Elijah, deeply intertwined with the fate of the Adams family. Their loyalty has been subjected to the harshest scrutiny and binding interests. The journey towards the stars and oceans is far from an overnight endeavor. Since the inception of Titan, space exploration has been prioritized above all else. This path has been paved with vast resources and extensive time, beginning with the design and manufacture of small orbital shuttles to accumulate experience and validate foundational technologies. The construction of large unmanned cargo ships has facilitated transportation between the Earth and the Moon, as well as between Earth and Mars, laying the logistical groundwork for grander space endeavors. Modular components, engineering robots, and core personnel have been transported via cargo ships, progressively assembling the God of Fire assembly base in Martian orbit akin to building with blocks. This has been a long and arduous process, with each launch carrying immense risks and hopes. Titan's deep space mining teams have long been active in the asteroid belt and near-Earth objects. The vast resources required for constructing the God of Fire base and the Hyperion are predominantly sourced not from Earth, but rather extracted from the frigid meteorites, mineral-rich near-Earth asteroids, and even the mineral veins on Martian moons. This significantly alleviated the pressure on Earth's transportation and embodied Elijah's vision of harnessing cosmic resources for the development of the universe. Today, the Mars base operates tirelessly, and the colossal vessel, the Hyperion, has already taken shape within it. Reflecting on this arduous journey, which commenced from nothing and has been painstakingly paved through the depths of space, Elijah felt little sentimentality, only a chilling affirmation. The Titan has finally secured its first, and most crucial, ticket to the stars and the vast ocean beyond. The foundational elements supporting the interstellar fleet, technological accumulation, resource channels, confidentiality systems, and construction capabilities have now crystallized. The minor imperfections in the engines are but pebbles to be crushed on the path ahead. The true expedition has only just begun. Chapter 10. Expansion Sophia. How many employees does our company currently have? Elijah's gaze shifted from the star map to his assistant. Sophia promptly retrieved the data. Boss, as of this week globally, excluding any engineering combat robots and cores, the total number of direct employees of Titan Group stands at 350,872. This figure encompasses all departments, including research and development, production, security, administration, logistics, medical, education, internal training academy, deep space mining teams, and the maintenance of various bases. She paused momentarily before adding, if we factor in outsourced collaborators and affiliated supply chains, the indirect employment exceeds 3 million. Is our workforce sufficient? Elijah inquired, his tone composed, though Sophia was aware that he already possessed the answer in his mind. Far from it, boss. Sophia responded decisively, carrying the weight of long-standing pressure from a human resources department. The HR director, regional heads, and key laboratory supervisors submit urgent reports to me or directly to you. Almost weekly. The expansion of the Mars base, the third clinical phase of the Guardian Serum, requires a substantial number of subjects and medical personnel. The newly added 3 Beehive production lines demand skilled technicians. The Deep Space Talent Academy seeks top-tier educators, and every project at the Lunar Farside Outpost. The Moon Palace base is ravenously consuming human resources. Current employees are generally operating an overload, and the turnover rate is slowly but steadily rising. The HR department has repeatedly warned that without recruitment expansion, the progress of several critical projects will face severe delays, and there exists a risk of significant accidents due to fatigue. She looked at Elijah. Your previous directive has always been to maintain scale and expand cautiously, to avoid overstimulating the nerves of various governments and potential adversaries, thus provoking unnecessary apprehension and antitrust investigations. Elijah's fingers lightly tapped the smooth surface of the table twice, producing a crisp sound. A glint of resolve flashed in his eyes, as earlier concerns were supplanted by a greater necessity and a heightened sense of urgency. The times have changed, Sophia. His voice was steady, imbued with undeniable authority. The previous restrictions are hereby lifted. From this moment forth, Titan Group shall enter a phase of comprehensive strategic expansion. Sophia's spirits surged as she promptly retrieved her memorandum to prepare for recording. Elijah articulated his directives with clarity. All projects that had received approval from the Strategic Committee, identified as priority, strategic core, and essential, high-growth key support, had their manpower requirements fully greenlit. The Human Resources Department devised a phased, region-specific recruitment plan based on project priorities and urgency. Strict controls were enforced at the entry point, with loyalty paramount. Expansion does not equate to relaxation of vigilance. Every new employee, regardless of their position, must undergo comprehensive screening via a truth-seeking neural eye detector prior to onboarding. Elijah's tone was grave. This cutting-edge device, developed by the Titan Biotech Department, utilizes neural signal analysis and microexpression monitoring, combined with an extensive database, to achieve a high identification rate for lies and potential threats. The screening focused on backgrounds of espionage, external influence, excessive interest in the company's core secrets, questionable loyalty. and potential psychological issues or significant moral deficiencies. The screening process was directly overseen by the security department, with results accessible only to those with the highest level of authority. Background checks were elevated to the highest tier, encompassing all social relationships, economic transactions, and digital footprints from the past decade. The Insight system led the analysis, with manual verification by the security department. A hierarchical permission system was established. New employees would begin with minimal access, and any engagement with sensitive information would require stringent reviews and performance evaluations during their probationary period. Concurrently, employee benefits and loyalty binding programs would be enhanced. Compensation would remain at a global pinnacle, offering the most generous medical coverage, family relocation and education support, special allowances for deep space explorers, and substantial equity dividend incentives based on contributions and confidentiality tenure. The internal training system, Deep Space Academy, was set for accelerated expansion, aimed not only at cultivating new employees, but also at swiftly enhancing the capabilities of existing core staff to satisfy the new project's demand for multifaceted talents. Get to work immediately. Draft a global recruitment notice and internal announcement outlining the new policies, Elijah emphasized. I want to see critical position vacancies effectively filled within 3 months and a significant alleviation of personnel strain within 6 months. The Titan's progress must not be impeded by mere manpower. Understood, boss. I will promptly coordinate with HR, security, and PR departments to initiate. Sophia responded decisively, her fingers dancing across the tablet. Also, Elijah called her back. Connect me to Eric, the head of the Fire God base, through a secure line. Inform him that I will be online in 10 minutes to discuss the Hyperion S engine and our next target in deep space. Sophia nodded, yes, boss. The line will be ready immediately. As Sophia swiftly exited the office, an intangible command instantaneously activated a critical valve within the colossal machinery of Titan Group. An unprecedented recruitment storm, sweeping across the global talent market, was about to unfold under the rigorous scrutiny of absolute loyalty. The tentacles of the colossal deity will delve deeper into every corner of human society, infusing its ambition to conquer the stars with a surging, controlled torrent of human labor and intellect. Meanwhile, Eric, the head of the Mars base, is poised to receive new directives concerning the future of deep space from the highest echelons of Earth's authority. Moments later, Elijah finds himself seated at his desk. A serene blue holographic beam ignites, outlining the image of Eric, the Mars base commander, clad in the gray jumpsuit of a base engineer. His slightly disheveled hair contrasts with his keen, focused gaze set against the backdrop of the vast, rust-red arc of Mars and the faintly discernible structure of the spacecraft beyond the immense observation window. Hello, boss. Eric's voice resonates through the encrypted channel, imbued with a distinct electronic timbre characteristic of space bases. Elijah, it has been a while, he replies with a slight nod. How have you fared on Mars for the past 2 years? Are your wife and children adjusting well? A rare note of concern for his former subordinate laces his tone. Thank you for your concern, boss, Eric responds, a genuine smile illuminating his face. Life at the base has been fulfilling. The children receive an excellent education and immersive simulations. Janet is currently overseeing the base's ecological garden project, and she absolutely loves it. As for me, his eyes suddenly ignite with the fervor of a technological enthusiast. To physically interact with a creation like the Hyperion is an unparalleled experience each day. Elijah chuckles. I knew you would say that. I have reviewed the final report on the Hyperion. Aside from the engine, everything else is nothing short of perfection. What is the current status of the engine development? Eric's demeanor shifts immediately to seriousness. Boss, the engine team is conducting round-the-clock testing. The challenge lies in the stability of the superconducting material S microstructure under sustained high-energy output. We are experimenting with the newly analyzed design for the reactor's cooling matrix and anticipate boosting output to 95 within 3 months, with hopes of exceeding 98 within 6 months. Achieving the ultimate 100 will require breakthroughs in material science, which may necessitate a longer time frame. That is acceptable. A Hyperion operating at 95 capacity would possess the strategic delivery capabilities and firepower projections sufficient to alter the power dynamics within the Earth-Moon-Mars triangle. Elijah affirms the progress, then shifts his tone, his gaze becoming profoundly introspective. Eric, the Hyperion is merely the beginning. It is not meant to be a solitary vessel. It should serve as the flagship and cornerstone of the colossal deity Galactic Fleet. Galactic Fleet? Eric gasps, though he had anticipated such a vision. Hearing it articulated by his superior still leaves him astounded. Indeed, Elijah's virtual image seems to pierce through the distance, locking eyes with Eric. We require a comprehensive fleet capable of executing deterrence, power projection, resource assurance, and deep space exploration within a galaxy and, in the future, across interstellar realms. This necessitates a systematic construction, encompassing more than mere warships. He refrains from enumerating specifics, instead painting a vivid picture of the envisioned blueprint with his words. The Hyperion-class battleship stands as the backbone and intellect of the fleet. Its formidable shields serve as armor, while the heavy magnetic railgun, infused with the essence of alien technology, functions as its iron fist. The sensor array, spanning half a galaxy, acts as its eyes. We require its presence at the helm, commanding the battlefield. The lead ship, Hyperion, is a trailblazer. Its experiences must be swiftly forged into the keel of the second vessel. I demand to see the blueprints of the second ship sprawled across your design table the moment the engines meet specifications. The Swarm-class corvette. Elijah's eyes flickered with the shadow of a hive's efficient slaughter. Consider our worker bees, Eric. Let's transfer this collective intelligence into the cosmos. We need a multitude of agile, swift, and cost-effective small vessels. They will function like worker bees encircling a hive, tasked with driving away encroaching flies, small enemy ships, missiles, executing rapid reconnaissance, and weaving a death net with dense point defense fire and light torpedoes to safeguard the capital ships. Based on the mature platform of the worker bee, I want to see the first batch of swarms lined up in your docks within a year. The Pioneer-class engineering mothership. Our fleet must not become a kite with severed strings, Eric. Elijah's tone bore the weight of profound consideration. We require mobile nests and factories. A vessel capable of accommodating small docks, refining ores, and even 3D printing spare parts. It will serve as the nurturing mother of our fleet's expeditions, the seed from which we will take root in deep space. Combining your experience in constructing the Fire God, I expect to see its keel lay beyond the gravitational field of Mars within 2 years. The Messenger-class high-speed reconnaissance ship. These phantoms flit through the shadows of the starry sea. Elijah's voice lowered. Exceptional speed, absolute stealth. They will be responsible for gathering intelligence, transmitting top-secret information, and discerning the enemy's hand before the main fleet arrives. This will necessitate close collaboration with the Jump Engine Project team, ensuring that speed becomes our sharpest blade. Moreover, Elijah continued, his gaze fixed on the vast observation window behind Eric, as though peering into the abyss beyond. The support for this fleet extends beyond the warships themselves. The Fire God base must continue to grow, its docks nurturing more steel behemoths simultaneously. The Tiangong outpost on the far side of the moon must be illuminated promptly, serving as our gateway and springboard within the Earth-Moon system. Along deep space routes, automated supply stations must be preemptively established, akin to oases in a desert. And he emphasized, a fleet requires competent captains and crew. The Titan Fleet Command Academy must be urgently established in orbit or within the Fire God. We cannot allow a cadre of novices to wield these stellar blades. Eric felt a surge of excitement, the blueprints rapidly materializing in his mind into a formidable steel array traversing the cosmic sea. Yet, as an engineer, he was acutely aware of the stark realities. Boss, the blueprints are magnificent. To transform steel into a starship, time and a furnace are paramount. The current bottleneck of Vulcan lies in the printing speed of large components and the vexing supply of superconducting materials. The dock is sufficiently spacious, yet the furnace's throughput fails to keep pace. Therefore, let's shatter this bottleneck. Elijah's response was resolute. The plan? To construct 2 large zero-gravity furnace modules, utilizing the rich ores from the asteroid belt for on-site smelting and printing, thus eliminating transportation. Accelerate the extraction of rhenium and niobium from the asteroid belt. Optimize the workflow of the engineering robots to the utmost. With resources in place, expansion can be completed within 6 months. Approved. Sophia will grant you the highest authority to allocate all necessary resources. Elijah did not hesitate for a moment. Eric, the fleet is not a mere model. It requires fangs and must rapidly attain combat readiness. As Eric listened to this ambitious and feasible plan, a flame of excitement ignited in his eyes. The fervor of an engineer facing the ultimate challenge. He straightened his posture, his voice firm. Understood, boss. The entire team at Vulcan Base will give their utmost effort. The blueprint is clear, resources are in place. We will undoubtedly deliver the fleet on time. I believe in your capabilities, Eric. Elijah concluded, stating that the day the fleet takes shape, the gaze of the Titan can truly turn beyond the solar system. Go to work. Let the Martian orbit become the starting point of our stellar journey. The holographic image dimmed. Elijah leaned back in his chair, and the office was left with only the low hum of the climate control system. In the distant Martian orbit, Vulcan Base seemed to be injected with a surge of energy as countless engineering robots shifted to new directives. In the vast dock, the space reserved for the Hyperion II seemed to pulsate with the promise of a future steel behemoth. The Titan's galactic fleet officially entered its countdown. Chapter 11. Tony Stark. The sea breeze of Malibu, Los Angeles, carried its distinctive salinity and languor, caressing the iconic futuristic mansion perched on the cliff. The thunderous electronic music and the roar of voices threatened to lift the roof as young men and women swayed by the poolside. The air thick with the scents of fine champagne, expensive perfumes, and hormones. This was the realm of Tony Stark, an unceasing carnival. In stark contrast to this revelry was the unexpectedly lively private coastal road in front of the mansion. A luxurious sports car was being awkwardly guided to the side by several uniformed security personnel, clearing space for the impending uninvited guest. The roar of the engine did not emanate from a sports car, but rather descended from the sky. A sleek private jet, cloaked in a deep matte black finish and possessing an undeniably futuristic design, descended vertically onto the recently vacated road with a grace and precision that belied its substantial size. It lacked the traditional jet engine's fiery exhaust and deafening noise, replaced instead by a deep, steady hum, as if resonating from the depths of the earth. The faint blue glow of the anti-gravity engines illuminated beneath the fuselage and wingtips, as the landing gear made a silent contact with the ground, barely stirring up any dust. Tony Stark, clutching a glass of wine and surrounded by several models on the terrace of his lavish mansion, was instantly captivated by the imposing descent. He brushed aside the beauties beside him and strode to the railing, his face adorned with a signature expression that blended astonishment, admiration, and a hint of annoyance at this audacious arrival. The cabin door slid open without a sound, and the staircase descended. The figure of Elijah Adams emerged at the entrance, clad in a flawlessly tailored dark casual suit, starkly contrasting with the raucous party below. He descended the staircase with measured steps, the sound of his polished shoes striking the asphalt resonating clearly. Tony crossed his arms, observing the approaching Elijah with a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Wow, look who it is. Did the FAA not hit you with a hefty fine? Or has the giant purchased this roadway? He gestured extravagantly. I thought my entrance was ostentatious enough, but lo and behold, Adams, you've outdone me. He took a few steps closer, his eyes shimmering with the engineer's characteristic greed. Fixated on the aircraft. That engine is magnificent. What's the asking price? I trade shares of Stark Industries 5 for it. Elijah stood before Tony, his expression neutral, yet a glint of mockery danced in his eyes. Shares? I have little interest in numerical games. He purposefully paused, his gaze sweeping over the group of curious women behind Tony, before landing precisely on Pepper Potts, who was coordinating the party not far away. If you could lend me Pepper as an assistant for engine technology, you can have it, complete with a complimentary research manual. Tony's smile froze instantly, and he leaped back as if his tail had been stepped on. Not a chance. You could go to hell right now, immediately. He exaggeratedly rolled his eyes, as if deeply affronted, but someone as familiar with him as Elijah could see the fleeting seriousness in his gaze. Pepper was his absolute no-go zone. TSK, how stingy. Elijah shrugged, his tone light, as if he had merely made a harmless jest. Aren't you going to invite me inside? Or do you plan to let me admire your, art collection on the road? He cast a pointed glance towards the pool. Coming in, big boss. Tony turned with feigned annoyance, but still stepped aside to allow passage. Don't scare my guests. They're not as hardcore as you. Stepping into the brightly lit, music-thumping living room, the suave and magnetic voice of the intelligent butler, Jarvis, immediately filled the air. Good evening, Mr. Adams. Welcome to Mr. Stark's residence. Would you like me to prepare a drink for you? Thank you, Jarvis. You remain ever so courteous, untainted by certain individuals, Elijah remarked to the air, his tone laced with genuine admiration, while casting a glance at Tony, who had once again begun to flirt with the women nearby. Thank you for your compliments, Mr. Adams. Maintaining decorum and efficiency is the quintessential duty of a butler. Jarvis's response remained impeccably composed. Just then, Tony strolled back with a glass of wine. Overhearing the conversation, he interjected immediately. Hey, Jarvis is mine. Spare me your pretense. He turned to Elijah, offering a glass of amber liquid. Honestly, what has prompted you to grace us with your presence? I recall you declining my party invitation. How many times has it been, Jarvis? According to records, Mr. Adams has previously declined your formal and informal party invitations a total of 32 times, Jarvis replied coolly. Listen to that. 32 times. Tony exaggeratedly raised his fingers. I was beginning to think my parties were unworthy of a titan like you, the master of a colossal corporation. What brings you here this time? A pang of conscience? Or has the corporation finally gone bankrupt, necessitating a visit for food and drink? His biting tongue remained, yet curiosity glimmered in his eyes. Elijah accepted the wine glass. Taking a delicate sip, his gaze sweeping over the throngs of people in the hall, swaying to the music, his tone as flat as discussing the weather. A balance of work and leisure, Tony. Even the most formidable of bosses need to occasionally unwind. Look at this vibrancy. It's rather intriguing. His response was evasive. Huh, a balance of work and leisure? How novel to hear that from you. Tony leaned in a bit closer, a smirk of pride crossing his face. But your timing is impeccable. I must embark on a business trip tomorrow, heading to that sweltering hellhole where even flies disdain the heat for 3 or 4 days. Miss today, and you'll need an appointment to behold the brilliance of this genius next time. Elijah understood perfectly, though his expression remained inscrutable, merely raising an eyebrow with a hint of a mischievous smile. Oh, the Middle East? I had thought this was your farewell to the life of a playboy. A last hurrah before stepping into the grave of matrimony. Uffed. Tony nearly spewed his drink. Marriage? A grave? Hey, mind your words, Adams. Do not tarnish my pure pursuit of freedom and, beauty, he vehemently retorted, casually pouring himself another glass with effortless grace. All right. Tony seemed to deem the topic unsuitable for further exploration, clapping Elijah on the shoulder with considerable force. Since you're here, remove that S.H.I.E.L.D of the chairman of a colossal corporation. Immerse yourself. Enjoy the music. Relish the fine wine. Enjoy well, you know. He gestured toward several stunning women dancing in the vicinity. Don't stand there like a wooden post. You'll make my guests think a tax auditor has arrived. At the sight of Tony's eager expression urging him to let loose, Elijah's lips curved into a rare, genuine smile. He shed his tailored suit jacket, draping it over a nearby bar stool, and unfastened the top 2 buttons of his shirt, revealing his sharply defined collarbones. As you wish, Mr. Libertine. Elijah raised his glass, a glint of challenge sparkling in his eyes. However, before indulging in freedom, shall we first compare who shall retire first this evening? He shook the wine glass in his hand, his gaze fixed squarely on Tony. Instantly, a spark ignited in Tony's eyes, his competitive spirit fully awakened. Huh, is that all you've got, Adams? You are merely courting humiliation. Jarvis, bring forth 2 bottles of the finest. Tonight, I shall demonstrate to this master of the cosmos what true masculinity in drinking entails. He laughed heartily, raising his glass in response. The 2 men, each reigning in their respective realms, clinked their glasses together amidst the deafening music and ethereal lights. Thus commenced a battle of drinking prowess at Tony Stark's raucous soiree. Beneath the revelry, however, a covert mission concerning Tony's trip to the Middle East had been quietly set in motion. Chapter 12. Covert invasion. The party, akin to a deflated balloon, finally succumbed to exhaustion by 3 in the morning. The blaring music ceased, leaving only the sounds of gentle snoring and the rhythmic lapping of pool water against the shore. Elijah stood amidst the disarray, devoid of even a trace of inebriation. His superhuman constitution had liberated him from the clutches of drunkenness. Tony Stark lay sprawled on the large sofa by the pool, cradling an empty wine bottle, utterly oblivious to his surroundings. Elijah's acute hearing captured the incoherent mumblings of Tony, intermittently cursing his own name, indicating that the meticulously arranged twin plan for the night had utterly unraveled. Elijah picked up his coat, preparing to depart, when Pepper Potts approached, wrapped in a soft blanket. She tenderly draped the blanket over Tony, carefully extricating the empty bottle from his grasp, as though tending to a willful child. Once she had completed her task, Pepper turned to Elijah, a weary smile gracing her features. Tony's capacity for alcohol is indeed formidable. If you can bring him to such a state, it seems you are determined to surpass him in every aspect. Her tone bore a hint of resignation mixed with playful jest. Apologies, Pepper, Elijah replied with a smile. Causing your future boyfriend to reach this state has surely burdened you. Future boyfriend? Pepper's smile took on a bittersweet hue as she shook her head. Him? Forget it. A wayward soul, ever charging forward, never glancing back at the shore. Her gaze lingered on Tony's sleeping face, infused with complex emotions. You will look back, Elijah asserted with conviction, also glancing at Tony. I can see that he possesses a profound sense of responsibility within him. However, growth requires time, or perhaps a catalyst. His words bore deeper meaning. You're the only one who still holds that faith in him, Pepper sighed. The camaraderie among you men is truly peculiar, yet robust. Indeed, Elijah refrained from commenting further. To be honest, I am quite optimistic about the two of you. He pivoted the conversation with sincerity. You see, I nearly lost my composure today, eager to vie for your affection. My invitation remains perpetually valid. Pepper, it is not merely an assistant's position, but that of the Titan. He extends the olive branch once more. This time, Pepper's smile radiates with greater clarity, imbued with gratitude and determination. Thank you for your trust, Mr. Adams. But I have no intentions of departing from here just yet. She politely declines. Elijah chuckles lightly, tinged with genuine envy. Tony truly is fortunate. He deftly dons his coat. I'm heading back to New York. When Tony returns from that sweltering oven in the Middle East, I'll have him bring you along. I shall personally prepare my finest Chinese dishes for you. He extends the invitation. Pepper's eyes glimmer with anticipation. I shall begin to look forward to it, Mr. Adams. Call me Elijah. He corrects. We are friends now, are we not? Very well. Elijah, Pepper concedes gracefully, her smile warming further. Shall we meet in New York then? Absolutely. If you ever need assistance, don't hesitate to call me. Elijah gestures as if dialing a phone, before turning towards the black aircraft that rests quietly in the center of the road. The cabin door slides open silently, and he steps inside. The azure glow beneath the aircraft illuminates once more, accompanied by a low hum, as the massive body ascends gracefully and swiftly into the night sky of Los Angeles, transforming into a streak of light that pierces the darkness, racing towards the East Coast. Pepper stands at the grand entrance, watching as the radiant streak vanishes from sight, the night breeze caressing her hair. She adjusts her coat and turns back to the disheveled party scene, her gaze settling on the inventor, swathed in a blanket, sleeping like a child on the sofa. She approaches and gently covers him with the blanket that had slipped away. Within the aircraft, the only sounds are the subtle hum of the climate control system and the faint glow of Elijah perusing electronic documents. The cacophony of Los Angeles is now hundreds of kilometers away. In a mere half-hour flight, he has ample time to address several reports concerning the enhancement of asteroid belt mining station capacities. Suddenly, a communication request from the cockpit illuminates the desk. Speak. Elijah replies without lifting his gaze. Sir, the Titan space station has issued an urgent report. An unidentified high-speed aircraft is trailing us, 120 kilometers behind. It is continuously emitting high-energy, scanning beams of an unknown type, not resembling any known Earth aircraft. Elijah's demeanor sharpens instantly. He closes the document, swivels his chair, and his eyes, deep with focus, penetrate the cabin walls and the vast emptiness beyond. Over 100 kilometers away, a distorted, disc-shaped vessel, coated in a dark green non-reflective surface, comes into clear view. More critically, within the ship, a dozen or so life forms that appear humanoid exhibit skeletal structures, internal organ arrangements, and even energy flow patterns that are utterly dissimilar to Earth's biological entities. Disguise? Extraterrestrial visitors? Quite audacious indeed. Reduce speed, maintain course, and observe their intentions. Elijah's voice was calm and unwavering, devoid of any hint of tension. Yes, reducing speed now. The pilot responded without hesitation. The deep rumble of the Titan's engine shifted slightly, and its velocity plummeted. The unidentified spacecraft, evidently caught off guard by the sudden deceleration of its target, swiftly closed the distance. When the gap between them shrank to less than a kilometer, the unknown vessel ceased its acceleration, maintaining a perilous parallel distance. Boss, the opponent has released a high-intensity tractor beam. Energy readings are extremely high. They are attempting to capture our ship. Should we initiate defensive countermeasures? The voice from the cockpit was tinged with excitement, yet predominantly focused on the confirmation of orders. Abduction? A cold smirk curled at the corners of Elijah's lips. Who dares to lay hands on the helmsman of the Titan? It appeared that some cosmic neighbors were in dire need of a lesson in the local customs. Leave no survivors. Elijah uttered these 3 words with a casual nonchalance, yet they set a brutal tone for the impending skirmish. Not extermination, nor expulsion, but capture. The moment the order was issued, a pale blue energy ripple suddenly illuminated the surface of the Titan. The compact halo energy shield activated instantly, forcefully repelling the binding tractor beam as effortlessly as a raindrop sliding off a lotus leaf. Concurrently, several inconspicuous hatches beneath the ship opened silently. Without preheating or warning, dozens of silvery beams of light erupted forth like an enraged swarm of bees, accelerating at speeds far surpassing any Earth fighter jet. They were the worker bee drones. They traced deadly arcs through the vacuum, swiftly enveloping the unidentified spacecraft. The unknown vessel, clearly taken aback by this sudden counterattack, hastily fired a few pulse beams. However, the maneuverability of the worker bees was astonishing. They evaded the projectiles with ghostly ease. Simultaneously, the crimson single-eyed sensor at the front locked onto the ship's engine exhaust, weapons array, and suspected hatch locations. No shots were fired. Elijah's command was to leave a survivor. Instead, a more precise and ruthless assault commenced. Several worker bees extended their high-frequency cutting lasers, slicing through the ship's hull with the precision of a surgeon's scalpel. The sturdy dark green armor, which could withstand battleship alloys, was severed with silent ease as if it were butter under a hot knife. Meanwhile, other worker bees unleashed powerful electromagnetic pulses, instantly incapacitating all unprotected electronic devices within the ship. The internal lights flickered out, and the glow from the engine exhaust dimmed. No, it's impossible. Inside the vessel, the leader of the Skrull reconnaissance team, disguised as a human, stared in horror at the suddenly darkened screens and the white reapers outside, gnawing at the ship's exterior. The skirmish, if one could even call it that, concluded in less than 10 seconds. The unidentified spacecraft has utterly lost its propulsion and ability to resist. Its hull punctured by several gaping wounds, exposing its interior to the frigid heights of the atmosphere. A few worker bees hover like cold wardens at the breaches, utilizing mechanical arms to drag the Skrull vessel, their crimson single eye fixated on the terrified life forms within. At this moment, from the distant lunar orbit, a faint glow rapidly intensifies. A vessel significantly larger than the worker bees, the prototype frigate Grim Reaper, adorned in robust dark gray armor with sharp, angular lines, leaps to the battlefield with astonishing speed upon receiving the alarm relayed from the Titan space station. Its main cannon remains uncharged, yet from the open hatch beneath its hull, several small assault crafts launch forth like arrows, swiftly converging on the damaged, unidentified spacecraft. Fully armed soldiers, clad in deep space combat suits, breach the incapacitated vessel's interior under the cover of the assault craft's formidable firepower. The resisting Skrulls, facing the elite forces equipped with Gauss rifles and energy shields, resemble helpless chicks. Sporadic resistance is swiftly dismantled as non-lethal stun guns and potent anesthetic gas efficiently subdue all remaining targets. The entire operation is executed with chilling precision, akin to a meticulously rehearsed capture exercise. Boss, the target vessel is fully secured. Confirmation of 12 extraterrestrial life forms captured alive. Numerous reconnaissance devices and camouflage tools discovered within the ship. Grim Reaper is currently engaged in towing operations, transporting it to the New York base. The cockpit relays a crisp report. Excellent. Elijah responds unperturbed, having merely dealt with a trivial matter. Extract their confessions. I wish to know who sent them, how long they have been here, and how many accomplices remain. Understood, boss. The engine of the Titan hums steadily once more, adjusting its course towards New York. Behind, the Grim Reaper, like a colossal shark dragging its prey, slowly maneuvers towards the New York base, towing the thoroughly dismantled, powerless Skrull reconnaissance vessel. The captives will face the Titan's most adept interrogation team and technological methods far beyond their imagination. For the first time, the deep space domain of Earth reveals its chilling fangs to unwelcome guests. Chapter 13. The Foolish Skrulls. Minutes later, the Titan lands smoothly at the designated helipad of the New York base. Almost simultaneously, within the expansive, specialized deep space dock next door, the Grim Reaper's sharply defined dark gray hull descends, its stout mechanical arms firmly securing the Skrull reconnaissance ship, mangled and battered as if it were a discarded can. Elijah descends the gangway, the night breeze ruffling his meticulously tailored suit. He casts not a glance at the pitiful alien vessel, his gaze directly fixed on a corner of the dock, where several heavily armored, enclosed transport vehicles await, dressed in protective gear. The soldiers handled the incapacitated Skrulls with a brutality akin to managing industrial waste, dragging the beings, still maintaining their human disguises, out and carelessly tossing them into the cargo bay. The unconscious forms collided with the metallic walls of the vehicle, producing a dull thud that went unnoticed. "Boss, the target has been transferred to the reflection room in Zone 7, reported the base's security supervisor, striding forward with a hint of barely concealed excitement in his voice. Zone 7 is a secluded interrogation area designed specifically for addressing extraordinary threats deep within the facility. Elijah nodded slightly and walked steadily into the heart of the base. He was acutely aware of the intricacies surrounding these green-skinned shapeshifters. The fragmented memories of his past life were sufficient to keep him on guard. Yet, what was their precise objective? Who orchestrated this audacious act against a Titan in the skies above New York? This was not merely a provocation. It seemed more akin to a foolish act of desperation. Unraveling the absurd motivations behind this and ensuring they paid a steep price was precisely the diversion he sought. Beneath the guise of a philanthropist lay a cold will that transcended national power, with a penchant for cunning and revenge deeply etched into his very being. Zone 7. The reflection room. It was devoid of windows. The walls, floor, and ceiling were enveloped in dark, sound-absorbing materials, and the lighting was a stark, colorless glare. At the center stood a cold, metallic chair reminiscent of an operating table, upon which a recently administered antidote had revived a portion of consciousness in a Skrull, though its body remained tightly bound by high-intensity restraints. Its human disguise had long since failed amidst the potent sedatives and rough handling, revealing green skin, a furrowed cranium, and terrified yellow slit pupils. The air was saturated with the scent of disinfectant mingled with a faint, specialized aerosol designed to suppress transformation. Elijah entered without protective attire, clad only in a deep gray suit, strolling in leisurely as if inspecting a rather uninteresting specimen. Following him were two silent soldiers and an expressionless technician in a white lab coat, who held a helmet-like device linked to a complex array of wires. "Are you awake?" Elijah's voice broke the silence of the room, as nonchalant as inquiring about the weather. He halted before the metallic chair, looking down upon the restrained Skrull. The creature emitted a series of rasping sounds from its throat, attempting to struggle, yet the restraints held firm, fear nearly spilling forth from its yellow eyes. "I know what you are, Skrull," Elijah stated directly, piercing through its S.H.I.E.L.D, causing the captive's body to stiffen abruptly. "Shape-shifting, infiltration, old tricks of espionage." His tone carried a hint of disdainful weariness. "Now, do enlighten me. Who has bestowed upon you the audacity to think you could act against me on my own territory?" The Skrull clamped its mouth shut, its eyes flickering as it weighed its options, or perhaps attempted to concoct a lie. "Tisk, unwilling to cooperate?" Elijah's lips curled into a chilling arc, a smile devoid of warmth. He subtly lifted his chin, prompting the technician beside him to step forward with precision and coldness, fastening a helmet adorned with countless sensory points onto the head of the Skrull captive. The interior of the helmet instantly illuminated with a ghostly blue glow, as innumerable tiny probes, akin to living entities, extended forth, gently piercing the captive's skin and acupuncture points. A horrendous scream, unrecognizable as human, erupted from the Skrull's mouth. It was not mere pain. It felt as if countless red-hot needles were directly stabbing into his brain, swirling amidst the neural fibers. His body convulsed wildly like a fish out of water, yet the restraints held him tightly, his muscles beneath the skin twisting and spasming, his green visage paling in an instant. This was a neural resonator. Elijah's voice remained steady, even carrying a hint of scientific explanation, clearly audible amidst the screams. "It would not directly harm your bodily tissues. it merely amplified your neural signals. A twinge of pain could transform into a soul-rending torment. A flicker of fear could plunge one into an abyss that devours reason. Of course, it also rendered lying exceedingly difficult. He leaned closer to the contorted face, twisted in agony. Now, tell me who sent you. What is your purpose? No one. We are merely curious, the Skrull howled, attempting to resist. Incorrect answer. Elijah straightened, his gaze indifferent. The technician gently swiped on the tablet in hand. The scream suddenly escalated by an octave, becoming sharp and piercing, as if the very soul were being torn asunder. The Skrull's eyes bulged, veins protruding beneath his green skin, his body convulsing violently, white foam escaping the corners of his mouth. After a few seconds, the resonance intensity slightly diminished. The captive slumped onto the chair like a puddle of mud, reduced to harsh gasps and uncontrollable tremors, his gaze vacant, suffused with utter terror. Once more, Elijah's voice dripped like the whisper of death. Who sent you? What is your purpose? The Elder Council, the Skrull gasped weakly, each word laden with agony and despair. Orders must be obtained for planet terraforming. Planet terraforming? Elijah's eyebrows subtly arched. This answer was somewhat unexpected, yet within the realm of reason. The Titans had invested heavily in environmental modification technology. Fragments acquired from the Avatar ecological samples and Dune environmental adaptation mechanisms were currently being integrated. What do you seek from that? Our homeland has been destroyed, the captive stammered, immense suffering rendering him nearly incapable of coherent speech. The new world requires technological reconstruction, and only you possess the core. So, you intend to abduct me. Elijah's voice turned as frigid as ice. Then, disguise yourself as me? Striding boldly into the Titan's core laboratory to seize the technology? The absurdity nearly elicited a laugh from him. The Skrulls, not only foolish but also absurdly naive, believed that the security system of the Titan was merely ornamental. Did they think that Elijah atoms could be easily replicated? The technician glanced at Elijah, awaiting his directives. Elijah regarded the captive, who had already succumbed to despair, reduced to nothing but physiological tremors. In his eyes, there was no trace of compassion, only a chilling indifference, a sense of dominion over all. He had discerned the desired truth. The command of the Skrull Elders Council aimed to steal planetary modification technology to reconstruct their ravaged homeland. Their method? To abduct and replace him. A repurposing of waste. Elijah uttered a few words before turning to exit. Erase his memories completely, particularly those concerning the coordinates of their home planet, the locations of their remaining fleet, and any information regarding other espionage networks infiltrating Earth. Employ deep extraction protocols without concern for collateral damage. The so-called deep extraction is a technique for forcibly retrieving deep-seated memories, inflicting irreversible damage to the brain, typically utilized to extract the last vestiges of intelligence. Understood, sir. The technician promptly replied, his gaze icy. Additionally, Elijah paused at the threshold, not looking back. Inform Eriku that the Ecological Dome project at the Celestial Outpost requires an elevation in security clearance. Should any unauthorized life form approach the project's core area, regardless of whether it appears human or insect, vaporize it immediately. Understood. Elijah stepped out of the contemplation chamber, the heavy alloy door closing silently behind him, completely isolating the wretched cries within. He adjusted his suit cuffs, brushing off a speck of dust. The threat posed by the Skrulls? Merely a foolish interlude. Yet, their emergence also served as a reminder that the number of eyes coveting Earth and Titan technology far exceeded expectations. The only response was to adopt a more iron-fisted, ruthless approach and to hasten their strides toward deep space. Planetary modification technology? That is the cornerstone of Titan's future colonization of the starry seas, not to be sullied by petty intruders. Chapter 14. The helpless Nick Fury, the cold alloy door closed behind him, entirely sealing off any lingering breath from the contemplation chamber. Elijah returned to his top-floor office, where the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows showcased the slumbering city of New York. The lights flickered below, yet they could not dispel the chill in his gaze. The Skrull, Nick Fury. He activated the internal communications system directly. Sophia, come my office. Now. Minutes later, the office door swung open. Sophia, draped in what was evidently a hastily donned silk robe, bore the remnants of sleep in her disheveled hair. Yet her eyes were sharp as blades, devoid of any drowsiness, only reflecting the ire of being abruptly roused and her intense displeasure towards those green-skinned monstrosities. She clutched a tactical tablet from which notifications incessantly emerged. "Boss." Her voice carried a hint of morning hoarseness, but was underpinned by a steely resolve. "I've reviewed the briefing. Those repugnant shapeshifters. How dare they?" She did not finish her sentence, yet her clenched fists conveyed her sentiment. Elijah stood by the window, his back turned towards her, his voice devoid of any discernible emotion, though the air in the room seemed to grow heavier. Fury brewed within him regarding that one-eyed Fury, who believed himself to be well concealed. These guests were undoubtedly linked to him, and he probably couldn't even count how many rats he had taken in. Sophia instantly grasped her employer's intent. "What do you require of me?" Elijah turned to face her, his gaze sharp. "Two tasks. Notify Titan and all near-Earth orbital space stations to activate the advanced biometric scanning protocol. Utilizing the biological samples we've recently acquired as templates, combined with the physiological fluctuation data extracted from the neural resonator, I need every Skrull masquerading as human on Earth identified. I want to uncover each Skrull's assumed identity, activity patterns, and social networks. Leave no stone unturned. Establish a global Skrull database. Contact Nick Fury. Inform him," Elijah's tone suddenly became frigid, "that I wish to see him in my office at dawn. If he dares to arrive even a minute late, or makes any excuse to avoid coming." He paused. "I would not hesitate to complete what I left undone regarding his blind eye during our last encounter at the abandoned Brooklyn docks." A shiver ran through Sophia. She was well aware of what the last incident entailed. Fury had attempted to investigate the technological laboratory at the Giants' New York base, only to be dismissed in a manner that was non-lethal yet deeply intimidating, a process reportedly quite memorable. The boss was genuinely furious this time. "Understood," Sophia responded without hesitation, her fingers flying across her tablet. "The orbital scanning directive has been issued with utmost priority. The invitation for Director Fury will be worded exactly as you wish, without deviation." She could almost envision Fury's eye narrowing upon receiving this information. "Thank you for your efforts." Elijah observed the faint shadow beneath Sophia's eyes, his tone softening slightly, revealing a hint of sincere apology. "I apologize for interrupting your sweet dreams." Sophia rolled her eyes playfully, yet with a hint of exasperation. "Boss, could we arrange such surprises during daylight next time? Beauty sleep is quite precious." Complaints aside, she did not linger, swiftly exiting the office, her robe trailing behind her in a gust. For the sake of her boss's fury and the green-skinned rats on Earth, her beauty rest would have to be postponed. The first pale rays of dawn had just pierced through the eastern clouds when the door to the top office of the Giants' headquarters swung open. Nick Fury, clad in his ever-constant black leather, entered with a sharp gaze, his expression inscrutable, though his tightly pressed lips and hastened steps betrayed his inner turmoil. He entered alone, without any subordinates. Sophia followed behind him, gesturing for him to proceed, before retreating and closing the door. Inside the office, Elijah did not take his place behind the imposing desk that symbolized power. Instead, he stood before the panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows, facing away from the entrance, gazing at the city below as it gradually awakened. Outside the immense windows, the colossal space station of the Titans was clearly visible on the low Earth orbit, resembling a constellation of stars. He did not turn around, yet the entire space seemed to bend to his will. "Director Fury," Elijah's voice broke the silence, steady and unyielding. "You're quite punctual. It appears my invitation carries sufficient weight." Fury stepped into the center of the office, pausing as a solitary eye swept over Elijah's imposing silhouette. In a low tone, he remarked, "Mr. Adams, your invitation is notably distinctive. I am curious as to what matter compels you to threaten an elder who serves the security of Earth with tales from Brooklyn's past?" He sought to regain some semblance of control. Elijah slowly turned, his expression devoid of any warmth, his gaze icy. "An elder?" "Fury, spare me your melodrama." He advanced 2 steps, each one amplifying the pressure within the room. "Last night, while returning from Los Angeles to New York, my private jet was pursued, scanned, and nearly captured by an alien spacecraft using a tractor beam. The assailants were Skrulls, a reconnaissance team disguised as humans, with a clear objective: to kidnap me, usurp my position, and subsequently steal the Titan's planetary terraforming technology." Fury's pupil contracted sharply, despite his expertly controlled facial muscles. The momentary shock and a barely perceptible hint of trepidation did not escape Elijah's keen observation. Skrulls? Fury's voice lowered, tinged with an appropriate mix of confusion and gravity. This is indeed serious news. But Mr. Adams, what does this have to do with me? Nothing to do with you? Elijah scoffed lightly, his laughter devoid of warmth, laced with piercing mockery. Fury, do you take me for a fool, or do you consider yourself a deity? He abruptly raised a hand, pointing at Fury with commanding intensity. All the Skrull refugees on Earth are under your protection. Do not tell me you are unaware of their presence. Do not claim you have not exploited them. And certainly do not suggest that this audacious group, daring enough to attack the Titan's leader in low Earth orbit, has no connection to your S.H.I.E.L.D. Did they act on their own accord? Or were they given some tacit approval from you? Fury fell silent for a few seconds, his solitary eye flickering with complex emotions. He recognized that complete denial before this man would be foolish. It was evident that Elijah had already grasped the key evidence. Mr. Adams, Fury's voice softened, taking on an earnest tone. I can see that there are Skrull refugees on Earth. They are victims of war and the destruction of their homes. I offered them refuge, albeit limited, out of humanitarian concern, for their unique abilities hold potential value in safeguarding our planet under certain exceptional circumstances. He deftly sidestepped the gravity of the situation. However, the events of last night were neither sanctioned by me nor orchestrated by S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury's tone was resolute. I assure you, by my position and reputation, it is highly likely that a radical faction within their ranks, or a desperate elder, acted independently upon learning that the Colossus possessed the technology they so desperately require, risking everything. Their yearning for the technology to rebuild their homeland eclipses both their commitment to me and the constraint upon them. Commitment? Constraints? Elijah scoffed. Fury, your constraints are a mere jest. You can scarcely ascertain how many of them are on Earth, let alone what they are doing. You are akin to a person sleeping with a nest of venomous snakes under the delusion that you can control their fangs. Now those snakes have bitten me. Fury inhaled deeply. Adams, I comprehend your fury. I will investigate this matter thoroughly. You shall have an explanation. All Skrulls involved in the operation, there is no need. Elijah coldly interrupted him. The assailants have already been shredded by my drones, and the surviving ones are currently enjoying the highest standard of hospitality at the New York base. Their memories will soon be extracted completely. Fury's heart sank. He was acutely aware of what the Colossus's so-called hospitality entailed. I called you here not to hear your explanations or to delegate responsibilities. Elijah approached the imposing desk, leaning forward, hands pressed against its surface, his gaze sharp as he enunciated each word. Within 72 hours, deliver every Skrull you shelter or are aware of on Earth to the location I designate, without exception. Do not attempt any tricks. My orbital scans have commenced, and I will soon verify the completeness of your list. Hand over all intelligence regarding the Skrulls, the locations of any remaining fleets, methods of communication, physiological limits of their shape-shifting abilities, weaknesses, everything you know, and any information gleaned from them. Omit a single word, and you shall bear the consequences. This is a final ultimatum. Elijah's voice turned icy. If, after 72 hours, there remains a single Skrull on this planet without my permission, I will hang them, along with anyone who dares to harbor them, in the most conspicuous position in geosynchronous orbit, for the entire universe to witness the fate of those who provoke the Colossus. The office fell into a profound silence. Fury's single eye bore into Elijah, the veins on his forehead throbbing. He could sense the unyielding, cold determination in the other's words. This was not a negotiation. It was a decree, a declaration of dominion from the powerful over the powerless. After a long silence, Fury finally spoke, his voice dry. Adams, you're issuing a challenge. A challenge? Elijah straightened up, interrupting him, a faint, humorless curve gracing the corners of his mouth. Fury, face reality. I'm not challenging anyone. I am merely clearing the way. The Earth, or rather, the domain of the Titans, cannot accommodate an uncontrollable race. 72 hours. Now, you may leave. Either execute your orders or await my embellishment on streetlights. Fury's single eye blazed with fury and profound humiliation, yet he ultimately remained silent. He cast a deep, complex glance at Elijah before abruptly turning on his heel, his black leather coat billowing like a storm as he strode out of the office. The door closed heavily behind him. Elijah approached the window, watching as Fury-esque vehicle roared out of the Titan base like a beast unleashed. He was well aware that Fury would comply. That one-eyed man was a realist, cognizant of the futility of opposing overwhelming force. The streetlights in low Earth orbit would undoubtedly serve as a formidable deterrent. The Skrulls on Earth? They would soon cease to be a concern. This incident further reaffirmed his belief that only absolute power and an iron fist could safeguard his order in this perilous universe. Chapter 15. According to the script, with the oppressive presence of Nick Fury dispelled, the atmosphere in the office seemed to lighten. Elijah made his way to the corner bar, leisurely preparing himself a cup of coffee. The rich aroma enveloped the room, yet as he lifted the cup, it was more the warmth of the ceramic and the steam's heat that he savored. He did not require caffeine to invigorate him. His superhuman constitution rendered fatigue a distant concept. This cup of coffee was more akin to a deliberate ritual, a remedy against the erosion of power. As his strength continued to burgeon, he distinctly felt a certain human warmth slowly peeling away, emotions growing numb, and decisions becoming increasingly ruthless. To stave off this dehumanization, he consciously suppressed the instinct to absorb the yellow sun's radiation, relinquishing the pursuit of boundless individual power. Instead, he channeled all his ambition into technology. He firmly believed that the pinnacle of technological advancement was the ultimate weapon for mortals to combat the divine and protect their homeland. The infinite possibilities offered by the registration system were the cornerstone of this path. After a simple breakfast prepared by Sophia, he lay down in the office lounge. No orders were given, and none dared disturb his slumber. The entire Titan Empire continued to operate efficiently and silently while he closed his eyes. He awoke at 7 in the evening, rising to splash cold water on his face, instantly clearing his mind. He pressed the communicator. Sophia, dinner. The usual. Before long, Sophia entered, carrying a large bowl. Inside was a steaming, richly colored dish of fighter jet noodles, the firm, handmade pasta enveloped in a thick sauce, topped with generous chunks of beef and a soft-boiled egg. This remains his unwavering love across lifetimes, the soulful comfort of northern Chinese cuisine. Sophia set down her bowl and simultaneously handed over a tactical tablet, its screen displaying a briefing. Boss, news regarding Tony Stark. 3 hours prior, while en route to the next base after a demonstration of the Jericho missile, he encountered an ambush and was kidnapped by the Ten Rings terrorist organization. Elijah picked up a strand of noodles, blowing gently on the steam, his movements unceasing. When was this confirmed? At the moment of the attack. Sophia replied with a steady pace. The stealthy drones captured footage throughout, relaying it in real time. What about his injuries? Elijah inquired, savoring the rich flavor of the sauce-laden noodles. Severe. He was caught in the blast radius of Stark Industries cluster bombs. Numerous shrapnel fragments embedded in his body. Some lodged in precarious positions will shift toward the heart with the blood flow. However, Sophia swiped through the tablet, bringing up a blurred yet crucial infrared thermal image. After his capture, he underwent emergency surgery. A doctor named Ethan used an electromagnet to extract the main fragments, temporarily halting their advance toward the heart. He has survived, but the pain is excruciating and the situation remains perilous. Elijah acknowledged, continuing to focus on his meal as if listening to an ordinary tale. Maintain surveillance level. All movements relayed directly to my terminal. Sophia observed his calm profile, hesitating before posing a question. Do you not intend to intervene? He is in grave danger. Elijah set down his chopsticks and took a sip from the nearby water cup, his gaze drifting to the city lights gradually illuminating outside the window. This is a transformation he must undergo, Sophia. His voice was tranquil, imbued with a clarity that suggested an understanding of fate. That playboy Tony Stark needs to experience the world's harshness firsthand to grasp the weight of responsibility, to be reborn. Forcing growth will only obliterate his true potential. Sophia blinked, a smile of understanding and resignation flickering across her face. All right, though I still find him somewhat perplexing, I understand you, boss. The path you have chosen is undoubtedly the right one. She gathered the empty bowl, playfully adding before she left, having finished her noodles. Take your time digesting Tony's adventure livestream. I'll brew you a cup of digestive tea. The door closed gently behind her, leaving Elijah alone in the office. He approached the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the city below. The distant neon lights resembled a flowing river of stars. He called up the final images transmitted by the drones, Tony being roughly dragged away and the faint life signal sustained by the electromagnet in that rudimentary cave. Growth is always accompanied by pain. Tony, Elijah murmured softly, his gaze profound. Enjoy your cave university. When you emerge, the world will be far more intriguing. As the lights of Manhattan shimmered to life outside, they cast a soft glow upon Elijah Adams' profile. He stood before the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, his fingertips tapping against the cold glass, his mind ensnared by the foolishness of the scrolls and the intricate blueprints of the galactic fleet. The persistent vibration of his private phone on the solid-wood desk shattered the office's tranquility, emitting a dull yet insistent buzz. The screen illuminated with a name he had anticipated, Pepper Potts. A flicker of recognition crossed Elijah's gaze as he turned to grasp the phone. The name on the screen seemed to radiate a palpable urgency. He swiped to answer, bringing the device to his ear, his voice steady and devoid of turbulence. Pepper. The voice on the other end shattered Elijah's facade of calm. Pepper's tone was hoarse and hurried, laced with an unmistakable quaver of suppressed panic, each syllable trembling. Elijah, it's Tony. Something's happened. In the Middle East. The military just informed us. His convoy was attacked. They say he's missing. He could be captured by terrorists. Oh my God. There's blood everywhere. The military says the scene is horrific, and they can't find him. I can't reach him. I've tried everything. Jarvis has lost his signal too. I don't know what to do. Elijah listened intently, refraining from interruption. He could distinctly hear Pepper's frantic heartbeat and her erratic breaths, envisioning her pale visage, clutching the phone with whitened knuckles. A few moments of silence made her sobs seem even more desolate. Pepper, Elijah's voice finally broke the tension brief. Calm down. His words were brief, yet impactful, momentarily halting her sobs. I am aware of Tony's situation. You know? Pepper's voice quivered with disbelief, soon giving way to a deeper despair. Did they tell you? Did the military notify you? Tony knew before the military did. Pepper. Elijah interjected, his tone unwavering yet laden with foreboding. When the attack occurred, my people were in the air. What? Pepper's voice escalated, filled with shock and a hint of concealed anger. Your people? Did you see him? What about Tony? Is he hurt? He sustained severe injuries. Elijah did not sugarcoat the truth, his demeanor calm to the point of cruelty. Yet this stark honesty strangely provided Pepper with a sense of reality. He was caught in the shrapnel from the cluster bombs he manufactured. There were numerous fragments, and the situation was perilously dire. Pepper gasped sharply, on the verge of tears once more. However, Elijah's words of transition served as a lifeline. For the moment, he was safe. After being captured, he underwent an emergency operation performed by a doctor named Ethan. The physician utilized an electromagnetic magnet to secure a crucial fragment near his heart, temporarily preserving his life. Now, he found himself in a cave. Though he was in pain, his vital signs remained stable. Ethan's electromagnetic device, Pepper murmured, repeating this vital information as if clinging to the last glimmer of hope. Thank goodness you told me this. At least he is still alive. A surge of emotion caused her to choke up once more. Listen, Pepper. Elijah's voice grew more serious. Tony is not in immediate danger. Those terrorists did not capture him with the intent to kill him right away. They require his intellect. This is his greatest safeguard at present. What do we do now? She asked, her voice tinged with distrust and anxiety. The military claims they are searching, but the military's efficiency cannot be relied upon, Elijah asserted bluntly. I have already taken action, Pepper. Action? Her tone was laced with urgency and hope. Yes. Elijah approached his control panel as a massive holographic screen illuminated, displaying a satellite map of a region in the Middle East, along with several swiftly moving points of light. My swarm of drones locked onto the route Tony was taken the moment the attack occurred. They have maintained the highest level of stealth and surveillance, continuously tracking him, and are now hovering over the area where he is located, conducting round-the-clock, comprehensive monitoring and scanning. Thermal imaging, vital signs, environmental sounds, everything is under surveillance. On the holographic screen, red dots representing the drones circled above a three-dimensional model of a barren mountainous region. A faint yellow dot, symbolizing vital signs, flickered steadily within a mountain. A brief silence enveloped the phone line, broken only by Pepper's efforts to steady her breathing. Elijah, Pepper's voice remained hoarse. I don't know how to thank you. At least I know he is alive, knowing that someone capable is watching over him. She seemed at a loss for words to convey the complexity of her emotions at that moment. Do not thank me, Pepper, Elijah replied, his gaze still fixed on the holographic screen displaying Tony's life signal, his voice low. Tony is my friend. A troublesome friend, but no one can harm him. You need to do one thing, he instructed. What? Pepper inquired immediately. Stabilize Stark Industries, reassure the shareholders and the military, and cooperate with their superficial investigation. Elijah's words were clear and precise. Outwardly, display reasonable concern and a posture of searching. Internally, trust my monitoring. Do not engage in any foolish actions that may alert the enemy. Tony needs time. Time? Pepper questioned, perplexed. Yes, time to fulfill his mission. Trust me, Pepper. When he emerges from that cave, he will be transformed. Our sole responsibility is to ensure that those parasites do not inflict any harm upon him before his metamorphosis is complete. My worker bees will guarantee this. Should any significant changes occur, I will inform you without delay. On the other end of the line, Pepper took a deep breath, striving to sound more composed. I understand. Elijah, I will maintain stability within the company. I have faith in you. Thank you, truly. Keep the line open. I will reach out with any updates. With that, Elijah decisively ended the call, placing his phone back on the desk and refocusing his gaze on the faint yet resilient yellow point of light on the holographic screen. The office was enveloped in silence, illuminated only by the soft glow of the holographic image reflecting on his face. He knew that heroes are not so easily vanquished. Chapter 16. A brief meeting at the White House the following morning. The colossal vessel tore through the clouds, landing precisely in the designated area of the White House's south lawn. Once the anti-gravity engine's blue light extinguished, the grass remained largely unscathed. Elijah Adams strode confidently across the colonnade, carrying an inconspicuous black alloy briefcase. Within it lay not a new weapon, but something far more devastating than a missile. Documents detailing millions of scrolls on Earth. In the Oval Office, the bulletproof glass reflected the impeccably trimmed lawn outside. The President, Vice President, and Secretary of Defense, three men who held the fate of America in their hands, displayed expressions as if coated in a layer of paste, rigid and lifeless. Nick Fury's early morning phone call had clearly robbed them of their slumber. Adams, the President, rubbed his brow, his voice hoarse. Fury claims you coerced him in a handing over individuals, even threatened to display him as a warning? What do you bring now? His gaze fixated on the briefcase. Without preamble, Elijah pressed his thumb on the fingerprint lock. Click. The lid sprang open. He refrained from extracting the documents, simply pushing the open case towards the President. Take a look, he stated flatly, as though reading from script. The President furrowed his brow and leaned closer, skimming through the core data pages. The glaring estimate of 1,000,000 infiltrators seared into him like a red-hot iron. He recoiled sharply, the leather chair groaning under the sudden shift. Damn it! The Secretary of Defense could not contain himself. Snatching the documents, nearly bulging his eyes out. Is Furious one-eyed frog raising a pack of wolves? A million? He dares to call this a refugee crisis? The Vice President's complexion drained of color, his fingers nervously tapping the table. How could this possibly remain concealed? If they unite, they're already allied, Elijah interjected, pointing to the highlighted list of high-level infiltrators. But their alliance is with the Skrull Elder Council. The target? In a vast expanse of the Titan laboratory, the technology loomed ominously. Method? Transform into me, walk in, and take it. He tugged at the corner of his mouth, revealing a hollow, insincere smile, convenient enough. The office was enveloped in silence, punctuated only by heavy breaths. President Fury felt a tightening in his throat. Useless. Elijah had already sealed the fate. He couldn't even count how many rats he had taken in, yet he expected him to cleanse 1,000,000 locusts? A farce. What do you mean? The defense minister's gaze was fierce, akin to a wolf cornered. He was a soldier, aware of the implications of such infiltration. If the military hierarchy were to be replaced, the nuclear button would be as harmless as a toy. Total annihilation. Elijah uttered 2 words, cold and decisive. Not a single one left. What about sending them off to mine? The Vice President still clung to a shred of humanitarian hope. Rebellion was ingrained in their very genes. Elijah regarded him with a disdain reserved for fools. Mining? To give them the chance to establish a new Skulu beneath the Earth, and then wait for their betrayal? The Earth requires no unstable elements. To be clean, it must be thorough. He snapped the briefcase shut, the sound sharp and final, reminiscent of a judge's gavel. First, the Congressional Secret Hearing Authorization. Second, communicate with the World Security Council and inform them that a nest of shape-shifting vipers has infiltrated, necessitating a thorough cleansing, allowing them to sift through their own upper echelons. Third, his gaze sharpened, decapitation first. Using the list we compile, eliminate those within the governments, militaries, and intelligence agencies of various nations who masquerade as humans, but are nothing more than green-skinned abominations, all at once, with the swiftest blade. Fourth, once the heads have rolled, we shall deal with the remaining minions. He surveyed the 3 individuals. Let us vote, proceed, or abstain. If you choose not to act, I, Titan, will take matters into my own hands, and you shall bear the consequences. If you agree, I will provide intelligence, followed by deploying drone swarms and Titan's forces to execute the cleansing. There were no impassioned speeches, only stark threats, and a plan so efficient it bordered on ruthlessness. The president, vice president, and defense minister exchanged glances, a silent exchange of fear, anger, which ultimately transmuted into a grim determination born of necessity. An enemy capable of transforming our lies beside them? Sleep was now an impossibility. Proceed. The president managed to squeeze out a single word through clenched teeth. The vice president's voice trembled. To hell with those Scallu bastards. Proceed. The defense minister slammed his fist on the table, causing coffee cups to rattle. Excellent. Elijah lifted the briefcase and turned to leave, uttering not a word. Ensure the authorization documents reach my office promptly. The extermination operation will commence in 48 hours. The office door closed behind him, leaving the 3 highest authorities of America facing the lingering chill of murderous intent in the air, feeling the cold sweat gradually seep from their backs. A decree of extermination aimed at millions of neighbors has reached its grim conclusion amidst a few expletives and decisive commands, leaving an unsettling chill in its wake. Tony Stark was jolted awake by a piercing pain in his chest, a sensation akin to being pricked by 1,000 needles. The acrid scent of disinfectant, rust, and inferior grease assaulted his nostrils, as his blurred vision revealed a low, rocky ceiling stained with moisture, alongside a flickering flame from an oil lamp fashioned from a tin can. You are awake. A calm yet weary voice emerged from beside him. Tony turned abruptly, the sharp agony in his chest causing darkness to encroach upon his vision. Where the hell am I? He rasped, fragments of chaotic memories crashing against his consciousness. Desert, Hummer, explosion, metal shards. He glanced down, lifting a corner of the blanket. Beneath filthy bandages lay a crude circular device sewn into his chest, with wires connecting to a greasy car battery. A powerful suction gripped his heart tightly. What happened? Tony's voice rose, laced with shock and revulsion, his fingers instinctively reaching for the wire. What the hell is this? Don't move. A man, clad in tattered clothing and wearing worn glasses, commanded sharply, handing over an enameled cup. Drink water, unless you wish to die more swiftly. His tone was uncompromising. Tony peered into the murky liquid within the cup, suppressing his nausea as he forced a few sips down. The inferior water dulled the burning in his throat momentarily. He gasped for air, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently on the man, as pain and fury surged within him, fueling the engineer's instinct to scrutinize the grotesque device affixed to his chest. Answer me. Tony's voice was hoarse yet resolute. Where am I? Who are you? He disdainfully prodded the iron ring on his chest. Why the hell is a car battery connected to my chest? My name is Son, the man replied, and this is the lair of the 10 rings, a prison hidden among the crevices of stone. You and I, Mr. Stark, are both engineers captured by them. His voice bore a weary resignation. His gaze flickered to the device on Tony's chest, a fleeting expression of bitter self-mockery crossing his features, as if reflecting on a creation of his own. As for this, he continued, it is the only means I could conceive of to temporarily preserve your life. Your chest is riddled with shrapnel from cluster bombs manufactured by your own company. They are inching ever closer to your heart, like a swarm of greedy worms. Tony's fingers froze against the cold metal ring, then instinctively recoiled, the fragments of memory coalescing with a thunderous clarity. That deadly maelstrom of metal was the very weapon he had designed and taken pride in. A sense of shame coiled within him like a venomous serpent, gnawing at his insides, sharper and more excruciating than the pain of his wounds. This electromagnet, Son gently nudged the greasy battery with his toe, is the thread that holds your life in balance. The magnetic field it generated ensnared those lethal fragments, preventing them from completing their final journey. Once power was lost, or if you recklessly tore it apart, he made a succinct gesture across his throat. The implication unmistakable, your life would come to an end. The cave fell into an eerie silence, interrupted only by the faint, crackling sound of the oil lamp's flame, and the heavy, metallic rasp of Tony's own breath. He gazed down at the grotesque iron ring and the grimy battery, feeling as if he were stripped bare, subjected to the most venomous ridicule in public. To be on the brink of death, devastated by a weapon of his own making, relying on a car battery and a makeshift electromagnet for survival, it was nothing short of a cruel jest by fate upon Stark Industries and himself. Rage, disgust, and the terror of having narrowly escaped death churned violently within his chest. Yet Ethan's next words pierced through his tumultuous emotions like a steel needle. Certainly, Ethan gestured toward the heaps of debris amassed deep within the cave. Various missile remnants, rusted weapon casings bearing the Stark Industries insignia, scattered circuit boards and electronic components, tangled copper wires, and several old machines caked with oil and dust. This place resembled an abandoned arms graveyard. They brought you here not to admire my masterpieces. The leader of the Ten Rings, a bald man named Raza, issued you a clear order. Ethan's voice was as cold as the rock walls of the cave. He required you to fabricate a Jericho missile from this heap of junk. Should you refuse or be unable to complete the task, he glanced at the heavy iron door, where the vague silhouette of a guard swayed outside. Then we would both bid an early farewell to this rather unremarkable world. Create a missile from this pile of scrap metal? For the very terrorists who nearly blew themselves to pieces? Tony's fury ignited instantly, threatening to erupt from his chest. Yet in the next moment, a more potent and primal instinct seized control, like a cold trigger halting his emotions from spiraling out of control. His eyes scanned the detritus, copper wires, magnets, capacitors, discarded circuit boards, various metal tubes. His brain began to function with unprecedented speed, dismantling, categorizing, assessing, and recombining. The desire to survive, coupled with his almost obsessive mastery over technology, was ignited madly in the shadow of death. However, the faint sound of current emanating from that damned electromagnet served as the most vicious mockery, a constant reminder of his predicament. The crude welds, exposed wires, and that decrepit battery, on the verge of exhaustion, were the greatest affront to the name of Tony Stark, standing atop the pinnacle of human technological achievement. Jericho? Tony abruptly lifted his head, his bloodshot eyes ablaze with the fury of humiliation and a near-manic engineer's obstinacy. His voice, though hoarse, was resolute. Let them wait. Before attending to those wretched beings, he raised his hand, with a profound aversion and a determined force, striking heavily upon the cold iron ring at his chest. I must first replace this damned primitive artifact. Hand me the tools. Chapter 17. The countdown for extermination as Tony Stark endured the agony of shrapnel and electromagnets within the confines of an Afghan cave. The colossal machinery of the Titan Corporation simultaneously activated war protocols across the globe under the directive of Elijah Adams. The routine operations of all Titan bases came to an instantaneous halt. A Level 1 battle alert blared, its jarring sound drowning out the ambient noise of the facility. All personnel on leave were summoned back. In the subterranean hangars, rows of combat robots were awakened, their crimson optical sensors igniting, and the hydraulic joints emitted a deep, resonant hiss. The deployed worker drones unmasked their cloaking, hovering at low altitudes, their dark red primary sensors scanning the surrounding area, while the duct fans maintained an almost imperceptible low-frequency hum. Elite combat squads assembled in silence, meticulously checking their Gauss rifles and S.H.I.E.L.D. devices. Within the core briefing rooms of each base, mid-level managers focused intently as the leaders conveyed the highest priority operational directive to utterly eradicate the Skrull individuals, estimated in the millions, who possessed flawless transformation abilities and were concealed within human society. The identification systems provided the technical means. However, executing such a large-scale operation globally demanded absolute precision, allowing for no errors. Only 30 hours remained before the operation commenced. The full might of Titan was mobilized. In Martian orbit, several deep space warships stationed near the God of War base leaped to a position in Earth's orbit. These colossal vessels occupied critical nodes around the planet, with a clear purpose. First, to blockade any potential escape routes that the Skrulls might exploit to flee Earth, ensuring the targets remained confined within its bounds. Second, the ship's weapon systems were on high alert, monitoring the activities of the S.H.I.E.L.D. agency's spacecraft in near-Earth space, a silent yet unmistakable warning signal. Elijah Adams' operational principles left no room for ambiguity. Either one abstains or one commits entirely. This time, he chose the latter. In the core command zone of the New York base, the heavy alloy door slid open. Elijah Adams entered. In the expansive, circular conference room, the holographic projections of leaders from global bases immediately ceased all movement, as if frozen, facing the principal's seat. The atmosphere was tense, with all attention focused upon him. Elijah approached the head of the conference table, his gaze steadily sweeping across the faces of each holographic image. "Seat," he spoke, his voice low yet clear and steady. All present synchronized their seating, adopting an upright posture. "Is the task briefing understood?" His tone remained consistently calm, yet an intangible pressure enveloped every individual in the room. Sitting to his left, Sophia promptly responded, "All content has been confirmed, sir. The global base is prepared for completion." "Good." Elijah pressed his hands on the cold alloy conference table, leaning slightly forward, his gaze sweeping across each of the attendees. "Pay attention," he intoned, his voice deepening slightly, intensifying the sense of urgency. This was not a routine border clearance, nor an operation against criminal organizations, and certainly not an interstate conflict. This marked the first time the Titan would execute an extermination operation against a highly infiltrative intelligent species, the Skrulls, numbering in the millions within human society. "What I demand is total annihilation, to obliterate the very concept of Skrulls from the Earth. I will not accept reports indicating near completion or basic achievement." A profound silence enveloped the conference room. "This is a test of your collective efforts." Elijah's tone remained unwavering, yet the subsequent words plunged the atmosphere into a frigid stillness. "Successful execution will yield promotions, substantial bonuses, access to the highest tier of human enhancement modifications, and cutting-edge technologies to extend lifespans. This is the Titan's reward for exemplary execution." He shifted his tone, the chill in his gaze reminiscent of the abyss of space. Should the operation fail, should any risks remain, should it devolve into an unmanageable disaster? His demeanor was as calm as if stating an undeniable fact. The resource extraction station in the asteroid belt of Alpha Centauri requires a substantial long-term personnel presence. The environment and workload there will demand that you contribute the remainder of your lives to the Titan's resource expansion endeavors. He straightened, as if merely scheduling an ordinary work assignment. "This is not a threat. It is an expectation based on potential job reallocations resulting from the operation's outcome." His gaze shifted to the enormous holographic image of Earth suspended at the center of the conference room, densely marked with predicted distribution points of the Skrulls. 30 hours from now, I expect to witness the Titan's actions strike like thunder tearing through the sky. Swift, precise, complete, leaving no trace behind. The command was issued. The operation entered its final preparation phase. Simultaneously, within the depths of the Pentagon, another meeting, equally tense, was underway. The voices of the Secretary of Defense and the Vice President clashed fiercely within the soundproof conference room, the spittle flying vividly reflecting their current outrage and resolve against the Skrull infiltration. The entire war machine of America was being rapidly mobilized. Within the encrypted communication channels, commands and confirmation signals surged like a tempest, nearly consuming all available bandwidth. The identification system provided by the Titan Corporation has now become the pivotal key in this clandestine war. These devices are being distributed with utmost priority to all units participating in the operation. Only individuals whose identities are rigorously verified through this system are deemed eligible to access the core secrets of the operation, codenamed extermination. The Pentagon's command center remains aglow throughout the night, with the accumulation of pizza boxes serving as an indirect indicator of the escalating tension. However, this is not an isolated endeavor. Under the urgent authorization of the World Security Council, a highly classified directive has bypassed Director Nick Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D. and his core team, being dispatched directly to certain elite forces and specific departments of member state intelligence agencies under the Council's purview. The directive mandates the immediate utilization of all resources to locate and identify the information and precise locations of Skrull infiltrators within their control systems. They will launch a purge of their respective targets at a synchronized moment, perfectly aligned with the Pentagon and Titan Corporation. At this moment, Nick Fury remains blissfully unaware, ensconced in a safe house, engaged in a futile verbal duel with a high-ranking Skrull commander. Fury pounds the screen with irrefutable evidence derived from Titan's infiltration lists and surveillance footage. On the other end of the screen, the disguised general adamantly denies the allegations, exhibiting a resolute demeanor. Yet, the significance of this confrontation is swiftly eroding. The World Security Council has demonstrated through action that they no longer trust Fury's ability to manage the Skrull refugees, even taking measures against his most trusted subordinates. Black Widow Natasha Romanoff and Hawkeye Clint Barton, Fury's ace agents, have been abruptly placed on enforced leave, completely excluded from the impending storm. Everything is in place, awaiting the arrival of that critical juncture. 30 hours later, as the clock points to the predetermined coordinates, an unprecedented synchronized strike, transcending borders and institutions, will unfold across the globe. The sole target is the eradication of the Skrulls. This is no longer the operation of a single nation or organization. It arises from a simple yet brutal consensus. While humanity may be rife with divisions, when confronted with an extraterrestrial threat lurking within, intent on usurping their very foundation, all forces capable of discerning the reality will be compelled to stand united on the same front. This is not an alliance of interests, but rather an instinctual battle for the survival of the species. Chapter 18. The extermination operation commences. The 30-hour countdown has concluded. The operation begins. During this interval, not all Skrulls have chosen to sit idly by. At various covert locations around the globe, camouflage Skrull spacecraft forcibly ignite their engines, resembling a startled swarm. Heedless of the risk of exposure as they attempt to break through the atmosphere and flee into the depths of space. The leak of the operational plan was anticipated by Elijah. Given the scale of such a joint endeavor, involving numerous institutions and personnel, absolute secrecy was an impractical expectation. Elijah remained indifferent to the situation at hand. He perused the real-time briefings dispatched by the Near-Earth Orbital Space Station. The data indicated that the number of Skrulls who ultimately chose to risk escape was slightly over 100,000. This signified that more than 90% of the infiltrators opted to remain, either clinging to a glimmer of hope or resolutely preparing themselves for a tenacious struggle. A desperate resistance. Elijah's heart stirred not at all. As for those who fled, their fate had long been sealed. At the conclusion of the briefing, a succinct confirmation message was appended. All detected escape vessels, shortly after departing the gravitational well of Earth, had their signals marked as eradicated within the deep space surveillance network. Although the main fleet of the Colossus was still under construction, the meager deployment of a few escort ships and orbital defense platforms in Martian orbit and the asteroid belt was more than sufficient to deal with these lightly armed Skrull vessels. Their only ultimate destination was to become cold cosmic dust. The extermination operation was officially set in motion. The actions of the Colossus were the epitome of efficiency and devastation. The global bases of the Colossus functioned as precise neural nodes, orchestrating a power that spanned the heavens and the Earth. The Titan space station, positioned in near-Earth orbit, instantaneously locked onto all known and predicted high-value Skrull strongholds. Without warning, without negotiation, the airborne swarms of worker bees descended like the invisible hand of death. Their crimson single-eyed sensors igniting and slender beams of high-energy lasers descended with pinpoint accuracy from the firmament. Targets, Skrull command centers, communication nodes, armories, and gathering points. The robust structures crumbled before the overwhelming force of absolute energy as if they were mere paper, collapsing silently, vaporizing, with the life within along with their equipment instantaneously obliterated. Concurrently, ground teams, guided by precise intelligence and real-time directives from the worker bees, infiltrated the remaining strongholds. They operated in silence, efficiency their hallmark. The low hum of Gauss rifles charging was the only herald of their presence, while electromagnetic pulse grenades incapacitated all resistance, and lethal firepower ruthlessly eliminated all identified Skrull targets. The entire operation unfolded like a surgical procedure, cold, precise, swift, overwhelming technology, and might swiftly dismantle any organized core of Skrull resistance. The military machine of America also sprang into high gear. Benefiting from the accurate coordinates and identification systems provided by the Colossus, directives from the Pentagon swiftly translated into action. Under the cover of heavily armored units and air support, Special Forces launched fierce assaults on marked Skrull targets within domestic and overseas military bases and government facilities. The combat was exceptionally intense. The Skrulls exploited their shape-shifting abilities to create chaos, attempting infiltration or ambush. American soldiers, relying on identification equipment, struggled to discern friend from foe amidst the cacophony of gunfire, explosions, and alarm bells reverberating throughout the target area. Although a significant number of targets were successfully eliminated, the process was fraught with brutal close-quarters firefights and house-to-house sweeps. The efficiency markedly inferior to the divine retribution inflicted by the Colossus, and casualties were inevitable. In the face of deeply buried or exceptionally fortified Skrull strongholds, the United States military resorted to the use of bunker-busting bombs and low-yield tactical nuclear weapons for complete annihilation, demonstrating an unwavering resolve, albeit at the cost of greater collateral damage. Under the coordination of the World Security Council and the support of the Titan identification system, intelligence agencies and special forces from other major nations concurrently initiated their own extermination operations. Relying on domestic capabilities, they focused on purging the Skrulls hidden within critical governmental sectors, essential infrastructure, and urban environments. The scale and intensity of these operations varied, contingent upon each nation's capabilities and determination. Some countries executed their missions with remarkable efficiency, swiftly regaining control. Others descended into chaos, even facing situations where Skrulls exploited their identities to sow internal suspicion and instigate brief skirmishes. Nevertheless, a global pressure network had emerged, with actions from Titan and the Pentagon significantly constraining the Skrulls' living space, leaving nations primarily tasked with filling gaps and conducting regional cleanup operations. Invisible radio waves traversed encrypted global channels, confirming the completion codes for targeted areas. A campaign of ethnic cleansing orchestrated by Titan and compelling major global powers to collaborate rapidly transitioned from its climax to conclusion amid synchronized strikes. The air on Earth was thick with smoke and an ineffable sense of slaughter. Just as the S.H.I.E.L.D. agency experienced some disarray due to the loss of Fury's direct leadership, an urgent directive from the World Security Council intruded upon their communications channel. The content of the order was cold and direct. The priority task was to immediately eliminate identified or highly suspected Skrull infiltrators within S.H.I.E.L.D. Only after ensuring their own cleanliness could they limitedly cooperate with various governments for subsequent regional extermination actions. This command effectively repositioned S.H.I.E.L.D. as both a target for cleaning and a supporter for future operations, rather than as a leader. Meanwhile, Nick Fury had just concluded a fruitless and heated argument with a stubborn Skrull general. Fueled by anger and profound concern for the situation, he boarded a Quinjet and ascended urgently, aiming directly for the base of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Bureau. His final plan was to organize an orderly evacuation of Skrull refugees willing to leave Earth before the potential outbreak of widespread conflict, preserving a flicker of hope for this exiled race. Upon arriving at the control room of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Bureau, he gazed through the massive observation window, where, against the cold backdrop of the cosmos, sporadic small Skrull vessels darted like fledgling insects, their engines leaving brief trails of light as they attempted to escape Earth's gravity and venture into the unknown depths of space. Fury's taut nerves eased slightly. At least some would escape. However, in the next moment, the Deep Space Monitor's alarm pierced through the air with a sharp shriek. It did not emanate from the fleeing Skrull ships, but rather from the distant, dark void. The powerful sensor array of the space station detected a massive spatial disturbance and a sharply rising energy signal. "What is happening?" Fury demanded. "Sir, an unidentified massive fleet is leaping into the outer reaches of near-Earth orbit. The sheer number is staggering." The voice of the technician was filled with incredulous horror. Fury lunged towards the main observation screen. On the display, the cold backdrop of the cosmos was torn apart, revealing an unprecedented steel fleet that emerged from the abyss like a colossal beast, its enormous hull exuding an unparalleled sense of oppression that dominated the entire field of vision. Upon the hull, a gigantic, deep crimson emblem, sharp-edged and stark against the starlight, resembled a bloodied brand, proclaiming its undeniable allegiance to the Titan Corporation. Fury's solitary eye narrowed to a piercing point, as if his heart was gripped tightly by an invisible hand. The Titan Corporation's interstellar fleet? How could this be possible? His intelligence network, his prideful eyes on the ground, were utterly oblivious to this. This surpassed even his most radical estimations of Earth's technological advancements and the Titan's might. A profound chill of disbelief and being utterly surpassed engulfed him, extinguishing his previous anger in an instant. Before he could process this devastating intelligence gap, the Titan fleet had already bared its fangs. Open fire. Free hunt on all non-Earth registered, unlicensed spacecraft. Repeat, free hunt. The cold command echoed through the channels of the Titan fleet. In an instant, the silent void of space transformed into a slaughterhouse. The largest warships of the Titan fleet, with razor-like bows, ignited blinding blue-white beams of light. Sturdy beams of high-energy particles surged forth like judgment spears, silently traversing the void, accurately piercing through several medium-sized Skrull transport vessels attempting to accelerate away. The robust hulls were rendered as flimsy as paper before the overwhelming energy, instantly torn apart and melted, transforming into fleeting clouds of incandescent metal in the silent explosions. Simultaneously, countless silvery drone swarms surged forth from the Titan fleet's auxiliary hatches like an enraged hive. Their astonishing speed and unpredictable trajectories swiftly encircled the smaller, more agile Skrull shuttles and escape pods. The dark crimson eye locked onto its targets. As fine beams of high-energy lasers wove through the air like the web of death, precisely severing engines, penetrating cockpits, and dismantling shields. One by one, the Skrull ships silently disintegrated, igniting in a fiery blaze, becoming floating debris. Several Skrull reconnaissance vessels, attempting to evade through agility, were immediately locked onto by faster light frigates of the Titan fleet. The rotating magnetic railgun arrays beneath the frigates emitted a low hum, as dense depleted uranium projectiles were propelled at several times the speed of sound, tearing their targets into shreds like a metal storm. None of the Skrull vessels could breach the death blockade constructed by absolute technological superiority. Nick Fury's roar erupted in the silent control room of S.H.I.E.L.D. Filled with a desperate rasp, he watched helplessly as the ships, embodying the last flicker of hope, were annihilated one by one under the overwhelming firepower of the Titan fleet. Akin to moths thrown into a furnace, turning into cosmic dust, with every ounce of strength and boundless fury coursing through him. He struck the sturdy alloy control panel before him with a fierce blow. The dull thud echoed, and his knuckles split, blood seeping through the cracks. Almost simultaneously, the shrill alarm in the command room surged to its highest pitch. Warning! Warning! High-energy weapons locked. Source: Titan fleet. Warning! Fire control radar engaged. Multiple targets locked on ships. Energy readings surged alarmingly. The enemy's weapon systems have charged to combat readiness. On the main screen, the icon representing the Celestial Sword Bureau's ships was ensnared by a multitude of menacing red lock frames. The sensor signal strength from the Titan fleet soared instantaneously, a cold and powerful wave of energy exerting a palpable pressure, enveloping the entire vessel through the thick viewport. Fry could even feel the subtle tremors of the metallic deck beneath his feet, a faint response to the overload of the space station's defense systems. Now locked in by the immense energy field, Fry stood frozen, his bloodied fist still pressed against the frigid console, crimson trickling down through his fingers. He gazed at the blinding red on the screen, listening to the death knell of alarms ringing in his ears. As the last flicker of rage in his singular was extinguished by the chilling reality, leaving only an unfathomable weariness and helplessness. It was over. A cold wave washed over him. The desperate roar of General Skrull during their argument reverberated clearly in his mind. 90% of our kin are on Earth. That is our last hope. Now, that final hope, along with the feeble spark of escape, was ruthlessly snuffed out before his eyes by the Titan's merciless hand. The remaining Skrulls, scattered across the far corners of the universe, were no longer the formidable exiled empire they once were. They had utterly descended into true interstellar refugees, having lost their homeland, their leaders, and their vital strength, akin to a handful of scattered sand, incapable of coalescing into any threat. Meanwhile, the million souls on Earth were enduring the most ruthless cleansing from the human world. The Skrulls, once a race of resplendent civilization, had in this moment effectively pronounced their own demise. Fry weakly closed his eyes, overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of defeat, crushed beneath the relentless wheels of time. Chapter 19. Post-war conference 2 months had elapsed since the global extermination campaign concluded. For Elijah Adams, time had become merely a scale for the precise machinery of the Titan Empire. He remained engrossed in a multitude of decisions. Reviewing the final acceptance report for the Hephaestus base's Hesperian II vessel and approving the additional budget for the ecological dome of the Tiangong lunar outpost, I discreetly monitored encrypted footage relayed by the worker drones, paying particular attention to the progress of Tony Stark as he hammered away at the Mark I armor in the Afghan caves. Just last week, it was confirmed that the last lurking Skrull infiltrator had been eliminated. Ironically, this elusive individual did not emerge from some shadowy corner, but rather from the numerous vulnerabilities within the ranks of S.H.I.E.L.D. This revelation added a layer of mockery to Fury's purported control over the situation as the pest eradication operation drew to a close. On a brighter note, the news was exhilarating. The Hephaestus base, under the efficient collaboration of engineering robots, surged forward as if propelled by a raging engine, compressing the construction timeline of the Hesperian II vessel from an estimated 4 months down to a mere 2. This brand new steel behemoth now hovers silently in Martian orbit, marking yet another leap for the might of the Titans in deep space. Additionally, the sign-in system has yielded impressive results over the past 2 months. The Thor's Hammer Power armor technology, a single soldier system integrating energy shields, magnetic rail weaponry, and extraordinary power, promises to forge an elite task force capable of navigating complex scenarios. However, its staggering production costs led Elijah to decisively limit the manufacturing to just 10 units. At this moment, these 10 sets of Thor's hammer armor, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen, rest quietly in the armory of the New York base. Sophia is diligently selecting the top 10 genetic-enhanced warriors under his directives to form the combat team, codenamed Thor's Hammer. As for Tony Stark, the U.S. military has yet to locate him. Is Obadiah Stane secretly obstructing efforts? Or do the Ten Rings gang possess some unexpected cunning? The footage from the worker drones clearly displays the developments within the cave. Elijah deduces that the Playboy is roughly 10 days away from donning his armored shell and breaking free. He resolves to personally retrieve him as a friend, for it seems rather unjust for Tony to have endured 2 months of sand in that cave. Today marks the post-operation debriefing of the Pest Eradication Initiative. While termed a debriefing, it is, in essence, a closed-door reckoning. The attendees are few, but of considerable weight: the President, the Vice President, the chairs of the intelligence committees of both houses of Congress, the Secretary General of the World Security Council, Alexander Pierce, Director of S.H.I.E.L.D, Nick Fury, and Elijah Adams, the helm of Titan Industries. In the small meeting room adjacent to the Oval Office, the atmosphere is thick with tension. Fury and Pierce occupy one side of the long table, the former's expression dark as iron, while the latter maintains the calm demeanor characteristic of a seasoned politician. The opposite side remains vacant. As the door swings open, Elijah enters alongside the president, both engaged in light-hearted conversation as if attending an ordinary luncheon. After pleasantries and taking their seats, Elijah naturally positions himself directly opposite Pierce, with the president assuming the main seat. The meeting begins, and the air grows charged with the scent of gunpowder. The president's smile faded, his fingers striking the table with a heavy thud, producing a dull echo. Director Fury, we have all seen the report on the results of the extermination operation. Ultimately, it barely met the expected targets. His words were punctuated by deliberate pauses. However, the issues exposed during the process are alarming. The vice president immediately seized the opportunity, his tone sharp. The S.H.I.E.L.D agency, as the frontline barrier for Earth's security, has been infiltrated by Skrulls to an alarming extent. A scale of infiltration in the millions. Right under your nose. What do you have to say for this? Where is your intelligence warning mechanism? Your internal security review is virtually non-existent. The chairman of the Congressional Intelligence Committee adjusted his glasses, his voice cold as though reading a verdict. Moreover, during the preparation and execution of the operation, a substantial amount of classified intelligence was leaked from S.H.I.E.L.D's internal channels, directly resulting in certain Skrull armed forces being alerted in advance and attempting to flee. Had it not been for the timely interception by the defense forces deployed by the Titan Corporation in deep space, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Director Fury, you and your organization have posed a grave threat to global security. Fury's singular gaze swept across the room as he attempted to defend himself. The shape-shifting capabilities of the Skrulls are exceedingly difficult to discern. Infiltration is a long-standing, systemic issue. S.H.I.E.L.D. has been striving? The president interrupted, his voice suddenly rising. The result of your striving nearly allowed Earth to be hollowed out in its own home. Even after the operation, there were still remnants discovered right under your watch. This is no longer a matter of capability. This is a serious dereliction of duty. Is misconduct. The chairman of the Intelligence Committee produced a document. In light of the aforementioned severe dereliction of duty, the Congressional Intelligence Committee formally proposes the removal of Nick Fury from his position as director of S.H.I.E.L.D. in a comprehensive review of his leadership capabilities. The air seemed to thicken. The proposal for removal loomed over Fury like a heavy hammer. Just at this tense moment, Alexander Pierce spoke up slowly. His voice was steady, magnetic, imbued with a conciliatory sincerity. Mr. President, esteemed members of Congress, I understand the anger and concern of everyone here. Director Fury's handling of the Skrull incident indeed exhibited significant lapses, of that there is no doubt. He shifted his gaze earnestly toward the President and congressional representatives. However, we must also recognize the indelible contributions that S.H.I.E.L.D. has made over the past decades in maintaining global security. Director Fury's experience and decisiveness in complex situations remain invaluable assets that are difficult to replace. Is it truly the optimal solution to completely disregard him and S.H.I.E.L.D. in these tumultuous times? Pierce leaned slightly forward, presenting a substantial proposition. The World Security Council is willing to assume the responsibility of overseeing the necessary reforms. I propose the following. First, the budget for S.H.I.E.L.D. should be reduced by 20% over the next 3 years, with the cut funds allocated to a global security joint defense fund led by the Titan Corporation, aimed at procuring more advanced identification and defense systems. Second, the management of 6 highly sensitive research bases located in the Arctic, Sahara, and the depths of the Pacific Ocean will be transferred to the Titan Corporation, which will be responsible for their security upgrades and subsequent research integration. Third, all core databases concerning extraterrestrial technology and potential supernatural threats within S.H.I.E.L.D. will be open to the Titan Corporation with the highest level of sharing permissions. Fourth, a joint supervisory committee composed of the World Security Council, the Pentagon, and Titan will be established, possessing ultimate approval authority over S.H.I.E.L.D.'s internal security, personnel appointments, and major operations. He then turned to the President and congressional representatives. These measures will significantly restrict S.H.I.E.L.D.'s autonomy while preserving its framework and core functions, simultaneously introducing a more formidable force for restraint and supplementation. This approach bears less risk and greater efficiency than a complete overhaul. I urge you all to consider this carefully. Pierce's proposal struck at the heart of the matter. Budget cuts, the relinquishment of bases, shared databases, and oversight will severely deplete S.H.I.E.L.D.'s vitality and substantially diminish its power, yet Fury's position remains temporarily intact. The President and congressional representatives exchanged glances, their stern accountability ultimately supplanted by a trade of interests. The proposal for dismissal was temporarily shelved, and Pierce's plan received principal consent. Is this the end? No. For Elijah, it is merely the beginning. Secretary Pierce's proposal addressed systemic issues. Elijah's voice, though low, instantaneously captured everyone's attention. He gazed at Fury, his expression calm, yet bearing a weight of pressure heavier than the President's inquiries. However, for me personally, for the Titan Corporation, and for Director Fury, you owe an explanation. The conference room fell silent once more. General Skrull's hideout was pinpointed by my Titan's drones. The irrefutable evidence that forced you to confront reality was provided by me. Elijah spoke slowly, yet each word cut like a knife. However, your negotiations, aside from alerting the enemy and granting that general the opportunity to issue a final warning to his kin, resulting in the premature flight of over 100,000 targets and depleting my precious deep space interception resources, What substantial outcomes did they yield? He leaned slightly forward, his gaze as cold as a probing needle. You squandered the critical intelligence window I provided. You transformed an operation that could have been executed more efficiently into one fraught with unnecessary variables and expenditures. How do you account for this? Fury's single eye met Elijah's gaze, brimming with fury and frustration, yet he found himself unable to retort. Pierce sighed inwardly, aware that Elijah was demanding additional compensation. Mr. Adams. Pierce resumed his role as mediator, his tone more conciliatory. Director Fury's missteps in intelligence utilization have indeed resulted in considerable losses. The World Security Council is willing to offer compensation for this. He deliberated swiftly. We are prepared to grant the highest level of access to the core algorithms and databases of the Global Potential Superpower Threat Dynamic Assessment System within the Insight program to the Titan Corporation. Concurrently, all research data and site exploration rights of an ancient research station, codenamed Shangri-La, located at the southern foothills of the Himalayas, will be transferred to the Titan Corporation. The leverage presented by Pierce is exceedingly substantial. The algorithms and databases of the Insight program represent years of dedication from S.H.I.E.L.D, or rather, Hydra. The Shangri-La relic pertains to ancient arcane practices. This is akin to inflicting self-harm to quell Elijah's wrath. Elijah reclined in his chair, gently tapping his fingers on the smooth tabletop as if evaluating a contract. In truth, these concessions hold little significance for the Titan. However, for his counterpart, it represents a considerable sacrifice, and Elijah relished the discomfort it would impose on his adversary. He cast a glance at Fury, whose complexion was ashen, then at Pierce, who appeared sincere yet internally distressed. Very well, Elijah finally uttered. He hoped that Secretary Pierce's promises would be promptly fulfilled. As for Director Fury, his gaze shifted back to Fury. Take care of yourself. The future of S.H.I.E.L.D hinges on your ability to genuinely comprehend the essence of cooperation. The meeting concluded. Fury rose silently, his demeanor heavy with gravity. Pierce exhaled a barely perceptible sigh of relief. The cost was immense, yet the game continued. Elijah conversed softly with the president as they departed, as if the intense political maneuvering and division of interest had merely been an ordinary afternoon dialogue. The interests of the Titan were once again distinctly delineated at the negotiation table. Chapter 20. The rescue of Tony Stark. The latest encrypted message from the worker bees illuminated the tactical pad. Tony Stark and his medical assistant, Ethan, planned to take action today, utilizing their rudimentary yet effective homemade armor to force an escape. Elijah Adams observed this information, a rare smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. How could he possibly miss the climax of his cave adventure? Moreover, as Tony's nominal friend, to monitor the situation from the sidelines would indeed be somewhat unscrupulous. Personally retrieving him and conveniently rescuing the pivotal young doctor, Ethan, should effectively silence Tony's incessant complaints. Sophia, he pressed the communicator. Prepare the Titan. Destination: Tony S. terrorist stronghold. Bring the Thor's Hammer team. Notify the Middle East base. The worker bee swarm is on standby, ready to coordinate the operation. As the helmsman of Titan, he never underestimated his adversaries, even if they were a band of ill-equipped terrorists. Certainly, it is paramount to note his inherently flamboyant nature. When performing, one must go all out. Even a rescue must be executed with flair. This intrinsic penchant for spectacle is the very essence that fosters the camaraderie between him and Tony Stark. Understood, boss, came Sophia's voice immediately, efficient as ever. The engine of the Goliath was warming up, while the Thor S. Hammer Squad was boarding. The Middle Eastern base's worker bees had been activated and were on standby. Excellent. This is the efficiency I desire from the Goliath. Elijah nodded in satisfaction, casually adding, and my dear assistant. A barely audible laugh emanated from the communicator, tinged with a hint of bashfulness at being called out. The Goliath tore through the clouds, racing towards the barren mountains of Afghanistan at a speed several times that of a conventional passenger aircraft. Inside the cabin, the 6 members of the Thor S. Hammer Squad sat like silent statues, clad in specially designed heavy exoskeleton combat suits, weapon systems glowing softly in standby mode. They were among Goliath's elite tactical units, equipped with experimental gear that integrated various cutting-edge technologies. The aircraft hovered silently thousands of meters above the target valley, its anti-gravity engines maintaining absolute silence. Below, the sounds of the terrorist camp could be faintly heard. Action. Elijah's command was concise and clear. Instantly, the worker bee drones deployed from a higher orbit awakened, as if stirred from slumber. The Crimson single-eye locked onto the sentry towers, heavy machine gun emplacements, patrol teams, and all exposed militants around the camp. No warnings, no mercy. Fine beams of high-energy laser sliced through the air like the fingers of death, striking with lethal precision. The guards atop the sentry tower, along with the structure itself, evaporated silently. The heavy machine gun position erupted in a burst of flames. The patrol team was disassembled before they could even react. The entire operation was efficient, cold, and silent, save for the faint hiss of laser beams piercing the air and the crackle of ignited materials from the instantaneously generated heat. Almost simultaneously, the Thor S Hammer Squad descended like black meteors from the open door of the Goliath, their armor's cushioning system ensuring their landing produced but a muted thud. They sliced into the periphery of the camp like scalpels, the Gauss rifles emitting a low hum as they precisely targeted any who dared to resist or flee, in concert with the aerial suppression from the worker bees, swiftly clearing a path to the cave. Within the cave, explosions and fierce gunfire erupted as Tony, clad in the rough and bulky Mark I armor, battled against the onslaught of terrorists pouring in. The leader of the Thor S Hammer Squad, a burly man codenamed Anvil, kicked aside the battered iron door blocking the entrance. With a precise shot from his heavy pulse weapon, he obliterated the upper half of a terrorist who was aiming at Ensign. "Doctor, over here," called out another squad member through the loudspeaker, unambiguously directing towards the safe passage. Ethan's face was smeared with soot and blood, his nerves still frayed from the ordeal. However, upon witnessing the highly efficient eradication of the remaining enemies outside, executed by the well-equipped Juggernaut team, akin to futuristic warriors, he swiftly grasped the situation and resolutely charged alongside his comrades towards the exit of the cave. "Hey, he mine," Tony bellowed from within his armor, but the Mjolnir team paid him no heed, promptly completing their rescue mission before retreating from the firefight, leaving Tony to contend with the aftermath alone. Cursing under his breath, Tony relied on the rugged durability of the Mark I and its flamethrower to carve a path through the narrow cavern, stumbling out into the blinding sunlight of the desolate landscape. Outside, the battle had subsided. The camp was strewn with smoldering wreckage and charred remnants. Drones hovered silently in the low sky, their crimson eyes scanning the battlefield. Members of the Mjolnir team stood guard at the periphery, their movements precise as if they were machines. Directly in front of the cave entrance stood Elijah Adams, nonchalantly clad in a tailored dark trench coat, completely unblemished by dust. With arms crossed and that infuriatingly sardonic smile on his face, he inquired, "Did you have fun, Tony?" His tone dripped with mockery. Tony glared at him through the visor of his armor. "Elijah, why don't you take off that heap of scrap before you speak?" Elijah interrupted, gesturing dismissively at the Mark I. "It looks uncomfortable." Though Tony seethed with frustration, the oppressive heat and the aftermath of battle made it difficult to breathe. He cursed as he clumsily began to remove the armor's fasteners. At that moment, a silent member of the Mjolnir team approached, placing a thermally insulated alloy briefcase at Tony's feet, which clicked open to reveal 10 neatly arranged, still warm cheeseburgers, glistening with grease. Beside them were 5 chilled bottles of classic Coca-Cola, their glass surfaces adorned with beads of condensation. After enduring hunger and fierce combat in the cave, this sight felt nothing short of miraculous. Tony's movements froze, his gaze fixated on the burgers, his throat involuntarily swallowing. He looked up, incredulity etched on his face as he regarded Elijah. Elijah shrugged, casually taking a seat on a relatively flat rock, his demeanor relaxed, as if he were at a picnic. "Go on, I know you're hungry. Eat while we chat." Tony, disregarding all semblance of decorum, plopped down on the ground, seizing a burger and taking a hefty bite. The rich flavors of cheese and meat flooded his mouth, prompting a satisfied hum. After gulping down a mouthful of ice-cold cola, he gasped, "You've known this whole time? Watching me like a rat trapped in a cave?" "Pretty much," Elijah admitted candidly, also grabbing a burger and eating leisurely, a stark contrast to Tony's ravenous consumption. From the moment your convoy was engulfed in flames, to the time you were dragged into the cave and subsequently forged that metallic exoskeleton, it was all too clear to behold. "So, why did you not arrive sooner?" Tony's voice, muddled by a mix of anger and sustenance, carried a weight of frustration. "There are 2 reasons," Elijah remarked, extending 2 fingers. "Firstly, to allow you to experience firsthand the bitter taste of your cherished toys exploding in your own midst. Crafting weapons may be a straightforward endeavor, yet shouldering the repercussions is paramount. I believe this lesson is one that you ought to undertake personally." His tone remained calm, yet each word struck deep. Tony's chewing slowed, his gaze filled with a complex mix of emotions as he regarded the reactor in his chest, a new energy core that had replaced Ethan's rudimentary electromagnet. Secondly, Elijah's expression grew slightly more serious as he set down his hamburger and activated his wrist terminal, projecting a small holographic display that unveiled a blurry yet chilling image of deep space, a colossal alien fleet, monstrous interstellar behemoths, and energy beams capable of annihilating planets. "Do you believe you are merely confronting trivial matters on Earth? Tony, the universe is vast and perilous. These visuals represent merely the tip of the iceberg that the Titans have compiled over the years. Earth resembles an unguarded candy jar, with ravenous wolves lurking nearby. You must confront reality, undergo transformation, and grow stronger. What can you achieve with the meager contraptions you crafted in that cave? They are insufficient even for the smallest of tasks." He pointed to a grotesque mothership within the projection, as massive as an asteroid. "To contend with such entities, reliance on personal heroism and cunning will lead to ruin. We require strength, a robust system, and readiness." Tony gazed at the suffocating imagery, the hamburger frozen mid-bite, momentarily lost in thought. The struggles within the cave, the terror of death, and the contemplation of weaponry were eclipsed by a grander, more chilling cosmic panorama. The hot winds of the Gobi Desert swept through, carrying the scents of gunpowder and dust. The red lights of the exoskeleton moved slowly across the night sky, while Thor's hammer squad stood vigil like silent sentinels at the periphery. Elijah took a sip of his cola, effortlessly resuming his relaxed demeanor. "So how does it taste?" This hamburger was freshly made by the kitchen at the New York base and airlifted while still warm. Tony snapped back to reality, taking a hefty bite of the hamburger and muttering in frustration, "It's utterly terrible. And you scoundrel, have plotted against me." Elijah chuckled lightly. "Same to you. Haven't you schemed against me enough times? Hurry up and eat. Once you're finished, I'll send you home." Pepper is nearly frantic. My phone is on the verge of exploding from her calls. The 2 sat upon the sun-baked sands of the Gobi, indulging in cola and hamburgers, one devouring ravenously and cursing, the other leisurely and teasing, surrounded by the formidable might of the Titans, embarking on a conversation laced with tension and unspoken implications, a dialogue born from their survival against adversity. The shadow of the cosmos has temporarily receded, yet it has etched an indelible mark upon his heart. Chapter 21. The Journey Home and Its Aftermath. The scorching winds of the Gobi Desert swirled with dust, brushing against Tony Stark's face, smeared with oil and gunpowder. He voraciously devoured his 3rd hamburger, the icy carbonation washing away the thirst and irritation in his throat. The remnants of the Mark I armor lay scattered at his feet, resembling a heap of discarded scrap metal. Elijah Adams sat upon a nearby rock, his demeanor relaxed, as if the recent bloody cleanup had merely been an inconsequential rehearsal. The taste lingered. Tony swallowed his last bite, wiping his mouth with the back of his relatively clean hand, casting a glance at Elijah. "Just barely satisfactory. But next time, remember to add more pickles and make the cola colder." His tone bore the weariness of survival and of forced nonchalance. Yet his gaze involuntarily drifted towards the imposing Thor's hammer team, standing not far off. Those warriors, clad in matte armor, resembling humanoid fortresses, exuded an industrial fatality starkly contrasting with the Mark I. Their very presence served as a silent mockery of Tony's 2 months of hammering away in the cave. There were still plenty of demands. Elijah rose, brushing non-existent dust off his trench coat. "When you finally utilize your own kitchen, you can add whatever you wish. Now, it is time to depart. Pepper is waiting for you in New York. Both her patience and my phone lines are nearing their limits." He gestured towards the hovering Colossus, its massive body silently descending, the anti-gravity engines casting a flickering blue glow upon the ground as the hatch slowly opened. Tony's gaze swept over the chaotic terrorist camp. Burning remnants billowed black smoke, the air thick with the acrid scent of charred flesh and blood, the sporadic crackle of lingering flames audible. The worker bee drones hovered like cold, unfeeling vultures, their dark red sensors scanning the battlefield to ensure no threats remained. Under the Captain's command, the Thor's Hammer team was busily packing the Mark I components into crates. Ethan, clad in tattered clothing and displaying a blend of fear and confusion, was settled into a relatively comfortable seat within the transport pod, sipping a nutritional liquid handed to him. Your cleaning crew is remarkably efficient. Tony withdrew his gaze, his tone laden with complexity. He recalled the moment in the cave when Ethan had nearly been fatally struck, reminding himself of his own clumsy combat. The power of the Colossus showcased an almost brutal efficiency, a glaring contrast to his struggles. Professionalism. Elijah's response was calm and unperturbed, merely stating a fundamental truth. The Colossus does not engage in charity. It solely resolves issues. Get in the vehicle. He led the way towards the boarding ladder. Tony, dragging his weary frame, followed suit. The blue glow of his arc reactor stark against the dimness of the cabin. He couldn't help but glance back one last time at the cave that had buried part of his naivete and arrogance before stepping into the Colossus' climate-controlled haven. The hatch closed silently, severing the oppressive heat and the stench of death from the outside world. The engine began to hum a low, resonant tone as the massive craft gracefully ascended, swiftly merging into the azure sky, leaving behind the barren mountains of Afghanistan and the scattered remnants of wolves. Inside the cabin, an eerie silence prevailed. The members of the MJ Lunar squad were fixed in their restraints like sculptures of steel, their expressions hidden beneath their helmets. Ethan leaned back in his seat, seemingly having succumbed to fatigue. Tony sat in the spacious aircraft seat, acutely aware of the aches coursing through his body and the persistent tightness in his chest. He glanced across at Elijah, who was busy manipulating the holographic screen to process documents. "That Ethan," Tony began, his voice slightly hoarse. "Is he all right?" Superficial injuries compounded by malnutrition. The medical bay of a Leviathan will restore him to his former self. Elijah did not look up, his fingers gliding across the holographic display. "Your savior 1TB treated poorly." "Thanks," Tony replied, the word feeling somewhat awkward on his tongue. He paused, gesturing toward the silent armored warriors. "What about them? Your new toys? They seem a tad superior to my tin can." He attempted to mask his inner turmoil with jest. Elijah finally diverted his gaze from the screen, taking a fleeting glance at the armored figures, individual heavy assault units, incorporating a few new features. He refrained from detailing the energy shields, magnetic rail weapons, and supercharged propulsion, as if they were merely another tool in a toolbox. The cost was exorbitant. Only 10 units were produced. 10? Tony echoed softly, his engineer's instincts swiftly calculating the resources and technological thresholds required for such an advanced individual system, far exceeding anything Stark Industries was currently pursuing. The pain in his rudimentary reactor flared anew. The pride he had felt for the Mark I in that cavern now silently crushed. What Elijah presented was not merely a weapon, but a comprehensive system, a stark reminder of how far he had fallen behind. "The universe is vast, Tony." Elijah seemed to pierce through his thoughts, shutting off the holographic display. "What you've seen is merely the tip of the iceberg. Earth is like an unlocked candy jar, surrounded by ravenous wolves. What you've managed to produce," he nodded toward the direction of Afghanistan, now lost beyond the window, "is barely sufficient to fill a crack. We need more, stronger, faster." Tony did not contest this. The struggles in the cave, the terror of death, and the painful reflections on the significance of weaponry were now overshadowed by a grander, colder cosmic reality. He gazed into Elijah's calm, unwavering eyes, and for the first time, he truly comprehended that this seemingly jaded friend no longer saw the neon lights of Manhattan, but rather the gaping abyss of the vast cosmos. And he, Tony Stark, had only just crawled out of small pit. Thus, Tony reclined against the chair's back, closing his eyes as his fingers unconsciously tapped the armrest. The reactor in his chest subtly rising and falling with each breath. What should I do next? The brilliant Mr. Tony Stark had just graduated from a crash course with terrorists and was burdened with an overwhelming debt of gratitude. First, tend to your wounds, soothe your fiery pepper, and calm the explosive board of directors. Elijah redirected his gaze to the screen. Then, employ your intellect to thoughtfully consider how to upgrade your metallic contraption to keep pace with the times. The mighty do not accommodate idlers, nor do friends. A cryptic smile tugged at the corners of Tony's mouth, and he fell silent. The engine's deep hum became a lullaby, fatigue washing over him like a relentless tide. In the fleeting moment before succumbing to slumber, he was not flooded with the joy of salvation, but rather haunted by the grotesque silhouette of the colossal ship projected in the vastness of space, alongside the cold metallic sheen of the silent Thor's hammer armor surrounding him. As the mighty ship descended smoothly upon the New York base in the evening, the site was aglow with lights, enormous searchlight beams piercing the encroaching dusk. The hatch opened, and Pepper Potts, who had been waiting anxiously, rushed in. Upon seeing Tony, though disheveled, intact and seated, her suppressed tears finally spilled forth. She dashed over and embraced him tightly, her shoulders trembling as all her worries and fears were released in that moment. Tony awkwardly patted her back, his voice slightly choked. "Hey, Pepper, I'm fine, see? All the parts are still here." He attempted to mask his emotions with humor, though it bore little fruit. Elijah chose not to intrude upon their reunion, signaling for the medical team to carefully escort the still weak Ethan to the base medical center. The Thor's hammer team departed silently, their heavy footsteps echoing through the hangar. "Mr. Adams." Pepper finally released Tony and turned to Elijah, her tear-streaked face illuminated with genuine gratitude. "Thank you. Thank you for bringing him back." "It's my duty," Elijah replied with a smile, his tone calm. "He needs rest and a thorough examination. The base is equipped with the finest medical facilities. You can remain here with peace of mind." Outside, he glanced at the faintly visible media lights and security personnel surrounding the base. For now, it will be handled by the mighty. Pepper understood his implication. Obadiah Stane and the ever-watchful media were likely already congregated at the entrance of Stark Industries. The mighty base was indeed the safest haven. She supported Tony as they followed the medical staff out of the hangar. Elijah stood still, watching their figures vanish into the corridor. Sophia appeared silently at his side, presenting a classified report. "Boss, the final operational report from the Middle East base. The target area has been thoroughly cleared, with no losses on our side. All traces have been eradicated." Elijah mused, taking the tablet and swiftly scanning the report's contents. "Notify Obadiah Stane that Tony Stark has arrived at the God base, where we will provide medical security. He should manage his words and the board. Any unauthorized statements or actions prior to my notification will have consequences." His voice carried an unmistakable chill. "Understood." Sophia swiftly noted the directive. Additionally, encrypted communication requests from the Pentagon and the World Security Council are queued, concerning the follow-up impact assessment of the extermination operation and research permissions regarding the Skrull spacecraft wreckage. Inform them that all technical analyses will be led by God. Should they wish to partake, they must offer something of equivalent value in exchange. The specific terms will be negotiated by the technical and business departments. Elijah returned the tablet to Sophia. "The highest priority is the final debugging of the Hyperion 2 and the activation of the energy core for the Heavenly Palace ecological dome. Tony has returned, and the stage in New York is about to come alive. God cannot merely be a spectator." "Yes, boss," Sophia replied succinctly, turning to convey the instructions. Elijah proceeded alone to the command center of the base's upper echelons. Outside the colossal floor-to-ceiling windows, the dazzling lights of New York resembled a river of stars below. He understood that Tony's return was merely the beginning. The birth of Iron Man would stir the winds of change, while Hydra lurking in the shadows. Various forces with watchful eyes, and the unknown threats from the depths of space would soon emerge. The fleet of God needs to take shape more rapidly. His empire requires a sturdier foundation. The end of the journey marks the beginning of a new storm. He must ensure that when the tempest arrives, the great vessel of God has forged a steel backbone capable of withstanding any tumult. Chapter 22. Press conference and confrontation with Obadiah. The efficiency of the medical center at God Base was impeccable. The injury to Tony Stark's chest healed rapidly under advanced regenerative technology and molecular repair. Shrapnel was safely extracted, leaving only a few nearly invisible superficial marks on his skin. Ethan underwent a more comprehensive physical and mental evaluation, with God's efficient team confirming his physical well-being, though his mental state required time to stabilize. Tony did not insist that Ethan accompany him upon his discharge. When the doctor announced his release, Tony found Ethan in the biological laboratory, assisting in the analysis of an extraterrestrial microorganism. The environment and project here evidently suited the doctor's philosophy better than weapon development at Malibu or Stark Industries. "This place is more suitable for me, Tony." Ethan operated the intricate microarm with a calm and resolute demeanor. The environmental transformation project of God requires medical and biological expertise. This is far more meaningful than manufacturing weapons. Tony nodded in understanding. Very well, Doctor. Let's stay in touch. If you need anything, reach out to me or directly to Elijah. We owe you a favor. What you owe me has already been repaid. Ethan chuckled. Leading me out of hell is sufficient. Upon leaving God Base, Tony declined Elijah's chauffeured car. He must confront the impending storm alone. An unremarkable black sedan delivered him directly to the foot of Stark Industries headquarters. The press room of Stark Industries was inundated with global media, packed to capacity. Cameras flashed like a tempest, focusing on Tony Stark, who had resurfaced after months of absence. He appeared somewhat gaunter, with a pallid complexion, yet his gaze remained piercing, imbued with the gravitas of having brushed with death and an undeniable brilliance. Obadiah Stane stood beside him, his broad palm firmly clasping Tony's shoulder, exhibiting a facade of familial affection and relief at the return of the company's cornerstone. His smile steadfast as a mountain. Tony approached the microphone, devoid of melodramatic sentiments or superfluous pleasantries. I am back. His voice resonated clearly throughout the hall via the loudspeaker. In the past few months, I have witnessed events unfold far from here, where I saw firsthand how Stark Industries weapons were employed. He paused, scanning the journalist below, his eyes also landing on the tense smile of Obadiah. They have been wielded to instill fear, to cause death, to create hell on earth, targeting the innocent, and nearly taking my life. His cold proclamation, devoid of anger yet laden with impact, elicited gasps from the audience. Thus, Tony's voice rose sharply, resolute. I announced that, effective immediately, Stark Industries shall permanently cease its weapons research and manufacturing division. The atmosphere exploded in the room. Journalists leapt to their feet, their flashbulbs creating a blinding tapestry of light. Waves of incredulity, exclamations, and disbelief surged, nearly shattering the ceiling. The very foundation of Stark Industries had been severed by Tony's own hand. Obadiah abruptly turned to Tony, his forced smile completely frozen, his eyes swirling with shock. The fury of betrayal and a hint of uncontrolled malevolence. He attempted to speak, but Tony's voice once again drowned out the clamor. This is not an end. It is a new beginning. Tony raised his hand, pointing to the colossal holographic screen that lit up behind him, displaying conceptual designs of future urban energy networks and spacecraft silhouettes, all rendered in the distinctive Stark style of the Titan. All employees from the former Weapons Research and Manufacturing Division will be reassigned based on their preferences and skills to two new departments, the new Clean Energy Development Division. And he deliberately paused, his gaze seemingly penetrating the ceiling, the Deep Space Exploration Technology Division. We will resolve Earth's energy crisis. Simultaneously, Tony's voice resonated with an unprecedented sense of mission. We shall set our sights on the stars and the vast oceans beyond. Stark Industries will partake in pioneering humanity's next frontier. Effective immediately, this meeting is adjourned. Having concluded, Tony disregarded the frenzied inquiries and Obadiah's ashen visage, turning on his heel to stride away. Bodyguards parted the crowd, swiftly escorting him from view. Only Obadiah stood alone on the stage, confronted by the chaotic scene and the countless cameras aimed at him. The muscles on his face twitched slightly, and the facade of composure he had so desperately maintained crumbled entirely, leaving behind a chilling sense of embarrassment and suppressed fury. In the president's office after the press conference, the atmosphere had plummeted to a freezing point. The heavy door isolated them from the cacophony outside, creating an oppressive atmosphere that felt tangible. Obadiah stood with his back to Tony in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, his broad shoulders taut as iron. After a long silence, he turned around, his face devoid of any kindness, replaced instead by a brooding anger that dripped with intensity. Tony, his voice was low and stifled, each word emerging as if ground through clenched teeth. Have you lost your mind? You have just personally destroyed Stark Industries. You have obliterated your father's legacy. Do you comprehend the consequences? Stock prices will plummet. Shareholders will revolt. The military will seek compensation. We will be torn apart. Tony sat behind a desk, idly toying with the holographic model of the deep space probe that Elijah had gifted him, his demeanor almost leisurely. Destroyed? Obi, I am merely excising a malignant growth. He set the model down, his gaze piercing as it locked onto Obadiah. Those blood-soaked weapon orders? The instruments of death lying in warehouses, waiting to be sold into the shadowy corners of the world? That is not a foundation. It is a disgrace. Stark Industries needs a future, not to languish atop a heap of arms, counting blood-stained dollars. Future? Obadiah slammed his palm onto the mahogany surface of a desk, producing a dull thud. Your lofty deep space explorations? Do you have any idea how much capital it will consume? How many years until we see a return? Clean energy? The global giants are numerous. How do we plan to infiltrate? By relying on that little gadget you hammered together in a cave? He gestured mockingly at the location of the arc reactor on Tony's chest. Tony's expression turned icy. The arc reactor is not a mere trinket, Obi. It is the key. As for the finances? He rose and approached the liquor cabinet to pour a drink. The wealth accumulated by Stark is sufficient to support the transformation. And he took a sip of whiskey, his gaze intense. Who says we must rely solely on ourselves? The technological reserves of the Titan Group in energy and deep space vastly exceed your imagination. Collaboration is the swiftest route. Titan? Atoms? Obadiah's pupils constricted, as if bitten by a venomous serpent. I knew it. It is he. He has influenced you. He compelled you to shut down the weapons division. Hasn't he? He intends to absorb Stark, to turn you into his puppet. He nearly shouted. Tony swirled the ice in his glass, the cubes clinking against the sides with a crystalline sound. Elijah has revealed a broader vision to me, nothing more. The choice was mine to make. He fixed his gaze on Obadiah's twisted face, his tone suddenly turning frigid. But you, Obi, I am curious. Why does the military's rescue team always come up empty? Why is it that the 10 Rings organization can swiftly acquire the latest Jericho parameters? Why is it that, just after I departed from the Jericho demonstration base, the terrorists conveniently appeared on the very path I had chosen? What do you mean? Obadiah's complexion changed dramatically, his eyes flickering with a combination of embarrassment from being exposed and a greater fury at Tony's accusations. Tony, I have exhausted all resources to find you. Regarding your whereabouts, he suppressed his anger, attempting to clarify. There must be a traitor within the military, or perhaps your movements have been under surveillance from the very beginning. Enough, Obi. Tony interrupted him, his tone heavy with profound fatigue and utter disappointment. I'm not questioning these matters that remain unverified. What I am asking is why your reaction to the events that transpired during my absence seems far less surprised and earnest than you portray. Why is there a sense of urgency among the board to declare me deceased? The blood drained from Obadiah's face, and a thin sheen of cold sweat formed on his brow. Tony's accusation struck at the very essence of his actions during Tony's disappearance. He forced himself to remain composed, but his eyes betrayed a frantic turmoil. Tony, you are too fatigued. Those experiences have clouded your judgment. For the sake of your long-standing care for the company and in remembrance of my father, Tony's voice turned icily resolute, leaving no room for doubt. This time, I will not delve further. However, the weapons division is definitively out. Energy and deep space represent the new direction for Stark Industries. Obie, I hope you can retire and enjoy your remaining years. If you are unwilling, he set down his glass, leaning slightly forward, exuding an invisible pressure. Then if you believe my decisions impede your plans with the board, I suspect they would be more than willing to share your stake. A showdown. An ultimatum. Obadiah's facial muscles twitched violently, a tumult of anger, humiliation, the shock of being seen through, and a hint of sheer dread of being entirely excluded from the core swirled in his eyes. He fixed his gaze on Tony, as if for the first time truly comprehending the genius nephew he once thought he could control indefinitely. After several seconds of suffocating silence, all of Obadiah's intense emotions seemed to be forcibly wiped away by an unseen hand. He took a deep breath, donning the mask of a composed elder, tinged with sorrow and resignation, even managing a painfully forced smile. Tony, he shook his head, his voice hoarse and laden with theatrical weight. You are too young, too impulsive. You have been deceived by those grand yet hollow blueprints. Very well, you are the major shareholder, and you possess the final say. He stepped forward, seemingly intending to place a hand on Tony's shoulder in a gesture of support, but Tony subtly sidestepped once more. Obadiah's hand froze in midair, then naturally retracted, his face still wearing that heavy expression of concern for Tony's well-being. I will remain with the company, Tony, to help stabilize the situation and reassure the shareholders and clients. Transformation demands time and strategy. I hope you can trust me. Having spoken, he no longer regarded Tony, turning abruptly to stride out of the office, his posture still erect, yet radiating an intense fury and a resolute determination akin to a last-ditch effort. The heavy oak door closed behind him with a dull thud, echoing through the silence. Tony stood alone in the vast office, the golden rays of the setting sun streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a long shadow upon the polished floor. Obadiah's ambiguous words bore no warmth. Instead, they felt like a chilling declaration of war. Tony knew this uncle all too well. Beneath the placid surface of the lake, deadly currents had begun to stir. Though Obadiah had failed to eliminate Tony Stark this time, it would only compel the cornered old wolf to seek out more dangerous and insidious fangs. Tony understood that the true contest had only just commenced. He approached the window, gazing down at the burgeoning lights of New York, while the arc reactor on his desk emitted a steady and cold blue glow. Chapter 23. The strategic blueprint, the tumultuous affair between Tony Stark and his uncle Obadiah, was of little interest to Elijah Adams. He was not Tony's caretaker. Providing hamburgers in Afghanistan and arranging private flights were the acts of a true friend, but Obadiah's matters were familial. If that self-proclaimed genius playboy could not even cleanse the serpents within his own company, it would only serve to demonstrate that he was unworthy of partnership with the Titan. Elijah held a fundamental confidence in Tony. After all, he was the most intelligent person on Earth besides himself. However, he would refrain from involving himself in such matters for the time being. His attention had long since shifted to broader horizons. A coded report from a Mars orbital Hephaestus base flickered with a cold light on the screen of his private terminal. The report's core content was succinct yet powerful. Led by the flagship Hyperion, the Titan Galactic Fleet's first fleet had integrated the newly launched Hyperion II, thousands of swarm-class corvettes, and the prototype vessel S.H.I.E.L.D, along with its sister ships, as well as numerous engineering ships, transport vessels, and deep space reconnaissance craft, completing final formation and fire coordination tests, thus officially achieving combat readiness. This combat capability currently exhibited a significant shortfall. Personnel. Over 90% of the fleet's operational positions were filled by engineering robots and combat drones. The number of elite trainees cultivated by the Titan's Deep Space Academy lagged far behind the pace of the fleet's expansion. At the conclusion of the report, Eric attached a timeline for solutions. Accelerate trainee courses, optimize auxiliary decision-making chains, and implement more aggressive recruitment plans. Elijah swiftly approved the acceleration plan. Accompanying the report was a coded star map, a trophy seized from an interstellar pirate group that the First Fleet had effortlessly dispatched during deep space maneuver testing in the asteroid belt. The star map encompasses a region centered around the solar system, extending hundreds of light years, meticulously detailing the known galaxies, types of stars, the distribution of planetary resources, and the coordinates of planets harboring intelligent life. Eric's intentions are unmistakably laid out in the accompanying strategic recommendations. The minerals, energy, and rare elements contained within this celestial domain are of strategic significance for the exponential growth of the Titan's deep space initiatives. More importantly, the planets inhabited by intelligent beings represent a source of population, labor, potential military recruits, and new territories. He proposes that the First Fleet spearhead a campaign of eradication and integration, thoroughly incorporating these star regions into the Titan S dominion, serving as a cornerstone for the Titan S advance deeper into the galaxy. Elijah reclined against the broad back of his chair, his fingertips gliding over the flickering points of light on the holographic star map. For the Titan fleet at this moment, hundreds of light years are not an unapproachable distance. Eric's plan precisely pierces the core of his ambition. Eric is indeed the epitome of a German, Elijah murmured to himself, a hint of a cold, stern smile gracing his lips. Meticulous, efficient, and unwavering in his desire for expansion, this trait is a perfect embodiment of execution within the Titan framework. He hesitated not for a moment. Encrypted commands were generated instantaneously, with authority granted in synchronization. The plan was approved. Eric Schneider was appointed as the commander of the First Fleet of the Titan Galactic Fleet, fully responsible for the eradication and integration operations. The objective: absolute control over the star regions within a radius of 475 light-years. The additional stipulations of the command bore a chilling, iron-like severity. Within this star domain, only the will of the Titan is permitted to exist. Any unauthorized external forces shall be annihilated. Any indigenous intelligent civilizations must accept integration, pledge allegiance, and be assimilated into the Titan system. Those who refuse. Elijah's gaze swept across the star map, pausing briefly on several planets marked with special highlights, assessed as potential sources of resistance. Those who refuse, along with their planets, will be transformed into the resources necessary for the Titan's expansion. The execution standards are clear. Efficiency first, leaving no future threats. The orders were dispatched. On the Martian orbit, the massive fleet lay like a slumbering behemoth, beginning to adjust its posture. The glow of engine preheating ignited in the depths of space, akin to the sparks of a wildfire about to blaze. Erich Schneider received absolute authorization from Earth. Within the cold metallic chamber, the German engineer's eyes sparkled with a fervor for order and control, mirroring that of Elijah. The iron hooves of the Titan are poised to step towards the first node of the starry sea. The gears of expansion began to turn with thunderous efficiency, surpassing the speed of light under the silent commands. In the Martian orbit, the colossal hull of the Hyperion awakened like a dormant giant. The eerie blue antimatter engine nozzles transitioning from standby to a deep roar, illuminating the nearby, floating engineering platforms with a foreboding glow. The Hyperion II, the S.H.I.E.L.D, and their sister ships, along with engineering vessels and transport ships resembling a swarm of steel locusts, ignited in succession. They were no longer in a testing phase. They had transformed into ravenous predators. There were no grand oaths, only the cold coordinates injected into the navigation core. The target star system was highlighted on the star chart. The fleet silently completed its adjustments, morphing into a steel spear aimed at the depths of space. Erich Schneider stood on the bridge of the Hyperion, a vast projection of the star map behind him, clearly delineating the regions soon to be conquered by the Colossus. There was no excitement on his face, only an almost religious focus and coldness. The meticulousness of the German engineer had, at this moment, crystallized into the formula for expansion. He had received the will of the Colossus, and he would become the sharpest executor of this will among the stars. The first fleet set to depart. Target 7421-1140. 1. His command broadcast through the fleet's communication channels, calm as an announcement of a routine patrol. Yet every word signified a pivotal turning point in the fate of numerous worlds. The massive fleet began to move, initially sluggish, like an iceberg breaking free from gravity, before suddenly accelerating. The antimatter engines expelled ethereal blue flames, shattering the tranquility of space. They formed a disciplined assault formation, advancing beyond the solar system, toward the hundreds of light years waiting to be integrated or transformed, crushing all in their path. The expansion of the Colossus was never a gentle infiltration. It was a torrential downpour of iron declaring sovereignty. Elijah stood by the window, tapping against the cold glass. He knew that, at this moment, the iron hooves of the Colossus were treading toward the first star domain. Failure? Not in his lexicon. He required more planets, more resources, a grander fleet, and ultimately, an unshakable foundation of power that would allow him to look down upon all threats in the cosmic abyss. The Iron Curtain had fallen, and the sea of stars would change hues. In this second life, Elijah did not aspire to challenge the deities of the Marvel world, those formidable existences like eternity, the goddess of death, or the devourer of worlds. He merely wished to live well in this realm and eliminate any who dared to disrupt his idyllic existence. That was enough. Emerging from the wreckage of a curry-flavored fighter jet in Africa to now commanding a stellar fleet, Elijah held no interest in the grand narrative of challenging the cosmic will or standing shoulder to shoulder with the gods. Eternity? Death? The devourer? Those abstract entities wandering the realm of cosmic rules were, in his eyes, mere background radiation, irrelevant to him. He had no desire to comprehend their games, let alone participate. His goals were clear and pragmatic: to safeguard the beautiful life he had painstakingly built. This beauty was real and treasured. Sipping a cup of coffee brewed by Sophia in a top-floor office in New York, he watched her cheeks flush slightly at his teasing remark. Occasionally, he would fly to Los Angeles, where he would find that loquacious dandy intoxicated by the poolside, only to receive a few exasperated glares from Pepper. He would savor the meticulously recreated fighter jet noodles from the base kitchen, allowing the familiar flavors to soothe his soul. Standing atop the headquarters of the Titans, he would gaze down upon the orderly city meticulously maintained by industrious workers, relishing the tranquility forged by absolute power. Watching as the starship blueprints transmitted from the base transformed into tangible reality, he felt the steady pulse of the Titan's expansion. Even the anticipation of his monthly check-in felt akin to unboxing an unknown treasure. All of this was the result of his arduous struggle, relentless management, and calculated plunder after experiencing death and rebirth. It embodied his own definition of the meaning of resurrection. This tranquility and subtle joy were sacred and should remain undisturbed. The might of the Titans was not intended for the domination of the multiverse. Instead, it served as a colossal fly swatter, perpetually poised above the life lovingly nurtured by Elijah Adams. Should anyone dare to buzz and disrupt the peace, the swatter would descend with the ruthless coldness of extinguishing stars, striking without hesitation. Deities? As long as they did not intrude upon his living room, they were free to do as they pleased. The beauty of mortal life was the sole treasure he wished to grasp tightly in this second chance at existence. Protecting it required an unreasonable, overwhelming power that would instill fear across the cosmos. Chapter 24. Home Elijah Adams, the helmsman of the Titans group, wielding authority surpassing that of national powers, now faced the most lethal threat within his vast empire, a relentless summons from his mother. Since founding the Titans at the age of 18, he had only returned to the Adams estate in Washington, D.C., once or twice a year. In recent years, with ambitious projects such as deep space initiatives, lunar bases, and Martian docks flourishing, this frequency had dwindled to once every 2 years. Though he traversed time with the memories of his past life, the meticulous love and affection bestowed by his parents since infancy had etched an indelible mark upon his heart. The void of being an orphan in his previous life was filled by the warmth of the Adams family's love in this one. These parents were truly his own. This familial bond was the tender softness concealed beneath his cold and ironclad exterior. At this moment, nearly a year had passed since his last visit home. His personal terminal was inundated with missed calls from his mother, Isabel Adams, the latest voice message bearing an unmistakable authority. Elijah Adams, I do not care if you're mining on Mars or constructing houses on the moon. In 1 hour, if I do not see your presence at the estate, your father, your uncle, who incessantly speaks of you, and I will collectively pack our bags and fly to New York. I assure you, I will greet your backside in the manner you cherished most as a child, right in front of all the employees at Titan's headquarters. I mean what I say. Envision the scene of Mother Dearest descending upon Manhattan, brandishing a feather duster. Even Elijah's steadfast composure faltered momentarily, a subtle twitch of his brow betraying his unease. Resigned, he rubbed his forehead, acutely aware that his mother was not one to make empty threats. The women of the Adams family have always been resolute in their words, particularly when it concerns family matters. Sophia, he pressed the internal communicator, his tone imbued with an uncommon sense of resignation. For the next few days, you will have full authority to manage all non-urgent affairs. As for urgent matters, prioritize them accordingly, with the highest priorities escalated to me. Instantly, the holographic screen illuminated with the image of Sophia Hayes, her exquisite visage now marred by an expression of utter despondency. Her beautiful brows knitted together in a deep furrow, as if capable of crushing flies. Boss, Sophia's voice emanated from the speaker, laced with palpable indignation. I am acutely aware that your generous salary could afford you 100 assistants. Yet, can you genuinely expect me to divide myself into 100 to manage the entire operations of the Goliath? The acceptance report for the Mars dock, the energy node adjustments for the lunar dome, and the latest round of bureaucratic wrangling over the research rights to the Skrull spacecraft debris all require your signature or decision. Am I to be regarded as a human supercomputer? Elijah, for once, displayed a nearly mischievous grin, attempting to placate his extraordinarily capable yet deeply resentful assistant. Dear Sophia, relax. Trust me, this is the utmost compassion I can muster. Just look at poor Miss Pepper Potts over at Stark Industries. Tony, that reckless proprietor, has dumped the entirety of the company's mess, from weapon order disputes to shareholder meeting minutes, squarely on her shoulders. Each time I encounter her in the corridors of the Pentagon, I observe her becoming increasingly haggard, the fine lines at the corners of her eyes rivaling Fury's tactical maps. By comparison, my treatment of you is practically angelic. Sophia elegantly rolled her eyes, clearly unconvinced by this comparison of miseries. Compassion? Boss, your notion of compassion involves leaving me alone to contend with mountains of paperwork, frantic scientists, and perpetually malfunctioning deep space exploration teams? Well, who can resist the allure of your paycheck, indeed? She sighed, resigned, and began to organize the myriad windows that had sprung up before her. The sooner I complete this, the sooner I return, my boss. The estate's signal should suffice for you to remotely sign a few battleship construction applications. Fear not. Elijah rose, adjusting the meticulously tailored cuffs of his suit. A look of relief crossing his face as he anticipated liberation from the burdens of work. Work brings me joy, especially in a remote capacity. Half an hour later, on the outskirts of Washington, D.C., at the Addams family helipad, the ethereal blue glow of the anti-gravity engines dimmed, and the massive black hull of the Goliath settled onto the expansive helipad, resembling a colossal beast, its presence a striking juxtaposition against the classical elegance of the surrounding estate. The cabin door slid open, and Elijah descended the gangway with purposeful strides. His extraordinary vision had pierced through the cabin walls long before the aircraft had landed, revealing the familiar silhouette of his mother, Mrs. Isabel Addams, at the edge of the tarmac. She stood tall and graceful, clad in a perfectly tailored cashmere coat. Yet the feather duster she wielded, meticulously polished and glistening in the sunlight, gleamed ominously. A smile, seemingly gentle yet brimming with latent menace, adorned her face as her gaze zeroed in on her son, just disembarking. Alarm bells rang in Elijah's mind. He quickly adorned his visage with the brightest, most charming smile and hastened towards her, his voice sugary sweet. "Oh, my dearest, radiant mother. Good heavens, you must have stolen a sip from the fountain of youth. Why is it that every time I see you, you appear even more resplendent and enchanting than before? This is nothing short of a challenge to the laws of time. My father is indeed fortunate. Sweet nothings hold no sway over me, Mr. Addams." Before he could finish, Mrs. Isabel flicked her wrist, and the feather duster, slicing through the air, landed with a gentle yet affectionate tap upon Elijah's arm, encased in his costly tailored suit. The sound resonated lightly, the force perfectly calibrated, not injurious but sufficiently invigorating. Ouch! Elijah feigned a wince, his shoulders instinctively hunching, his performance slightly exaggerated. Mrs. Isabel narrowed her eyes, mirroring her son's striking gaze, the feather duster still firmly in hand as she scrutinized him with an air of calm authority. "Mr. Elijah Addams, do you now believe yourself to have grown wings, a titan commanding the stars and seas, dismissing your old mother's words as mere whispers in the wind? Do you find that the cold, sterile chair at the Titan headquarters is more comfortable than your father's ancestral sofa, which has long since sunk under your weight? How could that be, my kind, beautiful, and wise mother?" Elijah protested, urgently concocting excuses in his mind. "By all that is holy, I meticulously orchestrated a heartfelt family gathering 3 months ago, complete with a detailed itinerary. Unfortunately, you and my beloved father were challenging the majesty of the world's roof, atop Mount Everest. I could hardly intrude upon your noble endeavor to conquer nature, could I?" "Ah, Mrs. Isabel let out a knowing, light laugh, stepping closer, the feather duster nearly brushing against the tip of Elijah's nose. "Elijah, my son, are you insulting my intelligence or underestimating your own technological prowess? Those little bees of yours flitting about in the sky, capable of discerning the gender of mosquitoes, and your iron bird that can hurl you from New York to the far side of the moon. Tell me, if my precious son truly wished to present his shivering old mother with a steaming cup of freshly brewed coffee, sweetened with 3 cubes of sugar, could the blizzards of Mount Everest possibly deter Mr. Addams?" Elijah was momentarily rendered speechless, as if the logic imparted by his mother had momentarily frozen his superhuman thoughts. He gazed into her penetrating eyes, feeling that any excuses or justifications would be utterly inadequate. He opened his mouth, and ultimately, like a deflated balloon, his shoulders slumped, and the fierce demeanor of a commanding CEO shattered completely, leaving only a remorseful young man in front of his mother, who promptly raised his hands. "I was wrong. Dear mother, I sincerely reflect. I unconditionally surrender. Please render your judgment." Upon witnessing her son's penitent demeanor, the frost on Lady Isabel's face melted away in an instant, and she could not help but chuckle softly. She casually handed the feather duster, a symbol of household authority, to the amused old butler beside her and playfully pinched Elijah's cheek. "You rascal. Finally, you've spoken some sense. Well then, considering your sincere admission of guilt, I shall forgive you this time. Off you go." Naturally linking her arm with her son's, her voice returned to its affectionate warmth, the earlier menace dissipating entirely. "Your father and uncle, upon hearing of your return, have been busy at the oak barbecue since early morning, preparing that little lamb you've long been yearning for. The timing is just right. If we delay any longer, those two old gluttons will devour the crispy skin. Roast lamb." In an instant, Elijah's eyes sparkled with the brilliance of Tony Stark's arc reactor. Thoughts of scrolls, deep space fleets, and unsigned documents were cast aside. The warm atmosphere of home, mixed with the tantalizing aroma of roasted lamb, struck him with overwhelming force, causing this formidable Titan leader fear by enemies to smile like a child who has just received their cherished candy. He clasped his mother's hand tightly and, with a light step, followed her towards the manor house, where the enticing sense of cooking and familial warmth beckoned him forward. Chapter 25. Charles Adams, as they traversed the final garden in front of the manor house. Elijah and his mother Isabel walked side by side. He had just recounted a cold joke about a Pentagon procurement officer, successfully eliciting a smile from Lady Isabel that dispelled any lingering resentment accumulated from his prolonged absence. Ahead, an open area was filled with the mingling scents of charcoal smoke and rich spices. Elijah lifted his gaze to see two middle-aged gentlemen, elegantly attired in tailored vests, yet deliberately lacking ties, bustling around a massive outdoor grill. Their tall frames and rolled-up shirt sleeves revealed muscular arms, exuding an aura reminiscent of the razor gangs hidden beneath exquisite suits on the streets of old London. One of the men held a hefty cigar at a jaunty angle, the smoke curling gracefully as he effortlessly maneuvered the heavy grill, where a whole lamb sizzled and crackled, bathed in its own juices. Another individual was diligently applying a deep brown sauce onto the golden, glistening skin of the meat, a recipe that Elijah had deliberately sent back from the New York base. This scene starkly contrasted with their meticulously tailored, gentlemanly attire. "Father, uncle, I have returned," Elijah called out, a natural smile gracing his lips. The man, holding a cigar, turned at the sound. It was his uncle, James Adams, the United States Navy's chief of operations, a four-star admiral, with a soldier's neat crew cut and piercing gaze. He was the epitome of a seasoned veteran, a fervent admirer of Captain America, adhering to a relentless creed of, if you can't kill it, then kill harder. To some extent, Elijah's current brisk and somewhat cold demeanor bore the shadow of this uncle. James let out a hearty laugh, setting down the joystick and striding over with purpose. He enveloped Elijah in a robust embrace, replete with the sense of tobacco and barbecued meat, before unceremoniously thumping Elijah's chest with his fist, not without force. "Damn, kid, you finally know how to come home." James's voice boomed with the ruggedness characteristic of military men. "If you had delayed any longer, I would have had the Marines drag you back from New York." He exhaled a puff of smoke, squinting at Elijah. "Well, you seem to be holding up. Not too shabby. At least you still bear some resemblance to the Adams lineage." Elijah, who never intentionally engaged in fitness, was endowed with an astonishingly low body fat percentage and well-defined muscles, a result of his superhuman metabolism. "And you, my dear uncle," Elijah replied with a smile, "have yet to be marinated into a stuffy relic by the Pentagon's bureaucracy. Take my advice, do not emulate my father." He nodded toward the grill. His way of living could turn life into a Supreme Court dossier, utterly dreary. "After such a long absence, and you start by critiquing your father?" Another man, Charles Adams, set aside his sauce brush and turned around. He was Elijah's father, the Chief Justice of the United States Supreme Court. Unlike his brother's ruggedness, Charles exuded a restrained and profound authority, his words precise and incisive, imbued with the judge's unique ability to easily peel away facades. In the presence of his father's sharp tongue, Elijah's abilities seemed trivial. "After such a long time away, have you found a new home out there? Or have you taken after your uncle, unable to sleep without the embrace of the mighty cannon?" Charles's voice was steady, each word striking like a precise dart. Elijah stepped forward to embrace his father, managing a wry smile. "Your wit remains as relentless as ever. I am not one of those terrorists you encounter in your courtroom, who need their instruments of crime confiscated." He attempted to jest with a nod to his father's profession. "If you were," Charles patted his son's back, his tone unruffled. I shall personally sign the search warrant, ensuring that your tools of mischief are securely stored. My boy, this counterattack is both precise and lethal. Now you three. Miss Isabel interjected with undeniable authority, interrupting the amicable exchange between the father and his nephew, as she linked arms with Elijah and led him towards the outdoor long dining table adorned with a pristine white cloth. Take your seats. We shall converse only after we have filled our bellies. Serve the dishes, please. Charles inclined his head slightly to the butler standing nearby and took his place at the head of the table. Once everyone was seated, Charles elegantly raised his wine glass, his gaze sweeping over Elijah, a hint of barely perceptible mockery curling at the corners of his lips. First, let us raise our glasses together. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly in the ears of all present. Welcome our industrious and formidable president of the Titan Corporation, Mr. Elijah Adams, who has finally graced his humble ancestral home with his presence. Immediately, Elijah stood, holding his glass with both hands, wearing an expression of just the right amount of contrition as he solemnly clinked glasses with his father, mother, and uncle in turn. To my dear father, mother, and uncle, he spoke earnestly. This glass, I shall drink to my own punishment. Forgive me. With that, he tilted his head back and down the contents of his glass in one swift motion, his demeanor crisp and decisive. The hearty laughter of the three resonated through the estate, infused with the unique ease of familial bonds. The family dinner was filled with warmth and joy. In particular, Admiral James Adams, his face aglow, did not hesitate to lavish praise upon his nephew. The Titan Corporation continuously supplies the Navy with cutting-edge weaponry and revolutionary technology. From era-defining carrier-based aircraft to sophisticated naval defense systems, significantly amplifying his naval operations influence, even overshadowing the long-standing rival, the Air Force. During each joint meeting of the Department of Defense, James stood tall and resolute, his confidence largely drawn from having such an admirable nephew. This tangible achievement brought him more pride than any medal could. After the meal, Miss Isabel gracefully excused herself to indulge in her customary post-dinner leisure. The three men of the Adams family then migrated to the outdoor terrace in front of the main house, sinking into the broad woven lounge chairs. Each held a fine Havana cigar at the corner of their mouths, while the coffee table beside them bore single malt whiskey adorned with large ice cubes. The setting sun bathed the estate in a golden hue, the air rich with a mingling sense of tobacco and alcohol. They engaged in casual conversation, relishing the rare moments of languor and camaraderie. To be honest, my boy, James took a sip of whiskey, the ice clinking crisply against the glass as he turned to Elijah, his rugged face displaying unabashed concern. With the Titan undertaking such vast endeavors, what exactly are you preoccupied with? Is there any difficulty? Should you require assistance from home, do not hesitate to ask your uncle. This iron-willed general, in the presence of his only nephew, has never altered his indulgent affection, forever anxious that Elijah might suffer hardships or injustice in the world outside. Rest assured, my dear uncle, Elijah exhaled a perfect smoke ring, his tone imbued with the quintessential confidence of the Adams family. Outside, it is only the Adams clan that revels in the misfortunes of others. Are you not aware of this? With a smile, he raised his glass, offering a distant toast to James through the swirling haze of cigar smoke. Setting down his glass, Elijah leaned slightly forward, his fingers gently tapping on the armrest, his expression taking on a more serious tone. The Guardian Serum project, secretly developed by the Titans, has now reached the final phase of human compatibility. He paused, his gaze flitting between his father's composed visage and the sudden spark in his uncle's eyes, a subtle, alluring smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Gentlemen, would you be interested in a modest hardware upgrade? Complimentary, of course. Before the words had fully left his lips, James Adams sprang from his recliner, as if propelled by a spring, grasping Elijah's arm. His eyes sparkled with a fervor surpassing that of witnessing the launch of a new aircraft carrier. Mr. Adams, my dear nephew, spare no words. I must be the first. Let me be the first. He seemed to envision himself surpassing his idol, Captain America. Ha ha ha. Elijah was amused by his uncle's eagerness and straightened up in his seat. Fear not, uncle. Once the final safety tests are completed, I assure you, you will be the very first in line, fulfilling your dream of surpassing Captain America. He promised, patting James's sturdy arm. Splendid. You little rascal. At last, my efforts have borne fruit. James settled back into his recliner with satisfaction, tilting his head back to take a hearty gulp of whiskey, the cold liquid seemingly unable to extinguish the fervor within him. Clenching his cigar, his gaze became vacant, a broad smile adorning his face, clearly lost in visions of becoming super soldier James. At that moment, the usually silent Charles Adams, who had been savoring his wine, spoke up, his voice soft yet resonant, reaching both men's ears. Once your serum is confirmed safe, he exhaled slowly, a deep gaze directed at his son. The three of us will embark together. He paused, as if verifying crucial evidence in a courtroom. The results align with your previous projections, do they not? He referred to the comprehensive enhancements concerning strength, endurance, reaction speed, and cellular vitality. There are some positive variances, Elijah replied calmly, a note of certainty in his tone. The final efficacy exceeds our expectations significantly, particularly in terms of delaying aging and extending physiological peak periods. He made sure to emphasize this point. Excellent. Charles nodded slightly, a trace of satisfaction flickering in his eyes as he glanced toward the main building, where the faint sound of Isabel pruning branches could be heard. I believe your mother will be exceedingly happy. After all, he said, allowing a rare hint of warmth to grace his expression. No woman can resist the enchanting gift of eternal youth. It was with this thought in mind that Elijah smiled, infused with warmth for his mother. He had specifically tasked the research and development team with optimizing the efficacy of cellular vitality and telomere maintenance, believing this would be one of the finest gifts he could bestow upon her. The atmosphere in the room fell into a serene silence, punctuated only by the faint crackle of a cigar and the distant, elusive chirping of birds. Charles lifted his wine glass, but did not drink. His gaze once more fixed upon Elijah. Elijah, he began, his voice deep and solemn, imbued with the penetrating insight characteristic of the Chief Justice of the Federation. Although I have never pried into the projects of the Titan, nor am I fully aware of the ultimate destination of your ambitions. He paused, carefully selecting his words, his gaze resting upon his son as if it were a tangible weight. I sense that the vision you pursue is far more intricate than a mere commercial empire. He set down his glass, leaning slightly forward, his words clear and powerful. Regardless of the path you choose, wherever it may lead, as long as it is a direction you believe in, his voice, though not raised, carried the weight of granite. Remember, I, along with your uncle, who is ever ready to surpass Captain America, will always stand behind you. The Addams family never fights alone. This was not a grandiose vow, but rather the simplest promise from a father who understood the complexities of the world and a battle-hardened general. A father's love is steadfast, often unspoken. Yet Charles S.'s words in this moment represented the highest form of recognition and silent support for his son's ambitions and endeavors. The air seemed to solidify for a moment, and even James, who had been lost in reverie, returned to the present, his gaze burning with intensity as he looked at his brother and nephew, nodding gravely. Everything was understood without words. Chapter 26. Obadiah in Action. Elijah Adams, after a long absence, finally entered the realm of dreams on time. Though he was the commanding figure of Titan and possessed extraordinary powers within the domain of his mother, Isabel Adams, staying up late was an absolutely prohibited vice. In her eyes, any habit detrimental to health must be promptly corrected without exception. At precisely 8 o'clock the following morning, Elijah sat in the dining room of the estate, facing a breakfast lovingly prepared by his mother. A few steaming pork and scallion dumplings lay before him, accompanied by a bowl of piping hot, fragrant soy milk. Ever since Isabel discovered her son's preference for Chinese cuisine years ago, the dining table of the Addams family had quietly undergone an Eastern transformation. Whether Charles and James had adapted was not a consideration of hers. Elijah contentedly swallowed the last morsel of dumpling filling, raised the bowl, and drank the warm soy milk in one go, subsequently emitting a loud, unrefined belch. TSK. Across from him, a pair of unabashedly rolled eyes met his, belonging to the elegantly tea-drinking Lady Isabel. The servants swiftly and silently cleared away the empty bowls and dishes. Isabel set down her teacup and gracefully seated herself in the chair beside her son, her movements composed, yet her gaze imbued with an unmistakable authority. Have you had enough to eat? She inquired in a tone devoid of emotion. Yes, it's perfect, Elijah replied, nodding in satisfaction. If you're full, then it's time for you to tidy up and take your leave, Isabel stated, her voice as unperturbed as if she were discussing the weather. "Your father and I still have to go to work. We cannot entertain the grand overlord of the Titans any longer." Elijah's eyes widened in disbelief. "Surely not. My dear mother, I haven't even been home for a full 24 hours yet. Are you really issuing an eviction notice already?" He attempted to evoke a semblance of maternal affection. "What, is your time with us not enough?" Isabel crossed her arms, arching an eyebrow at him, her expression seemingly asking if she did not know him well. "I understand you are busy," she softened her tone, infused with an understanding that seemed to pierce through all pretense. "And I know you made a special trip to set aside your mountain of work to spend time with us old folks. Is that flicker of guilt for not having spent enough time with us creeping in?" A knowing smile curled at the corners of her mouth. "So, allow me to play the villain and personally send you off, thus extinguishing any unnecessary feelings of guilt you may harbor. How about that, dear mother?" Elijah struck an exaggerated pose of reverence, almost prone in homage. "You truly have me in tears." "Enough of your theatrics," Isabel replied, rising and smoothing her skirt. "I must go wake your dear father. He, without a doubt, is your true progenitor, sharing the same dreadful habit of sleeping in." She proceeded toward the staircase. Upon reaching the doorway of the dining room, she paused, not turning back, her voice clear and laced with an unmistakable lightness of command. "By the time I return from upstairs, I hope you will have vanished, Mr. Adams." Isabel's figure faded around the corner of the staircase. Though she was reluctant to part with her son, both she and Charles were acutely aware of Elijah's needs. They did not wish to become his burden, nor did they want him to bear any psychological weight from the brevity of their time together. This decisive, even somewhat unfeeling farewell was their way of expressing support and love, facilitating his departure while alleviating his guilt. Elijah remained seated, yet a warm smile slowly graced his lips. He understood all too well. This seemingly brusque kindness resonated more profoundly within him than any pleas for him to stay could. The silent yet immense love from his parents and uncle enveloped him like the most resilient armor, cradling him gently. He donned his coat with determination and stepped steadily out of the main building. In the morning light, he paused and looked up. The curtains of the third-floor bedroom were gently parted at one corner. On the balcony of Uncle James's room on the second floor, a tall figure clad in a robe leaned against the railing, seemingly cradling a coffee cup. Elijah raised his arm and vigorously waved toward the windows of the third and second floors. There were no superfluous words, merely a simple gesture of farewell. He then turned and walked towards the depths of the estate, heading for the helipad. The mighty Helios engine had begun to emit a low preheating hum, awaiting its master for yet another journey. After bidding good night to his father and uncle amid the lingering aroma of cigars and whiskey, Elijah received a briefing from Sophia. The contents pointed directly to Obadiah Stane, the cunning old fox who had been publicly humiliated by Tony at the Stark Industries press conference. Intelligence revealed that Obadiah's hatred simmered like a boiling venom, intent not only on obliterating Tony and Pepper, but also extending his greedy fangs towards Elijah himself and his Helios Corporation. In Elijah's eyes, the threat posed by this scheme was akin to an ant attempting to trip Ultraman. Yet, it was precisely this ludicrous plot that unexpectedly stirred a long-buried interest within him. Obadiah had meticulously orchestrated a private soiree titled Prospects of Stark Helios Clean Energy Cooperation. The guest list resembled a death warrant. Tony Stark, Pepper Potts, Elijah Adams, Sophia Hayes, along with a cadre of shareholders and mid-level executives within Stark Industries who opposed Obadiah and obstructed his quest for power. The venue was handpicked, Tony's iconic cliffside mansion in Malibu, Los Angeles. In Obadiah's twisted imagination, the estate overlooking the sea, blossoming with spring, was the perfect burial ground for the eyesores that were Tony and Elijah. He even fantasized about prying open Elijah's mouth to force him to sign documents transferring 62 of Helios's core shares and control over all direct research projects. Confident in his success rate of 99%, he believed that as long as he could isolate Elijah's bodyguards beyond the villa's perimeter, the remaining 1% was merely a vestige of humility lingering in the depths of his heart. At this moment, the Helios vessel glided smoothly through the skies. Elijah reclined in the comfort of his aircraft seat, with the Helios intelligence system presenting a comprehensive plan concerning Obadiah. Every detail, every conspiracy, even Obadiah's misguided attempts at secrecy regarding armed personnel movements and villa renovations, unfolded before him like an open textbook. The pervasive surveillance network rendered Obadiah a clown performing a solo act under the spotlight. Observing this flawed, yet venomously obsessive plan, a subtle curve appeared at the corners of Elijah's mouth. The last group to dare include the notion of kidnapping Elijah Adams in their operational plans had long since become mere whispers among the grasses atop their graves. Alien fleets? Cosmic threats? Such grand narratives are all too familiar. Yet, witnessing a villain like Obadiah, reminiscent of a buffoon from a bygone cinematic era, perform such farcical antics before his very eyes, it evokes a certain nostalgic black humor. He lifted the glass of whiskey, chilled with ice, and lightly tapped his fingertips on the armrest, connecting to Sophia's communication channel. Sophia, his voice resonated through the encrypted line, regarding Obadiah's little tricks, remaining steadfast. Boss. Sophia's voice carried a hint of barely perceptible surprise, a departure from the Titan's usual efficiency in eradicating threats. Elijah took a sip of coffee, the brown liquid gently swirling in the cup. I want to watch him build his tower, only to see it collapse, ha ha ha. Chapter 27. The elite combat program, Obadiah's childish kidnapping scheme, held little significance in Elijah's mind. Although it provided a decent distraction, he could not afford to squander time waiting for that old man to sluggishly set the stage. Upon returning to the Titan's headquarters in New York, Elijah did not immediately address the mountain of reports awaiting him. Instead, he stood before the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the city beneath him. An indescribable sense of agitation coursed through his nearly flawless, superhuman physique. The Titan's technological prowess burgeoned under his will. Starship fleets roamed the depths of space. Swarms of drones obscured the sun, and individual soldier equipment was generations ahead of its time. Yet at the pinnacle of all, the capacity to confront genuine superlative threats, the advanced combat power that could obliterate those bothersome flies on his behalf, remained conspicuously absent. Only he, Elijah Adams, stood there. This left him exceedingly disgruntled. First and foremost, he harbored a profound disdain for trouble. Must he, the commander of the Titans, personally swat a buzzing mosquito? Such inefficiency was unbecoming. Furthermore, it pertained to the dignity of the Titans and his own honor. He, Elijah Adams, was the heart and symbol of this technological empire. If even minor villains necessitated his direct intervention, how would the Titans be perceived by true cosmic powers? What of his reputation? Where lay the deterrence of the Titans? A change was imperative. The Titans must possess a vast array of super units. Elijah's mind operated like a quantum computer, instantaneously retrieving the vast trove of technology stored within the recesses of his consciousness. Countless weapons surpassing contemporary standards, genetic engineering, and energy control schemes were rapidly accessed, evaluated, and dismissed. He required a core technology capable of swiftly generating combat power, one with immense potential, yet relatively controllable. Suddenly, a name and its visage flashed through the fragments of his memory. The patriotic entity. That twisted deity birthed from Compound 5. Elijah's fingertips tapped rhythmically on the desk. Indeed, he had long since acquired the complete technological framework of Compound 5. Yet this technology, akin to Pandora's box, has been deliberately sealed away by him. The reason is quite simple. The superpowers conferred by Compound 5 are exceedingly unstable. The side effects are terrifying: mental distortion, physical mutation, loss of control, and a strong dependency that cannot be permanently solidified. Producing a host of uncontrollable lunatics or monsters is certainly not his vision of elite combat prowess. However, at this moment, in light of the pressing need for advanced capabilities, the value of this forbidden technology is being reassessed. The risks are immense, yet the potential is equally vast. Elijah murmured to himself, a glimmer of resolve flickering in his ice-blue eyes. The crux lies in control and permanence. What if one could eliminate those damn side effects? What if the effects of Compound 5 could be indelibly etched at the genetic level, much like the stability of his own superpowers? What if one could forge a super soldier unit that embodies absolute obedience, formidable strength, and efficiency surpassing even that of Thor's hammer team? This notion rippled through his mind like a stone cast into a deep pool, igniting a fervent desire for conquest within him. Sophia, he pressed the internal communicator, delivering an unequivocal command. Summon Dr. Dwight from the biochemistry lab to my office at once. Understood, boss. Sophia's response was succinct and efficient, devoid of any doubt. The order was promptly transmitted to the concealed biochemistry research area underground. 10 minutes later, Dr. Dwight Harper, the chief scientist of the biochemistry lab, stood awkwardly before Elijah's expansive desk, clad in a pristine white lab coat, his hair slightly disheveled. His gaze reflected a mixture of reverence and trepidation towards this legendary figure. "Relax, Dr. Dwight." Elijah gestured toward the chair across from him, his tone unexpectedly warm, though it did little to dispel the room's stark chill. "I'm not here to rush you on the Guardian Serum's progress. Sit down. I have an intriguing new toy I wish to entrust to your team for research." Dwight complied, taking a seat yet still appearing somewhat rigid. Elijah slid a data tablet inscribed with the words "Full Technical File, Top Secret" toward him. With a respectful grasp, Dwight accepted it, a flicker of confusion mixed with the instinctual curiosity of a researcher as he opened the document. Instantly, his eyes widened as if magnetized, pupils dilating with shock and elation. The data flowing across the screen, molecular formulas, experimental records, and effect analyses depicted a mad path that could upend current biological understanding, forcibly prying open the shackles of life's potential. The bizarre concepts, overwhelming effects, and horrifying side effects transcended any project he had ever studied in his lifetime. "Oh my God, this is simply unbelievable," Dwight murmured, his fingers dancing rapidly across the screen, wholly engrossed in the storm of technological revelation. Time seemed to lose its meaning. Within the office, only the faint reflection of the data tablet and Dwight's occasionally hurried breaths remained. At times, he furrowed his brow in deep contemplation, while at others, he animatedly traced molecular structures in the air with his fingers, completely oblivious to his surroundings and the presence of others. Elijah chose not to interrupt him. He returned to his seat, summoned the holographic screen, and efficiently processed several technical proposals. For him, this was merely the background noise of the waiting process. 2 hours later, Elijah completed his tasks and performed a simple stretch to relieve his back muscles, his joints producing a faint crackling sound. He curled his fingers and gently tapped the surface of the table twice. Tap, tap. The sound was soft, yet resonated like thunder, abruptly pulling Dwight from his maze of technology back into reality. He jerked his head up, the remnants of fervent enthusiasm still glimmering in his eyes, only to realize his indiscretion. He hastily stood, his face a mask of apology and trepidation. "Old boss, I am terribly sorry. I was completely captivated by this technology. Its concepts and potential are akin to opening the doors to a new world. I have never encountered such radical and promising biotechnology." Dwight's voice trembled slightly with excitement. "Ah, no need for apologies, Dwight." Elijah waved his hand dismissively, a hint of understanding in his smile, though it did not reach his eyes. "We are all explorers at the forefront of technology. I can empathize with your obsession for the unknown." He then shifted the tone of the conversation, his gaze sharpening instantly. "This technology holds immense potential, yet the risks are equally perilous. The list of side effects you see is no exaggeration. Mental breakdowns, physical distortions, uncontrollable abilities, and fleeting effects are its original sins." The excitement on Dwight's face dimmed slightly, and he nodded gravely. "Indeed, boss. The data is very clear. Its design philosophy inherently carries a strong predatory nature, imposing a harsh burden and transformation on living beings." Thus, Elijah leaned forward slightly, exuding an invisible pressure. "The task I assign to you is not to replicate it, but to transform it, to tame it." He raised 2 fingers, his goals crystal clear. "First, permanence. I want the effects to be permanently ingrained at the genetic level of the recipient, as if inscribed into the very code of life. Not a temporary activation, but a lasting evolution. Second, harmlessness. Eliminate or at least minimize those catastrophic side effects, mental distortions, physical collapse, uncontrollable mutations, to the lowest possible degree, or even eradicate them entirely. What I seek is a stable, controllable weapon, one that obeys absolutely, not a potential ticking time bomb." Elijah's gaze was as tangible as a physical force, locking onto Dwight. "Dr. Dwight, all resources of the Biochemical Research Institute, including a portion of the priority from the Guardian Serum Project, will be allocated to you. Whatever you require, request directly from Sophia. You have the highest level of authority. I only require results." He paused momentarily, determined to conquer it, to forge a serum for the colossal being. A true super soldier serum. As for the potential costs incurred along the way, a cold smile curled at the corner of Elijah's lips. I shall bear the burden. Doctor. Dwight inhaled deeply, the flame of the scientific visionary rekindling in his eyes, this time fueled by an unwavering resolve to face the ultimate challenge. He straightened his back, his voice infused with unprecedented conviction. Understood, boss. We shall surely conquer it. With Elijah's dossier and directives in hand, Dwight exited the president's office. Elijah watched Dwight's unsteady yet fervently enthusiastic figure retreat, a rare smile gracing his lips. A pure scientist, one who burns his soul for the realm of the unknown. Such focus and dedication serve as the very fuel propelling the Colossal Empire into uncharted territories. The great power of the Colossal is forged by countless souls like Dwight, who pour their pure will into the foundations of technology. The office fell silent once more. Elijah's gaze returned to the desk, where a document from Eastern Europe, marked with a report on Sokovia's continuous surveillance, automatically popped up, overshadowing other work interfaces. The report was succinct, focusing on a pair of young siblings, Wanda Maximoff and Pietro Maximoff. At Elijah's explicit behest, the Colossal's intelligence network and security department had long since placed the Maximoff family under the highest level of observation and protection. This vigilance stemmed not from an immediate threat, but from Elijah's vision of a long-term investment in potential, as well as strategic planning for future elite combat capabilities. Thus, when a Stark Industries-made bomb, emblazoned with their insignia, was supposed to plummet into the Maximoff family's apartment, tearing apart the childhood of the two children with a cluster of explosives, the drones deployed above Sokovia by the Colossal released a silent high-energy pulse. There was neither the blinding flash of an explosion nor the thunderous roar of destruction. Only the metallic structure disintegrating in mid-air, leaving behind a fleeting distortion of light and a wave of heat as it vaporized. The bomb, which symbolized Stark Industries and was meant to be the source of endless suffering for Wanda and Pietro, transformed into harmless dust before it could reach the ground. The intervention occurred a millisecond before the tragedy. The power of the Colossal silently erased a predetermined calamity. The report included the latest living monitoring summary and school assessments. In the images, Wanda and Pietro donned the standard uniforms of the local Colossal school in Sokovia, their faces radiating the vibrant expressions typical of their age. Untouched by the taint of hatred, they lived with their parents in that familiar community. Though not affluent, their lives were stable, complete, and filled with the warmth of ordinary existence. Their parents bore no signs of the numb despair from losing their home, only the simple gratitude for the protection offered by the Colossal, coupled with hopeful expectations for the future. Elijah had discreetly visited the Maximoff couple several times in his capacity as a sponsor of the foundation. Each time, the couple was overwhelmed with emotion, expressing their profound gratitude to Mr. Adams and the Titan Corporation in their heavily accented English. Their earnest desire was that once Wanda and Pietro completed their studies, they might have the opportunity to work at Titan as a means of repaying this kindness. Naturally, Elijah smiled and assured them, his tone gentle yet imbued with an undeniable promise. The doors of Titan would forever remain open to talented young individuals. This was not mere formality. Pietro's extraordinary potential for speed, particularly Wanda's latent chaotic magical essence capable of distorting reality and altering probabilities, had long secured a prominent position within Elijah as high-end combat strategy. He closed a report window on Sokovia, the screen reverting to a profound cosmic star map. The tranquil lives of Wanda and Pietro at this moment were merely quiet pawns placed within Titan's vast chessboard. They were growing, accumulating strength, and distancing themselves from the taint of hatred under Titan's invisible wings. When the future called for their powers, Elijah believed that this strength would be as formidable as tempered steel, firmly grasped within Titan's hands. All he required was time and patience, awaiting the seed, known as the Scarlet, which to bear the fruit he desired in the right soil. Chapter 28. A direct confrontation. It had been a full week since Sophia placed Obadiah's foolish proposal on Elijah's desk. Elijah's patience was nearly exhausted. During an inspection of the construction progress at Titan's primary base in Nevada, his mind was consumed by thoughts of Obadiah and when he would finally unveil his farcical scheme. Standing deep within the base, listening to the engineering supervisor report on stress test data, his wrist terminal vibrated slightly. The information forwarded by Sophia was succinct and clear, an electronic invitation in the name of Tony Stark, inviting him to a so-called Stark Titan Clean Energy Strategic Cooperation preview cocktail party the following evening at Tony Stark's cliffside mansion in Malibu. A flicker of long-lost excitement surfaced in Elijah's eyes. The tedium of inspecting various bases had evaporated in an instant. Finally, it had arrived. He murmured to himself, a smile curving his lips. He had long anticipated Obadiah's performance, even feeling a sense of impatience to see how this old man would bring his self-destructive act to a crescendo. Inspection? To hell with that. Elijah immediately terminated his itinerary in Nevada, back to Los Angeles. Now, the command was succinct. The sound of Titan's engines disturbed the desert silence. By that afternoon, Elijah found himself at his villa in the outskirts of Los Angeles. To enhance Obadiah's performance with greater brilliance and engagement, he intentionally left the Thor's Hammer team deep in the desert under the pretext of an adaptive training session at the Nevada base. Accompanied solely by Sophia, she would enjoy this live broadcast from the villa through the perspective of a drone. The following afternoon, as the setting sun bathed the Pacific in golden hues, Elijah personally piloted a sleek Koenigsegg along the winding coastal highway toward Tony's iconic cliffside mansion. He parked the vehicle casually in the visitor's lot outside the villa and stepped out. Almost the moment he exited the car, Tony Stark's figure appeared at the villa's entrance. Clearly, Jarvis's monitoring system had already relayed the visitor's information. Dressed in a flamboyant burgundy velvet leisure suit without a tie, Tony approached with a blend of languor from a hangover and the casual smile of a friend. "Hey, look who it is," Tony exclaimed, extending his arms for a casual embrace, laced with playful banter. "It's a rare guest. That old coot Obadiah must have quite the pull to drag you out of that steel fortress in New York." I thought his invitation was merely wishful thinking. He evidently assumed that Obadiah had invited Elijah. Allowing Tony to pat his back twice, Elijah wore an enigmatic smile as he gently pushed Tony away, adjusting the impeccably tailored cuffs of his deep gray suit. "Pull?" Elijah raised an eyebrow, his tone flat yet piercingly precise. "Obadiah holds no sway with me." Observing the momentary confusion in Tony's eyes, he leisurely added, "I came here at the behest of you, Mr. Stark." "What? Was it not you who invited me?" Tony's smile instantly faltered, his once languid gaze sharpening. He furrowed his brow, as if rapidly sifting through memories. "I invited you? When?" he inquired, glancing toward the air as if expecting an answer. Jarvis's voice emanated through Tony's earpiece. "I have not sent any invitations to Mr. Adams on your behalf. According to records, the invitation was sent en masse by Mr. Stan's office in your name." Tony's expression darkened, his eyes turning frigid. "Obadiah," he muttered under his breath, cursing the man who not only appropriated his villa, but also misused his name. A surge of indignation and an ominous premonition welled within him. He glanced at Elijah, whose half-smile seemed to convey, "Did you not know?" At that moment, Jarvis interjected once more. "Ms. Potts, Miss Sophia, and the invited shareholders and department heads of Stark Industries have begun to arrive." Tony inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the tumult of emotions roiling within him. The guests had arrived. As the ostensible host, he could not afford to lose his composure. "Very well." Regardless of who extended the invitation, Tony's voice was laced with a hint of irritation. "Now that we are here, Mr. Adams, shall we proceed? I hope the beverages prepared by Obi are of sufficient quality, not to tarnish the reputation of Stark Industries." He gestured for them to enter, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Elijah nodded slightly, calmly following Tony into the villa. In the opulent and spacious living room, soft jazz melodies flowed through the air, while impeccably dressed guests engaged in hushed conversations, wine glasses in hand. Pepper stood alongside Sophia, both exchanging quiet words. Upon noticing Tony and Elijah's arrival, Pepper immediately approached, her gaze revealing a mixture of inquiry and concern. Sophia subtly inclined her head toward Elijah, their eyes exchanging unspoken messages. The shareholders and executives of Stark Industries displayed a range of expressions upon witnessing the duo's entrance, some surprised, others respectful, while a few loyalists of Obadiah flickered with a hint of disdain. Tony, raising the champagne offered by a server, steeled himself to fulfill his hostly duties. Mingling among the guests, the atmosphere appeared lively, yet an undercurrent of tension lingered. Elijah, in contrast, assumed the role of an observant bystander. Casually leaning against a bar with an excellent view, leisurely savoring a glass of single malt whiskey, the ice gently swirling within. His calm gaze swept across the gathering, as if appreciating a theatrical performance poised to commence. At last, a somewhat deliberate exchange of pleasantries resonated from the entrance. Obadiah Stane had arrived, clad in an exquisite, deep blue tailored suit, his face adorned with the customary genial smile of a seasoned elder. He strode in with the confidence of a man who believed himself the true host. He warmly shook hands with several shareholders, engaging in small talk, before decisively making his way toward Elijah, who stood apart, and a visibly weary Tony. Tony, Elijah, Obadiah's voice boomed with exaggerated enthusiasm. Look, our most significant partners have arrived. What a splendid occasion. He spread his arms wide, attempting to cultivate an atmosphere of camaraderie. Tony regarded him coldly, remaining silent as he merely shook his glass. Elijah didn't even lift his gaze, fixated on the amber liquid in his glass. For a fleeting moment, Obadiah's smile faltered, but it quickly returned. He approached them, lowering his voice slightly, adopting a demeanor of earnestness. Tony, Elijah, today presents a rare opportunity. We three sit together, Stark Industries, the God Group, and I, a man who has served Stark Industries for decades. He paused, his eyes searching their faces, regarding future energy collaborations and the direction Stark Industries will take post-transformation. I believe we need to engage in a more profound and candid dialogue. For instance, the integration of resources and the efficiency of decision-making may indeed require a more centralized and experienced leadership core. The implication has become exceedingly clear. More centralized? Tony scoffed, unceremoniously interrupting him. Obadiah, are you suggesting that a single person should hold all the power? Just as you conspired behind my back to clandestinely sell weapons to the Ten Rings? Tony's voice suddenly rose, laced with unmistakable anger, instantly capturing the attention of all the guests present. Obadiah's complexion turned ashen, the facade of benevolence shattering completely, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. Tony, mind your words. Such notions are preposterous. I have sacrificed everything for this company. He retorted sharply, though an imperceptible hint of panic crept into his tone. Preposterous? Tony stepped forward, the reactor in his chest casting an ethereal blue glow through his shirt. Do you need me to have JARVIS retrieve the financial records and encrypted communications? He bore down on Obadiah, unyielding. Obadiah's breath grew heavy as he abruptly turned to Elijah, who had remained silently sipping his drink. As if he had found a foothold, his voice laced with venomous mockery. Well, quite well. Tony, do you believe you have grown wings? Do you think you have ascended to the heights of the Titan? He pointed at Elijah, a twisted smile of jealousy and madness etched across his face. Look at this friend you have invited. Mr. Adams, the helmsman of the Titan. How confident you are to attend my meticulously arranged soiree without even bringing a bodyguard. You trust Tony to protect you that much? Or perhaps, he surveyed the astonished guests around him, his voice suddenly sharp and triumphant. You think that on my territory, you can still wield power as you do in New York? With a sudden flourish, he gestured. The heavy blast-resistant alloy shutters around the villa crashed down with a resounding thud. Simultaneously, from the shadows of the living room and corridor, a dozen armed men wielding sophisticated assault rifles emerged, their eyes fierce and menacing. The barrels were all pointed directly at Tony, Pepper, Sophia, Elijah, and the panicked shareholders. Now, Obadiah straightened his posture, his face alight with a cruel sense of control. Locking his gaze onto Elijah, he spoke slowly and deliberately. Here, I hold the reins. The technology of your reactor and your shares in the Titan. Mr. Adams, we should have a serious discussion about their transfer. The shadow of death, accompanied by the acrid scent of gunpowder, instantly enveloped the opulent living room. The guests erupted in terrified screams. Tony instinctively shielded Pepper behind him, his expression dark and foreboding. Only Elijah remained, calm and composed, leisurely finishing the last drop of whiskey in his glass before gently placing the empty glass on the bar, producing a crisp chime. He raised his head, his ice-blue eyes locking onto Obadiah's frenzied, triumphant gaze, a hint of almost pitying mockery curling at the corners of his mouth. Oh, Elijah's voice, though soft, cut through the chaos and fear of the scene, resonating clearly in every ear present. Your territory? Mr. Obadiah, it appears you're mistaken. He stepped forward, disregarding the ominous muzzles of weapons surrounding him, moving with a leisurely grace. Chapter 29. The prepared Tony Stark Elijah strolled a few paces ahead. His interest peaked as he surveyed the living room, noting the secretly installed alloy rolling shutter tracks, the miniature surveillance cameras concealed behind decorative paintings, and the hidden entrances that had facilitated the armed assailant's arrival. He chuckled softly, his expression laced with unabashed mockery as he regarded the pallid face of Tony. Tony, your home has been transformed by Obadiah in such a manner, and you are utterly oblivious to it? He shook his head, his tone imbued with caustic judgment. I am beginning to question whether selecting you as a partner was indeed the most perilous investment of this year. At that moment, Tony's complexion mirrored the turbulent sea before a storm. Frustration and rage tore at him. Obadiah, the man he regarded as a father figure, had once more exploited that bond, turning his home into a deadly trap. He had resolved, out of respect for their past, that as long as Obadiah remained compliant, he could even afford him a dignified retirement. Yet now, that final thread of camaraderie had been ruthlessly shattered by Obadiah himself. Obadiah, Tony's voice was low and hoarse. Steeped in disappointment and frigid fury, his gaze fixed on Obadiah. You have disappointed me gravely. I intended to spare you, to offer you a way out. But why must you court death? The last few words nearly erupted as a shout. Death? Obadiah erupted in a derisive laugh, his twisted visage contorted with hysterical rage. I was already dead the moment you, like a petulant child, shut down the Stark Industries Weapons Development Division. That was my life's work, my kingdom. He cloaked his ambition in an facade of loyalty to his career, as if the root of Tony's transformation was not his own betrayal, delivering Tony Stark into the hands of terrorists. Obadiah, do you think I am unguarded against you? Tony suppressed his fury. Prepared? Obadiah scoffed, a gleam of triumph illuminating his eyes. What do you still possess, apart from that diminutive arc reactor I have already taken from you? Your reactor is indeed a golden goose, yet alas, you cannot make it lay eggs. He clapped his hands suddenly, his voice booming. Allow me to show you what true application looks like. With a thunderous crash, the locked doors of the villa swung open, heavy footsteps approaching from afar. 10 imposing mercenaries clad in dark, heavy exoskeleton armor filed in. Their footsteps were heavy, the armored joints emitting a low hydraulic whine. Most striking was the core of each individual's armor, embedded with a small arc reactor radiating an eerie blue light. It was the very technology that Tony had created in the cave, later stolen by Obadiah. Tony, your technology is always so exquisite. Obadiah's voice dripped with morbid admiration and greed. Unfortunately, you will never comprehend how to truly maximize its value. Today, let me impart the final lesson. His smile transformed into a grotesque grimace as he abruptly gestured towards the crowd. Eliminate them. Leave no one alive. The moment the command was issued, Obadiah turned without hesitation, striding swiftly towards the villa's exit, flanked by several armed henchmen. The blue glow of the reactors on the chests of 10 mercenaries surged. The rapid-fire cannons, mini-missile launchers, and high-frequency lasers extended from their exoskeleton armor, instantly activating with a deadly, charging hum. The cold muzzles mercilessly targeted the defenseless Tony, Pepper, Sophia, Elijah, and the shareholders, who were already paralyzed with fear on the ground. The oppressive sense of impending death surged to its zenith. Jarvis. Now, Tony bellowed with all his might as Obadiah turned away, his voice reverberating like an earthquake. Less than a meter in front of him, the solid Italian marble floor suddenly erupted upward. Debris and dust shot forth like a fountain. A streamlined figure of steel, a stunning blend of gold and crimson, violently burst through the ground, carrying fragments and smoke with it. It was the Mark III armor, secretly concealed in the laboratory beneath the villa. It landed precisely before Tony, its back armor blooming open like petals to reveal a cockpit perfectly molded to the human form. Without a moment's hesitation, Tony dove inside before anyone could react. Click, buzz. The armor sealed shut, fitting seamlessly. The arc reactor in his chest erupted with a more brilliant and pure azure light than the mercenaries' reactors. The eyes of the helmet lit up, sharp white electronic sensors scanning the surroundings, brimming with cold, murderous intent. Sir, the Mark III's entire system is online. Welcome back, J.A.R.V. Ice, announced within the confines of the armor. The battle ignited in a flash. The mercenaries' armored weapons finished charging, their massive pulses of destructive energy hurtling towards Tony. Simultaneously, several shots were directed at Elijah and the others. Tony reacted with lightning speed. The vector nozzles behind the Mark III ignited instantly, the tremendous thrust allowing him to sidestep at an almost impossible angle, narrowly evading the onslaught. The searing pulse beams grazed the exterior of the armor, obliterating the expensive wine cabinet and its treasured contents into a whirlwind of shards and ignited liquid. Sophia, retreat with Pepper. Elijah's voice remained composed, devoid of any tremor, as if the deadly battlefield before him was merely a tedious fireworks display. He even took the moment to slightly adjust an empty wine glass that had been left on the bar, ensuring it would not be affected. Just as several pulse beams were about to engulf Sophia, Pepper, and the other terrified, cowering shareholders, an extraordinary event unfolded. Elijah did not even raise a hand. An invisible biofield instantaneously expanded a few meters in front of him. Bang, bang, bang. The lethal pulse energy beams struck the force field with tremendous force. There were no earth-shattering explosions, only the dull thud reminiscent of a hammer striking superalloy. The surface of the force field rippled like water, absorbing the raging energy, annihilating it, and dissipating it into nothingness. Not a single wave of heat permeated through. Pepper and Sophia merely felt a gentle yet irresistible force nudging them backward a few steps, evading the flying debris. They gazed in astonishment at this miraculous spectacle before them. Those energy beams, capable of tearing apart tanks, dissipated silently, as if crashing against a reef. Just a few meters away from them, Elijah remained steadfast, his hands casually tucked into the pockets of his slacks, his body relaxed. He tilted his head slightly, watching with keen interest as Tony engaged in a fierce struggle against the iron behemoths, his gaze akin to that of an audience savoring a meticulously choreographed play. The invisible biofield enveloped him and those he sought to protect, shielding them from all chaos and destruction. Tony Stark had officially entered the fray. The mobility of the Mark III far surpassed that of the cumbersome mercenary armors. Tony moved like a butterfly flitting through flowers, swiftly navigating the gaps between the pulse beams. The mini-missile pod on his shoulder sprang to life. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 mini armor-piercing projectiles were launched with precision, cutting through the air with a sharp whoosh, targeting the joint connections of the front 3 mercenary armor's legs. Boom, boom, crack. A violent explosion was accompanied by the jarring sound of metal twisting and breaking. The 3 mercenaries cried out in agony as they collapsed to the ground, their heavy armor losing balance and crashing down, smoke and sparks erupting from their leg joints, rendering them completely inoperable. The remaining mercenaries roared in fury, attempting to concentrate their fire on Tony. Yet, Tony advanced rather than retreated, raising his arms as the palm cannons charged instantaneously. Virum, boom, 2 blinding energy beams shot forth. They precisely struck the arc reactors of the chests of 2 mercenaries. ZZZZ. Boom. The reactors overloaded. A blinding blue-white light instantly engulfed the 2 mercenaries. A violent explosion tore their armors into burning fragments. The shockwave collided with Elijah's biotic field, merely stirring a ripple before dissipating into nothingness. Tony remained in constant motion, akin to a dancer of steel. The pace of the battle was breathtaking. He pushed the capabilities of the Mark III to their zenith, seamlessly transitioning through an arsenal of weaponry, laser cutters, pulse cannons, micromissiles, and hand-to-hand combat systems. His golden red silhouette darted through the confines of the living room, each strike precise and lethal. The mercenaries' cumbersome armor appeared sluggish and fragile in Tony's presence. Their once proud armaments resembled mere toys before his overwhelming technological superiority and combat prowess. In less than 2 minutes, the final mercenary was obliterated at close range by Tony's palm cannon, shattering his helmet along with the head within. The massive armor crumpled to the ground, the reactor at its chest dimming to a mere flicker. The living room lay in ruins. Expensive furniture and artwork had been reduced to charred remnants and debris. The floor riddled with craters and scorch marks, while the air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder, ozone, and molten metal. Twisted, burning remains of mercenary armor littered the area. Amidst the wreckage stood Tony's Mark III, its reactor steadily emanating a blue glow. Its white electronic eye scanning the battlefield to confirm the absence of threats. He slowly turned, the helmet retracting to reveal his sweat-drenched visage. Tony's gaze swiftly scanned Pepper, Sophia, and others who remained untouched by the explosive force, their taut nerves beginning to ease. "This is unbelievable." Tony's voice emerged through the armor's mask, tinged with incredulity. Had the energy shield technology truly evolved to such an extent to withstand such close-range explosions? He compared the unscathed individuals to the chaos of the living room. The impact striking. Energy shield? Elijah's voice held a hint of amusement as he remained utterly composed. "That contraption is far too rudimentary, Tony." He met Tony's bewildered gaze, deliberately withholding information. "You'll find out what it is later." "All right, enough with the mystery." Tony suppressed his curiosity, his expression sharpening beneath the mask. "Then I shall leave that to you. I'm going to confront that old bastard." No sooner had he spoken than the thrusters at the base and palms of the Mark's suit erupted with thunderous force. A blinding tail flame tearing through the air as he shattered the remaining grand windows of the villa, soaring into the night sky. Almost simultaneously, a metallic rending echoed from a nearby clearing as a colossal iron behemoth, the Ironmonger, burst forth from the ground, roaring with a deafening engine and expelling searing jets of air, following closely behind Tony into the heavens. Obadiah's eyes, filled with hatred and madness, locked onto the agile, golden-red figure ahead. Well, the protagonist has taken to the skies. Elijah clapped his hands, his gaze sweeping over the shaken shareholders and executives of Stark Industries. His tone is unremarkable, as if he were merely announcing the conclusion of a meeting. "Ladies and gentlemen, the party is over prematurely. There will be no sequel to behold. Please see yourselves out, or remain and face the repercussions of the ensuing entertainment." The underlying threat in his words was unmistakable. The shareholders and executives, who usually don the guise of elite, felt as if they had been granted a reprieve, scrambling away without even the courtesy of parting remarks. Turning to Sophia, he issued a directive that was both succinct and direct. "Sophia, escort Pepper to my residence for refuge. Ensure she is accompanied by the drones for her safety." His gaze lingered on Pepper, imbued with a hint of reassurance. "Rest assured, Tony will be fine." "Yes, boss," Sophia replied without hesitation. Almost simultaneously, several worker drones emerged silently from the shadows outside the villa, hovering around Sophia and Pepper, forming an invisible barrier of protection. With arrangements made, Elijah did not linger. He turned towards the gaping hole in the massive floor-to-ceiling window, shattered by Tony's earlier collision as the night air, tinged with the scent of the sea, rushed in. Standing at the precipice, he tilted his head slightly back, precisely locking onto the two glimmering points engaged in combat, high above. Gold and crimson clashed with silver and gray, akin to two colossal steel eagles entangled in a fierce struggle. He did not activate any propulsion devices, nor donned any armor. With a casual gesture, he raised his hand and waved lightly in Sophia's direction, as if bidding farewell. In the next instant, boom! No roar of engines, no burst of energy. Elijah's form vanished from sight, leaving behind a visible conical shockwave cloud formed by the compression of air at extraordinary speed. His velocity transcended the bounds of physical understanding, surpassing the limits of any known aircraft on Earth. He was like a silver meteor, a fleeting flash, hurtling towards the aerial battlefield in an instant. Only a fleeting shriek of air remained in his wake. Pepper Potts, standing beside Sophia, bore witness to this extraordinary spectacle, her mouth agape in disbelief, her eyes wide with astonishment, as if she had witnessed a miracle. Instinctively, she clutched Sophia's arm, her voice trembling with shock. "What was that just now?" Sophia, calmly steadying her, followed the trajectory of the light that had long since vanished into the night sky, her expression devoid of surprise, filled instead with unwavering trust in her boss's prowess. Retrieving her gaze, she turned to Pepper, her tone as composed and efficient as ever. "Mr. Adams is attending to a minor matter. Ms. Potts, we must take our leave." She signaled the drones to clear the path, swiftly leading the still-stunned Pepper away from this realm of turmoil. Above, the fierce battle between Iron Man and Ironmonger was merely beginning. Yet an even swifter and more terrifying figure, embodying the essence of an absolute sovereign, silently entered the fray. Obadiah's nightmare was only just commencing its true chapter. Chapter 30, Devastating Combat as Elijah Pursued. The battlefield had shifted to an industrial park near Tony's residence. Tony Stark was in a dire predicament, having just been ambushed by Obadiah, his armor marred by numerous wounds. Each stride of Obadiah's ironmonger sent tremors through the ground, with its colossal energy cannons radiating a menacing glow. Bang! Boom! Another arc pulse cannon grazed Tony's shoulder, instantly transforming a nearby fuel tank into a molten inferno. The shockwave violently hurled Tony into the midsection of a glass-clad skyscraper, shattering reinforced glass and sending him tumbling through a skeletal framework amidst a cacophony of piercing alarms. "Tony, your toys are far too fragile. Only I know how to wield them." Obadiah's voice echoed through the ironmonger speakers, laced with a cruel delight in his dominion. The massive mechanical arm effortlessly tore apart the structural integrity of the floor where Tony had fallen, raining debris and office furnishings like a tempest. Struggling to rise, Tony felt the arc reactor in his chest flickering ominously, energy readings plummeting into the perilous red zone. As he raised his arm to mount a counterattack, the ironmonger was quicker. A gargantuan metallic hand, slicing through the air with a shrill screech, seized the head and shoulder of the Mark III armor with precision. Gah! Tony heard the armor emit a dissonant metallic groan, the immense pressure threatening to crush him along with the suit. The ironmonger's hydraulic systems roared to life, emitting a deep, thunderous growl. "It's over, Tony," Obadiah cackled, as the energy cannon of the other arm ignited in blinding white light, aimed directly at the unprotected core of Tony's chest reactor. "Stark Industries is mine." In that critical moment, a figure silently materialized behind the colossal head of the ironmonger, hovering approximately 10 meters above the ground. It was Elijah Adams, impeccably attired in a perfectly tailored dark gray suit, not a wrinkle in sight. The evening breeze tousled his meticulously groomed hair, while the moonlight sculpted his austere silhouette. With arms crossed, he observed the unequal struggle below, as though savoring a nighttime vista from his own balcony, his demeanor tranquil. He even tilted his head slightly, seemingly assessing the structural integrity of the ironmonger's armor. Obadiah's complete focus was fixated on Tony, oblivious to the presence of another until Elijah's calm voice, devoid of any tremor, pierced through the cacophony of the ironmonger's engines and Tony's alarms, resonating directly in Obadiah's ear. "Mr. Stain, may I interrupt?" The voice was soft yet sharp as an icicle, shattering Obadiah's ecstasy. He jolted in surprise and turned to look back, as he beheld Elijah hovering in midair. Resembling a phantom, the colossal armor involuntarily staggered back a step, and the grip on Tony's hand instinctively loosened. Obadiah's voice resonated with disbelief and a hint of offended fury. "This is not your concern. Step aside. I'll make sure you have a complete corpse later." Struggling under the ironmonger's grasp, Tony managed to raise his head, and his eyes instantly sparkled with hope upon seeing Elijah suspended in the moonlight. Yet Elijah did not cast a single glance at Tony. His gaze was fixed on the cockpit of the ironmonger, directly confronting the panicked Obadiah within. Maintaining his crossed-arm stance, his tone was indifferent, as though stating a mere fact. "I suggest you release Tony." "Now." "Suggest?" Obadiah laughed as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke, his fear swiftly supplanted by a more intense rage. "Who do you think you are? The God group? In the face of my power, all so-called groups are but mere chickens." He hurled Tony towards the ground with force, simultaneously aiming all of Ironmonger's energy cannons at the airborne Elijah. A blinding white light converging to its peak. The Adams. Boom, boom, boom. Two beams of high-energy particles as thick as barrels, capable of instantly melting through the armor of a main battle tank, tore through the air, accompanied by a devastating shriek, hurtling toward the suspended Elijah. Tony on the ground gasped, "Watch out." Yet Elijah did not flinch, just as the beams capable of melting steel were about to engulf him. Elijah's deep blue eyes suddenly ignited, not a reflection of light, but a searing golden-red radiance erupting from the depths of his pupils, akin to the sun. Heat vision. Two beams of golden-red light, far more concentrated and intense than Ironmonger's particle streams, containing destructive energy, erupted from Elijah's eyes without warning. There was no cataclysmic explosion, only a disconcerting hissing sound, as if the very fabric of space was being scorched. The golden-red heat vision collided with the incoming particle beams with pinpoint accuracy. There was no stalemate, no explosive counteraction of energy. It was a crushing victory. Elijah's heat vision pierced through the mundane iron like a spear of divine retribution. Obadiah's particle energy, which he proudly believed could demolish a building, evaporated and was annihilated upon contact with the heat vision's absolute temperature and energy density. The heat vision surged onward, unwavering and unyielding, striking precisely at the energy cannons of Ironmonger's arms. With a sizzling sound, the robust, high-strength alloy cannon mouths melted as if they were made of wax, vaporizing instantly. The internal energy circuits exploded under the extreme heat. The stout arms of the Ironmonger erupted with two blinding bursts of flames and smoke, the tremendous force causing the entire heavy machine to stagger backward. What? Impossible. Obadiah was jolted in the cockpit, the alarm blaring in a frenzy as he stared in terror at the glaring red cross on the screen, indicating the total failure of the dual-arm weapon system. Elijah's golden-red gaze dimmed slightly, yet it did not extinguish. He remained suspended in place, even the edges of his attire unruffled by the chaos. Below him, the Ironmonger, shrouded in black smoke and stripped of its primary weaponry, evoked a flicker of disdainful pity in his eyes. "Is this your strength, Mr. Stain?" Elijah's voice remained calm, yet it carried a chilling condescension, as if he were looking down upon mere ants. "How disappointing. It seems I have wasted a splendid stage I constructed for you." In a fit of rage, Obadiah completely lost his composure. The remaining mechanical arm of the Ironmonger rose high. Its massive steel fist, imbued with terrifying kinetic energy, came crashing down towards Elijah. He aimed to reduce this troublesome adversary and his arrogance to mere pulp. Faced with a blow potent enough to crush a tank, Elijah finally moved. He casually lifted his right hand. A soft clap echoed. The expected earth-shattering collision failed to materialize. The colossal steel fist, capable of cleaving mountains, was effortlessly and nonchalantly grasped by Elijah's seemingly slender, pale, and unprotected hand. The scene appeared frozen in time. The immense iron fist hovered in midair, halted by the disproportionately small human palm, utterly motionless. Inside the Ironmonger's cockpit, Obadiah's frenzy was abruptly replaced by an overwhelming sense of fear and absurdity. He frantically pushed the control stick, the hydraulic system emitting a mournful cry as it neared its limits. Yet that hand remained as if welded in place. Unable to advance, even a fraction, Elijah floated aloft, his right hand firmly clutching the steel fist, his expression unchanged. He even had the leisure to brush away non-existent dust from the corner of his suit with his left hand. "It appears you still fail to comprehend the chasm that lies between us." Elijah's voice carried a hint of weary disdain. He applied slight pressure with his right hand. A spine-chilling sound of metal twisting and fracturing resonated sharply. Under Obadiah's horrified gaze and Tony's incredulous stare, the Ironmonger's fist, forged from top-grade alloys capable of withstanding heavy artillery fire, began to twist, deform, and collapse inward, as if it were a mere soda can crushed beneath a hydraulic press. All within the grasp of Elijah's seemingly fragile palm. The hard alloy armor plates groaned under the unbearable strain, welds ruptured, and hydraulic hoses burst, spewing acrid liquid. Metal shards cascaded to the ground. "No, my armor." Obadiah let out a desperate howl within the cockpit, frantically pressing every button in a bid to escape or activate the backup weaponry. Yet, the Ironmonger's arm remained immovable, as though nailed in place. Under the relentless pressure of that human hand, the entire arm began to emit a disconcerting groan, with sparks erupting from its joints. The noise was unbearable. Elijah furrowed his brow slightly. In the next moment, he forcefully slammed the mass of scrap metal downward. The ground trembled with a resounding crash, reminiscent of a meteor's descent. The colossal Ironmonger, grasped by Elijah's single, contorted fist, was struck down onto the solid concrete of Stark Industries like a rag doll, creating a cacophony that reverberated through the earth. Dust and debris soared into the air. A deep crater with a diameter of several meters formed instantaneously, with spiderweb-like cracks sprawling outwards for dozens of meters. The Ironmonger's massive frame sank deep into the pit, its armor severely deformed. As the engine emitted a dying whimper, with sparks and thick smoke billowing from every crevice. The reinforced glass of the cockpit was riddled with cracks, and within, Obadiah was left bloodied from the impact, his consciousness fading. Elijah slowly descended to the edge of the pit, resembling a descending deity. He peered down at the twisted heap of scrap metal, his gaze devoid of warmth. He lifted his foot and casually stepped upon the contorted breastplate of the ironmonger. Game over, Mr. Stark. He applied a slight pressure with his toes. Crack! Boom! The core section of the ironmonger's breastplate, the thickest layer of armor, shattered instantly like fragile cookies, caving inwards. It revealed the dangerously glowing, yet severely damaged, reactor core within. Elijah extended his right hand, fingers splayed, aiming at the core. An invisible biofield coalesced in his palm, generating an irresistible pull. No, that's mine. Obadiah's faint, desperate moan echoed from the pit. Elijah remained indifferent. The arc reactor, the source of the ironmonger's formidable power, was forcibly extracted from its chest under Tony's complex gaze, hovering above Elijah's palm, emanating an unstable, ghostly blue light. Devoid of its core energy, the ironmonger was rendered a mere heap of smoking scrap, and the moans from the pit faded entirely. Elijah closed his fingers, giving a gentle squeeze. With a soft pop, the arc reactor core, brimming with immense energy capable of powering the colossal mech, was crushed before Tony Stark's eyes. There was no cataclysmic explosion, only a faint blue glow and a subtle sound as the energy spiraled into chaos and vanished, akin to shattering a glass marble. The blue light dissipated, leaving only wisps of smoke drifting between Elijah's fingers. He released his grip, and harmless crystalline energy powder scattered with the wind. He produced a pristine white handkerchief, leisurely wiping the palm that had crushed the reactor. Only then did he direct his gaze toward Tony, who was struggling to rise from the ruins. Next time you take a break, let me be your nanny, Tony. Do you need me to escort you back to Malibu? Chapter 31 in the distance. The wailing of police sirens and the blaring of fire trucks drew closer. Amidst the ruins, Tony struggled to lift his body. Although his armor was severely damaged, he maintained an upright posture, his gaze resolutely fixed on Elijah. In this battlefield shrouded in smoke and littered with debris, his figure appeared remarkably solitary. He inhaled deeply, his voice hoarse yet imbued with sincerity. You've saved me once again. I assure you, there won't be a next time. Elijah stood nearby, arms crossed, his demeanor calm as he regarded him. A subtle smile graced his lips, tinged with playful mockery. Rest assured, there won't be a next time. I'm not your nanny. This was merely out of my own wicked curiosity to see what marvels Obadiah could conjure. Otherwise, I would have dealt with him long ago. Upon hearing this, a slight smile played at the corners of Tony's mouth, a flicker of resignation in his eyes. I sense a hint of darkness in you. Elijah shrugged, his tone light. Is there? I don't feel it. If you have so much free time, perhaps you should contemplate how to explain the explosion at your industrial complex to the public. I can sense that the entire city of Los Angeles witnessed you being shot down by Obadiah's missile. Tony's expression shifted slightly, a spark of anger flashing in his eyes. Please, don't bring that up again. I thought I was prepared, only to discover he was fully aware of my actions. Elijah regarded him with a glimmer of understanding in his eyes. I empathize with you. He is your kin, just as I would afford countless chances to my uncle. Stop blaming yourself. Hopefully, after this ordeal, you have grown. This world is about to become increasingly perilous. You must live your life, well, while striving to grow stronger. I believe your armor is quite impressive. When a more advanced version becomes available, do remember to craft a set for me as well. Tony, upon hearing this, offered a gentle smile, gratitude flickering in his eyes. Your tone is reminiscent of my late father. Who exactly are you? How do you possess such peculiar yet formidable abilities? A mysterious glimmer flickered in Elijah's eyes as he spoke with calm assurance. There is no need for convoluted thoughts. This is my secret. Just know that I possess these abilities. However, in terms of technology, the Titan will welcome you with open arms. Tony nodded, a contemplative look crossing his face. I understand. Thank you. I will keep today's events confidential. Elijah smiled softly, gradually ascending into the sky, his figure fading into the night. Tony remained rooted in place, watching Elijah depart, an intricate swirl of emotions welling up within him. He recognized that the world had irrevocably changed, and he too must grow stronger to confront the challenges that lay ahead. The following day, The Stark Industries headquarters in New York buzzed with activity on the first floor, where a press conference was taking place. Journalists occupied every corner, their cameras aimed at the vacant podium, while the air was thick with murmurs of conversation. Everyone awaited the arrival of Tony Stark. Elijah reclined in a comfortable chair, multiple screens before him displaying various angles of the event, transmitted in real time by the miniature drones he had deployed. On one split screen, Phil Coulson of S.H.I.E.L.D. appeared backstage, engaged in a cordial conversation with Stark Industries' head of security. Observing this familiar yet subtly altered scene, Elijah took a sip of his coffee. It felt both peculiar and authentic, as if he were seated in the front row of history, rather than merely a spectator in a cinema. At the conference, a sudden stir swept through the crowd, the sound of shutters clicking merging into a cacophony, while flashes of light engulfed the venue in blinding brilliance. Reporters rose, craning their necks. Tony Stark emerged, clad in a well-tailored dark suit. His stride was steady, a hint of his usual irreverence gracing his features. Yet his gaze concealed an ineffable darkness. Pepper Potts followed closely, maintaining the poised demeanor of an assistant. Though Elijah's drones captured the tension in her tightly pressed lips and the worry evident in her eyes. Colonel Rhodes stood at the rear side of the stage, arms crossed, his sharp gaze surveying the audience, shaking his head slightly in resignation as Tony made his entrance. Tony eschewed the prepared speech, leaning on the podium as he surveyed the fervent crowd, the noise quickly subsiding. "I know you have many questions." His voice resonated through the microphone, imbued with an unusual gravity. "About where I have been, what has transpired." He paused, seemingly gathering his thoughts, or perhaps steeling himself. Pepper held her breath, and Rhodes straightened his posture. "Some speculate," Tony continued, his pace deliberate, each word articulated with clarity and strength, "that I have once again encountered an accident, or become embroiled in some clandestine operation. There are even reports of humanoid figures flying through the sky. Some believe I am the superhero clad in armor soaring above." In the backstage surveillance footage, Coulson's expression froze, his gaze sharpening with acute focus as he whispered something into his communicator. Tony appeared oblivious to the subtle shift backstage, his voice rising to an undeniable proclamation. "The truth is," he paused, his piercing gaze sweeping over the crowd, finally locking onto the lenses trained upon him. Silence fell. An absolute, suffocating silence enveloped the entire press conference venue. Even the flashbulbs ceased their incessant flickering. All the journalists, as if ensnared by a spell, stared in disbelief, their eyes wide, struggling to comprehend the words they had just heard. In the next moment, akin to the detonation of a bomb, an overwhelming wave of sound erupted. Gasps, incredulous shouts, and questions raised to a pitch of excitement flooded the space, as reporters surged forward in a frenzy, the scene teetering on the brink of chaos. Within the executive office, Elijah observed the tumultuous press conference unfolding on the screen, a faint, enigmatic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. That earth-shattering declaration had finally been uttered by none other than Tony Stark himself. Within this timeline, he had helped to reshape. The wheels of history, having veered off their predetermined course, had now trampled upon this juncture in an entirely new manner. The screen before Elijah flickered off, freezing the chaotic imagery of the press conference, ignited by Tony's proclamation. Silence descended upon the office, pierced only by the distant, unyielding sounds of New York City. He rose and strolled to the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down upon Manhattan, which sprawled beneath him like a meticulously crafted miniature model. The traffic flowed like a living tapestry. Neon lights flickered to life, painting a picture of bustling vibrancy. Yet, Elijah's gaze penetrated this superficial veneer, revealing deeper, surging undercurrents. The words, "I am Iron Man," echoed in his mind. This was not merely the birth cry of a superhero. It resembled a key, violently unlocking the final seal of Pandora's box. The facade of tranquility was utterly shattered. From this moment forth, the universe would gallop forth like a wild stallion, racing towards chaos and destruction. Those lurking in the shadows, the malevolent beings from the stars, coveting the earth, would soon emerge, drawn to this awakening. The cosmic noise index would soar to unprecedented heights. A chill of resolute determination crystallized in Elijah's eyes. Accelerating destruction? That was the universe's narrative, not his. He looked down upon the city, as if surveying the entire Marvel realm poised on the brink of upheaval. His objective was crystal clear and unwavering, to safeguard all that he had grasped firmly in his hands. In this world destined for insanity, he would construct an impregnable fortress, a colossal empire of his own. Yet, this did not signify retreat. On the contrary, it laid the groundwork for a stage upon which he could express his desires freely. He would relish life here, embracing the freedom bestowed by powers beyond the ordinary. He would extend a helping hand to those who tugged at his heartstrings, rewriting the tragedies that had once left him discontented. He would actively forge alliances with characters he admired, whether they be heroes or anti-heroes. As long as they captured his interest, he would ruthlessly eliminate those obstructive villains he despised, eradicating the bothersome pests. His colossal empire would continually expand, becoming an undeniable force amidst the chaotic sea of stars. The ultimate goal of all this is simple yet pure, to live freely and joyfully. For someone like him, possessing such power, it is only fitting to embrace life with fervor. Any entity, regardless of how sacred or fearsome its guise may be, that dares to obstruct this path, will inevitably meet a ruthless demise. Has the storm arrived? Then let it intensify. He, Elijah, shall establish his own order in the eye of the tempest and relish in his own game. Chapter 32. The ruthless Eric within the bridge of the Hyperion Eye. The atmosphere was heavy with tension. Eric stood before the command console, arms crossed and brow furrowed. A glimmer of contemplation danced in his eyes, as if he were grappling with intricate matters. The first officer stood by, awaiting the captain's directive. On the bridge, only the low hum of electronic equipment and the occasional system report broke the silence. "Captain," the first officer's voice pierced through the stillness. "The reconnaissance ship's report has been returned, and our negotiations with the target planet have concluded. Would you care to review the report?" Eric waved his hand gently, signaling the first officer to continue. His gaze remained fixed ahead through the massive glass window of the bridge, where the vast expanse of the cosmos unfolded. In the distance, a planet strikingly reminiscent of Earth floated in the boundless universe, akin to a radiant jewel. The report indicates that the intelligent beings on the planet have developed a semi-interstellar civilization, and their technological prowess now permits interstellar travel. However, more importantly, the first officer hesitated momentarily before revealing the shocking news that left everyone astonished. "They have declined our offer. They refuse to join the Titans." Eric's brow deepened further as he mentally retraced every detail. In past conquests and collaborations, he had never encountered such a situation. Countless galaxies and myriad races had, without exception, chosen to submit or collaborate when summoned by the Titans. Yet this time, the intelligent beings of his planet had chosen to oppose. He felt a lack of experience in confronting such a scenario, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Why did they refuse? Eric's voice remained calm, yet a subtle undercurrent of confusion and anger could be sensed. According to the report, they had raised numerous objections. Chief among them was their belief that the Titans' power would obliterate their freedom and independence. They feared being ensnared in an endless cycle of conflict and power struggles. The first officer quickly scanned the data on the report. "Their leadership does not align with our proclaimed ideals, nor do they wish to become part of the Titans' domain. Some even suggested that our arrival could disrupt their existing social structure." Eric fell silent, his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze fixed upon the starry sky, contemplating how to respond. The edict of the colossal deity was unmistakably clear and absolute: to expand influence, conquer new worlds, and uphold the order of the Titan. Yet, confronted with this unexpected refusal, he found himself momentarily bereft of a counter-strategy. This was the first time Eric murmured softly to himself. The first encounter with rejection. It was as if he were engaged in a soliloquy, seeking affirmation from within. His mind raced, conjuring numerous potential solutions. Yet each proposition seemed to fall short of aligning with the current predicament. The first officer subtly adjusted his stance, cautiously inquiring, "Captain, what do you intend to do? Should we continue to exert pressure?" Eric's gaze shifted to the first officer, a glimmer of resolve flickering in his eyes. "Continue to apply pressure?" A faint, sardonic smile graced his lips. "That approach has been employed far too many times. The Titan's power alone should instill fear in any celestial body. But this instance appears to be different." His gaze returned to the planet, which seemed to emit a provocative signal in defiance. "I shall meet with them personally." Eric ultimately declared, his tone resolute and imbued with an unassailable calm. He was determined to confront those audacious enough to reject the Titan and discern what compelling rationale they could possibly present. The first officer momentarily faltered, then nodded in agreement. "Aye, Captain. We will make immediate arrangements and prepare everything." His voice betrayed a hint of anxiety, clearly uncertain of how this endeavor would unfold. Yet he understood that Eric, as captain, had made his choice. Eric spoke no further, standing on the bridge, his gaze fixed on the distant planet, already formulating a rough plan in his mind. Regardless, a breakthrough was imperative. The Titan's might resided with him. It could not be dismissed by any celestial sphere. He turned toward the command console, coolly issuing directives. "Notify the reconnaissance vessel to prepare for renewed contact with the planet's supreme leadership. We shall approach with greater sincerity." The starship's engines roared to life, and the fleet gradually pivoted toward the heart of the target star system. A palpable tension filled the bridge as all present held their breath. Sensing the imminent eruption of events, Eric was acutely aware that this time, failure was not an option. With the issuance of commands, the bridge became a hive of activity. Crew members executed preparations swiftly and efficiently, while Eric remained at the window, his gaze riveted on the silhouette of the planet. Soon, the airlock of the Hyperion slowly opened, and a cadre of elite crew members accompanied Eric into the descent module. Beyond the airlock, the expanse of the cosmos became increasingly vivid, and the outline of the planet loomed ever closer. Clad in tactical armor, Eric maintained a composed demeanor, exuding an air of subtle menace. Even in the face of the unknown adversary, he preserved an unwavering calm. "Captain, all preparations have been finalized, and the first officer has conveyed the final confirmation through the headset." Eric inhaled deeply and took his first step. The descent has commenced. The aerial capsule gradually descended, traversing the ethereal mists of interstellar space, ultimately landing upon the surface of the planet. The environment of this celestial body prompted a slight furrow of Eric's brow. Despite its resemblance to Earth, the futuristic urban landscape interspersed with scattered military installations exuded an air of cold severity and modernity. As the hatch of the landing capsule opened, Eric's gaze was immediately drawn to the welcoming party standing in the distance. The representatives of the planet, clad in various armors and equipped with orderly weaponry, bore cold and piercing expressions, evidently well prepared for their encounter. Among them, Eric identified a figure, the representative of the planet's highest authority, an ostensibly elderly woman adorned in a solemn command uniform, her gaze steady and unflinching as it met Eric's. It appeared they did not extend much of a welcome to us. Eric murmured, his eyes sharp as a blade. The first officer approached Eric's side and whispered, "Captain, our dialogue may prove to be quite challenging. Should the situation spiral out of control, we must be ready to retreat." Nodding in acknowledgement, Eric turned to his team outside the landing capsule. "You will accompany me. Remain vigilant. We are to engage in a dialogue of peace and ensure everything proceeds smoothly." As Eric and his team set foot on the planet's terrain, this moment beneath the starry sky seemed destined to be extraordinary. Eric's stride was composed and resolute. He understood that this dialogue was not merely about power, but an encounter of ideologies and beliefs. The representatives of the planet approached him slowly, and Eric lifted his gaze to meet the steadfast female leader before him, a faint smile gracing his lips. "It seems we must have a thorough discussion today." Within the vast interstellar conference hall, the atmosphere was laden with tension. The walls were adorned with various advanced technologies. Eric sat at one end of the long table, donned in his immaculate command uniform, his keen eyes scrutinizing the group of planetary leaders across from him. The leader of the delegation, a woman in her 40s, stood beside the table, her gaze unwavering. Through her icy eyes, Eric sensed a profound determination. "Captain Eric," she began, her voice calm and unmistakable. "First, I wish to express my gratitude for your arrival. While the might of the Titans is unrivaled, please understand that our planet possesses its own history and culture. We have no intention of joining your so-called empire." Her tone conveyed both firmness and vigilance. "We do not oppose any form of collaboration, but we will never permit the loss of our independence." Eric listened intently, his hands clasped atop the table, his expression inscrutable as he focused on her. "Your refusal is astonishing, for your civilization has advanced to a semi-interstellar stage. What the Titans offer is not merely protection, but also advanced technology, resource sharing, and boundless possibilities. His voice, calm yet powerful, exuded an overwhelming aura of intimidation. By rejecting the Titans, you're not only dismissing us, but also turning your back on future development. You may believe that you can continue in isolation, yet in this interstellar era, the consequences of solitude will be catastrophic. The atmosphere in the conference hall momentarily froze, and the leaders of the planet bowed their heads, clearly contemplating the profound implications of Eric's words. However, the female leader remained resolute, her gaze unwavering. We possess our own methods for resolving issues. Although your strength is formidable, I must reiterate that our planet does not require your so-called protection. Our independence and freedom are not to be stripped away by any external force. Eric raised an eyebrow slightly, suddenly revealing a cold smirk. Do you truly believe that such a stance can withstand the might of the Titans? He stood up, his voice becoming deep and menacing. Your independence can only exist on your own planet. Your so-called freedom is meaningless in the face of the powerful. The female leader inhaled deeply and took a step back. You are correct. The power of the Titans is unparalleled. However, remember that fear is not the reason for our submission. The faster your empire expands, the greater the dangers we must confront. If your rule is indeed founded on fear and oppression, then we would rather not join. A flicker of displeasure crossed Eric's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. He stepped toward the female leader, his gaze cold enough to pierce her heart. Have you considered that in this universe, the only power capable of protecting you is the scepter in my hand, not your so-called freedom? He abruptly raised his hand and gestured. As he did, the communication terminals in the conference hall illuminated, and a star map unfolded in the air, showcasing the various planets within the Orion molecular cloud and their resource distribution. The map marked multiple planets that could potentially become targets for the Titans. Eric's gaze returned to the female leader. You see, this is your future. Joining the Titans means resource sharing and enjoying our protection. Refusing implies that you will be left isolated and unable to withstand the storms from the outside. The female leader did not respond immediately. She fell silent for a moment, lowering her head to consult her team, as if weighing her final decision. Then she met Eric's gaze directly, her tone unwavering. We will not yield to fear, nor wish to rely on any external forces. We have our own methods and our own future. Eric inhaled deeply, gazing into her eyes, which reflected unwavering determination and resolve. He suddenly perceived that this negotiation had grown exceedingly complex, surpassing all expectations. Yet, he understood that retreat was not an option. The name of the Titan and the expansion of the Empire rested squarely upon his shoulders. He did not wish to reach an extreme. But interstellar warfare often culminates in but two outcomes: submission or annihilation. Thus, with a chilling tone, Eric declared, I have no further words to utter. Accompanied by his entourage, he exited the building and boarded the landing craft. The female leader followed in his wake. Eric observed the high-ranking officials of this planet, their expressions betraying palpable unease, as if they had discerned his intentions. He then slightly turned, issuing an order behind him. Prepare to execute Protocol 307, devastating strike. The moment his words fell, an oppressive atmosphere enveloped the room. The members of the planetary delegation evidently foresaw the situation's escalation. The female leader's complexion shifted subtly, yet she maintained her stance, her gaze unwavering. Are you truly resolute in this course of action? Her voice quivered, betraying her realization of the irreversible nature of the circumstances. Eric did not look back, merely stating, your choices have sealed the fate of this planet. Chapter 33. The Titan's first grasp of the slaughtering blade when Eric commanded the obliteration of this planet's fate. The Titan fleet responded almost instantaneously. Upon returning to the flagship's bridge, countless vessels surged toward the target planet. Within the command center of the Hyperion, the atmosphere grew tense as crew members frantically adjusted every system parameter, preparing for an unprecedented massacre. This marked the Titan Empire's inaugural wielding of the slaughtering blade. Although the outcome of the battle seemed almost predetermined, Eric was acutely aware that it would not be the last. Beyond the bridge, the vast silhouette of the Titan fleet materialized in space. From the flagship to various warships, they resembled a multitude of colossal beasts arrayed across the cosmos. Each warship was fortified with super-heavy weaponry and engines capable of planetary destruction. Their numbers were staggering, seemingly boundless. The orbital warships stood poised for action. Missiles in the launch bays prepped and ready, with every aspect of the target planet firmly within their sights. Launch! Eric's voice resonated through the bridge like the beating of war drums. Instantly, the first volley of missiles surged forth from the launch bays of the Hyperion I and its accompanying fleet, resembling harbingers of death slicing through the vastness of space. Each missile carried with it immense gravitational suppression devices, explosive fuel warheads, and high-energy lasers capable of dismantling surface structures. The planetary defense systems on the ground were virtually powerless against these impending, cataclysmic strikes from above. The air defense towers and electromagnetic shields crumbled instantaneously under the relentless assault of the colossal fleet as smoke and lightning intertwined, transforming the city's sky into a sea of flames. With each collision, the planet's surface trembled incessantly, akin to a gaping wound, with flesh and debris scattered. The command to purge the remnants of the enemy's retaliatory forces was given with an icy detachment by Eric, as if every step of the battle had already been meticulously calculated. His gaze fixated on the surveillance screen, where large-scale fissures began to mar the planet's surface. Buildings and infrastructure lay in ruins, with cracks spreading across the ground like a malignant disease consuming a healthy body. Following this devastation, the fleet's aircraft, thousands of drones, fighter jets, and aerial assault ships advanced steadily, commencing a more precise bombardment of the ground. The formations of fighter aircraft maneuvered rapidly along their trajectories, each equipped with heavy laser weaponry and particle cannons, unleashing a merciless onslaught upon the planet's surface. Concurrently, hundreds of resource collection ships detached from the fleet, equipped with countless unyielding mechanical arms and steel transport pods, began to skim just above the planet's surface. They rapidly harvested usable resources from the smoldering ruins, devouring every scrap of metal and inch of ore. Even the remnants of collapsed buildings and the skeletal remains of cities were swiftly loaded into their holds. The ambition of the colossal fleet extended beyond mere conquest. It aimed to obliterate and extract resources with unparalleled efficiency. Were it not for the singular discharge of the Hyperion flagship's main cannon, the planet would have been rendered as though it had never existed. As the fighter jets and drones began their return to the fleet, the flagship Hyperion I issued another command. Hundreds of battleships prepared to unleash super-heavy orbital cannons, capable of generating tremendous energy shock waves that would effortlessly tear into the planet's core. Beams of light erupted from the battleships of the colossal fleet, akin to lightning cleaving the night sky, striking the planet's surface with devastating precision. Almost simultaneously, an electromagnetic storm began brewing within the planet's atmosphere. The air currents intensified violently. Lightning interlaced, and the storm annihilated everything in its path. Every defensive installation and city upon the planet vanished in an instant under the onslaught of these storms. Even the air seemed to tremble amidst the chaos of war, as the entire climate system of the planet was irrevocably shattered. As the bombardment of the orbital cannons concluded, the landing craft of the colossal fleet descended, and millions of elite troops, recruited and trained from other worlds, stepped onto the planet's surface. Clad in the most advanced mechanized armors, armed with formidable infantry, support firepower, heavy armor, and personal laser weapons, they charged towards the planet's final defenses. Among the ruins of the city, the surviving residents and resisting warriors scarcely had time to flee before being engulfed by the iron legions of the Colossus Empire. Eric stood upon the bridge, his gaze coldly observing the gradual annihilation of the planet's surface. He understood that the outcome of this battle was devoid of any suspense. However, the ravages of war bring not only death and destruction, but also a profound sense of deterrence. The might of the Empire will be etched into the very fabric of every planet that dares to challenge it. As the final resource vessel completed its loading of the planet's core veins, Eric issued his ultimate command: evacuate, mission accomplished. He gazed into the cosmos, his outward calm betraying the tumult within. The blade of the Colossus had swung for the first time, yet he understood all too well that it would not be the last. As the fleet retreated, the remnants of the planet and the smoldering ruins gradually faded from view, while the battle standard of the Colossus fleet continued to flutter defiantly among the stars. This conflict was merely a prologue. Henceforth, more planets would become integral to the expansion of the Colossus Empire. The march of the Empire would not falter. The next destination awaits, Eric murmured, as the screens in the command bridge shifted automatically, presenting data on the next target planet. With each conquered world, the Colossus established vast factories dedicated to the production of essential weaponry, warships, and battle armor. These factories surpassed ordinary production lines in both scale and efficiency, rendering comprehension nearly impossible. Whether in bustling manufacturing workshops or automated assembly plants, every piece of metal and every chip was meticulously orchestrated, advancing at an unprecedented pace towards the creation of warships, mechanized armor, and weaponry. Each planet would transform into a logistical hub and armament factory for the Colossus fleet. Surrounding these factories, Eric selected warriors from the conquered planets, identifying individuals of remarkable potential, rescuing them from their former societal structures, and converting them into soldiers of the Colossian Empire. These warriors, subjected to rigorous training and enhancement, not only augmented their physical prowess, but also assimilated the advanced combat techniques of the Colossus. Equipped with the most sophisticated battle armor, they became a pivotal component of the Empire's military strength. Each soldier was an elite, meticulously chosen and trained, embodying the imperial expansion strategy of the Colossus. With these colonial planets and a continuous influx of military personnel, the Colossian fleet expanded to an unprecedented scale. Coordination and logistics among the fleets grew increasingly efficient, rendering each fleet nearly self-sufficient, endowed with formidable combat power, resources, and support capabilities. This enabled the Colossus to swiftly mobilize and deploy across multiple star systems, conquering more planets and perpetually augmenting its resources and troop numbers. As a commander of the fleet, Eric seized this moment to its fullest. He devoted all his time and resources to enhancing the operational capabilities and tactical synergy of the fleet. Through the relentless process of conquest, he gradually mastered the art of integrating a planet into the Empire's production framework in a short span, rapidly elevating the combat effectiveness of the military through technology and training, and even adeptly managing interactions with other civilizations, facilitating the swift assimilation of these planets into the Empire. Each newly conquered planet bestows upon the Titan fleet an abundance of weaponry, resources, and even warriors. The fleet, once a mere handful, has rapidly expanded into dozens of colossal armadas, traversing the cosmos incessantly, conquering, consuming, and expanding with little respite. In a remarkably brief period, Eric and his fleet have propelled the might of the Titans to unprecedented heights. The scale of the fleet has burgeoned, and the efficiency of combat has steadily improved. With each incursion, the fleet accomplishes its objectives with minimal resistance, swiftly striking down adversaries, siphoning resources, and fortifying itself in preparation for the next engagement. Throughout this process, Eric has not faltered. He recognizes that the Titan's expansion has entered a new phase, one where future challenges will grow increasingly intricate. Both the allocation of fleet resources and interactions with other civilizations demand a more prudent strategy and meticulous planning. Behind every decision, Eric is acutely aware that each choice he makes will reverberate through the destiny of the entire Empire. This time, Eric encountered a planet that proved utterly intransigent, compelling him to resort to radical measures. For him, demonstrating the absolute power of the Titans to other worlds has become paramount. Historically, the expansion of the Titan Empire has relied predominantly on peaceful means or the gradual dismantling of adversaries through localized conflicts, ultimately incorporating them into the imperial fold. Whether through diplomatic negotiation or limited military engagements, the Titan fleet has seldom faced genuine opposition. Each planet has been swiftly subdued, integrated into the Titan production chain, and transformed into a vital component of the formidable fleet. However, this scenario differs significantly. The civilization of this planet has evolved to a semi-interstellar level, possessing considerable technological and military capabilities. Most critically, they have resisted the Titans' threats and temptations, opting to reject collaboration with the Empire. Although the might of the Titans has compelled countless worlds to submit, this time, their defiance presents Eric with an unprecedented challenge. He understands that mere negotiation and intimidation will not bend this planet to submission. He is also cognizant that the Titan Empire has transcended mere expansionism, evolving into a formidable entity sustained by iron-fisted methods. With hundreds of conquered intelligent worlds, The eyes of their inhabitants are fixed upon the actions of the Titans, scrutinizing whether they will choose a path of peace or resort to more aggressive measures. Thus, the decision to pursue conquest through extreme methods conceals profound strategic implications. For Eric, this is not merely a straightforward conquest. It is a pivotal moment that may shape the Empire's future trajectory and instill a sense of awe in other planets. The resistance of this world, while an anomaly, serves as a significant signal. The dominion of the Empire is not impervious. Should the Titan exhibit excessive leniency and an over-reliance on negotiation, it may incite further insurrection, potentially destabilizing the entire Imperial reign. Moreover, with the continuous augmentation of the fleet, the Titan has transcended the role of a mere conqueror, evolving into a force that must employ iron-fisted measures to uphold order. The inhabitants of the already subdued planets, while predominantly compliant with the Titan's directives, harbor a profound wariness of the Imperial might. The Titan must manifest an undeniable deterrent to these worlds, instilling in them the realization that any planet daring to resist shall face catastrophic retribution. In this context, Eric opted for the most radical approach, the complete obliteration of this planet, seizing its resources without leaving any room for defiance. He understood that this was not solely to quell the planet's rebellion, but also to impart a lesson to the denizens of all other worlds. The Titan's rule is not to be challenged. As the first round of missiles was launched and the surface of the planet descended into chaos, Eric displayed no signs of hesitation. He stood on the command bridge, his gaze fixed on the screen depicting the planet's annihilation, while his mind meticulously calculated the subsequent course of action. All resources and combat personnel would be absorbed in the process of destruction, paving the way for the Titan Empire's next expansion. Those planets seeking to gain advantages through negotiation or limited conflict would soon witness a far more stringent Titan. Should they choose to rebel, they must brace themselves to be consumed, becoming the next world to serve the Empire. This entire process is an inevitable consequence of the Titan fleet's numerical expansion and enhancement of combat prowess. From dozens of fleets to hundreds, the Empire's strength is not merely reflected in numbers, but also in the efficient coordination and rapid deployment of all fleets. Each conquest of a planet signifies a tremendous augmentation of resources for the Titan Empire, heralding the strengthening and renewal of the fleet. The accumulation of these resources and combat capabilities will ultimately render the Titan unparalleled in the cosmos. In just a few months, the Titan's expansion has entered a phase of acceleration, and Eric is acutely aware that his mission is far from complete. The tragedy of this planet will serve as a clarion call for others and mark the beginning of his further consolidation of Imperial rule. Chapter 34. Cold numbers transform into warm warships when a post-operation report on the extermination campaign was delivered to the presidential office. Sophia initially presumed it to be a routine archival submission. Sitting behind her desk, she calmly scanned the first page until a sequence of numbers seized her attention, one followed by 10 zeros. Sophia's fingers tightened abruptly, causing the tactical tablet to slip uncontrollably from her grasp, crashing onto the alloy floor with a resounding clatter. This was not merely a conventional figure of 10 billion, nor an exaggerated budget appearing in financial statements. It represented the actual eradication of civilization's population. The existence of an entire planet was extinguished due to a strategic strike by the Titan fleet. Her pupils constricted slightly, and her throat moved dryly. As the assistant to the president of the Titan Group, she had encountered reports of large-scale operations before. She had reviewed figures such as a casualty rate of 15% or successful suppression of rebellion, with losses contained to under 1,000. Yet this time felt markedly different. After a few seconds, she took a deep breath, picked up the scattered tablet from the ground, and verified the figures once more. Then, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear and smoothing her attire, she turned with heavy footsteps towards Elijah's office. Sophia's face had regained its composure, but within her stirred an unprecedented unease. This was more than just a report. She was uncertain how Elijah would perceive this operation. Would he accept it? Would he punish the fleet commander? Or would he harbor apprehensions towards his own fleet? At the moment she pushed open the door, her heart held no answers. "Sophia, you look splendid in that outfit today," Elijah remarked, turning from the floor-to-ceiling window, his tone light and a rare smile gracing his lips. Clearly, his spirits were high today. But as soon as he finished speaking, Sophia did not respond as she usually would. There was no witty rejoinder or knowing glance exchanged. Instead, she walked slightly slower than usual, her smile appearing somewhat stiff. Subsequently, she handed him the tactical tablet without uttering a word. Elijah paused for half a second as he received the tablet, his brow arching slightly. He did not immediately lower his gaze to examine the report. Instead, he continued to look at Sophia, his expression a mix of scrutiny and concern. "What is the matter?" he inquired gently. "Has someone been troubling you? You seem a bit disheartened, haha." Sophia shook her head softly, her gaze somewhat distant. "You can read the report yourself," she replied calmly, though her tone betrayed a hint of hesitation. Elijah subtly furrowed his brow, then lowered his eyes to the content of the report. The screen displayed the core details of Eric's post-battle summary, and the string of figures at the top immediately captivated his complete attention. He remained silent for a moment, his thumb gliding to turn the page, his expression remaining unchanged. Yet the atmospheric pressure in the room seemed to quietly diminish with each of his breaths. Standing beside him, Sophia observed his profile, her inner turmoil intensifying. She had witnessed him calmly adjudicate traitors and had seen him in contemplative poise before urgent decisions. But this time, she could not decipher his judgment. 10 billion lives, Elijah finally spoke, his voice low yet clear. He set down the tablet, turned, and settled back into his chair, his right elbow resting on the armrest, fingers interlaced against his lips. His gaze drifted toward the window, but his thoughts were evidently tumultuous. Sophia stood before him, anxiously awaiting his judgment, Eric's verdict, which might also signify a recalibration of the entire tactical approach. After a prolonged silence, Elijah spoke softly, affirming that he had acted correctly. Sophia paused, momentarily taken aback. This was no senseless slaughter. He retrieved the tactical tablet, accessed supplementary segments, and continued. In the appendix, Eric had delineated 3 outcomes. Firstly, the resource conversion of this target star could immediately support the construction of 11 Hesperian-class battleships. Secondly, observational reports from 5 neighboring unaligned star systems indicated that within 3 days post-extermination, they had all submitted capitulation agreements, transitioning into cooperative colonial zones. Thirdly, the hostile race of Harkins and the Tyzel United Council had ceased fleet movements, entering a state of self-preservation. He paused, placing the tactical tablet on the table with a soft thud. This was not war. It was strategic deterrence, a declaration to the entire galaxy of what we are capable of, not merely what we desire. Sophia finally nodded slowly, her expression lifting from oppression to a semblance of relief. "I have simply never encountered such cold figures," she murmured. Elijah chuckled lightly, his gaze still fixed on the fleet imagery. "That is precisely why I wanted you to see it first. You are neither a heartless commander nor a pedantic advisor. You are human. I hope you can remind me that certain things should never transpire." He paused, looking intently at Sophia as he earnestly added, "But I also need you to understand that at times, we cannot wait for others to take the initiative." Sophia regarded him, her initial trepidation transforming into a complex understanding. She nodded gently. "I comprehend." The atmosphere softened. Elijah rose, approached her, and gently patted her shoulder. "Go on, relay the message. Have them prepare to receive resources and expedite the construction of the 4th Fleet." And he shifted his tone slightly, easing into a more relaxed cadence. "Make a note of today's attire. Wear it again when you're feeling down. It will help me notice sooner." Sophia smiled softly and departed the office. As the door closed behind her, her stride had regained its steadiness. Once Sophia had left, the office fell into silence once more. The quiet click of the closing door plunged Elijah's thoughts into a deeper vortex. Reclining in his chair, his gaze settled on the tactical tablet resting on the desk. The stark, icy numbers still vividly illuminated on the screen. 100 billion. He did not shy away from it, nor did he experience any emotional upheaval. On the contrary, he meticulously unraveled the layers of meaning embedded in this tactical decision. Resources, deterrence, strategic advancement, fleet renewal. Everything was executed with a precision that bordered on the mechanical, aligning seamlessly with the imperial expansion logic he had meticulously crafted. Eric's judgment was unwavering. Indeed, he found admiration in such initiative and decisiveness, demonstrating absolute loyalty to strategic outcomes. Death, particularly on such a grand scale, was an inevitable cost for the titanic empire that sought to engulf the galaxy. He understood this reality and accepted it. However, That did not imply he would refrain from contemplating the implications of such actions. Suddenly, a figure came to his mind. Thanos, the Titan madman capable of erasing half the universe with a mere gesture, who claimed his killings were a means of achieving balance as the ultimate sovereign. Both had chosen the path of slaughter, their methods perhaps strikingly similar. Yet, did this equate him, Elijah Adams, with Thanos? He closed his eyes and pondered for a few moments. No, he was not. Thanos' actions were driven by the outcome itself. He sought to have the universe's population to fulfill his own vision of ecological balance and order. In contrast, his own killings were not an end, but a means. They served to organize space, consolidate resources, and assert while on the path to universal conquest. What he desired was not the act of killing per se, but to establish order among the stars, to unify rather than annihilate. His conquest was an endeavor to create. He exhaled gently, his gaze refocusing. He knew that, as the fleet advanced and more planets were assimilated into the colossal order, choices like this would not be the last. He must remain resolute in his judgments at each such crossroad. He was not Thanos. He would not become Thanos. He would evolve into a force more composed and lucid than Thanos, a true architect of an empire who understood that destruction paves the way, while order brings closure. Elijah took a deep breath, feeling the weight in his heart lighten considerably. He raised his hand and lightly tapped a command. The communication screen swiftly shifting to reveal Eric's figure at the helm of the Fire God base. The connection was established instantly, requiring no approval. This privilege was solely his. Eric, how have you been lately? Elijah inquired with a relaxed tone, laced with a hint of mirth. I received your detailed report. You did remarkably well. I'm highly satisfied with the work over these past months. On the other end, Eric appeared momentarily taken aback, his eyes flashing with surprise before a tinge of tension crept in. To be honest, boss, I've been waiting for your message for quite some time. Frankly, I felt a bit anxious about this star annihilation operation. After all, it was our first time employing absolute force on such a scale. Elijah nodded, his gaze gentle yet resolute. Your decision was impeccable, Eric. Although that operation was severe, it has opened new avenues for us. It was merely a small episode in the grand narrative of the Colossal Empire's conquest of the cosmos, the first but certainly not the last. Eric's demeanor finally relaxed. He straightened his back, and his voice took on a resolute tone. Understood, boss. I will continue to refine the fleet's organization and tactics, ensuring that our next operation is more efficient and precise. Elijah responded with a smile. Excellent. The next step is to accelerate the deployment of the corvettes. Additionally, enhance the swarm-level automated coordination algorithms, with the aim of completing all updates within 2 months. Received, Eric replied without hesitation, his gaze drifting through the panoramic window of the bridge, as if envisioning the battlefield of the future. Elijah observed the star map projection before him, the twinkling points forming an expanding network of routes. His tone was light yet resolute. The march toward conquering the cosmos shall never cease, Eric. Let us incorporate the next planet into our domain. Yes, boss. Eric's expression was steadfast, akin to the cold gleam of a battleship's main cannon. After ending the communication, the office fell into a brief silence. Elijah leaned back in his chair, his fingertips lightly tapping the armrest. Despite having managed the day's affairs adeptly, with the fleet advancing smoothly and strategic layouts secure, an unusual weariness lingered within him, resisting the relaxation that typically accompanied completion. He glanced down at his agenda, densely packed with meetings and signatures stretching over 3 days. Sitting behind this desk, dealing with mountains of tasks, is hardly the work of a human, he murmured softly. It's time to step outside. Rising, he stretched his shoulders and moved his joints, which had long been confined to his seat. Outside, the entire Titan headquarters resembled a silent, functioning interstellar hub, and he was the one continuously adjusting its engines. Yet, even the most powerful engine requires relaxation and calibration. He opened his terminal, his fingers gliding slowly across the interface. A little outing, he whispered, it's time to meet those future heroes and villains. This was not a whimsical thought, but rather a plan long harbored in his mind. He needed to observe, understand, and select those characters poised to stir the tempest. Whether they were idealists ready to save the world or ambitious individuals intent on dismantling order. After all, whether for collaboration or recruitment, it must begin with face-to-face encounters. Furthermore, He indeed lacked individuals capable of shouldering significant responsibilities. Not merely those who follow orders, but true agents who can operate independently, alleviating his burdens and stepping forward proactively. Elijah smiled faintly, a familiar sharpness returning to his gaze. The world was expanding, and the chessboard was becoming increasingly intricate. Not every move required his direct intervention, but every crucial piece must be chosen by him personally. He pressed the call button. Sophia, please arrange for playing. Today's meetings are canceled. Inform those waiting for signatures that I'm stepping out for a stroll. His tone was lively, his steps decisive. This was not an evasion of duty. This marks the beginning of another conquest. Chapter 35, Crossbones. The path to the helipad is short, yet Elijah's thoughts remain restless. The chilling figure of 10 billion from Eric's report weighs heavily on his consciousness. This reflection does not stem from moral condemnation, but rather from a strategic evaluation. He surveys his inner circle. Sophia's loyalty is unquestionable, yet her foundation lies in order and efficiency. Tony is a genius, adorned with the halo of heroism. Eric possesses exceptional execution capabilities, yet fundamentally embodies a purely military mindset, acting as the sharpest cog in the imperial machinery. They are formidable, the pillars of the Titan Empire, representing his strength in the light. But what of the shadow of the Titan? Those tasks that must be executed in less illuminated corners? Those goals that require breaking conventions. Even venturing into gray areas to achieve? He requires another blade, sharp, precise, adept at navigating darkness without succumbing entirely to chaos. Good men cannot accomplish everything, and pure madness is nothing short of a disaster. What he seeks is a capable, intelligent rogue or realist, one who understands obedience while retaining a semblance of moral grounding. Magneto? His abilities are unparalleled, yet he's akin to a volcano ready to erupt at any moment. His ideals are overly grandiose and paranoid, unwilling to accept a subordinate role. The Hand? A collection of mystical ninjas, too limited in vision to make a significant impact. The Hydra? Emil Blonsky, a pure warrior at heart, possesses immense strength, a military background, and possibly a degree of compliance worth observing to determine his current state. As he steps onto the cold, metallic surface of the helipad, the immense black body of the Titan gleams with a harsh luster. Members of the Thor's Hammer squad stand around, their armor casting oppressive silhouettes in the dim light. Captain Anvil stands at the foot of the gangway, straightening his back and silently acknowledging Elijah's approach. At that moment, a name flashes in Elijah's mind, Brock Rumlow, the man from his previous life as cinematic memories who always came so close to success. Captain of the S.H.I.E.L.D. strike team, a formidable asset of Hydra, codenamed Crossbones. A top-tier tactical expert, master of combat and weaponry. He faced extraordinary individuals like Captain America and the Winter Soldier, yet repeatedly managed to push them to the brink, not through superhuman abilities, but through sheer skill, ruthlessness, and tactical ingenuity. Failure? It seemed more like surrendering to insurmountable forces, succumbing to the so-called protagonist aura, especially when recalling how he was struck in the face by Captain America using a building. That image carries a sense of absurd tragedy. This is the type of individual he requires. Background? Hydra? In Elijah's eyes, it is merely a label that can be easily torn apart. Loyalty is malleable, contingent upon the sufficiency of incentives or the profundity of fear. What captures his attention is Brock Rumlow, a man of remarkable capability and an indomitable resilience that shines even in dire straits. Anvil, Elijah's footsteps remained unbroken, his voice slicing through the night wind on the tarmac with an unruffled calm. Procure for me a comprehensive dossier on an individual within S.H.I.E.L.D. named Brock Rumlow. Begin with the details of his induction into S.H.I.E.L.D., trace his assimilation into Hydra, and conclude with his current role, department, and the level of tasks he undertakes. Extract every detail meticulously. Understood, sir. Anvil's voice resonated through the armored speaker without a hint of hesitation. He immediately pivoted, his metallic fingers dancing swiftly across the holographic tactical terminal on his arm, dispatching commands through an encrypted channel in an instant. The intelligence network of the Leviathan began to mobilize silently. Elijah ascended the gangway and entered the vast, frigid cabin of the Leviathan. He refrained from issuing flight commands right away, opting instead to approach the bar and pour himself a glass of chilled cola. The effervescent bubbles surged and burst within the cup, producing a subtle sound. Leaning against the bar, his gaze fell upon the twinkling lights of a New York base outside the window. The coolness of the cola glided down his throat, offering a fleeting sense of refreshment. Before he could finish his drink, Anvil returned with the complete dossier on Crossbones. Sir, the information you requested is at hand. Rumlow's real-time coordinates and recent activity report have been updated, Anvil reported. Elijah set down the cola and accepted the tablet. The screen illuminated with the target's details. Name, Brock Rumlow affiliation, S.H.I.E.L.D. Rapid Response Team clearance level, 7 current status. In mission last known location. Eastern Europe, Sokovia border region mission brief. Summary. Hydracide. Encrypted note. Surface mission S.H.I.E.L.D. Infiltrate and monitor a suspected radical organization, Grey Wolf, linked to remnants of the former government forces and arms trafficking in northern Sokovia. Assess threat level and obtain intelligence on the arms trading network. Deep mission. Hydra. Confirm and seize the alleged zero-element sample claimed by the organization. Reportedly sourced from a World War II Hydra base. Intelligence reliability, pending verification. Eliminate all informed parties if necessary. Recent developments highlight exposure risk high. The bold, red italicized note at the end of the report indicated that Rumlow's team encountered an unforeseen ambush 48 hours prior during operations in the border town of Krakow, Sokovia. The assailants appear to be another well-equipped armed force with unclear objectives, not the targeted Grey Wolf organization, exhibiting a highly specialized tactical style. The team suffered significant casualties, and communication was temporarily severed. Current status assessment. The signal last vanished in the northern mountainous region of Sokovia. Subsequent support teams from S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra reported encountering fierce resistance, failing to provide successful reinforcement. Rong Yuo has been classified as missing in action, with grave suspicions that his identity may have been compromised to third-party entities, thereby facing multiple lethal pursuits. Internal communications within Hydra indicate that the area has been designated as high risk, with reinforcements impeded, leaving Rong Yuo in a state of utter isolation. An internal assessment within Hydra, encrypted for confidentiality, reveals that Rong Yuo's capabilities are commendable. However, he has encountered significant setbacks on his inaugural deep-cover independent mission. His survival instincts and loyalty are under severe scrutiny. Should he manage to survive, his value will necessitate reevaluation. If confirmed dead or captured, he will be dealt with according to protocol. Elijah's fingers glided across the screen, observing the red dot representing Rong Yuo's last signal fading away, accompanied by annotations of being hunted and isolated. Instead of concern, a profound smile spread across his face. Elijah's fingertips gently tapped the edge of the tablet. How intriguing. It appears that our meeting with Brock Rong Yuo is more opportune than I had anticipated. He tilted his head back, finishing the remaining soda, and set the cup down. Elijah resolved to fly directly to Rong Yuo's location, intending to persuade him to join the Leviathan. Upon receiving Elijah's command, the crew of the Leviathan aircraft awaited the complete boarding of the Thor's Hammer team before amplifying the thrust of the anti-gravity engines, soaring directly into the sky towards the coordinates provided by the Anvil. An hour later, the Leviathan had reached the skies above Sokovia, its engines beginning to decelerate as altitude gradually decreased, preparing for landing near Rong Yuo and his team. Below lay a village of crumbling ruins, the smoke still lingering, the air thick with acrid sulfur, charred remnants, and a faint scent of blood. Target locked. The signal source confirmed to be located at the ruins of the church below. Vital signs read weak, a singular target, surrounded by multiple thermal signatures in motion, non-allied, threat level high. The pilot's voice reported calmly. Lowering altitude, entering hover mode. Activate optical camouflage and sound wave absorption. Elijah's voice emanated from the communicator. Thor's Hammer, prepare for rapid response landing. Non-lethal suppression is a priority, but eliminate all obstacles in our path. Remember, the target is Brock Rong Yuo. I require him alive and intact. Understood. A deep, resolute response echoed within the cabin. The 10 members of Thor's Hammer swiftly checked their gear, weapons chambered, tactical goggles flickering with a faint glow. The belly hatch of the aircraft opened. the wind carrying the scent of scorched earth into the cabin. The Leviathan, a colossal machine, became visually indistinct and warped under advanced technology, ultimately blending seamlessly into the somber backdrop of the sky. The engine's noise reduced to a whisper. It hovered like a massive, invisible specter, approximately 50 meters above the church ruins. Brock Rongmuo leaned against a bullet-riddled pedestal of a saintly icon, breathing heavily. His tactical suit, emblazoned with the insignia of S.H.I.E.L.D, was torn in numerous places, with dark crimson blood seeping through, starkly vivid against the dust. The wound on his left shoulder was hastily bandaged with torn fabric, yet each breath brought forth a searing pain akin to tearing flesh. His complexion was as pale as parchment, lips chapped and cracked, but his deeply set eyes burned with the fierce spirit of a wounded lone wolf. Ablaze with a mix of defiance and ferocity, fixated on the rickety wooden door, the sole remaining entrance. In his grip was a .30 caliber pistol, its magazine nearly depleted, while the other hand clutched a bloodied combat knife. His entire squad was gone. The meticulously orchestrated ambush from 2 days prior had unleashed a torrent of firepower, executed with an unsettling synchronicity that far surpassed the disarray of the Grey Wolves. He had fought tooth and nail to escape to this makeshift refuge, heavily injured. The communicator had shattered amidst the firefight. Outside, the relentless pursuers, akin to maggots, were meticulously scouring the ruins. He could hear the crunch of their boots on shattered stones, accompanied by hushed commands in an incomprehensible tongue. Damn it! Langlo spat a mouthful of blood, a flicker of desperate madness crossing his eyes. He would rather perish in battle than fall into their hands, or worse yet, be discovered by the Hydra cleanup crew. With the last vestige of his strength, he steadied his weapon toward the doorway. Just as he was bracing himself for a final stand, a thunderous sound erupted. Not an explosion, but a peculiar, muffled noise, as if the air had been instantaneously compressed and released, accompanied by a powerful gust emanating from the church's crumbling dome. Langlo's pupils dilated as he instinctively raised his gun. Yet, the sight that met his gaze rendered him momentarily paralyzed. 3 figures, deep gray and as formidable as iron sculptures, descended without the aid of ropes or descent equipment, crashing to the ground of the dust-laden church like meteors. The tremendous impact seemed to reverberate through the dilapidated structure, stirring up a cloud of dust. Their landing was bizarre, as if the force of gravity beneath them had been suddenly diminished. Who are they? Langlo roared, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, attempting to aim at one of them. But he was swift. They were swifter. With a soft hiss, 3 slender beams of blue light shot forth, striking precisely at Langlo's wrist and just above the knee of his supporting leg. It was neither a bullet nor a laser, but some form of potent neuromuscular suppressor. Ack! A wave of intense paralysis and spasms engulfed him, rendering his muscles utterly uncontrollable. The pistol and knife slipped from his grasp as he collapsed helplessly to the ground, his legs betraying him. He glared at these uninvited guests with a mix of fury and horror, striving to discern the emblem on their armor. It was a simple yet powerful insignia. Chapter 36. The new world of Ramlo. The objective has been secured, with no lethal resistance. The leader of the Thunder God's Hammer team reported coldly, his voice devoid of emotion, processed electronically, almost simultaneously with the control of Ramlo. Several other team members ghosted to various openings and entrances of the church, their weapons trained on the pursuing adversaries, startled by the deafening noise and attempting to break in. A dull thud echoed as a wave of electromagnetic pulses rapidly spread through the air. The foremost pursuers were struck as if by an invisible hammer, shrieking in agony as they clutched their ears, collapsing to the ground, their weapons rendered silent. The subsequent enemies were momentarily paralyzed by this sudden, unprecedented form of attack, their advance faltering. At that moment, a figure slowly descended through the swirling dust. Not a violent crash, but rather, it floated gracefully like a feather, 1/2 meter above the ground before firmly landing on the rubble-strewn surface. The newcomer was clad in an exquisitely tailored black trench coat, its fabric remarkable, adorned with dark golden patterns that starkly contrasted the surrounding ruin and carnage. It was Elijah. He disregarded the brief skirmish and lamentations outside, striding directly toward Brock Ramlo, bound by electric cords, collapsed yet glaring at him with fierce eyes. Elijah's boots crunched softly against the debris, the sound piercing through the sudden silence of the church's ruins. Mr. Brock Ramlow, Elijah's voice was calm, tinged with an air of condescension as he tilted his head slightly, the corners of his mouth curving into a barely perceptible smirk. It appears that S.H.I.E.L.D. and your master have failed to provide you with adequate logistical support? Or perhaps they regard you as a mere pawn, disposable at their whim? Ramlow gritted his teeth, attempting to break free, but the numbing sensation from the electric cords rendered even the slightest movement agonizingly difficult. All he could muster was a furious growl from his throat. Who are you? A cleanup crew from Hydra? Or one of those bastards' new masters? A cleanup crew? Huh. Elijah chuckled softly, devoid of warmth. I prefer to consider myself an investor, and I perceive your value. In other words, I see your potential, even though you are presently a failure. He emphasized the word failure, his penetrating gaze scrutinizing Ramlow's reaction. A flicker of humiliation and deeper anger flashed in Ramlow's eyes. Yet Elijah's words pierced his heart like a thorn, striking at his unfulfilled ambitions. The noise outside is rather bothersome. Elijah seemed to finally acknowledge the chaos beyond, casually gesturing with his hand. Clean it up and leave no survivors. We're pressed for time. Yes. The Thunder God's Hammer team members echoed in unison, both inside and outside the church. Instantly, a more intense yet precise barrage of fire erupted, accompanied by the brief, desperate cries of the enemies. Elijah no longer gazed outside, his attention refocusing on Romulo. Now, Mr. Romulo, you face two choices. First, you may continue to lie here, awaiting your inevitable demise at the hands of the next wave of pursuers or the silencing of your former employer. Or, he leaned in slightly, drawing closer to Romulo's face. Twisted by blood loss and fury, his voice low yet imbued with an irresistible authority. Come with me. I shall tend to your wounds and provide you with resources and equipment far surpassing what S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra can offer, along with an opportunity to prove your true worth. An opportunity that will elevate the name Crossbones to a grander stage. Romulo's pupils dilated sharply. Crossbones? This ominous alias he had embraced within Hydra. How could the other party possibly know? Just then, a member of the Thor's Hammer team approached briskly, carrying a silver medical case emanating a chill. Upon opening the case, it revealed futuristic automatic injectors, biological gel dressings, and vital sign monitors. It seems you require some time to contemplate. Elijah straightened, restoring his commanding demeanor, and gestured to the medical personnel. Administer the composite battlefield emergency nanomeds and potent analgesics to stabilize his vital signs. Move swiftly. We must vacate this cursed place. The icy injectables pierced his skin. A warm current surged through Romulo's limbs, accompanied by an overwhelming wave of fatigue. As his consciousness began to fade, the last image seared into his memory was Elijah turning towards the gaping hole of the church, revealing the looming silhouette of a colossal aircraft, resembling an abyssal beast. Those profound eyes seemed capable of devouring all his struggles and resentments. Brock Romulo gasped, a sharp pain coursing through his lungs. Yet this discomfort was vividly clear, a reminder of his continued existence. He abruptly opened his eyes. The glaring, soft yet piercing white light compelled him to squint. What met his gaze was neither the church's ruins nor the frigid confines of a Hydra safe house. Instead, he lay within a pristine medical chamber, exuding a sense of futurism. Gentle light diffused from the smooth walls and ceiling, and the air was saturated with a faint, sterile scent, a blend of disinfectant and crisp cleanliness. His bare torso was enveloped in a layer of biological gel film, radiating a gentle warmth. The once life-threatening tear in his left shoulder now only elicited a deep, marrow-tingling itch, as if his flesh were reconstituting at an astonishing pace. Countless minuscule probes hovered above him, projecting intricate three-dimensional vital sign mappings. Everything within this space transcended his comprehension. Even the most advanced medical apparatus of S.H.I.E.L.D. paled in comparison. A primal fear arose, an instinctual dread in the face of an unknown behemoth. He attempted to move his fingers and discovered that although his body felt weak, the paralyzing pain that had once coursed through him had vanished, replaced by a peculiar weariness born of profound restoration. Awake, are we? A tranquil voice pierced the stillness of the room. Ramlow turned sharply at the sound. The transparent door of the medical pod opened silently, revealing the figure of Elijah Adams at its threshold. He remained clad in his meticulously tailored black trench coat, exuding an air of composure. His gaze fell upon Ramlo, imbued with scrutiny and a hint of amusement. "Who exactly are you?" Ramlo's voice emerged dry and hoarse, betraying an almost imperceptible tremor that he failed to recognize. The presence of this man was overwhelmingly potent, wielding a power far beyond Ramlo's comprehension, and the sheer disparity of that absolute, oppressive strength left the agent, accustomed to controlling situations, feeling an unprecedented sense of suffocation. "What's the matter?" Elijah raised an eyebrow lightly, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he strolled leisurely to the side of the medical pod. His fingertips casually brushed against a floating control panel nearby, and in an instant, the biological gel membrane enveloping Ramlo became transparent, revealing beneath it wounds that had nearly healed, marked only by faint pink scars of new tissue. "Apparently, my reputation among your Hydra superiors is not as illustrious as I had presumed. I recently paid a rather cordial visit to Mr. Alexander Pierce, and, incidentally, procured some items from him that left him quite displeased." His tone was as casual as discussing the weather, yet the content struck like thunder. Ramlo's pupils dilated in shock. "Elijah Adams? You are the Elijah Adams of the Leviathan Corporation?" The name seared through his feigned calmness like a red-hot branding iron. In the highest echelons of Hydra's briefings, this name had been marked as exceedingly dangerous. Each time Pierce had mentioned it, his face, usually adorned with a false veneer of gentleness, twisted in rage, unleashing the most venomous curses, denouncing Adams as a greedy vulture and an uncontrollable madman. They were aware of Elijah's technological terror and his ruthless methods, but never had they fathomed that he possessed such profound knowledge of Hydra's inner workings. This revelation shattered Ramlo's understanding of secrecy. You actually know that Pierce is a high-ranking member of Hydra." Ramlo's voice trembled with disbelief. Had Leviathan's intelligence capabilities penetrated so deeply? Is it truly difficult? Elijah's smile deepened slightly. "Brock, the gaze of Leviathan extends far beyond your juvenile games of severing one head only to have two sprout in its place as you scurry in the shadows. The S.H.I.E.L.D firewall, Hydra's encryption protocols? To me, they are merely the doodles of children drawn in the sand." He leaned in slightly. "The secrets you hold dear are transparent to me." The immense shock and the chilling reality of his identity being exposed left Ramlo dizzy. He inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain his composure. The pride of a hardened man seemed so pale and powerless in the face of such overwhelming strength and intelligence. He gazed at Elijah, and within the depths of his anger and horror, an emotion known as awe quietly took root, a subtle respect for the strong emerging in his tone, unnoticed even by himself. "Mr. Adams, you have personally brought me here for a purpose, have you not?" Elijah straightened, his hands casually tucked into the pockets of his trench coat. "Quite simply, block Ramlo," he replied, his voice clear and resonant. "Forget the doomed vessel of Hydra. From now on, join the Titans." Ramlo's heart skipped a beat. Elijah did not allow him time to digest or question this. He continued in a tone laced with enchantment and a hint of wicked allure. "I require someone who can traverse the shadows, adept in all the sordid rules, and sufficiently resilient and sharp to handle matters that are unfit for the light of day. A true scavenger, a shadow capable of forging a path for me amidst the clash of superheroes and supervillains." He paused, savoring the complex glimmer in Ramlo's eyes, a mixture of shock, ambition, the rekindling of a smoldering defiance, and a profound trepidation of the unknown. In return, Elijah's voice, akin to a devil's whisper, brimmed with irresistible promises. "You will gain power beyond your wildest imagination. The strength of the Titans will be your staunchest ally. The authority you will wield will incite envy in the leaders of any nation. You shall possess a vast, invisible network at your command." He stepped forward, his fingertips once more tapping the control panel. An instant holographic projection unfolded before Ramlo, showcasing a lethal array of advanced combat armor and weaponry. Elijah's smile bore a hint of cruel exhilaration. "I will bestow upon you true power, enough to shatter perceptions. The biological enhancements of the Titans, neuromechanical modifications, energy weapon integrations, we will reshape you. Your speed, strength, reflexes, endurance, and and recovery will be elevated to heights unattainable by mere mortals. No longer will you be the hapless sidekick, stumbling in the shadow of heroes. Block Rumlow. You will become the very embodiment of fear, the Crossbones. Crossbones. The name resonated again, emphatically declared by Elijah. No longer a mere temptation, but a proclamation, a coronation of destiny. Rumlow's breath became utterly disordered. He beheld the futuristic power blueprint crafted seemingly for him in the holographic projection, listened to Elijah's descriptions of Dominion, and reflected upon his experiences with Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. Forever a tool, a disposable pawn, subject to ruthless evaluations post-failure, and a desperate figure awaiting death amid the ruins. What Elijah offered was a shortcut to the pinnacle of power, an opportunity to transcend the game and become the player. But at what cost? Yet, it is merely a pledge of allegiance to a new and more formidable master. For a mercenary, an agent struggling to survive in the shadows, such a choice is hardly necessary. The inner turmoil lasted but a fleeting moment. The instinct for survival, the yearning for power, and the long-suppressed ambition surged forth like molten lava, instantly drowning all doubts and loyalties. The hesitation and frailty in his eyes swiftly faded, replaced by a fierce glint akin to that of a wounded beast stirred to ferocity, imbued with a resolute determination. He abruptly lifted his gaze, meeting Elijah's penetrating eyes, which seemed to discern all truths, his voice low yet resolute, imbued with the raspy strength of renewed life. "Mr. Adams, you salvaged my life." He paused, each word seeming to be extricated from between clenched teeth. "Hydra is a relic of the past. From this day forth, Brock Rumlow, no, Crossbones, shall serve you." He struggled to rise in a gesture of submission, but Elijah merely waved his hand gently. "Very well." A hint of genuine satisfaction graced Elijah's smile as he pressed another button, the soft blue light within the medical chamber illuminating the space. "Relax. Accept the final treatment and comprehensive scan. Your enhancements will commence shortly. Welcome to the Titan, Brock. Welcome to the apex of the food chain." The doors of the medical room slowly closed, enveloping Rumlow once more in a gentle glow. He reclined back onto the medical bed, closing his eyes, his mind now devoid of confusion, filled only with an insatiable desire for newfound power and anticipation for the new chapter about to unfold. Crossbones, a name steeped in dark power, would under the aegis of the Titan truly reveal its lethal brilliance. Chapter 37. General Ross. Time flew by, quietly passing over the span of 2 months. Deep within the core of New York's Titan Industrial Base, in the biotechnological enhancement zone codenamed Furnace, Brock Rumlow was undergoing a metamorphosis. Dr. Dwight, a man of chilling demeanor, presided over this transformation. The initial infusion was the Titan's unique Guardian Serum, a product of Elijah's reverse engineering and enhancement derived from various sources. It did not pursue sheer brutality, but aimed to construct an indomitable physiological foundation. It comprehensively elevated cellular vitality, metabolic rate, and neural conduction speed, endowing him with endurance, resilience, and adaptability that far surpassed the human norm. Rumlow could distinctly feel each heartbeat resonating like the roar of an engine, harboring explosive power, while the old injuries that had once plagued him vanished entirely under the serum's influence, as though they had never existed. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Following closely was a more radical procedure involving the implantation of neuromechanical interfaces. Micron-sized biometallic fibers were intricately woven into his primary nerve bundles and skeletal structure, creating an endogenous enhancement network directly connected to his consciousness. This system not only enables real-time monitoring and fine-tuning of his physiological state, but also provides the exoskeleton armor with instantaneous neural control, significantly enhancing his reaction speed and battlefield information processing capabilities. The agony of the surgery was akin to a soul-rending torment, yet Rumlow remained silent, his alloy dental brace crumbling beneath his teeth. The path to power has always been paved with suffering. At this moment, he was in the final phase of adaptation. Within a colossal spherical training arena simulating extreme environments, he stood bare-chested, clad only in specialized sensory shorts. Sweat cascaded from his sculpted muscles like a flowing stream. He deftly evaded high-energy particle beams from all directions at an almost imperceptible speed, simultaneously shattering incoming high-strength alloy targets with his bare hands. Each dodge and every punch resonated with a thunderous crack, leaving deep imprints on the alloy floor beneath his feet. The fire in his eyes was no longer one of desperate ferocity, but rather an intense desire for mastery over his newfound power and anticipation of future vengeance. Ramlo's disappearance did not go unnoticed. S.H.I.E.L.D. had marked him as a high-risk rogue agent and activated the highest level of pursuit protocol. Meanwhile, within Hydra, Pierce was in a furious rage, convinced that Ramlo had either been captured and leaked information or had been poached by another faction. He ordered that all global operatives spare no effort to locate him, demanding that he be found alive or dead. In this tumultuous moment, the underground world was rife with unrest. To this, Elijah merely scoffed. Upon receiving Dr. Dwight's report that Ramlo's body had stabilized and required focus during the adaptation phase, he issued an efficient directive: create a clone of Ramlo and ensure his demise appears genuine. Dispose of him far away, lest he tarnish their territory. Dr. Dwight's execution capabilities were without question. Utilizing Ramlo's genetic samples and advanced bioprinting technology, a remarkably lifelike clone swiftly took shape in the cultivation chamber. This clone was meticulously crafted, simulating the marks of torture and fatal gunshot wounds, its visage marred yet retaining key features. Subsequently, this freshly manufactured corpse was clandestinely transported to a war-torn, chaotic nation in Eastern Europe, casually discarded in a foul-smelling dumpster within the capital slums. The local chaos and corruption ensured that the discovery of the body would appear natural, and S.H.I.E.L.D's Hydra agents would quickly confirm it as their sought-after traitor. During a break in training, as Ramlo accessed the internal network and glimpsed the report of his own corpse in the dumpster, he had just shattered an incoming alloy sphere. His movements momentarily froze, visible lines of tension forming on his forehead. What a creative approach, he muttered under his breath, his tone complex. On one hand, he found this method utterly undignified. On the other, he had to acknowledge it was indeed the optimal solution to completely sever ties with his past, ensuring the social death of the clone Ramlo. From this moment forth, he became the crossbones shrouded in the shadow of the colossal deity. Over the past 2 months, Elijah had not been idle. He traversed the skies aboard the Titan, akin to a spectral vulture surveying the earth below, embarking on a private global odyssey. Yet this was far from mere sightseeing. His list of destinations was populated with figures from his past life that he loathed intensely or deemed to be potential threats. His actions were efficient and merciless, imbued with a sense of near judgment, a precise extermination of those he found detestable. For the minor nuisances who, though not deserving of death, were profoundly aggravating, Elijah's method of resolution could only be described as a physical exorcism. The Titan skimmed low over its target cities, its doors flung open, and fully armed warriors of Mjolnir were deployed like meteors, crashing through rooftops and balconies with deadly accuracy. Those fortunate enough to be struck were instantly reduced to a pulp. Those who survived faced the iron fists of the enhanced warriors, capable of piercing tank armor, sending them flying like rag dolls, embedded deep within reinforced concrete walls, unable to be extricated. The scene often concluded with a grotesque indentation of a human form and an indistinguishable stain. Elijah scarcely glanced back, as if merely brushing away a speck of dust. The purification of the Neon Nation. For certain organizations that touched upon the sensitive spots of his past, Elijah opted to take matters into his own hands. Fueled by unabashed fury, the Titan hovered ominously above the target area. The doors swung open, and Elijah stood suspended, cold eyes surveying the chaos below. Without a word of warning, 2 searing crimson beams, hot enough to distort the very air, erupted from his gaze, like divine retribution descending from the heavens. Where the rays traversed, be it solid structures, the armed militants concealed within, or the incriminating evidence they hoarded, all were instantly vaporized by the terrifying heat. Annihilated in an instant, before the explosive fireballs and rising mushroom clouds had fully expanded, the rays had swept through, leaving behind a molten pit several hundred meters in diameter, smooth as glass, with dark red magma still flowing at its edges. It was a thorough, physical obliteration. Once Elijah completed this act, he would not spare a second glance at the hellish aftermath, turning back to the cabin as if he had merely disposed of a heap of refuse. This unabashed and deliberately destructive approach was his most direct and violent response to the shadows of that historical period. Dr. Banner, target locked. Today, the Titan hovered at an altitude of 10,000 meters above the North Pacific, bathed in sunlight. Elijah had just concluded yet another cleansing operation. Cradling a cup of premium coffee from Colombia, expertly flavored, while perusing the global updates delivered by the Anvil. Suddenly, a high-priority report popped up at the forefront of his screen. The title was succinct and clear. Target, Bruce Banner. Location, confirmed, New York City. Specific coordinates updating dynamically. Elijah paused momentarily, his fingers gripping the coffee cup. His gaze swept over the details of the report. Dr. Banner had been spotted near an inconspicuous secondhand bookstore in Midtown Manhattan, hurrying along while donning a hat and glasses in a vain attempt to conceal his identity. Satellite images had captured the unmistakable contours of his face, tinged with a hint of anxiety and fatigue. It appeared that S.H.I.E.L.D. agents had caught wind of the situation, yet had yet to establish an effective perimeter. Bruce Banner, Elijah murmured softly, setting down his coffee cup, which clinked crisply against the alloy tabletop. This green behemoth, or rather the furious beast named Hulk within him, was indeed one of the core members of the original Avengers. His very existence epitomized a certain pinnacle of human biotechnology, or perhaps its unraveling, harboring immeasurable energy and mysteries. The value of Banner himself was beyond dispute. A genius with 7 doctoral degrees, he was unparalleled in the realm of gamma radiation biology. If this power, this intellect, could be integrated into the Titan's framework, or, at the very least, ensured that it would not be wielded by adversaries to alter the course of events, Elijah's voice resonated within the cabin, clear yet tinged with barely perceptible excitement. Target, New York. Maximum cruising speed. Informed Dwight to prepare the highest standard of reception plans. We have a wayward green acquaintance who requires a thorough discussion. The engines of the Titan rumbled with a deep growl, the massive fuselage carving a sharp arc through the sky, slicing through the clouds as it raced toward the bustling metropolis of New York. A realm rife with both prosperity and peril. A hunt for power and wisdom was about to commence. 10 minutes remained until the Titan reached New York. As Elijah closed his eyes for a moment of respite, his fingertips gently tapping the armrest. Suddenly, the emergency communications from the New York base activated the holographic display. Sir, Dr. Banner has vanished at the edge of Queens. However, General Ross's pursuit team has fully engaged. They have cordoned off 3 blocks near the Brooklyn Bridge, deploying sonic cannons, electromagnetic pulse nets, and attack aircraft. Ross is commanding from the front lines, and the operation could escalate at any moment. The screen displayed the heavy military deployments and potential hiding places of Banner. Upon hearing Ross's name, a playful smile crept across Elijah's lips. William Thunderbolt Ross? He rose from his seat and approached the window to gaze down at the city. This general, who perpetually chased the Hulk, yet always fell short each of his operations, was grandiose in scope, yet the outcomes either resulted in wreckage or allowed Banner to slip away, leaving chaos in his wake and Ross's face flushed with frustration. He even recalled the comic where Ross transformed into the Red Hulk, but for now, he was merely a stubborn old man. Elijah held no concern for Ross's actions. In fact, he found them rather amusing. If Ross could indeed capture Banner, it would simplify matters greatly. The depth of Elijah's smile deepened. Imagine this. Ross, having exerted immense effort and incurred significant costs, finally confines Banner within a prison cell, reveling in his triumph, only to be confronted by the arrival of the Titan. A vivid scene unfolds before him. Ross, basking in his sense of accomplishment, is met with the formidable presence of the Titan. Elijah descends the gangway, brandishing the prepared legal documents, either a federal court ruling or a presidential pardon. In front of his soldiers, I would convey, with the utmost regret, the following words. General Ross, I appreciate your efforts. Yet Dr. Banner's well-being pertains to the welfare of all humanity, and it must be the Titan who takes charge. The military lacks the capacity for this task. Elijah mimics that insincere official tone, and his furious expression must have been more riveting than Hulk smashing a tank. As for me, I become the protector of Banner, effortlessly earning his trust. This script is nothing short of perfect. Elijah returns to his seat, his gaze sharp. Let the chaos unfold. The more tumultuous the scene, the more seamlessly I shall make my entrance to seize the moment. Continuous surveillance is maintained. The Titan retains its cruising speed, poised to enter the battlefield and ensnare its prey. He lifts his coffee, a satisfied smile gracing his face, as the military operation beneath New York City merely serves as the prologue to the drama he has orchestrated. Chapter 38, Mr. Blue's serum and Bronski's ambitions. Elijah sits aboard the Titan, his gaze fixed upon the immense tactical screen before him. The real-time footage relayed by the drones clearly depicts Bruce Banner hastily escorting Betty Ross into the buildings of New York State University's Manhattan campus. Witnessing this scene evokes an uncanny sense of familiarity within him. It feels strikingly reminiscent of watching a film in a past life, and he is acutely aware of what is to come. This foresight imbues him with a sense of strangeness. After all, he is no longer a mere spectator, but rather the true puppeteer pulling the strings behind the scenes. Yet amidst the oddity, a thrilling sensation of control and superiority over the unfolding events emerges. The plot accelerates towards its climax. Elijah murmurs to himself, a glint of anticipation sparking in his eyes. Mr. Blue's electrotherapy package and the wrestling match of two green behemoths. He hesitates no longer and decisively issues orders. Iron Anvil, command the Titan's rapid response unit based in New York to immediately engage. Target area, a 1-kilometer radius surrounding New York State University. Execute the highest level of clearance. His voice is clear and cold. Should they encounter any military personnel obstructing their path, or any impertinent fools, they are to be informed that this is a direct order from the Department of Defense. No explanations are needed. Compliance is all that is required. For those with objections, let them seek recourse at the Pentagon. Now is not the time to impede progress. Understood. The response from Captain Iron Anvil comes through the communicator, devoid of any emotion. And, Elijah adds, ensure the Titan space station is immediately mobilized to hover over New York, readying the gravity prison I have specially commissioned. Once the demolition plan for Manhattan concludes, regardless of the outcome, I am determined to carefully package these two extraordinary little creatures and transport them to my veterinary clinic for proper care. Having arranged all of this, Elijah reclined comfortably against the chair's backrest, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the armrest with delight. He resembled an eager spectator with front-row tickets, poised to revel in a grand cinematic spectacle orchestrated by General Ross and safeguarded by the mighty Titan. Watching a special effects blockbuster in a theater? Nothing compares to witnessing the visceral clash of genuine power in person, observing those who presume to control the situation being unceremoniously thrown to the ground. The engine of the Titan subtly adjusted its posture, hovering above the city in the prime vantage point. The screen displayed multiple angles, a visibly anxious Banner and Betty entering the laboratory. The Titan's rapid response team engaged in a tense standoff with the military as they forcibly established a quarantine zone outside the university. And the colossal shadow of the Titan space station silently shifting toward its designated orbit against the backdrop of deep space. Everything was in place. It merely awaited the protagonist to take the stage. The smile on Elijah's face grew ever more pronounced, for this captivating performance was about to commence. As Elijah nostalgically recalled the plot through the screen, the gears of fate had already begun to turn within the dilapidated laboratory of the Manhattan campus. Bruce Banner lay on a rudimentary, cold surgical table connected to the makeshift gamma energy apparatus assembled by Dr. S.H.I.E.L.D. The atmosphere was so thick with tension it felt as though it could condense into droplets. The faces of the three individuals bore none of the desperate resolve seen in the film, replaced instead by an unshakable gloom and unmistakable dread. Banner's eyes were tightly shut, his jaw clenched, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. His fear was not of pain, but of the potential failure of his restraints. Should the beast within him break free, it could instantly rend to shreds his beloved Betty and Stern, who stood nearby. Each attempt to control the Hulk was a perilous dance with destruction. Betty Ross clutched tightly to the pocket watch left by her father, her knuckles whitening from strain. She gazed at Banner's anguished and tense visage, her heart heavy with concern. She dreaded the possibility of yet another failure, dooming Banner to an endless nightmare. Meanwhile, Dr. Samuel Stern, known as the Blue Man, felt a fear more immediate than any. He was terrified that upon his release, the Hulk would promptly swat him like a mere insect, reducing him to a pulpy mass. He understood better than anyone the ferocity of gamma energy and the devastation wrought by the Hulk. His hands trembled slightly. However, as a researcher consumed by an almost mad obsession with scientific truth, the insatiable thirst for knowledge eclipsed all fear. That flicker of trepidation seemed trivial in the face of his burning desire for experimental results. A moment of struggle flashed across his face, ultimately replaced by a fervent resolve reminiscent of a martyr. He licked his cracked lips, his eyes solely reflecting anticipation for the outcome of the experiment. "Bruce, are you ready? This could be exceedingly intense." Stein's voice trembled ever so slightly, yet it was predominantly infused with excitement. Banner merely emitted a suppressed grunt from his throat in response. Betty's heart raced to her throat. Stein inhaled deeply, his gaze sharpened, and without a trace of hesitation, he abruptly pressed the activation switch of the apparatus. Zzz. The shrill crackling of electric arcs instantly filled the cramped laboratory. Two formidable currents, pulsating with a dangerously vibrant blue-white luminescence, surged forth from the electrodes, striking precisely against the temples of Banner on either side. Banner's body felt as though it had been struck by an invisible giant hammer, arching upwards violently. The restraints tightened to their utmost limit, emitting a groan of unbearable strain. His eyes widened in horror, the orbs bulging grotesquely from the immense agony and surge of energy. Deep within his pupils, a flicker of eerie green light ignited like the flames of hell, erupting suddenly. The transformation commenced the instant the current coursed through him. The exposed skin of Banner, particularly on his neck and arms, scorched red as if plunged into boiling oil. The blood vessels beneath the surface twisted and expanded like a multitude of awakening earthworms, presenting a ghastly greenish hue. A nauseating hissing sound arose. The sound of fibrous tissues being violently torn apart and reconstituted under the catalyst of gamma energy. His previously lean physique swelled rapidly like an inflating balloon. Blocks of rock-like muscles writhed violently beneath his skin, bulging and instantaneously tearing through his flimsy trousers. The restraints dug deeply into the rapidly expanding, granite-like green muscles, producing a disconcerting creaking sound. A cacophony of popping, akin to frying beans, erupted from within Banner. His bones were forcibly stretched, thickened, and reshaped. His stature visibly soared. The metal framework of the surgical table beneath him groaning in agony and bending. Though the restraints were custom-made, they were being stretched and elongated at a perceivable rate in the face of this inhuman strength. The metal clasps emitted a piercing scream, and the bolts securing the surgical table began to loosen and warp under the tremendous force. A massive green hand clenched into a fist. The muscles of his arm tightened like steel cables, each struggle causing the entire surgical table to shake violently, as if on the verge of collapse. "No, Bruce. Control it. Control it," Betty screamed in terror, attempting to rush forward, only to be firmly restrained by Stein. Dr. Stein's complexion had turned pale as paper, the earlier fervor shattered by the horrific sight before him, leaving only the rawest fear. He gazed at the body on the surgical table, rapidly transforming into a monster, and the pair of green eyes locked onto him with a savage intent to kill, finally realizing the dreadful Pandora's box he had unwittingly opened. The restraints were on the brink of collapse. The laboratory's illumination flickered wildly within the tumultuous energy field, casting light upon the surgical table where a green nightmare, the Hulk, struggled against his human restraints, poised to emerge into the world. Elijah beheld this scene, reminiscent of imagery from his previous life in film. Under the relentless activation of the suppression serum initiated by Dr. Stern, the raging Hulk was forcibly subdued, his massive green form rapidly deflated like a puncture balloon, ultimately reverting to the unconscious and feeble Bruce Banner. As she gazed upon the now human and steadily breathing Banner, Betty was overcome with joy, tightly grasping his cold hand. Dr. Stern, however, slumped into his chair, drenched in cold sweat, his face a tapestry of relief for having survived and profound awe for the terrifying power they had just witnessed. The trio took a moment to catch their breath, gathering on a worn sofa in the corner, attempting to calm their nerves while discussing the significance of their success and the uncertainties that lay ahead. Amidst their concerns and debates about the unpredictable path to healing, two forces outside the laboratory were rapidly converging. General Ross's orders were unequivocal. Upon confirming Banner's presence at the university, The military acted without restraint. Armed soldiers surged forth like a tide of darkness, violently disrupting the campus's tranquility as they advanced towards their target. They disregarded the isolation perimeter established by the Rapid Response Team under the Department of Defense's directive, fixated solely on Bruce Banner. The laboratory door was blasted open, and the acrid scent of gunpowder flooded in. Fully armed elite soldiers streamed inside, their cold barrels instantly aimed at the trio on the sofa. "Dr. Banner, you are under arrest. Raise your hands," barked the commanding officer. Betty gasped, instinctively positioning herself in front of Banner. "No, you cannot take him. He has just undergone." "Miss Ross, stand aside. That is an order." A harsh and familiar voice interjected. Emerging like a specter from behind the soldiers was Emil Blonsky, the most elite and power-hungry super soldier under General Ross. His piercing gaze swept over Banner, ultimately fixating on the residual blood samples and gamma apparatus on the lab table. In his eyes, there was no loyalty to the mission, only an insatiable, almost covetous yearning for power. Banner and Betty were violently separated as soldiers began to drag the weakened Banner towards the exit. Amidst the chaos, Blonsky's attention was drawn to Dr. Stern, who was frantically attempting to conceal a test tube containing a viscous green liquid, the untainted original blood sample extracted from the Hulk. "You, Doctor." Blonsky lunged forward, his iron grip seizing Stern by the throat, forcefully pinning him against the cold laboratory table. The test tube was knocked to the ground, rolling aside, mercifully unbroken. "What is that?" "Hulk's blood." "Indeed, yet you cannot." Sten was nearly choked, fear brimming in his eyes. Blonsky loosened his grip slightly, but his gaze grew more menacing as he leaned closer to Sten's ear. "Listen, old man. I know what you're doing. You just subdued that beast. Excellent. But now, I demand that you unleash it upon me." "Well, what?" "No, that would kill you. It is an untested primordial sample. It is far too ferocious." Sten's head shook in terror. "Kill me if you must, or transform me into a monster." Blonsky's eyes burned with a mad flame as he abruptly drew his sidearm, pressing it forcefully against Sten's temple. "Immediately. Right now. Inject it into my body. Otherwise, I assure you, your head will explode in the next second. I will count to 3. 1. The icy grip of death sent Sten into utter despair. Under the relentless threat of violence, the scientist's reason and fear crumbled to dust. Trembling, tears and sweat mingled as he quaked under Blonsky's beastly gaze, shakily retrieving the perilous test tube and extracting its viscous green blood. "You will regret this." Sten's voice quivered with a tone of hopelessness. 2. Blonsky pressed the gun more forcefully. Sten closed his eyes, desperately plunging the syringe into the bulging vein of Blonsky's arm. The green liquid was slowly injected. Ugh! The moment the injection was completed, Blonsky emitted a sound that was anything but human, a low growl. He violently shoved Sten aside, staggering back a few steps, his body convulsing intensely, his face contorted in a blend of pain and an indescribable thrill. Outside the laboratory, the Rapid Response Team of the Titan silently executed their damage control duties. They efficiently evacuated civilians from a wider perimeter around the university, erecting temporary barriers and clearing obstacles left by military operations, as if the capture and threat unfolding within were of no concern to them. They merely ensured the battlefield was cleared, awaiting the emergence of what their employer desired. Inside the Titan, Elijah watched with keen interest the footage relayed by the drones. Banner was dragged from the laboratory and shoved into an armored vehicle. Betty cried out, thwarted by soldiers, and within the laboratory window, Blonsky's figure, both pained and fervent, appeared after pushing Sten away. "It has begun." Elijah sipped his coffee, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. The second act of the grand performance. The little worm is about to undergo its transformation. He cast a glance at another screen, which displayed the Titan space station suspended in low Earth orbit, the activation sequence of the gravity cage blinking with a ready green light. In the laboratory, the tremors of Blonsky intensified, his skeletal frame emitting a cacophony of distressing cracks, while his muscles writhed violently beneath his military garb, swelling ominously. A horrifying yellow tempest, ignited by General Ross himself and fueled by Blonsky's insatiable ambition, was coalescing within this modest chamber. The embodiment of hatred was on the verge of breaking free. Chapter 39. The Yellow-Green Demolition Duo Transformed. Emil Blonsky no longer merited his former name. It had become unworthy of the vessel now brimming with destructive power. He was the abomination. The ferocious energy of gamma radiation had not only reshaped his form into a grotesque titan, more fearsome than the Hulk and adorned with bony protrusions, but it had also acted as a hellish crucible, amplifying the darkness, rage, and extreme arrogance that had long resided within him. The pride of once being a premier warrior, now sullied by the relentless trampling of the Hulk, bubbled within him like molten lava, surging and roaring in his heart, also warped by gamma energy. Warrior's dignity? No. That notion was laughably insignificant in the face of his newfound absolute power. What he desired now was complete vengeance, the sole means to cleanse his disgrace, to tear apart that green monstrosity with his own hands, to prove that he, Emil Blonsky, was the ultimate existence. The abomination let forth a deafening roar, replete with provocation and fury, its resonance crashing against the battered walls of the laboratory like a tangible force. This roar was not a mere release of pent-up emotion. It was a declaration of war inscribed in violence. Yet, the only response to his challenge was a profound silence. Banner, the Hulk, had already been taken away, and this silence served as the cruelest mockery, igniting the beast of destruction within the abomination's heart. The flames of vengeance swiftly morphed into an unadulterated desire for annihilation. The abomination spun around, his massive bony claws effortlessly tearing through the laboratory's heavy concrete walls as if they were mere parchment. His colossal form barreled through steel reinforcements and bricks, surging onto the street outside with cataclysmic force. The night in Manhattan was abruptly shattered by piercing alarms. The abomination's gaze fixed upon the figures in the street that epitomized order and the forces attempting to capture him. General Ross's army, those soldiers' tanks, and armored vehicles were no longer threats in his eyes. They became mere fodder, bait to draw the Hulk's attention. Ross, your toys are due for disposal. The abomination erupted into manic laughter, his enormous foot crashing down. Boom! An armored Humvee blocking the road was obliterated as if struck by a ton of weight, reduced to a twisted, smoking heap of scrap metal. The soldiers inside barely had time to scream. Bullets rained upon his armored skin, sparking only the faintest of flickers. Akin to a mirage, impatiently, the abomination swatted his massive arm, dismissing them as one might brush away refuse. The soldiers swept away screamed like rag dolls as they were hurled against walls and vehicles, bones snapping and sinews tearing. He seized a broken lamppost, wielding it like a colossal spear, and plunged it mercilessly into the foundational pillar of a nearby commercial building. Crack! Boom! The entire structure emitted a nauseating groan, as vast fissures rapidly spread, and the glass S.H.I.E.L.D shattered like rain. The building began to tilt, on the verge of collapse. Each of his assaults was accompanied by a frenzied roar. Come out, Hulk! You coward! Face me! The destruction was not for amusement, but for a twisted yet unmistakable purpose: to sow chaos, inflict catastrophic casualties, and spread fear to every corner of the city. He intended for the entire New York to resound with the echoes of Hulk, Bruce Banner. He aimed to make that green behemoth understand that only by emerging to confront him could he halt the apocalyptic devastation he had unleashed. The streets transformed into a battleground. Flames engulfed vehicles and buildings, thick smoke billowing upward. The soldiers' screams, the cries of civilians reluctant to evacuate, the sound of collapsing structures, and the thunderous explosions intertwined to create a symphony of death orchestrated by hatred dedicated to the Hulk. General Ross watched from the aircraft, his complexion shifting from red to white, then to a sickly green. His once proud troops crumbled before the abomination, and this calamity was, in part, the consequence of his unleashing this beast known as Blonsky and persistently pressuring Banner. On the helicarrier, Elijah observed the screen displaying the abomination's efficient and brutal display of destruction. Alongside the flames and smoke rising across the city, nodding in satisfaction. Quite efficient. To compel the protagonist to appear, the supporting antagonists always exert themselves so fervently. Hatred is indeed the finest catalyst. He glanced at another screen, which showed the helicopter carrying the weakened, unable to transform Banner, being escorted back towards the abomination. The moment when the true protagonist, the Hulk, would be compelled to emerge, was drawing near. The battlefield, paved with blood and flames by the abomination. awaited the ultimate clash of the two titans. The night sky over Manhattan was painted with the hellish tableau of fire and smoke. The abomination's maniacal laughter intertwined with the sounds of crumbling buildings and the screams of civilians, composing a haunting melody of destruction. The military transport plane escorting Bruce Banner groaned under the strain as it raced towards the battlefield. Just like in the movies, after bidding farewell to Betty, Banner resolutely leapt from the aircraft. Betty watched in concern as he descended, and when he remained silent without transforming, despair washed over her. At the pinnacle of this suffocating hopelessness, as her heart plummeted alongside Bruce's figure into the abyss, a thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the chasm, muffled yet intense, akin to the boiling of molten lava from the Earth's core. Roar! In swift succession, a massive fist, cloaked in dark green muscle and as large as a grinding wheel, erupted violently from the depths of the pit. The ground shook with a thunderous crack. The concrete blocks and twisted rebar that had pinned Hulk down were sent flying like mere styrofoam before this overwhelming force. They whistled as they hurtled outward, further damaging the already crumbling remnants of the surrounding structures, triggering new collapses and clouds of dust. Hulk's colossal form suddenly rose from the abyss. He shook his massive head, his fiery green eyes instantly locking onto the source of this calamity, the abomination, several hundred meters away. New grievances and old resentments ignited to a fever pitch within Hulk's simple yet furious mind. Hulk, a roar, more ferocious and wrathful than before, rent the air, hurtling toward the abomination with unrestrained fury. Wherever the sound wave passed, the remaining glass windows shattered into fine dust. This was a declaration of war, a provocation. The abomination felt its eardrums throb painfully from the wrathful roar, but this only stirred its twisted excitement. It turned, a cruel smile spreading across its spiked face. The little bug has emerged? Perfect. No need for me to dig. Before the words had fully escaped its lips, Hulk surged forward. His massive form unleashed a terrifying speed that belied his size. With each powerful stride, he left deep impressions in the cracked asphalt, sending shards of stone flying. He shot forth like a green cannonball, targeting the abomination. Come on, bug! The abomination bellowed, refusing to dodge, instead arching its armored body to meet Hulk's charge head-on. It sought to clash. It yearned to prove its might. Boom! The two colossal green behemoths collided in the center of the street like two runaway high-speed trains. The terrifying shockwave generated by the impact was visible to the naked eye. The ground within a 100-meter radius of the collision point buckled and rolled as if struck by an invisible giant hammer. The shockwave, laden with debris, dust, and flames, swept outward in a circular fashion. It slammed into the already battered buildings lining the street. A 5-story apartment's support columns groaned in agony, and the entire outer wall collapsed inward with a thunderous crash. Glass, bricks, and rubble cascaded down, instantly burying several burning vehicles. As the echoes of the collision lingered, the two massive fists, ensconced in a tempest of destruction, struck fiercely at one another. Bang, 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 bang. Each clash of fists rang out like cannon fire in the night sky. The ominous, thunderous sounds reverberated through the air. Each exchange of blows ruthlessly ravaged the environment around them. Hulk delivered a powerful uppercut to the abomination's jaw. The abomination's massive head snapped back violently, its footing faltering as it stumbled backward. Its heavy form crashed against the corner of a nearby bank building. The abomination shook its head, its eyes gleaming with a more ferocious light. With a sudden, forceful swing of its arm, adorned with sharp bone spikes, it swept towards Hulk's waist. Hulk roared, crossing his arms to block. The tremendous force knocked Hulk back several steps. His back collided with the corner of a brightly lit shopping mall like a battering ram. The entire structure emitted a deafening crash as Hulk barreled in, closely pursued by Abomination, collapsing towards the street with a thunderous roar. A cloud of dust billowed skyward. The enormous Quinjet remained steadily suspended, while the thunderous impacts from below, the roars, and the cacophony of collapsing buildings resonated like the most immersive surround sound within the cabin. Elijah sat firmly in his seat, his body slightly leaning forward due to the sheer, destructive force of the collisions beneath. As he witnessed Hulk deliver a ferocious uppercut that sent Abomination staggering back, crashing into the corner of a bank building. as he saw Abomination lift a bus only to have Hulk shatter it with a single punch, triggering a chain reaction of explosions. And as he observed each clash between the two titans reduce blocks into ruins, he exclaimed, "Beautiful!" Elijah thrust his fist into the air, his face illuminated with an unrestrained, childlike excitement, as if he were witnessing the most thrilling moment of a sports match. Experiencing this live spectacle of colossal beasts far surpassing any special effects. The sensory thrill of their violent encounters brought him a long-lost joy, a surge of adrenaline. He grabbed a chilled beverage from the small table beside him and took a hearty gulp, his gaze fervently fixed on the two frenzied green giants battling amidst the smoke and flames, unable to refrain from whispering in awe. This was the true invincible Hulk. The demolition efficiency was remarkable, far superior to the watered-down version crafted by the writers. Then, Abomination burst forth from the smoke. Catching sight of a toppled bus by the roadside, with a sinister grin, it grasped the rear of the vehicle in one hand, wielding it like a massive baseball bat, swinging it downwards with ferocity towards Hulk, who had just risen from the rubble. "Hulk!" Hulk bellowed, refusing to evade, striking the incoming bus head-on with his iron-like fist. Crack! The bus was instantly torn apart by the overwhelming force, twisted. The front half of the vehicle flew backward, crumpled like it can struck by a giant hammer, embedding itself into the midsection of a residential building, igniting a fire. The rear half crashed down, demolishing a street-side phone booth and a fire hydrant, sending a high-pressure water column soaring into the sky. The battleground of the two had long since lost any semblance of a complete street. The ground was littered with deep pits, trenches, and burning debris. Broken pipes gushed water and gas, and leaking gas ignited upon contact with sparks, causing a series of explosions and towering flames. The collapsed buildings stood like colossal tombstones, piled high, obstructing the road. The air was thick with dust, the acrid smell of burning, and the thunderous roars and clashes of the two monsters. With each clash of power, the demise of Manhattan accelerates. General Ross's forces have retreated several kilometers away, watching in despair this inhumane spectacle of combat. The Leviathan hovers above like an indifferent deity, quietly documenting the climactic crescendo of a catastrophic symphony, starring two colossal green beasts in a performance of destruction known as demolition. Elijah gazes down upon the Manhattan streets, ravaged and scorched as if plowed repeatedly by a gigantic harrow, listening to the cacophony of explosions and the distant, faint echoes of terrified screams, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his lips. His laughter resonates within the cockpit, tinged with mockery. Indeed, no matter where the American populace resides, they perpetually dwell in turmoil. The price of freedom is indeed resounding. As his laughter fades, the glimmer of amusement in his eyes is swiftly replaced by calm and control. The violent spectacle he has relished is nearing its conclusion. He abruptly turns, striding back to the Central Command's holographic monitor. On the screen, Hulk and Abomination continue their ferocious exchange amidst the ruins, each collision stirring new collapses and plumes of dust. Elijah's gaze sweeps across the screen, finally settling on the awaiting captain of the MJ team, Anvil. Anvil, Elijah's voice carries an undeniable authority. The grand show is nearing its finale. It is time for the audience to disperse. Now, it is our turn for the Leviathan to take its bow. He pauses slightly, his eyes sharp as daggers, each word striking like a hammer. Remember, the appearance of Leviathan Industries signifies not merely a display of power, but a declaration of efficiency. It is the ultimate crushing of chaos by order. Let those two unruly pests below, as well as all the frightened souls in this city, comprehend that the emergence of the Leviathan's banner heralds the end of turmoil. Shall we play the savior of the American people? Let them witness what true efficiency entails. His voice rises suddenly, imbued with a decisive proclamation. Initiate the cleansing protocol. Targets: Hulk and Abomination. Operational guidelines: swift, efficient, zero tolerance for escalation of destruction. I demand to see the battle cease entirely within 10 minutes, with those two specimens lying quietly in the gravitational containment. MJ team. Prepare for synchronized airborne deployment alongside the containment for final suppression and recovery. Commence. Chapter 40. The mighty and commanding Leviathan. Elijah's command acts as a switch. instantly activating the entire MJ team. In the burning night sky of Manhattan, 10 deep gray figures descend like raindrops falling from the belly of the Leviathan, plunging freely toward the battlefield core that resembles a hellish furnace. The area where Hulk and Abomination clash descends rapidly. No parachutes, no buffers. Only 10 figures clad in sleek, dark gray, heavy exoskeleton armor adorned with energy patterns descended upon the battlefield, the Thor's Hammer Squad. As they neared the ground, less than 100 meters above, their armor's soles and backs erupted with ethereal blue streams of high-energy particles. The formidable thrust instantly countered their downward momentum, propelling them like precision-guided missiles. Accompanied by a piercing sound and the acrid odor of seared air, crashing down at the edge of the ruins where Hulk battled Abomination. Dust and debris billowed from the impact site, capturing the attention of the two titans. Abomination, just staggered back by Hulk's powerful punch and seething with rage, roared in fury upon witnessing these seemingly insignificant armored figures daring to interfere in its combat. "Get lost, Bugs." Without hesitation, it swung a twisted fire hydrant with destructive force towards the nearest member of the squad. However, the soldier designated as number 7 reacted with the swiftness of lightning. The armor module on his shoulder sprang open, revealing a honeycomb-shaped launcher. A low, penetrating high-frequency sound wave, combined with an intense directional electromagnetic pulse, struck Abomination's grotesque head with the force of an invisible hammer. The creature's massive form instantly stiffened, its tank-resistant skull feeling as though it had been brutally pierced by a steel spike. A wave of dizziness and neural paralysis surged through its gamma-enhanced brain, causing it to lose grip on the fire hydrant, which then crashed into a half-collapsed wall nearby. In that moment of Abomination's rigidity, 4 other squad members swiftly transformed their armors, extending robust, arc-flecked binding chain launchers, with a series of sharp hisses for chains. Equipped with high-strength barbed hooks and coursing with high-voltage electricity, ensnared Abomination's arms, one leg, and waist with precision, the barbs piercing deeply into its armored skin and unleashing crackling surges of electricity. Abomination let out a pained roar, its enormous body pulled off balance by the tremendous force. Meanwhile, other team members activated high-speed rotating cutting beam generators on their shoulders, unleashing 2 glaring beams of high-energy particles that sliced with surgical precision through Abomination's unstable ankle ligaments and knee joints. Though unable to sever the resilient tissues entirely, the assault inflicted excruciating pain and functional impairment. The brute strength that Abomination prided itself on was rendered futile against the Thor's Hammer Squad's meticulously coordinated tactics, designed specifically to disrupt large predators with neural interference, powerful bindings, and precise cutting weapons. It was akin to a mighty bull ensnared in a quagmire. Possessing great strength yet firmly restrained, its mobility greatly hampered. As Abomination struggled against the squad's instant suppression, Hulk sensed a new threat looming. Just as he prepared to roar at the interlopers, an unexpected transformation occurred. Buzz, the entire battlefield, encompassing the space of over 100 meters occupied by Hulk, Abomination, and the members of the Thor's Hammer team, seemed to freeze in an instant. An indescribable, terrifying pressure, emanating from the depths of the Earth's core, descended upon them. The gravity prison of the Titan space station had been activated, a colossal, translucent force field, visibly distorting light, enveloped Hulk, Abomination, and the team members suppressing Abomination, resembling an inverted giant bowl. Ugh! Roar! Hulk and Abomination simultaneously emitted painful, guttural roars. Their massive bodies, capable of supporting immense weight and unleashing terrifying power, became unbearably heavy in this suddenly intensified gravitational field, amplified hundreds of times. Hulk attempted to leap, but his legs felt as though they were filled with lead, barely lifting off the ground by half a meter before being violently yanked back down. In a fit of anger, he struck the force field wall with his fist, a blow powerful enough to shake mountains. Yet upon contact with the distorted light of the force field, his speed drastically diminished, as if ensnared in viscous amber, creating only ripples without breaching the barrier. The overwhelming gravity placed unimaginable strain on every muscle of his body, rendering each breath a monumental effort. Abomination, already hindered by the team's assaults, found its plight exacerbated under the multiplied gravity. The alloy chains binding it tightened further under the oppressive weight. Its massive form was forced down against the ground, its spiked knees crashing heavily upon the cracked pavement, creating deep craters. It struggled desperately, attempting to tear free from the chains, but its movements became agonizingly slow and clumsy, akin to a slow-motion film. The armor worn by the members of Thor's hammer evidently contained an anti-gravity compensation system, despite being affected by the force field. They remained far more agile than the two colossal beasts. Under Captain Anvil's command, they swiftly repositioned, utilizing chains and weapons to forcibly drag the gravity-bound abomination towards the center of the force field where Hulk was ensnared. Target locked, the prison began to constrict. Orders from the Titan echoed. The inverted, bowl-shaped force field rapidly shrank and solidified, its edges compressed inward like a tangible wall of light. Ultimately, a spherical gravity prison, merely 20 meters in diameter and shimmering with an eerie blue glow, ensnared Hulk and Abomination entirely. The two Titans were pressed tightly against one another by the powerful gravity, rendered immobile, and could only emit furious yet futile roars. The gravitational field stabilized, the power elevated to gamma suppression mode. The Titan's command resounded once more. The eerie blue light within the spherical prison deepened ominously. The gravity exerted upon Hulk and Abomination surged exponentially. This was not merely a physical suppression, but a formidable interference and confinement targeting the raging gamma energy within them. Hulk was the first to emit a pained howl, no longer a roar of anger, but one imbued with a sense of energy being forcibly stripped away, compressed into a state of weakness. His thick, dark green skin began to quiver violently, contracting. The muscles rapidly deflated like a punctured balloon. The bones emitted a cacophony of mournful cries as his form visibly shrank. The Abomination was no different. The bony spikes adorning its body seemed to lose their luster, while its muscles collapsed frantically, and the armored plating appeared to soften and shrink. The cruel light in its eyes was replaced by agony and weakness. Under the immense gravitational field capable of distorting space and the specially designed gamma energy suppression mode, the energy required to sustain the gamma behemoth form was forcibly dissipated and suppressed. In just a matter of seconds, the Hulk's colossal green physique vanished entirely, leaving only a curled figure at the bottom of the cage, completely nude, covered in bruises, and unconscious Bruce Banner. The Abomination's grotesque spikes and massive body also vanished without a trace, leaving behind Emil Blonsky, similarly unconscious. His form reverted to that of an ordinary man, his body deformed and fractured from the preceding battle and gravitational suppression. The gamma reaction target had disappeared, and life signs stabilized. The gravitational cage was lifted. The anvil reported to the ships, Goliath and Titan, through the communication system. A low hum resonated as the azure spherical force field dissipated in an instant like a burst bubble. The suffocating terror of gravity also vanished. Members of the Thor S-Hammer team swiftly approached. Two individuals carefully lifted the unconscious Banner onto a specially designed stretcher, while others secured Blonsky with more robust alloy restraints. The entire process was swift and efficient. By the door of the Goliath, Elijah observed the expeditious containment operation unfolding amidst the ruins below, as well as the relatively flat, circular area forcibly purified by the gravitational cage, nodding in satisfaction. 5 minutes, neither more nor less. Efficiency was the hallmark of Goliath. He turned, his voice resonating clearly within the cabin. Return. Transport our subjects to the veterinary hospital. The Goliath's engines rumbled deeply as it began to ascend. Below, the flames of Manhattan continued to blaze, but the most ferocious demolition storm had subsided. The Thor S-Hammer team collaborated seamlessly with the rapid response unit that had just arrived. Banner and Blonsky were being smoothly and swiftly transferred to the newly landed Goliath heavy transport aircraft, its engines still growling. The air shimmered with heat from the engine's roar and lingering flames. Just then, the shrill sound of brakes and the roar of engines approached rapidly. General Ross's convoy arrived like a tardy supporting character, stirring up clouds of dust as it came to a jarring halt between the transport aircraft and the Goliath warriors. The doors flung open violently. General William Ross was the first to leap from the vehicle, his face a grim tableau of battle grime mixed with the fury and frustration of the battlefield. Without even assessing the situation, he instinctively drew his weapon with lightning speed. The firearm, a symbol of military authority, bore the dark muzzle that carried all of Ross's ire and resentment, pointed directly at the members of the Mjolnir team executing a recovery mission, as well as the soldiers from the giant rapid response force standing guard nearby. Halt! Immediately cease all actions. Ross's roar nearly drowned out the sound of the engines, his voice hoarse and frenzied. Banner is our military property. Blonsky is my soldier. You have no authority to take them. Release them at once. Almost simultaneously with his draw, the soldiers behind him reacted instinctively. With a resounding clatter, dozens of rifles and submachine guns were raised, their cold muzzles instantly locking onto every member clad in giant uniforms in the vicinity. The atmosphere turned tense, saturated with the acrid scent of gunpowder, as if a spark could ignite the impending chaos at any moment. Betty Ross dashed from the vehicle, her gaze instantly fixating on the unconscious Bruce on the stretcher. "Bruce!" she cried out, her voice a heart-wrenching wail, disregarding everything as she attempted to rush towards the stretcher. Yet, a dark gray figure moved like a specter, stepping in her path with precision. It was a member of the Mjolnir team, offering no words, merely raising a heavily armored arm as an insurmountable barrier, resolutely blocking Betty's advance. The movement was succinct, efficient, imbued with an inhuman mechanical quality and an undeniable rejection. Betty collided with the cold, armored arm, akin to hitting a wall of steel, the immense recoil causing her to stagger back, helplessly gazing at Banner, so close yet unattainable, tears streaming down her cheeks. Faced with the dozens of guns poised to fire and General Ross's nearly incendiary shout, every member of the giant team, save for Captain Anvil, displayed no sign of hesitation or pause in their actions. They continued their work, securing the stretcher, checking the restraints, guiding the opening of the transport bay doors, as though the lethal guns and the furious general were merely flies atop a heap of aircraft refuse. This indifference stung Ross deeper than any provocation. "You are defying military orders. This is treason." Ross's finger tightened on the trigger, his knuckles whitening from the force, on the verge of losing his sanity and ordering a barrage. At that critical moment, Captain Anvil made his move. He did not draw his weapon, nor did he assume any aggressive posture. He simply raised his left arm calmly. A clear, stable holographic document emanating a soft blue glow unfurled before him, hovering in the line of sight of General Ross and all the soldiers. The document bore the prominent emblem of the federal court at its header, followed by densely packed legal text and an official seal. Anvil's voice, transmitted through the armor's speakers, emerged without a tremor, yet carried an undeniable authority. "General Ross, this is an emergency ruling and asset transfer order signed by the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court just 27 minutes ago. Pursuant to Chapter 7, Section 3 of the National Emergency Act, Article 15 of the Anti-Terrorism Special Authorization Act, and the Declaration of Ownership of Key Gamma Biotechnology Patents, legally acquired and effective by the entity known as Giant, the Supreme Court has decreed that Dr. Bruce Banner and his associated biological samples, as well as Emil Blonsky, involved in illicit human modification experiments causing significant harm, shall have their supervisory, research, and disposal rights immediately transferred to Giant Industries, which will assume full responsibility. This order is effective immediately, and no individual or organization, including military forces, may obstruct it. Violators will be prosecuted for endangering national security." The text on the holographic projection was strikingly clear, especially the vivid red electronic seal of the federal court and the electronic signature of the Chief Justice, which shone with an almost blinding intensity under the glow of the flames. The timestamp at the end of the ruling indicated it was signed less than an hour ago. General Ross's fury instantly froze, as if doused with a bucket of ice water. He instinctively leaned forward, his eyes widened, fixated on the hovering document, as if searching for signs of forgery. His lips trembled, his face rapidly drained from an angry crimson to a pale, bloodless hue, ultimately settling into a lifeless gray. This ruling was akin to a cold scalpel, precisely severing his legal grounds and the legitimacy of his actions. It was not merely a document. It declared the complete bankruptcy of his ambitions to pursue Banner and seize Gamma power. The soldiers around him exchanged glances, their weapons involuntarily lowering slightly. They observed the General's crumbling expression and then the unwavering, efficient actions of the giant forces, as if they had anticipated this outcome, sending a chill coursing through them. The anvil retracted its arm, and the holographic projection vanished. Without sparing a glance at the dazed Ross, he turned toward the transport plane and issued a succinct command: containment complete. Board. The members of Giant displayed no hesitation as they carried Banner and Blonsky, steadily ascending the transport plane's ramp. The cabin door slowly closed, locking under the hollow gaze of General Ross, sealing their fate. The roar of the engines intensified, and the transport plane ascended rapidly, vanishing into the burning night sky of New York. Betty Ross collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down her face as she watched the departing plane. General Ross remained rooted in place, his gun drooping helplessly toward the earth. In an instant, he appeared to age a decade, his silhouette a stark embodiment of desolation amidst the ruins and flames. He had lost, utterly and completely, as even those he regarded as his possessions and soldiers were ruthlessly taken from him by a legal document. Giant, with its formidable power and a chilling decree, had imparted a brutal lesson. His bloodshot eyes fixated on the direction from which the giant transport had vanished, the momentary despair replaced by an almost frenzied bitterness. His face, contorted by rage, appeared particularly sinister under the flickering light of the ruins. With every ounce of strength he could muster, he let out a hoarse yet agonizing roar towards the vast, empty night sky. Atoms! The sound echoed across the desolate wreckage, imbued with the sorrow of a cornered beast. This is far from over. He nearly shattered his voice, each word squeezed from between his teeth, tinged with a metallic taste of blood. Do you think a mere piece of paper can compel my submission? Do you believe the Titan can forever transcend the laws? I shall unleash every ounce of my power. I will compel Congress to investigate you. I will summon you before a military tribunal. I shall unveil your true nature to the world. You vultures lurking in the shadows. You steal from the nation's treasury. You trample the law. Chapter 41. Developments in the upper echelon of the Titan's New York base. The air in Elijah's private office was laced with the faint aroma of cigars. Having dealt with the preliminary placement directives for Hulk and Abomination, his first action was not to scrutinize reports, but to connect to a highly encrypted communication channel. A holographic projection illuminated the room, revealing an elderly gentleman dressed in an elegant loungewear, his serious visage betraying a hint of fatigue. Chief Justice Charles Adams, Elijah's father. Thanks, Dad. Elijah's voice carried a rare note of relaxation and genuine warmth. That ruling was a timely boon. In crucial moments, one must rely on the sturdy shelter of the family tree. On the other end of the screen, Justice Adams maintained a stern expression, habitually adjusting his gold-rimmed spectacles, his tone imbued with the gravitas characteristic of a judge. Enough with the flattery, Adams. This is a one-off. Do you comprehend the severity of abusing judicial processes? Because of your gamma patent excuse, I was nearly pinned to the wall by those old geezers with their glares at the meeting. Despite the harshness of his words, Elijah keenly perceived the fleeting concern and subtle pride behind his father's lenses. That look clearly conveyed, "You little rascal, you now recognize your father's prowess, don't you? In critical moments, you still rely on me." Yes, father, your lessons are duly noted." Elijah nodded in acquiescence, his smile growing ever brighter. "I assure you, there shall be no next time, at least not in the immediate future. Please do rest early and do not overexert yourself." Just after disconnecting from his father's call, another encrypted channel eagerly intruded. The screen instantly transformed, showcasing a face marked by the rugged lines of military discipline, yet currently adorned with an expression of grievance. James Adams, the Secretary of the Navy, and Elijah's dear uncle. "Hey, little Elijah." James's booming voice reverberated through the speakers, as if he were stationed in some command center. "You seek your father, that old scholar, yet neglect your most beloved uncle? Regarding that insignificant matter with Ross, what is he even worth? Before me, he wouldn't dare to utter a sound. With just a single call, I could dispatch a team to dismantle his meager laboratory completely. Is there truly a need to navigate through all these convoluted legal processes? Such inefficiency is intolerable." As James grew increasingly animated, it seemed as if he might spit his words from the screen. "Remember this, kid. The next time a fool like that crosses your path, come directly to your Uncle James, regardless of whether he is a general or a senator. I would ensure he packs his bags and heads to Alaska to witness the Northern Lights by tomorrow. I guarantee a thorough resolution, leaving no lingering issues behind. This is far more expedient than all that bureaucratic red tape. As he listened to his uncle's gruff, yet heartfelt complaints, a warm current surged within Elijah, dispelling the memories of solitary struggles from his past life, replaced by the comforting strength of familial support. He smiled and reassured, understood, Uncle James is formidable. Next time, I will certainly call you first. A character as trivial as Ross is hardly worth your direct intervention. It would be akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. After successfully appeasing his uncle, Elijah hung up the phone, restoring tranquility to the office. Leaning back against the wide chair, he savored the weighty affection that stemmed from familial bonds. At that moment, the office door swung open. Assistant Sophia entered, gracefully carrying a delicate tray adorned with a steaming bowl of fragrant noodles. This was Elijah's favorite comfort after a day of work. "Sir, your dinner," she said, her voice gentle and melodious, as she softly placed the bowl on the empty space of the desk. Almost simultaneously, a notification illuminated the screen of her personal terminal on her wrist. She glanced down, a smile gracing her lips. "Mr. Stark has just arrived in the lobby and requests to see you." Just as Elijah lifted a pair of chopsticks to his noodles, he muttered without lifting his gaze, "Tell him I'm not here. If he has something to discuss, let him send an email." With that, he focused intently on slurping the rich, saucy noodles. Emitting a contented sigh, a knowing smile flickered in Sophia's eyes. She understood all too well the unique, adversarial yet mutual respect that existed between her boss and Mr. Stark. Elegantly, she raised her wrist and connected to the live video communication with the lobby. The screen instantly displayed the iconic visage of Tony Stark, adorned with a hint of irreverence, as he curiously surveyed his futuristic surroundings in the grand hall of Stark Industries, accompanied by his bodyguard and driver, Happy. "Good evening, Mr. Stark," Sophia greeted, her impeccable professional smile laced with a subtle playfulness. "I sincerely apologize, but Mr. Adams has just informed me that he is currently out of the office. If you have urgent matters, he suggests that you send him an email." As Sophia spoke, she subtly shifted her posture, allowing Tony to clearly observe Elijah deep within the office, engrossed in a bowl of noodles that was nearly as large as his face, his shoulders slightly rising with each slurp. Tony gazed at the vivid image of Elijah devouring his meal on the screen, then shifted his gaze back to Sophia, whose genuine smile provoked 3 distinct lines of annoyance to form on his forehead. His lips twitched slightly before he bellowed into the camera, "Hey, Elijah Adams, I see you. Stop playing dead. That massive bowl is about to swallow your head. Open the door for me unless you wish to keep all that delicious-looking noodles to yourself." Elijah paused his actions, slowly lifting his head, a smudge of oil glistening at the corner of his mouth. He turned his face, casting a disgruntled glare at Sophia, his expression clearly communicating, "You little rascal, you did this on purpose." Sophia responded with a mischievous yet innocent wink. With a resigned sigh, Elijah nodded in Sophia's direction. Understanding his cue, she lightly tapped on the terminal. "Mr. Stark, access has been granted. Please proceed directly to the exclusive elevator number 1. Downstairs." The heavy door of Giant Industries, adorned with flowing blue energy patterns, shifted from a menacing red warning light to a soft green, accompanied by a faint hydraulic sound as it silently parted. The members of the Thor's Hammer team, standing like statues in their exoskeleton armor, simultaneously stepped aside, clearing the path to the internal elevator. Tony surveyed the open passageway and the coldly intimidating warriors, instinctively raising his chin like a proud peacock, adjusting the collar of his expensive bespoke suit before striding forward with confidence, accompanied by Happy, into the very heart of Giant Industries. The elevator doors closed behind him, beginning their swift ascent. In the office, Elijah watched Tony's self-important demeanor on the surveillance screen, rolling his eyes in exasperation, yet a genuine smile crept onto his lips. He picked up his chopsticks and continued to savor his noodles, even preparing an additional bowl for Sophia. This guy, with a nose more keen than a dog's, was drawn in by the aroma. As the heavy alloy door to the top-floor office of Giant Industries opened automatically, Tony Stark swept in like a gust of wind, his target clear, the bowl of irresistibly tempting noodles on Elijah's desk. "Hey, save me some," Elijah protested half-heartedly, though his hands continued to deftly twirl the noodles. clearly accustomed to the presence of this uninvited guest. Tony was unconcerned with the details. He deftly seized a similarly large, empty bowl from the adjacent utensil rack, and with movements as swift as lightning, plunged it into the basin. His wrist flicked with agility, scooping and twisting with the finesse of a master noodle chef. And in an instant, he had filled his bowl to the brim with noodles glistening in savory broth, each strand distinct and tantalizing. But that was merely the beginning. He then grasped a large ladle and plunged it into the adjacent bowl of rich, aromatic secret sauce, extracting several generous spoonfuls. Deep red morsels of meat, golden fried tofu, and vibrant green vegetable cubes cascaded over the noodles, forming a miniature mountain. With a satisfying sigh, Tony plopped down on the sofa opposite Elijah, finally feeling a moment of respite. He casually accepted a few glistening cloves of freshly peeled garlic that Sophia had timely offered, popping one into his mouth without a glance, before seizing his chopsticks and launching an all-out assault on his culinary spoils. The slurping sounds of noodles echoed vividly in the otherwise quiet office. Ever since he had fortuitously sampled the exclusive dishes prepared by the renowned chef for Elijah a few years ago, Tony had been unable to forget that flavor, to the extent that every visit to the establishment now included the ritual of indulging in a meal, perhaps even more significant than discussing business. At that moment, he was completely absorbed in his meal, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Once he had devoured several mouthfuls of noodles and felt his stomach settle, he finally freed his mouth to speak, the sharpness of the garlic still lingering. Let us get down to business, Adams. What is the status with those 2 prize catches you brought back from Manhattan? Banner and that ghastly creature, Grimace? I hear that old Coot Ross is going mad, complaining about you everywhere, from the Pentagon all the way to the White House. He's south practically ready to parade with a sign in Times Square. Are you just going to leave him hanging? Furthermore, it seems the S.H.I.E.L.D. folks are quite astute. They appear to be getting involved, and the commotion is considerable. He slurped another mouthful of noodles, his eyes narrowing in satisfaction, then set down his chopsticks, leaning slightly forward, his expression now tinged with seriousness. Moreover, my intel suggests that all is not well on Capitol Hill. Several unassuming, yet recently vocal congressmen are banding together, clamoring for a special hearing regarding the recent actions of the establishment. The crux of the matter, Tony lowered his voice, his gaze sharp. My sources have dug into these congressmen's backgrounds and discovered they seem to be linked to a previously obscure, yet seemingly deep-rooted mysterious organization. Do you have any leads on this, Giant? Elijah methodically swallowed his noodles before lifting his gaze, his expression devoid of surprise, merely casting a calm glance at Sophia, who stood nearby. Sophia immediately understood the unspoken message. Her gentle assistant smile remained unchanged as she elegantly raised her wrist, revealing a sleek yet powerful personal terminal. Her fingertips glided effortlessly across the virtual screen, and a vivid holographic projection materialized in the center of the office, displaying several names, photographs, and intricate connection diagrams. The individuals mentioned by Mr. Stark had indeed undergone a thorough background check at the earliest opportunity. Sophia's voice, as melodious and steady as ever, echoed as if she were merely reporting the weather, yet the content was enough to send chills down the spine of anyone in the know. Senator Alan Wakefield, representing New York. Hydra infiltration record, confirmed on March 12, 2007, during a clandestine dinner at the Oak Manor Club in Georgetown, Washington, D.C., where he was personally approached and assimilated by senior Hydra member and former Defense Department consultant Richard Morris. Method of assimilation: coercion through significant vulnerabilities in his campaign funding chain, accompanied by the allure of a new world order vision. Recent directive received. 3 hours ago, through an encrypted dead drop system, instructions were received from a senior Hydra commander. Core directive: to vigorously advance a congressional investigation into Goliath Industries operations in New York, generating public pressure with the objective of compelling Goliath to surrender Banner and Blonsky or publicly disclose gamma energy suppression technology. Congresswoman Martha Brennan, representing California. Hydra infiltration record. Her family foundation has long received substantial donations from undisclosed sources. Tracing these contributions reveals that the primary donor is an offshore shell company controlled by Hydra. Horizon Capital. On November 5, 2005, at a charity wine tasting event in Napa Valley, She underwent ideological transformation, becoming a sleeper agent, facilitated by Elizabeth Thorne, head of Hydra's financial branch, under the pretense of shared ideals. Recent directive received. 3 hours ago, encrypted information was received via her private satellite phone from the same source. Supplemental directive. To focus on attacking Goliath Industries for judicial abuses, the illegal detention of military personnel, and inciting discontent among the military and conservative factions against Goliath. Congressman Robert Hayes, representing Texas. Hydra infiltration record. This individual is a clear opportunist. Hydra possesses numerous compromising secrets through his mistress. He was coerced into joining on August 19, 2007, at a ranch in Texas, marking him as a typical coerced member. Recent directive received. 5 hours ago, in a private booth at a Washington club. Instructions were directly conveyed by a Hydra contact disguised as a dancer, known as Red. Core content. To adopt a hardline stance at the hearings. Directly questioning the legality of Adam's actions. Sophia's report was meticulously structured, detailing time, location, individuals, methods, and specific directive contents. So thorough, it was almost shocking. Even the location of the recipient's dead letter drop, disguised as an antique communication device, and the name of the club transmitting the orders were all crystal clear. This was not mere intelligence. It resembled an internal meeting summary, authored by Hydra itself. Tony was so engrossed that he forgot to eat his noodles, his mouth slightly agape, nearly dropping the half-clove of garlic he was holding. He gazed at the shocking details displayed on the holographic projection, then glanced at Sophia, who reported with an air of calmness, finally shifting his gaze to Elijah, who was leisurely enjoying his noodles, his eyes filled with disbelief and a hint of horror. Tony swallowed the latter part of his curse, pointing at the holographic projection, his voice slightly wavering. Did you hack into the servers of this organization called Hydra? Or have you implanted chips in the minds of each of their senators? This is far too detailed. Elijah finally set down his chopsticks, elegantly dabbed his mouth with a napkin, and looked up at Tony, the corners of his mouth curling into an enigmatic smile. Tony, in the eyes of the Colossus, the self-important secrets of Hydra are as clear and attainable as that noodle left in your bowl. He paused, his gaze turning icy as it swept across the names of several senators on the holographic display. As for Ross's lamentations, S.H.I.E.L.D probing, and the cacophony of these clowns on Capitol Hill, they're nothing more than a bunch of whimpering children. The office fell into a brief silence, with only the solitary noodle in Tony's bowl gently bobbing in the broth. Sophia quietly retracted the holographic projection, as if the shocking intelligence had never materialized. The shadow of the Colossus now appeared profoundly deep and terrifying. Chapter 42. Retaliation within the rules. The glow of the holographic projection faded. Yet the shockwave brought by the detailed intelligence regarding Hydra's infiltration lingered in the air. Rarely did Tony Stark remain silent. He gazed with a complex expression at Elijah, who remained unperturbed while eating his noodles, his mind swirling with countless thoughts. Sophia timely waved her delicate hand before Tony, her melodious voice tinged with mischief. Welcome back, Mr. Stark. Your noodles might spoil if you don't pay attention. Oh, my apologies. I was briefly contemplating the meaning of life. Tony came back to reality, picked up a napkin emblazoned with the Colossus's insignia, and exaggeratedly dabbed at non-existent grease on his mouth, attempting to mask the tumult within him with his usual antics. Primarily pondering why someone can craft noodles more enticing than my reactor. It defies logic. All right, Stark. Elijah slowly set down his chopsticks and sipped his. Do not let your barren imagination speculate on the energy of the Colossus. Let's discuss the matter at hand. Your question earlier? Yes, Hydra. That organization. I distinctly recall the history books elucidating that during World War II, the stronghold was dismantled by Captain America and the Howling Commandos, leaving the Red Skull's fate shrouded in mystery. Yet, how is it that he resurfaces now, infiltrating the very halls of Congress? Is this script misplaced? A light chuckle escaped Elijah's lips, tinged with a hint of mockery towards history. Annihilation? Tony, you perceive politics and clandestine organizations far too simplistically. Do you know what the core tenet of Hydra is? What? Hydra shall rise? Tony raised an eyebrow. It is to sever one head, only for two to emerge in its stead. Elijah's voice remained calm, yet carried a chilling clarity of truth. The conclusion of World War II did not signify the cessation of conflict, nor the extinction of ideologies. Have you heard of the Operation Paperclip? In a bid to counter the Soviet threat, our esteemed government embraced those scientists, engineers, and even intelligence leaders of Nazi lineage, whose intellect proved invaluable, as if they were treasures to be reclaimed. The essence of Hydra, their network, their technology, their ambitions, quietly took root within the victorious body, nourished by this favorable wind. He paused, observing the grave expression that settled upon Tony's face, and continued. The Hydra of today is no longer the fervent organization wielding weapons of yore. They are deeper, broader, and more cunning. They have infiltrated the government, the military, intelligence agencies, and even places like S.H.I.E.L.D. They are now more formidable and perilous than ever, having mastered the art of lurking within the light's shadows, utilizing rules to subvert rules. Tony gasped in shock, nearly dropping the chopsticks from his grasp. Good heavens! Are you implying that these serpents are coiled around us, even within our own company? What are we waiting for? We must act swiftly. Dispatch your Thor's hammer team, or I shall don my armor tonight and administer a high-temperature physical therapy to these serpent heads. I guarantee a crisp exterior and a tender interior. He mimicked the motion of launching a repulsor blast, his eyes shimmering with the exhilaration of a technological maverick faced with a challenge. However, Elijah's reaction caught Tony off guard. He did not share in the fervor, nor did he resonate with the call to arms. Instead, he appeared to regard the suggestion as juvenile, gently shaking his head. Tony, my friend, your perspective remains confined to Earth. Elijah reclined slightly in his comfortable chair, his gaze seemingly piercing through the ceiling, reaching into the vast cosmos. Hydra? S.H.I.E.L.D. Ross. Those puppets flailing about on Capitol Hill? His tone bore an air of indifference, as if looking down upon mere ants. To me, they are but a few lively colonies of ants within this planet's ecosystem, or more vividly, a handful of dung beetles rolling their excrement at the periphery of a lion's territory. Tony, caught off guard by this metaphor, wore a peculiar expression. Elijah continued, Here I am, still seated, indulging in noodles, conversing with you, and even adhering to the societal norms of humanity while engaging in these power games. Why? Not out of fear, Tony. Not in the slightest. Merely because, here, he gestured to the ground beneath him. It remains an amusement park that I find intriguing enough to linger in for a while. I have no desire to upend the entire sandbox on a whim, prematurely ending the game and rendering it dull. How utterly uninteresting that would be. He gazed at Tony, his eyes deepening with contemplation. As for the future, should the day arrive when I tire of this game, or if these little insects recklessly venture into perilous territory, Elijah's tone turned suddenly frigid. Crushing them would be no more laborious than squashing a mere bug. It requires but a fleeting thought. I need not even lift a finger. The strength of a giant would suffice to expose these self-important shadows to the light of day, reducing them to ashes. Tony, observing Elijah's tranquil, yet seemingly infinite gaze, listened to his understated yet devastating words, and for the first time truly felt a dimensional disparity. This man spoke of the conflict within the earth as casually as one might discuss whether to tidy up the weeds in a garden. Thus, Tony swallowed hard, grappling with the enormity of this revelation. Are you suggesting that we are akin to watching monkeys fight in a zoo, while there are larger lions and tigers outside? A zoo? Elijah chuckled at the analogy, wiping his hands with a napkin. In a sense, yes. But remember this, Tony, in the eyes of the giant, only a minuscule fraction of the lions and tigers beyond Earth are worthy of serious consideration as players. As for Hydra, he scoffed disdainfully. They lack even the qualification to join the table, at best a speck of dust in the corner. Enough, Tony, Elijah set down his teacup. The noodles have been devoured. An enlightening lesson has concluded. Keep the matters of Hydra to yourself. Do not rush in like a fool to become a target. They shall not prance for long. When the time is right, others will take care of them. He cast a glance at Sophia. Sophia, please see your guest out. And do prepare a takeout of the delicacies for Mr. Stark, lest he find himself craving the reactor in the middle of the night. Sophia stifled a laugh, nodding gracefully. Very well, sir. Mr. Stark, this way, please. Your strategic reserve of delicacies will be delivered to your vehicle shortly. Tony observed the expression of Elijah, who was playfully indulging like a parent amusing a child, and then glanced at Sophia, who was stifling her laughter. In that moment, he felt akin to a small student dismissed with candy. Rolling his eyes, he rose and adjusted his suit. Adams, you are more adept at feigning profundity than Jarvis. He paused, retracting his jest, and earnestly added, "Thank you. I have a grasp on both the surface and the intel." He turned towards the door, muttering, "But next time, I want double. And don't think to bamboozle me with metaphors about dung beetles." Watching Tony's haughty departure, Elijah shook his head and shifted his gaze back to the vast, starry night sky. The tableware had been cleared away, restoring order to the office, leaving only the lingering aroma of fine tea. Sophia sat quietly opposite Elijah at his desk, her graceful hands pouring steaming tea into his cup, the rising steam blurring the smile that danced upon her lips. Elijah's attention returned from the dazzling yet diminutive city lights outside, his chair turning silently back to face her. He lifted his teacup, his gaze resting on Sophia, infused with a hint of amusement and inquiry. Sophia, his voice, low and resonant, pierced the tranquility of the room with clarity. "Do you not feel that the Titan has exhibited an excess of gentleness upon this stage? Perhaps it is time to deliver a minor jolt to these dung beetles, so accustomed to wallowing in filth?" Sophia's hand holding the teapot paused momentarily as she met Elijah's gaze. The laughter in her slightly greenish eyes deepened, radiating a pure, unrestrained joy. She placed the teapot down, her hands elegantly folded upon her lap, leaning slightly forward, speaking in a tone as gentle as if discussing delightful creatures in a garden. "Oh, my dear boss, you're always so compassionate. In the face of those buzzing nuisances, oblivious to their own mortality, even attempting to nest at your feet, how you manage to exercise such restraint, with even the act of lifting your foot appearing so miserly. This magnanimity truly leaves me feeling rather inadequate." Each word was cloaked in sweetness, yet concealed a sharp, venomous sting, exemplifying her sharp wit and cunning. Upon hearing her words, Elijah felt no displeasure. Instead, it seemed he had received the most exquisite compliment, the curve of his lips deepening in delight. He took a gentle sip of tea, releasing a satisfied sigh, as if Sophia's words were not a mere jest, but a heartfelt tribute. "Is that so? My dear Sophia, I had not realized that such compassion lay hidden within my heart until you spoke." He set down his teacup, the playful glimmer in his eyes gradually replaced by a cold, razor-sharp clarity of control. "However, you are correct. Occasional leniency may be misconstrued as weakness, since those young ones find the rules of the Colossus too lenient and crave a more exhilarating experience. We shall indulge them in a delightful engagement." He leaned slightly forward, an imperceptible pressure rendering the air almost stagnant. "It is time to devise a counteroffensive plan, codenamed Dawn Purification. First, we shall compile the evidence chain we possess regarding the profound camaraderie between certain legislators and dubious entities, such as Horizon Capital, particularly highlighting their zealous service to certain organizations." Elijah's tone dripped with sarcasm. "This information will be anonymously and methodically dispatched to the Federal Bureau of Investigation's Special Investigations Unit, the Department of Justice's Public Integrity Section, as well as the private email accounts of their political adversaries. Care must be taken to subtly suggest that the source of this information appears to be linked to a re-emerging, yet obscure organization. Let them experience the taste of their own rules turning against them. Investigations, inquiries, and impeachment shall unfold under the glaring lights of Congress, allowing them to perform a grand spectacle of disgrace. The Colossus need only observe gracefully from the shadows as they script their own political demise. The aftermath of the demolition activities in Manhattan should be cleverly exploited as well." Elijah tapped his fingers lightly on the table, and a holographic projection materialized, displaying chaotic news footage from that evening. "Sophia, extract the crucial moments from our Thor's Hammer team's action recorder. Showcase how our personnel efficiently evacuated civilians from 3 blocks before the clash between Hulk and Abomination. How, when the military was incapacitated, they pinpointed and rescued the elderly and children trapped in the rubble. Especially emphasize how the Colossus's technology averted a larger catastrophe, confining the destruction to a minimal area amidst the ravaged battlefield. Identify a few reputable media outlets to disseminate this documentary. The title shall be How the Colossus Safeguarded Life and Order During the Manhattan Catastrophe. Accompany it with in-depth articles underscoring the Colossus's respect for the law, commitment to public safety, and the core principle of utilizing cutting-edge technology for protection rather than destruction. Let the mantle of the Savior rest squarely and transparently upon the Colossus's shoulders. As for General Ross's troops, they are the architects of this monumental disaster. And those rodents lurking in the shadows, believing themselves unseen? Elijah's gaze hardened. It is time for our new acquaintance to present a rather surprising gift to his former employer. Notify the Forge. Blockramlo's acclimatization period has come to an end. His inaugural practical assessment awaits. The targets: Hydra's research facility in Eastern Europe, along with their communications station deep within the abandoned subway lines of Brooklyn. The principle: clean, thorough, and efficient. All equipped weapons are permissible, but collateral damage must be minimized. Do not obliterate the entire block, unless absolutely necessary. Let the Anvil lead the remote monitoring and provide the necessary support. But intervention shall only occur if Lamlo takes the initiative. This is his declaration of loyalty and the first lesson in demonstrating the value of crossbones. Sophia swiftly recorded on the terminal, her eyes sparkling with efficiency and excitement. Each directive from Elijah was akin to a precise scalpel, deftly cutting into the enemy's vulnerabilities while artfully cloaked in the garb of rules and justice. Understood, boss. Sophia's voice carried a hint of delight. The political noose, the illuminating scrutiny of public opinion, coupled with Crossbone's lethal greeting, would surely leave an indelible mark on many. She lifted her gaze, her smile radiant as a blooming flower, yet imbued with a perilous undertone. I shall arrange it immediately. I assure you that your goodwill will be conveyed to every corner in the most shocking manner. Elijah leaned back in his chair, content. As he resumed, sipping his warm tea, his gaze directed toward the bustling, yet turbulent nightscape of New York. Go ahead, Sophia. Remember, the shock must be tempered. After all, he took a delicate sip, a devilish smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The game has only just begun. It would be exceedingly dull to ruin the toys all at once. Within the office, only the lingering aroma of tea remained, alongside the brewing tempest that was about to engulf all parties involved. Chapter 43. A minor colossal shock. Washington, D.C., Capitol Hill, where currents run deep. A highly encrypted data packet, untraceable in origin, accurately arrived at several key locations. The private terminal of the head of the Special Investigations Unit, the newly appointed iron-faced prosecutor of the Department of Justice's Public Integrity Division, and the secret inboxes of several seasoned opposition party lawmakers, all eagerly preparing for the midterm elections. The contents of the data packet were shocking. Detailed bank statements vividly sketched out the substantial, frequent, and evidently unreasonable financial transactions between offshore companies owned by heavyweight lawmakers and Horizon Capital. Snippets of encrypted communications revealed that their advocacy on certain sensitive issues was not driven by public interest, but rather by explicit directives from an organization codenamed Hydra. There were even a few blurry yet highly suggestive photographs of lawmakers mingling with certain sensitive individuals, labeled by intelligence agencies as peripheral members of Hydra, within private clubs. What sent chills down the spines of the recipients was the manner of evidence disclosure, subtly hinting at an insider's touch. The watermarks on certain documents, the timestamps of intercepted communications, and the encryption protocols used to relay the information all pointed ominously towards a disquieting possibility. Was this all originating from a high-ranking individual within Hydra, embroiled in a power struggle right after assuming their position? The storm formed instantaneously. The head of the Special Investigations Unit turned ashen, urgently convening trusted aides to delve into internal archives for cross-referencing, cold sweat soaking through his shirt. The chain of evidence was too complete, the directional cues too strong. This was no ordinary whistleblowing. The prosecutor, renowned for her unwavering integrity within the Department of Justice, felt a flicker of excitement intertwined with vigilance ignite in her eyes. She sensed the approach of a case capable of reverberating through the global political arena and promptly issued a preliminary investigation order in secret. Meanwhile, the opposition party members who had received this unexpected boon, after a brief moment of shock and elation, swiftly convened their most astute advisory teams to meticulously devise a strategy for detonating this political bombshell in a manner that would yield the most profound impact and benefit to themselves. Almost simultaneously with the arrival of the data package, the targeted legislators or their confidants received anonymous warnings, terse and chilling in their brevity. The reckoning has begun. Good luck. Panic coiled around their hearts like a frigid serpent. They attempted to reach out to Horizon Capital, leveraging their connections to suppress the unfolding situation. They were met only with busy signals, evasions, and a suffocating sense of being mercilessly abandoned by higher powers. The atmosphere on Capitol Hill suddenly thickened with tension and peril. As the shadows of covert warfare loomed over Washington, the media landscape of New York was treated to a meticulously orchestrated visual spectacle. Led by Sophia, the intelligence and public relations team expertly edited footage captured by the Thor's Hammer Squad's action camera into a documentary worthy of an Oscar. The cinematography was both calm and compelling. Astute foresight was evident as the timestamps clearly indicated that mere minutes before the cataclysmic confrontation between Hulk and Abomination, the swift response team had efficiently and orderly evacuated civilians from 3 city blocks, averting unimaginable casualties. The images depicted personnel clad in the Giant's uniform assisting the elderly and cradling children, ensuring their placement in safe zones before chaos descended, their professionalism beyond reproach. In the realm of disaster rescue, while General Ross S. troops struggled against the rampaging Abomination, the Giant S rescue team, utilizing advanced detection equipment, pinpointed faint life signals beneath the rubble of a severely collapsed apartment building. The mechanical arm, akin to a surgeon's hand, delicately cleared obstructions, ultimately rescuing a family of 3. The scene of a mother, weeping in gratitude as she embraced her child, illuminated the essence of humanity. The most heart-stirring moment unfolded as the Giant S gravitational containment field was activated, just as Abomination S frenzied energy surge threatened to obliterate an entire commercial street. A translucent blue energy barrier rose like a divine shield, confining Abomination and Hulk within a limited area. Outside the barrier lay an intact street and a shaken yet safe populace. Within, the chaos of rampaging monsters and devastation contrasted starkly, leaving a profound impact. In maintaining order, the camera captured the temporary barricades swiftly established by the Giant, which prevented a stampede among the panicked crowds, guided evacuations, and even assisted municipal authorities in initial cleanup and order restoration after the battle had subsided. The documentary, titled Titan Guardians, The Light of Life and Order Amidst the Manhattan Catastrophe, along with several meticulously refined analytical articles by Sophia, has been concurrently delivered to the desks of editors at the most influential media outlets, such as the New York Times and the Wall Street Journal. The central thesis of these articles is unequivocally clear. The Titans are not harbingers of destruction, but rather the most steadfast guardians in times of disaster. They uphold legal procedures, utilizing cutting-edge technology to protect lives and maintain public safety, serving as the cornerstone of order amidst chaos. In stark contrast, the reckless actions of the military have resulted in immense devastation and uncontrollable situations, with little resistance. This documentary and its associated reports were prominently featured in prime time and on the front pages. The imagery of the Titans' calm and efficient operations, their technologically advanced rescue equipment, and the lives and properties safeguarded on the brink of annihilation instantly ignited public sentiment. On social media, hashtags like Titan Guardians, True Heroes, and accountability for the Pentagon rapidly surged to trending status. The public image of the Titans transformed from that of a powerful, somewhat enigmatic technological giant to being crowned as saviors and beacons of order. The sanctified halo of public opinion firmly and irrefutably enveloped the Titans, dispelling the prior doubts and shadows cast by their forced evacuation of civilians. In Eastern Europe, amidst the desolate hilly terrain at the border, lies an underground research facility disguised as an abandoned lumber mill. The night is pitch black, with cold winds sweeping through the bare treetops, emitting a mournful howl. The camouflaged entrance of the facility stands tightly shut, with only a few concealed cameras flickering with faint red lights, resembling the eyes of a beast. Brock Clamrow, also known by his codename Crossbone, quietly crouches behind a frigid rock 300 meters from the entrance. His left eye is covered by a cold metallic layer, a complex array of sensors operating silently within, overlaying his vision with thermal imaging, night vision, dynamic capture, and even wall structure analysis, with crimson data streams cascading down, clearly marking the facility's defense system, personnel distribution, and even its vulnerabilities. The frigid metallic armor encases his left arm and part of his torso, imparting not a hint of sluggishness, but rather conveying an otherworldly strength and precision. This is the first practical assessment since his rebirth, a testament to severing ties with the past and proving his worth to his new master. Target confirmed. Within the facility, 27 life signals and 9 armed guards are concentrated around the entrance passage and the periphery of the core laboratory. A structural weak point exists in the ventilation system, recommended as a potential infiltration route. A deep, steady voice emanates from the earpiece. He is the remote monitoring and support commander for this operation. Acknowledged. Commencing action. Clamro's voice resonates through the communication system, devoid of any trace of human emotion. He moved like a shadow, seamlessly merging with the night, utilizing the precise vision afforded by his artificial eye, alongside the explosive force granted by his serum and armor. With inhuman speed and an unpredictable trajectory, he evaded the effective range of all surveillance cameras, silently approaching a seemingly solid concrete exterior wall at the rear flank of the research facility. He raised his left arm, the tips of his metallic fingers contorting to extend several slender probes, which accurately pierced the crevices of the wall. A faint energy pulse emanated forth, instantly altering the structural stress within the wall. There was no explosion, no thunderous noise, only a muted rumble, akin to the sound of rocks fracturing deep within the earth. A section of the wall, approximately 1 meter in diameter, collapsed inward, creating a perfectly circular entrance with edges as smooth as if cut by a knife. Rang Luo slipped inside, his movements swift and fluid. The ventilation duct was narrow and dust-laden, but he disregarded the darkness, meticulously plotting his route. Soon, he arrived beneath a vent grill. Below lay a brightly lit corridor, where 2 fully armed guards were patrolling with their backs to him. Without hesitation, the vent grill was silently removed, landing without a sound. Just as the guards sensed a slight breeze and began to turn, he acted. The tips of his left arm instantaneously unleashed 2 blades, shimmering with high-frequency energy, moving with such speed that only afterimages remained. A soft thud resonated twice. Both guards had their throats precisely severed almost simultaneously, blood unable to spurt forth as their bodies slumped lifelessly to the ground. Rang Luo grasped one in each hand, gently dragging them into the nearby shadows. The entire process taking no more than 3 seconds without triggering any alarms. The corridor was cleared. Objective, core laboratory. Rang Luo's voice remained steady. As the guards rotated, the corridor was empty 15 seconds later. The intelligence from Iron Anvil was as precise as a finely tuned clock. Like a machine of death, Rang Luo efficiently removed all obstacles in his path under Iron Anvil's remote guidance. The guards' patrol routes, shift timings, and surveillance blind spots unfolded before him like blueprints. At times, he clung to the shadows of the ceiling like a gecko. At others, he struck like lightning, targeting isolated foes. Each strike was precise, lethal, and utterly silent. The high-frequency blades, the palm pulse cannon, operating in low-power silence mode, and even the neurotoxin darts that sprang from his fingertips, all his equipped weapons were wielded with masterful finesse, embodying the principles of cleanliness, thoroughness, and efficiency to their utmost. When he finally arrived before the heavy alloy doors of the core laboratory, fewer than half of the remaining armed guards within the facility were still present, scattered and unaware that the scythe of death had already been swung. Access decryption was complete. The security lock had been rendered ineffective. Inside, 5 unarmed researchers were operating terminals, while 2 guards stood vigil on either side of the door. Information from Iron Anvil synchronized seamlessly. Rang Luo took a deep breath, his metallic eye locking onto the target. He pressed the activation button. The heavy alloy door silently swung open, revealing 2 guards within who turned in astonishment, confronted only by an abyss of darkness beyond. In the next instant, 2 barely perceptible energy pulses struck their foreheads with precision, leaving behind 2 charred holes as their bodies crumpled to the ground. The 5 white-coated researchers in the laboratory turned in terror, their eyes falling upon a figure shrouded in shadow, with a left eye and arm glinting with a cold metallic sheen. Reminiscent of a mechanical demon returned from the depths of hell. A pungent scent of blood quietly seeped in through the ajar door. Romulo raised his left arm, the cannon in his palm, flickering ominously, aimed at the trembling researchers, who were so frightened that their screams were caught in their throats. "Hail, Hydra!" His chilling voice echoed in the stillness of the laboratory, laced with a hint of cruel mockery. "No, it is time to proclaim the empire of the Colossus, eternally resplendent." In the following moment, A blinding beam of energy engulfed the terrified faces. The main control terminal screen flickered under the intensity of the light before extinguishing completely, with all research data erased in an instant by remote command. The Eastern European research facility had fallen, apart from those within who had already met their demise. No one remained to bear witness to the obliteration of life within its walls. Time elapsed, 11 minutes and 47 seconds. An hour later, bolstered by the formidable global deployment capabilities of the Colossus, Romulo arrived in Brooklyn, New York. This was a long-abandoned subway tunnel, a place even the homeless shunned. Damp and dimly lit, it reeked of rust and mildew. A few flickering emergency lights weakly illuminated the graffiti-covered and peeling walls of the tunnel. Ostensibly a hideout for a low-tier gang, it served as a crucial information hub for Hydra's operations within the subterranean networks of New York. Romulo's silhouette melded into the darkness, emerging in the shadows at the tunnel's entrance. His right eye shimmered with a scarlet stream of data, scanning for energy fluctuations and life signals within. Target confirmed. Deep within the tunnel, in a modified compartment, 8 life signals were detected, accompanied by 6 armed personnel and 2 technicians. The defenses were lax, lacking heavy weaponry. The environment was complex, necessitating caution against stray bullets and the risk of collapse. The sound of an anvil resonated in his earpiece. Acknowledged. Romulo's response remained succinct. Unlike the infiltration at the Eastern European Research Facility, this environment was more open, with the enemy dispersed. He required a more direct approach, striding boldly into the tunnel. The heavy clang of his metallic footsteps echoed through the vast space, akin to the tolling of death's bell. "Who goes there?" A vigilant voice called from around the corner. As a guard with a shotgun peered out, Romulo did not slow his pace. He raised his left arm, the pulse cannon instantly charging. Buzz, a beam of energy, far brighter and more formidable than before, surged forth, striking precisely at the position of the guard who had leaned out. Debris and fragments of metal mingled with flesh. Erupting violently, a tremendous roar reverberated through the tunnel, deafening in its intensity. An enemy assault. The piercing sound of alarms and cries of terror instantaneously shattered the eerie silence of the subterranean space. Romulo advanced like a humanoid tank. The pellets from a shotgun struck his armored torso and arms, only sparking a flurry of embers and producing a dull clanging sound. His left arm's wrist blade emerged, while his right arm's armor morphed, forming a rotating mini-cannon at the front. Rat-a-tat-tat. A searing storm of metal instantly obliterated the 2 guards taking cover ahead, reducing them and their shelter to mere shrapnel. He disregarded the flying debris and stray bullets, locking on every target attempting to retaliate or flee. The palm cannon fired, precisely blasting the head off a technician trying to operate the alarm terminal. The wrist blade traced a cold arc, cleaving a guard who lunged from the side in half, along with his weapon. The suppressive fire from the rotating cannon kept 2 other guards cowering behind their cover, unable to raise their heads. The battle swiftly devolved into a one-sided massacre. The armed personnel of the Hydra may have been deemed fierce by ordinary violent organizations, yet before this genetically modified warrior, a fusion of cutting-edge technology and the instinct for slaughter, they were as fragile as mere paper. The last guard, in abject terror, watched his comrades transform into a heap of shattered parts within mere seconds, his mind fracturing completely as he abandoned his weapon and fled. Romulo did not pursue. Instead, he coldly raised his left arm, readjusting the palm cannon. Buzz! An energy beam pierced through the fleeing man's back, pinning him against a graffiti-covered wall, leaving behind a charred hole. The entire communication station descended into a profound silence, broken only by the crackling sound of emergency lights and the overwhelming stench of blood. Romulo approached the modified subway car, violently tearing open the deformed door. Inside, 2 technicians huddled in the corner. "Data," his cold voice commanded. One of the technicians scrambled forward, pointing frantically at a flickering server cabinet. Romulo stepped closer, brutally tearing open the casing and forcefully inserting a data interface into the core port. Moments later, the sound of metal striking metal echoed. "Data download complete." "Physical destruction." Romulo nodded, aiming the palm cannon at the server cluster. Boom! A violent explosion left the interior of the car in disarray, the flames briefly illuminating his cold metallic armor. The Brooklyn Data Transfer and Distribution Center, neutralized. Time taken, 3 minutes and 9 seconds. Chapter 44. The Dynamics of Ants and the colossal divine galactic empire as the first rays of dawn pierced through the crevices of New York's towering edifices. The tremors unleashed by Elijah's colossal deity had already stirred tumult on multiple fronts. Capitol Hill erupted into chaos. Opposition lawmakers, armed with anonymous tips, took the initiative, delivering bombshell evidence at the early morning emergency inquiry, directly targeting their scandal-ridden colleagues. The Addams family representatives, upon receiving Elijah's directive, further fanned the flames. The media, like a pack of wolves, encircled the Capitol, cameras at the ready. Those named in the allegations either appeared despondent or vehemently denied the accusations. Yet the integrity of the evidence rendered all their defenses feeble and insipid. The pressure from a Department of Justice intensified, heralding the onset of a political tempest that would engulf the upper echelons of Congress. Panic and suspicion spread like a contagion among politicians and their financial backers. Who would be next? The influence of the Guardians of the Colossal Divine documentary continued to amplify. Major media outlets incessantly replayed footage of the heroic rescues performed by the deity's personnel amidst disaster, showcasing their valiant efforts. Public acclaim, gratitude, and skepticism towards the military surged like a tsunami across the public discourse. Spontaneous gatherings of citizens offering thanks and flowers appeared outside company premises. Sophia's follow-up public relations articles deeply instilled the notion of technology, safeguarding lives, and establishing order within the hearts of the populace. Overnight, the colossal deity transformed from a potential troublemaker into the guardian of the city and, indeed, the nation. General Ross's office phone was inundated with calls, while the Pentagon faced unprecedented public scrutiny and internal investigations, leaving them in a state of disarray. The simultaneous disappearance of the Eastern European Research Institute and the Brooklyn Information Distribution Center struck the Hydra's upper echelons like two devastating blows. Fragmentary information that trickled back left them in a state of uncertainty. The losses encompassed not merely personnel and strongholds, but also critical research data and intelligence nodes. Even more alarming was the precision, efficiency, and cold ruthlessness of the infiltration, bearing a familiar yet alien essence, surpassing their current technological capabilities. Who was responsible? An internal traitor? Or that formidable entity they had long sought to assess, yet could never truly comprehend? The colossal deity? Internal security evaluations were immediately escalated to the highest level, engendering a pervasive sense of dread. The disappearance of Langlois and the obliteration of these two strongholds were silently linked by an intangible thread, casting a profound shadow over the minds of the upper echelon. Jarvis's calm voice resonated in the studio. "Sir, the public sentiment index regarding the colossal deity has surpassed historical peaks. The Capitol Hill scandal continues to escalate, implicating multiple lawmakers. Furthermore, in a location in Eastern Europe and deep within the Brooklyn subway, high-intensity energy reactions and explosions occurred in the early hours, coinciding with the suspected Hydra strongholds I previously marked. However, the scene has been utterly ravaged, with no direct evidence pointing towards the colossal deity." Tony halted his frenzied calculations on the virtual screen, where an innovative design for a new suit lingered. His gaze was fixed on a looping segment of the documentary The Guardian of the Colossus, particularly captivated by the rising blue energy field barrier. His expression a complex tapestry of emotions. He lifted the now-cold coffee to his lips, murmuring to himself, "Gentle, merciful, Addams, you call this a mere tremor? Within the confines of the rules?" Huh. He observed the pallid faces of the politicians on the news, pondering the potential for a bloody purge in Eastern Europe and Brooklyn's underbelly, recalling Elijah's nonchalant remark about crushing them, no more arduous than squashing an insect. After a prolonged silence, Tony drained his cup of cold coffee, his eyes gleaming with an unprecedented seriousness and a flicker of rekindled competitiveness. "Rest assured, my dear friend, I will deliver a few surprises of my own." Elijah stood before the panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows, bathed in the light of the rising sun. What he held was not a cup of tea, but a flute of champagne. The golden liquid shimmered in the morning light. Sophia approached him from behind, her face adorned with a satisfied smile, the mark a masterpiece completed. "Boss, the dawn purification is complete. The minor tremors have been delivered as requested. The reactions have been quite spectacular." Elijah swirled the champagne, watching the golden bubbles ascend gracefully before bursting. "I have heard and seen it all. The clamor of Washington, the The media's accolades, the silence of Hydra. He took a sip of the champagne, savoring its delicate aroma and subtle effervescence. Let the little ones digest this. For at least 2 years, we shall be free from the incessant buzzing of flies. His gaze drifted toward the distant skyline, seemingly resting upon the shadows of those licking their wounds amidst panic and fury. This operation had conveyed a clear message. The Colossus was willing to engage in dialogue, not out of adherence to rules and laws, but as a divine concession. To challenge the Colossus is to incur consequences. All right, Sophia, let us redirect our attention from the anthill. We ought not to dwell too long on these trifles that punctuate life. Let us discuss the data concerning the Colossus's galactic fleet. Of course, boss. Sophia's previously playful demeanor vanished, replaced by a focused professionalism. With a graceful flick of her fingertip, the report on the ants vanished without a trace. In its stead emerged a vast and profound star map, instantly occupying the center of the office. With twinkling stars and dark nebulas swirling within, she lightly tapped the star map, and a vast region marked in deep blue suddenly illuminated, expanding outward with astonishing speed. As of the end of this cycle, the Colossus's direct galactic fleet has increased to 47 standard combat groups, Sophia announced with pride. Each combat group is anchored by a Hyperion-class vessel serving as the flagship. The subsequent construction of the Hyperion has achieved the zenith of its capabilities in firepower projection, command control, and star domain suppression. On the star chart, the deep blue luminaries representing the fleet resemble celestial bodies, each surrounded by a denser cluster of radiant points. Standardized forces have been configured around each flagship. The Leviathan-class battleships serve as the primary output, responsible for planetary orbital bombardment and fleet engagements. The Swarm-class destroyers form a high-speed assault and anti-escorting barrier. The Bastion-class heavy cruisers provide area denial and energy shield support. The Phantom-class stealth special operations vessels are tasked with infiltration reconnaissance and lethal strikes, alongside the vast Ant-class integrated logistical supply ships, ensuring the fleet's sustained operational capacity in deep space. All vessels are designed and constructed to uniform standards, with a high degree of modularity, possessing rapid deployment and collaborative strike capabilities across star domains. The star chart shifts once again, revealing several illuminated star systems, their planetary models cloaked in a myriad of minute luminous points undergoing transformation. Resource integration and productivity are paramount. General Eric's execution efficiency is impeccable. Following the fleet's conquest or purification of target planets, the planetary-scale industrial transformation process will be comprehensively initiated within the standard time frame of 72 hours. Sophia's tone remains unchanged. The core energies, geothermal, solar, minerals, and biomass resources of the target planets are requisitioned with the highest priority. Their original societal structures are utterly dismantled and restructured, with all indigenous sentient beings possessing basic cognitive abilities incorporated into the Colossus production system. The star chart zooms in, showcasing countless tiny yet efficient mechanical units sweeping over the planetary surface like a tide. The space engineering vehicle project progresses beyond expectations. The latest models have been extensively deployed and are operational. Their multifunctionality, environmental adaptability, and auxiliary control systems perform exceptionally well, becoming the absolute mainstay for resource extraction, foundational construction, and primary ship component manufacturing on planetary surfaces. A glimmer of light flickers in Sophia's eyes. Eric has ordered the large-scale construction of factories on each newly conquered planet, with production lines expanding exponentially. Concurrently, suitable individuals from the conquered races are being extensively filtered, undergoing basic training before being assigned to piloting positions. They constitute the fundamental, expendable neurons within our vast production machinery. Sophia's fingers glide over the star chart as the expanse of deep blue territory rapidly expands, its edges continuously engulfing the gray representing unknown star domains. The current territory of the Colossus shines over a spherical star region exceeding 2,300 standard light years. The total number of star systems under effective control or resource extraction status amounts to 14,782. She pauses momentarily, her tone imbued with a sense of inevitability. To date, there's been no encounter with any interstellar civilization capable of confronting the Colossus galactic fleet directly. All resistance forces, Regardless of whether their technological advancements lean towards energy weaponry, biotechnology, or psychic anomalies, are efficiently crushed under the overwhelming firepower and the standardized, large-scale, and devastating war machines of the Titans. General Eric's tactical assessment concludes that there are no strategic threats within the current star domain. At this moment, Sophia brings forth a specific attachment from the report. Several faint, dark red light points flicker on the star map, resembling a swarm of flies over decaying flesh. These points typically appear at the edges of battlefields recently vacated by the Titan fleet. An abnormal contact report emerges. Eric draws the headquarters' attention to a recurring type of scavenger force. Based on battlefield monitoring and fragmented information gathered, he tentatively identifies them as marauders, concluding that we have only encountered one of their branches. The star map simulates rough images of bizarrely structured vessels. Grotesque creations seemingly cobbled together from discarded metals and biological materials. Behavioral pattern analysis reveals that this branch of marauders is exceedingly cunning, their actions highly covert. They never approach intact Titan fleet battle groups. Their activities follow a consistent pattern. They only appear quietly after the Titan fleet has completed resource extraction operations and departed from the star domain. Sophia's fingertip hovers over those dark red points, akin to sharks sensing blood, gathering in areas symbolizing planetary debris and refuse discarded by the Titan fleet, such as low-value mineral remnants, irreparable ship fragments, and enslaved beings left behind due to destruction or retreat. Their goals are clear yet ignoble. Scavenging resources and minerals deemed unnecessary or abandoned, as well as capturing surviving sentient beings scattered during planetary obliteration or our withdrawal. A hint of disdain colors Sophia's tone as General Eric's observational report indicates that their organization appears to be founded on the basis of plundered amalgamation. Their vessels, though underperforming, are remarkably adapted to harsh environments and salvage operations. Their social structure is speculated to be extremely loose, resembling a predatory tribal alliance. Sophia lifts her gaze to Elijah, her demeanor regaining composure. The crux of General Eric's inquiry lies in how the Titans should define their policy towards this scavenging branch of marauders, akin to cosmic cockroaches trailing the fleet to collect scraps. She clearly delineates options for Elijah's consideration. 1. Direct annihilation. Dispatch a rapid response fleet or deploy automated hunting units to conduct a thorough sweep in areas they appear, eradicating such bothersome pests. 2. Tolerated coexistence. Ignore their existence. Regard them as an inefficient yet harmless cosmic scavenger, permitting them to partake in the refuse left behind after the Titan fleet's departure, thus avoiding the dispersion of the main fleet on meaningless extermination missions. 3. Limited contact utilization. Attempt to establish some form of informal, one-way communication channel, such as intentionally discarding traceable refuse, to monitor their activity range or leverage their scavenging traits as indirect monitoring points for the flow of low-value resources in certain star domains. General Eric is inclined towards the first option, seeking to ensure an immaculate rearguard, yet he awaits your final decree. Sophia's report resonated against the backdrop of the vast star chart, her fingertips delicately tapping as the breathtaking depiction of the galactic expanse silently faded, allowing the office to be once again bathed in the sunlight of New York. She set aside the data terminal and gracefully took her seat in the high-backed chair opposite Elijah. Elijah did not speak immediately. He leaned back slightly, sinking into the depths of the broad leather chair. Within his eyes, capable of piercing through the stars, reflected not the frigid data of celestial charts, but the grand vision of Eric leading a steel tide, crushing stardust, reshaping planets, and forging fleets. At last, Elijah's voice emerged, imbued with a rare, pure essence that belonged solely to pioneers. He has never disappointed me. He lifted the teacup at hand, perfectly warm, the fragrant steam seemingly infused with the essence of stardust. 47 battle groups, over 14,000 star systems, 2,300 light-years, he intoned slowly, each syllable resonating with the heat of burning stars. In a brief span, from a realm of stardust ruins, such a monumental achievement has been wrought for us. This execution, this adherence to the will of the gods, is nothing short of perfection. I could almost forget he was once merely a disheartened scientist I picked up from the roadside in Germany. His gaze shifted to Sophia. Sophia, in my name, convey the highest commendation to Eric and all the warriors of the Titan Galactic Fleet. His tone grew formal and imbued with strength. Honor their indelible contributions to the expansion of the Titan realm. Recognize their fearless courage, and iron will displayed in the cold void. Their names shall shine alongside the Titan Galactic Empire. Simultaneously, Elijah's fingers gestured in the air, instantly generating a command. Award Eric the honorary medal of the personal pioneer of the Star Sea, along with a bonus of 10 billion trade points. All fleet personnel shall receive rewards ranging from 1 million to 100 million, commensurate with their contributions. All rewards will be immediately allocated to their personal accounts. The only hard currency within the Titan realm can be exchanged for any resources, from simple biological enhancement technologies to the ownership of a planet. Its value far surpassing any treasures of interstellar civilizations. This reward is the most direct and esteemed recognition of their merit. Sophia nodded slightly, her fingertips swiftly navigating the interface, transforming this decree, laden with glory and tangible benefits, into a data stream traversing the Star Sea. Your will, boss. Eric and all the warriors shall surely feel the weight of this honor. She could envision the excitement that would engulf all personnel of the Titan Galactic Fleet when this commendation reached Eric's flagship command deck. The conversation then shifted to those marauders. Akin to cosmic hyenas, the expression on Elijah's face instantly faded, replaced by an air of indifference. As for those marauders, Eric was right. Vigilance was his duty. Yet to divert our precious fleet's resources for such trifles, or to squander the energy of the Hyperion's main cannon, as long as they do not foolishly bare their fangs or dare to cast even a hint of a provocative glance towards the banner of the Titan, or attempt to lay claim to even a speck of dust that belongs to the Titan, they may as well roll in the refuse we have discarded. Would a true magnate, traversing the path, halt to kick a few stray dogs rummaging through a trash bin? He gently shook his head, a smirk of sardonic pity gracing his lips. Such actions were not only devoid of meaning, but also beneath one's dignity. It was a disgrace to the Titan. Our focus lies upon the vast journey through the stars and oceans, not on the maggots in the gutters. Inform Eric to disregard them. The Titan's fleet is eternally aimed at the uncharted stars and civilizations ahead. What rides in the refuse behind us is not worthy of even a microsecond of our attention. Of course, he added, as if affixing a simple safety protocol to a program. Should these hyenas one day be emboldened by the refuse and dare to cross the line, let the automated hunting units responsible for the vigilance of that sector crush them without consultation. Understood, boss. I shall convey your will in its entirety to Eric. The Titan's gaze is upon the stars, not the dust. Maintain disregard for the maggots in the gutters. If they seek their own demise, let them be crushed. She rose gracefully, needing no further words, and turned to execute the command. The office fell once again into silence, with only a faint aroma of tea lingering in the air. Elijah's gaze returned to the territory that Eric had carved out for him. How could the Titan's journey be disturbed by the dust by the wayside? Chapter 45. Demonstrating power to harvest enthusiasm and loyalty, the minor tremor aimed at certain factions on Earth yielded effects far beyond expectations, granting Elijah over a year of tranquility. Those buzzing nuisances, once daring to challenge the Titan's authority, did not even dare to venture within 10 kilometers of the Titan's base. Whether it was the trepidation of politicians in Congress whispering in closed rooms, the caution of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents transmitting information over encrypted channels, the impotence faced by military generals during strategic simulations against the Titan's orbital forces, or the silence of Hydra as they licked their wounds in the shadows, all had vanished entirely. Any faction on Earth, no matter how many schemes they concealed, had utterly lost the capacity to disrupt the advance of this cosmic behemoth, even finding themselves powerless to gaze upon its retreating silhouette. Earth, this azure cradle of life, now found itself encircled by 12 cold steel fortresses as if bound by chains. They hover against the profound backdrop of space, their massive silhouettes reflecting a chilling metallic sheen under the starlight. These are the sentry fortresses of the Titans. Their very existence serves as a silent yet thunderous proclamation. Earth, an untouchable dominion of Elijah, is impervious to any unauthorized probing or intrusion which would invite absolute annihilation. The protests of nations, the resolutions of the United Nations, the conspiracies of clandestine organizations, before the devastating force encircling the planet, they are as insignificant as dust. unable to stir even the faintest ripple in the logic of the Titan's decisions. Each sentry fortress harbors a power potent enough to make the planet tremble, not to obliterate Earth itself, but to serve as the most ruthless of gatekeepers. The energy harnessed by the fortress's main cannon derives from the analysis of the Hydra's cosmic cube research, its principles inspired by the superkinetic weapons of a lost civilization. Yet its potency is far more concentrated and lethal. It is designed with a singular purpose: to instantaneously reduce any unauthorized non-terrestrial entities attempting to breach or escape Earth's orbit to the most fundamental particles of cosmic dust. Whether it be an invisible reconnaissance vessel dispatched from a distant galaxy, a curious projection from a dimension traveler, or a refugee from another world attempting to breach the atmosphere. If deemed an outsider and a contaminating threat, the abyssal barrel would ignite in an instant, a beam of destruction traversing the void. Eradicating the target before an alarm could even sound as if it had never existed. An invisible web, woven by the quantum scanning arrays and spatial curvature sensors of the fortresses, envelopes the entire orbital zone of Earth and its adjacent deep space. Any object entering or exiting this region, from rockets and satellites cautiously launched by various nations to potential alien vessels attempting to infiltrate in disguise, as well as those superhuman entities capable of flight, are meticulously tracked and analyzed for their trajectories, energy signatures, and material compositions. All data converges into the neural matrix core, where intelligent life resides deep within the Titan headquarters, akin to rivers flowing into the sea. The judgment logic is cold and efficient, like the laws of the universe itself. In Elijah's eyes, Earth transcends the mere significance of a planet. It is the most unique and historically valuable piece in his vast collection, his personal garden. Any touch or glance without his consent is a sacrilege against his absolute ownership. These 12 fortresses are his private territories staked in space, enforcing obliteration as punishment for trespassers. Elijah harbors a profound disdain for extraterrestrial civilizations that perceive Earth as a lowly testing ground or a resource to plunder. Be it the Chitauri treating New York as a launch pad for their trash army, the clandestine genetic experiments of the Kree Empire, the coveting of Earth as an energy source by certain dimensional entities, or figures like Odin casting down troublesome offspring for training. To Elijah, all of this is an affront, treating Earth as a public restroom or a novice training camp. He resolutely forbids Earth from becoming a dumping ground for any cosmic power or a training ground for the pets of their progeny. One of the core missions of the Sentinel Fortress is to utterly eradicate such interstellar barbarism, ensuring that Earth remains untarnished under his absolute dominion. The Colossus prides itself on being the guardian of order within the galaxy, at least within the realms it controls. Allowing chaotic extraterrestrial forces to freely traverse Earth would undermine the very order that the Colossus has established. The fortress serves as the ultimate customs and border control. Only those visitors who adhere to the Colossus's regulations are permitted to set foot in this world nurtured by Elijah. 6 months have slipped away quietly under Elijah's vigilant watch. His footsteps have traversed the icy Sentinel Fortress orbiting Earth, the roaring steel heart of the silent sea on the far side of the moon. The intricate biological laboratories nestled beneath the ecological dome of Olympus Mons on Mars, and the newly treaded, searing territories across tens of thousands of light years, where Eric's iron hooves have left their mark in the depths of the Orion Arm. He has reviewed the colossal, mountain-like flagship of the divine messengers, witnessed the ruthlessly efficient conquests of the Colossus Legion on other planets, and felt the cold, immense pulse of the Empire driven by trillions of automated factories and all the Colossus warships. This sense of control, derived from personally witnessing and forging such monumental achievements, swells within Elijah like the richest of wines, stirring a long-forgotten, almost languorous satisfaction in his heart. Standing on the bridge of the divine messenger-class starship, he gazes through the vast viewport at the deep blue expanse that is rightfully his, adorned with countless conquered worlds. A regal serenity flowing through his gaze as he surveys his dominion. At that moment, Eric's comm report crackled through the fleet's communication channel. "Boss, the 7th Combat Group has completed the purge of the Ashen Star domain and is en route for reorganization. At the edge of the Broken Blade Star Zone, an unidentified local armed fleet has been detected, presumed to be remnants of the Ashen Star domain, conducting probing harassment against our patrol stations. The patrol has driven them out of contact range, but they linger at a safe distance, seemingly intent on retaliation. This news fell upon Elijah's consciousness like a small stone thrown into a tranquil lake. His gaze shifted from a majestic starry expanse to the tactical star map, where a few insignificant red dots represented the local fleet. A barely perceptible, playful emotion flitted across his mind. The satisfaction and excitement accumulated over the past 6 months now craved a minor outlet for release. And this group of oblivious flies had unwittingly flown into the line of fire. Eric, Elijah's voice resonated through the communication channel, calm yet tinged with undeniable interest. Allow the 7th Combat Group to rest as planned. This insignificant dust need not trouble our warriors. His words rendered the atmosphere in the bridge instantly tense. The communications officer and navigator instinctively held their breath, their gazes drawn involuntarily toward their sovereign. Slowly, Elijah rose, his dark golden armor shimmering under the bridge's lights, flowing with a nebula-like luster. He did not approach the shipborne weapons control console, but rather strode directly towards the hatch leading to the external vacuum. "Boss, are you?" Eric's voice held a rare hint of hesitation, as if he sensed something yet found it hard to believe. Elijah offered no reply, merely raising his hand to signal the opening of the hatch. The heavy alloy door swung open, and the frigid vacuum rushed in, illuminated by the brilliance of distant stars. He stepped out, his figure suspended beside the vast hull of the galaxy, as insignificant as a speck of dust, yet paradoxically at the very center of the cosmos. In this moment, all the commanders of the battle groups, currently in their respite and monitoring the situation through the flagship's quantum communication network, received shared external imagery from the galaxy. They beheld their emperor, standing solitary against the cold backdrop of the universe, facing the 300 enemy vessels amassed in the distance like metallic locusts. Then, Elijah moved, his form abruptly blurred in place, as if it had melded into the starlight itself, like a streak of dark golden luminescence tearing through the fabric of the universe. He shot towards the gathering enemy fleet with an unfathomable velocity, as he materialized before the bow of the first enemy cruiser. The terrifying kinetic energy born of his speed showed no signs of abating. He neither slowed nor veered, instead hurtling forth like a human comet, crashing directly into the heavy alloy armor. Boom! A sound that could not propagate in the vacuum, yet was captured distinctly through the vibrations of the ship's hull and sensors, resonated with a heart-stopping thud. The cruiser was struck as if by the core of supernova. The resilient alloy crumpled inward like paper, tearing and shattering. A colossal breach appeared instantaneously, with internal pipelines, structures, and equipment, along with the living beings within, being crushed and vaporized under unimaginable impact. The entire colossal vessel tumbled backward like a toy struck by a giant's fist, disintegrating as flames of catastrophic explosion erupted from the gaping wound. This was merely the beginning. Elijah's presence did not linger for a moment. After obliterating the cruiser with a single blow, his velocity remained undiminished, accelerating further in the vacuum. He transformed into the most lethal storm of destruction within the cosmos, rampaging through the enemy fleet. The energy blasts from destroyers exploded around him, akin to dazzling yet futile fireworks, failing to disturb even the shimmering patterns flowing across his armor. Missiles from frigates collided with him, only to be deflected and distorted as if they had struck the surface of a neutron star. When he hovered before a heavy battleship attempting to distance itself, his eyes suddenly erupted with 2 rays of intensely concentrated crimson light. Effortlessly, they melted through the battleship's thick frontal armor, precisely sweeping across its main gun array and energy core. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted from within, as the battleship was instantly engulfed by an expanding fireball and scattering debris, resembling a powder keg ignited. His figure flickered incessantly among the enemy vessels, darting back and forth. With each flash, a warship succumbs to devastating assault. A single punch pierces the engine core, while a shoulder charge shatters the midsection of the vessel. His movements are succinct, efficient, and merciless, devoid of any superfluous embellishments. Only the sheer, overwhelming force of physical destruction prevails. The formation of 300 ships unfolds before him like a labyrinth of paper, utterly torn asunder from within by unparalleled speed and might. The entire process transpires in the blink of an eye, yet it is suffused with a striking visual impact of absolute violence. There are no flamboyant energy beams exchanged, only the raw, primal brutality of the corporeal dismantling of ships. The metallic wails of the torn hulls resonate through sensors, silent energy detonations erupt, and the scattering debris composes a harrowing yet magnificent tableau of annihilation. In mere seconds, that expanse of starry void falls into a profound silence. 300 warships, along with the potential lives they harbored, are irrevocably transformed into cold cosmic refuse and drifting metallic dust. The ashes of destruction slowly disperse beneath the starlight. In the vacuum, Elijah's figure halts, suspended at the center of countless wreckages, resembling a king who has just stretched his limbs. He does not cast a glance at the chaotic battlefield. Instead, he gently brushes away non-existent dust from his attire, as if merely tidying up an eyesore. Yet, within the command bridges of the flagship of the Titan Galactic Fleet, time seems to freeze before the eyes of every battle group commander. An absolute silence lingers for several seconds. Then, an unprecedented fervor, akin to the eruption of molten lava from the Earth's core, detonates within the hearts of all commanders through the quantum communication network. It is not merely a cheer. It is the soul's tremor upon witnessing the divine prowess manifested in a mortal form, the ultimate fervor ignited by a faith fully ablaze. The ecstatic roars instantaneously engulf all communication channels. The commanders, battle-hardened wielders of the Empire's sharpest blades, tremble with excitement, their eyes wide with fervor. They pound the control panels, bellowing oaths of loyalty that resonate from the depths of their souls, their gaze ablaze with near madness. To witness a mere mortal dismantle an entire fleet with a speed and strength that defy the laws of physics, as effortlessly as tearing through scrap paper, shatters their comprehension of power. This transcends technology. It is the embodiment of cosmic law. This is the living deity to whom they have pledged their allegiance. In a vacuum, Elijah, though unable to hear the fervent shouts, distinctly senses an unprecedented, fervent, and pure torrent of spirit surging towards him, converging upon his being. A genuine smile, tinged with satisfaction and amusement, curls at the corners of his mouth. This small vanity, this absolute loyalty ignited within countless iron-blooded warriors by the most unadulterated of powers, brings him a joy surpassing that of any strategic victory. The alloy hatch of the Titan galaxy closed behind them, isolating the vessel from the void littered with metallic debris. Within the bridge, bright and stable lights supplanted the luminescence of the stars, yet the air was charged with an intensity surpassing any explosion. As Elijah stepped onto the bridge, the sight before him deepened the satisfied smile playing on his lips. Eric appeared before him with the urgency of a sprinter. The scientist renowned for his cold-hearted resolve, now breathing with slight agitation. His hawk-like eyes burned with an unprecedented, almost tangible fervor, closely tracking Elijah's every move. His attire was impeccably neat, yet his tightly clenched fists betrayed the tumult raging within him. Behind Eric, the holographic projections of commanders representing hundreds of battle groups, currently regrouping, crowded the massive main screen and auxiliary displays of the bridge. Hailing from diverse star systems and flagship vessels, each visage, whether obscured by helmets or bared, was etched with a singular emotion, absolute reverence and fervor in the presence of a miracle. Hundreds of gazes, akin to focused searchlights, firmly fixed upon Elijah. "Boss." Eric's voice carried a barely perceptible rasp, a result of his suppressed excitement. He straightened his back sharply, his right fist striking heavily against the emblem of the Titan on his left chest, producing a dull thud. Almost simultaneously, the hundreds of battle group commanders on the screen, regardless of their location or species, moved in perfect unison. Hundreds of hands, clad in armor or rippling with muscle, rose in solidarity, and hundreds of fists, fueled by fervent conviction, struck against their chests with resounding force. The muffled thumps resonated through the communication channels, coalescing into a breathtaking wave of sound that reverberated throughout the bridge. This fervent display compelled even the bridge's operational crew to instinctively hold their breath, their eyes alight with awe. As the brief review concluded, Elijah gestured for the operators to close the channels of the other commanders. The images on the main screen vanished instantaneously, leaving only himself, Eric, and the distant, quietly vigilant bridge personnel. The fervent atmosphere settled slightly, yet the flame in Eric's eyes remained undiminished, growing even more profound. Elijah approached the immense viewport, turning his back to Eric. Eric, Elijah's voice resonated with depth and sincerity. Eric inclined slightly. Boss, I am here. Over the years, Elijah slowly turned to face Eric, his penetrating gaze fixed upon him. From the first prototype fleet in Earth's orbit to this steel torrent spanning tens of thousands of light years, you have done exceptionally well. Far beyond my expectations. His words, devoid of ornate embellishments, carried the weight of acknowledgement for Eric's countless days and nights of tireless effort and bloodshed. Eric's body trembled in response. The commander of a scientific expedition, unwavering in the face of thousands of enemy ships, now felt an indescribable surge of warmth within his chest due to his simple affirmation. He inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumultuous emotions, and spoke in a solemn tone. All glory belongs to the great God, to your guidance, my esteemed leader. No. Elijah gently shook his head, stepping forward to close the distance between himself and Eric. The glory belongs to the monumental achievements we have forged together. Eric, you are not merely my scientist and commander. You are an indispensable pillar of this grand endeavor. His gaze pierced directly into Eric's eyes. Tell me, as you gaze upon this star map, watching our fleet tear through the starry seas and witnessing the Empire's territory expand under our will, does the flame within your heart still burn fiercely? In an instant, a brilliance erupted in Eric's eyes, one even more intense than before, a pure, insatiable longing belonging to both conquerors and scientists. It has never waned, my leader. It burns like the core of a divine engine, only growing stronger. Excellent. A genuine smile illuminated Elijah's face as he extended his hand, delivering a hearty pat on Eric's shoulder. The gesture was laden with strength and trust. Remember this feeling. Remember this desire. The great God's march shall never cease within these known star realms. His voice soared, imbued with a spirit that pierced through the cosmic expanse. Ahead lies a vaster universe, more resplendent galaxies, more formidable civilizations, and perhaps even deeper cosmic mysteries awaiting our revelation. He retracted his hand, gesturing toward the profound, boundless darkness outside the viewport, as if mapping out the future. Eric, stand with me. Elijah's tone was resolute, carrying an undeniable invitation and promise. Continue to wield this blade that rends the starry seas. Continue to wave this banner of conquest. Together, we shall plant the great God's flag in every visible galaxy. Together, we will forge a magnificent tapestry that will make the entire universe tremble. This era, this empire, shall let your name, Eric, as one of its greatest architects. Eric straightened, accepting this most sacred of missions. To the end, I shall follow. My leader. His voice resonated deeply, like the roar of a starship's engine. Where the great God points, there too shall my sword be aimed. Your dominion shall be expanded by the great God's fleet. Outside the viewport, stars swirled, cold and boundless. Within the command bridge, the two architects exchanged glances, requiring no further words. The Imperial Colossus, buoyed by the fervor of its warriors and the absolute loyalty of its core, surged forward with unstoppable momentum into the deeper, more unknown territories of the cosmos. And their journey had only just begun. Chapter 46. Return to Earth in the strategic chamber of the galactic vessel. Elijah and Eric sat facing each other. The two individuals have engaged in profound discussions for 2 days and nights, finalizing an extensive blueprint for the colossal expansion of the Titan into more distant star realms over the next 5 years. This ambitious plan encompasses the construction of a new class of deep space mothership, the Abyss Explorer, the formulation of defensive strategies against high-dimensional energy civilizations, and the prioritization of conquering the newly discovered crystalline star domain suspected to harbor silicon-based intelligent life. Consequently, the preliminary operations in the crystalline star domain are entrusted to the first combat group, under your personal oversight, Eric. Elijah traced a trajectory on the star map with his finger, culminating at a star sector marked by an unusual prism-like glimmer. I require samples from that location as swiftly as possible. Understood, boss, Eric responded, his voice steady and resolute. The first combat group is in position and can transition to the target star domain's periphery within 72 hours to commence operations. I will ensure the samples are delivered to you intact. At that moment, the door to the strategy room swung open, and a gentle female voice resonated. Sir, we have received a high-priority message from Earth headquarters. Sender, Executive President Sophia, Third Secretary Matilda. Content marked as Emergency Situation Report, Non-Strategic Threat. Elijah raised an eyebrow slightly. Sophia and Matilda both sending urgent messages? This combination is rather intriguing. He gestured for the holographic star map to be temporarily concealed. Connect. 2 video feeds instantly materialized in the center of the strategy room, suspended before Eric and Elijah. Sophia's video stream originated from the Sky Dome space station, exhibiting astonishing clarity. The setting was the iconic cliffside villa of Tony Stark, the Marbury Mansion. However, at this moment, the main structure of the multi-million-dollar estate had vanished, leaving behind a massive concrete pit filled with black smoke, its jagged rebar jutting ominously toward the sky. The rest of the mansion lay in ruins. The swimming pool was shattered, the helipad distorted, and the garden ravaged as if by a tornado. In the vacant space before the villa, an epic battle of steel was unfolding. Tony Stark donned the latest model of his armor, now adorned in a more dazzling gold-red finish. His movements were extraordinarily agile, with palm-mounted cannons and shoulder-mounted mini-missiles raining down like a tempest. Tony's allies consisted of 3 suits of armor, each larger and sturdier than his own, each with distinct paint jobs. They exhibited fierce firepower and coordinated seamlessly, clearly serving as Tony's formidable reinforcements. The adversary was a massive suit of armor, towering at least twice the height of Tony's. It was enveloped in rugged, dark gray armor and bore a colossal multi-launch missile pod on its back, with an exaggerated Gatling gun resting on its shoulder. Though its movements were comparatively clumsy, its defensive capabilities and firepower were terrifying. Each strike sent tremors through the ground. The battle was decidedly in Tony's favor, with 4 suits encircling the behemoth, unleashing a barrage of energy beams and missile explosions that continually detonated against the gigantic armor. The colossal armored giant could only defend passively, occasionally retaliating with heavy artillery that Tony and others skillfully evaded. Clearly, this was a relentless pursuit by Tony's team against a certain intruder. Sophia's annotations were succinct yet acerbic. Sender, Sophia's subject, demolition action at the neighbor's residence. Content. Mr. Stark appears to be hosting a rather unconventional gathering right at his doorstep. Our satellite's passive monitoring has recorded no damage to our facilities, nor any signs of our personnel's involvement. Note, the giant metal behemoth is suspected to be Ivan Vanko, a fellow with an aesthetic still utterly dreadful. Elijah gazed at the ruins of Tony's villa's foundation, then glanced at the screen, showcasing Tony's evidently more advanced armor and his aids. A faintly amused smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It seemed this fellow had conjured some fresh tricks using the shared technology from the Colossus. However, while the demolition antics of the neighbor were somewhat amusing, they were far from sufficient to entice the busy overlord of the Colossus to abandon his galactic pursuits and return to Earth. He shook his head, shifting his focus to the second video. The scene transitioned to the depths of the Colossus' New York headquarters, specifically designed for testing high-destructive capability individuals in an impact-resistant training room. This space utilized special materials capable of absorbing shock, vast enough to accommodate several small spacecraft. The central figure on screen made both Elijah and his companion Eric's pupils constrict in an instant. The abomination, Emil Blonsky, the towering yellow giant, nearly 4 meters tall and exuding a palpable rage, was currently emitting a roar filled with both agony and fury. His massive form was marred with fresh bruises and lacerations. Yellow blood, or perhaps tissue fluid, splattered across the silver-gray floor. Sophia, standing opposite the abomination, was none other than his assistant, Sophia. Yet at this moment, she was a far cry from the impeccably dressed, sweet-smiling, yet subtly formidable assistant they were accustomed to. Barefoot, her fair feet firmly planted on the floor, she donned a bespoke black suit ensemble. 2 buttons of her jacket were undone, and her sleeves rolled up to her elbows revealed her elegantly sculpted forearms. Her golden hair was somewhat disheveled, hastily tied back, with a few strands clinging to her slightly flushed cheeks. The face that usually bore an elegant smile was now overshadowed by a palpable, almost tangible, low-pressure atmosphere. The ensuing footage was rife with the juxtaposition of violent aesthetics and absurdity. The abomination roared as he swung a punch powerful enough to crush a tank. The wind from his strike howling. Sophia merely sidestepped slightly, her movement so swift it left an afterimage as the ferocious fist grazed the ends of her hair. Simultaneously, her long right leg, concealed beneath her trousers, lashed out like a steel whip, striking precisely at the vulnerable side of the abomination's knee. The sickening crack of bone echoed clearly. The abomination staggered, letting out a tortured roar. The abomination attempted to sweep with another colossal claw, yet Sophia advanced rather than retreated. With an incredible flexibility, she dove beneath the massive limb, evading its grasp, and in her hand appeared an alloy-made file box, unbeknownst to her when it had materialized. With a swift twist of her wrist, she forcefully struck the abomination's grotesque face with the box. A resounding crack echoed as the creature's head jerked violently to the side. Several sharp teeth mingled with blood flying outwards. Seizing the opportunity while the abomination was dazed, Sophia swiftly closed the distance, grasping its thick arm. With a twist of her waist, she executed a flawless shoulder throw. Boom! The abomination's massive body, weighing several tons, was lifted entirely by her and slammed onto the specially designed floor. The entire training room seemed to tremble. The floor was dented, and spiderweb-like cracks spread outwards. Sophia stepped forward, mercilessly placing her foot upon the abomination's contorted face, forcefully pressing its head back down into the ground. Leaning slightly forward, her voice resonated through the training room's broadcast system. I warned you not to make noise while I was handling the quarterly report summary. Are you deaf, Bronsky? The abomination struggled futilely beneath her foot, its eyes filled with fear and a hint of despair. The video concluded, shifting to the worried visage of Matilda, the third secretary. She appeared somewhat haggard, her voice tinged with apprehension. Boss, you saw it. Miss Sophia has been under immense pressure lately. The group's expansion over the past year has led to a geometric increase in interstellar affairs, with nearly all the overwhelming paperwork and departmental coordination resting upon her shoulders. Her emotional stability has been increasingly volatile. Her physiological cycles of low pressure, you understand, and it has been escalating. Matilda's voice carried a note of pleading. In the morning, she managed her mountain of work with astonishing efficiency, yet the icy glint in her eyes could freeze one. By the afternoon, she needed an outlet. She pointed towards the training room, visibly shaken. Mr. Bronsky has been used as a punching bag every afternoon for 3 consecutive weeks. The alloy walls of the training room have been reshaped into human-sized indentations thrice already. If this continues, I fear for Mr. Bronsky's mental state, or that Miss Sophia might inadvertently dismantle him. Boss, could you possibly think of a solution? The video ended. A peculiar silence enveloped the strategy room. Eric gazed at the image of Sophia, clad in a suit yet exuding an aura of lethal intent as she stood barefoot on the abomination's face, his lips involuntarily twitching. He silently shifted his gaze towards his superior. Elijah slowly raised his hand, rubbing his brow, where distinct lines of stress were clearly visible. Sophia's ferocious battle stance, Matilda's anxious report, and Bronsky's desperate gaze intertwined and replayed in his mind, momentarily instilling a hint of regret for having applied the finest biological enhancement technology of the Colossus to Sophia. The Iron War on Tony's side? Merely the commotion of a neighbor demolishing their house. Here, however, Sophia was on the verge of rendering his valuable, albeit replaceable, yet resource-intensive to upgrade, abomination-class humanoid weapon utterly inoperable. More importantly, the thought of Sophia's green eyes, ablaze with restless flames, evoked an inexplicable complexity within Elijah, a mix of amusement, helplessness, and a subtle sense of responsibility that compelled him to extinguish the impending crisis. He swiftly charted the optimal course, urging a full-speed return to the New York headquarters on Earth. Command confirmed. Optimal trajectory calculations initiated with the curvature engine preheating. Estimated arrival time, 36 hours later. Earth Standard Time. Voices from the strategic room echoed, emanating from the bridge personnel. After issuing the command, Elijah turned to Eric, wearing a smile that conveyed both resignation and reassurance. Eric, it seems I must return home for a bit to address some domestic matters. The operations in the Crystal Star domain will proceed as planned. Report any significant developments directly to me. Eric immediately straightened, his expression regaining its gravity. Understood, boss. Wishing you. Good luck with the fire extinguishing. Clearly, he struggled to find more fitting words. Elijah nodded, his gaze once again drifting toward Earth, as if envisioning the agitated and needing to be soothed figure in the underground training room of the New York headquarters. He sighed softly, murmuring to himself with a complexity only he could comprehend. Oh, Sophia, it appears I must properly console my little assistant, who is under immense work pressure. He massaged his temples, realizing that this return journey to Earth would likely prove more taxing than devising a plan for galactic conquest. Elijah personally piloted a sleek Colossus-class shuttle, pushing the engine to its limits, disregarding all safety margins and comfort warnings, forcibly compressing time through continuous jumps. The ship's alarms blared, and the structure groaned. Yet Elijah maintained a steady grip, his singular aim, to return to Earth. The vessel tore through the clouds above New York, executing a precise landing at the shuttle docking bay of the Colossus headquarters. As the hatch opened, Elijah stepped out, clad in a deep gray, casual outfit, bearing the expression of one who has endured a long journey. Yet his gaze remained sharp. Without pausing, he strode toward the awaiting car. To S.H.I.E.L.D, then to Versailles Rose, he instructed the driver. The car navigated into Manhattan. At S.H.I.E.L.D, Elijah nodded proficiently to the old proprietor. Old Zhang. 10 boxes of light shadow beef pastry, as usual. Soon, a thermally insulated food container, emanating a rich and spicy aroma, was placed into his hands. In the realm of Versailles roses, he pointed directly to a freshly arrived bouquet of deep crimson Bulgarian roses. Wrap this one up, he instructed. The attendant swiftly bundled it and presented it to him. With one hand holding a food box and the other cradling the bouquet of roses, Elijah returned to headquarters. Upon entering the top-floor office area, he found Sophia waiting at the door, dressed in an ivory-white professional skirt suit, her golden hair elegantly styled. She wore an impeccable smile that radiated perfection. The ferocious assassin from the training room the day before seemed but a distant specter. Welcome back, boss. Was your journey pleasant? Her voice was melodious and clear. Elijah approached her, foregoing any superfluous words, and first presented the heavy, fragrant bouquet of deep red roses to her. The vivid red contrasted beautifully with her fair complexion, and the floral aroma soon enveloped them both. For you, he said with a natural tone, then handed her the large insulated food box, emblazoned with the logo of S.H.I.E.L.D, exuding an enticing scent. Freshly made by Old Zhang. Enjoy it while it's hot. Sophia accepted the roses and the food box with grace, her flawless smile now imbued with a touch of genuine warmth. Her emerald eyes sparkling brightly against the backdrop of the bouquet. Thank you, boss. You are too generous. She felt the comforting warmth from the food box and the delicate touch of the rose petals. Observing her embrace of the gifts, Elijah's lips curved into a smile. He naturally extended his arms and gently embraced her, a gesture filled with reassurance and goodwill. The fragrance of the roses intertwined peculiarly with the spicy aroma of the food box. My dear Sophia, he said, releasing her from the embrace, his eyes twinkling with a hint of lightheartedness. You needn't wait for me here next time. I still remember the way to the Titan headquarters. Sophia tilted her head slightly, her heart full of sentiment, her smile still perfect, yet her gaze flickered with a subtle, mischievous spark. She weighed the heavy food box in her hands, her voice remaining sweet and melodious. It is my duty to welcome you, boss. After all, she paused, her tone infused with just the right amount of playful teasing. Some individuals have had itineraries more intricate than the flight logs of deep space probes lately. As your assistant, I must ensure that your return did not unexpectedly land on Mars or the Moon, for otherwise, the documents awaiting your signature on my desk might pile up into a new Olympus. Elijah chuckled softly at her words, his eyes reflecting understanding and indulgence. He noticed the hint of fatigue beneath Sophia's exquisite makeup, and considering the 10 boxes of her favorite beef jerky pastries, along with her skillful reminder, the restlessness born of his hurried journey dissipated. It is my oversight that has burdened my little assistant with too much. Elijah's voice carried a sincere apology as his gaze swept over the bouquet of roses and the food container. He hoped these small tokens of consolation would offer some semblance of solace. Let us proceed to your office, where we can savor Old Zhang's culinary delights while they are still warm. As for the mountain of documents, he wore a resigned expression, indicating that his afternoon would be dedicated to the Sisyphean task of tackling it. Sophia, cradling the warm food container and the fragrant roses, listened to Elijah's resigned acceptance of the monumental task ahead, her smile deepening. She tilted her head slightly, adopting an impeccable assistance tone. So, esteemed boss, will you first ascend to the office to move that mountain? Or shall we pay a visit to Mr. Stark, who is currently entangled in the demolition affairs? She deliberately emphasized the phrase demolition affairs, her tone laced with a hint of mischief. Yesterday, he specifically conveyed that this is a personal matter and that you need not concern yourself. Was your hurried return not prompted by the chaos unfolding over there? At her words, Elijah momentarily paused, turning to Sophia. He instinctively reached out to brush away a rose petal that had fallen onto her food container, his gesture imbued with an unintentional intimacy. Tony? Elijah's voice held a tone of casual indifference. I can attend to his ruckus later. I am well aware of the current status of the Mark armor. A knowing smile curved his lips, reflecting his confidence in his brother's prowess. That Ivan Vanko, emerging from the icy depths of Siberia, impoverished and clinging to his father's schematics as if they were heirlooms, could scarcely pose a threat, even with the most meager of resources. His tone resonated with unwavering trust in Tony Stark's genius and the formidable strength of their technology. That fellow, Tony, possesses a mind filled with reactors, not mere glue. His latest Mark series integrates his innovative concepts with our foundational materials and optimized energy circuits. It transcends the realm of mere armor. Sophia. It is a walking masterpiece and a harbinger of destruction. Elijah's gaze returned to Sophia. The light-hearted jest regarding Tony swiftly replaced by genuine concern, his expression focused and earnest. And Ivan Vanko, blinded by hatred and cobbling together a hodgepodge of scrap, could not possibly pose a threat to Tony, even if granted access to our storeroom. As for Tony, it is merely a rather raucous performance art. He can handle it with ease and even revel in it. His tone softened, imbued with warmth and emphasis. I have returned, Sophia, because I receive a report from Matilda. It indicates that our indispensable chief assistant and executive vice president has recently been enduring an overwhelming workload to the extent that she requires, intensive physical decompression. His voice betrayed unmasked concern and a tinge of sympathy. Tony's demolition site can wait. The house may have collapsed, but its reconstruction is of little concern. However, should my diligent assistant become overwhelmed by the mounting workload, or, pausing momentarily, his gaze laced with a hint of jest, yet underpinned by sincerity, should a precious experimental sample be rendered entirely useless, the repercussions would be immeasurable. This loss would far outweigh the mere bricks and mortar of Tony's home. He extended his hand, gently patting the food container in Sophia's embrace, his eyes exuding warmth and resolve. Therefore, let the demolition activities be. The most pressing matter at hand is that we return to your office and first tackle the 10 boxes of still-warm beef pancakes. He took a deep breath, as if bracing himself for a significant challenge. I shall commence my arduous task of moving mountains. As for the performance on Tony's end, let him take the lead for now. Chapter 47. James's new job and Tony's visit under Elijah's perfectly timed quips and sweet words. Sophia's taut, nerves visibly relaxed. Seated gracefully behind her expansive desk, she delicately savored the beef pancakes Elijah had brought back, employing a small fork. The glistening, vividly colored pancake strips exuded an enticing aroma of spicy, smoky flavors. She tasted them slowly, clearly comforted by this familiar flavor, which alleviated much of her fatigue from the workload, even diminishing the weariness lingering in her eyes. Elijah, on the other hand, moved about the office like a diligent gardener. Sophia's office, located just below the top floor, also boasted large floor-to-ceiling windows through which sunlight streamed unobstructed, vividly illuminating the profile of the entire Titan base and the skyline of New York City. He fetched 2 simple vases, meticulously washed, and filled them with water, then carefully unwrapped a bouquet of deep red Bulgarian roses. His movements, though not particularly skilled, were marked by remarkable focus. He selected the most vibrant blooms, trimmed their stems, and placed them one by one into the vases. Finally, he set the 2 vibrant arrangements at either end of Sophia's desk, infusing the austere space with a touch of liveliness. Ah, this looks more pleasant. Elijah nodded in satisfaction before moving to the sofa, taking a hearty bite of his own pancake. Sophia swallowed her food, gently dabbed her mouth with a silk napkin, her gaze flitting over the stunning roses on the table before resting on Elijah, her smile softening, though it was soon replaced by a serious demeanor. She set down her fork, leaning slightly forward, her voice regaining the clarity and order of an assistant. "Boss, the thoughtful gesture has had a significant effect. I feel much better." She affirmed this before swiftly steering the conversation back to the matter at hand. Returning to reality, the Titan's development had transcended mere rocket propulsion. It had engaged the curvature engine, entering a phase of exponential expansion. The Earth orbital bastion, the lunar forge, the Martian fortress, and the vast realms of deep space spanning light years. Each node of the tens of thousands of battle groups was experiencing fervent growth. With a tap of her fingers, she summoned a holographic projection, displaying the dizzying expansion charts and resource networks. The expansion of scale has led to a geometric escalation of management complexity. Although the Red Queen has assumed control over the fundamental aspects of planetary resource scheduling, fleet maintenance, logistical supply chain optimization, junior personnel allocation, and routine defensive patrols, she functions akin to a neural network, ensuring the basic metabolism and coordinated operation of this colossal entity with remarkable efficiency. Sophia acknowledges the role of artificial intelligence. Yet she pivots the conversation. However, strategic decision-making, core technological direction, integration strategies for newly conquered civilizations, high-level diplomacy, and critical personnel appointments still necessitate human intellect, experience, and judgment. Her gaze traverses the projection, landing on the names of several pivotal figures. Earth Orbital Defense, Solar System Garrison Fleet, Victor Sterling. This former high-ranking NATO officer, known for his ruthless efficiency and almost obsessive pursuit of order, has been assimilated by the Colossus. Having undergone genetic enhancement and partial mechanization, his mind operates like a combat computer, commanding the orbital fortress cluster and the solar system's patrol fleet, serving as the most relentless guardian of Earth's gateway. His motto is, "Any unauthorized approach is a desecration of the Colossus's will, and I shall eradicate it." Intelligence integration and internal security, Isabella Ward. This enigmatic intelligence expert, possessing an almost photographic memory and formidable mental resilience, reigns as the queen in the shadows of the Colossus. She has constructed and oversees an intelligence network that spans the entire Imperial territory, responsible for monitoring all anomalous information flows, identifying potential threats, and executing internal loyalty assessments. Her intelligence network is all-encompassing. No whisper of unrest escapes her notice. She herself resembles an elegant yet lethal specter, rarely making appearances. Cutting-edge technology research and reverse engineering, Dr. Eleanor Reed, a genius scientist with groundbreaking breakthroughs in quantum physics and exotic materials. Her pursuit of knowledge borders on fanaticism, with moral boundaries being relatively nebulous. Yet she remains utterly devoted to the limitless research resources provided by the Colossus. She leads several highly isolated advanced laboratories, tasked with deciphering alien technologies acquired from deep space relics or conquests, transforming those unfathomable powers into weapons or tools for the Colossus. Victor, Isabella, and even Dr. Reed excel in their respective domains, shouldering substantial specialized responsibilities. However, the gravity in her tone shifts as her gaze ultimately rests upon the luminous point representing the deep space territories and Fleet Commander Eric. The most pressing strategic pressures and the heaviest burdens of decision-making still rest upon the three of us, particularly Eric. Her brow furrows with concern. Although Eric has undergone top-tier genetic enhancement, far surpassing the limits of ordinary humans, he is fundamentally a brilliant strategic scientist and engineer. Yet, he has been placed in the position of Supreme Commander of the Colossus's galactic fleet by you. Not only must he command the battle group in its interstellar conquests, but he must also balance logistics that span light years, assimilate newly conquered civilizations, confront unknown cosmic threats, coordinate with Isabella's intelligence network, and assess and apply the high-risk cutting-edge technologies transmitted from Eleanor. This has long surpassed the limits of a singular role. He now resembles a processor that has been forcibly overclocked, simultaneously managing the central decision-making tree of the Empire's most vital strategies. While Red Queen can manage the flow of data, It cannot substitute for him in making these significant choices that demand intuition, experience, and even ambition. If this continues, I fear this processor may overload or yield decision biases that we cannot afford. She concluded, her gaze fixed on Elijah. Therefore, I once again strongly recommend. It is time to introduce a new, absolutely reliable core pillar at the highest strategic decision-making level. The Titan requires more minds to share Eric's burdens and engage in the highest level planning. Elijah had long since finished his meal and was leisurely wiping his hands with a napkin. He listened to Sophia's clear and data-rich analysis, his eyes deep with understanding, clearly resonating with the thoughts in his mind. Sophia, your insight is always so precise, aligning perfectly with my own thoughts. Elijah's voice was steady. The Titan Deep Space Academy, the 8th cohort of elite students, are not only receiving cutting-edge knowledge, but also undergoing a tempering of will and loyalty. I have commanded the dean to ensure they complete their graduation assessments by the end of this year, followed immediately by top-tier physical enhancements and the crucial loyalty branding gene editing program. This is an absolute obedience directive inscribed at the genetic level, serving as the ultimate safeguard for core will, ensuring the purity and reliability of the new blood. As for the candidate for the new pillar at the highest decision-making level, Elijah rose and walked once more to the floor-to-ceiling window. The objective is crystal clear, my uncle, James Adams. Sophia's eyes reflected understanding. This name is not unfamiliar within the inner circle. Uncle James, Elijah continued, his tone imbued with familial warmth. He still holds the title of Minister of Naval Operations. However, to the Titan, that is a trivial position. I will persuade him to willingly, even eagerly, relinquish that role. The first step is to enroll him in the Deep Space Academy to study the highest level governor's curriculum. He must learn not only about the Titan's technological tree, but also our logical framework, our operational rules, and our cosmic worldview. This is a reshaping of thought. The second step, upon graduation, is to directly deploy him alongside Eric as the first deputy commander of the Galactic Fleet. Elijah's lips curled into a smile, tinged with both regret and relief. Eric has worked too hard over the years. To have a scientist serve as a marshal in the expansion of territory has been a misallocation of talent. It is time to find him a partner who can genuinely share the core strategic pressure and whom he can trust implicitly. Uncle James possesses a profound military heritage, strategic acumen, and political sagacity, particularly enhanced by the innate trust that comes from kinship, rendering him the most suitable candidate. He should accompany Eric to immerse himself comprehensively in the fleet's daily command, interstellar battle deployments, and strategies for civilizational engagement. The third step, which is also the ultimate objective, entails Uncle James fully acclimating to the role and mastering the operation of the formidable deep space fleet. At that juncture, he shall officially assume the position of Supreme Commander of the colossal galaxy fleet. This will undoubtedly bring a noticeable sense of ease and delight to Eric. The once pressured genius scientist, who has long been thrust into leadership, can finally relinquish his command and return to his most cherished and proficient domain. Perhaps as the chief scientist of the colossal Deep Space Research Institute, or leading the technological analysis and development of the promising Crystal Star domain. He is deserving of this liberation. Regarding personnel matters within the fleet, Elijah added with a tone of empowerment, I shall grant Uncle James ample autonomy, allowing him to select and assemble his own core command team and staff from among the distinguished and capable fleet commanders. The Colossal requires a new infusion of vitality and the establishment of a more robust and layered core decision-making structure. Sophia listened intently to this intricately woven plan, her eyes sparkling with genuine admiration. A remarkably thorough blueprint, boss, she remarked with a smile, glancing at the two vibrant roses on the table before turning her gaze back to Elijah. It seems your hurried journey has not only successfully soothed your overwhelmed assistant, but has also recalibrated the future trajectory of the Colossal's superluminal engine, adding vital new fuel. Elijah observed her poised yet slightly weary figure and the stack of documents that, although temporarily set aside due to his return, still symbolized an immense burden. He recalled the image of Sophia transforming into a whirlwind of energy in the training room from Matilda's video, along with the loathing reflected in that despairing gaze. A sincere smile, tinged with a hint of helplessness yet filled with indulgence, spread across his lips. Enough. He gently placed his hand upon Sophia's delicate one as she prepared to open the next document, his touch imbued with undeniable tenderness, halting her actions. Now, this remaining battleground is mine. My dear assistant, you may clock out. If I do not let you go now, I fear Mr. Bronski's psychological evaluation report will escalate from the brink of collapse to complete disarray by tomorrow. To preserve a valuable yet irritable asset for the Colossal, and to spare myself from Matilda's savior-like gaze, I command you to leave this office immediately. Sophia was momentarily taken aback, but soon, the mask of the perfect assistant melted away completely. A genuine, relaxed smile blossomed on her face as the last remnants of tension dissolved from her emerald eyes. She obediently withdrew her hand, not even bothering to tidy the scattered papers on the desk, a disarray she would typically never tolerate. As you wish, boss, she replied, rising gracefully and lifting the enormous food container that still exuded a warm, spicy aroma. Well then, dear new laborer, it seems this Mount Olympus is yours to toil over. She nodded slightly and turned towards the door, her steps light and elegant, akin to a curtain call. Elijah smiled faintly, pulling out the chair to sit down and opening the first document awaiting his signature. Moving mountains? No, he was shifting galaxies. And this small hill was merely a trifling diversion to be enjoyed upon his return home. At the very least, he was aware that his petite assistant was indulging in her well-deserved moment of tranquil respite. Time slipped quietly away amidst the towering stacks of documents and the silent flow of starlight. As the first golden rays of dawn pierced the New York skyline, casting light upon the far end of Elijah's desk, he had just signed the final document. He let out a long breath, rubbing his temples that throbbed from prolonged concentration. The night of moving mountains had finally reached its conclusion. At that moment, the heavy door of the office, typically accessible only to the highest authorities, was suddenly thrust open with a resounding thud against the buffer, accompanied by the unmistakable sound of a temporary unlocking. A figure, covered in grease stains, with tousled hair and dark circles beneath his eyes, burst in with great fervor. Tony Stark, with a clear purpose, headed directly for the small liquor cabinet beside Elijah's desk, deftly retrieving a bottle of mineral water. He gulped down nearly half the bottle, droplets cascading down his slightly weary chin. Elijah, arms crossed and body relaxed against the broad chair back, spoke in a leisurely tone mixed with resignation, indulgence, and an air of anticipation. Mr. Stark, should you continue to ravage my office door in such a manner, I shall have to package you and your precious armors and send you off to mine helium-3 on the Orion Nebula. I assure you, the mining uniforms there are devoid of any gold and crimson embellishments. Tony abruptly set down the water bottle, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand, spinning around with wide eyes, filled with an exaggerated outrage that screamed, "You have no idea what I've been through. Hey, you heartless fiend. Mining? You actually intend to send the genius, philanthropist, and superhero Iron Man to do mining? Once you hear what I've been up to lately, you'll only want to package the Orion Nebula and send it to me as a backyard." His words flowed rapidly like a barrage, punctuated by animated gestures, brimming with Stark's characteristic intensity. Elijah raised an eyebrow, deliberately elongating his tone to mimic a news anchor. "Oh, what earth-shattering endeavor have you undertaken? Was it merely the environmentally friendly demolition of the multi-million-dollar Marbury Cliffs mansion? Pray tell, has the demolition fee from the real estate company finally come through? The compensation for the demolition is so substantial that it has prompted you, a billionaire, to experience a pang of conscience and consider extending a helping hand to your struggling brother laboring in the cosmos?" Upon hearing this, Tony seemed to be frozen, standing still for a full 3 seconds. His expression transitioned from one of accusation to incredulity, ultimately settling into a look that conveyed utter absurdity, as if to question whether Elijah's mind had been compromised by radiation from a warp engine. He shook his head vigorously, attempting to dispel Elijah's outrageous supposition. Stop, stop, stop. What on earth are you rambling about?" He approached his desk, placing his hands forcefully on the surface, nearly confronting Elijah across the table. His eyes ablaze with the fire of someone recounting a legendary tale. That beautiful house of mine was nearly obliterated by Ivan Vanko, a brash Russian brute who clawed his way out of the Siberian tundra, his mind seemingly stuck in the Cold War. He used S.H.I.E.L.D, aesthetically disastrous scrap metal, to send it sky high. He punctuated his words with an exaggerated gesture, nearly spitting as he spoke. "Let me tell you, my friend, that scene. If I hadn't taken precautions and revolutionized the series with modular upgrades, creating portable rapid deployment units, I, Pepper, and Rhodey, who happened to be visiting at the time, would have been vaporized by that damned explosion. You would never have seen the most dashing, intelligent, and indispensable brother on this planet again. He flicked his hair dramatically, trying to adopt a suave demeanor, but the remnants of fear in his brow and the dark circles under his eyes betrayed him. Elijah observed his facade of bravado, clearly rooted in lingering dread, and a deeper amusement sparkled in his eyes, tinged with mischief. "Oh, so impressive, aren't we?" He elongated his tone, lightly tapping the table with his fingers. "Modular battle armor? Sounds rather cool." However, he shifted his tone with a hint of mockery. "How did our ever-knowledgeable Tony Stark fail to notice that the Russian brute was sneaking into your backyard with a bomb, preparing to give your home a forced renovation? Was your Jarvis on holiday that day?" This remark struck at Tony's core. The facade of pride crumbled away, and he irritably raked his already disheveled hair, resembling a child whose balloon had just been popped. After muttering an expletive, he pounded his fist on Elijah's sturdy desk in frustration. "Don't even get me started. This is nothing but an unwarranted disaster. It's that damned old man, Howard Stark." When he mentioned his father's name, his tone was laced with a complex mix of emotions: resentment, bitterness, and a barely perceptible hint of loss. He.S. the one who offended people at the company all those years ago. It's his legacy. And what's the result? Decades later, this debacle lands squarely on my shoulders. He.S. resting peacefully in his coffin, while I nearly got sent skyward with my house. Is this fair? Damn it. It's utterly unfair. Tony paced restlessly around the office like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, muttering incessantly, his ire directed at the father who had never truly acknowledged him. This was his habitual method of masking the vulnerability that lay beneath the surface. Elijah observed Tony's outburst in silence, understanding this superhero whom he had admired in a past life. The exaggerated gestures, the rapid-fire speech, the complaints about his father, all were quintessentially Tony Stark, serving as a protective shell that concealed his fears for Pepper's safety, his frustration over enemy ambushes, and, more deeply, the complexities of his relationship with paternal shadows. He refrained from interrupting, patiently waiting for Tony's agitation to subside before lifting the now-cold coffee from the table and taking a gentle sip. True brotherhood, at times, requires no words. It simply demands the offer of a middle finger when one is in a state of turmoil. Chapter 48. Oscar-winning actor Elijah Adams' Tony continued to circle the office, his murmurs filled with grievances against Howard. Yet, Elijah understood him well. This fellow burst in with dark circles under his eyes, quenching his thirst and lamenting while berating his father. The crux of his discontent was not a plea for comfort. In those eyes, there burned an unmistakable fire, a challenge that seemed to say, "Look at me, I'm about to show off." This was not a call for help, but rather a need for a heavyweight audience to witness how Iron Man would obliterate the Russian brute who had demolished his seaside villa with his newly upgraded arsenal. Having just tackled a mountain of paperwork, Elijah was in dire need of a stimulating diversion. A superhero spectacle complete with live explosions was the perfect remedy. All right. Elijah finally interjected, interrupting Tony's relentless discourse on Howard's historical missteps, his tone laced with playful mirth. "Could you spare my alloy floor? Let's cut to the chase, Tony. Are you planning to rush out and turn that Russian into scrap metal, just to flaunt your dazzling new armor in front of me? Or did you come here merely to perform a monologue on the woes of a billionaire?" His gaze playfully scrutinized Tony. "Don't tell me the illustrious Tony Stark has yet to unearth that demolition chief?" Tony's steps halted abruptly. He pivoted sharply, the remnants of his agitation replaced by exaggerated surprise and a sense of delight at having been caught, intertwined with his signature narcissism. Wow, Elijah Adams, the captain of the Titan Empire, indeed possesses sharp insight. He dramatically spread his arms wide, only to quickly retract them, pointing a finger at Elijah. "However, mind your phrasing. The great Iron Man requires no assistance from anyone. This is about upholding justice and combating crime." He puffed out his chest, striving to appear more imposing, his expression reminiscent of the playful banter he had shared with Captain America aboard the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier, tinged with a childlike earnestness. "I merely require a witness of substantial gravitas, someone who comprehends the technological leap and artistic elegance underlying this victory." to personally witness the illustrious Iron Man dispatching that audacious supervillain who dared to recklessly obliterate the serene homes of innocent civilians to his rightful place, perhaps a junkyard. He lifted his chin slightly, his gaze brimming with an eager anticipation for praise. Elijah couldn't help but chuckle. He was all too familiar with Tony's antics. Rising to his feet, he adjusted an imaginary collar, mimicking the tone of victims at a press conference, his voice laced with a sincere yet sarcastic flair. Of course. As a profoundly grateful ordinary citizen, perpetually basking in the protective glow of Iron Man, I, Elijah Adams, am immensely honored and more than willing to serve as your live witness in this act of justice. What a privilege it is to bear witness to the noble endeavors of the great Iron Man in ridding the world of evil. Should I bring my own popcorn and soda? Be quiet and get on the plane? Tony retorted, rolling his eyes at his friend's sarcasm, yet unable to suppress a smile. This playful exchange, filled with mutual teasing and unspoken understanding, was the unique seasoning of their brotherly bond. The action-oriented Tony promptly summoned J.A.R.V.I.S. As they stepped out of the headquarters and approached the airport, a sleek, understatedly luxurious Gulfstream G650 private jet awaited on the tarmac. The cabin exuded Tony's signature flamboyance, complete with leather seats, surround sound, and a minibar. Once comfortably seated and buckled in, J.A.R.V.I.S.'s steady voice resonated through the cabin. Sir, the signal for Ivan Vanko and his accomplices has been locked. Location: Los Angeles, Stark Industries underground research facility. Anomalous data streams have been detected, targeting the drone project jointly developed by Stark Industries and the Avengers. Preliminary analysis suggests an intent to steal the core technology of the anti-gravity engine. Huh. I knew that lunatic wouldn't rest. He wants to pilfer my ideas and covet the technology of the Avengers? Tony exclaimed, slapping the armrest in excitement. Buckle up, buddy. The show is about to begin. J.A.R.V.I.S. Initiate the relocation protocol and airdrop my party suit directly to the research facility. Also, send Pepper a message. Just say that Elijah and I are handling a bit of follow-up technical assessment for some home repairs, so she can focus on her work. The engines roared to life as the Gulfstream gracefully ascended into the azure sky, speeding towards Los Angeles on the west coast. The private jet sliced through the atmosphere, soon landing in an industrial area on the outskirts of Los Angeles. The entrance to the underground base is concealed behind a dilapidated warehouse. As the aircraft has just come to a halt on the tarmac, a transport plane descends almost simultaneously, its cargo door swinging open to reveal a silver-gray metallic cube standing at the height of a man. Quite efficient, Tony mused as he snapped his fingers and descended from the plane, with Elijah closely trailing behind. Tony approached the cube directly, halting about 2 meters in front of it, resembling a child awaiting the unveiling of a prize, with his arms outstretched in a display of pride. Jarvis commenced the suit assembly. A low hum resonated as the surface of the cube illuminated with intricate azure energy circuits, emitting a deep, initiating sound. The entire cube swiftly deconstructed and transformed. Golden red chest armor, aerodynamically designed arm guards, robust leg armor, and the iconic helmet components launched toward Tony with a soft whoosh, clattering into place with precision. The chest plate enveloped the core, followed closely by the arm and leg pieces that fit together seamlessly. Finally, the helmet descended with a crisp mechanical snap, completing the assembly in mere seconds, exuding an aesthetic of technological power. Under the sunlight, the newly adorned armor shimmered with a radiant glow, emanating an imposing aura. Behold this suit, far superior to your worker bee. Wouldn't you agree? Tony's voice resonated through the visor, imbued with a triumphant metallic echo. He flexed his joints, the armor functioning smoothly and silently. A mere F.A.O.D.E., Elijah remarked with a smirk, crossing his arms, though his eyes betrayed a recognition of the suit's efficiency. Just as Tony completed his donning, a thunderous explosion erupted from the depths of the warehouse. A massive, familiar dark gray figure violently burst through the metal wall, accompanied by scattering sparks and twisted steel beams, crashing heavily onto the tarmac. It was none other than Ivan Vanko's brutish heavy armor. The multi-barreled Gatling cannon on its shoulder began to whir and warm up, emitting a low, buzzing sound, while the missile nest on its back flickered with targeting red lights. "Save me the trouble of entering, you Russian brute," Tony shouted, as his palm cannon ignited with a blinding white light. The clash of gold-red and dark gray ignited in an instant. Utilizing the unparalleled agility and ferocious firepower of his new armor, Tony darted around the clumsily moving Ivan Vanko, launching strikes with precision. The beams from his palm cannon accurately struck joints and energy nodes, while miniature missiles cascaded like a swarm, erupting in fiery explosions against the adversary's heavy armor. Ivan Vanko, relying on his sheer defensive might, swung an energy whip crackling with high-voltage sparks in an attempt to retaliate. But Tony deftly evaded each strike. The metallic clangs and explosive energy detonations reverberated throughout the entire area. Meanwhile, Elijah leisurely withdrew a few steps, leaning against an abandoned shipping container with his hands in his pockets, observing the spectacle like an enthralled audience watching an exhilarating action film. A relaxed smile gracing his face as he exuded confidence in Tony's prowess. However, just as Tony executed a splendid dive, sending Ivan Vanko staggering backward with his energy cannon, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A searing, orange-red figure, emanating a pungent scent, burst forth from an inconspicuous vent deep within the warehouse at an alarming speed. The target was not the battling Tony, but rather Elijah, who was observing from the rear. It was Aldrich Killian. At this moment, Killian's skin appeared to flow with molten lava, radiating an unsettling heat that warped the air around him, while his eyes blazed with a frenzied, vengeful orange flame. He had injected himself with the extremist virus. "Tony Stark, do you see who I am?" Killian's voice, distorted and hoarse from the heat and excitement, echoed as he instantaneously materialized behind Elijah, a hand, with lava-like patterns clearly visible beneath the skin, constricting around Elijah's throat like an iron band. The other hand, equally searing, pressed against Elijah's temple like a venomous serpent, steam rising from his fingertips. "Drop your weapons. Disengage your armor. Otherwise, I shall promptly turn your dear brother's head into a roasted potato," Killian bellowed, his face contorted into a grotesque grin, fully aware of Elijah's value as the captain of the giant corporation. Tony, taken aback by this sudden assault, found his movements momentarily halted. Ivan Vanko seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful energy whip that struck Tony's chest plate with tremendous force. Bang! Tony was sent hurtling backward, crashing into a pile of metal debris with a resounding clang. Struggling to sit up, his helmet popped open, revealing his handsome face now marred with a blend of shock, anger, and most prominently, an expression of incredulity at witnessing someone voluntarily leap into the jaws of a tiger. Tony glanced at Elijah, who appeared slightly caught off guard by Killian's hostage-taking, and then at Killian, whose excitement had ignited his lava-like skin and could not help but respond in an incredulous tone, as if confirming whether the man had lost his senses. "Killian, are you serious?" Tony's voice wavered with a sense of absurdity as he pointed at Elijah. "You're holding him hostage? You're taking the CEO of the giant corporation, Elijah Adams?" Tony's expression was a complex tapestry of fury at Killian's audacity, a hint of dread, primarily fearing the catastrophic consequences should Killian truly provoke Elijah, but most of all, a profound pity for Killian, as he realized the grave folly he had committed. Only Tony understood the extraordinary power concealed within his seemingly benign tech company CEO friend. Killian's actions were not merely a hostage situation. He was clutching a human-shaped star as his talisman. From Elijah's perspective, as the aircraft circled above Los Angeles, preparing to land, his gaze effortlessly penetrated the surface soil and concrete structures, directly revealing the scene deep within the base. Ivan Vanko's heavy battle armor, resembling a mobile boiler, emitted a colossal thermal signature that illuminated the subterranean space like an unshielded beacon. Yet, what truly surprised and delighted Elijah was the presence of a dozen unusually vibrant humanoid furnaces. They radiated an intensity of heat and a ferocity of life energy far exceeding that of ordinary beings, with the leader's energy signature standing out as particularly unstable and obsessive, evoking a distorted sense of familiarity. "Aldrich Killian?" A playful smirk crept upon the corner of Elijah's mouth in the unnoticed shadows. He instantly recognized the man whom Tony had casually dismissed at the Stark Expo, harboring a grudge. How amusing. Truly, one finds encounters in the most unexpected places. An absurd yet slightly comedic thought formed in his mind. The fated duo of Iron Man's experiences, a Russian brute wielding an electric whip, and a self-ignited scientific monster. Brought together, it felt as if destiny had played a mischievous trick, a double delight. It appeared that today, a spectacle would be more captivating than anticipated. He was even a tad curious whether this real-life pairing of hidden talents would prove more outrageous than their cinematic counterparts. He had merely come with the mindset of an audience member, eager to witness how the villainous performances in reality differed from his memories. However, just as Tony was about to subdue Ivan Vanko with the advantages of his new armor, the tide of battle seemed poised to settle when an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Elijah's heightened perception distinctly captured the leader, the molten core Killian, shooting forth like a cannonball from a predicted vent. The terrifying speed, appearing as instantaneous movement to the ordinary eye, locked onto him with uncanny precision. The target is me? Elijah momentarily faltered, only to be ignited by a fervent interest, akin to discovering a new toy. This plot twist was utterly unforeseen. How intriguing. So very intriguing. Killian's sprint, to an average observer, was as swift as lightning, yet to Elijah, the motion unfolded as if in slow motion. He even found the leisure to evaluate the seething heat waves emanating from Killian's arm. Instantaneously melting steel would pose no challenge. Searing a steak to medium rare would likely take merely 2 seconds, a rather mediocre level of heat, if Elijah were to act with true intent. At the moment Killian burst forth from the vent, suspended in midair, he could unleash a thermal gaze infused with the temperature of a stellar core with but a thought. This self-igniting lunatic, along with his paltry virus, will be vaporized in a fraction of a second, leaving no molecular remnants, as if he had never existed. Yet, how dull would that be? A meticulously orchestrated gathering of villains would certainly lack the thrill of audience interaction. A brilliant, delightfully wicked idea instantly ignited in Elijah's mind, with a mischievous glint flickering deep within his eyes, as the searing arm of Killian, hot enough to melt ordinary metal, clamped around his neck like a red-hot branding iron. Elijah's body trembled violently for a fleeting moment. The expression of relaxed detachment that adorned his face vanished without a trace, replaced by a blend of profound shock, bewilderment, and just the right hint of terror. His performance could only be described as award-winning. A sharp, pained gasp escaped him, artfully feigned, of course, as he struggled dramatically, only to succumb to a feigned helplessness, his visage contorting into a mask of abject horror, his eyes darting about in frantic desperation. He perfectly embodied the image of an unarmed billionaire suddenly seized by a terrorist. Killian's hoarse, vengeful roar echoed in his ears. "Drop your weapon. Disengage your armor. Otherwise, I will promptly turn your dear brother's head into a roasted potato." Simultaneously, the intense heat of Killian's fingertip pressed against his temple sent a fierce burning sensation coursing through him, though to his skin, it felt akin to a mere heating pad. Yet Elijah's performance only intensified. With great effort, he turned his gaze toward Tony, who had been sent flying by Ivan Vanko's whip and was now struggling to sit up, his face etched with helplessness and despair. "Tony, save me. Please, save me." The tone of his voice was heart-wrenching, eliciting sorrow from anyone who might hear it. Abruptly, he shifted his focus back to his captor, Killian. "Sir, remain calm. Please, do not act rashly. Do not tread the path of crime. What do you desire? Money? Dollars? Gold? Shares of the Titan Corporation? The latest deep space engine schematics? Or even complete control of the Titan Corporation? Just say the word. I will give you anything. Right away. I can sign a transfer agreement immediately. Just let me go. Everything is negotiable." He gazed earnestly at Killian, his eyes brimming with sincerity that conveyed a willingness to forsake his entire fortune for the sake of his life, masterfully portraying the image of a terrified tycoon desperate for survival. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Just as Tony began to recover from the impact of being struck, his mask popped open, revealing a face still bearing the traces of shock and lingering anger. He then heard Elijah's impassioned pleas for mercy and extravagant promises. Tony's expression instantly froze, as if a pause button had been pressed. Shock and anger lingered in his eyes, but an overwhelming sense of absurdity, akin to being trampled by 1,000 alpacas, and a thought of "are you kidding me?" surged through his mind like a tsunami, obliterating all other emotions. He watched his good brother, trembling and promising to surrender the entire Titan Empire, and his lips twitched uncontrollably. 3 thick black lines appearing prominently on his forehead. He could even feel his temples throbbing intensely. Elijah Adams, you damn Oscar, you owe him 10 little golden statuettes. Tony's inner turmoil roared with an unprecedented challenge to his intellect, while he mourned for Killian for a brief 3 seconds. The unfortunate soul had no inkling of the calamity he had ensnared, believing foolishly that he held the very pulse of the universe in his grasp. Tony's gaze swept with intricate complexity over the terrified, tail-wagging Elijah, then shifted to Killian, whose eyes blazed with vengeful fervor. Chin held high, as if he had already seized dominion over all. Ultimately, Tony could only express his profound exhaustion by heavily rubbing his face with his hand, releasing a long sigh from the depths of his throat, a mixture of resignation, frustration, and the sentiment that he was utterly baffled. This farce was becoming increasingly unbearable. Chapter 49. The performance interrupted by Sophia. Tony observed Elijah, who was being held captive by Killian, still promising to surrender the Titan. And the lines on his forehead almost formed a continuous dark streak, his temples throbbing. He simply could not endure this absurd spectacle any longer. Feeling his patience being rubbed raw, with a deeply exasperated exclamation, he dramatically raised his hand and slapped his palm against his forehead, covered in cold metal, producing a sharp clang. This action was imbued with a potent sense of embarrassment and a profound disillusionment with the both of them. Yet in that moment of awkwardness, Tony's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Ivan Vanko, struggling to regain his footing and aim. Without a moment's hesitation, Tony's hand, which had been pressed against his forehead, smoothly descended. As his arm fell, it naturally rose, extending with precision, the palm's cannon mouth suddenly igniting with blinding white light, energy charged in an instant. Enough noise! Tony muttered a low curse, irritated by the interruption of his viewing experience. Whoosh! Boom! A beam of energy, far more robust and solid than before, struck with precision at the energy core of Ivan Vanko's heavy armor. The massive whiplash was struck as if it were hit head-on by a speeding locomotive, producing a thunderous crash, dark gray armor fragments scattering. The colossal machine was propelled uncontrollably backward, crashing into a pile of containers, rendering it incapacitated, smoke and sparks billowing from its chest. The entire sequence, from forehead to cannon fire to the launch of Ivan, flowed seamlessly, epitomizing the essence of combat experience. Having dealt with the noisy Russian, Tony let out a long, exaggerated sigh of relief, as though he had shed a heavy burden. He could finally redirect all his attention, or rather, all his bewilderment and critique, to the farcical abduction unfolding before him. He spread his arms wide, adopting a quintessential stance imbued with a touch of Stark-esque flamboyance and helplessness, facing Killian, who tightly gripped Elijah, his face still bearing the thrill of revenge and the illusion of control. Tony's expression was a complex tapestry of pity, absurdity, and a resigned acknowledgement of his efforts to rescue Elijah. Tony's voice resonated through the mask, adopting a tone reminiscent of someone patiently explaining concepts to a group of kindergarten children. Given the chaos that had already ensued and your apparent confusion regarding the situation, I deemed it essential to present you with a distinctly clear and humane choice. He raised a finger, encased in gilded crimson armor, and waved it slightly. Option 1. You may, at this very moment, gently release my visibly frightened companion, and then obediently stand still, awaiting the arrival of the police, or any uniformed organization equipped with firearms, to escort you through their convoluted yet, at the very least, breathable legal processes. While the outcome would likely result in a lengthy imprisonment, at least, Tony paused, his tone laced with a hint of sincere counsel. One might still retain some semblance of integrity as a human being. Then, he raised a second finger, and his tone abruptly shifted, imbued with an unspoken, heart-stopping sense of peril. Option 2. You could choose to persist in holding him hostage. Tony nodded at the unfortunate Elijah, who was helplessly ensnared in his grasp. You are free to deliver your villainous monologue, tighten your grip further, or poke at his temples with your diminutive hands, if that pleases you. Tony's tone turned exceedingly earnest, almost encouraging, and then you would wait. You would wait for him to tire of the game. He deliberately emphasized tire of the game, casting a glance at Elijah. Or, in a more dire scenario, you would await the moment when your actions inadvertently, even slightly, incited his ire. His outstretched palm suddenly clenched, performing a subtle yet devastating motion of crushing, Then, my dear Dr. Killian, he assured, I guarantee that not only will you be reduced to a mere pile of volcanic ash, unworthy even for a construction site. Tony's gaze swept over Ivan Vanko, slumped amidst the smoldering ruins, before scanning the entire dilapidated base, along with your Russian accomplices, and any secrets that may lie buried beneath the foundation, secrets you would prefer remained undisclosed. He paused to let that catastrophic imagery solidify in Killian's mind, before delivering the final verdict in a disturbingly casual tone. Everything will be meticulously and utterly erased from the map, physically obliterated, leaving not a trace behind, as if it had never existed. Tony finally spread his hands. So, Killian, choose wisely. Will you opt for the legal process, or will you select? He gestured skyward, mimicking a gesture of disintegration. A family meal that vaporizes instantaneously? The choice is yours. With that, Tony crossed his arms, adopting a demeanor that suggested he had extended every possible courtesy, now leaving your fate to the whims of chance, as he quietly observed Killian. The gaze bore down upon him like that of a driver recklessly navigating against the flow of traffic, infused with an overwhelming sense of inevitability, as if proclaiming, You are doomed. I am merely awaiting the collision. Tony's words, steeped in dark humor and reminiscent of a choice offered to a wayward lamb, struck Killian with the searing intensity of a red-hot branding iron, etching deep into the frayed nerves twisted by hatred and obsession. Legal proceedings? Instant vaporisation. Choose for yourself? To Killian, these phrases were not options, but rather stark, unadulterated mockery. It was a further humiliation from the towering billionaires, Tony Stark and Elijah Adams, who gazed down upon him, a mere failure, a jester in their eyes. The last encounter on the rooftop of Stark Industries lingered in his mind, where the frigid night air enveloped him. Clutching his dreams like a devout believer yearning for divine favor, he waited until his heart burned with despair, until hope flickered and dimmed. And what did he witness? Tony Stark, accompanied by Pepper Potts, laughing and chatting as they ascended into their vehicle. Not a single pause to acknowledge his existence. He had been utterly forgotten. The humiliation of being trampled like refuse, the anger and despair freezing in the cold wind, had long since simmered within the molten core of his being, fermenting with rage. Now, that old scar was violently ripped open by Tony's mocking tone. Moreover, the seemingly feeble Elijah Adams, the helm of the Titan Empire, whose earlier pleas for mercy now seemed laced with venomous irony. These two men, these insufferable, oblivious billionaires, what did they perceive Aldrich Killian to be? A mere plaything for their amusement? A jester to be toyed with at will? Killian could no longer contain himself. The already volatile energy of the extremist virus surged within him like a lit powder keg, spiraling out of control. He let forth a roar of unbridled fury, his molten arm, gripping Elijah's neck, tightened to the maximum, while his fingers, akin to a heated steel spike, pressed mercilessly against Elijah's temple. The incandescent heat rose, as if ready to pierce through that fragile skull in the next heartbeat. Silence. Stock. You arrogant wretch. Silence. Killian's roar reverberated, causing the very air around him to tremble. His face, distorted by energy and rage, was a mask of chaotic destruction. Law? Procedure? Is this how you dismiss me, like a mere dog, just as you did last time at Stark Industries? Ignoring me as if I were a pile of refuse? He bellowed, the wounds of the past and the humiliation of the present igniting his fury. You damned lofty parasites! Do you comprehend the essence of despair? What does it mean to be trampled upon? His gaze was fixed intently on Tony, with a searing hatred burning in his orange-red eyes. Tony Stark, what do you think you are? A dandy relying on ancestral fortune and luck. Without your father's inheritance, without that damned reactor, you are nothing. What gives you the right? What gives you the authority to dictate the fates of others like a god? What gives you the audacity to regard me as mere mud beneath your feet? Immediately, his molten gaze, filled with resentment, shifted violently towards Elijah, whom he held tightly in his grasp. And you, Adams, you hypocritical deceiver, putting on airs, groveling for sympathy. Killian's voice, sharp and piercing due to his extreme anger, echoed. The Titan group? Control? Do you think I would believe your crocodile tears? You are all cut from the same cloth, weaving lies with money and power, treating everyone as mere pawns on your chessboard. He gripped Elijah's arm so tightly that it trembled violently, unleashing a final, hysterical roar at Tony, spittle mingling with the steam of his rage. Choice. I choose for you all to perish. You arrogant, wretched billionaires, along with your filthy empire of wealth, reduced to ashes. He whispered the most venomous curse into Elijah's ear. It starts with you, the big boss of Titan. I shall make you the first to experience what true despair means. Just as Killian trembled with fury, poised at the apex of his impending action, a series of cheerful, melodic notifications pierced through the atmosphere, emanating from the silver-gray personal terminal on Elijah's left wrist. The sound was so out of place that even the furious Killian momentarily faltered, a flicker of bewilderment crossing his face. Elijah's expression instantly shifted to one of annoyance at the unwelcome interruption, seemingly blaming the untimely call. He raised his wrist, effortlessly tapping to answer. Sophia's clear holographic image materialized in an instant. In the image, Sophia appeared as if she had just been roused from deep slumber, draped in a silk robe. Her golden hair was somewhat tousled, a hint of post-sleep languor on her face, yet her eyes sparkled with a tempest. Boss, Sophia's voice resonated through the speaker. I've barely finished a full night's sleep. What colossal mess have you stirred up now? Elijah's expression seamlessly transformed from displeasure to an innocent smile reserved for his assistant. Oh, dear Sophia. Good morning. His tone was light and cheerful. No mess at all. Tony and I were just watching a movie. An incredibly thrilling action blockbuster, with top-notch special effects. What has happened to make you so concerned for me this early? He even blinked, attempting to convey a signal that I was easygoing. Sophia's response was a dramatic, unabashed eye roll. She extended her finger, tapping rapidly a few times, then raised her gaze, fixing Elijah with a look that seemed to say, You continue to weave your tale. Watching a movie? Oh, really? Then why did Red just synchronize and capture a rather intriguing video clip from Jarvis's emergency event log database? The recording was titled, Mr. Elijah Adams, CEO of Titan Corporation, confirmed kidnapped at Stark Industries base at the specified Los Angeles time. Sophia leaned slightly forward, her exquisite face magnified, staring intently at Elijah. Moreover, it is rather unfortunate, dear boss, that I have been sitting here, thanks to the generously shared live footage from your brother, Mr. Tony Stark, and have been an audience to your delightful performance with the fiery Mr. Killian for a splendid 5 minutes. She intentionally emphasized the phrase, delightful performance. So what? Elijah's expression instantly morphed into one of extreme grievance and confusion, as he spread out the hand that had not been taken hostage. Wasn't it merely the burdens of work that drove him out to seek solace with Tony, while also observing the community cleanup, looking for a bit of fun and excitement? Could this truly be considered a blunder? Sophia, is your definition of excitement perhaps a tad too stringent? Just as Elijah was about to defend himself, Killian erupted. Enough chatter. You damn bastards. I will burn you all to ashes. Now, immediately, completely ignored and utterly dismissed, Killian finally snapped. He felt like a clown performing desperately at center stage while the only 2 audience members discussed what to have for dinner. Tony's binary choice was an insult. Elijah's pleas for mercy were a deception. Now, this sudden woman, treating him as if he were air across the screen while flirting with Elijah? This was more agonizing than death itself. It shattered his nerves more than any physical harm could. The tumultuous energy within him could no longer be contained, and with a heart-wrenching roar, he seized Elijah's arm, his fingers pressing against his temple, erupting in a blinding orange-red glow. He aimed to incinerate this wretched, hypocritical billionaire along with that noisy woman. However, Elijah merely clicked his tongue in clear annoyance, not even turning his head, his gaze still fixed on Sophia's screen. His expression one of displeasure at being disturbed. In the very moment of Killian's outburst, Elijah's seemingly innocuous hand, which had been hanging naturally, darted back. The movement was so swift it surpassed the limits of the retina's capture. No energy glow, no sound of air being sliced. Only an exquisite, undeniable sense of pure power. The slender and distinctly knuckled hand, akin to an iron claw, gripped Killian's neck, scorching with the fervor of unleashed energy with an unparalleled precision. The tumultuous surge of his power came to an abrupt halt, leaving him with the sensation of being ensnared by the most unyielding material in the cosmos, constricting the very throes of his fate. All strength, all rage, all yearnings for destruction were mercilessly extinguished beneath that seemingly ordinary palm. His eyes widened in terror, emitting only a hoarse, suffocating gasp akin to a wheezing bellows. Then came a thunderous, heart-stopping crash. Elijah barely altered his stance, nonchalantly flicking his wrist forward. Killian's body was flung to the ground with the ease of a rag doll, devoid of any resistance. The hard cement surface shattered like soft tofu, collapsing under the impact, revealing a deep pit radiating with fissures several meters in diameter. Killian lay sprawled in the center of the pit, enveloped by flying debris and dust, his once vibrant, molten aura dimming to a mere flicker as he lay helplessly, unable to move even a finger. Elijah did not glance down at the outcome of his actions. With an effortless motion, he stepped forward, placing his left foot precisely upon Killian's still heaving chest, as though navigating an uneven step. Addressing Killian, whose breaths were shallow and labored, Elijah spoke with a dispassionate tone devoid of any turmoil. "You may as well lie still for a moment while I finish my call." Having completed his task, Elijah's expression transformed back to the gentle smile he wore when addressing Sophia. "All right, dear Sophia, please continue. What colossal blunder have I committed?" On the other end of the screen, Sophia beheld the pitiful figure in the chasm, resembling a lifeless dog, then glanced at her boss's face, which radiated innocence, juxtaposed with Tony's facepalm in the background. She remained silent for a full 3 seconds. "Very well, boss. I concede. I am unequivocally defeated by your innate Navet. Allow me to elucidate the costs associated with your cinematic pursuits." Chapter 50, a grand spectacle in James's idol in the blink of an eye. The Red Queen extracted the captivating footage of the abduction from Jarvis's database and promptly disseminated it as a top priority broadcast. Indeed, the entire Titan, including Eric, spiraled toward utter chaos at an incomprehensible velocity, one that even a warp engine could not hope to match. Sophia's fingers danced swiftly across the interface, conjuring a series of spine-tingling holographic star maps projected onto the side of the screen. "Thanks to your performance, deserving of an Oscar and capable of rendering the judges unemployed." Alongside the Red Queen's unwavering logic in assessing the dire threats faced by high-priority entities, the situation was swiftly spiraling out of control. Victor Sterling, our commander who upholds the supremacy of order and eradicates threats, initiated the highest level of response within a mere 3 seconds of receiving the alert. Presently, in geostationary orbit, there are a total of 78 fortifications, artillery platforms, and interception stations belonging to the Titan Orbital Defense Division. Their attitude engines are firing at full throttle, with orbital parameters being forcibly rewritten. Their singular objective is to maneuver at the utmost speed above Los Angeles, achieving comprehensive and unwavering firelock. Yet, this is only the beginning. The Solar System's garrison fleet, directly under General Victor's command, comprises over 3,000 capital ships, including cruisers and frigates, along with auxiliary support vessels, landing crafts, and drone motherships, all of which are hastily departing their original patrol zones. All engines are being overloaded, and all weapons have been disengaged from their safety locks. Their target is likewise the near-Earth orbit of Los Angeles. General Victor's orders are clear. At all costs, ensure the safety of the core, authorizing the use of planet-level deterrent measures. The fleet is expected to complete a comprehensive blockade and strike formation deployment around Earth in 17 minutes. What is most absurd is the hint of absurdity in Sophia's voice as she points to countless luminous dots on the star chart, rapidly transitioning toward the solar system from various directions. General Victor deemed this insufficiently secure. After issuing the assembly order within the solar system, he contacted Eric, who was currently on a mission, via the highest strategic communication channel. He employed phrases suggesting that the Supreme Leader faced a life-threatening situation. Surprisingly, upon hearing Victor's briefing, imbued with the essence of destruction as justice, Eric inexplicably concurred. He signed the emergency transfer order. Now the 1st, 3rd, and 7th Deep Space Strike Combat Groups, along with the 5th and 8th Defense Combat Groups, currently on duty, totaling over 6,000 capital ships, including 3 deep space motherships, are forcibly interrupting their current missions and activating their engines at full power. They are tearing through space, making an emergency strategic leap towards the solar system. The Red Queen estimates that the first batch of fleets will reach the outer edges of the Kuiper Belt in 4 hours and 37 minutes of Earth time. Boss, do you now comprehend? This impulsive action film of yours, This spontaneous performance, in search of a thrill, is consuming resources sufficient to support a medium-scale interstellar war. It possesses the firepower capable of reducing a Type 3 civilization to cosmic dust in an instant. It embodies the core kinetic power maintaining the deterrence of the Titan Empire in the depths of the galaxy. The Red Queen has just completed a preliminary estimate. As of now, due to your whimsical initiation of this emergency mobilization, the fuel consumption, overload losses, and potential orbital collision risks, all converted into dollars, would suffice for over 300 million American citizens to enjoy Kobe beef paired with 82 law fight at every meal for 150 years, with plenty to spare. Boss, the cost of your frivolities is nearing the point of purchasing the entire solar system. Fortunately, I have forcibly severed the already locked action plan with your authority. Otherwise, the entire population of Earth would be plunged into chaos, rendering your amusement park utterly devoid of joy. She cast one last glance at the bewildered Killian, who lay ensnared in the pit, before turning her gaze to the innocently perplexed Elijah, ultimately waving her hand in resignation. Let be destruction. I need to sleep once more, no. I require a bottle of vodka. With that, she abruptly terminated the communication. On the helipad, an eerie silence prevailed. The only sounds are the faint hissing of lava emitted by Killian in the pit and the distant crackling of Ivan Vanko's smoking battle armor. Tony observed Sophia's expression of impending doom vanish from sight, then glanced down at the writhing Killian in the several-meter-wide pit, and finally lifted his gaze towards the sky. Although invisible to the naked eye, he was acutely aware of how many orbital fortresses had their cannons trained on Los Angeles at that moment, as well as the multitude of colossal warships from the Titans racing towards them like sharks sensing blood in the water. He remained silent for a full 5 seconds, processing the astronomical figure that Sophia had just disclosed, one capable of inducing a heart attack in any economist. Eventually, he slowly turned his head, fixing Elijah, who still stood on Killian's chest, wearing a bewildered expression, with a look of profound absurdity, deep anguish, and incredulity. Brother, Tony's voice was parched, as he raised a finger to point at the heavens, then at the ground, and ultimately directed it towards the unfortunate Killian in the pit. This money, he inhaled deeply, as if summoning every ounce of his strength, before erupting. Isn't it more delightful to buy a burger and eat it? And why? Why your Red Queen? And that Victor Sterling, whose mind is consumed solely by orbital purification. Is he even more foolish than my Jarvis? So single-minded? Even Jarvis, after analyzing your spectacular performance, flagged it as a suspected instance of Mr. Adams engaging in performance art, requiring manual review of the threat level. Though that Russian's whip left me no time to scrutinize further, he exclaimed, resembling an irate consumer confronting a shoddy product, directing his existential inquiries at Elijah. Your Red Queen, what of its so-called super-logical core capable of simulating the universe? What of its surveillance and analytical prowess covering the entire galaxy? Is it all fed to the dogs? I could tell from across the armor. How did it trigger the apocalypse with a single button? Does it have a hidden protocol for when the boss is in peril, mandating total annihilation? Or is it simply the inherent logic of your Titans that carries an inclination towards destruction? Tony's lamentations cascaded forth like a rapid-fire barrage, infused with a heart-wrenching sorrow for the squandering of resources and a profound skepticism regarding the average intellect of the Titans. As Elijah listened to Tony's tirade, he glanced down at the thoroughly stunned Killian, nearly extinguished, before raising his eyes to meet Tony's sardonic gaze. His innocent facade finally faltered, revealing a smile that danced between resignation and dark amusement. Well, to begin with, Sophia's calculations might be a tad artistically exaggerated. Although Victor and Eric's mobilization of power was somewhat swift, planetary-level deterrence is typically merely a contingency plan. The main cannon, charged to 47, could indeed be halted. His tone lacked conviction. As for the Red Queen and Victor, Elijah stroked his chin, his gaze wandering. The core logic of the Red Queen, indeed, prioritizes the safety of the highest authority life form above all else. It witnessed my abduction and managed to feign a degree of engagement, triggering the highest response. Quite reasonable. Utterly logical. He attempted to provide some justification for his unyielding stance. Regarding Victor, that war machine whose mind is consumed solely with order and destruction received the highest threat alert and refrained from immediately smashing the gravity cage upon Killian's face, Now that was restraint. Mobilizing the fleet? That was merely his standard operating procedure, he remarked nonchalantly. Furthermore, Tony, how can you label the Red Queen as foolish? It is remarkably loyal, incredibly dependable, far more effective than those who merely pop up notifications at critical moments, right? He disregarded the impending eruption of Tony's second round of sarcasm and turned to Killian, whose worldview had been utterly shattered, speaking in a tone akin to comforting a child. You see, Dr. Killian, do you now comprehend? Your desire to experience desperation nearly led to an entire Los Angeles, and indeed a significant portion of the solar system, preemptively experiencing it on your behalf. Next time you contemplate kidnapping someone, Elijah solemnly concluded, it would be prudent to first investigate the target and the scale of their security response plan. Elijah's gentle reminder lingered in the air as he looked down at Killian, the hint of dark amusement fading from his expression. Well, the experience time has concluded. Just as the words fell from his lips, a red light emanating with stellar power ignited within his eyes. Two beams, each no thicker than a thumb and exuding devastatingly high temperatures, shot forth instantaneously from his pupils, aimed directly at Killian at the bottom of the pit. Sizzle. In the face of absolute heat and energy density, Killian's once proud molten form, along with the desperation virus within him, vaporized in an instant. The once mighty Aldrich Killian, along with his obsessive dreams of revenge, was thus reduced to cosmic dust in a flash of red light, leaving not even a cry of anguish in his wake. Tony witnessed the entire scene unfold. He remained silent, his lips barely twitching. There was no shock, no questioning, not even a hint of excess emotion. He understood Elijah all too well. This outcome had been sealed from the moment Killian, oblivious to his fate, had dared to abduct Elijah. The only thought occupying Tony's mind was, thank heavens, Elijah, that scoundrel, still remembers this is the Stark Industries base and did not carelessly uproot the entire plot of land along with the pipes beneath. Only a madman evaporated? This is indeed a display of gentility. Good brother. TSK, how utterly mundane. Elijah shook his hand, a hint of ennui crossing his face. After a morning of turmoil, transitioning from observer to unwilling performer, and culminating in this utterly unchallenging conclusion, the flicker of amusement sparked by completing the paperwork had entirely waned. The spectacle has concluded. The performance has faltered, and he disdainfully gestured towards the distant, still smoking Ivan Vanko. Tony, you handle the aftermath yourself. My interest has dwindled to nothing. Tony rolled his eyes, dismissing him with an irritated wave. Go on, go on. I knew you would revel in the chaos, leaving me to clean up the mess. Hurry up. Don't linger here to be an eyesore. Remember to tell that warmonger, Victor, to shift his cannon. And please, soothe your nearly frayed assistant. Count me in for her shadow beef pancake next month. Though he grumbled, Tony's actions did not falter. He was already commanding Jarvis through his armor to contact Happy and Stark Industry Security to deal with the remaining minor nuisances, while simultaneously preparing for the impending official inquiries. Listening to Tony's complaints, a flicker of delight crossed Elijah's lips. I'm leaving. He ceased further conversation, and the blue light of his personal terminal flickered. 30 seconds later, a sleek, small spacecraft adorned with the emblem of the Titan tore through the air, hovering a few meters above the landing pad. Elijah ascended effortlessly, stepping into the interior of the vessel. The hatch swiftly sealed behind him. Destination, Washington, D.C., the Pentagon. Elijah's voice resonated within the tranquil cabin. Command confirmed. Estimated arrival time, 12 minutes. The Red Room subsystem responded, the engine humming to life, accelerating instantaneously into a silver-gray streak, vanishing into the horizon. Inside the spacecraft, Elijah deftly tapped, retrieving detailed files on his uncle, Admiral James Adams, Chief of Naval Operations. A summary of the rigorous curriculum and admission requirements for the Titan Academy's highest-ranking governance program scrolled across the display. It is time to present dear Uncle James with a more promising career. The Titan's galactic fleet requires a new, dependable helmsman, and this uncle in the Navy is undoubtedly the prime candidate. Shall we send him to the Academy for further studies? This is far more intriguing than sorting through paperwork. As the spacecraft accelerated, Elijah's spirits lifted. With a coffee cup nearly empty, he casually set it down upon the table. Through the porthole, the outline of the Pentagon became distinctly visible, with a brand new helipad directly below. The inception of this facility stemmed from a previous whim when he had the Goliath hover directly above a parking lot. resulting in the powerful vertical engines sending dozens of vehicles tumbling like scattered soda cans. A truly spectacular sight. Despite vehement protests from the Pentagon's logistics department at the time, they ultimately took the considerate step of constructing this dedicated helipad. After all, pleasing this gentleman was of utmost importance. The Star Shuttle descended smoothly, the roar of the engines gradually subsiding. As the hatch opened, Elijah stepped onto the grounds of the Pentagon with an ease reminiscent of a stroll in his own backyard, or as casually as entering a public restroom. He walked purposefully towards the iconic main entrance. At the entrance stood armed guards, Secret Service personnel, and several hurriedly passing generals. All eyes fixed upon him. Yet, not a single soul dared to intervene, not even to perform the customary inquiries. Movements came to a halt, with gazes tense and complex, tracking the figure that ambled with such nonchalance. The last lieutenant who had attempted to enforce the strict protocols by requiring Elijah to register, present identification, and state his purpose reportedly found himself on the receiving end of a discerning eye from Secretary James later that afternoon. He was promptly reassigned to a naval observation post in Somalia, a desolate location where he was tasked with overseeing seagulls. This lesson was enough to engrave a lasting impression on the entire security system of the Pentagon. Elijah strode through the silent lobby, familiar with the path, and approached the heavy oak door of Admiral James Adams' office. He couldn't be bothered to knock, and simply pushed the door open. A rich aroma of premium Cuban cigars mingled with the fresh, fruity scent of champagne enveloped him. Inside the office, James Adams stood with his back to the door, positioned behind a grand mahogany desk, gazing out at the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows. Dressed impeccably in his naval uniform, he held a crystal champagne flute in one hand and a robust cigar in the other, leisurely exhaling smoke while admiring the skyline of Washington, D.C., his broad shoulders swaying slightly, clearly in high spirits. "Oh, my dear uncle." Elijah's voice, laced with his characteristic jest, shattered the tranquil atmosphere within. "It has only been a few days, yet I feel as though I could hardly bear the separation. You look positively radiant, ready to burst into song and dance." He stepped inside, closing the door behind him, his gaze sweeping across the champagne ice bucket and the open cigar box on the desk. "Has Sophia already shared the good news with you? Such efficiency." At the sound of Elijah's voice, James turned, his weathered, chiseled face illuminated by an unrestrained smile, slightly flushed from the effects of indulgence. Upon seeing Elijah, he was not only unperturbed, but rather beamed with joy. Striding forward while deftly retrieving a bottle of unopened champagne from the ice bucket. "Wow, let me see who this is." James's voice boomed as he clapped Elijah on the shoulder. "Isn't this our illustrious, ever-busy titan of the company? What winds of fate have blown you to this pentagonal public restroom today?" He deliberately employed the mock appellation Elijah had once used to deride the Pentagon's penchant for absurdities, evidently in high spirits. Come, just in time. Join me for a drink. Let's celebrate." With a flourish, he popped the champagne cork, golden liquid frothing as it cascaded into another empty glass, which he unceremoniously thrust into Elijah's hand. James himself took a hearty gulp before wiping his mouth and casting a cheerful glance at Elijah. "What was it you just mentioned? Sophia? Do share the good news. She hasn't contacted me at all. Is there anything more worthy of celebration?" Elijah, holding the champagne glass, wore a look of perplexity. Sophia hasn't reached out to you? Then what are you celebrating alone for? Preemptively toasting a pension increase? Pension? Ha ha ha. James erupted into a hearty laugh, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "My friend, you're sorely out of the loop. Just a moment ago, Nick Fury, that one-eyed wonder, personally called me." Leaning closer to Elijah, he lowered his voice as if divulging a momentous secret, yet his enthusiasm was palpable. "Steve Rogers, Captain America, they found him, just beyond Greenland beneath the Arctic ice, frozen solid as a popsicle." James's voice quivered with exhilaration. "And the most astonishing part, that damned super soldier serum. It worked. 70 years. He's been encased in ice for a full 70 years. They say he is alive. Vital signs stable. He merely needs thawing and adjustment." He suddenly straightened, brandishing his cigar. "A living legend. The very Captain America. In our own era. My friend, tell me, is this not worth 2 bottles of this champagne? Worth uncorking a bottle of my cherished Dom Pérignon?" He raised his glass once more, his eyes ablaze with a warrior's yearning for legend and pure fervor. Once ES recovered, I must seize the opportunity to challenge him. A true contest between warriors. Let's see just how resilient that fabled S.H.I.E.L.D truly is. He appeared to envision himself sparring with his idol, his face alight with anticipation. Elijah observed his uncle's expression, exuberant like a starstruck youth, and contemplated the delightful news he had intended to share regarding his academic pursuits. A wry smile crept across his lips, as if he were a spectator at an unfolding drama. It seemed that the surprise announcement and Captain America's unexpected thawing would coincide. How intriguing! While Elijah held little fascination for the hero revered by the American populace, witnessing his own uncle engage in a confrontation with Captain America promised to be quite entertaining. Such a spectacle was rare, and he was determined to orchestrate this event, ensuring he secured a front-row seat. Chapter 51. Broadening James's Horizons. Well, my dear uncle. Elijah mused as he regarded James, whose face radiated with the thrill of envisioning a duel with Captain America. A mischievous smirk graced his lips as he lifted the glass of champagne from the table, gently swirling its contents. Once Steve Rogers has sufficiently recovered and is able to move about, I assure you, I shall be the first to take you to meet him and arrange this monumental showdown. At this moment, he deliberately paused, cultivating an air of suspense as his gaze fell upon James's animated visage. Now, we ought to discuss serious matters. Serious matters? James, having just gulped a generous mouthful of champagne, perked up at the mention. His eyes, aglow with excitement and a hint of inebriation, scanned Elijah's face like a radar. With an instinctive understanding of the situation, he slapped his thigh with enthusiasm. All right, no problem. Who are we expelling today? You just say the word. Leaning forward slightly, he lowered his voice, embodying the camaraderie of a conspiratorial duo. Which unfortunate soul at the door has offended you? Or is the target of greater consequence? The Secretary of Defense, perhaps? Though his position is elevated, if we have sufficient evidence, a maneuver could certainly be arranged. He rubbed his fingers together, as if weighing the feasibility of such an operation. Elijah found himself frozen, the champagne glass suspended midair. The strategic demeanor on his face was swiftly supplanted by an overwhelming sense of absurdity. Slowly, he turned his head, casting a complex and incredulous gaze toward James, who seemed entirely set on executing familial justice. The atmosphere felt as if it had thickened. Elijah could distinctly sense the rhythmic pulsing at his temples, an involuntary reaction as a few pronounced lines, reminiscent of Tony Stark's signature style, seemed to threaten to break through his handsome visage, clamoring for attention. What expulsion? Elijah's voice emerged, strained and labored, each word a challenge to articulate. What on earth are you talking about? James, taken aback by his nephew's reaction, widened his eyes in astonishment. What else would we expel? Naturally, it's the impertinent individual who dared to obstruct your entrance today. With a sweeping gesture, he questioned whether the previous lesson learned by that lieutenant was not sufficiently profound. Who was the next fool unaware of the consequences? Rest assured, dear uncle, I shall ensure arrangements are flawlessly made, sending him to a place far quieter than a Somali observation post to count the stars. He seemed to perceive Elijah's confusion as stemming from a lack of clarity regarding the objective, even kindly adding, could it truly be the defense minister? That old fellow's position is sensitive. Moving him requires considerable time and maneuvering. Elijah could no longer contain himself, nearly spewing champagne in surprise. He forced it down, coughing a couple of times, feeling the strain of his sanity groan under the weight of absurdity. Stop! Stop! Elijah raised his hand, signaling a firm halt. Taking a deep breath to steady his crumbling emotions, managing to muster a painfully strained smile as he attempted to steer the conversation back on track. My dear esteemed and perpetually surprising Uncle James, we are not here today to dismiss anyone. Each word was pronounced with utmost clarity, ensuring they struck James's ears like nails. I am here. He paused, striving to make his tone sound formal and solemn, to announce your new appointment. A new appointment? The excitement and mischievous expression on James's face instantaneously froze, replaced by a flicker of confusion and caution. What appointment? You cannot possibly be considering placing me in the position of defense minister. He shook his head vigorously, his hands waving like a wind-up toy. No. That position is a glamorous pit of fire. Every day, wrangling with those old foxes in Congress, surrounded by paperwork taller than an aircraft carrier. How could that possibly compare to my current command of the naval fleet? Kid, do not lead me astray. Observing his uncle's aversion to the notion, Elijah's forehead creased further with exasperation. He decided to dispense with the pretense and directly unveil the shocking truth. Determined to obliterate his uncle's narrow perception that commanding a naval fleet represented the pinnacle of achievement. Defense Minister? Elijah scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain for the insular realm confined to the Earth's oceans. Uncle, you're merely commanding a few iron boxes adrift on the surface of the water. As his personal terminal flickered with blue light, he projected an exceptionally vivid and mesmerizing holographic star map in the center of the office. No longer confined to Earth's oceans or the solar system's orbits, it unveiled a fragment of the boundless Milky Way. Countless stars sparkled like diamonds against the profound backdrop, crafting a magnificent and enigmatic tapestry. At the core of the star map, a prominent and pulsating blue light domain occupied the center. That was the realm marked by the Titans. Countless tiny points of light traversed within it, representing vast fleets. The star map slowly rotated, revealing a grand scale that spanned tens of thousands of light years. A series of grotesque miniature models of the colossal Titan-class dreadnoughts, far surpassing any aircraft carrier on Earth, showcased their terrifying arsenal. Look at this, Uncle. Elijah's voice remained calm and unwavering, yet imbued with an overwhelming sense of dominion over the stars, as he gestured towards the vast star map. This is the true battlefield of the Titans. This is the fleet you are destined to command. Admiral James Adams, a seasoned naval officer who had weathered countless storms, stood frozen as if struck by a thunderbolt. The exquisite champagne glass in his hand clattered to the plush carpet, shattering the silence. His mouth agape, eyes widened to the size of saucers. He stared intently at the cosmic panorama that exceeded the limits of his imagination, along with the iron behemoths gliding through the stellar sea. The Navy? The oceans of Earth? Those proud carrier battle groups? In the face of this vast celestial expanse and the interstellar warships, they appeared as insignificant as toy boats adrift in a bathtub. James felt as though he were a fish out of water for the first time, his mind blank, utterly devoid of words. Moments ago, he had been envisioning hand-to-hand combat with Captain America, yet now he was thrust into the realm of cosmic warfare. This profound cognitive dissonance struck even this battle-hardened soldier with an unprecedented sense of shock and bewilderment. A new assignment? Commanding an interstellar fleet? The magnitude of this information was overwhelming. He required an abundance of time to assimilate it all. Elijah reclined comfortably in James's spacious leather armchair, gently swirling the champagne in his glass, the golden liquid rippling within. He resembled a patient mentor or a proud curator exhibiting his cherished collection, watching his uncle, the Navy's chief of operations, with keen interest. Like a child entering a science museum for the first time, he was filled with awe and intense curiosity, gesticulating animatedly before the grand holographic display. James had completely forgotten the champagne that lay shattered on the floor. His robust form leaned slightly forward, his powerful fingers, characteristic of a military man, pointed, slid, and magnified within the void. He alternated between scrutinizing the intricate details of a warship and abruptly zooming out, striving to comprehend the fleet's deployment spanning light years. Each interaction was accompanied by his low, astonished mutterings of, "Oh my God, this is impossible. Look at this behemoth. Look here." "Uncle." Elijah's voice carried a hint of amusement as he subtly gestured. A colossal, wedge-shaped steel behemoth, its surface bristling with turrets and laser arrays, was highlighted and magnified in the holographic projection, its imposing presence nearly spilling over the display. This is an executor-class super dreadnought, the mobile fortress and core of deterrence for the fleet. Measuring over 19 kilometers in length, its armor can withstand planetary-level firepower. Its primary weaponry consists of heavy turbo laser arrays, numerous enough to create a devastating crossfire network capable of obliterating an entire continent in a single volley. It is, in essence, a formidable space fortress capable of accommodating tens of thousands of troops, thousands of warplanes, and a comprehensive logistical support system. This executor-class technological marvel was procured by Elijah long ago, its construction exceptionally challenging. Only through the conquest of numerous technologically advanced planets in the past 2 years was the construction rendered feasible. Its terrifying scale and firepower perfectly align with the Titan Deep Space Fleet's demand for absolute power projection. James gasped in astonishment, fixated on the wedge-shaped behemoth. 19 kilometers? My heavens! This vessel dwarfs our largest aircraft carriers by several magnitudes. A main cannon capable of leveling continents? With this monstrosity deployed, is there even a need for warfare? Elijah chuckled lightly. Deterrence itself is a form of power, Uncle. Yet, it is not the sole embodiment of our might. Observe over there. With a mere thought, he shifted the focal point of the star map. A massive, sphere-like space station, akin to a small moon, was magnified. Its surface was adorned with intricate energy conduits and armored plating, with a colossal indentation at the equator emanating a pulse of disquieting energy. This, Elijah's voice took on a tone of gravity, is the Death Star prototype platform, codenamed Genesis. It does not conform to the traditional definition of a warship, but rather stands as the pinnacle of Titan deep space engineering and energy weaponry, embodying our deterrent capability. At its core lies a super laser emitter positioned at the equator, capable, in theory, of obliterating an entire planet with a single, modulated discharge. It also serves as a vast mobile base and research center, equipped with cutting-edge shield generators and defensive systems. Its existence guarantees Titan's sovereignty over the deep space territories. The overall architecture of the Death Star prototype platform, alongside the preliminary theoretical models of the super laser, comprises a wealth of data. The immense engineering complexity and energy demands mean that, even with Titan technological support, only a functionally limited prototype platform can currently be constructed and maintained. Its activation and usage are governed by the strictest safety protocols. Now look here, Uncle. As the projection illuminates a colossal iron beast, suffocatingly massive, shrouded in heavy diamond armor, with 4 gigantic energy rails extending from its prow. This is the Punisher-class Titan ship, the fleet's mobile divine retribution and array core. Spanning over 15 kilometers, its dark matter composite armor, forged in the Void's crucible, can withstand impacts from asteroid belts unscathed. Its primary weapon is the twin-mounted super-kinetic cannon, Genesis's remnant, located at the bow. Essentially, it accelerates the core material of a dwarf planet to subliminal speeds and launches it. The kinetic energy released in a single volley can permanently displace the tectonic structure of a terrestrial planet. It is, in itself, a fortress bristling with armaments, housing a complete ship maintenance matrix, orbital drop pods, and a logistical ecosystem capable of sustaining decades of deep space operations. Finally, Elijah's gaze turned deeper into the cosmos, towards the crystalline star field shimmering with peculiar facets of light. A colossal vessel, reminiscent of a city in the cosmos, slowly rotates, magnified in its grandeur. Its structure is intricate yet graceful, with a vast habitation and command ring at its core, surrounded by multiple modular docks, research compartments, and weapon platforms. A magnificent array of engines adorns the rear like a constellation. This is the Abyss Explorer-class deep space mothership, currently commanded by Eric, serving as our mobile fortress and sanctuary as we embark into the enigmatic depths of the universe. It boasts a complete ecological recycling system, large-scale manufacturing facilities, research centers, and logistical support capable of sustaining long-term expeditions. It can carry and swiftly deploy a comprehensive strike group composed of destroyers, assault ships, and bombers, while also being equipped with formidable defensive systems and the Genesis Pillar strategic energy cannon, though we prefer to avoid using that. James stands speechless, gazing in awe at the vessel that seems almost miraculous, commanding a mobile city traversing the starry seas. This entirely surpasses the bounds of his imagination as a naval officer of Earth. Uncle, Elijah sets down his glass, his expression imbued with undeniable seriousness. Your command at the Department of the Navy is to safeguard the waters of America, but that is not what is paramount. The Titan requires a leader capable of navigating this celestial expanse. One who can carve out dominion for human civilization, the Empire, in the vastness of the galaxy and fend off unknown threats. He gestures towards the flickering points of light representing fleets on the star chart. You possess unparalleled strategic intuition, an iron-willed resolve, and an innate pursuit of power. We require you, Uncle James. We need you to attend the Deep Space Academy for cutting-edge, avant-garde command training. We need you by Eric's side to learn how to master these steel behemoths, to strategize across the scale of light years, and to engage with silicon-based life forms, energy civilizations, and even the mysteries of the cosmos. Elijah's gaze is sharp and filled with anticipation. When you return, when you truly grasp the rules of the universe, the position of Supreme Commander of the Titan Galactic Fleet will be yours to wield. Eric will gladly relinquish this heavy burden to return to his cherished realm of research. And you, James Adams, will find your battlefield no longer in the oceans of Earth, but in this boundless sea of stars. Your fleet shall navigate territories hitherto untouched by humanity. Your name will be etched into the epic of human exploration of the cosmos. With that, Elijah rises, his voice resonating like a proclamation. This is your new appointment, Uncle. A battlefield far grander, more magnificent, and infinitely more arduous than a skirmish with the Avengers. Are you prepared? James Adams stands rooted, his chest heaving with emotion. He surveys the vast star chart before him, gazing at the iron giants symbolizing supreme power, and then turns to witness the burning ambition reflected in his nephew's eyes. At that moment, the office of the Navy's Chief of Operations feels all too small and pale. A torrent of unprecedented, boundless aspirations and fervent military spirit surged within him, roaring with intensity. He abruptly lifted his head, his eyes free of confusion, now radiating a resolute brilliance akin to steel and an indomitable fighting spirit. By all means, this was far more exhilarating than battling Captain America. My boy, I am ready to take this on. When shall we embark for that so-called Deep Space Academy? He could hardly contain his eagerness to step onto that new battlefield. James's bold declaration still echoed in the office, making the windows tremble with its resonance. He was brimming with an insatiable energy, yearning to soar towards the stars and the vast ocean. Elijah, observing his uncle's fervent desire to set sail at any moment, couldn't he help but chuckle. He rose and approached James, opting not to douse his enthusiasm, but rather to soothe him like a restless steed, offering a supportive pat on his sturdy arm, accompanied by understanding and mirth. My dear uncle, take a breath, calm down. I understand your eagerness. The celestial oceans, the invincible fleet, and that Commander S.H.I.E.L.D are not going anywhere. They await you, inscribed with your name, James Adams, ready for you to claim. However, our esteemed Secretary of the Navy cannot resemble a deserter, processing documents at the Pentagon today and vanishing to attend classes on the moon tomorrow. Can he? First and foremost, you must complete the resignation process. Every signature, every seal, and a heartfelt farewell to those crafty old foxes on Capitol Hill are non-negotiable. After all, we must bid a dignified farewell to the oceans of Earth, right? Moreover, we ought to afford the Defense Secretary, who may secretly shed a tear, some time to find a hapless soul to take your place. Secondly, with a hint of warmth in his tone, Elijah continued, you must have a proper conversation with Aunt Jenny and little Thomas. This is not merely a business trip. You are venturing into the celestial oceans with an uncertain return date. You must ensure their peace of mind. The Titan will provide the best communication support, but the news of your job change must be conveyed by none other than you, with earnestness and sincerity. I certainly do not wish to hear Aunt Jenny's furious voice echoing through the cosmos, seeking me out for retribution one day. Lastly, and most importantly, your epic showdown with Steve Rogers. This is a promise you made, and one I vowed to uphold. Do you intend to command the fleet burdened by the regret of not having faced Captain America? How distressing that would be. Thus, this matter must be prioritized after you finalize your resignation and clarify things with your family. Then, once you have joyously settled your score with Rogers, the gates of the Titan Deep Space Academy will open wide for you. Eric will personally welcome you at the lunar campus, and the fleet, powerful enough to make the stars tremble, will await its true leader. The position of commander is reserved for you. The chair is polished to a brilliant shine, guaranteed to be 100 times more comfortable than that one in your Navy department. As James listened to his nephew's articulate and heartfelt arrangements, his initial impatience to depart gradually subsided, replaced by a profound sense of understanding, respect, and deeper anticipation. He broke into a smile, a blend of resignation, acknowledgement, and a fierce spirit, giving Elijah a hearty pat on the chest. All right, you plan quite well, you rascal. I shall endure a little longer. First, let us fill out those damn forms, then charm Aunt Jenny, and afterward, teach that old Boy Scout from 70 years ago a lesson. Once that's done, I'll be ready to take command of my galactic fleet. He had already begun to envision himself entering the Deep Space Academy adorned with the medal of having defeated Captain America, even if self-proclaimed. Chapter 52. A vicious wave of Odin's blood having bid farewell to the overwhelming dual impact of the Galactic Fleet and Captain America, James, who was contemplating whether to fill out his resignation form first or confess to Aunt Jenny, found Elijah striding out of the Pentagon with a light-hearted step. The afternoon sun cast its rays upon the pentagonal structure. To him, this edifice, which symbolized the pinnacle of military power on Earth, now resembled a fully functional yet limited inn. Back to the company, Elijah mused internally, his mind calculating swiftly. He instructed the kitchen to prepare a premium Wagyu ribeye, accompanied by truffle fries and a bottle of 1982 Bordeaux, ensuring he would indulge heartily. Then, he planned to retreat to his office, which overlooked all of New York, featuring a climate-controlled, soundproof bedroom adorned with Egyptian cotton sheets of 1,000 thread count for a blissful slumber. The continuous high-intensity tasks, document reviews, impromptu performances, being abducted, and intricate deceptions with his uncle had left even this colossal titan feeling a tinge of mental fatigue. He craved exquisite food and restful sleep to soothe his weary body and mind. As for why he wouldn't return to that luxurious home in Washington, the answer was quite evident. No matter how grand and cold the mansion was, it could never compare to the sanctuary of the Titan base, a space imbued with his personal touch, always ready to accommodate him with Sophia and an efficient team at his beck and call. That place was his true comfort zone. Of course, Elijah would never admit that the house was currently empty. Upon boarding the Star Shuttle awaiting him at the private helipad, Elijah comfortably sank into the ergonomically designed aircraft seat and issued a succinct command. Destination: New York headquarters. Cruise mode: priority on smoothness. The engines emitted a deep hum as the vessel gracefully ascended, leaving the Pentagon's restrooms and Washington behind. 20 minutes later, the Star Shuttle expertly docked at the exclusive berth of the vast airport at the New York Titan base. Elijah chose not to return directly to the office. Instead, he leisurely strolled along the transparent observation corridor connecting the airport to the core area of the main base. Here was the pinnacle showcase of human technological prowess. The iron heart he had forged single-handedly. He surveyed his domain like an emperor, his gaze meticulously sweeping over every detail, infused with an almost imperceptible sense of satisfaction and control. This place had indeed become his home, far surpassing the time he spent in his own residence. Just as he was about to reach the end of the corridor, preparing to step into the elevator leading to the main base, a cacophony of piercing alarms shattered the tranquility within the facility. This was not a localized alert, but rather a comprehensive highest threat warning, resonating throughout the entirety of the colossal base and all orbital installations. The soft lighting of the corridor was instantly engulfed by blinding crimson light. Warning: detection of an extraordinarily high-intensity interdimensional energy reaction. The normally composed voice of the base's AI now carried an unusual urgency. Source: outer space, coordinates locked. Distance: 0.2 astronomical units. Rapidly approaching. Nature: highly reminiscent of the theoretical characteristics of an Einstein-Rosen bridge. Wormhole. Exit: energy readings have shattered historical records. Predicted target: Earth. Specific impact zone calculating with a probability of 78 in the New Mexico desert region. Estimated time of arrival: 28 seconds, 27 seconds. A holographic alert panel sprang to life on the corridor wall, the scarlet countdown timer racing ominously. Beside it, an energy curve graph surged skyward like a rocket. Even more alarming was a dynamic simulation. A colossal torrent of multicolored energy surged from the distant depths of space, ignoring the vast distances, through an ever-expanding whirlpool of a wormhole, piercing into Earth's atmosphere. Outside the corridor, the once bustling spaceport instantly entered a state of maximum alert. All operations were forcefully halted. Non-essential personnel were systematically directed to shelters, and defensive shield generators began to hum to life with a deep resonance. The tranquility on Elijah's face vanished in an instant. He comprehended the nature of the energy fluctuation. It was the Rainbow Bridge of Asgard. That old fool Odin was once again casting refuse into Midgard, Earth. Odin, you old wretch, do you truly believe my backyard is a landfill? Elijah muttered under his breath, fury igniting within him. He would not permit anything, not even the son of the Asgardian king, to crash down upon his territory in such a brazen manner. especially after he had just dealt with a myriad of troublesome affairs and merely sought a quiet moment to enjoy a steak. His will surged like a tidal wave, connecting instantaneously with the base's core and the orbital defense network, his voice reverberating through the entire command chain of the orbital defenses. Victor Sterling, all orbital fortresses, obey my command. Target, energy source coordinates. Lock onto the wormhole exit before it penetrates Earth's atmosphere. Extinguish it in its cradle. Weapons, all main cannons, all secondary guns, all deployable directed energy weapons. Aim at that damned wormhole. Instruction, lift all security restrictions. Energy core overload operation. Charge, immediately, instantly. Scatter that accursed rainbow from its source. Let it return whence it came. The moment the command was issued, dozens of colossal orbital fortresses, resembling grotesque peaks of steel, in geosynchronous orbit, seemed to be infused with a frenzied spirit. Judgment Class Fortress 01. The Doomsday Arbiter's main cannon charging has commenced. Energy core overload at 130. Estimated charge completion in 15 seconds. Sentinel Fortress Group, all Purifier Ion Pulse Arrays, commence charging. Lock on a target's spatial coordinates. The Judgment Fortress, Eye of Divine Retribution. Antimatter Annihilation Cannon preheating. Charge progress, 70, 851.00. Target locked. A chilling electronic voice echoed urgently within each bridge. On the surface of the fortress, immense energy shifted from an ethereal blue to a blinding white, emitting a burdensome hum and flashes of energy surges. Cannons, wide enough to engulf an entire building, spun at unprecedented speeds, adjusting their angles, meticulously locking onto the wormhole vortex that was violently spewing forth a torrent of prismatic energy. Fire! As Victor Sterling's command resonated through the command link, explosions erupted. Boom, 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 boom. The sky above Earth was illuminated at that moment, despite it being daytime. The brilliance in orbit was sufficient to be visible in some regions. Dozens, hundreds, streams of varying thickness and hues, yet all brimming with destructive power, surged forth from different fortress cannons. They tore through the tranquil void of space, striking with unimaginable speed, precision, and unrestrained ferocity at the source of the seven-colored energy torrent emanating from the wormhole. The prismatic light collided violently with the colossal energy surge of the fortresses in the depths of space, hundreds of thousands of kilometers from Earth. No sound reached the planet, but at the point of impact, the chaotic energy turbulence surged like an uncontrollable tsunami, sweeping in all directions. Space was violently warped and torn, creating a brief, yet terrifying gravitational lensing effect. The seemingly indomitable beam of the Rainbow Bridge was choked by this onslaught of pure destructive energy. The wormhole entrance twisted violently, expanding and contracting. The seven-colored light stream was abruptly interrupted, shattered. The spatial structure forming the wormhole emitted a groan under the intolerable strain. Ultimately, a resounding crack, as if emanating from the very fabric of space itself, was captured by the sensors. The vast wormhole vortex suddenly collapsed inward, fracturing. The last remnants of the prismatic flow dissipated against the cold backdrop of the universe. The torrent of energy directed towards Earth was completely halted and dispersed while still thousands of kilometers from the atmosphere. The assault lasted less than 10 seconds. The source of the targeted energy projection has been obliterated. The structure of the wormhole has completely collapsed, and the energy surge has dissipated. The threat has been neutralized. The voice of Red has regained its tranquility, yet the data streams reveal that the energy expended during that recent ultra-long-range precision strike is sufficient to bankrupt a large nation. Scan the collapse point of the wormhole and the area where the energy surge has subsided. The command from Elijah followed swiftly as he stood within the corridor, his gaze penetrating the vast distance. The high-precision, deep space scanning array was aimed at the region where the chaotic energy currents had yet to fully settle. Anomalous life signals detected. Single target, located at the edge of the energy turbulence. Vital signs are faint but stable, drifting toward Earth due to inertia. Efforts were underway to obtain a high-resolution image. Moments later, a meticulously synthesized, high-definition image arrived at Elijah's personal terminal. The image depicted a robust man with golden hair, clad in a tattered leather vest and trousers, floating unconsciously in the frigid void of space. His handsome face, now slightly disheveled, bore marks of energy burns, while his golden locks floated chaotically in the weightlessness. Thor Odinson. Elijah squinted, a hint of amusement curling the corners of his mouth. The god of thunder from Asgard, cast away by his father's rainbow bridge, and then further greeted by the aftermath of our artillery? Quite the predicament. At that moment, an undeniable wave of formidable mental energy pierced through the distance and the layers of shielding surrounding the giant base, resonating directly within Elijah's mind. The voice was ancient and weary, yet resonated with a sonorous authority, imbued with an almost humble politeness. Lord Elijah Adams, guardian of Midgard, I beg your pardon for the old man's indiscretion and intrusion. My wayward son, Thor, has been stripped of his divine powers due to his arrogance and ignorance. And exiled to Midgard, he must endure the trials of mortality here to grasp the essence of loss, learn humility, and reclaim the responsibilities of a king. I, Odin Borson, ruler of Asgard, humbly request your permission to allow him to set foot upon your land. I assure you, he shall not disrupt your order. This is a request and promise from Father. The complex emotions interwoven within that mental wave, anger, helplessness, profound paternal love, and a hint of trepidation toward the power Elijah exhibited, were conveyed with clarity. Elijah regarded the image of the god of thunder languishing in the void, still far from earth, and reflected on Odin's courteous request, a smile gradually spreading across his face. Odin Borson. Elijah's voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly in response to the mental wave. His tone bore no trace of reverence befitting a god-king. Rather, it resembled a discussion with a somewhat unruly supplier regarding breach of contract. Am I obliged to acquiesce to your request? Earth Midgard, or as you might prefer to call it, the realm of the mortals, bore witness to a hint of sardonic amusement in Elijah's voice. The master here is now I, not your guardian backyard. Should you wish to sightsee or cast something my way, be it refuse or a banished son, you must adhere to my rules. To tread upon my land, even if it is but a fragment of a meteorite, a toll must be paid. Would you not agree? At the other end of the mental link, the vast will of Odin momentarily faltered. An oppressive fury surged forth, akin to an impending stellar tempest, accompanied by the gravity of the divine king, attempting to breach Elijah's mental defenses. However, upon contact with Elijah's resolve, this force met an insurmountable barrier, dissipating like a sigh. Odin clearly recognized the futility of this probing, aware that it could yield even graver consequences, especially with his ineffectual son lingering under the gaze of the other. The humility within that mental wave deepened, yet it was tinged with a chill of affront and an inescapable sense of concession. Lord Elijah Adams, Odin's voice resounded once more, now more somber. The power you exhibit as the guardian of Midgard is sufficient to compel any existence to re-evaluate the ownership of this celestial domain. I concede that my actions were too direct, lacking proper deference to your authority. And Elijah arched an eyebrow in inquiry. What do you desire? Odin's voice bore a weary candor. Circumlocution held no merit. The counterpart was no mere mortal to be cowed by divine might, but rather an interstellar overlord wielding the terrifying power capable of shaking Asgard with an unpredictable modus operandi. He must pay the price for this reckless imposition. A toll, Elijah articulated succinctly, a ticket allowing the Prince of Asgard to legally linger in my backyard, given that he was unceremoniously cast down, nearly alarming my flora. This ticket cannot be inexpensive. Firstly, I require some renovation materials. I have heard of a substance in Asgard, known as URU metal, indestructible, highly energy affinitive. Well, I shan't ask for much. Let's start with 5 tons of purified refinement. You see, maintaining such a vast abode and repairing the defensive array that was disturbed by your recent rainbow incursions demands considerable resources. This quantity would undoubtedly leave Asgard's dwarven smiths gasping for breath. A barely perceptible ripple of energy emanated from the other side of the mental link, a testament to Odin's suppressed anguish. 5 tons of URU, one of the cornerstones of Asgard. Too much, you say? Very well. Retrieve your son, and I shall have Victor completely purify the residual energies scattered earlier, lest they taint my near-Earth orbit. As for your precious son, whether he becomes cosmic dust or is rescued by a passing pre-warship hinges entirely on his fortune. The threat in his words is unmistakable. 5 tons of URU metal. Indeed, Odin's voice emerged as if squeezed through clenched teeth, infused with an unprecedented sense of frustration from the Allfather. I shall summon Heimdall to activate the teleportation. Very well. Elijah nodded in satisfaction. The material cost is merely the foundation. Following that is the service fee. Your Bifrost triggered my highest level defense alert, mobilizing dozens of orbital fortress main cannons for overload firing, consuming enough energy to illuminate all of Earth's cities for a century. This energy expenditure, coupled with equipment wear and tear and the precious time of my rest being usurped, warrants compensation for the psychological distress. Odin's mental fluctuations surged violently, clearly finding the notion of psychological distress utterly absurd. It was his Bifrost that had been startled. To state the figures directly, Odin's voice resonated with weary capitulation. Why seek his knowledge? The purest, most ancient, and most potent knowledge. First and foremost, I desire the primal runes system mastered by Asgard. Not the simplified versions or foundational applications meant to deceive mortals. I require the complete inheritance, including all advanced applications such as spatial folding, reality weaving, divinity deprivation, and those truly forbidden runes that can only be accessed in the depths of Odin's slumber. Their essence of power, operational principles, costs, and constraints must all be disclosed. This demand strikes at the very foundation of Asgardian might, posing a greater threat than any artifact could. In an instant, a violent tremor erupted within Odin's mental link. Shock, anger, disbelief. To relinquish the complete rune system is tantamount to surrendering the mysteries of Asgard's power. Lord Adams, the runes are the bedrock of the 9 realms' divine might. They are the inherent authority of Asgard. This is utterly impossible. You would destabilize the equilibrium of the 9 realms. Oh, does it seem that your son's tuition is not exorbitant enough? Or is Asgard's authority deemed more valuable than your own child's life? Red Queen, prepare to dispose of that cosmic debris. Wait. The rune system is far too vast and profound. Even I cannot instantaneously recreate its entirety. However, I can provide the known runes recorded in the secret archives of Asgard's Golden Palace, their standard application arrays, and some high-level rune principles that have been permitted for documentation. This is the limit. Insufficient. This mere interest cannot offset my losses. Add more substance. I have heard that you Asgardians, as one of the oldest cosmic civilizations, possess secrets regarding those true titans. For instance, the deities that existed since the dawn of the universe. I seek any weaknesses, behavioral patterns, or effective methods of interference that you know of concerning them. Every fragment of information is worth its weight in gold. This demand points directly to one of the most terrifying entities in the universe, whose intelligence is invaluable yet exceedingly perilous. This time, Odin's silence is as desolate as the cosmos itself. The mental link conveys a sense of trepidation, far surpassing any previous anger. The intelligence from the Celestial Group touches upon cosmic taboos even the All-Father dares not discuss. The Celestial Group. They are both the cornerstone of the universe and a harbinger of catastrophe. Asgard has witnessed their might and fury. Information concerning them is exceedingly scarce and fraught with danger. I can only offer an ancient fragment of a star map, which marks the coordinates of several civilizations confirmed to have been judged and utterly erased by the Celestial Group. Perhaps from those ruins, one could deduce traces of their power or potential triggers of the taboo. This is all I can provide. This is the utmost limit of what Odin can offer. The coordinates of the relics made Elijah ponder for a moment, his eyes sparkling with insight as he recalled the cosmic orbs. While not a direct weakness, the clues pointing to the crime scenes of the Celestial Group are indeed a treasure trove. Very well, I shall concede your sincerity. Now, since you have mentioned the star map, provide me with a comprehensive compilation of the current major empires and factions in the universe, including detailed star maps, coordinates of primary military strongholds, territorial boundaries, and any secrets or potential weaknesses you are aware of. Consider it a means to help me, the new master of Earth, swiftly familiarize myself with the neighborhood. Compared to the previous 2 requests, this one, while equally valuable, appears less lethal. After the knowledge of runes and the coordinates of the Celestial Group's relics, this neighborhood guide is akin to mere parchment. Very well. Odin's voice seemed to sap all his strength. Heimdall will, via the Rainbow Bridge, deliver all the knowledge carriers you requested alongside the URU metal. Excellent. A victorious smile graced Elijah's face, languid yet dangerous. Now, this resembles a business transaction. Red, notify the rescue team to retrieve our guest, Mr. Thor Odinson. Be gentle. His current value is equivalent to the treasure trove of Asgard's knowledge. Watching the rescue shuttle swiftly approach the light point of Thor on the holographic screen, Elijah exhaled deeply, rubbing his brow. The value extracted from this negotiation far exceeds the tangible wealth of Rune's secrets, the clues pointing to the Celestial Group's relics, and the detailed cosmic power map. Each is an invaluable treasure and a key to the expansion of the Titan Empire and its response to unknown threats. This old fellow truly possesses a wealth of resources, yet his vulnerabilities are equally pronounced. He muttered to himself before commanding, Red, my steak and Bordeaux can be prepared new. Deliver them to my office. Additionally, dispose of that debris retrieved from space atop Dr. Jane Foster's trailer in New Mexico. After all, it is preferable to dismantle 10 temples than to destroy a single marriage. How could he undergo transformation without encountering Jane Foster? Should I craft yet another guide for his development? Chapter 53. The reassurance of Sophia, Odin, the All-Father of Asgard, though severely admonished by Elijah, remains an unquestionable sovereign of the Nine Realms, his credibility and regulations intact. On the following morning, Heimdall reached out to the Orbital Defense Commander, Victor Sterling. Rather than directly descending, he first sought permission for entry, a gesture of respect towards the power of the giants and the agreement made the previous day, as well as a maintenance of his own regal dignity. Victor Sterling's cold voice resonated through the communication channel. Access has been granted, coordinates locked. The transmission window is open for a limited time. His orders were succinct and efficient. A far gentler and precisely controlled column of multicolored light descended from the heavens, landing squarely on the designated reception platform at the New York headquarters of a giant's base. As the radiance faded, the agreed-upon ticket from the previous day was clearly visible. 5 tons of URU metal. This special metal, shimmering with a lustrous sheen and imbued with the ancient powers of the divine realm, each piece refined like the purest ore. They were immediately taken over by a heavy anti-gravity transport platform, escorted closely by a fleet of drone sentinels, and delivered directly to the melting and material analysis zone of the Giants Advanced Technology Research Institute. Elijah stood before the expansive floor-to-ceiling window of the command center, watching the transport convoy disappear into the depths of the dedicated passage, his fingers gently tapping the windowsill. His objective was crystal clear: to engage the Research Institute's most powerful analytical equipment, from molecular-level scanning to energy field resonance testing. Aim to thoroughly decode the atomic structure and energy affinity characteristics of the URU metal. If successful in reverse engineering and achieving large-scale synthetic production, a smile played at the corners of Elijah's mouth. The hardness and energy conductivity of this metal far exceed that of the alloys currently used in the Giants' main battleships. Imagine a fleet of giant starships, entirely encased in URU armor. Such a force would obliterate any who dared to provoke them. Complete knowledge of rune symbols. Unlike the heavy metal, this knowledge was stored within several crystals radiating a golden glow. Elijah picked up one of these crystals, a powerful aura emanating through his fingertips. He retained a complete copy for personal study during his leisure, perhaps to uncover intriguing applications or to gain a deeper understanding of the source of his guardian power. The remaining crystals were similarly dispatched to the Research Institute, destined for the Department of Rune Technology and High-Dimensional Energy Applications. The directive was straightforward: analyze, dismantle, and apply. The research objective was to discover how to transform these primal runes, infused with the forces of cosmic laws, into enhancements for the Giants' existing weapon systems, S.H.I.E.L.D. efficacy, or even the operational efficiency of the judgment beams on the Punisher-class Titans, or the energy compression technology of the Genesis cannon. Knowledge is power, and the knowledge of Asgard is an invaluable source of strength. The coordinates of the God Group ruins and the Cosmic Power Distribution Atlas. These information carriers are intricate, encompassing holographic star maps, data chips, and metal plates inscribed with unknown symbols. Without a moment's hesitation, Elijah encrypted the entire set of data and dispatched it to Eric. The subsequent directive was clear: a conquest plan. Based on these detailed star maps, territorial ranges, military base coordinates, and critical weakness intelligence, Eric's strategic command must commence operations immediately. The requirement was to formulate several comprehensive conquest or suppression plans for each major civilization and potential threat marked on the star map. Exploration of the ruins must be initiated without delay. They needed to filter the data for the most likely coordinates of the God Group ruins where the cosmic sphere might exist. Eric was to deploy an elite deep space exploration fleet, equipped with the finest marines and research teams, to these ruins of civilizations obliterated by the God Group. The mission objective was unequivocal. At any cost, locate and retrieve the cosmic sphere. Elijah might not necessarily need it, but would be safer in his possession than in another's. Odin's ticket was already in place, and the colossal war machine of the giant was rapidly transforming these resources into deeper foundations and sharper talents. In a buoyant mood, Elijah reclined in his comfortable command chair, observing the real-time surveillance footage of a remote town in New Mexico. With keen interest, he watched the figure of Thor Odinson, a tall blond man who now appeared somewhat bewildered and clumsy. Red, provide an update on our esteemed visitor's status. The calm voice of Red responded. As per your directive yesterday, we precisely delivered the payload to the top of Dr. Jane Foster's mobile research platform, RV, resulting in localized structural damage, estimated repair cost, $1250. The target was subsequently detained by local law enforcement on charges of disturbing the peace and suspected mental instability. Key item, a forged hammer, codename Mjolnir, that cannot be moved by any known means, left inside Dr. Foster's RV. The scene shifted, focusing on the side of Jane Foster's RV. The astrophysicist was struggling with the hammer lodged in the dented roof, initially attempting to pull it out with her bare hands. She found it immovable. Then, armed with a crowbar, she discovered leverage was futile. Ultimately, she resorted to a small hydraulic device from her RV. However, that seemingly ancient hammer appeared welded to the very fabric of space, not yielding even a tremor. Jane, panting and drenched in sweat, saw her frustration transform into fervent excitement. Immovable? Elijah chuckled lightly. Odin's enchantments are indeed convenient, providing a built-in exam tool for his son. Within the confines of the screen, Jin relinquished any reliance on physical means. She dashed into the RV, emerging with an array of instruments, a high-precision electromagnetic field detector, a gravity gradient meter, and even a compact gamma-ray spectrometer. Carefully, she brought the probe close to the hammer, and the readings on the instrument surged wildly, emitting a shrill alarm. The screen concurrently displayed a red-hued analytical summary, energy reading, an extraordinarily vast and contained unknown energy field detected, exhibiting structural stability, with energy levels far exceeding any known source on Earth, nearing that of a miniature stellar core. Material composition, density anomalous, preliminary calculations surpassing any element found on Earth. Approaching the model of neutron star core material. Specific elemental composition remains indeterminate. Force field characteristics. An absolute locking force field envelopes the hammer, perpendicular to the direction of gravitational pull, creating an immovable effect. The source of the force field remains unknown, with a strong sense of regularity. Jian gazed at the data, which upended her understanding, her breath quickening in response. Suddenly, she recalled the bizarre blond man who had been taken away by the police yesterday, shouting that he was Odin's son, Thor, and demanding, "Return Mjolnir to me." Those absurd words now took on a chilling plausibility in the face of this inexplicable hammer. Contact the police station. Jian decisively grabbed the phone. I want to bail out the blonde giant from yesterday. Yes, the one who damaged my car roof. Money is no object. The scientist's curiosity and desire to explore the unknown completely overshadowed her previous anger and caution. Soon, the scene shifted to the small-town police station. Jian paid the bail, and Thor emerged, looking bewildered and aggrieved. He immediately rushed towards Jian's RV, and upon seeing the hammer on the roof, his eyes ignited with intense light and a hint of grievance. He attempted to reach for it, but just as Jian had experienced, the hammer remained immovable. The brilliance in Thor's eyes dimmed instantly, and he slumped against the RV. Jian observed him with a complex gaze, no longer perceiving him as a madman. Instead, she proactively offered him a bottle of water, initiating tentative conversation. However, the tranquility of this desolate town was fated to be fleeting. A few black Chevrolet Suburban SUVs silently rolled into the town, halting near Jian's RV. The doors opened, and Phil Coulson, clad in a sharply tailored suit, descended with a cadre of well-trained agents. their sights set squarely on the hammer and Thor. The tendrils of S.H.I.E.L.D. had ultimately reached this place. TSK, Fury is certainly swift. Elijah clicked his tongue, as if watching an engaging drama unfold. Red, notify the team to gently escort our beloved agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. away. Remember, be gentle. We wouldn't want to startle our prince, who is experiencing life, and that curious Miss Doctor. Just as Coulson presented his credentials and began to explain the matter of national security, an unexpected turn of events arose. Figures clad in battle armor and donning full-coverage tactical helmets materialized around the agents. Without any forewarning, the operation commenced. The operatives of the Titan team moved with astonishing speed and precision. The combat skills that the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents took pride in crumbled under the overwhelming force, velocity, and technology. Joint locks were effortlessly countered, and the darts fired from stun guns were deflected by an invisible force field. The team exercised remarkable restraint, seeking only to subdue without inflicting severe injury. The sounds of muffled groans, bodies collapsing, and the metallic clatter of confiscated equipment echoed in succession. In less than a minute, all S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, including Coulson, were swiftly brought to the ground and dragged away, unceremoniously stuffed into their van like discarded refuse. Coulson's signature, gentle smile vanished completely, leaving only shock and a hint of disarray, his tie askew. The vehicle was activated, its autonomous driving system seized by Red, transporting a van full of injured individuals and an unconscious driver smoothly beyond the town's limits. News reached the Triskelion headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. and Fury's singular I nearly erupted with fury. He would take matters into his own hands. He refused to believe that Titan's operatives would dare lay a hand on him. The director, Nick Fury, personally led a more elite rapid response unit, arriving outside the town aboard a Quinjet. His expression was grim as he strode purposefully toward Jane's RV. This time, he barely had the opportunity to approach within 100 meters. The same squad emerged once more, but in greater numbers and equipped with superior gear, their armor shimmering ominously with flowing energy. Fury's voice thundered with authority. I am Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D. You are obstructing. Before he could finish, an operative materialized at his flank, poised to deliver a devastating blow to his face. Fury reacted swiftly, sidestepping to block, but the assailant's strength far surpassed human limits. His blocking arm was numbed by the impact, followed by a heavy, yet non-lethal knee strike to his abdomen. Another punch landed squarely on Fury's mouth. He let out a muffled grunt and staggered backward. His elite agents attempted to retaliate, but were met with an even swifter suppression. An energy-binding net descended instantly, and a non-lethal, high-frequency sonic wave disoriented the agents, leaving them unsteady. Fury himself was the focus of two operatives, who executed clean and efficient restraining maneuvers, twisting his arms behind him before unceremoniously shoving him into a pre-prepared, unmarked black van. The vehicle started and headed towards the nearest interstate entrance, only to stop at a secluded stretch of road where the doors opened, and Fury was unceremoniously escorted out. The illustrious director of S.H.I.E.L.D. stood abandoned by the desolate roadside, akin to a discarded parcel, watching the black van disappear into the distance, leaving only a cloud of dust and his barely contained fury in its wake. The town once again fell into tranquility, as if nothing had ever transpired. Beside the RV, Jane Foster was wholly engrossed in recording the scanning data of Mjolnir, occasionally glancing up to converse with Thor, who appeared frustrated yet increasingly touched by her tenacity and kindness. Thor clumsily endeavored to elucidate Asgard, the Nine Realms, and his divine powers, while Jane sought to interpret them through the lens of Earth's scientific theories. Their dialogue, though disjointed, sparked an unusual chemistry. Elijah contentedly shut off the surveillance screen and took a sip from his wine glass. The scene of a fallen prince encountering a curious Cinderella, coupled with a gaggle of overzealous extras being dismissed, was far more captivating than any Broadway production. A smile deepened at the corners of his mouth. Odin's son, it seemed, was in for an extended educational journey. Enjoy it well, young Thor. Mr. Adams. Elijah's hand trembled, spilling exquisite Bordeaux onto his expensive custom-tailored trousers. The office door swung open with a force that made the frame groan in protest. Sophia stormed in, her polished professional attire resembling battle armor. Her refined features devoid of the usual respect, replaced only by an intensity of suppressed rage about to erupt. "Mr. Adams," she repeated, her voice not loud, but each syllable struck at Elijah's nerves. "If you do not intend to grant me a holiday, then simply do not grant it at all. Do you understand? Since yesterday afternoon, while you leisurely returned via the starship, obliterated the Bifrost, bargained with Odin, and casually discarded an Asgardian prince like refuse into New Mexico. I have been counting the hours. Over 20 hours. I have barely extracted a moment of my own, furious time to express my anger at you." In a few strides, she reached Elijah's massive desk, slamming her hands down upon the sleek surface with a resounding thud. Leaning forward, her gaze locked onto her superior. "My dear boss, Mr. Elijah Adams." Sophia nearly ground her teeth as she enunciated the title. "Do you know that more than 3/4 of the precious vacation you generously bestowed upon me was spent cleaning up the monstrous mess you whimsically created? Do you have any idea how magnificent it was yesterday afternoon when you commanded Victor to mobilize the global orbital fortresses to overload the main cannon and disperse the Bifrost?" Sophia paused, turning to face Elijah once more, her finger nearly reaching for the ceiling. Hundreds of massive energy beams, thick enough to engulf a building, in broad daylight, rending the sky, thundering from Earth's orbit into deep space. That brilliance could be seen across half the northern hemisphere. Half the northern hemisphere. She inhaled deeply. And then what? Then my personal terminal, Isabella's shadow network, the public communication channel of the Red Queen, and even the front desk phone at the base erupted with chaos. Sophia's voice suddenly escalated. The Qingsheng Post Station, the Kremlin, 10 Downing Street, the S.H.I.E.L.D. Palace, and that damned United Nations headquarters, which fancied itself capable of wielding authority. Their urgent communication requests poured in like a flurry of snowflakes, at the highest level, with stern wording, even tinged with a hint of panic. Sophia let out a short, icy scoff. "Inquiry letters? Huh." She approached the nearby holographic control panel, her fingers flying across it with remarkable speed. In an instant, dozens of virtual documents from various countries and organizations, all bearing the highest level seals, cascaded down like a waterfall, densely suspended in the air, each marked with bold red letters declaring urgency and utmost confidentiality. They inquired about the actions of the Titan Group. This constitutes a grave threat to Earth security. Such unauthorized and perilous military operations must cease immediately. They demanded a reasonable explanation from the Titan Group and insisted on international oversight. Sophia mimicked the tone of those politicians, dripping with sarcasm. "Oversight? Who do they think they are?" With a fierce wave of her hand, the virtual documents vanished as if swept away by a tempest. I instructed the Red Queen to issue a unified statement to all concerned institutions and individuals, employing the most official, cold, and irrefutable language of the Titan Group's press release. The statement read as follows. The Titan Group conducted a successful proactive defense exercise against deep space energy anomalies and a verification of the extreme efficacy of new directed energy weapons yesterday. The exercise was fully controllable and did not impose any substantive impact on Earth's environment or near-Earth orbital facilities. The results of the exercise met expectations, thoroughly validating the Titan orbital defense system's capability to respond to super-spec extraterrestrial threats. The Titan Group reserves the absolute right to conduct defensive tests within its lawful assets and authorized airspace. Relevant data is classified as Titan core secrets, and no further disclosure will be made. Any unauthorized close-range observational actions will be regarded as hostile reconnaissance, and the consequences shall be borne by the observer. Is that all? Elijah raised an eyebrow, attempting to lighten the mood. That's all, Sophia affirmed decisively. And then? Then I instructed Isabella to redirect all the incessant calls from those high-ranking officials to the Red Queen's automated response system. A looped message played. Please refer to the Titan Group's official statement. Your inquiry has been recorded and will be addressed by the relevant department if necessary. As for those paper letters, a cruel smile flickered across Sophia's face. I ordered the logistics department to gather them all and send them directly to the base's plasma incinerator. Watching them transform into a wisp of blue smoke, I felt as though my damn vacation had returned, even if just a little. She stood before Elijah, arms crossed, her simmering wrath fueled by prolonged high-pressure work, severe sleep deprivation, and the capricious whims of her employer, permeating the office like a palpable force. "So, my dear Mr. Adams," she began, her voice laced with intensity, "before you indulge in fine wine, revel in the tale of the fallen prince, or plot your next whimsical endeavor to eradicate mosquitoes with railguns, I implore you to consider, if only for a moment, your beleaguered CEO, who cannot even endure her physiological low-pressure phase in tranquility, and the intelligence department drowning in a deluge of governmental scrutiny. Is that too much to ask?" With that, she cast a fierce glare at him, as if to assert that this matter was far from resolved, then whirled around, her high heels striking the floor with an angry cadence as she stormed out. The heavy door slammed shut behind her, reverberating with a tremendous impact that caused the framed artwork on the walls to tremble. Elijah found himself alone in the office, confronted by the conspicuous wine stain on his trousers and the lingering scent of Sophia's ire in the air. He glanced down at his disheveled attire, and then at the door still quivering from her exit, letting out a resigned sigh as he rubbed his temples. It appeared that soothing Sophia had now taken precedence over the impending interstellar war, and this time, a mere box of light shadow beef jerky would likely prove insufficient. Perhaps he should consider detonating a couple of stars for fireworks instead? Chapter 54. A lesson for Tony. Elijah had unwittingly signed a series of egregious and unequal treaties, including but not limited to approving Sophia's 2-week luxury spa retreat in the cosmos, completely uninterrupted, with her choice of destination and an unlimited budget, pledging that for the next 3 months, he would not initiate the destruction of any existence within the solar system unless absolutely necessary, and personally authorizing an order for the base cafeteria to provide infinite supplies of light shadow beef jerky exclusively for Sophia. Though Sophia maintained her frosty demeanor, much of her tangible anger had dissipated, leaving behind only a piercing gaze that seemed to convey a warning to remember her words as she departed in her still discontented heels. For the moment, the world, at least within the confines of the Titan, had settled into a temporary calm. Elijah exhaled deeply, feeling more fatigue than he had during negotiations with Odin. He instructed Red to maintain routine surveillance on Thor Odinson, stating that non-urgent matters or those not pertaining to Earth's safety need not be reported in real time. Let our little Thor enjoy his mortal experiences, along with the company of an astrophysicist, as a curious diversion akin to a reality show. Once the domestic affairs were attended to, Elijah was ready to relish his leisure time. Just then, a briefing from the Abu Dhabi Titan Advanced Aircraft Development and Testing Facility popped up on his screen. Title: Worker B Drone Model Deep Space Combat Upgrade Verification Successful. The briefing content elicited a glimmer of satisfaction in Elijah's eyes. Platform upgrade. With enhancements based on an anti-gravity core engine and energy fortification, the new generation of Worker B has undergone a remarkable increase in size, transitioning from the dimensions of a sedan to those approaching a small bus, with significant improvements in speed and agility. Environmental adaptation. A new vacuum microgravity adaptability module has been introduced, reinforcing the structural framework and equipping it with an array of miniature attitude adjustment thrusters. Verification conclusion. It possesses comprehensive capabilities for operations ranging from low Earth orbit to deep space, enabling it to detach from the mothership for extended cruising, escorting, or independent combat missions. Weapon systems. The integration of a new high-energy pulse laser cannon, with a 300 increase in range and power, and the addition of a miniature multifunction missile nest, capable of carrying anti-armor. Electromagnetic pulse or high-explosive warheads has been achieved, along with the experimental deployment of a miniaturized phase disruption ray, targeting energy shields. Defensive upgrade. The successful miniaturization of the energy shield generator provides the Worker Bee with energy protection far exceeding its size class, resulting in an exponential enhancement of its resilience. Additionally, electronic countermeasures and anti-lock-on systems have been fortified. Command network. The swarm tactics have been optimized, significantly reducing information latency in deep space environments and markedly enhancing the operational efficiency of coordinated cluster combat. The briefing concluded with several segments of live-action footage taken during tests in low Earth orbit and lunar orbit. The enlarged Worker Bee glided smoothly through the vacuum, with its pulse laser striking simulated targets with precision, while small missiles streaked away, trailing flames, and the energy shield flickered with a resilient blue light under simulated bombardment. This was precisely the formidable, lethal swarm Elijah envisioned, capable of operating on a broader battlefield. He swiftly approved, prepare for mass production, prioritizing allocation to executor-class dreadnoughts and the main fleet for planetary reconnaissance. Having attended to these matters, the hour was nearing evening. Just as Elijah prepared to have Red Queen arrange dinner delivery to his office, his personal communication terminal chimed with the heavy metal rock prelude exclusive to Tony. "Hey, busy man, still alive, huh? I heard you made quite the headlines yesterday, igniting half the sky over Earth." Tony's voice was as vibrant as ever, laced with a hint of schadenfreude and teasing. "Thanks to you, I'm still catching my breath," Elijah replied languidly. "So, is your new doghouse finished? Feeling up for a party?" He referred to Tony's mansion, which had been demolished by Vank. "Doghouse? Huh. How could a genius's abode be called a doghouse? It's a perfect fusion of avant-garde art and cutting-edge technology. Though, at present, it was merely a rather artistic construction site." Tony's voice paused, with the faint sounds of welding and notifications in the background. "However, the kitchen and terrace area are the first to be completed. Enough to host you. This evening, come over for some exquisite Wagyu and a bottle of 1982 Lafite, along with a few intriguing matters I believe will pique your interest." Tony's tone dripped with a hint of mystery at the end, igniting Elijah's curiosity. After enduring the ordeal of Odin's tickets, Sophia's wrath, and a mountain of paperwork, joining Tony for a meal and discovering what new antics he has concocted seemed a delightful reprieve. "All right, given your earnest invitation and the prospect of premium Wagyu, I shall accept. Send me the address. I will arrive in an hour. I hope your new kitchen is not as fraught with artistic uncertainty as your battle armor blueprints. Fear not, it will undoubtedly be far more aesthetically pleasing than your railgun. See you shortly." Tony chuckled as he ended the communication. Elijah rose, stretching his somewhat stiff neck. He instructed Red to prepare the Star Shuttle destination, the new construction site of Tony Stark. Additionally, choose a bottle from my private wine cellar that could render that narcissist silent for 10 minutes. A smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Engaging in banter with Tony, that mischievous friend, was decidedly more enjoyable than dealing with dignitaries or placating an enraged CEO. An hour later, Elijah's Star Shuttle descended with precision beside the chaotic remnants of Tony Stark's former residence. Stepping off the vessel, he was nearly compelled to whistle at the sight before him. If one could still refer to it as home. The once iconic modernist mansion, now reduced to a vast concrete skeleton ravaged by explosions and flames, lay in ruins. The only semblance of life was a small area cleared near the cliff's edge. A makeshift yet sturdy steel-structured terrace stubbornly extended outward, adorned with a long dining table evidently hastily retrieved from a warehouse and several mismatched chairs. Behind the terrace, a space temporarily enclosed with high-strength polymer panels glowed with warm light. That must be the kitchen Tony claimed was the first to be completed. How does it fare in terms of post-apocalyptic industrial wasteland punk aesthetics? Tony's voice echoed. He emerged from the makeshift kitchen clad in a white shirt and an open-work jacket, his face smudged with soot, carrying a sizzling platter of steak that exuded an irresistible aroma, placing it on the terrace table. "I preserved its original essence for you," offering a dining experience on the brink of civilization's ruins. Elijah strolled over, discerningly surveying his surroundings. The view was indeed splendid, he conceded, as the sea breeze carried a briny scent, mingling with the crashing waves below the cliff. The vista was expansive, the air distinct. "However, Tony, let us be honest." He turned to Tony, a mischievous smile gracing his face. "If you're truly so impoverished that you cannot afford a proper roof, do not hesitate to ask me. The Titan Group boasts some of the world's most prestigious architectural firms. Out of our camaraderie, I shall extend to you a generous discount of 10%, ensuring that the result will be far superior to your current endeavor. A perfect amalgamation of avant-garde artistry and cutting-edge technology, indeed, a veritable construction site, resembling a true abode." Tony rolled his eyes, expertly pouring deep crimson liquid into 2 goblets. "A 10% discount? How exceedingly generous of you to evoke tears of gratitude. However, the genius of creation is a process that a capitalist such as yourself, who merely understands the infusion of funds into technology, would never comprehend." He thrust a glass into Elijah's hand, proclaiming it a rebirth. "Do you grasp that?" After savoring several bites of exquisite Wagyu beef, complemented by Tony's cherished 1982 Lafite, The atmosphere lightened considerably. The sea breeze wafted gently, while the setting sun cast a golden hue over both the ocean's surface and the ruins. Tony set down his knife and fork, dabbed his mouth with a napkin, and his playful demeanor somewhat softened. Let us discuss serious matters, Elijah. Perhaps during your recent endeavors with the railgun against the interstellar Rainbow Bridge, an unexpected visitor graced my reconstruction site. Oh, Elijah raised an eyebrow, taking a sip of his wine. Who possesses the audacity to intrude upon Mr. Stark's reconstruction site? A scrap metal collector? Far more troublesome than that. Tony retorted with a dismissive pout. A one-eyed figure clad in a black trench coat, exuding an air of I am the head of secret agency, and I am quite displeased. Nick Fury? Elijah quickly connected the dots, recalling the S.H.I.E.L.D. director left to languish on the interstate by Titan's team, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. It appears he has been quite busy. First, he faced defeat in New Mexico, and now he hastens to your location? His recovery seems rather swift. Did you know? Tony expressed mild surprise, but then relented. He came to extend an invitation. As he spoke, he tapped a few buttons on his wristwatch, and a holographic projection materialized, displaying a simple emblem encircled by a bold letter. The Avengers. Tony pronounced the name, his tone laced with an unrecognized complexity. Fury's notion, or rather, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s notion, involves recruiting extraordinary individuals to form an emergency task force, specifically to address challenges beyond the capabilities of conventional military forces, such as yesterday's indiscriminate firing from the Rainbow Bridge, or other potential extraterrestrial threats that may arise in the future. He turned to Elijah, his expression earnest. He invited me to join, stating that I am one of the core candidates for this concept. Elijah listened intently, swirling the wine in his glass, his visage remaining inscrutable, as though he were indulging in inconsequential gossip. Once Tony finished, he leisurely responded, "It sounds as if Fury wishes to establish an officially sanctioned superhero club. Are you intrigued? Aspiring to be a sanctioned superhero, replete with benefits and S.H.I.E.L.D.'s retirement plan? Spare me." Tony chuckled mockingly. "I merely find it somewhat amusing. After all, certain troubles cannot simply be resolved through monetary means or conventional military forces. Though Fury may be a control freak and a troublesome individual, there appears to be a modicum of merit in this notion, especially after witnessing the grand spectacles you have orchestrated." He glanced meaningfully at the sky, as if still able to perceive the fading echoes of yesterday's orbital cannon barrage. Tony paused, locking eyes with Elijah. "So what is your perspective? Please, spare me the jest. I am well aware of your sentiments towards Fury and S.H.I.E.L.D. Elijah set down his glass, reclining languidly against the back of his chair, exuding an air of indifference akin to a strategist surveying the board. "Tony," he replied, his voice steady, "what is in essence Fury's Avengers? It is an emergency response unit operating within the framework of S.H.I.E.L.D., or rather, under the delusions of dominance held by certain factions within the American government and even the United Nations. Their objective is to address threats within their limited comprehension and to maintain the earthly order they have delineated." He leaned slightly forward, his tone dripping with barely concealed disdain. "And we, the giants, we who can shatter Odin's Bifrost with our fortresses in orbit, and whose galactic fleet can enact civilization-level conquests across the cosmos, and whose Punisher-class artillery can make a planet's core tremble. What weight do Fury and his Avengers carry in the game we face and control? Can they resolve a world-ending crisis? Or halt an interdimensional incursion?" Elijah shrugged. "Let them deal with the minor inconveniences on the streets, providing the populace with a false sense of security or augmenting Fury's political leverage. That's acceptable. Indeed, should you find it entertaining, feel free to don the guise of Iron Man and play the role of an advisor or technical supplier. Indulge your whims. Consider it a contribution to the reconstruction of this ruin." His tone suddenly shifted to one of cold hardness, infused with absolute confidence. "However, Tony, remember this. The true guardians of Earth, or rather, those who genuinely define the trajectory of Earth's future, are not some clandestine S.H.I.E.L.D. initiative, nor an alliance of super beings. It is the giants. It is I. It is you. It is the power and technology we command." He concluded with an undeniable resolution. "As for joining, Becoming an employee on Fury's roster? Spare me. One of the leaders of the Giants. Working for a director who cannot even manage his own agents and who has been cast aside by my people. That is no jest worth laughing at. Elijah raised his glass, offering a salute to the distant sun as it sank beneath the horizon, as if to toast the entire world he felt he had underfoot. And Earth, Midgard, or whatever name you choose to call it, has long since become my personal dominion. Tony, would you consider taking on the role of a security guard at the Good Brothers Company, stationed at the entrance to verify credentials and oversee parking? This analogy is piercingly incisive, striking at the very essence of the matter. Tony opened his mouth to retort, only to find that this absurd comparison had accurately hit the core of Fury's invitation. In the power dynamics of Earth, architected by Elijah and centered around the colossal deity, the so-called Avengers are likely positioned even below the security department of Stark Industries, resembling more a makeshift neighborhood assistance group with rudimentary equipment. Observing the momentary speechlessness on Tony's face, Elijah's lips curled into a knowing smile as he continued to speak leisurely, as if recounting an insignificant detail. As for Fury's meticulously prepared and self-important little list, he scoffed, his eyes glinting with mockery. The methods of Red Queen and Isabella are no trifles. He wishes to play a puzzle game. We can see through every piece of his puzzle with clarity. He extended his finger, casually reciting names as if reading a menu, his tone nonchalant. You, Tony Stark, Iron Man, the core candidate for Fury, your technological benefactor and marquee star. Does he expect your armor and, well, your charm? Bruce Banner. Or rather the rather unstable green entity within him. But alas, he is currently a researcher for the colossal deity. Steve Rogers, just unearthed from his icy slumber. The Captain America, an enduring legend, a symbol of spirit. Fury probably intends to gild this ragtag crew with him while placating those old fogies at the Pentagon. Natasha Romanoff. The Black Widow, Fury's ace operative, skilled in infiltration, assassination, and intelligence. Ah, the quintessential agent role, tasked with the dirty work and team lubrication. Clint Barton. Hawkeye, providing long-range support with a broken bow and arrow. A loyal subordinate of Fury, reliable in fidelity, yet limited in potential. Oh, by the way, Elijah seemed to recall an amusing tidbit, his tone laced with sarcasm. What about that Asgardian prince, Thor, whom he recently attempted to contact in a small desert town in New Mexico, only to be rebuffed? A mere mortal unable to lift his own hammer? Does Fury intend to recruit him to charm extraterrestrial invaders with that handsome visage, or to enhance team prestige with his extensive courtly knowledge? With each name Elijah mentioned, Tony's astonishment deepened. This list, which Fury had presented with an air of secrecy, was now casually critiqued by Elijah as if it were a public job advertisement. The intelligence penetration capabilities of the colossal deity are terrifyingly egregious. Take a look at this list, Tony. Elijah concluded, his tone regaining a condescending indifference. A scientist tormented by his own power, a veteran recently thawed from a cryogenic slumber, two elite yet ultimately mortal agents, a temporarily incapacitated alien prince. And you, a genius playboy and arms dealer. Is this truly the ultimate ensemble that Fury has assembled to protect Earth? To confront threats capable of launching battleships several kilometers long right to your doorstep? He shook his head, as if lamenting Fury's naivety. This is by no means an alliance. Tony, it is merely Fury's desperate attempt to cobble together a makeshift team in the face of dwindling resources and authority within S.H.I.E.L.D. A ragtag assembly that may struggle to resolve its internal conflicts even before the real storm arrives. Elijah's words fell like a cold hammer, shattering the illusion of guardianship that Fury sought to create. Let them handle minor, superpowered crimes on the streets or merely serve to bolster Fury's sense of relevance. But to expect them to stand shoulder to shoulder with us, the Titans, or even more absurdly, to manage Earth? Elijah released a brief, derisive laugh. Spare me. For Earth's security, Victor Sterling and his orbital cannon suffice. Fury and his Avengers should focus on their own neighborhood watch, without overstepping their bounds or becoming a nuisance. He raised his glass once more, this time directed at Tony, though his gaze pierced through the ruins and sunset, reaching toward a future defined by the might of the Titans. As for you, Tony, Elijah's tone softened slightly. If you wish to play the superhero game, feel free. But remember your position. You stand atop the pyramid of the Titans, one of those who define the rules, not a mere pawn in someone else's game, even if that pawn is gilded. Chapter 55. The concept of the multiverse that evening, amidst the shattered terrace. The sound of crashing waves served as the backdrop to their conversation. The aroma of marbled beef had long dissipated, and the 1982 law fight had transformed into fuel for thought. Elijah's voice had shed its usual languid jest. He laid bare before Tony Stark, the only peer he regarded as an equal, his suffocating plans and blueprints. He described the intricate gears of galactic conquest and how they interlocked. Victor Sterling's Orbital Defense Command would serve as an ironclad bastion, ensuring the absolute safety of their home galaxy. Any unauthorized intrusion will be crushed by cold artillery. Eric's Deep Space Fleet, those colossal Executor-class superstar destroyers, the Death Star prototype platforms, and the Punisher-class Titans, emblematic of their imperial might, would descend upon neighboring star realms like ravenous wolves. The Crystal Star domain was but an appetizer. Next would be the haughty territories of the Kree Empire, the ancient constellations of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Empire, until the entire galaxy lay prostrate beneath the insignia of the Titans. This is not an act of plunder, but the establishment of order, a new imperial order defined by the Titans, founded on the bedrock of absolute power. The Defiant will be erased from existence by the composite beams of the Death Star prototype, becoming the foundation of the Empire. Tony, Elijah leaned slightly forward, his eyes shimmering with a fervor more intense than the stars themselves. The entire expanse of the galaxy, the order of the Empire, the pinnacle of technology, this is merely the beginning, merely the cornerstone. Are you familiar with the concept of the multiverse? His voice carried a guiding inquiry. Tony snapped back from the overwhelming tide of information, his genius mind racing. The multiverse? Are you referring to the hypothesis of parallel universes in theoretical physics? An infinite ocean of universes composed of countless branches of possibility? Precisely. We cannot confine our gaze solely to this universe. Tony, this is our foundation, our cradle, and we must certainly protect it and master it. Yet, precisely because it is our foundation, we must not deplete its resources recklessly, nor treat it as a mere experimental ground in our quest for the unknown. If our universe were to perish, where would we go? He paused, his tone rich with temptation. Imagine, Tony, in those endless parallel universes, the laws of physics may differ radically from those here. They may have evolved technologies beyond our wildest imagination, birthed myriad forms of life, and harbored energy forms, material structures, and temporal mysteries that could utterly upend our current understanding. That is a realm vastly more expansive than the galaxy itself. Therefore, Tony, he turned, bearing a trust and responsibility that was impossible to refuse. I entrust you with the task of unlocking this ultimate gateway. The Infinite Gateway project is officially launched. You shall be its chief architect. He approached Tony, each word resonating with weight. The existing technological database of the Titans, with the utmost authority, is now fully accessible to you. From the ruins of Asgard to the fusion principles of the Death Star core, from the anti-gravity cores of the worker drones to the cross-dimensional strike data of the Punisher class, all is at your command. All top scientists under the Titans are at your disposal. The materials team, the theoretical physics group of the Deep Space Research Institute, and even the energy weapons experts of the Orbital Defense Command. Whenever you require them, they will promptly appear in your laboratory. All resources of the Titans shall pave the way for you. Funding? Unlimited. Energy? Priority supply. Special materials? Even URU metal shall be made available for your experiments. He gazed intently into Tony's eyes, which were now filled with astonishment and gradually ignited with a flame of excitement. What you need to do, Tony Stark, is to harness your brilliant mind, integrating all the knowledge, technology, and resources of the Titan's disposal, to open that door to the multiverse for me, for us. Discover a stable and controllable method of traversing the dimensional barriers. Then, Elijah spread his arms wide, as if to embrace the infinite ocean of the cosmos, his voice imbued with the fervor of a pioneer and the yearning of a conqueror. Together, we shall set sail to those uncharted cosmic adventures, to acquire transformative technology, to conquer new dimensions, to imprint the order of the Titans and the insignia of empires upon the multiverse. This, indeed, is the true future. The sea breeze howled, and the ruins lay silent. Tony Stark sat there, feeling the wine glass in his hand grow increasingly warm. The blueprint Elijah had envisioned transcended all. It encompassed an ultimate reverie of infinite possibilities, boundless challenges, and endless conquests. An unprecedented surge of exhilaration and trepidation coursed through his entire being. The gateway to the multiverse? Stark's challenge had never been so grand. Without disturbing Tony's contemplation, Elijah quietly departed from the site. The starship gracefully descended onto the private helipad of the villa in the outskirts of Los Angeles, the engines hummed swiftly quieting. He cast a glance towards the direction of Tony's villa in ruins. Surely, Tony Stark was deeply immersed in the breathtakingly grand design woven from the galaxy's empire and the multiverse. His genius mind operating like an overloaded engine in a frenzy. Let him digest it slowly, Elijah mused, as he strolled leisurely through the courtyard towards the villa, which appeared particularly tranquil under the moonlight. The seeds had been sown, nourished by water and sunlight. All that remained was to await their emergence, growing into towering trees. He understood well that neither the iron-fisted conquest of the galaxy nor the key to unlocking the multiverse could be achieved through mere impulsiveness. It required time and the extraordinary wisdom of Tony to cultivate the unprecedented resources provided by the Titans. The Tony from the movies, able to traverse time? That was the culmination of trials and tribulations, a pinnacle of technological advancement reached over the years. And now, with the Titans' unwavering support, knowledge extracted from Odin, and cutting-edge research shared by the Deep Space Institute, Tony's evolution had far surpassed any script. His Iron Legion was not a vision of the future, but a present continuous, growing ever stronger. Inside the villa, there were no greetings from servants, only the silent presence of Red, managing the lighting and environmental controls. Elijah walked straight towards the expansive, comfortable custom bed that occupied the center of the bedroom. As his body sank into the mattress, a wave of profound fatigue and satisfaction washed over him. His eyelids closed, and consciousness swiftly plunged into a dreamless abyss. The villa's security system elevated to its highest level, an invisible energy shield and detection network enveloping every inch of space. When Elijah opened his eyes again, the soft morning light had already streamed through the smart dimming floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the interior. There were no jarring communications requests, no urgent event alerts, nor even the routine briefing chime of the red alert. The bedroom was enveloped in absolute tranquility. He lay in bed, reluctant to rise immediately. This serenity was not indicative of a world at a standstill, but rather a testament to the vast machinery he had meticulously crafted, the Titan Empire operating with flawless efficiency. Victor Sterling's commands coursed through the orbital defense network, ensuring that the fortress clusters in geostationary orbit remained as silent sentinels, vigilant against the depths of space. Under Eric's command, the Deep Space Fleet, those Executor-class behemoths, prototypes of Death Stars, and the formidable Punisher class, were executing a predetermined conquest plan, patrolling the crystalline realms and even further frontiers, instilling dread or conducting surgical strikes. In the Research Institute, Dr. Eleanor Reed's team fervently delved into the mysteries of Uruk metal, the lights of the Rune Technology Department burning brightly through the night. Isabella's shadow network resembled an invisible web, capturing every whisper of movement throughout the solar system and beyond. Sophia thought of her, a fleeting smile gracing her lips, wishing she was at some interstellar spa, washing away the accumulated fury along with her fatigue. The entire empire operated like a finely tuned clockwork, each cog turning seamlessly along the path he had set. As the watchmaker, he found himself with a rare moment of leisure. His thoughts, like intangible tendrils, began to explore the depths of his mind where treasures had been temporarily sealed away. The technological data obtained from sign-ins a few months prior emerged. Some pertained to the ultimate model of spatial topology, illustrating how to fold reality like paper to create effects akin to teleportation. Others pointed towards bioenergy, albeit with an unsettling implication of transforming living beings into energy, a sinister undertaking indeed. Additionally, some addressed the forced transitions of life forms, their principles as bizarre as forbidden sorcery. Should he unveil these? Elijah stared at the ceiling, a rare ripple of hesitation stirring within him. Each of these technologies possessed the potential to unleash tumultuous waves across the existing universe, perhaps even unsettling certain foundational physical laws. They were far too advanced, far too perilous. Although the current technological tree of the Titan Empire was formidable, its roots remained relatively stable, an achievement within the confines of existing physical frameworks. In contrast, these discoveries seem to originate from a universe where the technological tree had taken a skewed path. To recklessly present them to the Research Institute, could Dr. Reed's team comprehend their intricacies? Would their attempts at analysis and reproduction trigger uncontrollable calamities? For instance, that spatial folding model. One miscalculated parameter could result not in the creation of a wormhole, but in folding the entire laboratory, perhaps even half the base, into an incomprehensible dimensional rift. Or what of that life transition technology? Could it potentially conjure a monstrosity that even he could not contain? Timing the power of the giant is rapidly expanding, yet the digestion and absorption of these truly cutting-edge gifts necessitate a more solid foundation, a greater degree of control, and a more opportune moment. Perhaps it will require a pivotal breakthrough in Tony's Infinite Gate project, leading to a deeper understanding of dimensional rules. Or perhaps it will be when the giant has completely mastered the galaxy, possessing sufficient resources and redundancies to confront potential experimental disasters. He turned over, casting his gaze toward the rising sun outside the window. The sunlight was warm, yet it could not dispel the profound contemplation of the unknown forces that lingered in his heart. Just as Elijah's thoughts wandered along the perilous edges of technology, weighing the scales of risk and reward, the communication terminal of the giant emitted the cold, hard voice of Victor Sterling. "Boss, we have a request from Asgard. Source identification, unknown. Message content, a request to transport a batch of personal items to the current location of Prince Thoro Dinson in the town of Point Antiguo, New Mexico, via the Rainbow Bridge. Claimed to be the personal belongings of His Highness, including clothing and a few souvenirs. Inquiring whether we approve this transport." Elijah's thoughts were abruptly yanked back from the profound fog of technology to reality. Personal items? Souvenirs? Elijah's voice carried a hint of amusement, as if he had just heard a particularly clumsy joke. Unknown identification? Huh. The people of Asgard would hardly be so considerate as to send a change of clothes to a banished prince. This tone, this veiled phrasing, must be the handiwork of Loki, the god of mischief, he mused. He could almost envision Loki in Asgard, issuing commands with that feigned authority laced with malice. Loki's intentions were glaringly evident. He lacked the ability to directly slay Thor, but he could orchestrate a deadly scheme. The so-called souvenirs delivered were, without a doubt, the ultimate killing machine, the destroyer armor, from Odin's vault. Once activated, it could level not just a powerless Thor, but the entire town as well. Loki was playing with fire, tossing this hot potato onto Earth, intending for it to eliminate Thor while simultaneously creating a significant predicament for the giant and the planet. What a masterful calculation, Bambi. Elijah scoffed. Loki's scheme was nearly transparent in his eyes. However, a more enticing thought swiftly supplanted the annoyance of being manipulated. His gaze turned avaricious, akin to a dragon fixating on its prey. The destroyer armor, Odin's private collection, Asgard's premier weapon of war. His eyes sparkled with the fervor of a scientist intrigued by unknown technology and the covetousness of a collector yearning for rare treasures. The structure of that armor, its core energy source, the purity of the URU metal, just the thought of it made his mouth water. Images of the most sophisticated scanning instruments and material analysis equipment from the Giant Research Institute raced through his mind. If we could acquire this destroyer, even if merely its remnants, its research value would far surpass that of 5 tons of URU metal. Victor, Elijah's voice regained the calmness of the overseer. Yet the command issued was laced with calculation. Reply to Asgard, request for approval. Permit them to utilize the Bifrost to transport Thoro Dinson's personal belongings to the designated coordinates. The transmission time is limited to, let us say, 30 minutes hence. Precision of coordinates, deviation not exceeding 5 meters. However, he shifted his tone, infusing it with an undeniable coldness. Execute the following orders immediately. Command the New Mexico Division and nearby operational forces to employ all means that do not disturb the targets. To forcibly evacuate all civilians within a 2-kilometer radius of Thor's location to safe shelters within 30 minutes. Ensure that, aside from Thoro Dinson, Dr. Jane Foster, and perhaps the unfortunate agents of S.H.I.E.L.D, who might arrive, no irrelevant Earth civilians remain in the area. Red will oversee the progress and evacuation of personnel, all orbital surveillance equipment and ground-concealed probes at the highest state of readiness. Target. The items about to be transported. Record the entire process in high definition, including energy readings, structural scans, and combat data. I require it all. However, any form of active intervention is prohibited unless the target poses a threat beyond the evacuation zone or attacks our facilities. Once our guests have concluded their performance, regardless of how many pieces remain, ensure they are packed and brought back. With the orders issued, the war machine of the giant deity instantly shifted into high-efficiency operational mode. Victor S.H.I.E.L.D confirmation resounded. Orders confirmed. Evacuation, monitoring, and recovery protocols activated. The countdown for transport commenced. Communication terminated. Elijah's smile blossomed fully, infused with a delightfully sinister excitement. His fingers danced swiftly across the communication terminal, locating the icon of the mustachioed figure. Tony. As soon as the line connected, Elijah's voice brimmed with uncontrollable mirth. Set aside those multiversal notions. Immediately. Right now. Don your finest suit of armor. Come to the town of Puente Antiguo in New Mexico. Coordinates. Huh. Now, I'm currently discussing the energy resonance frequency of URU metal with Dr. Reed. Tony's voice conveyed annoyance at the interruption. We can discuss resonance frequencies later. Elijah interjected, his tone persuasive. I have secured 2 box tickets. Front row seats to a climactic familial drama. A brother is sending a gift of love to his exiled sibling from Asgard. The authentic, destroyer-grade care package capable of obliterating a building with a single punch. It's about to be delivered. If you missed the live broadcast, your expensive holographic recording devices will weep. The destroyer? Tony's voice instantly ascended, filled with astonishment and a rekindled interest. Did Loki do this? The destroyer of Odin? Did you allow him to bring that thing down? It wasn't me. It was a legally requested personal item. Elijah corrected him, his tone innocently laced with cunning. I merely approved the delivery's entry. Additionally, I tidied up the audience area to avoid any blood spatter. So what do you say? Will you join? This is an exceptional opportunity to observe Asgard's elite combat prowess up close. And let us see how our little Thor fares without his hammer against this iron behemoth. Give me the coordinates. I'm on my way. Activate the armor. Maximum speed. Tony's voice was instantly drowned out by the hum of the armor's activation and the shrill whine of the thrusters, bursting with the fervor of a tech enthusiast and the thrill of a spectator relishing the chaos. Elijah, satisfied, ended the communication, his figure vanishing from the villa's bedroom, only to reappear moments later, fully equipped and boarding the starship waiting on the helipad. Destination: above the town of Puente Antiguo, New Mexico, in a synchronized silent observation orbit. Engaging stealth mode, he commanded the Red Queen's subsystem aboard the starship, his eyes glinting with anticipation. The show is about to begin. Odin's armor will soon be part of my collection. The starship ascended, carrying eager spectators toward the stage where a divine sibling conflict was poised to unfold. Chapter 56. The mighty destroyer armor. Minutes later, Elijah's starship hovered silently above Puente Antiguo, New Mexico. The holographic invisibility field perfectly distorted light and radar waves, merging it seamlessly with the sky, rendering the town below as a miniature model. The enormous curved viewport adjusted to full transparency mode, marking the location of Thor and Jane SRV with a striking red cursor. A few moments later, a comet of gold and crimson streaked across the sky, accompanied by the deep roar of its thrusters, approaching from afar. Tony's armor smoothly decelerated, adjusted its posture, and accurately hovered outside the starship's side hatch. The hatch opened, and Tony Stark deftly maneuvered the armor inside, his boots landing crisply on the deck. As his visor retracted, it revealed Tony's face, filled with eagerness and curiosity. He strode toward Elijah at the observation window. Hey, are we rushing or what? The show hasn't started yet, has it? What did I miss? He leaned forward to peer below. The town appeared eerily quiet, save for a few temporary barricades left from the evacuation efforts that seemed somewhat out of place. Patience. The actors haven't taken their positions yet. Elijah shook the wine glass in his hand, noting that the Asgardian delivery was still en route. Glancing at the flickering countdown beside him, 8 minutes and 42 seconds left. Enough time for you to catch your breath. Tony exhaled, joining him at the expansive viewport, observing the magnified imagery of the area below and the energy monitoring readings. The evacuation was executed with remarkable precision, and he noticed the streets were utterly deserted. It seems you have indeed cleared the area. However, Elijah scrutinized his old friend with a hint of suspicion. I can't shake the feeling that you are not merely here to witness a domestic melodrama. Your gaze resembles that of a cat spotting a new toy. Are you contemplating the destruction of that formidable machine? Elijah did not mask his intentions, nodding with an assured smile that suggested his determination. Of course, Tony. That is Odin's personal armament, the pinnacle of Asgard's single-soldier war machine, the destroyer armor, crafted from exceptionally pure URU metal. Its core energy levels far exceed those of any known weapon. The structural design and energy conversion efficiency represent an untapped treasure trove for us. If we can dismantle it for research, the capabilities of the giant's single-soldier armor and energy weapons could leap forward by an entire era. Even if disassembly proves impossible, merely displaying it as a decorative piece in my New York headquarters would be more than fitting. Tony rolled his eyes. I knew it. Approving Loki's delivery was not done with noble intentions. You are engaging in entrapment. No, it's more like entrapment of the destroyer. Entrapment? Tony, you are mistaken. This is not entrapment. It is a legitimate procedure for upholding Earth sovereignty. He turned to face Tony directly. Loki, or rather the Asgardian side, vaguely mentioned clothing and memorabilia in their request for personal item delivery. They never informed the sovereign of Earth, namely me, Elijah Adams, that the item being delivered is a highly destructive, autonomously functioning, and exceedingly dangerous weapon. This is a serious act of concealment, a blatant violation of Earth's safety regulations, a significant fraud and disrespect towards the rightful owners of Earth. Therefore, he pronounced his final decree with undeniable authority. According to the security regulations of the giant corporation and the items management protocols, I, as the actual controller of Earth, hereby declare. He gestured towards the open area below, soon to be the receiving point. The moment any component of that destroyer armor breaches Earth's atmosphere and touches my land, it shall automatically be regarded as an illegally imported, undeclared hazardous weapon. Its ownership will be immediately seized by the sovereign authority of Earth. Confiscated. Appropriated. Confiscated. Tony was taken aback by this pirate-like declaration. How is this any different from cosmic pirates stealing goods? And you proclaim it with such grandiosity. The distinction lies in. Elijah elegantly sipped his drink, a smile of mastery adorning his face. Cosmic pirates lack enforcement authority, whereas I possess it. This is my domain, Tony. On my territory, my rules must be observed. The Asgardians, particularly the cunning Loki, evidently dismissed the importance of rules. Thus, isn't it reasonable to pay a little tuition and leave some collateral? Look, the delivery has arrived. Prepare your recording devices, Tony. Let's take a moment to appreciate the destructive potential of this contraband that is soon to be mine. Once it has performed, the mighty Thor will step in to seize it lawfully. Tony, rendered speechless, could only roll his eyes dramatically below. Yet he instinctively adjusted the scanning and recording systems of his armor, eager to capture every detail. He too was curious about the legendary destroyer and the level of monstrosity it represented. The countdown reached 0. Without any warning, a magnificent, robust, and destructive multicolored beam of light descended from the depths of the cosmos, striking precisely downwards toward an open space less than 20 meters ahead of Thor. Boom! The deafening roar resonated even in the heights. The earth trembled. Blinding light and violent shock waves instantaneously surged forth, scattering nearby sand, debris, and the remnants of abandoned vehicles as if they were mere scraps of paper. As the dust began to settle, a towering, heavy figure composed of ancient, cold metal stood silently at the center of the crater. It bore no features, save for a central energy slot resembling a chasm, which gradually illuminated with a fierce, ominous orange glow, locking onto the old camper that was violently swaying in the aftermath of the shockwave. The destroyer had arrived. The grand spectacle was officially underway. And at that moment, upon stepping onto the earthly soil, it had already been destined, by the decree of the mighty Thor, to become the new possession of Elijah Adams. The piercing roar of the Bifrost and the earth's violent tremors shattered the tranquility of the small town. Thor burst from the camper, his face alight with incredulous joy and a hint of trepidation. That familiar, radiant beam of Asgardian power, the unique energy fluctuation, was his father. Surely, it was his father come to retrieve him. Father! Thor exclaimed with excitement. He eagerly rushed towards the immense silhouette revealed as the light faded. To him, that silent, imposing destroyer armor embodied Odin himself. He halted less than 10 meters from the destroyer, gazing up at the cold, lifeless metallic visage, as if he could see his father's dignified yet weary face through it. All the grievances, confusion, and the profound experiences he had undergone in the mortal realm surged to the forefront of his heart. Taking a deep breath, his voice carried an unprecedented sincerity tinged with barely perceptible emotion. "Father," he called out once more, his tone resounding and clear. "Are you here to bring me back to Asgard? I know I have disappointed you and brought shame upon all of Asgard." He opened his arms wide, as if to reveal himself without reservation, his gaze burning with intensity and filled with remorse. "I offer my sincerest apologies for my previous arrogance, recklessness, and ignorance. Father, I should not have underestimated the peace treaty of Jotunheim, nor should I have ignited the flames of war in a moment of impulsiveness, much less questioned your wisdom and rule. I was wrong." Thor's expression softened, yet remained resolute as he glanced back at the doorway of the caravan, where Jane Foster peered out nervously, a warm smile gracing her face. "But, Father, please forgive me. I cannot return with you just yet. For here, in Midgard, on this land I once deemed primitive, I have encountered someone of great significance. Dr. Jane Foster has imparted so much wisdom to me." His voice lowered, imbued with heartfelt realization. "She has taught me that the essence of strength lies not in destruction, but in protection, that glory does not stem from conquest, but from responsibility and duty. In recent days, I have lived as a true mortal, experiencing hunger, cold, and fatigue, as well as the small joys that come from helping others, and the inherent fragility and resilience of life itself. Father, I now comprehend how prideful and superficial I once was. The power I squandered so carelessly is intertwined with the joys and sorrows of countless families. The wars I thoughtlessly incited trampled upon the dignity that lives like Jane's, filled with kindness and striving, deserve." Thor straightened his back, though stripped of divine power. His eyes shone brighter at that moment than when wielding Mjolnir, filled with the awareness of a true king. Every life, whether from Asgard, Jotunheim, or Midgard, deserves respect. I must not remain the brute who knows only how to wield a hammer. Father, grant me time. Allow me to remain here in this mortal form, to continue learning humility and the meaning of guardianship. Once I truly grasp the responsibilities of a king, I will return to Asgard and fulfill my obligations. Thor's heartfelt confession brimmed with repentance, growth, and hope for the future. He opened his heart, awaiting his father's response, anticipating a gaze that would be stern, yet perhaps tinged with a hint of solace. However, the reply he received was not Odin's deep and imposing voice. Instead, a cold, twisted voice, rife with malevolence and uncontrollable madness, emanated from the destroyer's armor. "Father?" The voice dripped with chilling mockery and frenzied delight. "Your father is dead. Odin Borson, the king of Asgard, is gone." Each word struck Thor's heart like poison ice shards. The sincerity, anticipation, and newly ignited hope in his expression instantly froze, replaced by disbelief and searing anguish. He stumbled back a step, his face turning as pale as parchment. The voice of Loki continued to resonate, steeped in bitterness and a twisted sense of satisfaction, as if relishing the moment of Thor's instantaneous collapse. "All of this is because of you, Thor Odinson, due to your arrogance, due to your foolish impulsiveness, because you insisted on venturing to Jotunheim to meet your demise." The orange glow at the center of the destroyer's helmet suddenly flared with an intensity akin to that of an imminent volcanic eruption. "To rescue you, this worthless being, from the onslaught of the frost giants, Father forcefully expended his divine essence. He exhausted his final strength, solely to save you, his utterly valueless son." Loki's voice escalated, sharp and frenzied, and then he fell, forever fun, just as you were cast into the courtyard like a forsaken hound, still lamenting over your hammer. "The great Odin, father of the gods, is dead, and the architect of all this calamity is none other than you, Thor Odinson. It is you who has condemned our father to death." "No, it cannot be." Father Thor was struck as if by a bolt of lightning, immense sorrow and incredulous accusations causing him to tremble, nearly rendering him unsteady. He shook his head, his golden hair disheveled by the wind, his azure eyes filled with despair and shattered light. His father dead? Because of him? This brutal revelation struck him like a mighty hammer, shattering all the beliefs and hopes he had just constructed. At the moment, Thor was overwhelmed. Utterly devastated by this dreadful news, the destroyer's armor stirred. Without a shred of mercy, without the slightest hesitation, the silent metallic Colossus abruptly raised its arm. Imbued with terrifying power, instead of a hand, the end of the arm transformed into a massive cannon, coalescing with destructive energy. A blinding orange light gathered at the cannon's core, energy levels soaring. The target, the dazed and defenseless Thor Odinson. Loki's intent was unmistakable, to deliver both spiritual and physical annihilation to Thor at his most vulnerable and tormented moment. Boom! A formidable beam, infused with destructive energy, tore through the air, propelled by Loki's boundless hatred and lethal intent, hurtling towards Thor's heart. Just as the destroyer's energy beam was about to engulf the disoriented Thor, an unexpected transformation occurred. A pillar of light, far more gentle and precise than the destroyer's arrival, appeared with an urgent significance. Merely a few dozen meters from the battlefield of Thor and the destroyer, as the light dissipated, amidst the swirling dust, 4 familiar figures staggered forth, Thor's most loyal allies. The Valkyrie Sif and the 3 brave warriors of Asgard, Fandral, Hogun, and Volstagg. Thor, get away! Sif's commanding shout reverberated like thunder. She acted with the swiftness of a tempest, as her 2-handed sword, glimmering with a cold light, was already hurtling through the air before the radiance of the Rainbow Bridge had fully faded. The colossal sword did not strike at the essence of the destroyer, but rather, with unparalleled precision, it cleaved fiercely at the joint of the destroyer's raised arm. A deafening clang resounded, echoing through the air. Sparks flew. The divine weapon hurled by Sif contained formidable power. Although it failed to sever the arm forged from high-purity URU metal, it successfully deflected the angle of the destroyer's cannon by a fraction. Boom! The lethal orange energy beam whizzed past Thor's shoulder, instantly vaporizing the remnants of a derelict gas station several dozen meters behind him. The massive explosion and shockwave violently hurled Thor away, crashing him to the ground, yet also spared his life. Sif, Vandal, Hogun, and Volstagg, struggling to lift his head. Thor's face bore a mix of shock from his narrow escape and elation at the sudden appearance of his friends. What are you doing here? No time for explanations. We must deal with this metal monstrosity. Volstagg roared, brandishing his enormous battle axe, charging towards the destroyer like an enraged bull. Hogun, though taciturn, struck with deadly precision. His morning star aimed straight for the destroyer's leg joint. Vandal, agile and nimble, darted around the destroyer, seeking any potential weakness. Sif swiftly rushed to Thor's side, helping him to his feet, her anxious gaze scanning him for injuries. The destroyer, incensed by this sudden onslaught, unleashed a surge of orange light from the cracks in its helmet. It disregarded Volstagg's powerful blow, withstood Hogun's morning star, and swept its massive arm with astonishing speed. Bam! Bam! Volstagg and Hogun were sent flying as if struck by a battering ram, crashing into the distant ruins amidst a cloud of dust. Vandal attempted a surprise attack from behind, thrusting his twin swords towards the energy conduit at the back of the destroyer's neck, only to be met with a devastating elbow strike to his chest. Blood spewed from Vandal's mouth as he plummeted like a broken kite. No! Thor's eyes widened in horror, struggling to rush forward to assist. Thor, listen! Sif clutched his arm tightly, her gaze fixed warily on the destroyer, which was pivoting its cannon towards them once more. Her voice was rapid, low yet crystal clear. King Odin is not dead. Loki is lying. This proclamation acted as the most potent stimulant, instantly dispelling the shadows of despair that loomed over Thor's heart. He turned sharply to Sif, his eyes ablaze with incredulity and joy. What? Father is alive? Really? Absolutely. Sif urged, pushing Thor aside with urgency as she positioned her sword to shield him, bravely facing the charging cannon of the destroyer. Your father has merely entered Odin's sleep. To quell the war you have ignited and to drive away the frost giants, he overexerted himself. Loki, taking advantage of your father's slumber, has usurped the throne. A false decree has been conveyed, intending to use the destroyer to silence you. This is all his scheme. Father is not dead. He merely slumbers. It is Loki. Everything is Loki's cunning design. A tremendous elation, followed by an overwhelming wrath, instantly filled Thor's chest. He felt as though he might explode. The prior feelings of remorse, anguish, and self-doubt transformed into a blazing fury against Loki's betrayal in the face of truth. Loki! Thor bellowed to the heavens, his voice laden with the agony of betrayal by a beloved kin and a tempest of rage. However, reality afforded him little time to unleash his fury. The destroyer's cannon was already aimed at Sif, who stood valiantly before Thor. That devastating radiance ignited once more. Sif's gaze was resolute, undaunted. Her hands gripped the colossal sword, prepared to fight to the last breath. "Sif, stand aside," Thor roared, attempting to push her away. But the destroyer's assault was swifter. Boom! Another robust beam of annihilation shot forth. Sif gritted her teeth, channeling all her divine power into the sword, which erupted in resplendent light as she valiantly struck against the beam. Boom! A deafening explosion. Sif's mighty sword was obliterated upon contact with the terrifying energy, shattering into fragments. She was struck as if by a colossal hammer, her divine power dissipating in an instant, blood spurting from her mouth. Her once vibrant form hurled violently by the shockwave, crashing into a utility pole, falling near Thor, her fate uncertain. In mere moments, the most elite warriors of the Celestial Palace, Thor's most devoted friends, fell before Asgard's mightiest weapon, as helpless as a mantis attempting to stop a chariot, their ranks utterly decimated. The emotionless visage of the destroyer turned once more towards Thor, the cold orange light from its cracks locking onto him as its final and primary target. Thor lay on the ground, watching the destroyer advance, observing his fallen comrades, and seeing Jane cowering behind the trailer in terror. The ecstasy brought by the news of his father's slumber was instantly extinguished by the brutal reality before him, replaced by a profound despair and helplessness. He had lost his divine power, lost his hammer, and now even the sole friend who had come to rescue him had fallen. What did he do now? Was he destined to perish here, like a mere mortal, helplessly succumbing to Loki's treachery, dying beneath his father's armor? The brilliance of the destroyer's cannon intensified, the energy reaching its zenith. That cold, orange glow, emblematic of absolute annihilation, cast Thor's pallid face in hues reminiscent of a damned soul. The breath of death gripped his throat as if it were tangible. He could even feel the air distorting under the high-temperature energy radiation. Boom! The cataclysmic energy beam surged forth with a force to obliterate all, aimed directly at the utterly defenseless Thor. Where the beam passed, the air was ionized, emitting a piercing shriek, and the ground was carved into a charred trench by the dissipated energy. Thor instinctively closed his eyes, bracing for the arrival of an inevitable end. However, the anticipated excruciating pain of his body being torn apart and vaporized did not ensue. Instead, a dull thud reverberated through the air, as if the very space were trembling. A thunderous boom, an unimaginably powerful shockwave, accompanied by blinding torrents of energy, suddenly surged forth, violently propelling debris and dust into a circular whirlwind. Thor abruptly opened his eyes. Before him stood a figure, resolutely positioned between him and the harbinger of destruction. The individual was crouched, leaning forward, firmly holding a circular shield that glimmered with a metallic sheen, adorned in its center with a prominent star, steadfastly blocking the annihilating beam capable of vaporizing steel. The furious orange torrent of energy crashed against the surface of the shield, exploding and scattering in all directions. The space surrounding the shield appeared to warp slightly under the extreme compression of energy. Yet, that shield remained utterly unmoved. It stood as an absolute barrier, separating life from death, protecting Thor securely behind it. The dissipated energy streams howled like a tempest, tugging at the warrior's attire, yet failing to budge him in the slightest. Chapter 57. A String of Defeat's Goodness. Tony Stark suddenly slammed his hand against the armrest of his chair, pointing at the figure below who had just withstood a beam from the destroyer and was now entangled in combat with it. Is this the so-called Captain America, Steve Rogers, who can hold his own against anyone? His voice brimmed with the frantic disbelief of a tech enthusiast confronted with an unscientific phenomenon. To take a direct hit from the destroyer's energy ray, that very beam had just sent those Asgardian warriors flying like bowling pins. Does this old popsicle still possess a human physique? Jarvis, show me the energy readings from just now once more. What is the maximum peak impact converted into tons of equivalent force? What about his bone density and muscle fiber strength analysis? Sir, Jarvis's voice carried a hint of human-like perplexity. The physiological parameters of the target individual indicate he falls within the category of enhanced humans. It is far from meeting the standards to withstand such a level of energy impact. The critical variable lies in the circular shield he wields. At the moment of the energy impact, the shield absorbed over 998 units of destructive energy, efficiently converting it into kinetic diffusion and thermal dissipation. The residual impact force borne by the target individual is approximately 0.2 of the peak energy, and his posture and grip on the shield significantly optimize the path of impact transmission. Conclusion: the survival of the target primarily relies on the extraordinary physical properties of his shield and his remarkable combat skills. Oh, come off it, Tony. Elijah's voice lazily chimed in as he reclined comfortably in his hovering chair. The strength lies in that shield your father crafted for him back in the day. Not in him. That thing is made of vibranium. Vibranium? What is the rarest metal on Earth, possessing the remarkable ability to absorb kinetic energy? The old man crafted a shield for this ancient popsicle? His tone swiftly shifted from shock to a complex mix of displeasure and bitterness. Ah, no wonder, Tony sneered, as if reminded of a long-buried grievance. In the old man's lifetime, he often spoke of the illustrious Captain America, the paragon of virtue, the true hero, Mr. Steve Rogers. Each time, he used him as a benchmark, rendering my inventions and irreverent attitude utterly insignificant, as if I were destined to live in his shadow. I harbor no fondness for this legendary captain. Elijah glanced at the sullen expression on Tony's face, one that reflected a comparison made by his father with other children, and chuckled softly. Your father, Howard Stark, has concealed far more than this incident. The historical projects he participated in and the extraordinary individuals and artifacts he encountered far exceed your imagination. Steve and his shield are merely the tip of the iceberg. He chose not to delve deeper into this topic and redirected his gaze to the increasingly fierce battlefield below. The destroyer was thoroughly provoked by the harassment of Captain America and the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, its attacks growing ever more frenzied. Although Captain America's shield was indestructible, each time he blocked that horrifying force, he was forced back, his arms trembling. The assaults from Black Widow and Hawkeye felt like mere tickles. High explosive arrows and specialized bullets left no marks on the destroyer's thick URU metal armor, instead continually drawing lethal fire. The firepower net constructed by the ordinary agents behind cover was child's play, easily obliterated by a single beam from the destroyer. Haha, it seems Nick Fury is truly at his wit's end. Elijah chuckled gleefully, pointing at the S.H.I.E.L.D. team below, desperately trying to evade the destroyer's fire while attempting to drag away the unconscious Asgardian warrior. To recruit Thor, that high-caliber combatant, even the recently unearthed and still cold Captain America was dispatched. Such a hefty investment. He shook his head, his tone laced with derision for Fury's predicament. Alas, in the face of absolute power, the symbolic spirit and mortal courage are worth merely the time it takes to defend with a shield. Look, the old popsicle is on the verge of collapse. As if to validate his words, the battlefield below transformed. The destroyer, seemingly weary of the ping-pong game with Captain America's shield, suddenly surged forward, its heavy metallic body unleashing a terrifying speed that belied its size. A massive metal fist, accompanied by a shriek that tore through the air, circumvented the shield's defensive angle and struck fiercely at Steve's side. Steve reacted with remarkable speed, leaning sharply to block with the edge of his shield. Boom! A sound more thunderous and terrifying than before erupted. Captain America, along with his shield, was struck as if by a speeding train, his body catapulted by the tremendous force. He crashed through a crumbling wall, becoming ensnared amidst the debris. The indestructible shield slipped from his grasp, spinning as it embedded itself into the ground at a distance. Captain! The exclamations of Natasha and Clint echoed in alarm. The cold muzzle of the destroyer was raised once more, ruthlessly locking onto the struggling figure of Steve Rogers, striving to rise from the ruins. Within the starship, Tony observed the plight of Captain America being hurled away, his expression a tapestry of complex emotions. On one hand, he marveled at the prowess of the shield, a masterpiece crafted by his father. On the other, he grappled with an inexplicable sense of balance regarding the idol, now bearing the weight of his father's accolades. Facing an undeniable challenge. Yet, predominantly, it was an assessment of technical merit. All right, I can see that S.H.I.E.L.D is indeed remarkable, Tony mused, stroking his chin, the fervor of his technical obsession eclipsing personal sentiments. The old man finally accomplished something worthy of praise. However, as he gazed at the destroyer's charging cannon and then at Captain America, now defenseless and exposed under the lethal ray, alongside the equally precarious positions of Black Widow, Hawkeye, and Thor, he pondered if Fury's neighborhood watch team was on the brink of annihilation. Shouldn't you prepare to enter the fray and collect the remnants? Delay further, and you might have to retrieve your uncle's idol's remains. A glimmer of predatory anticipation flickered in Elijah's eyes. Why the rush? The true spectacle has yet to unfold. The real protagonist has yet to unleash his latent power. His gaze, filled with intrigue, turned towards the ruins, where the impending threat of the destroyer loomed. Observing fallen comrades and guardians, igniting within him an unprecedented flame of fury and resolve, Thor Odinson, the destroyer, coldly and mercilessly targeted the struggling Captain America. The orange light of destruction about to erupt. Natasha and Clint's eyes widened in despair, yet they remained powerless. In that critical moment, a resounding roar, laden with boundless rage, anguish, and determination, erupted like thunder. The source of this voice was none other than Thor Odinson, overlooked in the shadows. He was no longer the disheartened mortal. Stripped of his strength, a long dormant, yet never fully extinguished, terrifying power erupted within him, akin to a volcano reawakened after eons. Ignited by the excruciating pain of witnessing his allies fall and fueled by an indomitable will to protect, a pulsating force radiated from Thor, distorting the very fabric of space. Visible arcs of blue and white electricity danced around him, swirling in a frenzied display. In the depths of his azure eyes, blinding lightning replaced his pupils. For Asgard, for my friends, for Jane, Thor roared to the heavens, his voice infused with the might of thunder, causing the very air to tremble. At the moment his cry resonated, a deafening boom erupted. A bolt of lightning, as thick as a barrel, tore through the night sky, defying the constraints of distance, striking with unerring precision the long-dormant Mjolnir. The hammer of the Thunder God, resting atop the distant RV of Jane Foster. Crackling with energy, the hammer was instantly enveloped in blinding lightning. Ancient runes flowed across its surface as if awakened from slumber. A force of summoning transcended Odin's seals and the barriers of space. Resonating with the primordial divine power surging within Thor. Whoosh! Mjolnir stirred. No longer a mere inert object, it transformed into a streak of lightning that rent the night, humming with joyous exuberance and the power to annihilate, defying all laws of physics, effortlessly traversing 100 meters in an instant. Crack! A hand, clad in rudimentary leather gauntlets, yet brimming with boundless strength, firmly grasped the hammer's handle as it soared toward him. Boom! The moment Thor's hand clasped Mjolnir, a torrent of thunderous divine energy, far more immense, purer, and wilder than before, surged through his limbs and body like a flood breaching its dam. His mundane garments disintegrated in the radiant lightning, vanishing entirely. In their stead, he donned ancient battle armor, forged from divine metals and woven with magic, glimmering silver breastplate, a crimson cape, and gauntlets and greaves adorned with flickering thunder runes. A tempest gathered fiercely in the sky above him. Dense storm clouds churned, forming a colossal vortex, as countless bolts of lightning roared within the cloud, as though heralding the return of the thunder god. The wind howled, lifting clouds of dust. The entire world seemed to change hue. Thor Odinson, the god of thunder, had truly reclaimed his rightful place. Loki, Thor's voice thundered like a cataclysm, filled with the fury of betrayal and the majesty of a deity. His azure eyes, now brimming with lightning, fixed intently upon the destroyer. Your tricks end here. The destroyer, sensing this sudden, formidable threat, saw its orange glow intensify through the cracks in its visage, abandoning its assault on Steve, its cannon now aimed squarely at Thor. The beam of destruction began to coalesce once more. Ha! Thor bellowed fearlessly. He swung Mjolnir with ferocity. Boom! A blue-white pillar of thunder, thicker and more ferocious than the destroyer S-beam, surged forth from Mjolnir's head, colliding violently with the orange beam unleashed by the destroyer. Boom! The two streams of destructive energy collided mid-air with a resounding clash. Blinding light instantaneously engulfed everything. The horrific shockwave of the explosion surged outward like a tsunami. The earth was upheaved like a carpet, and the vehicles of S.H.I.E.L.D. were overturned as if they were mere toys. Even Captain America was once again hurled away by the terrifying shockwave. As the brilliance faded, the colossal form of the destroyer was forcibly driven back several paces by the thunderous strike, carving deep trenches into the ground. The orange light upon its face flickered violently, as though it had endured a significant impact. Did you see that, Loki? This is true power. Thor, bathed in thunder, brandished Mjolnir and charged fiercely at the destroyer. For my father. For Asgard. The ensuing battle escalated to a fever pitch. Reinvigorated with divine strength, Thor showcased the formidable prowess of Asgard's mightiest warrior. Each swing of Mjolnir, imbued with immense force, was accompanied by a deafening roar of thunder and shockwaves that rent the earth asunder. The destroyer's rigid URU metal armor began to manifest clear dents and char marks. Bolts of lightning struck the destroyer relentlessly, erupting in dazzling sparks. In an instant, the tide of battle appeared to shift. The massive form of the destroyer seemed somewhat clumsy under Thor's tempestuous onslaught, being driven back and accumulating wounds. Sif and the warriors three struggled to open their eyes, beholding the awe-inspiring display of Thor's power, their gazes filled with excitement and hope. Steve, Natasha, Clint, and others were utterly stunned by the mythic spectacle of the combat unfolding before them. Bravo! Tony couldn't help but exclaim within the Quinjet. Now, this is what a god of thunder should look like. However, Elijah furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of gravity crossing his features. Something was amiss. The energy readings from the destroyer had not diminished. As if to corroborate his concerns, the orange light emanating from the fissures of the destroyer's face deepened ominously. Even as it was temporarily subdued by Thor's ferocious assault, it withstood a heavy blow from Thor, only swaying slightly, before its arm swung out at an unnatural angle. Thud! A heavy strike landed with force upon Thor's breastplate, its speed surpassing Thor's reflexes. The gleaming armor crumpled instantaneously. Thor, struck with tremendous force, groaned and was propelled backward like a cannonball, blood spilling from his mouth. Thor! Jane's anguished scream pierced the air. Thor crashed heavily to the ground. The power of thunder momentarily disrupted. Struggling to rise, his eyes were filled with dread. It seemed his previous attack had not truly harmed the core of the destroyer. The destroyer offered him no respite, advancing with heavy steps that suddenly quickened. No longer was it the cumbersome movement of before, but rather an efficient display of lethal prowess. Its attacks became increasingly cunning and deadly. The arm's cannon is no longer the sole weapon. Each elbow strike, knee thrust, and even headbutt harbors the power to shatter mountains. Thor wields Mjolnir with fervor, desperately blocking and countering. Yet the destroyer seems to anticipate his every move. Its combat style has transformed. No longer relying solely on brute strength and energy blasts, it has absorbed Odin's martial wisdom and combat techniques. This is a near-perfect art of warfare, honed through countless battles across the 9 realms. Clang, clang, clang. The metallic limbs of the destroyer clash violently with Mjolnir, generating deafening sounds and blinding sparks. Thor's pride in his strength and speed is suppressed by the exquisite fighting skills displayed by the destroyer. With every collision, Thor feels a tingling in his arms, as the divine power within him quakes violently. Even more alarming, the destroyer appears to be absorbing the thunderous energy contained within Thor's attacks. The orange glow from the cracks in its visor does not dim. Instead, it intensifies under Thor's onslaught. Each time, Thor summons a thunderstrike. The energy shield enveloping the destroyer absorbs and transforms most of that energy, providing it with even greater momentum. It is learning, adapting, using my power. A warning bell rings in Thor's mind, a chill creeping up from his feet. This suit of armor is not merely a weapon. It embodies Odin's martial sagacity. Boom! The destroyer seizes upon a slight opening in Thor's defense, its cannon charging to full power at point-blank range. A beam of destruction, compressed to its utmost, strikes Thor's abdomen. Ugh! Thor emits a pained roar. Even with divine armor protecting him, this terrifying blow nearly pierces him through. He is propelled skyward, crashing into the ruins of a 2-story building. The entire structure collapses instantly, burying him beneath the debris. A corner of his crimson cloak peeks out from the rubble, stained with dust and golden blood. Mjolnir slips from his grasp, spinning as it embeds itself in the ground nearby, the lightning upon it dimming. The battlefield falls into an eerie silence. Only the heavy footsteps of the destroyer echo like a death knell, advancing step by step towards the mound that has entombed the Thunder God. The cold, orange glow from its visor locks onto the debris below. Reinvigorated, Thor Odinson ultimately succumbs to the might of Odin's destroyer armor, a weapon that merges the wisdom of the All-Father with absolute power. Inside the starship, the excitement on Tony's face has vanished, replaced by shock and gravity. Good heavens, this thing is absurdly powerful. Even Thor is faltering. Elijah slowly rises, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth, as if the hunter has finally found the perfect moment. Do you see, Tony? This is why I said it is worth collecting. Within the confines of the starship, the astonishment and gravity etched upon Tony's visage had yet to dissipate. He beheld the destroyer, advancing with a ponderous gait, as the catastrophic orange light began to coalesce anew through the fissures of its helm. Good heavens! Even Thor has fallen. If you do not take action soon, we shall be left to mourn our losses, Tony implored urgently. Yet, Elijah's gaze remained composed. Since Loki so enjoys hurling objects into my backyard, scaring off my ticketed guests, it falls upon me as the host to address this matter personally. No sooner had he spoken than, boom, Elijah surged forth from the hatch, a tempest of wind rushing into the cabin. Tony stumbled, taken aback by the sudden onslaught of pressure and turbulence, his helmet sealing shut in an instant. He could only manage a gasp. Elijah's form transformed into a blur, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, as he hurtled downward towards the battlefield in the town below at a velocity surpassing sound itself. His flight bore no grand trajectory, only the raw speed that created a shrill scream and shockwave, rending the very fabric of space. The destroyer's energy amassed to its zenith, its sights fixed upon Thor, buried beneath the rubble. Just as the annihilating beam was poised to erupt, a figure manifested with unparalleled gravitas and absolute velocity, akin to teleportation. Interposing between the destroyer and the ruins, Elijah Adams. He landed with unyielding steadiness upon the ground, the concrete beneath him fracturing and sinking like it had endured a meteor strike, forming a shallow crater several meters wide. The shockwave sent dust swirling outward in a circular expansion. The destroyer seemed startled by this sudden apparition, exuding an aura of dread. As the orange light within its helm rapidly locked onto Elijah, the charged annihilation beam instantly shifted its target, roaring forth towards the now-closed Elijah. The robust orange column surged with an intent to obliterate all. Yet, in the face of this beam capable of vaporizing metal, Elijah did not so much as flutter an eyelash. He neither dodged, nor parried, nor engaged in any extraneous motion. He simply opened his eyes with tranquil resolve. Buzz! 2 rays of intense crimson, as if forged from the heart of the sun itself, erupted from his pupils. The moment this sanguine glow emerged, the surrounding air was instantly heated to the point of distortion and ionization. Where the light traversed, space appeared to tremble under the oppressive heat. The crimson thermal gaze collided with the destroyer's orange annihilation beam, mere inches from Elijah's face. There was no cataclysmic explosion, no standoff of equal forces, only an unrelenting obliteration. The terrifying energy beam of the destroyer, capable of piercing mountains, evaporated, decomposed, and vanished in an instant upon contact with Elijah's thermal gaze, as if ice met a glowing iron. The crimson rays of intense heat surged upstream along the path of the annihilating beam with an overwhelming force. The speed was beyond imagination. The destroyer seemed to sense a lethal threat, the orange light flickering violently within the cracks of its helm. It attempted to interrupt the beam, shifting its form, but it was too late. Chapter 58. Elijah, the one who ends battles in an instant puff. Puff. 2 sounds akin to red-hot iron plunging into ice resonated. The crimson gaze emanating from Elijah's eyes precisely penetrated the fissure at the center of the destroyer's helm, where the beam was being emitted. Sizzle. The destroyer, directly infused with the scorching rays targeting its energy core, emitted an ear-piercing wail, as if metal was being torn apart by extreme heat. Blinding energy turbulence erupted from the cracks in its helm. The heavy URU metal shell turned a fiery red and began to soften at a visible rate. The metallic structure surrounding the fissure twisted and deformed. The destroyer's entire head trembled violently. It attempted to raise its arm to strike the close-at-hand Elijah. However, Elijah's movements were swifter, so fast that they transcended the limits of physical law. In the very moment the destroyer's arm was lifted, Elijah's figure had already vanished from sight. He inhaled deeply. Whoosh! An intensely frigid white mist erupted from Elijah's mouth. This was not merely a simple low-temperature gas, but a terrifying force capable of freezing molecular motion and dismantling material structures. The white cold wave instantly enveloped the destroyer's colossal head, which was in a state of molten heat. Hiss! The extreme hot metal reacted violently to the powerful cold, producing sounds akin to red-hot iron submerged in liquid nitrogen. A surge of steam erupted instantaneously. Crack! 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 The excruciating sound of rapid freezing rang out. The once tumultuous energy turbulence and molten metal within the destroyer's helm were forcibly solidified and frozen in an instant. The thick URU metal surface was rapidly covered with a dense layer of azure blue ice, radiating an absolute chill. This icy layer, imbued with terrifying low temperatures, rapidly spread from a molten head downwards, attempting to encase its neck and shoulders entirely in frost. Inside the destroyer, frantic buzzing and explosive sounds of energy overload reverberated. It struggled violently. The immense force shattered the icy surface repeatedly. It sought to escape this deadly freeze. The rapidly cooled head rendered the metallic structure exceedingly brittle due to the extreme temperature differential. Still quite resilient. Elijah scoffed, a flicker of impatience flashing in his eyes. Just as the destroyer believed it had found a moment to breathe, unleashing its internal energy to shatter the remaining ice and repair its head injuries, Elijah moved. There were no flamboyant techniques, only the purest, most extreme, superhuman strength. His right fist, seemingly unremarkable, was unleashed with a sudden ferocity. In that instant, the air ahead was compressed to an extreme degree, emitting a profound resonance. Distortions rippled through the space surrounding his clenched fist. Boom! This punch struck the chest of the destroyer, squarely at its center. Time appeared to freeze at that moment. In the next heartbeat, an indescribable wave of terror surged forth. Perfectly spherical, radiating outward with reckless abandon. Where it passed, the earth buckled and tore as if caught in a tempest. The remaining ruins of buildings were flattened and swept away like mere sandcastles. The destroyer's armor, crafted from high-purity URU metal and renowned for its indestructibility, endured the melting of its faceplate and the brittle freezing of its head, only to be met by Elijah's fist, imbued with formidable power, shattering it like cracked tempered glass. Crack! Boom! A colossal, gaping void appeared in the destroyer's chest, a terrifying breach that seemed to penetrate through and through. Countless fragments, shimmering with energy, erupted from the abyss like an ignited arsenal, transforming the scene into a metallic tempest. The enormous form of the destroyer lost all momentum, standing rigidly as the last flicker of dim energy within its fractured faceplate extinguished completely. Then, this embodiment of Asgard's supreme martial might collapsed backward with a thunderous crash. Thud! The massive metallic body crashed heavily onto the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Silence. A deathly hush enveloped the area. Whether it was Steve Rogers, who had just clawed his way out from the rubble, or Natasha and Clint, who were aiding their injured comrades, or Jane Foster, peering out from behind an RV, her face streaked with tears, along with the warriors of the celestial realm, who were barely regaining their senses and gaping in astonishment at the unfolding spectacle. Everyone stood frozen as if turned to stone, their minds blank. What had they witnessed? Thor, the god of thunder, who had reclaimed divine power only to be trampled by the destroyer, and the seemingly invulnerable destroyer armor that had effortlessly defeated both celestial warriors and Captain America, was reduced to mere insignificance before the casually descending man, who required but 3 moves. This was not a battle. It was a complete and merciless obliteration, a destruction of a dimensional magnitude. Within the high-altitude starship, Tony Stark's jaw nearly dropped to the floor. His helmet S.H.I.E.L.D. eyes was frantically alerting him, indicating that the energy readings detected below had exceeded all known models' limits. Tony muttered to himself, unable to articulate even a single coherent curse. For the first time, he witnessed with stark clarity the unfathomable power of Elijah Adams, hidden beneath a facade of nonchalance, akin to the terrifying depths of the cosmos. The dust gradually began to settle. Elijah Adams stood serenely beside the fallen wreckage of the destroyer, as if he had merely swatted away an annoying fly. He brushed the dust from his casual attire, his gaze sweeping across the chaotic battlefield before finally resting on Thor, who had been rendered unconscious once more by the recent shockwave. Victor, Elijah's voice regained its habitual anger. The cleanup crew has come to tidy up. The target is that heap of scrap metal on the ground, along with the blonde giant. Handle him with care. We wouldn't want to damage my new acquisition and guest. And do relay a message to Heimdall. The delivery has been received, albeit with minor damages. Given that the contents differ from what was declared, I shall take the liberty of confiscating it on behalf of the Allfather. Elijah stood calmly at the center of the ruins, his attire immaculate. His gaze casually surveyed the silent onlookers. Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., including the recently assisted Captain America, Steve Rogers, Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, and Hawkeye, Clint Barton, were all frozen in place. Their eyes were filled with horror, confusion, and a primal tremor born of instinct. The cataclysmic scene they had just witnessed had shattered their previous understanding of power. This man was a walking calamity. None dared to move, nor even to breathe loudly, fearful of drawing the attention of such an imposing presence. Meanwhile, the three warriors from Asgard, Volstagg, Fandral, and Hogun, leaned on one another for support, their injuries significant, yet their gazes remained firmly fixed on Elijah, imbued with an ineffable shock and a profound reverence. Valkyrie Sif, with relatively lighter wounds, looked at Elijah with a complex expression, a blend of respect for strength and a deep-seated trepidation. Elijah's gaze swept over the hushed spectators, and a faint smile, a subtle yet potent expression, played upon his lips, tightening the hearts of all who beheld it. He nodded in satisfaction, as if admiring a tableau woven from fear and submission. Enough. Elijah's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly across the silent battlefield. The commotion has subsided. It is time for everyone to disperse and return whence they came. However, just as the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. felt a wave of relief and instinctively prepared to retreat, the Asgardian quartet took action. Valkyrie Sif drew a deep breath, suppressing her inner shock and physical discomfort, stepping forward and surpassing her comrades. With her right hand over her heart, she offered Elijah the highest honor due to a supreme being from an Asgardian warrior. Volstagg, Fandral, and Hogun, despite their injuries, also bowed in respect behind her. This gesture embodied their acknowledgement and veneration of absolute power. Respected guardian of Midgard, supreme being, Lord Elijah Adams. Sif's voice was reverent, imbued with the straightforwardness characteristic of a warrior, yet layered with an unprecedented solemnity. Please forgive our impertinence. She lifted her gaze, her eyes locking onto Elijah's, filled with sincerity and a hint of supplication. You have vanquished the destroyer, manipulated by Loki, and saved the life of Prince Thor, earning the eternal gratitude of Asgard. Yet, the crisis is far from resolved. While our sovereign, King Odin, is ensconced in the Odin Sleep, safeguarding the Nine Realms, Loki has audaciously usurped the throne of Asgard. He has even dispatched the destroyer with the intent to slay his own brother. Asgard now languishes under the shadow of a usurper. Sif's tone grew urgent and resolute. Prince Thor is the rightful heir to Asgard. During his exile, he has rediscovered humility and responsibility, regaining his divine power. Now is the time for him to return to Asgard, to restore order, thwart Loki's nefarious schemes, and safeguard the tranquility of the Nine Realms. We implore you to permit us to escort Prince Thor back to the realm of the gods. This is for the sake of Asgard and the order of the Nine Realms. Elijah listened with keen interest to Sif's impassioned plea. Once she concluded, he leisurely interjected, his tone laced with playful mockery. Oh, he elongated the word while casting a glance at the still unconscious Thor, being cautiously retrieved from the ruins by the frost giants. You come to reclaim him for the throne? He stepped forward, an invisible pressure causing Sif's 3 warriors to instinctively tense. It does sound somewhat plausible. Elijah maintained his smile. But does Odin know? He is peacefully asleep, and you intend to bring his son back to usurp the throne? What if he awakens and disputes it? After all, Elijah's gaze swept over the remnants of the destroyer, his implication clear. That armor nearly ended his son's life. Sif felt the weight of his gaze, but stood undeterred, meeting Elijah's eyes with unwavering resolve. Our king Odin explicitly decreed during Prince Thor's exile that only upon proving oneself worthy of the throne may one lift the hammer of the thunder god. She pointed towards Mjolnir, firmly embedded in the ground. Prince Thor has regained the hammer's recognition. He has earned the right to ascend the throne. The king's foresight in all his actions was to refine Thor, preparing him to become a worthy ruler. Today, Thor has changed. When the king awakens, he will undoubtedly be immensely gratified and will not dispute this. She paused, her voice imbued with absolute faith in Odin. Moreover, Loki's schemes have been laid bare. He has deceived not only us, but the entirety of Asgard. The return of Prince Thor is to fulfill the king's will and restore the rightful order of the realm. Elijah listened in silence. His gaze flitted between the unconscious Thor, the resolute Sif, and the invaluable remnants of the destroyer. Well, Elijah finally spoke again, a languid smile returning to his face. It does sound quite reasonable. Odin has arranged for his son to complete his transformation journey, and it is time for him to return home and inherit the family legacy. With an undeniable resolve, he shifted his tone. Very well. In light of Odin's influence, and considering the lad's commendable qualities, you may take him. Upon hearing these words, Sif and the 3 valiant warriors behind her were instantly filled with immense joy and gratitude. However, Elijah's next statement froze their smiles in place. Elijah leisurely added, his gaze fixed upon Sif, "He is my trophy, saved from Loki's grasp. You wish to take him, but who will settle the expenses incurred during this time?" He spread his hands, his tone exuding a nonchalant yet assertive demeanor. "Let us do it this way. You may take him for now. Return to Odin and inform him that his son's life is on credit from me, Elijah Adams. When he awakens, let him remember to provide me with an IOU to settle the costs. As for the interest, let it be calculated in accordance with your Asgardian customs. I am a person of reason." Sif and the 3 warriors of the celestial palace gazed at Elijah's expression, which conveyed a sense of fairness. And Sif felt a dryness in her throat. An IOU from the Allfather? Calculating interest? This was utterly unprecedented. Yet, sensing the profound and terrifying aura that had just crushed the destroyer, along with his undeniable stance, Sif realized that this was likely the only means to bring Thor back. "We shall adhere to your wishes, Lord Adams," Sif managed to respond, her voice parched. "We will convey your request to His Majesty Odin." "Excellent." Elijah nodded in satisfaction. Having made a lucrative deal, he waved his hand, signaling those operating the drones that were carrying Thor. "Hand him over to them. Be cautious. Do not let him suffer any harm, for he is the heir of Asgard." As he observed the drones gently delivering the unconscious Thor to Sif and the others, a deeper smile spread across Elijah's face. With Sif accompanied by the unconscious Thor and Mjolnir, vanishing through a specially sanctioned beam of soft rainbow light, and the giant recovery team methodically beginning to hoist the valuable remnants of the destroyer, the farce in the small desert town of New Mexico finally came to a close. The air was thick with the acrid scent of smoke, dust, and the charred remnants of energy overload, mingled with an inescapable sense of shock and silence. Elijah, as though he had just finished watching an unsatisfactory film, languidly yawned, his gaze casually sweeping over the chaotic battlefield. His attention eventually settled on the S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel who were carefully placing Captain America, Steve Rogers, onto a makeshift stretcher. Steve's condition was evidently far from optimal. He had just withstood the onslaught of the destroyer S-beam and was subsequently hurled by a shockwave. Despite the enhancement of super soldier serum, his complexion was pallid. With a wound on his forehead, his stars and stripes uniform tattered, and his breathing labored. A trace of exhaustion from battle lingered in his gaze, mingled with a hint of bewilderment in the face of the epical transformations around him. Elijah approached the injured area of S.H.I.E.L.D., a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. His arrival instantly plunged the atmosphere into a frigid silence. Natasha, tending to the wounds of others, froze momentarily, her eyes locking onto Elijah with a mixture of vigilance and trepidation. From his vantage point, Hawkeye, Clint Barton, instinctively placed his fingers on the bowstring, only to forcibly release them, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. The ordinary agents stood paralyzed, scarcely daring to breathe, their eyes cast downward to evade Elijah's gaze, as if a mere glance could summon catastrophe. Elijah, unperturbed by their reactions, strode directly to Steve Rogers' stretcher. He towered over the living relic who had recently awakened from 70 years of icy slumber, a malevolent smile adorning his face. "Captain Steve Rogers, what a pleasure it is to finally meet you. My family has often spoken of you in my presence," he said, leaning slightly closer, his smile widening, his tone laced with mockery. "Waking up to this world, does it feel rather peculiar?" He gestured around him, the collapsed ruins, the destroyer being carted away by the giant in the distance, and the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents clad in high-tech uniforms, trembling before him. Finally, his finger pointed with precision at the screen of a nearby communications vehicle, displaying a tense image of Nick Fury, his countenance dark as though charred from the depths of a pot, monitoring the scene through encrypted lines. "Look at this world," Elijah's voice dripped with sarcasm. "The era you fought for and slumbered through has vanished without a trace. The Nazis have been vanquished, and the Cold War is but a relic of history. In their stead, we have alien princes, divine armors, and individuals like Nick Fury, lurking behind screens, engaging in espionage, now commanding you, the very symbol of America, a battlefield legend, reduced to being a caretaker for an exiled prince of the divine realm, forced to confront war machines that could toss you aside like a mere rag doll." Elijah's voice, though soft, bore the weight of each word, piercing through Steve's heart, striking at the most sensitive chords of his disorientation in an era that had left him behind, and his doubts regarding his own worth and belonging. Steve's hand, resting beside the stretcher, instinctively clenched into a fist, his knuckles paling. In his eyes, fatigue was supplanted by profound confusion and a subtle, simmering resentment. He gazed at the somber visage of Fury displayed on the screen, recalling the treacherous world and the vision of the Avengers that Fury had painted for him. This stark contrast to the vivid memories of a black-and-white war fought under the banner of national righteousness filled him with unease. Moreover, Elijah's words brutally tore open this disquiet. Director Fury was indeed grappling with a crisis. Steve's voice, tinged with hoarseness, attempted to justify the current state of affairs, yet it rang hollow. "Crisis?" Elijah scoffed, as if he had just heard the most ludicrous joke. He could not even discern what a true crisis entailed. Was Fury's so-called management merely dispatching neighborhood watch teams to their demise? Or was his greatest talent simply sending a few people to scavenge for scraps to study? This tirade left Steve speechless and rendered the nearby S.H.I.E.L.D. agents utterly ashamed. Natasha's expression turned exceedingly grim, and Clint's fingers tightened once more. On the screen, Fury's lone eye burned with suppressed fury, yet he could not utter a single curse. The absolute disparity in power rendered any words laughable. Elijah straightened, clapping his hands. He regarded Steve with a subtly scrutinizing gaze. "Captain, times have changed. The old rules and the old commanders may not withstand the new storm. Tend to your injuries, and ponder who truly has the capability to define the future and protect this land." He ceased his words, casting a sweeping glance at the tense S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Turning, he prepared to depart, his relaxed silhouette against the backdrop of ruins and smoke exuding a more suffocating sense of oppression than the fallen destroyer. "Oh, by the way," Elijah seemed to recall something, leaving a parting remark without looking back, his voice resonating clearly in every ear, especially for Steve and Fury on the other side of the screen. "Welcome to the new world. If you ever feel that Fury-esque games have run their course, the gates of the Titan will always be open for you. After all, true warriors should stand beneath a banner that matches their strength and beliefs." With that, he lingered no longer, his figure ascending into the sky amidst the complex gazes of the onlookers, vanishing into the still invisible Quinjet. All that remained was the desolate battlefield, the silent S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, Captain America, plunged deeper into contemplation on the stretcher, and Nick Fury on the communication screen, his visage pale, his single eye aflame with humiliation and impotent rage. Elijah's departing words struck like a poisoned thorn, embedding themselves deeply in the hearts of all present. Chapter 59. Tony's new idea and Nick Fury's oration. The Quinjet glided smoothly through the skies, returning to New York. Tony Stark had shed his armor, sprawled unceremoniously in a chair, imbibing whiskey from Elijah's collection, his face still bearing the shock of witnessing the defeat of the destroyer, though his mouth was in constant motion. Incredible, brother. Tony set down his glass, forcefully slapped the armrest of his chair, and gave Elijah, seated across from him, a thumbs up. His face adorned with an exaggerated expression of shock mingled with an unwavering resolve. Either one refrains from engaging, or, when one does, it must be a grand display. The previous exchanges have been executed with remarkable precision, textbook-level domination. I could only imagine the hue that would grace our dear director Nick Fury's egg-like visage at this moment. He took a sip of his drink, smacking his lips with delight, his eyes sparkling with excitement. To be honest, this marks the third time I have witnessed your prowess firsthand. The last occasion was when you dealt with Killian. That was quite the spectacle, but compared to today, it pales in comparison. Although, Tony elongated his tone, lifting his chin slightly, striving to reclaim his composure. Compared to the elegance, precision, and technical beauty of the genius's combat style, it still appeared somewhat, overly brutish and lacking in artistry. Nevertheless, all in all, quite commendable. Keep it up. Elijah sipped his glass of water leisurely, casting a knowing eye at Tony's critique. Elegance? Precision? Artistry? Tony, are you referring to the moment you were blown away by Vank, losing your home to the sea? Would you like me to slow down the footage of your recent skirmish tenfold for your study? After exchanging some banter, the self-adulation on Tony's face gradually gave way to a profound fervor for technology. He turned his gaze from Elijah, focusing instead on the screen displaying J.A.R.V.I.S.'s recent analysis of Elijah's victory over the destroyer, the energy readings, speed simulations, and structural damage models. J.A.R.V.I.S. Tony's voice sharpened with concentration, his fingers gliding swiftly across the holographic display, zooming in and marking vital data. Record all parameters, especially the molecular level changes in the destroyer-S armor during thermal beam exposure and the subsequent physical impact. And I need the most precise simulations of Mr. Adams's peak force and velocity vector. He abruptly lifted his head, his eyes ablaze with an unprecedented fervor, a creative yearning and a thirst for challenge ignited by absolute power. He locked his gaze onto Elijah, enunciating each word with clarity. Elijah, grant me some time. I am to construct an armored suit. A suit that amalgamates the properties of URU metal, anti-energy field technology, and a superconductive energy core. In essence, the culmination of my Stark intellect and the pinnacle of celestial technology. It must surpass the destroyer in strength, resilience, and speed. He paused, his eyes glinting with excitement. I aim to challenge you with it. A true challenge. Not the child's play we just witnessed. I want to see whether your innate talent prevails, or if the fruits of human intellect and technological advancement will triumph. Elijah gazed into Tony's eyes, recognizing that familiar, frenzied light of a genius inventor, and burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Tony, now, that truly embodies the essence of genius. He placed the cup down, his gaze brimming with anticipation. I await your creation of a new battle armor. The time and place are yours to decide, as are the rules. Just ensure that you do not pierce the earth, and I shall accompany you to the end. However, do not forget our multiverse project. He shifted the conversation with a hint of wicked amusement. But should you lose, you must work for me without pay for a century, specifically to repair my warships. Ha ha ha, is a deal. Tony extended his hand without hesitation, his eyes reflecting no trace of retreat. If I lose, I shall work for you. But if I win, you must share all your future technologies with me. Is it settled? It is settled. Elijah laughed heartily as he grasped Tony's hand. Two men standing at the pinnacle, thus sealing a wager. By the way, the destroyer-S heap of scrap metal, when it arrives in New York, have the worker bees drag it directly to the laboratory at Titan Base. Dr. Reed's team will cooperate with you, and all data will be reported to you. Tony immediately felt a surge of excitement, disregarding the banter as he began to remotely direct J.A.R.V.I.S. to interface with the laboratory permissions at Titan Base, muttering to himself, URU metal energy absorption and transformation structure reorganization hyperhuman armor concept design initiated. Codename, Twilight of the Gods. Haha, what a powerful name. Watching Tony become enraptured, Elijah chuckled and shook his head. He walked to the quiet lounge area and activated his personal communicator. A clear holographic projection unfolded before him. The backdrop was not Sophia's office, but rather an extraordinary scene. Beneath a dark red sky lay the rugged terrain of Mars. In the center appeared a vast ecological hot spring area covered by transparent, high-strength polymer dome. Sophia languidly reclined at the edge of a rocky hot spring pool, revealing only her shoulders and above. Her damp hair was casually tied up, with a few strands clinging to her smooth forehead and neck. The rising steam softened her features, imbuing her with a rare sense of relaxation. Behind her was the desolate yet magnificent red plain of Mars, with the grand silhouette of Olympus Mons in the distance, creating a scene of striking sci-fi beauty. Boss. Sophia's voice emerged, lacking some of her usual decisiveness. It is 3 in the morning at the Mars base. You better have a sufficiently important reason for disturbing my healing regimen. Nonetheless, there was little displeasure on her face, rather a hint of teasing. Observing the rarely relaxed Sophia on the screen, Elijah felt his mood lighten considerably, adopting a more casual tone. It is nothing significant, Sophia. I just finished watching a play, unwrapped a delivery from Odin, and found a new amusement for Tony, sending him to study the remnants of the destroyer. Sophia raised an eyebrow, seeming accustomed to the nonchalant mention of unwrapping Odin's package. Oh, it appears, dear boss, that you're thoroughly enjoying yourself. Has the situation in New Mexico been resolved? I trust the town has not been entirely erased from the map. Rest assured, the evacuation was timely, resulting only in the demolition of a few abandoned structures. Elijah smiled slightly. And you? How have you fared on Mars? Are the beef jerky pancakes sufficient? Shall I arrange for an airdrop of supplies for you? The hot springs are delightful, and the beef jerky pancakes. Sophia squinted slightly, seemingly relishing the thought. Matilda packed enough for a month before my departure. So there's no need for you, our esteemed leader, to worry. Just ensure that before my return, no small matters arise that necessitate the mobilization of hundreds of capital ships to resolve, allowing me to indulge in these hot springs in peace. And I shall be eternally grateful. I will do my utmost, I assure you, Elijah replied insincerely. Then continue to enjoy yourself. I shall not disturb your respite. The communication abruptly ceased, and the holographic image vanished. Elijah leaned back in his comfortable seat, gazing at the swiftly passing sea of clouds and the gradually clarifying view of New York below, a faint smile gracing his lips. He had dismantled a weapon of the divine realm, provided Tony with a new target, and confirmed that Sophia was not dismantling the base on Mars. Yet again, it was a serene and tranquil day. The starship began its descent towards the vast airport of the New York Divine Base. Elijah's departure left behind not merely physical ruins, but also a profound psychological oppression. The recovery team of the divine entity operated with remarkable efficiency, having completed the collection of the destroyer's wreckage. The transport aircraft, flashing warning lights, soared towards the divine base. The remaining members of S.H.I.E.L.D. appeared utterly despondent. At that moment, the roar of engines grew louder, approaching rapidly. Several distinctly modified black armored vehicles sped towards the battlefield and came to a jarring halt at its edge. The doors swung open violently, and Nick Fury emerged with purposeful strides. His iconic black leather trench coat billowed in the wind, and his singular eye scanned the entire battlefield, absorbing every detail and the state of each individual. His expression was ominously dark, more somber than the fertile black soil cultivated with cotton. Director Natasha Romanoff was the first to approach, her attire dusty and marred by wounds, yet her demeanor remained composed, though her eyes betrayed evident fatigue. Clint Barton also lowered his bow, standing silently beside Natasha, his face taut from the aftermath of battle. Fury's gaze lingered on the two for barely a second. Agent Romanoff. Agent Barton. Fury's voice bore a strained rasp, as if forcibly restrained. Report the situation, focusing on your injuries. Minor injuries, Director. They do not impede our operations. Natasha replied succinctly, her voice steady. Just some bruises and sprains. I want to be dead, Clint added, his tone embodying the characteristic toughness of an agent. Fury nodded slightly, yet his gaze scarcely lingered swiftly traversing past them, directly aimed at the nearby stretcher. Steve Rogers lay upon it, medical personnel administering painkillers and assessing his rib injuries. The Captain America uniform, emblazoned with the stars and stripes, lay in tatters, revealing skin marred by large bruises. Though the wound at his brow had been merely attended to, the bloodstains remained glaring, his complexion pale. Despite the steadfastness in his eyes, fatigue and profound confusion were evident. Fury's heart sank suddenly. The most vital asset, the core and spiritual pillar he envisioned for the future Avengers appeared, at this moment, utterly incapacitated. He swiftly approached the stretcher, casting a shadow over Steve. The medical staff instinctively recoiled a step, intimidated by the pressure emanating from him. "Captain," Fury's voice resonated with undeniable concern. "How are your injuries?" His solitary eye fixed intently on Steve's, attempting to penetrate the veil of exhaustion to discern his inner state. Steve inhaled slightly, the injury to his chest causing a subtle furrow of his brow, yet his voice remained relatively steady. "Rib fractures, internal organs have sustained trauma. Further examination is necessary." He paused before adding, "I am fine." "Fine?" A flicker of anger ignited in Fury's eye as he pointed towards the area of battle, now reduced to immense craters and charred remnants, and gestured to the surrounding ruins of the town, resembling a scene struck by meteorites. "Look at this. Look at your injuries. Is this what you call fine? That Elijah Adams. What exactly did he say to you?" Steve fell silent for several seconds, recalling Elijah's venomous words before his departure. "Is Nick Fury, of all people, issuing you commands? Engaging in espionage games while failing to protect his own?" The phrases neighborhood watch and make-believe echoed in his mind, intertwining with the bewilderment he felt upon awakening in this bizarre world. He slowly began to speak, his tone imbued with a warrior's candor and a hint of barely perceptible uncertainty. He illuminated certain truths. Fury. Steve's gaze remained unwavering, locking onto Fury's solitary eye. About this era, the levels of threat, the command authority. He paused, seemingly weighing his words, but ultimately articulated the statement that sent a jolt through Fury's heart. He was right. The adversities we face, Steve's eyes swept over the massive craters left by the destroyer, glancing at the buildings in the distance, ravaged by the residual power of Thor, have far exceeded the battlefield I once knew, even surpassing the realms that S.H.I.E.L.D. can effectively manage. He refrained from continuing, but the implication was clear. They all, himself included, were merely cannon fodder. He was right. Fury's voice suddenly rose, tinged with the discomfort of a sensitive spot being pricked. That reckless arms dealer who treats Earth as his personal property, wielding orbital cannons at will? Was he not correct? Rogers awakened. He is dismantling you. He is dismantling S.H.I.E.L.D. He is clearing obstacles for his accursed Titan Empire. Fury bent forward, flames igniting in his solitary eye, attempting to overwhelm Steve with sheer force of presence. Yes, he was formidable, as powerful as a beast. But so what? Power does not equate to righteousness, nor does it grant him license to act with impunity. The essence of S.H.I.E.L.D's existence is to unite humanity's strength, to safeguard Earth's autonomy, to protect the ordinary people, not to relinquish fate to a capricious deity. He pointed at the star on Steve's chest. "What do you represent, Captain? You embody belief. You embody unity. You represent the indomitable spirit that never yields in the face of despair. This is our most potent weapon against unknown threats, against titans like him. Not through brute force, but through this." Fury emphatically tapped his temple, then pounded his chest. "It is through the hearts of men." Director Fury, Steve's voice remained steady, yet the confusion in his gaze had not fully dissipated. Rather, it deepened in response to Fury's fervent reaction. "I have never forgotten why I fight. To protect life and liberty. This has never changed." He shifted his tone, embodying the pragmatism of a warrior laced with a hint of inquiry. "But belief and unity must be founded upon clear understanding and effective power. Today, we nearly faced total annihilation. Where was S.H.I.E.L.D's effective power in the face of such a threat? What was your contingency plan, aside from sending us here?" Steve's questions pierced like a dagger, striking at the core. Fury found himself at a loss for words. He opened his mouth, rage churning in his solitary eye. Yet he could not provide a robust answer capable of assuaging the legendary captain. What could he say? That S.H.I.E.L.D skyship was still under construction? That those secret weapons were utterly ineffective against the destroyer? That he was powerless against the Titan's orbital cannon? A surge of overwhelming frustration and helplessness washed away Fury's anger in an instant. He gazed at the battered yet resolute visage of the wounded hero on the stretcher, looked at the weary and demoralized elite agents of S.H.I.E.L.D around him, and then turned his gaze toward the dimming lights of the Titan's recovery team in the distant sky. His meticulously crafted plan to recruit Thor and establish authority, laying the groundwork for the Avengers, had utterly collapsed. Not only had it failed, but it had nearly cost them their core fighting strength. More alarmingly, it had sown seeds of doubt in Steve's mind regarding S.H.I.E.L.D's capabilities and even about Nick Fury's command. Fury's visage, illuminated by the flickering flames, bore an expression of such profound gloom that it seemed capable of weeping. He stood erect, his black trench coat tightly enveloping him, as though he sought to imprison within its depths all his fury and frustration. No longer casting his gaze upon Steve, he turned to the medical personnel, his tone frigid. Immediately returned the captain to headquarters, employing the highest standard of medical technology. Romanoff, Barton, clear the scene and collect everything of value. Then regroup. Having uttered these commands, he lingered no longer, striding towards his vehicle, his silhouette rigid and suffused with ire. He recognized that in this covert confrontation with the behemoth, he had suffered a resounding defeat. The quandary of altering Steve's mindset and addressing Elijah's tantalizing remark about the giant's door being perpetually ajar loomed before him. A conundrum far more formidable than that posed by the destroyer. Only the S.H.I.E.L.D agents remained, executing orders in silent haste. While on the stretcher, Steve Rogers gazed in the direction of Fury's departure, ensnared in deeper contemplation. Chapter 60. Despairing Loki and Odin's awakening Nick Fury's impassioned oration on faith, unity, and the guardianship of autonomy was, to Elijah, mere background noise. He absorbed not a single word. Even if he had caught a few scattered phrases borne by the wind, they would likely have elicited nothing more than a dismissive scoff. To Elijah, the current Fury and his beleaguered S.H.I.E.L.D, riddled with internal betrayals, had long since forfeited any claim to his attention. The chasm of power disparity loomed immense, while the technological gap was overwhelmingly crushing. The meager endeavors and machinations of S.H.I.E.L.D paled in comparison to the cosmic conquest embodied by the colossal beast of the giant, rendering their efforts as insignificant as that of a mantis attempting to halt a chariot. Fury and his agents were destined to fade from Elijah's purview like mere props. Relegated to the annals of history occasionally referenced in intelligence briefings by Red, their relevance diminished. The starship smoothly descended upon the airfield of the New York Giants base. Stepping through the hatch, Elijah inhaled the familiar metallic scent permeating the interior of the facility. Battle? Negotiation? The annihilation of the realms by the destroyer? Such considerations were but trifles before afternoon tea. In this moment, a singular, urgent thought consumed him. The desire for combat chicken noodle. This seemingly simple dish encapsulated Elijah's deepest affection, representing the ultimate definition of comfort within his soul, particularly after a not overly strenuous but nonetheless invigorating warm-up. Nothing could soothe the weary frame of this colossal overlord quite like a steaming bowl of combat chicken noodle, rich in flavor and perfectly chewy. The head chef of the base's restaurant stood ready with anticipation. As the bowl of enticing, vividly colored noodles, fragrant and aromatic, was placed upon the table, Elijah exhaled contentedly. Each noodle, coated in luscious sauce, delivered a profound satisfaction to his very spirit. Sated and rejuvenated, he felt enveloped by a sense of happiness akin to being cradled in warm spring water. Subsequently, he returned to his office. He had neglected the mountain of files and the chaotic endeavors of Tony in the laboratory, making his way directly to the ergonomically designed recliner position before the expansive floor-to-ceiling window. The gentle afternoon sunlight streamed through the glass, casting a warm and drowsy glow throughout the space. Elijah sank comfortably into the chair, resembling a large feline, his muscles entirely relaxed. He closed his eyes, savoring the warm red light that filtered through his eyelids. Over the years, he had never consciously soared into the depths of space like a superhero in a comic book to bask in the sun's rays for energy. Yet, the gifts from a yellow sun had consistently accompanied him, day after day, steadily enhancing his strength. This passive augmentation of power felt languid and delightful, and he relished it. His thoughts drifted gently in the warm sunlight. A notion quietly surfaced. He had accomplished so much. From orchestrating conquest plans within the Milky Way to extorting Odin for knowledge. Publicly dismantling the destroyer and disrupting Thor's schemes. Each act had irrevocably altered the original narrative. Yet, why had the Time Variance Authority not made an appearance? Why had that bald woman, Agatha, not sought him out for a discussion? Elijah's brow furrowed slightly. Was it because he had become a native of this world, deeply rooted since infancy, that he was presumed to be one of them? Or was it possible that everything he had done thus far, though not necessarily virtuous, had not harmed Earth in the grand scheme? Confusion clouded his mind, but he was disinclined to ponder further. He had never been one to squander energy on futile speculation. Let it be, he told himself with confidence. Agatha seemed to possess a sense of reason. As for the Time Variance Authority, those peculiar individuals clad in bizarre attire, wielding comical staffs and priding themselves as timekeepers? A derisive scoff escaped his lips. They would do well to pray that they did not cross his path. Elijah's thoughts surged with unabashed desires for destruction. How dare they meddle with my timeline? I would reduce their temporal technology and their pitiful organization to the most fundamental cosmic dust, erasing their existence completely. He held no fondness for those rigid guardians of rules. Yet the temporal technology they possessed might alleviate the burdens of Tony's Infinite Gate project if he could acquire it. Such thoughts settled like dust in the sunlight. Fatigue washed over him. The satisfaction from a hearty meal, the warmth of the sun, the comfortable sensation of his growing power, and a disdainful indifference toward potential future troubles intertwined, weaving an extraordinarily comfortable web. Elijah Adams, the man who commanded the galactic fleet and held the fate of Earth in his hands, had long since transformed his mindset in adulthood. In the realm of gaming life, one indulges in desires, pursuing passions and meeting cherished individuals, or even dismantling that which one wishes to dismantle. The rules of the cosmos, the constraints of the mundane, and even the shackles of time appear insipid when confronted with his ever-increasing power. His breath grew long and steady, and he fell into a deep slumber beneath the warm sun atop the New York base of the Giants. His demeanor was languid, yet none dared to disturb him. In the opulent depths of Asgard, however, an atmosphere of suffocating tension and unease pervaded, starkly contrasting with the divine majesty of Ur. Within the halls of the Rainbow Bridge, the brilliance faded, revealing not triumphant heroes but rather heavy breaths and a palpable stench of blood. Thor and Sif struggled to carry the unconscious and gravely injured Volstagg, accompanied by Fandral and Hogan, as they staggered out of the teleportation portal. Their armor lay in tatters, smeared with dust and dried blood, and weariness, pain, and the gravity of survival were etched upon each face. At this moment, Heimdall, with his golden eyes capable of perceiving the 9 realms, was filled with anxiety and gravity. Having awaited their arrival at the teleportation point, Heimdall, Thor's voice resonated with urgency and guilt as he carefully handed the most severely injured Hogan to the approaching Golden Palace guards. I am sorry. I could not bring back the destroyer of our father. It was obliterated by Midgard's new master, Elijah Adams. A flicker of reverence crossed Thor's gaze at the mention of that name. I will personally explain to father. Please, take them for treatment at once. Heimdall's gaze swiftly examined the warrior's grievous injuries, particularly Volstagg's nearly torn chest armor and Fandral's twisted arm, darkening his expression further. He refrained from immediately responding to Thor's orders, instead speaking in a low, urgent tone. Thor, there's no time for explanations. Loki, he has already made his way to his majesty's chambers. It was during your battle. My divine powers have yet to be restored, and I cannot stop him. His target is... Heimdall did not finish, but Thor and Sif's expressions morphed instantly. What does Loki intend to do while Odin slumbers? Commit patricide? Or utterly sever the possibility of Odin's awakening? A surge of fury replaced Thor's fatigue. Thunder flickered in his eyes. Guard this place, Heimdall. Seal the Rainbow Bridge. No one is to leave Asgard without my command. Thor ordered with a voice imbued with the authority of the thunder god. No longer hesitating, he swung Mjolnir with fervor. Thor's figure, engulfed in a tempest of rage and boundless concern, surged toward the innermost sanctum of the palace, Odin's chambers. As he burst through the chamber's grand doors, the sight that met his eyes nearly halted his heart. Within the chamber, the eternal spear Gungnir radiated light, embedded at an angle in the ground beside Odin's slumbering crystal coffin. In the heart of the chamber, his mother, the mother of all gods, Frigg, stood with outstretched arms, serving as a fragile yet resolute barrier before Odin's crystal coffin. Her once beautiful visage was devoid of its customary gentleness, replaced instead by torment. Opposite her stood Loki, who had long since torn away the elegant, cunning facade he once wore, clad in a resplendent robe symbolizing the royal power of Asgard. His countenance was twisted by extreme frenzy, jealousy, and the rage stemming from betrayal by those closest to him. Clutched tightly in his hand was a dagger forged from crystallized frost, its sharp tip pointed menacingly at Frigg. "Why, mother?" Loki's voice was hoarse, laden with hysterical accusation, echoing through the vast chamber with an especially jarring and desperate resonance. Why is it always him? Why does Father's gaze eternally follow that oaf? Why does he wreak havoc and yet merely experience life in Midgard before returning to inherit everything? And I tread cautiously. I exhaust my every effort. I would even brave Jotunheim to negotiate for the peace of Asgard. Yet what have I gained? He swung the icy dagger violently, the chill emanating from it palpable. What I have received is deception. It is concealment. It is the perpetual existence in the shadow of that golden-haired fool. What do you consider me? A mere plaything, summoned at will and dismissed at a moment's notice? A jester to accentuate his greatness? Madness flickered in Loki's eyes, a culmination of anguish from betrayal and long-suppressed resentment erupting forth. You tell me I am Odin's son. I am a prince of Asgard. But what is the reality? His voice crescendoed. I am a spawn of frost giants, the wretched offspring of Laufey from Jotunheim. I am the spoils you retrieved from the battlefield, a tool for masking peace. A farce. The last two words were nearly spat out, imbued with self-mockery. Loki, put down your weapon. Thor's voice thundered as he strode forward, Mjolnir crackling with lightning, the tempestuous divine power surging forth and locking onto Loki. You shall not harm our mother. You shall not defile our father's eternal rest. Loki whirled around, and upon seeing Thor, an even more intense hatred and a flicker of desperate madness at the shattering of his plans ignited in his eyes. Thor, you have returned? How could you possibly have returned? The destroyer should. He then beheld Thor's wounded state and the hammer in his hand, a symbol of recognition and strength. And in an instant, understanding dawned, twisting his face into a malicious grin. Ah, I see. It was that damned Midgardian. He has ruined everything for me. Put down the dagger, Loki. Frigg's voice resonated, imbued with a mother's sorrow and authority, regardless of whose blood flows in your veins. You are the son I have raised with my own hands. You are the prince of Asgard. The love that Odin and I hold for you has never wavered due to your lineage. Come back, my child. Do not stray any further. Love? Prince? Loki erupted into laughter, his mirth laced with desolation and scorn. The frost dagger in his hand was not lowered. Rather, it pressed closer to Frigga, its biting chill almost brushing against her robes. It is too late. Mother, everything is far too late. Since I cannot be the virtuous prince you desire, I shall reclaim my true self. His gaze transformed into one of chilling resolve and icy determination. The S.H.I.E.L.D of Asgard and your hypocritical love must come to an end. Loki's roar resonated with finality as he raised the frost dagger high. The cold emanating from the blade surged, threatening to freeze the very air around them. He poised to plunge it into Frigga's heart with all his might. No! Thor's heart raced, nearly leaping from his chest. Fear and fury overwhelmed all reason. Without a moment to contemplate, his divine power erupted. He threw himself forward, arms outstretched, shielding his mother with his formidable frame. His eyes burned with the singular intent to protect his loved ones. Thud! The frost dagger struck its mark. Yet, it was neither Frigga nor Thor that it pierced. The icy blade, upon contact with Thor, inexplicably dissipated. Along with it vanished the grotesque visage of Loki, transforming into wisps of green magical dust that swiftly evaporated into the air. An illusion. Frigga instantly comprehended, her face reflecting a fleeting sorrow for Loki's actions. Loki. Thor spun around, gazing towards the doorway of the chamber. There, in the shadows, the true Loki gradually revealed himself. Gone was the madness and despair that had previously marred his face, replaced by a cold, cunning smile brimming with malice. He had even discarded the regal robes symbolizing royalty, reverting to his customary dark green attire. Farewell, my foolish brother, and to you, my mother. Loki's voice resonated clearly in Thor and Frigga's ears, laced with unabashed mockery. Being led by emotion has always been your greatest weakness. Take good care of that old man. I hope he remembers me, his son, when he awakens. No sooner had he spoken than Loki's figure began to blur, turning transparent, preparing to flee. Thor charged forward in a rage, but Loki's speed was unmatched, and he was on the verge of vanishing completely. Loki. Thor's voice was filled with despair. Yet, at the very moment Loki was about to fade away entirely. Loki, I have always regarded you as my own son, yet the transgressions you have committed are unforgivable. The authoritative voice reverberated throughout Asgard. In its wake, a torrent of golden divine power surged toward Loki's vanishing form. It was Odin, the source of this radiant energy emanating from the crystal sarcophagus behind Frigga. Chapter 61. The family drama of Asgard. As Odin's vast golden power descended like an impenetrable cage, Loki's fading illusion was abruptly solidified, yanked into stark clarity. The carefully maintained facade of mockery and coldness shattered like ice. Anger and resentment still smoldered in his eyes, but at that moment, a more chilling emotion emerged: fear. This fear did not stem from the overwhelming force before him. In the instant his plans crumbled and he was cornered. Loki's chaotic thoughts were split open like lightning striking the earth. He understood. What slumber? What weakness? All mere illusions. Odin, his father, the cunning king of the gods, was feigning sleep. This was a meticulously crafted trap for him. From the moment he stepped into the chamber, or rather, even earlier, from the instant he attempted to exploit Thor's banishment, Odin's perceptive gaze, capable of piercing through the 9 realms, had likely been coldly observing him from the shadows. A bone-chilling dread seized Loki's heart, colder than the frost dagger he had conjured. He suddenly realized that had he not merely tested with an illusion, but instead acted upon his intentions and thrust the dagger toward the sleeping Odin or Frigga, what awaited him would not have been this binding divine power, but a thunderous strike potent enough to obliterate him entirely. That old man had been waiting for him to err, to expose his murderous intent, and then to rightfully cleanse the house. This thought bit at him like a venomous serpent, rendering the fear on his face unmistakable, intertwined with the immense humiliation and despair of being toyed with. Odin's figure materialized before the crystal sarcophagus, his formidable frame steadfastly shielding Frigga and Thor. The majestic golden armor seemed never to have been shed, and the calm in his single eye was replaced by a tempest of sorrow and an oppressive weight like a mountain. He gazed at Loki, firmly ensnared by his divine power, whose countenance was a tumult of rage and fear, his voice deep yet resonating like thunder within the chamber. Loki, my son. Odin paused, imbued with a weariness and certainty. Your bloodline hails from Jotunheim, yet this has never altered my perception of you. From the moment I lifted you from the ice, you and Thor have been indistinguishable in my heart. You are both my flesh and blood, princes of Asgard. The teachings, honor, and responsibilities I bestow upon Thor are equally yours. His gaze pierced through Loki's carefully constructed lies and excuses like an eternal spear. But you, my child, have chosen a different path. You are ensnared in the machinations of shadows, viewing cunning as strength and treating betrayal as a means to ascend. Such conduct is not befitting of a true ruler. A genuine king requires not only wisdom, but also the courage to confront the light, the shoulders to bear responsibility, and a heart devoted to the loyalty and protection of his people and kin. What you exhibit is mere political maneuvering, not the noble path of righteousness. Odin's tone suddenly grew colder and more severe, a piercing light erupting from his singular eye, striking deep into Loki's soul. Even more unforgivable is your intention to slay your own brother, to kill Thor, who has grown alongside you, bound by blood. This is not merely the heinous act of fratricide. It shakes the very foundations of Asgard and represents the most profound betrayal of the paternal love and trust one had bestowed upon you. Each word fell like a heavy hammer upon Loki's heart, echoing in the silence of the chamber. Odin's pronouncement clearly declared Loki's failure on the path of power, exposing his deepest sin, the intent to commit fratricide, laid bare upon the pillar of shame. Bound by Odin's immense divine power, Loki's body trembled slightly from struggle. He abruptly raised his head, his twisted smile more grotesque than tears, his eyes ablaze with a conflagration of despair and madness. "Is that so, my great father?" Loki's voice emerged, sharp and piercing, as if squeezed from between clenched teeth. "Now I have failed, trapped here like a jester. You have triumphed. Of course, you can stand lofty, proclaiming your mercy and justice with such eloquence." He strained, attempting to take a step forward, yet Odin's divine strength held him fast, as if he were bound by the most unyielding shackles. "You care for me?" Loki let out a brief, chilling laugh. "Your concern is forever for the glory of Asgard. Whether that oaf Thor can become a worthy heir. My thoughts, my feelings? What do they amount to in the face of your grand designs and eternal dominion?" His voice rose sharply, infused with millennia of suppressed grievances and indignation, directed at Odin. "Yes, I admit I have erred when I have faltered, but what have you done besides offer cold rebuke and stern punishment? Have you ever, like you did with Thor in teaching him to wield Mjolnir, patiently guided me in discerning right from wrong? Did you ever sit down with me in my moments of confusion and truly instruct me on how to confront my fate? How to live as a prince rather than as a mere jest?" Loki stared intently into Odin's profound single eye, as if to drive all his pain and questions deep within it. "Guidance? Huh! You only utter, Loki, cease your tricks. Loki, behold your brother. Loki, you have disappointed me greatly. Aside from these rebukes, have you ever offered me a modicum of worthwhile guidance to understand how to be a proper prince of Asgard? Is it that you have long since deemed me inherently unworthy, a vile creature of Jotunheim, unfit for your true guidance?" Loki's heart-wrenching accusation pierced Odin's heart like an icy shard, burrowing deep into the core encased by the passage of time and authority. Indeed, he conceded that he might have been excessively harsh towards Loki. Deep within, aside from the crown destined for Thor, he had never regarded Loki as a son. Yet, he was the king of Asgard, the protector and arbiter of the 9 realms. At this moment, Loki had committed the heinous crime of fratricide, a treacherous attempt to usurp the divine realm. He was compelled to render a judgment befitting the law and majesty, allowing for no hint of partiality. "Enough, Loki!" Odin's voice thundered, imbued with undeniable authority and suppressed anguish, instantly overshadowing Loki's mournful accusations. He stepped forward, his single eye ablaze with icy fury, his finger pointing at Loki like a bolt of lightning. "Cease your twisted justifications. The intent to kill is ignited, the blade is raised. This immutable truth cannot be obscured by your feeble excuses of neglect." Odin's voice rose sharply, resonating like a decree within the Golden Palace. "Now, in the name of the All-Father, King of Asgard, I declare, you, Loki Odinson, shall be stripped of your title and all honors as the Prince of Asgard. You will be eternally imprisoned in the depths of the abyss, unless you truly awaken to recognize the unforgivable sins wrought by your ambition and hatred-distorted soul." This harsh decree fell, enveloping the chamber in a deathly silence. Yet, bound by divine force, Loki's face bore not fear, but erupted into a near-manic laughter. "Ha ha ha! Forever imprisoned? Abyssal dungeon?" Loki's laughter was sharp and jarring, steeped in mockery and malice. "Just as you once imprisoned my long-lost sister? Oh, great All-Father? A page erased from Asgard's glorious history? Hela!" This name, like a forbidden curse, was bellowed from Loki's lips with all his might. Odin's towering form trembled violently, as if struck by an unseen hammer. His authoritative visage instantly drained of color, his single eye betraying an unmasked astonishment and a hint of buried dread for the first time. Frigga behind him gasped in shock, while Thor stood utterly bewildered. This name foreign and ominous to him. "Where did you hear that name?" Odin's voice lost its previous steadiness, tinged with imperceptible tremors. An echo of fury and chaos stirred by the most profound of wounds. "You understand nothing. Do not speak such nonsense." "Nonsense?" Loki's smile twisted further, brimming with the thrill of vengeance and the delight of revealing secrets, his gaze fixed intently on Odin's unhinged countenance. "Father, the ancient courtyard proverb holds true. If one wishes to remain unknown, one must refrain from wrongdoing. Unless you eradicate all those who once followed you in your conquests across the 9 realms, witnesses to that illustrious history, how can there be walls that do not whisper? Those secrets, stained with blood and buried by your own hands, will invariably be remembered by someone. There will always be voices that speak of them. His words struck like venomous serpents, piercing the deepest wounds of Odin's soul. The air within the palace became thick with tension, resonating only with Loki's ceaseless laughter, laced with endless derision and resentment. Outside, Heimdall's golden pupils constricted sharply upon hearing that taboo name. Loki's words, particularly the mention of Hela, incinerated the last vestiges of reason within Odin. A rebellion. A rebellion. Odin's roar echoed with the fury of storm, tinged with a hint of mortification at being so exposed. His regal visage contorted with unrestrained rage, his single eye nearly spewing forth golden flames. Guards! He abruptly gestured towards the maniacally laughing Loki, his voice trembling with agitation. Seize this wretched son and take him away. At once. Lock him in the deepest dungeon. No one is to see him without my command. I do not wish to lay eyes upon that face again. Not even once. His orders were as unyielding as iron, and the ever-ready golden guards immediately advanced, unhesitatingly apprehending the bound Loki. Loki offered no resistance, his malicious and taunting laughter echoing like a festering wound within the palace, until it faded into the distance. As Loki was taken away, the suffocating atmosphere within the chamber seemed to dissipate abruptly. Odin's towering form swayed, as if the strength that sustained him had been abruptly withdrawn, revealing an ineffable weariness and frailty beneath his imposing golden armor. Thor, who had been anxiously observing, swiftly stepped forward to steady his father's arm. He could feel the slight tremors coursing through Odin's arm, a manifestation of more than mere anger. Odin inhaled deeply, stabilizing himself with Thor's support. He closed his eyes, seemingly endeavoring to calm the tumultuous emotions and divine energy surging within. After a brief pause, he reopened his eyes, his gaze settling upon Thor's face, which was etched with concern and confusion. The expression was profoundly complex, mingling residual anger, profound fatigue, and an indescribable weight. Thor! Odin's voice had grown notably somber, carrying an unprecedented sense of age and gravitas. He hesitated, as if weighing the significance of each word. Loki has committed an unforgivable transgression. He has chosen betrayal, embraced the path of darkness. His punishment is the law of Asgard, and it is what he deserves. However, remember that regardless of his actions, he remains your brother. Odin's voice bore a heavy emphasis. The bond of brotherhood forged in your shared upbringing will not be irrevocably severed by his transgressions. Regardless of the circumstances, you must extend kindness towards him and your subjects. Thor parted his lips, intent on inquiring about Hela, seeking clarity on the buried secrets of his father, and yearning to understand who the sister Loki spoke of truly was. Yet, Odin seemed to penetrate his thoughts, weary yet resolute, shaking his head gently to interrupt the questions poised on Thor's tongue. My child, Odin's voice bore an almost pleading tone, his singular eye firmly locking onto Thor's. There are matters of great weight, secrets foundational to Asgard, that I cannot disclose to you at this moment. It is not a matter of mistrust, but rather that the time is not yet ripe. He lifted his hand, pressing it heavily upon Thor's sturdy shoulder, as if aiming to transfer an invisible burden. Trust in your father. Trust also in the designs of fate. When your moment truly arrives, when Asgard requires you to fully bear its destiny, all the truths long concealed and histories buried shall be revealed to you. Everything shall manifest in its appointed time. Until then, what you need is wisdom and the resolve to safeguard Asgard. Odin's words hung like a riddle, laden with profound responsibility. Thor felt the coolness of his father's palm and the weight of that solemn duty. His confusion not alleviated, but rather deepened. He nodded silently, relegating his myriad questions to the recesses of his heart for the time being. Odin cast one last penetrating glance at Thor before turning to Frigga, who remained silent, her face etched with deep concern. Finally, with a weary gesture, he signaled that they could depart. The heavy door of the chamber slowly closed, leaving the newly awakened yet seemingly aged father of the gods, along with his unspoken secrets and grave decisions, enveloped in silence. Boom! A sudden, unforeseen explosion shattered the stillness. The fortified alloy door of Elijah's office, capable of withstanding artillery fire, swung open with a jarring metallic groan. Elijah, comfortably basking in the sunlight, felt a series of sharp lines form on his forehead. Without even opening his eyes, his body instinctively sat upright from the plush recliner, and with a resigned demeanor, he stood steadily, his gaze directed towards the chaos wrought at the entrance. A robust figure, impeccably dressed, yet exuding an aura of raw strength, strode boldly into the room, the thud of military boots echoing against the floor. "Uncle," Elijah's voice carried a note of resignation as he rubbed his temples. "Next time, could you please consider simply pushing the door? Even if this door is crafted from neutron star remnants, it cannot withstand the force of your legs. Enhanced by the behemoth bioengineering lab. This happens all too frequently." Laughter erupted in the room, the unmistakable sound of James Adams resonating joyfully. He nonchalantly waved his large hand, as if he had just kicked not a door, but an unsightly piece of rotten wood. "What a trivial matter. The door is damaged? Once I reach the fleet, I shall have them craft you 10 on the spot. Whatever design you desire, of the kind that can withstand the might of a starship cannon. You could use it as a frisbee for amusement. Listen, lad, enough of the idle chatter. The matter of that so-called giant god, Deep Space Academy, should be put on the agenda, right? My bones are itching for action. I've tidied up all my affairs, with my resignation letter firmly placed on the defense minister's desk. Now, all that remains is for those old fogies in Congress to go through their tedious motions. According to our custom, I am now a free man, ready to depart at any moment." Chapter 62. The underlying currents of calm at the giant god. A playful smile crept across Elijah's lips. "Oh dear, my dear uncle." Who was it that thumped their chest, claiming they couldn't feel at ease without witnessing the punch of the American old popsicle? What is this? The allure of the Deep Space Academy has grown so substantial that it has pushed your long-anticipated century battle to the back burner? Ha ha ha. James erupted into a hearty laughter, leaning closer to Elijah. "My dear nephew, you wouldn't grasp this, would you? Insider information. Sophia. She video called me from the Martian spa. Sophia herself told me that General James has been thoroughly deceived by that slick, shadowy Nick Fury. Apparently, he has sustained quite severe injuries, with several broken ribs, and his internal organs nearly shifted from their places. He doesn't seem quite right in the head either. He looks utterly defeated. Sophia estimates that in his current condition, it will take him at least 10 days or more to recover, let alone wielding a shield to engage in a spirited fight with me." James spread his hands, displaying an air of innocent indulgence. "Therefore, I assure you, I am not retreating at the last moment. This is merely following the advice of professionals. Sophia mentioned that rather than waiting idly, it would be more prudent to first acquire the necessary skills at the Deep Space Academy. I believe she is absolutely right. So school it is. Immediately. Everything else can wait until I have mastered the art of commanding the fleet." With a grand gesture, he seemed to envision himself commanding the colossal fleet, racing through the starry seas. All right, my dear uncle." Elijah chuckled at James's eager demeanor, raising both hands in a gesture of surrender. "As you wish. I shall arrange it today. You shall be thoroughly satisfied." He snapped his fingers, and a holographic screen sprang to life, its brilliance illuminating the room. "Look here." Elijah pointed at a dome structure on Mars marked as a special training area. "There is no need to venture to the moon. A fast track has been exclusively established for you at the Mars base. The courses, instructors, and equipment are all of the highest caliber, ensuring comprehensive instruction. Coincidentally, Sophia is currently enjoying a vacation and soaking in the hot springs there. Upon your arrival, she can guide you to familiarize yourself with the environment and, perhaps, experience the unique customs of Mars. Sterling is also stationed at the base, and his theories on solar system defense will serve as an excellent foundation for you. He is undoubtedly one of the finest mentors." Splendid. The moment James heard he could depart today, his eyes sparkled with excitement, and he emphatically slapped his thigh. It was settled. "When can I take off?" "Now. In 5 minutes?" His eagerness surged once more, as if he were about to burst out of the office at any moment. "Ready for takeoff at any time on our own turf. Is it not merely at your command?" Elijah chuckled. Then, as if recalling something, he looked at his uncle, who was empty-handed and had not even brought a suitcase, and teased. "However, uncle, have you perhaps gone a tad too far with such minimal preparation? When Sophia traveled to Mars, Her essential supplies filled an entire cargo container, weighing no less than a ton. Are you truly bringing nothing? No pajamas, toiletries, or even a few of your favorite cigars. James waved his hand dismissively, as if those items were mere burdens. Why bring along such trifles for a man's journey? Am I to believe that the Mars base is some impoverished backwater? Surely there must be razors and fresh undergarments available for purchase? He confidently grinned, revealing a set of pearly whites. Besides, isn't it true that you are here? Hurry, grant your uncle some points. The more, the better. I will buy whatever I need upon arriving on Mars. I shall acquire only the finest. Transfer? Elijah chuckled at what he perceived as a humorous jest. He waved his hand nonchalantly. Uncle, you underestimate me, and even more so your own position. Within the confines of the giant, your privileges are paramount. Infinite points. Infinite. Do you comprehend? This means... Elijah's eyes gleamed with a mischievous light. If you fancy a particular asteroid and wish to purchase it for a private restroom or to excavate a swimming pool, the numbers in your account wouldn't even flinch. Spend freely. Ha 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 ha. James momentarily froze, then erupted into a thunderous, joyous laugh brimming with pride. He vigorously clapped Elijah on the shoulder with enough force to shatter the bones of an average person. Good lad, what a generous spirit. Your efforts have not been in vain. With your words, once I reach the fleet, I shall secure an even grander star domain as a gift for you. He laughed until tears threatened to spill forth, reveling in the unconditional affection and support bestowed upon him by his nephew, a sensation far more exhilarating than commanding legions. What were we waiting for? Elijah chuckled as he rose, gesturing graciously. Come, my dear uncle, I shall personally escort you to the spaceport. Your exclusive star shuttle should be fully warmed up by now. Upon reaching Mars, should you require anything, be it a masseur or a bit of planetary demolition, do not hesitate to summon me through the communication system. I am at your service 24/7. After bidding farewell to the spirited James, Elijah watched as the star shuttle carrying his uncle vanished into the horizon like a fleeting spark. He then strolled back to his office located at the pinnacle of the Titan base, casually initiating a communication with Victor Sterling at the Mars base. His tone unperturbed, yet imbued with undeniable authority. Sterling, my Uncle James has arrived. Sophia will accompany him. Please extend him the utmost hospitality, but do not allow him to become too comfortable. He must not expect leniency regarding the Deep Space Academy's curriculum. With the communication severed, tranquility enveloped the office once more. Elijah sank into the embrace of an ergonomic recliner. Recently, there had been little to ignite his enthusiasm. The unboxing of Odin's delivery had marked the pinnacle of excitement last month. Thereafter, life had settled into a stagnant lull. This rare tranquility, however, bore a tinge of boredom. Thus, Elijah found himself entering an extended period of calm. He rarely assumed the role of the exemplary boss, spending most of his time within the confines of his office. The holographic screen displayed tedious financial reports, the progress of resource extraction across the galaxies, and blueprints for new colonial infrastructure, all of which he managed with remarkable efficiency, albeit with a hint of languor. There were no impulsive ventures to dismantle laboratories with Tony, no mischievous antics directed at hapless adversaries, nor inspections of distant border territories to stretch his legs. This state of self-cultivation persisted until Sophia concluded her holiday on Mars and returned to headquarters to take over the vast management machinery. Yet beneath this veneer of calm, the war machine of Titan did not cease its operations. Rather, several critical gears had become jammed. At Tony Stark's lab, once a cacophony of brilliant ideas and heavy metal rock, a restless silence now prevailed. The remnants of the destroyer and that peculiar URU metal, both as unyielding as bone, lay before them. The simulation screens operated by JARVIS displayed torrents of data, yet consistently fell into a deadlock on crucial energy conduction pathways and molecular self-repair mechanisms. It seemed to mock the very laws of physics. Tony's voice crackled through the communication, accompanied by the jarring sounds of tools being angrily hurled onto the metallic surface. The shadows beneath his eyes revealed the truth of sleepless nights. But the usual brilliance in his eyes was now clouded with the threads of frustration. The magical metal of Odin, combined with the exquisite forging techniques of the divine realm, has rendered progress nearly stagnant, even with the genius intellect of Stark and the elite reverse engineering team of the Colossus. At the opposite end of the vast expanse of deep space, the Colossus Galactic Fleet, commanded by Eric, follows Elijah's directive to search for the relics of the Celestial Assembly, casting a net across the boundless galaxy, yet yielding no tangible results. The reports sent back to headquarters are filled with cold, stark phrases. The cleansing of Sector 7 has been completed, with unidentified civilization, Level 3, resistance eradicated. The main cannon of the Judge-class fortress has been overloaded, destroying a suspected target planet, designation 792, with no energy signatures detected. Encounters with the interstellar pirate fleet, Bloodclaw, resulted in refusal to surrender and subsequent annihilation. The reports depict harrowing tallies of civilization extinction and the total eradication of life signs, as Eric's fleet, like a merciless razor, slices through the vast yet barren star fields, creating devastation and leaving behind mere cosmic dust, with no trace of the ancient and enigmatic creations of the Celestial Assembly in sight. Faced with these two near dead-end paths, Elijah sits in his office, his expression devoid of emotion. He casually brings up the galactic star map, his gaze wandering over the flickering points of light as if he were playing a game of chess with a conclusion already foreseen. New orders are issued in a tone almost reminiscent of casual conversation, yet imbued with undeniable authority. Inform Eric that leads on the Celestial Assembly can be temporarily set aside. Searching for a needle in a haystack is foolish. He instructs his men to keep a keen eye out for a human from Earth named Star-Lord, a rogue among the Marauders, rumored to possess knowledge of the whereabouts of the cosmic sphere. He pauses, his fingertip tracing a circle around an inconspicuous area on the star map. Additionally, keep an eye on this star region. Find me a planet resembling Earth, as if they were twins. The coordinates should be nearby. A hint of distaste curls at the corners of Elijah's mouth, as if recalling something exceedingly repugnant. The owner of that planet is known as the Supreme Evolution, a perverse individual who enjoys molding life like clay. Locate it. I want that anti-Earth, and I demand all the biological modification technology they possess. No bite should be overlooked. Leaning back in his chair, pure malice flickers in his eyes as he adds, as for the Supreme Evolution himself, let us see if we can eliminate him directly. This order is given with such casualness, yet carries a lethal weight, as if the annihilation of a planet, the plundering of a mad scientist's life's work, and the determination of an existence's fate are merely pawns in the Emperor of the Colossus's game on a dull afternoon. Under the cold shadow of the Colossus's orbital fortress, the sky above Earth appears eerily tranquil. Official agencies are silent, and once active terrorist organizations seem to have vanished, as if the entire world has been muted, leaving only the low, ominous hum of the Colossus's massive engines in its wake. However, this superficial tranquility is but a fleeting illusion at the eye of the storm. Elijah gazed upon the intelligence briefing from Red, each page steeped in the acrid scent of gunpowder and the simmering ambitions of those involved. The deterrent of the Titan loomed like an oppressive mountain, stifling the breath of various factions while compelling them to conceal their fangs deeper and submerge their aspirations into a more clandestine and frenzied crucible. The Hydra, with its insidious serpents, has never relinquished its tenet of severing one head only to sprout two more. Under the impeccable guise of S.H.I.E.L.D, or rather S.N.A.K., several top-secret laboratories operated tirelessly around the clock. They were no longer content with mere replicas of super-soldier serum. The brief indicated that they were attempting to amalgamate data left behind by Zola from the Second World War, fragments pilfered from the Killian virus project, and even highly aggressive, unknown biological gene segments unearthed from certain relics, all in a bid to cultivate the ultimate soldier endowed with terrifying regenerative abilities, energy release characteristics, and potential for mental domination. The high mortality rate of test subjects was coldly regarded as a necessary cost. Each failed explosion or mutation was merely a step toward their maddening goal. General Ross's heart, ever yearning for power, had never cooled. Stimulated by the absolute power disparity brought forth by the Titan, he circumvented the convoluted regulations of Congress and secretly initiated a new plan. This time, he was not alone in his endeavors. The briefing indicated that he had forged deep collaborations with several private biotechnology firms with substantial backgrounds and an exceedingly flexible moral compass. The experimental grounds had shifted from military barracks to remote private islands and abandoned underground bunkers, with the sources of volunteers becoming increasingly obscure. The next entity to emerge from the laboratory might no longer be a mere hulk, but rather a more obedient and lethal war machine. This was merely the tip of the iceberg. Red's vast intelligence network functioned like a spotlight in the deep sea, continually capturing more shimmering glimmers. The clandestine alliances among mutant factions, the foolish transactions of certain small nations attempting to barter forbidden technology for the Titan's friendship, and even the emergence of new extremist cults worshipping the Titan's power. All of these painted a picture of Earth under Elijah's languid gaze, shrouded in the cold shadow of the Titan, which was far from stagnant. On the contrary, fear, ambition, greed, and despair surged like repressed magma, churning beneath the unfathomable crust and birthing countless dangerous and twisted sparks. The apparent calm was merely a moment of silence before the storm, where all characters held their breath, sharpening their claws in anticipation. Underlying currents were gathering strength in the abyss. Chapter 63. The Age of Exploration to Elijah, the conspiracies and unrest among the organizations on Earth, which seemed capable of reshaping the world order to an ordinary observer, appeared to him as trivial as a few ants suddenly emerging beside the kitchen sink. He found a certain amusement in it. A genuine world ought to be like this. Just as a grand house requires a touch of life to avoid an air of desolation, a few pets, or even a swarm of indomitable cockroaches, would suffice. They frolic, test boundaries, and expend great effort for trivial goals. These seemingly insignificant noises constitute the very backdrop of the world's operation. If the Earth were to exist solely under the dominion of one man's will, with every corner silently obeying his commands, how monotonous a grave this world would become. Elijah Adams, possessing the might to shake planets, stubbornly clings to his individual identity deep within his soul. The cataclysmic gaze that can lift mountains. The senses keen enough to perceive the minutiae. These are merely tools, armor, yet do not encompass the entirety of his existence. What truly sustains the immense power beneath him, preventing his complete ascension to divinity, is the Earth itself. This cacophonous, chaotic, flawed, yet vibrant world. It is the temperamental Tony Stark hurling objects and cursing in his laboratory. It is Sophia, weary-eyed, slamming documents onto his desk, exuding an aura of defiance. It is James Adams greeting the door to his office with a rugged salute of military boots. It is the aroma of subpar coffee wafting from the corner staff. It is the farcical antics of politicians tearing each other apart in the news. Even the Hydra's clumsy performances, which they believe to be secretive, unfold like transparent dramas beneath his watchful eyes. This bizarre, murky diversity of species constitutes the very air he breathes and the thermometer of his existence. In this life and the next, his roots are deeply embedded in this azure planet. He has grown accustomed to the concentration of oxygen here, the gravity, the alternation of day and night. He delights in the local cuisine, the culture, and the warmth of humanity. This is an irreplaceable home. He is acutely aware of a chilling truth. If one day the Earth were to truly perish, if every light were to extinguish, if Tony's laboratory fell silent, if Sophia, James, and all those familiar souls, along with billions of bustling ants, were to vanish into oblivion, then the final bastion of his humanity would crumble utterly. Bereft of this home, devoid of all that is familiar, he would be left with nothing but the eternally cold cosmos and the endless stars. At that moment, power would cease to be a tool and would transform into a pure will of destruction. He might indeed become a celestial player, igniting stars with his fiery gaze, leading the titanic galactic fleet to annihilate nebula after nebula, converting all life in the universe into sustenance for the giants, until he drags this alien, frigid, and utterly lifeless void into the silence of oblivion, not for the sake of conquest, but merely out of boredom, and the boundless void and fury that follow the loss of everything. As for other planets, even if that distant planet is abundant with the universe's finest delicacies, even if data proves that alien fruits possess nourishment a thousandfold greater than Earth's produce, even if the flesh of extraterrestrial beings is so delectable it could entice the gods. Elijah gazed at the bizarre, vividly colored three-dimensional projections of alien cuisine emitted by the red hologram, and his stomach instinctively churned. The oddities, resembling a mass of writhing mucus, prompted a disdainful grimace, his eyes betraying an unmistakable physical revulsion. What good is exquisite flavor? What he craved was to sit at a familiar dining table, wielding familiar chopsticks, and savor a steaming bowl of spicy, rich battle chicken noodles. He longed for Tony's incessant chatter about his latest inventions, for Sophia to furrow her brow, calculating the caloric deficit of the meal, and for James to shout for double portions of chili. Without these, even the most exquisite cosmic delicacies would taste like tasteless chaff. Earth, more than just a planet, was the sole kitchen that acknowledged the palate of his soul. To destroy it would be to annihilate his ability to perceive beauty. What remains besides annihilation could there possibly be? His gaze had long since pierced the atmosphere, directing itself towards the vast, star-studded abyss of deep space. An audaciously grand blueprint unfolded within his mind with crystal clarity. What comes next? The next step is to reshape this boundless universe into the form of Elijah. Not merely a conquest of the physical realm, but a profound transformation. Utilizing technology potent enough to distort the laws of physics, he would forcibly terraform each alien world, modifying gravity, reforming atmospheres, reshaping hydrology, and disseminating Earth's flora and microbial ecosystems until each planet embodies the climate of Jiangnan's non-humid waterways, the golden waves of Kansas wheat, the sea breezes of Hawaii, the snow-capped peaks of the Alps, and most importantly, an ecological environment capable of yielding wheat, rice, and raising pigs, cattle, sheep, and chickens, perfectly suited for crafting battle chicken noodles. Culture, cuisine, lifestyles, all to be bundled and exported. He envisioned Earth's Shaanxi noodle houses and Xia County eateries established on the colonies of the Andromeda Nebula, the spicy aroma of Sichuan cuisine wafting through the Orion Arm, and the music of Phoenix legend reverberating through the mining bases at the edge of the Milky Way. He aspired for every human who ventured beyond Earth, be they upright scientists, cunning merchants, or even wanted rogues, to discover a place in the distant cosmos that felt like home, where they could converse in familiar tongues and lead lives indistinguishable from those on Earth. The objective? To create a universe that exclusively belongs to humanity. A vast empire of starry seas with Earth's civilization as its singular core, its sole template, its only sanctuary. Any force daring to harbor ill intentions towards this plan, towards Earth itself, or the nascent seeds of human civilization sown among the stars, shall face the consequences, regardless of whether you're a marauder traversing the cosmic seas, an ancient entity proclaiming divinity, a greedy interstellar corporation, or a sinister god lurking in the dimensions, in the face of the absolute power of the colossal deity. There is but one inevitable outcome: physical obliteration. If one cannot prevail, then one must continue to fight. Fight until they submit. If individual capabilities are insufficient, then absorb a few hundred stars. If there are not enough warships, conquer more planets to establish factories. Erase from existence entirely. Not even a speck of cosmic dust shall remain. The fleet and orbital cannons of the colossal deity will hang as a formidable specter over all non-human civilizations, ensuring the path through the cosmic sea remains unobstructed for humanity. How does one ignite the spark? A cold smile curled at the corners of Elijah's lips. Relying solely on the power of the colossal deity to pioneer expansion is far too sluggish. What he requires is the awakening and ambition of all Earth civilizations. It is time to usher in the grand age of exploration 2.0. The colossal deity will provide the most solid support, safe routes, powerful starships, crucial supply bases, and most importantly, a new world brimming with infinite possibilities. He intends to show those politicians, warlords, and ambitious individuals on Earth, who are still embroiled in petty squabbles over trivial profits, territory divisions, and ideological conflicts, that their infighting is utterly trivial. The thought of the colossal deity unveiling the coordinates and entry permits for the first batch of extraterrestrial colonies to all of humanity fills him with exhilaration. Each individual racing for their own star system. Now, that is true capability. That is worthy of the name humanity. The colossal deity shall open wide its gates, providing a platform and a protective umbrella. Whether one emerges as a lord of new territories, a magnate of interstellar trade, a roguish wanderer of the cosmic seas, or even as a villain on another planet, the choice is theirs. As long as one possesses the courage to step out of the cradle and the ability to carve out a realm in the cosmic expanse, the colossal deity shall recognize their prowess. The grievances and enmities within Earth, they are laughably insignificant in the face of the vast celestial ocean. Let humanity's greed, courage, wisdom, and spirit of adventure be unleashed amidst the boundless starry sky. Let Earth truly become the cradle that nurtures the conquerors of the stars. With this thought, Elijah's smile grew even more audacious. Standing before the grand holographic star map, he watched as nebulae spiraled and burned before his eyes. He could almost envision billions of human colonial starships, unhesitatingly shooting into the depths of space along the interstellar routes paved by the colossal deity. Desolate alien worlds would be illuminated and transformed into familiar azure homelands. The voices of humanity and the culture of Earth would wash over every silent corner of the Milky Way like an unstoppable tide. This vision stirred his heart, and a burning desire surged within him. He could hardly contain himself. He yearned to ignite this raging fire, to see the footprints of human civilization traverse the galaxy, and then surge toward the even more distant extragalactic realms. He abruptly turned, his voice brooking no dissent. "Sophia, come here at once." As always, Sophia's presence was efficient as she appeared at the doorway, having recently returned from Mars. Yet in the next moment, when Elijah's words struck her like the herald of a new era, the seasoned CEO of Titan, accustomed to grand spectacles, felt her pupils constrict in shock. "Sophia, by my authority, issue the highest-level official announcement to every nation on Earth that can be named. Inform them that Titan is fully prepared to usher humanity through the gates of the Starry Sea. Ask them if they possess the courage and ambition to join Titan's Deep Space Dawn initiative, marking humanity's formal expedition into the boundless cosmos. As long as they join Titan, we will provide everything necessary for the Deep Space Dawn. Everything, from the most basic immigrant transport ships to arcs capable of carrying entire cities. From ecological engines to transform alien environments to escort fleets, ensuring absolute safety on our routes. We offer navigation, supply, and military protection. From the very first step beyond Earth's cradle to establishing a new home 10,000 light-years away, Titan's strength will encompass and safeguard every moment of the journey." He paused, launching into an even more explosive and enticing promise. Moreover, to cultivate humanity's own pioneers of the Starry Sea, Titan will invest in the establishment of 100 deep space academies right here on Earth at our doorstep. Each academy will stand as a beacon guiding us toward the stars and the ocean beyond. The curricula will encompass every discipline essential for interstellar exploration, colonization, resource development, fleet command, and even negotiations with extraterrestrial civilizations. From the principles of warp drive to planetary ecological transformation, from starship maintenance to survival tactics off-world, Titan will impart all knowledge, igniting the flame of wisdom for humanity's conquest of the cosmos. But remember this crucial point. Joining Titan's initiative equates to joining Titan itself, requiring obedience to Titan's will. Sophia was momentarily paralyzed. Her eyes, which could instantly decipher complex financial reports and galactic development plans, were unusually wide, her rosy lips slightly parted, a silent gasp frozen on her face. Even though she was accustomed to Elijah's grand visions and the logistics of mobilizing fleets that could consume the resources of several small nations, she was now left utterly speechless by this audacious plan. To unite all nations in interstellar colonization, to provide a comprehensive solution from cradle to cosmos, to establish 100 interstellar academies on Earth, this transcended mere commercial expansion, surpassing even the construction of empires. This was an endeavor to forcibly transform the entire civilization of Earth, from a helpless infant in its cradle into a Titan traversing the starry seas. The scale, the ambition, and the potential upheaval of the existing world order were unprecedented. Taking a deep breath, Sophia's formidable professional instincts swiftly quelled all her emotions. She abruptly closed her slightly parted lips, and the shock in her eyes was swiftly replaced by an intense focus and remarkable efficiency, tinged with a thrill akin to that experienced when facing monumental challenges. "Understood, boss." Her voice was resolute, issuing the highest level directive, encompassing all target entities. The core provisions of the Deep Space Dawn Initiative shall be drafted immediately. The planning for the locations, faculty, and curriculum of 100 Deep Space Academies will commence simultaneously. Within 72 hours, I will present the preliminary plan and global response prediction model on your desk. Her turning motion was swift and dynamic, as if sounding the trumpet for an expedition into the starry sea. A new age of exploration for humanity would be initiated by the Titan. Chapter 64. Reactions from all sides. The Titan's announcement regarding the Deep Space Dawn Initiative wielded a power that far surpassed any diplomatic note or declaration of war. It was not a mere stone cast into a tranquil lake, but rather a devastating artillery shell. Following the thunderous explosion, the crystal-clear surface of the water was instantly shattered. Turbid mud churned, colossal waves surged, and splinter debris was violently tossed about, plunging the entire diplomatic and strategic landscape of the world into an unprecedented, tumultuous chaos. Almost within the same minute the announcement was made, the political nerve centers around the globe were ignited. In Washington, D.C., deep within the Pentagon, the emergency-convened highest-level war room was ablaze with light, shrouded in smoke. The generals wore grim expressions, and the intelligence director's communicator was nearly smoking. On the screens were images of the Titan's orbital fortress and blurred footage of the deep space fleet gathering. Providing everything, including escort? A four-star general's voice carried an incredulous dryness. How many warships do they actually possess? How can logistics sustain this? Are they boasting, or do they truly have this capability? In London, at 10 Downing Street, the lights in the Prime Minister's office burned through the night. Staff members hurried back and forth with stacks of briefs concerning the Titan's known enterprises and unexplored territories. The Foreign Secretary's fingers emphatically tapped on the line stating, "Join and obey the Titan's leadership." This was tantamount to a surrender of sovereignty. But look at what they promised. Academies, starships, colonization. Was this the golden ticket for the resurgence of the British Empire, or merely a trap leading to vassalage? In Moscow, the Kremlin, the atmosphere was tense. Hardline hawks slammed their fists on the table. Obey. We only obey our own will. Did the Titan aspire to be the new czar? Meanwhile, the pragmatic technocrats furrowed their brows. The ecological transformation technologies they exhibited, if acquired, could turn Siberia's permafrost into a granary. Furthermore, those academies would cultivate interstellar talent. To refuse meant to be utterly abandoned by the future. The cost was too great. In a parliament of a Pacific island nation, representatives of small nations bore expressions interwoven with ecstasy and dread. Would the Titan truly lead us away? Could we claim a planet for ourselves? Would joining them absolve us of concerns regarding rising sea levels? Yet, what significance do our meager population and resources hold in the vast cosmos? Might we merely become cannon fodder? In a clandestine Hydra stronghold, announcements flickered repeatedly across screens. A masked voice whispered, "The Deep Space Academy is a fertile ground for infiltration. With global reach, commanders of the starships that will dictate the future hold value 1,000-fold greater than mere espionage on Earth. Select the most exceptional candidates immediately and prepare the infiltration strategy." In an underground laboratory, scientists gazed at the announcements, their eyes glimmering with a morbid fervor. Colonizing a star necessitates vast ecological modification equipment, energy cores, and life support systems. We must secure the Titan's technology. The starry expanse shall become our new stage. Skeptics, in dimly lit conference rooms, meticulously dissected each phrase of the Titan's proclamation, seeking exaggerated flaws or concealed conspiracies. Their intelligence reports were pitifully scant, offering only vague legends and unsettling shadows of formidable fortresses. Evaluators, akin to shrewd gamblers, frantically mobilized all resources, attempting to calculate the costs and benefits of aligning with the Titan. Joining the Titan entails relinquishing a portion of decision-making power. Yet the potential rewards could be tickets to the celestial seas and unimaginable technological dividends. Is this exchange worthwhile? Resistors found themselves choked by the notion of submitting to the Titan's leadership, the weighty terms of national sovereignty suffocating, while the grand vision painted by the announcement seared their restlessness, plunging them into a painful, torn conflict. Meanwhile, the pragmatists were too preoccupied with action to deliberate further. Within mere hours of the announcement, Government jets emblazoned with the insignia of a certain Nordic nation soared into the skies, heading straight for the Titan's New York headquarters. Shortly thereafter, a delegation from an Eastern economic powerhouse dispatched its aircraft. Middle Eastern oil magnates even deployed private supersonic business jets, laden with negotiation experts and checkbooks, albeit potentially futile. Across the Pacific, several modified speedboats, adorned with the flags of small nations, sliced through the waves, racing towards the eastern shores of North America. In an instant, major global trade routes and maritime paths were flooded with a determined tide, all converging towards the Titan, the solitary beacon. The entire Earth seemed stunned, as if struck by the Titan's deep space bomb. Yet within this bewilderment erupted an unprecedented, chaotic fervor. The old order crumbled while new opportunities beckoned, and the Titan, like a cold sovereign ensconced at the eye of the storm, awaited the choices and collisions of the various powers. Beneath the murky surface, a new landscape was feverishly coalescing. In the upper office of the headquarters of the Titan, the tumultuous waves stirred among the nations of Earth by that notification seemed entirely obstructed by an impenetrable sound barrier. Here, only the low hum of warship engines and the piercing wail of energy weapons tearing through the void reverberated. Elijah reclined comfortably in his chair, as the colossal holographic screen showcased the most thrilling combat footage of the deep space fleet commanded by Eric. This was not a mere exercise report, but a harrowing documentary of cosmic warfare woven with blood and fire, steel and energy. Red Queen extract this segment, that segment, and this one, highlighting the destructive effects of the main cannon, battlefield control, biological energy conversion efficiency, and silent hunting, all in the highest resolution. Accompany it with energy readout analyses, target destruction efficiency statistics, and our casualty ratios. Then edit a highlight reel, showcasing the most stunning and impactful visuals. Command confirmed, replied the cold, electronic voice of the Red Queen, as the screen promptly began to automatically mark, segment, render, and generate a new video file. Elijah's gaze swept over the screen, absorbing the heart-pounding fragments of imagery as if admiring his own collection. Once all the representatives, envoys, and those who fancied themselves shrewd had gathered, he lifted a glass of water, taking a gentle sip. He intended to loop this promotional video of the Titan's deep space fleet in the largest conference room for their viewing. Setting down his glass and leaning back in his chair, he prepared to unveil to them the endeavors of the Titan within the galaxy over the years. He aimed for them to witness the starry journey they were about to embark upon and the security that underpinned it, forged through unparalleled might. This was not merely a display of power. It was a blatant act of deterrence and a baptism of sorts, compelling those hesitant representatives to witness the magnitude of the power wielded by the Titan, a force capable of effortlessly obliterating a civilization, reshaping the ecosystem of a planet, and establishing absolute safe zones in the most chaotic battlefields of the galaxy. In the face of such overwhelming strength, the calculations and hesitations of those on Earth appeared insignificant and absurd. A glance at Sophia's briefing on the global preliminary reactions revealed nothing but the anticipated tapestry of shock, skepticism, greed, and fear. What he required was not their indecision, but their submission and decisive action. Red Queen, Elijah's voice shattered the stillness within the room. Based on the core spirit of the Deep Space Dawn Initiative, I propose a few clearer rules to be embedded in the final briefing document for all representatives. First, any nation, organization, or individual that responds to the Titan's call and joins the Deep Space Dawn Initiative shall, from the moment they step beyond the cradle of Earth, bear the mark of the Titan. In the expanse of the starry sea, there shall be no New Yorkers, Muscovites, or Hydra, only the deep space explorers of the Titan. In the boundless realms of the universe, the will of the Titan is the highest law, and the commands of the Titan constitute the sole guiding beacon. Any actions that challenge the deep space endeavor are tantamount to self-sabotage. Secondly, every nation and organization on Earth, every scientist you dispatch, every engineering team, every pioneer of colonization, their contributions shall be weighed by the colossal scales of the Titan. The sweat, wisdom, and even sacrifices rendered will be transformed into tangible credits. This is not merely a matter of reputation. It is the key to the future. With these credits, you may redeem everything your hearts desire, from blueprints for civilian starships capable of transforming barren planets to a modest fleet of escort vessels. The Titan S treasury opens its doors to contributors, but only if you possess sufficient credits. Thirdly, Earth is your own playground. The Titan shows no interest in your petty squabbles and power struggles. You may indulge in your whims as you please, provided you do not utterly shatter the cradle. However, his tone shifted abruptly to one of cold authority. Once your starships ignite and ascend, once your vessels depart the Earth-Moon orbit, you enter the domain of the Titan. There, the skies above are guarded by the Titan-S formidable warships, and the alien lands beneath your feet are governed by the Titan-S laws. The planning of routes, the allocation of resource extraction rights, and the governance structures of new colonies must all adhere to the Titan-S guidance. The grievances and rules of Earth hold no value in the cosmos. Fourthly, in the vastness of the universe, the Titan shall serve as the sole beacon and guardian for all humankind on Earth, the only government. Any thoughts or actions attempting to subvert the Titan-S order or challenge its authority shall be regarded as treachery. The Titan-S response to traitors is simple and absolute: the complete eradication of their existence. Moreover, the nation or organization to which they belong shall bear the consequences. This may result in the freezing of accounts and expulsion from the dawn of Deep Space Initiative. In severe cases, their foundations on Earth will also come under the Titan-S scrutiny. Lastly, Elijah's gaze swept across the holographic star map, illuminating the points representing the Titan-S military might. The Titan welcomes the elite of Earth to join us in wielding the sword of conquest over the starry seas. Whether it be top-tier scientists yearning to touch the mysteries of the universe in the Titan-S cutting-edge laboratories, or skilled engineers wishing to forge the next generation of Titan-class vessels, or seasoned warriors eager to prove their worth on the true battlefield of the cosmos, the doors of the Titan are wide open. However, he emphasized with gravitas, to join the ranks of the Titan-S army and don the uniform that symbolizes supreme power and responsibility, one must endure the rigorous scrutiny of the Red Queen. A more thorough and merciless background check and psychological evaluation await. Most importantly, you must pledge your allegiance from the depths of your soul. Allegiance to the order and future represented by the Titan. Allegiance to me, Elijah Adams. The sword of the Titan directs solely towards adversaries. The hand that wields it must embody absolute loyalty. These clear, chilling, yet enticing and intimidating precepts have been indelibly infused by Elijah into the very essence of the Deep Space Dawn Initiative. The internecine conflicts of Earth, in the face of the Titan's envisioned dominion over the starry seas, are poised to devolve into mere child's play. The true stage lies beyond the stars, and the rules of this stage are dictated by the Titan, by Elijah Adams himself. New York, this ceaselessly vibrant metropolis, has endured an unprecedented strain over the past 10 hours. Hundreds of thousands of faces from across the globe converge here. Diplomats in tailored suits, representatives from small nations adorned in traditional garb, tech moguls with piercing gazes, and even a few familiar politicians who frequently grace the headlines. Like a surging tide, they have engulfed the streets surrounding the Titan's base. The transportation system has been rendered utterly incapacitated, the cacophony of honking horns merging into a wall of despairing noise. While the air is thick with the sense of sweat, exhaust fumes, and an almost suffocating anxiety, the sidewalks are choked with a throng so dense that movement is nearly impossible, as if the weight of the entire planet bears down upon this spot. Yet the ultimate destination for this sea of humanity is singular: the Titan Group's New York base. Outside the base, towering like a mountain, stands the Alloy Gate, beyond which a serpentine torrent of people stretches for nearly a kilometer. Under the meticulous orchestration of the Red Queen's algorithms, the crowd is divided into dozens of streams, flowing through security checkpoints that shimmer with an ethereal blue light. Scanning beams traverse each face, whether filled with anticipation, trepidation, or ambition, verifying identities, recording biometric data, and assessing potential threats. The Titan security, devoid of harsh reprimands, operates with an efficiency that is beyond question. Each individual granted passage receives a temporary chip on their wrist, glowing softly in green to signify their clearance. Elijah stands in his top-floor office, overlooking this unprecedented spectacle of chaos and order outside the base. He recognizes several faces that have frequently appeared in international news. Now lost amidst the crowd, their previous poise and authority replaced by the weariness of long travels. A subtle, almost mischievous pride begins to bloom within him, spreading quietly through his being. This sensation is undeniably intoxicating. The throng before him, a dense mass representing the will of nearly every nation on Earth, surges toward his fortress like pilgrims, all vying for a chance to step into the cosmic expanse. The most bustling city on this planet has succumbed to an extraordinary congestion due to his announcement. He, Elijah Adams, has undeniably become the sovereign of this celestial domain. This realization stems not from arrogance, but from an acknowledgement of truth, especially within the Titan galactic fleet that traverses the starry seas. The term sovereign has long ceased to be a jest. Eric's once teasing proclamation of "for the Emperor" on the bridge has been imbued through countless trials of blood and fire with a newfound, almost sacred significance. The fleet soldiers are those who have truly witnessed miracles. They have seen Elijah's figure streak through the void like a comet, crashing into the colossal battleships of the enemy with nothing but flesh and bone. The trajectory that defies the laws of physics. The terrifying strength that rends thick alloy hulls in the vacuum of space. The intense beams of thermal vision that burst forth from his eyes, instantly piercing the core engines of several cruisers. This is Elijah Adams. When his commands echo through the communication channels, and when the screen reveals him, standing unscathed amidst the explosions of enemy vessels like a god of war. A fervent devotion that transcends loyalty to the organization and reverence for power ignites wildly in the hearts of every soldier and officer in the fleet. For the Emperor, this is no longer a mere jest from Eric. It has transformed into a battle cry as the bridge activates the jump engines. It has become the conviction clenched between the teeth of the Marines as they charge towards alien worlds. It has become the pillar of resolve for engineers repairing the ship's core under extreme conditions. It has evolved into a brief yet potent greeting, infused with boundless respect and determination, exchanged among soldiers as they salute each other and relay commands. At this moment, amidst the bustling throngs outside the base, above the congested streets of New York, Elijah seems capable of piercing through distant realms, hearing the loyal steel tide, resonating in the silent depths of space, merging the hum of engines, the charge of weapons, and the unspoken faith into an oath that reverberates throughout the universe. For the Emperor, he exhales gently, his fingertips fiddling with an inconsequential document on the table. The taste of power is indeed as sweet as wine, intoxicating in its allure. Chapter 65. The representative, driven mad by the battle scenes of the Colossus within the various sectors of the Colossus base, a cacophony of different languages reverberates. In the relatively compact secondary conference room, the atmosphere is tense yet efficient. Representatives from smaller nations and lesser organizations, their faces a blend of excitement and anxiety, eagerly anticipate their initial engagement with the mid-level management team of the Colossus. Their inquiries are direct and pragmatic. How are points calculated? What are the conditions for the first batch of colonized planets? What qualifications are required to join the Academy? The Colossus staff, clad in crisp uniforms, respond with succinct terms and cold figures, guiding them to affix their signatures to preliminary intention agreements. For these modest participants, securing a place aboard the Colossus's starship represents a triumph, with little room for negotiation on the details of the terms. The process resembles the acceptance of a generous gift, or rather, a conditional ticket for entry. The true eye of the storm, however, resides in the conference hall at the core of the base. This vast space is large enough to accommodate a medium-sized aircraft, with a dome featuring a magnificent star map, currently rotating to reveal the grandeur of the Milky Way. At the center of the hall sits a massive circular table. At this moment, seated around the grand table are the pivotal figures of our world, the heads of delegations from superpowers, core representatives of regional alliances, and a select few titans of industry who wield global influence. Their entourages, far more numerous than those from smaller nations, are strictly confined to the waiting area outside the conference hall. Inside, an unusual stillness prevails, punctuated only by the faint rustle of fabric and the occasional suppressed cough. Each gaze instinctively drifts toward the notably larger chair that symbolizes the principal seat, only to quickly avert as unspoken glances are exchanged among them. In this heavy silence, Sophia's figure enters the conference hall, clad in a dark professional suit, The sharp click of her high heels resonates rhythmically against the floor, immediately drawing the attention of all present. Her expression is devoid of superfluous emotion, embodying a commanding coolness. Behind her follows a meticulously streamlined team, 2 assistants carrying documentation and 2 security supervisors with keen eyes. She strides directly to the podium adjacent to the principal's seat, surveying the room without a hint of pleasantry or civility. Distinguished representatives, Sophia's voice, amplified through the sound system, reverberates clearly in every corner. Welcome to Titan. I am Sophia Hayes, the executive president of Titan Group. The specific terms and implementation details of the Deep Space Dawn initiative will be communicated and confirmed by me on behalf of Mr. Elijah Adams. Her words are concise, directly stating her identity and the essence of the meeting, subtly declaring that the helm of Titan will not be easily revealed. Meanwhile, in a lofty office that overlooks all, Elijah is not seated at his desk. Instead, he reclines in a comfortable chair, the holographic screen before him vividly segmented into multiple views, an overhead shot of the conference hall, a close-up of Sophia speaking, and nuanced captures of the expressions of key representatives from major nations. Why should he engage in trivial pleasantries with those whose minds are clouded with calculations and notions of national pride? The mere thought of enduring their lengthy opening remarks and tentative small talk seems a waste of time. Moreover, it is crucial for him to maintain this sense of distance and mystery. As the true captain of Titan, a colossal vessel navigating the starry seas, he no longer needs to personally oversee every detail or frequently appear to assert his presence. His will is conveyed through Sophia, the sharpest of swords. His power is silently proclaimed by Eric's fleet in the depths of space. His name itself embodies an irresistible order and future. Frequent appearances would only diminish his stature, creating an illusion among the representatives that they could negotiate or approach him. He must ensure they clearly understand that what they are about to partake in is a grand chess game orchestrated by Titan, with rules set by Titan. The chess player, akin to a deity, would cast a decisive glance only when deemed necessary. Maintaining an air of mystery while seated upon a golden throne serves as a form of intimidation. He sipped from a glass of chilled water, his gaze sweeping slowly across the faces on the screen, which bore expressions of gravity, inquiry, and veiled anxiety. Sophia had begun to articulate the core terms with clarity, her voice calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Elijah nodded in satisfaction, sinking deeper into the plush embrace of his chair. Let us engage in earnest discussion, Sophia. I wish to observe the choices these influential figures on Earth will make when confronted with the allure of the cosmos and the immutable laws imposed by the Titans. Within the vast conference room, Sophia adeptly addressed the tidal wave of inquiries, probing doubts and uncertainties from representatives of various factions. The questions spanned a wide array of topics, the intricate algorithms for point allocation, the foundational principles for the initial distribution of colonial planets, and the competitive mechanisms for subsequent expansion, the core curriculum and faculty composition of the Deep Space Academy, the classification and upgrade pathways for the starship technologies provided by the Titans, and the most sensitive query of all were the precise boundaries of obedience to the Titans' leadership in the depths of space. Sophia's responses were meticulous. She referenced a vast database and pre-established models, breaking down each question with clarity, leading them toward the core framework predetermined by Elijah's vision. Her patience stemmed not from gentleness, but from an absolute command and a lucid understanding of her objectives. She comprehended the subtext of every inquiry, aware of the underlying limits and greed of each representative. And the leverage she held was potent enough to obliterate any futile entanglements. The lengthy duration of the discourse did not reveal a hint of fatigue or impatience. Instead, it intensified her aura of calm, efficiency, and unquestionable authority. At last, after addressing a trivial question regarding interstellar pirate attacks, Sophia surveyed the room, her gaze lingering on the faces that reflected contemplation, anxiety, and lingering resentment. Ladies and gentlemen, her voice shattered the silence. I trust you have garnered a preliminary understanding of the particulars concerning the dawn of Deep Space Initiative. The power of the Titans is the cornerstone of all this. She refrained from embellishing her capabilities with adjectives. Now, I shall present to you some records of past endeavors. A subtle hint of irony tinged her voice. She raised her hand, her fingertip lightly tapping the transparent control panel. In an instant, the magnificent celestial map adorning the dome of the conference hall faded into obscurity. In its place emerged a colossal holographic display, occupying the entirety of the circular view, with a resolution so breathtaking it was nearly overwhelming. There was no stirring soundtrack, no sentimental narration, only the absolute silence of the cosmic void and the raw, shocking symphony of annihilation itself. The imagery unfolded from a cold, divine perspective. The colossal form of the Punisher-class Titan vessel looms like a moving mountain of steel, its underbelly adorned with the fearsome maw of the Genesis cannon, which gathers an energy vortex capable of dimming the very stars. Silence reigns, yet all present can palpably sense the impending breath of annihilation. The planetary surface's defensive network futilely unleashes dense streams of light, crashing against the Titan's dark matter armor, creating only the slightest ripples. In the next moment, an indescribable beam of orange and white light pierces through the planet. In slow motion, the crust shatters instantaneously like fragile glass, bulging and then being violently torn asunder. Melted into a churning sea of hellish magma, dust and debris coalesce into a massive ring, rapidly expanding in the silent void, devouring the outline of the entire planet. Replacing the small assault fleet is another dread-inducing presence. Not merely a beast of pure destruction like the Punisher, it bears a gravitas akin to religious judgment. In the scene, several messenger-class Titans advance steadily through a dense asteroid belt, resembling moving palaces. They do not unleash conventional weaponry. Rather, the space surrounding their hulls begins to warp and distort ominously. An invisible gravitational prison forms instantaneously, ensnaring several marauding capital ships attempting to ambush. Representatives observe clearly as those colossal vessels futilely expel engine exhaust flames, yet they are ensnared like insects trapped in amber, slowly being crushed, twisted, and deformed by an unseen force. Ultimately, they are silently crushed, reduced to a metallic graveyard. The scene shifts to a starfield enveloped in bizarre purple-green biological plasma. A fleet, as massive as a deep-sea leviathan, surges forward with fervor. Opposing them stands an iron wall composed of executor-class super-destroyers, faced with the overwhelming tide of corrosive plasma. These destroyers remain resolute in formation. The surface of their hulls ignites with a dizzying array of complex honeycomb energy matrices, akin to the gaping maw of an abyss, consuming the incoming destructive energy entirely. In the next moment, a more ferocious torrent of plasma, transformed into the pure blue of annihilation, surges back from the destroyer formation. The scene vividly captures the grotesque warships instantaneously carbonizing and vaporizing within the blue deluge, along with their massive mothership, completely erased in the cold void, leaving no ashes behind. The screen plunges into a heart-stopping darkness. Then, a colossal, intricately structured spherical platform emerges, occupying nearly half the screen, its surface adorned with energy conduits and unknown launch arrays. This is the prototype platform of the Death Star. Without any engine exhaust, it silently hovers like an egg of destruction birthed from the cosmos itself. A phase beam capable of slicing through space itself shoots forth from the platform's core, targeting an enemy research mothership engaged in a perilous jump experiment, comparable in size to an asteroid. In the fleeting moment as the beam swept through, it seemed as though sliced by a scalpel, cleaving the object in twain. The fracture was smooth, shimmering with a blinding, molten crimson glow. The two massive segments, propelled by inertia, spiraled toward the eternal abyss, while the escaping air and liquid crystallized into haunting ice flower formations in the vacuum, offering a sacrificial tribute to this execution carried out by the Genesis. Each frame bore an overwhelming wealth of detail. The process of the vessel's disintegration under gravitational strain, the instantaneous vanishing of matter amidst the torrent of energy, the slow-motion eruption of mantle lava during planetary obliteration, the despairingly vast and intricate energy readings from the Genesis platform, and the statistics of target annihilation efficiency were all indelibly etched into every corner of the scenes of destruction. 10 minutes. As the final image, that planet irrevocably reshaped by the sorrow of creation, crystallized into a cooling dark red inferno upon the colossal screen. A profound silence enveloped the entire conference hall for a full 10 minutes. The air thickened into a leaden weight, pressing heavily upon the chest of each representative. No one dared to blink, let alone move a finger. Dozens of faces drained of color, turning as pale as parchment. Some had pupils dilated, their eyes reflecting pure, incomprehensible terror. Others trembled uncontrollably, their lips quivering as if to scream, yet producing no sound. Some instinctively gripped the armrests of their seats, their knuckles whitening from strain. The immense influx of information, containing an absolute violence far beyond their comprehension, descended upon them like an invisible hammer, shattering their previous notions of power, war, and international dynamics. The oppressive silence was shattered by a sharp, hoarse scream filled with despair and defiance. Fake. It's all fake. A representative from a mid-sized nation suddenly leaped from his seat, his complexion shifting from ashen to a sickly flush as he waved his arms, pointing at the frozen image of destruction, his voice cracking with extreme agitation and denial. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This is special effects. The highest level of cinematic illusion. How could a deity possibly possess such overwhelming might? A divine envoy? An executor? Genesis? This is more exaggerated than the ramblings of a madman. Fake. It must be fake. You are deceiving. His hysteria echoed sharply and jarringly in the silent chamber, rife with desperate struggle. Sophia did not so much as twitch an eyebrow. She merely turned her head slightly to observe. One of the security supervisors from the giant deity, lurking in the shadows at the edge of the hall, moved. His motion was swift, imbued with an irresistible force. In an instant, the representative, still shouting in madness, was seized by a massive hand, as if he were a mere kitten lifted off the ground by the nape of his neck. The representative's voice was abruptly silenced, leaving only the sound of terrified whimpering. The security supervisor, his expression impassive, single-handedly led the flailing, tear-streaked adult man with measured strides, under the gaze of dozens of terrified and dazed onlookers, directly towards the imposing alloy doors of the conference hall. As the doors swung open, the supervisor's deep, unperturbed voice resonated clearly. Take this gentleman to the medical center for an assessment of his mental stability and cognitive function. His remarks have evidently transcended the bounds of rational discourse. The doors closed, isolating the futile sobs from outside. Silence descended once more upon the conference hall. Yet this stillness was starkly different from the previous shock-induced quietude. An atmosphere of profound dread and complete subservience permeated the air. Visions of divine judgment, the erasure by enforcers, the cleaving beams of creation, and the might of the retributive force reshaping the planet were indelibly etched into the very souls of each representative. Sophia's gaze swept calmly across the assembly, as if the earlier incident had never transpired. Ladies and gentlemen, her voice remained cold. Do any of you harbor doubts regarding the capabilities of the Titan? The response was an even heavier, more oppressive silence. The eyes of all representatives were fixated on the screen, where the cataclysmic imagery of planetary annihilation was frozen, resembling a scene from the apocalypse. That silent destruction spoke more persuasively than any words could convey. The Titan's power required no justification. It was the most brutal and authentic answer in itself. Before the divine emissaries, enforcers, creators, and punishing forces, any inquiries appeared pale and absurd. The holographic display vividly showcased the stark silence of the conference hall, filled with faces marked by horror and utter submission, all laid bare before Elijah. Particularly after the distraught representative was escorted away, it felt as if the very air had been siphoned from the hall. A pure and delightful smile gradually spread across Elijah's lips. This sensation was undeniably exhilarating, not in a vulgar display of wealth, nor in base intimidation, but in an almost artistic, intangible superiority. He had merely instructed Sophia to present a meticulously edited report crafted by Red Queen, a documentary on cosmic warfare, rich in devastating aesthetics. There were no superfluous narrations, no exaggerated embellishments, merely the raw, unadulterated visuals of the Titan's most routine yet awe-inspiring operations in the depths of space, thrust directly into the faces of those elite representatives from Earth. And the result? 10 minutes of collective speechlessness. a void of the soul born from a complete upheaval of cognition and the shattering of worldviews. A pitiful creature in mental collapse, one who could not accept reality, only to numb their fragile psyche with falsehoods that were ruthlessly pierced. Ultimately, the pervasive silence, thick with bone-deep terror and utter submission, was the answer he sought. Concise videos surpassed the lengthy and dry explanations given by Sophia throughout the day. The might of the Colossus requires no boasting. It is manifest in the vaporized enemy vessels, the shattered celestial bodies, and the reshaped planets. These images strike deeper into the soul than any pale language could convey. The impact is substantial, yet it remains insufficient. Merely allowing them to watch recordings in the conference room, to experience the visual shock, is far too gentle. The power of the Colossus necessitates a more direct and immersive experience. Notify Sophia, read. After the meetings conclude in the coming days, arrange for all representatives who have signed the preliminary letter of intent to partake in a field excursion to the Abyssal Corridor Star region under the pretense of deepening cooperative understanding, especially the teams from the major powers. The Abyssal Corridor, a notorious lawless expanse in the galaxy, has long served as a stronghold for various interstellar pirate factions and rebellious civilizations. Recently, Eric's combat group conducted an order reconstruction there. Although the fires of war have subsided, the subsequent cleanup is sufficient to awaken any who might harbor illusions of safety. Let them embark on a sightseeing vessel to witness firsthand how the Colossus operates. Let them behold how the Colossus fleet prunes the defiant weeds and dead branches within the galaxy with absolute power. Let them feel the terror that the might of the Colossus instills upon their very skin. Allow them to comprehend that obeying the Colossus in deep space is not mere rhetoric, but a fundamental law of survival. The fate of any entity daring to challenge this law will be starkly displayed along the paths they are about to traverse. Instead of veiled pretenses, let them witness what tangible shock truly entails. Chapter 66. What utter nonsense regarding Supreme guidelines. The Office S holographic screen had already been switched by Elijah to display the live footage of Eric's fleet following the cleanup in the Abyssal Corridor Star region. The floating, contorted remnants of warships and the charred, molten surfaces of planets served as a haunting backdrop. Sophia's intricate maneuvers with the representatives of various nations in the conference hall no longer held his interest. That protracted negotiation felt to him like a meticulously orchestrated play, with its conclusion already predetermined. After the signing rate of the preliminary letters of intent surpassed the critical threshold of 90%, any remaining patience he possessed evaporated. Subsequently, Elijah appeared in the cutting-edge joint laboratory shared by Tony Stark and Bruce Banner, located deep within the Colossus base. The atmosphere here contrasted starkly with that of the upper offices. The metallic scent mingled with the aromas of various reagents. Energy readings danced chaotically across the holographic displays. Heavy machinery hummed ominously, interspersed with Tony's irritable complaints and Banner's focused mutterings. "Ah, look who has finally descended from his golden throne." Tony's voice resonated first, laced with his characteristic acerbity. He furrowed his brow at a piece of destructively intricate metallic debris, fingers deftly gliding across the holographic interface, attempting to simulate the illogical energy flow within. Were they here to witness this genius unravel the enigma of the accursed magical stone? Or had they finally experienced a pang of conscience, ready to offer tangible assistance beyond mere raw materials? Dr. Banner, immersed in an array of petri dishes brimming with complex biological solutions and precision probes, briefly lifted his gaze, his glasses reflecting ethereal green data streams, revealing a weary yet gentle smile. "Mr. Adams," he acknowledged, evidently ensnared in a critical bottleneck regarding the stability of Compound 5, a lingering worry etched upon his features. "Appreciate? I merely find your pace excruciatingly sluggish, Tony. The inefficiency is enough to induce drowsiness. Ha ha ha." He disregarded Tony's eyes widening in disbelief and the impending retort, casually tapping on Tony's intricately complex holographic interface, accurately eliminating several redundant parameter nodes and adjusting the simulation weights of a few energy circuits. "Try this. Your simulation model neglects the microscopic curvature effects caused by its intrinsic spatial folding characteristics. Treating it as a mere conductor is as foolish as driving a Ferrari like a tractor." Just as Tony was about to counter with a dismissive remark regarding Elijah's grasp of physical models, The simulation program modified by Elijah suddenly executed with remarkable fluidity. The previously frozen data surged forth like a released deluge, and the distorted energy flow on the screen became clear and stable, even delineating several unprecedented energy nodes. Tony's jaw nearly dropped. The sarcastic quip he had prepared stifled, replaced by an exuberant glimmer of defiance and excitement in his eyes. Good grief. Microscopic curvature? Spatial folding? You. He lunged toward the console, fingers moving with lightning speed, muttering, "Wait. I can reverse engineer its energy guidance matrix in no time." Elijah, unperturbed by Tony's frenzy, turned his attention to Dr. Banner. Banner was intently examining a molecular structure model, his brow furrowed, the unstable red areas on the model flickering incessantly. Compound 5? Elijah's voice remained calm. "Indeed, Mr. Adams," Banner replied, adjusting his glasses, a note of frustration in his tone. "Finding the equilibrium between permanent effects and side-effect-free solutions is exceedingly challenging. We have tested hundreds of stabilizers and molecular bridges, yet either the efficacy diminishes too rapidly, or it triggers unpredictable repercussions." Elijah's superhuman vision, coupled with his extraordinary intellect, functioned like the highest magnification electron microscope and the most potent parallel processor, penetrating the intricate molecular model and delving into the microscopic realm. The direction of stabilizer number 74 is indeed correct. Elijah's voice resonates like a diagnostic report. However, the molecular bridge connection angle you selected exhibits a deviation of 0.3 nanometers. He casually picked up a nearby whiteboard and meticulously sketched an extraordinarily intricate molecular structure, precise to the atomic level. "Try this configuration." Dr. Banner gazed at the exquisite molecular structure on the whiteboard, alongside annotations that had never crossed his mind. His eyes, hidden behind glasses, sparkled with newfound brilliance. The problem that had plagued him for months was swiftly and decisively resolved by a precise surgical intervention. Trembling, he took the whiteboard, immediately beginning to input the data into the biological simulation system. This was simply astounding. Banner's voice brimmed with excitement and disbelief. In the ensuing days, Elijah transformed from a mere observer to an integral part of the laboratory's rhythm. He became the ultimate external force endowed with limitless computational power and insight. Within just a few days, when Sophia finally entered the top-floor office, exhausted yet filled with a sense of accomplishment, holding the finalized and substantial agreement text of the Deep Space Dawn project, she was astonished to find the room completely empty. Meanwhile, deep within the underground laboratory, the sounds of Tony's exuberant laughter mingled with Banner's restrained yet fervent reporting, accompanied by Elijah's calm voice directing the next experimental steps. In just 3 days, Elijah had not only sown the seeds of interstellar ambition in the hearts of Earth's elite, but had also propelled 2 transformative technologies forward significantly within the laboratory. Efficiency and power achieved a flawless synthesis through him. Upon receiving Sophia's message, Elijah returned to his office. Sophia's dark professional suit remained immaculate, yet upon closer inspection, her meticulous makeup could not conceal the weariness in her eyes. "Boss, you've worked hard," she remarked. Elijah's gaze lingered on her face, and the hint of fatigue did not escape his notice. He gestured toward the chair across from his desk. "Please have a seat. Would you like something to drink? Perhaps an iced black coffee, double shot?" "Thank you, boss." Sophia accepted without formality, settling into the spacious chair, her exhaustion evident. "As you can see, the inaugural global conference for the Deep Space Dawn project has officially concluded." Her fingertips pointed towards the Earth block diagram. At that moment, over 90% of the areas on the map glimmered with a stable green light, signifying signed agreements. Only a few isolated regions, representing stubborn resistance or severe internal dissent, continued to flicker with red, indicating unsigned or strongly reserved opinions. The final signing rate was locked in at 92.7, encompassing all major developed economies, the principal emerging market nations, and over 80% of regional organizations and large multinational entities with interstellar exploration potential. Sophia's tone carried a note of pride. "This figure far exceeds our initial expectations. The field investigation of the abyssal corridor has yielded remarkable results," she added, evidently reminded of the scene where representatives returned pale-faced after witnessing the operations of the Colossus. The remaining holdouts, Sophia's fingertips traced the several red blocks on the map. These are primarily concentrated in regions heavily reliant on traditional models, where entrenched conservative forces prevail, as well as nations attempting to bide their time. Their resistance can no longer alter the grand scheme. She paused, her gaze directed towards Elijah, filled with inquiry. This is the final text of all formal agreements. The certification from the signatories and the preliminary plan for global resource and population integration. Please review it. The holographic light illuminated Elijah's face above the desk. The first step of the Colossus in propelling Earth's civilization into the starry expanse is amidst the aroma of this coffee, firmly placed on the desk of the Colossus ruler by Sophia's efficiency and iron will. As Sophia concluded her report, Elijah's eyes slowly swept over the map. Excellent. Sophia, we know, humanity has taken a most crucial first step towards the starry seas. Now, it is time to forge a true framework for this nascent fleet about to emerge from its cradle. In the name of the Colossus, let us establish the united fleet of Earth's humanity. It shall be the core of our future, embodying the hopes and ambitions of Earth's civilization. It will encompass two primary branches. The first, the Colossus Earth Human Colonial Fleet. Their mission is to S.H.I.E.L.D, to take root, to plant the Azure flag on every suitable planet across the galaxy. With unparalleled speed and resolute execution, they will scatter humanity's cities, farms, and factories like spores across the celestial ocean. The second, the Colossus Earth Human Exploration Fleet. Their task is to pioneer, to seek, to delve into the unknown darkness, searching for new homes, new resources, new prey. They will be the spearhead of the united fleet, the tentacles reaching out to discover new pastures and relay coordinates back to base. Sophia diligently recorded, her gaze focused. The core framework of the fleet need not be constructed from scratch. That would be far too slow. It should be directly allocated from Eric's inventory of the Galactic Deep Space Fleet. The decommissioned vessels, suitably downgraded and refurbished, will serve as the finest flagship and main vessels, coupled with a supporting escort destroyer group, large transport ships, engineering vessels, and ecological transformation platforms. Eric has an abundance of secondary vessels, sufficient to arm a force that will turn heads across the galaxy. There is one more thing, Sophia. Elijah's voice bore a near-cruel frankness. It is of utmost importance. You must make it abundantly clear to all who join the Deep Space Dawn Initiative, be they colonists, explorers, scientists, or soldiers. He stepped forward, an intangible pressure enveloping the room. Do not place undue significance on the so-called extraterrestrial intelligent life we may encounter in the vastness of the cosmos. Nor should we be constrained by the feeble and absurd interstellar ethics that bind our hands and feet. His words shattered all tender fantasies, relegating them to mere renewable resources in the universe. They are no different from a mineral-rich asteroid, a nebula brimming with rare elements, or a fertile expanse awaiting cultivation. Sophia's breath momentarily caught, yet her countenance bore no trace of astonishment, only a profound understanding and resolute determination. The voice of Elijah, the Titan, resonated with unwavering authority, imbued with a detached indifference as he surveyed the multitude. There will not, nor shall there ever be, any of the nonsensical guiding principles espoused in antiquated science fiction films like Star Trek. His tone dripped with unabashed disdain and mockery. To refrain from interfering in the development of intelligent life? To protect primitive civilizations? Such notions are the self-delusions of the weak, the fig leaf of the hypocrite. In a vast and merciless cosmos, resources equate to the right to survive. The space for development signifies the future. Anything that obstructs the expansion of human civilization, regardless of its guise, be it inferior life forms, indigenous beings with primitive cultures, or so-called intelligent races that have attained a modicum of technological advancement, if they occupy our planets, resource points, or critical navigational nodes, they face two options: yield or become resources. Should they yield, we can graciously grant them time and space to migrate. To become resources, however, implies that their planets will be transformed, their populations managed or harvested. The Titan will ensure this process is efficient, orderly, and sustainable. After all, renewable resources necessitate a judicious harvesting cycle. The office fell into a profound silence. Elijah's words obliterated any romantic illusions of a harmonious universe, laying bare the cold, harsh, Survival of the fittest, jungle law of the cosmos on the table. Do you comprehend, Sophia? Elijah's gaze returned to the chief executive. Sophia inhaled deeply, her eyes bereft of any hesitation, radiating unwavering resolve akin to tempered steel. She straightened her back, her voice clear and powerful. I fully understand, boss. The directive for the formation of the Titan Earth-Human United Fleet is to be immediately dispatched to General Eric. The organizational structure of the colonization fleet and exploration fleet, along with the ship allocation list and modification plans, will be submitted within 72 hours. The resource-oriented positioning and operational guidelines regarding extraterrestrial intelligent life will be established as the first core article of the Deep Space Pioneer Manual, to be instilled in all participants, ensuring clarity and unequivocal understanding. Elijah nodded with satisfaction. Sophia's comprehension and execution capabilities have always been his sharpest sword. The age of exploration for humankind shall no longer be constrained by antiquated ethics. Instead, it will be governed solely by the cold, efficient laws of expansion under the guidance of the colossal deity. Resources remain the eternal theme of the cosmos. This deity shall impart to humanity the knowledge of how to become the foremost harvesters in this dark forest. Chapter 67. A token for the Summer Nation after conveying the pivotal details regarding the Deep Space Dawn Initiative, the formation of the Joint Fleet, and the ruthless laws of resource exploitation to Sophia, Elijah cast aside the complex affairs that could alter the course of human civilization. The driving force? It required not his concern. The insatiable thirst for exploration and the instinct to conquer are deeply imprinted within the very genes of humankind. This desire may lie dormant in the cradle of peace and comfort, but once the deity opens the door to infinite possibilities, once the cold engines of starships begin to roar, and once the first wave of colonizers establishes their homes on alien worlds, this torrent will surge forth like a tidal wave, breaking free from its dam, unstoppable. He could almost foresee that by this time next year, on the streets of a newly established human colony in the Andromeda Arm, modest storefronts might display the familiar sign of a honeydew-iced city, while children run joyfully on the transformed lawns, clutching chilled lemonade. Near the mining base at the edge of Orion, weary workers may find solace in a familiar aroma wafting from a Zhongshin chicken stall, exchanging their recently earned points for a taste of nostalgia in the form of fried chicken. The culture, language, lifestyle, and even the commercial brands of Earth will spread like resilient vines, racing along the interstellar pathways carved by the deity, rooting and flourishing in every corner of the Milky Way. Everything will operate efficiently along the trajectory he has set. He need only gaze down from the clouds, occasionally casting a watchful eye to admire the garden he has meticulously nurtured. Yet today, a matter demands his personal attention. Sophia, Elijah's voice shattered the tranquility of the office. Send a formal invitation to the head of the Summer Nation delegation. Not to the public conference hall, but to my office. Let us schedule it for this afternoon. Sophia immediately grasped the directive, her eyes revealing no surprise, only the efficiency of execution. Understood, boss. The invitation will be dispatched immediately with the utmost courtesy. As Elijah observed Sophia's swift actions, a sense of belonging to his homeland stirred quietly within him. Regardless of how his power expands or how vast his dominion becomes, that profound imprint, rooted in blood, culture, and the essence of his past and present, remains unchanged. He has always identified as a person of the Summer Nation, a truth that will never waver. Therefore, extending a measure of special consideration to his homeland is not only justifiable, but entirely natural. Years ago, he had to consider the scrutiny of certain powerful entities, carefully navigating through a labyrinth of complex outsourcing companies, technological licenses, and joint laboratories, all as a guise to surreptitiously transport some of the less critical yet revolutionary foundational materials and weapon designs back to Earth. The operations of that time were tinged with the caution and resignation typical of clandestine transactions. But now, Elijah lifted his teacup, gently blowing away the floating tea leaves, and a glimmer of disdain flickered in his eyes. The present is not what it once was. How does America perceive this? What thoughts occupy the Pentagon? Will the venerable gentlemen of Capitol Hill express their indignation? Might S.H.I.E.L.D. perceive a strategic imbalance? These factors, which once necessitated careful consideration, now seemed as insubstantial as dust in his eyes. The colossal orbital fortresses loomed above everyone, and the shadow of the deep space fleet enveloped the entire solar system. His will constituted the supreme law of this celestial domain. If he wished to extend preferential treatment to the Summer Kingdom, then he would do so with grand generosity. If he desired to invite a representative from the Summer Kingdom to his office for a private tea, he would do so with utmost transparency. Who could object? Who would dare to voice dissent? The furtiveness that once characterized his actions now appeared laughable in hindsight. His strength afforded him the confidence and authority to act at will. This favoritism towards his motherland required no disguise, nor did he need to concern himself with the gaze of others. This, indeed, was the capricious power he wielded as the sovereign of the giant deity, intertwined with the bloodline of the Summer Kingdom. The afternoon sun streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, casting warm patches of light upon the polished floor. The office door swung open as Sophia ushered in a representative from the Summer Kingdom, attired in a well-tailored suit, exuding a composed demeanor, his eyes betraying a subtle mix of excitement and gravity. The air was suffused with the delicate aroma of Longjing tea. Elijah remained seated, placing his teacup down, and a rare, genuine smile graced his face. "Welcome, esteemed representative," he spoke in a calm tone, articulating in perfectly enunciated Mandarin. "Please have a seat. Sample this tea. It is the taste of home." The Summer Kingdom's representative, Zhao Jinhua, a veteran diplomat renowned for his steadiness in diplomatic circles, felt a surge of emotions as he gazed upon the youthful visage imbued with cosmic strength and the steaming cup of tea reminiscent of his homeland. He solemnly settled into the chair. As Sophia gently closed the door behind her, a private space, reserved solely for kin, enveloped them, filled with the fragrant tea. "You must be quite exhausted after these few days." Elijah's voice was soft, akin to the pleasantries exchanged between old friends. "New York is a fast-paced place, crowded and noisy. Are you adjusting well to the food and accommodations?" Zhao Jinhua, with reverence, accepted the warm cup of tea, feeling its comforting heat against his palms, and the stern lines of his face softened involuntarily. Upon hearing Elijah's inquiry, a hint of a resigned smile emerged on his face. "Indeed, it has not been an easy endeavor, Mr. Adams," Zhao Jinhua candidly replied, his tone imbued with sincere sentiment. "The intensity of the meetings is high, and the various parties are preoccupied with their own thoughts, leaving everyone on edge." However, he shifted his tone. "I truly did not expect the Chinese cuisine at the Titan base to be so authentic, so delectable." A touch of bashful satisfaction graced his smile. "To be frank, after these few days, I feel as though my belt has tightened a notch. The dompa pork is rich yet not greasy, melting in one's mouth. The boiled cabbage is refreshingly exquisite, with a broth that is simply exceptional. And that bowl of simple yangshan noodles, sprinkled with scallions and lard, is an aromatic delight. It surpasses many renowned establishments back home. The logistical support has been nothing short of commendable. Moreover, the accommodations for our delegation are set in a tranquil and elegant environment, quiet enough to feel as though we are not here for a meeting. Every detail in the room, from the tea sets to the fragrant incense and the furnishings, exudes the charm of our Eastern heritage. This surely cannot be the guest house intended for foreign dignitaries, can it? Elijah burst into hearty laughter, appearing particularly relaxed and sincere. "You have keen eyes, Representative Zhao. You have discerned this correctly. That is the residence for family members." He used the intimate and warm term family, a specially designated area, arranged according to the customs of the Summer Nation. The chefs are top-notch masters sourced from the finest official and Huayan cuisines, and the ingredients and seasonings are all authentic, airlifted directly. The resting area is designed for comfort and tranquility, ensuring a solid place to stay and a sound night's sleep. He glanced up at Elijah. This amiable young man, resembling a neighborly youth, so unlike the imposing figure of the Titan's helm he had imagined. Zhao Jinhua took a deep breath and solemnly stated, "Mr. Adams, this gesture is profoundly generous. Everyone in the delegation feels it. This treatment makes us feel at home, even in a foreign land. We are immensely grateful." Elijah waved his hand, his smile remaining warm. "Among family, there are no formalities. After all, I have always believed that in a past life, I must have been a citizen of the Summer Nation. Ha ha. In the past, certain matters had to be navigated with care, involving convoluted layers of outsourcing and authorization. Clandestinely, as if one were a thief. His tone carried a touch of self-deprecation, coupled with disdain for the past. But now, there is no need. Titan possesses both the capability and the willingness to support your development openly and transparently. Technology, resources, tickets to the Star Sea. Whenever you need them, as long as Titan has them, do not hesitate to ask. The sunlight streamed warmly into the office. Elijah's remark about his long-standing desire to revisit the Summer Nation, imbued with a rare display of genuine emotion from someone of his stature, further enriched the harmonious atmosphere. Zhao Jinhua's hearty laughter and the promise of the highest standard of hospitality elevated the atmosphere of the conversation to its zenith. Thus, we extend our gratitude to Mr. Zhao in advance, haha. Elijah's smile was genuine and relaxed. However, this light-hearted ambience did not persist for long. The smile on Elijah's face gradually faded, replaced by a gravity befitting the helmsman of a colossal enterprise. There will be ample time to reminisce later, he stated calmly. Now, let us discuss the matter at hand. Zhao Jinhua felt a sudden chill in his heart, his smile instantly vanishing, his posture instinctively becoming straighter, and his gaze sharpening with intense focus. He understood that the true crux of the conversation had arrived. This young man before him was, first and foremost, the architect of the behemoth known as the Titan. The Deep Space Dawn framework established at the global conference chaired by Sophia a few days prior was equally applicable to the Summer Nation. This was a given. Elijah was forthright. However, due to our unique relationship, I have personally prepared a gift for the Summer Nation. His words were clear and powerful, each syllable striking Zhao Jinhua's heart like a hammer. First, the Titan will directly transfer a selection of thoroughly cleansed, environmentally compatible mature planets to the Summer Nation. Take note, these are mature planets, not barren lands requiring complete transformation. They possess a fully functional atmospheric cycle, stable geological structures, abundant water reserves, and some even have ecosystems that can be rapidly adapted. Most crucially, Elijah's gaze carried a chilling implication. The intelligent life forms that could pose a threat or obstacle have already been purged by the Titan's fleet. What you will receive is an absolutely safe and impeccably prepared home, requiring no initial military engagement. The coordinates and planetary data will be shared with you shortly. Zhao Jinhua's breath caught in his throat. Mature planets, thoroughly cleansed, safety guaranteed. This meant the Summer Nation could bypass the most perilous, time-consuming, and resource-draining initial colonization phase, directly projecting its vast population and industrial framework into these new worlds. This elevated starting point was sufficient to leave other nations in the dust. Second, Elijah's voice continued to resonate. To ensure your safety, the Titan will provide the Summer Nation's colonial and exploratory fleets with double-standard escort combat groups. These groups will be commanded by elite officers from the Titan's experienced fleet, well-equipped and battle-ready. They are not mere symbolic bodyguards, but a devastating force capable of securing absolute strategic advantage in the event of medium-scale interstellar conflicts. Safety is the cornerstone of development, and this cornerstone has been laid doubly thick for the Summer Nation by the Titan. Double escort. Titan's elite. This is akin to providing a fledgling fleet venturing into the starry seas with an indomitable steel arm. Zhao Jinhua felt his blood racing through his veins. Thirdly, Elijah's tone bore a sense of generous offering. The Titan would unconditionally and continuously open a repository of mid-tier technologies to the S.H.I.E.L.D. Nation. These technologies, encompassing but not limited to efficient planetary environmental adjustment techniques, modular starport rapid deployment systems, second-generation energy protective field generators, and civilian industrial-grade applications based on Titan material science, may not represent the apex of weaponry, yet they are undeniably the bedrock, rapidly enhancing colonial efficiency and industrial capacity. These are the kindling for growth and expansion. Unconditional, continuous, mid-tier technology. Zhao Jinhua fully understood that the mid-tier defined by the Titan would be a treasure capable of igniting a technological revolution on Earth, prompting powerful nations to pursue it fervently. This incessant infusion of technology would catapult the S.H.I.E.L.D. Nation directly onto the expressway of the interstellar age. Fourthly, within the territory of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Nation, in addition to the globally shared 100 deep space academies, The Titan would further invest in establishing 20 Titan Sion Nation Deep Space Joint Command Academies. These institutions will focus on cultivating fleet commanders of the interstellar era, governors of large colonial star regions, and talents in interstellar strategic planning. The faculty will comprise active senior military officers from the Titan, strategic think tank experts, and top-tier tactical simulation systems. Their objective is to nurture leaders capable of orchestrating grand strategies on a galactic stage. In the quest across the starry seas, talent is paramount. These 20 academies will serve as the cradle for future leaders. 20 elite command academies. Exclusive talent cultivation. Zhao Jinhua's heart was already stirred by tumultuous waves. Mature planets, doubled escort, unconditional mid-tier technology, exclusive command academies. Each of these 4 presents alone would suffice to alter the fate of the nation. Now, with these 4 overlapping, their weight is enough to grant the Sion Nation a significant advantage over all other countries in the imminent grand era of the Starry Seas. Winning at the starting line? No, this is akin to having a head start even before the race begins. The overwhelming joy and indescribable excitement rendered Zhao Jinhua, the seasoned and composed diplomat, momentarily dizzy, as if his blood were boiling within his veins. He was on the verge of immediately expressing the nation's deepest gratitude. Yet, at that very moment when his excitement was about to spill forth, Elijah's voice resonated once more, calm yet akin to a bucket of ice water doused upon molten lava, introducing a disquieting twist. However, like an invisible dam, instantaneously locked away Zhao Jinhua's impending words and surging emotions. He suddenly raised his head to look at Elijah. Elijah's gaze was as profound as an abyss, leaving only calmness and unassailable certainty. My provision of this support, which far exceeds the standard, is naturally conditional. The air within the office seemed to solidify in an instant. Zhao Jinhua's boiling blood cooled rapidly, his heart gripped by an invisible hand. He understood that the true trial was only just beginning. The generosity of the Titan was never a free lunch. What price would this young man demand? What would the Summer Nation have to relinquish for the conditions that could propel it ahead of the Star Sea? Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to regain his composure, his gaze sharpening and focusing anew, ready to face any challenge. Mr. Adams, Zhao Jinhua's voice settled with the meticulousness characteristic of a diplomat. Please speak. I'm all ears. Chapter 68. The Exemplary Youth, Elijah Adams. Representative Zhao. He began slowly, his voice deep and resonant. The Titan-S support for the Summer Nation is not without purpose. This substantial initial offering is not merely a gift. It stems from my profound recognition and anticipation of your 5,000 years of rich wisdom and heritage. The Titan possesses unparalleled strength, an overwhelming fleet, and technology that can reshape the stars. We can conquer all obstacles on a physical level, reducing any civilization that dares to block our path into dust, and seize any resource-rich planet we desire. But what comes after conquest? The light in Elijah's eyes shimmered with insight, not merely the brilliance of raw power, but a profound understanding of deeper order. Pure military conquest bears exorbitant costs and endless repercussions. It creates ruins, hatred, and the smoldering embers of destruction. It demands the Titan invest its fleet to suppress, patrol, and continually extinguish the seeds of dissent. This is a colossal waste of resources and a heavy shackle on development. His gaze locked on Zhao Jinhua with intensity. And the Summer Nation, it possesses a unique treasure on this planet, a culture and political wisdom that have thrived for 5 millennia, embracing diversity and depth. His words brimmed with unabashed admiration. Your ancestors understood how to subdue opponents without battle, how to win hearts through virtue, how to seek common ground amidst complex interests, and how to transform conquest into governance, integrating foreign cultures into the fabric of Huaxia. Your history is a textbook on efficiently, stably, and cost-effectively integrating vast territories and melding diverse civilizations. What the Titan requires is not soldiers from the Summer Nation to charge into battle and endure the brutal sacrifices of the Star Sea battlefield. Elijah resolutely dispelled any lingering doubts Zhao Jinhua might have had. The Titan-S fleet is the sharpest spear and the strongest shield in the cosmos. Bloodshed and sacrifice in direct confrontation are our solemn duty. He pointed at Zhao Jinhua, gesturing toward the ancient and wise nation behind him. What the Titan seeks is the wisdom of the Summer Nation. It is your 5,000 years of strategic thinking, governance strategies, and cultural assimilation capabilities that we need. I implore you to cultivate the most exceptional team of strategists, birthed from the esteemed Joint Command Academy of the Great Divine Summer Nation. Assemble an advisory council capable of accompanying the Great Divine Fleet on its expeditions. His voice resonated with a fervor for constructing grand blueprints. As the fleet of the Great Divine shatters the enemy's resistance with thunderous might and unlocks the gateway to new worlds, your team of strategists must follow closely behind. Their mission is of paramount importance. On a strategic level, analyze the societal structures, cultural contexts, and primary conflicts of newly conquered star domains, providing the Great Divine with the most optimized and cost-effective governance solutions. Should we pursue division and disintegration, embrace gentle assimilation, or bolster proxies, achieve maximum stability at minimal expense? On a governance level, design an efficient colonial government framework and establish a legal system that aligns with local realities while embodying the will of the Great Divine. How shall we resettle the indigenous populations? How will resources be allocated? How do we establish order? Let your intellect modernize the cosmos through innovation. On a cultural level, formulate subtle strategies for cultural infiltration and integration. How we propagate Earth's values and lifestyles. How do we dissolve the will to resist and cultivate a sense of belonging? Envelop the cold order of the Great Divine with your philosophies, making it more palatable. Transform those conquered star domains from fear to acceptance, from ruins to prosperity, ultimately leading them to willingly become part of the Great Divine Order. A fertile ground continuously providing resources. Elijah's tone grew exceedingly solemn and earnest. This is not merely embellishment. It is a crucial element for the efficient and sustainable expansion of the Great Divine into the starry seas. Employ your wisdom to minimize bloodshed, optimize governance costs, and extinguish the embers of rebellion in their infancy. This is the true grand strategy. This is the radiant culmination of your 5 millennia of wisdom in the cosmos. We shall offer military might to clear obstacles. You shall contribute your intellect to assimilate the outcomes. The Great Divine will save costs and achieve stability, and the Summer Nation will reap benefits, securing the future. Elijah's voice carried the grandeur of a vision for a mutually beneficial framework. This is a perfect union of civilizational wisdom and absolute power. The Summer Nation need not shed blood or sacrifice. Simply contribute your most adept and profound insights. Your strategies and governance methods will secure a pivotal, critical position in the vast expanse of the Great Divine's cosmic dominion. He leaned back, his eyes ablaze with intensity as he regarded Zhao Jinhua, who was profoundly moved by this magnificent vision and clear chain of interests. This is my proposition, as well as the true reason and expectation behind my special support for the Summer Nation. Summer Nation, are you willing to stand alongside the Great Divine and inscribe a new chapter that belongs to us both amidst this vast cosmic sea? Within the office, the fragrance of tea still lingers, yet the atmosphere is no longer imbued with the simple warmth of home and country. Instead, it resonates with profound echoes of the grand themes of civilization's rise and fall, intertwined with the complexities of ambition and interest. Zhao Jinhua perceives the teacup in his grasp as heavy as 1,000 pounds. He understands that this weighty preference conceals an unprecedented historical opportunity and responsibility that the Xia Kingdom must embrace with the accumulated wisdom of its entire civilization. Elijah wears a disarming, sunny smile reminiscent of an earnest, affable young man, as if he were discussing weekend picnic plans rather than determining the fate of countless extraterrestrial beings. Leaning slightly forward, his hands casually resting on his knees, his tone is relaxed, even laced with a hint of playful banter. To be honest, Mr. Zhao, Elijah's smile grows ever more radiant, revealing a set of white teeth. Now, the methods employed by the Titan towards those alien races, while they seem rather simplistic and blunt. You see, the process is essentially this. The fleet arrives, the orbital cannon extends a cordial greeting, followed by ground broadcasts. Dear neighbors, the Titan brings warmth. Now's your chance to join. With all expenses covered and a bright future assured. Generous benefits. He counts off on his fingers as if enumerating menu items. those who wish to sign a servitude contract. Oh no, I mean voluntarily join the Titan family. Congratulations. You become a proud subject of renewable resource management. We'll provide uniforms, assign work, and ensure basic survival needs are met. As for those obstinate individuals who insist on discussing free will and civil independence, Elijah shrugs, his smile remaining gentle. Yet a flicker of indifference passes through his eyes. Well, that's simpler still. They can either be physically transcended, sent to accompany the cosmic dust, or we can exploit their residual value. The Titan has now acquired biological energy conversion furnaces, operating 24 hours a day, efficiently processing all forms of carbon-based and silicon-based energy into treasures. Clean, eco-friendly, and zero waste. He raises his teacup, savoring a sip before placing it down, his expression reflecting a trace of self-reflection as he gazes at Zhao Genoa. Alas, do you think this approach seems a tad villainous? The efficiency is indeed remarkable, but the reputation it may garner could be rather unsavory, don't you think? Moreover, I am, after all, a model young man of the new era. Engaging in such practices, treating people as mere fuel, does weigh on my conscience. If this continues, I fear I might dream of aliens holding protest signs against Titan tyranny, seeking heartfelt discussions with me, thus compromising my sleep quality. Zhao Genoa. The cup of tea that once brought him immense warmth now feels as if it is transformed into molten lava, scorching his fingers to the point of numbness. He gazed at the young, handsome face across from him, adorned with a radiant smile and a demeanor as casual as if discussing waste sorting, while listening to the words articulated in the gentlest tones, words chilling enough to send shivers down the spine of anyone with even a modicum of conscience. Zhao Genoa, a veteran diplomat well-versed in the vicissitudes of international affairs, felt for the first time a catastrophic blow to both his linguistic faculties and his ability to manage his expressions. The corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably, and pronounced lines formed on his forehead, deep enough to serve as a staff for musical notation. A paragon of virtue? Feeling guilty? Afraid of nightmares affecting his sleep? Zhao Genoa felt his temples throbbing violently, a dizzying blend of absurdity, speechlessness, and a dawning realization of the universe's cruel truths surged through him. He looked at Elijah's seemingly innocent and troubled expression, his inner self roaring in madness. Was this what they termed villainous behavior? This was nothing short of a textbook definition of an ultimate cosmic antagonist. To regard an entire race as mere kindling while worrying about sleep disturbances? He opened his mouth, but his throat felt as though it were obstructed by a wad of waterlogged cotton, rendering him incapable of uttering a single word. Ultimately, a torrent of thoughts coalesced into a singular, arduous, and painfully slow deep breath, infused with understanding, resignation, and a fervent urge to critique that found no outlet. The office fell into an eerie silence, punctuated only by Zhao Genoa's heavy breaths as he sought to quell the tempest within. The fragrance of tea lingered. The sunlight streamed in. Yet at that moment, Zhao Genoa perceived the once warm and comfortable office as imbued with an absurdity reminiscent of magical realism. He finally grasped why the Titans required the wisdom of Summer Nation to optimize their processes. If not improved, the villainy of this paragon of virtue might soon surpass the limits of the galaxy. Silently, he lifted his teacup and took a hearty gulp, attempting to suppress the tumultuous emotions surging within him. Mr. Adams, Zhao Genoa's voice regained its customary steadiness and strength, though upon closer inspection, it seemed tinged with a barely perceptible awe. It was a reverence for power, as well as a profound recognition of this paragon who could speak of genocide with the same ease as one might discuss waste sorting. The gift of introduction you have bestowed upon Summer Nation today, along with your proposed collaboration, he carefully chose his words, striving to frame the staggering topic of using an alien race as fuel in a more formal light. The gravity and far-reaching implications of this matter had far exceeded my personal jurisdiction, and indeed that of the delegation. I must, and shall, report every word and stipulation of yours, unembellished, to the highest echelons of our nation. He emphasized the importance of authenticity and unembellished expression, inadvertently conjuring keywords such as bioenergy conversion furnace and the restless youth, as a shadow of concern flickered across his forehead, only to be forcefully suppressed. However, Zhao Genoa pivoted in his discourse, his tone imbued with a near unshakable confidence, stemming from the absolute power exhibited by Elijah, and more importantly, from the deep-rooted wisdom of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nation, which was greatly valued by the other party. Please have faith, and let the mighty gods have faith too. Based on my understanding of the domestic strategic direction and the value of these conditions, which bear both opportunity and responsibility, the highest echelons within our country will undoubtedly recognize the immeasurable impetus this collaboration holds for the future of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nation. He noted your unique acknowledgement and anticipation of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nation's profound wisdom. Thus, a smile befitting a diplomat finally graced Zhao Jinhua's face, one that radiated assurance, transforming the earlier absurdity into a pragmatic and powerful presence. Although necessary reports, studies, and approval processes must be navigated, a reflection of the prudence due to state affairs, I assure you, this will not be a protracted or unpredictable journey. The S.H.I.E.L.D. Nation possesses wisdom, determination, and capability to seize the olive branch you extend, embracing the responsibility of utilizing intellect amidst the starry seas to optimize resource integration processes. He skillfully sidestepped sensitive terms such as conquest and boiler operation, opting instead for the more neutral phrase of resource integration processes. Yet both parties understood the underlying implications. Rest assured, Zhao Jinhua solemnly added, his tone akin to a grave promise, we shall soon provide a formal and positive response. At that time, the might of the gods and the wisdom of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nation will surely join forces to compose a new, efficient chapter of civilization amidst the vastness of the cosmos. He slightly emphasized the word civilization, his gaze laced with a subtle jest that only Elijah could comprehend. After all, compared to directly treating humans as mere fuel, the notion of civilly digesting them through wisdom indeed sounded more progressive. Following Zhao Jinhua's response, one that conveyed both astonishment and caution, yet radiated immense confidence and anticipation, the atmosphere in the office shifted, pulling away from the previous surreal absurdity back into the grand narrative of cosmic dominion. On this tranquil afternoon, a preliminary agreement was reached between a promising youth and a diplomat endeavoring to digest cosmic-level dark humor. The process must unfold, yet the outcome seems devoid of suspense. Chapter 69. Good news from Eric in a realm far removed from the clamor of the solar system. Commander Eric Schneider of the Titan Deep Space Fleet navigated his flagship, an Executor-class super battleship, through the eternal shroud of darkness, accompanied by thousands of Retribution-class capital warships. Within the bridge, Eric stood before an immense holographic star map, his gaze sweeping over countless light points marked as cleared under resource evaluation and potential threats. Earth? The Deep Space Dawn Project? The tumultuous waves stirred by Elijah and Sophia, which surged within the cradle, amounted to little more than a few lines of characters in the command report for Eric. His realm existed within the frigid, merciless expanse of deep space, governed by the principle of supremacy through power. Elijah's will served as his guiding compass. He was merely a meticulously crafted war machine, dutifully executing the tasks assigned to him: exploration, discovery, conquest, or annihilation. At that moment, a highly prioritized, encrypted communication regarding exploration and discovery shattered the tranquility of the bridge, projecting itself before Eric. The message originated from the Pioneer Battle Group under his command, led by Colonel Lundstert, a seasoned veteran known for his meticulousness and keen insight. Commander, the Pioneer has arrived at coordinates 792 in the outer rim of the system at Standard Time Zone 735. Target Morag. Lundstert's voice emanated through the communication, tinged with a hint of suppressed excitement, though predominantly marked by a soldier's composure. This planet was denoted on the ancient star maps provided by the Divine Realm as once harboring a grand civilization, now confirmed to be extinct. The results of the on-site scans revealed a striking match: a thin atmosphere, nearly stagnant geological activity, and a global surface enveloped by several kilometers of saline wasteland and the desiccated remnants of colossal oceans. No signs of life, no indications of energy activity, a quintessential graveyard of civilizations. The report was succinct and professional, yet the subsequent content elicited a subtle shift in Eric's gaze. However, during the in-depth scanning of the planet's surface, we detected an anomalous energy signal source located within a colossal geological structure, buried under at least 80 of wind and sand. The characteristics of the signal were exceedingly faint, yet exhibited a remarkable regularity and specificity. Lunster paused, as if weighing his words carefully. The energy reading fluctuation pattern aligns closely with the theoretical model recorded in the Redshift database concerning the energy dispersion of the Infinity Stones. Match percentage, 783. Infinity Stones. The mere mention of this term pierced the stillness of the bridge. Eric's gaze suddenly sharpened. As the commander of the Titan Deep Space Fleet, he understood better than anyone the terrifying power and strategic significance of such a cosmic treasure. Elijah's interest in this artifact far surpassed that of any resource planet or alien civilization. In light of this momentous discovery, and with the confirmation that the planet posed no active threats, the Pioneer had dispatched the Explorer 7 landing craft, carrying an elite reconnaissance team and heavy engineering units, to the location of the signal source. Lunster's report continued. The holographic display shifted, revealing first-person imagery relayed from the landing craft. In the footage, Morag appeared enveloped in a stifling silence. Beneath the sky lay an endless expanse of desert, coated in white salt frost. Gale-force winds whipped up clouds of dust, sweeping across bizarre rock formations, eroded over millennia to resemble the skeletal remains of monstrous beings. The landing craft glided low over an ancient seabed, parched and cracked, finally hovering above a vast structure, partially buried in the dunes, constructed from some dark, somber stones. Though largely concealed, the exposed grand archways and fractured colossal columns still narrated a tale of unimaginable grandeur from a bygone era. This was the source of the signal, a long-dormant extraterrestrial temple, silent for eons beyond comprehension. The scene shifted to the helmet view of the reconnaissance team, clad in formidable, robust combat suits. They stepped onto the dusty stone steps leading to the temple's entrance. The massive stone door had long since collapsed, revealing a deep, shadowy passage within. Bright lights pierced the darkness, illuminating a corridor adorned with enigmatic murals, depicting rituals and deities now beyond understanding, their details obscured by the ravages of sand and time. The team cautiously advanced, their environmental sensors readings fluctuating wildly on the helmet displays, indicating that the anomalous energy radiation was steadily escalating as they delved deeper. Eventually, they reached the temple's innermost sanctum, a vast circular hall. In the center of this hall stood an altar crafted from an unknown black metal, enveloped in an energy shield. At the heart of the altar, an object floated in serene suspension. It was a flawless metallic sphere, roughly the size of a tennis ball, its surface shimmering with a muted luster. The sphere was not entirely sealed. Its surface was intricately patterned with precise geometric gaps. At that moment, an exceedingly faint energy signal emanated from these openings, pulsing with a slow and steady rhythm. Each pulse corresponded with a slight peak in the energy readings on the Helmet S detector. This pulsation had aligned with the characteristics of the Infinity Stones in the Red database. Report to Commander. The voice of the reconnaissance team leader crackled through the communication channel, tinged with a hint of trepidation in the face of the unknown. Target object discovered. The spherical shell appears to encase a high-energy, unknown entity. Energy radiation confirmed, highly consistent with the features of the Infinity Stones. The shell structure is extraordinarily robust, impervious to current scanning methods. Requesting further instructions. The scene froze on the metallic sphere, suspended above the altar in the silent temple. Eric stood at the center of the bridge, his eyes ignited with the fierce glow of a predator detecting its prey. At that moment, his entire focus was consumed by this orb discovered on a desolate planet, potentially harboring one of the ultimate powers of the universe. Commander Lunster. Eric's voice rang cold and clear, bearing an undeniable command. Remain in position, highest alert level. Secure the site, prohibit any unauthorized contact. Executor class, super battleship, and accompanying fleet. Initiate maximum warp speed, target Morag star. Repeat, target Morag star. We will arrive immediately. Following closely, Hun-Ho issued a second command, his voice imbued with an absolute caution befitting the treasures of the cosmos. Activate the highest level of encrypted communication channel, directly linking to the boss's office. Content. A suspected container of the Power Stone has been discovered on Morag, marked on the Odin star chart, requesting further instructions. Within the bridge, the hum of the engines abruptly escalated to a battle frequency. The colossal Executor-class Super Dreadnought, along with its escort fleet, surged forth like a colossal awakened steel beast, carving out a cerulean trajectory in the void, shattering the silence of deep space as it sped towards the death planet of Morag, a world concealing secrets of cosmic magnitude. On Earth, Elijah Adams was ensconced in a recliner, lost in reverie with his eyes closed. The only sound in the room was that of the air conditioning system. Without warning, the gentle light was replaced by a ghostly blue holographic projection. Mr. Elijah, the synthetic voice of Hong Ho resonated monotonously. The commander of the Titan Galactic Fleet, Eric Schneider, initiated an urgent communication. Coordinates, Star System 792. Target planet, Morag. Keywords, suspected discovery of a container for the Infinity Stones. Elijah's eyes flew open instantaneously, the previous languor dissipating. Connect, he commanded. The holographic projection instantly shifted. Eric Schneider's austere visage, set against the backdrop of the bridge of the Executor-class Dreadnought, was rendered clearly. Accompanying his image was a remarkably concise report summary projected in tandem. Coordinates confirmed. Star System 792 Morag. Planetary status. No life signals, no signs of energy activity. The atmosphere is thin, and geological activity has nearly ceased. The global surface is blanketed by several kilometers of salt desert and the remnants of desiccated oceans. Anomalous signal source. Located within a massive geological structure, approximately 80 buried by wind and sand, near the equator. The signal is weak, yet exhibits a high degree of regularity and specificity. Core analysis conclusion. The signal fluctuation pattern aligns with the theoretical model of the energy dispersion of the Infinity Stones recorded in the Hong Ho database with a concordance of 783. Description of the target object. An unknown metallic sphere, approximately 10 centimeters in diameter, suspended above an altar. Its surface glimmers with a muted sheen, adorned with intricate geometric fissures. The shell structure is extraordinarily robust, impervious to current scanning methods. High-energy, unknown entities have been confirmed within. Current action. The Pioneer Battle Group remains on high alert. Standing by on-site. The Executor-class Super Dreadnought and its accompanying task force are en route to the target planet at full speed. The imagery ultimately freezes on a desolate temple core, eroded by the sands of time, where a faint yet rhythmically pulsing energy emanates from an altar wrought of an unknown black metal. Elijah's gaze swept rapidly over every word and data point in the report, ultimately locking onto the pulsating sphere in the holographic image, resonating in the stillness. Deep within his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of focus, akin to that of a predator detecting its noble prey, momentarily ignited. Eric's efficiency is commendable, having surpassed expectations by considerable margin. Elijah's voice remained steady, yet the commands he issued instantaneously ignited every cog of the colossal war machine of the Titan Empire. Red Queen, execute the absolute lockdown of the highest priority. He commanded the commander of the Galactic Deep Space Fleet, Eric Schneider. All Titan-class vessels, and above, except for the essential units, maintaining basic patrol around Morag, were to converge at the coordinates of Morag. Upon arrival, they were to establish a comprehensive defensive array. A notice was dispatched to the entire fleet. Any unidentified object, regardless of whether it took the form of a spacecraft, probe, or cosmic dust, that dared to breach the security perimeter of the galaxy, would allow the on-duty commander the authority to initiate the regional space clearance protocol. Until my arrival at the scene, the highest level of physical isolation and energy shielding should be maintained against the target object. No direct contact, analytical attempts, or movements were permitted. That sphere shall be addressed personally by me. Finally, Elijah rose from his reclined position. Prepare the swiftest spacecraft for me. Immediately initiate the shuttle's short-range transit mission. Destination, Mars Fortress. Upon reaching Mars, I shall transfer vessels. The orders were confirmed and executed. The holographic core of the Red Queen flickered slightly, rapidly processing a vast array of commands. The shuttle had responded. The Mars Fortress dock had confirmed readiness. The Shadow Spear-class deep space assault ship, Night Owl, had completed all emergency departure preparations, and the main engine along with redundant thrusters were executing critical preheating procedures. All lockdown commands and fleet mobilization orders have been dispatched via the highest authorities' encrypted channels. Elijah took one last glance at the holographic screen, where the metallic sphere pulsed in its solitary existence amidst eons of silence. Very well, let us depart. Elijah's supreme directive for absolute lockdown pierced through the cold void in an instant. Within the vast starfield surrounding Morag, extending hundreds of light years, the forces belonging to the Titan group stirred. This immense and silent war machine awakened abruptly, initiating a synchrony of movements precise to the second. The nearest Punisher-class Titan fleet responded first. These steel behemoths, stretching several kilometers and clad in dark matter composite armor, gracefully adjusted their positions in the void. Their massive engine arrays expelled torrents of azure energy, shattering the tranquility of space. Their objective was unmistakable: to seal off Morag's near-Earth orbit and all known jump points, constructing an insurmountable iron wall. Simultaneously, Titan-class vessels from more distant realms of deep space, including Executor-class superdestroyers and their extensive escort fleets, deviated from their designated routes or patrol areas. Their colossal forms traced azure trails across the starry sea, their engine power elevated to critical thresholds. The vessels converged at an astonishing pace towards the singular coordinate of Morag star, with the objective of swiftly establishing a comprehensive, multi-layered defense array beyond the confines of the Punisher-class blockade. This monumental fleet mobilization, spanning hundreds of light years and characterized by its meticulous order, inevitably disrupted the tranquility of this star region. Several third-party spacecraft, fortuitously traversing nearby star systems, an antiquated research vessel, 2 medium-sized cargo ships, and even a small, flamboyantly painted speedboat clearly belonging to a fringe smuggling ring, simultaneously triggered their sensor arrays, emitting piercing alarms. The crew's gasps were abruptly stifled. On the star map, the previously sparse navigation markers were suddenly overwhelmed by a dense cluster of crimson points of high threat, symbolizing the Titanic vessels. These points surged like a tide, coalescing towards Morag star with a daunting synchronicity and velocity, preparing to jump. The captain of the research vessel, pale of face, hovered his trembling finger above the engine start button, paralyzed by indecision. Any uncalculated jump in such a densely populated fleet maneuver zone was tantamount to suicide. The pilot of the cargo barge fixated intently on the immense signal sources representing Titan-class ships and annihilation vessels on the screen. Cold sweat saturating his uniform as he instinctively reduced engine power to the lowest maintenance level, as if even his breath could disturb those colossal behemoths. The smuggling speedboat had completely shut down its engine, huddled at the edge of a vast interstellar dust cloud, deliberately disabling all non-essential energy outputs and scanning signals, camouflaging itself as a cold piece of space rock. No communications, no warnings. The Titan fleet executed its mobilization orders in silence, their massive forms gliding through the void, their engines glowing like frigid stars. Yet, it was merely this overwhelming display of power and the absolute will that disregarded all obstacles in pursuit of its target that rendered these accidental onlookers frozen in place. Fear enveloped them like ice, paralyzing their thoughts and actions. Their only recourse was to pray that their insignificant existence would not inadvertently cross paths with a burgeoning steel tide capable of obliterating stars. In this star domain shrouded by the Titan's will, even their shiverings seemed trivial, leaving only the most primal instinct of awe and aversion towards annihilation. Chapter 70. Acquiring the power gem, Elijah pushed open the heavy alloy door of the office without disturbing Sophia, who was likely still engrossed in the Deep Space Dawn project next door. He strode purposefully along the internal corridor leading directly to the New York base's spaceport. At the docking station, a sleek star shuttle emitted a low, resonant hum, signaling that its engines were on standby. The cabin door slid open automatically as he approached. Stepping inside, the door promptly closed behind him. Without a command, the shuttle's anti-gravity engines smoothly increased power, the craft gracefully ascending, the steel jungle of New York rapidly diminishing and blurring below. The main thruster emitted a brilliant azure flame as the spacecraft transformed into a piercing beam of blue light, slicing through the clouds on its course to Mars. 10 minutes later, the star shuttle seamlessly docked into the expansive designated berth of the Martian spaceport, the engines silenced, leaving only the subtle hiss of cooling metal. Below, upon the frigid alloy deck, the commander of the Martian base stood erect with 3 core supervisors, their posture unwavering. The hatch opened, and the gangway descended. Elijah stepped down the gangway, his stride unbroken. His gaze swiftly traversed the welcoming party, locking onto another, more formidable vessel adjacent to the berth, the Shadow Spear-class deep space assault ship, codenamed Night Owl. It loomed larger than the Star Shuttle, its deep gray matte finish absorbing the harsh overhead lights, while its massive engine array at the rear radiated a blinding azure halo, accompanied by a persistent, oppressive low-frequency vibration emanating from the hull. Board the ship. Depart immediately. Elijah's voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly in the commander's ears. Yes, sir. The base commander replied promptly, stepping aside. Elijah's figure vanished into the shadows of the cabin. The bridge of the Night Owl was minimalistic, equipped only with essential control panels and a central, expansive holographic navigation star map casting a faint glow. Leaning against the command chair, Elijah closed his eyes to rest. The ship maintained a cruising speed just shy of light, the engines emitting a steady, low rumble. Occasionally, a precise jump would conclude, accompanied by a brief, space-distorted tremor through the hull. The vibrations ceased entirely, and the engine's persistent growl faded into silence. The bridge fell into an absolute tranquility, punctuated only by the faint airflow of the life support system. Elijah opened his eyes, his pupils sharp and clear in the dimness. Red, connect me to Eric. Report the fleet deployment coordinates, real-time scanning data of Morag, and assess external force activity. The communication link was established in an instant. Eric Schneider's stern visage appeared on the main screen, the backdrop a colossal star map covered in dense streams of tactical data from his flagship's bridge. Sir, Eric's voice was steady. The main fleet has assembled as instructed, all-around defense arrays have been deployed without gaps, and the blockade line is impenetrable. The Punisher-class battle group maintains absolute control over the low orbit of Morag and all standard jump points. Continuous scans of the planetary surface show no anomalous energy fluctuations or life signs. Environmental parameters align closely with initial reports. He paused briefly before delivering crucial information. Our large-scale fleet assembly has been detected by nearby star systems. Sensors have captured faint detection signals from multiple directions, including reconnaissance outposts along the borders of the Kree Empire, trade nodes of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Empire, and several active independent mercenary or smuggling group signatures. All signal sources remain at a considerable distance, exhibiting a passive reception and observation behavior. To date, no vessels, probes, or personnel have entered our designated warning zone for active reconnaissance, proximity, or provocation. The comprehensive assessment indicates that the deterrence level has achieved the anticipated effect, and currently, no effective interference factors are present. The alert status is maintained. After listening, Elijah issued a brief command and promptly severed communication. Eric's judgment was precise, aligning with his understanding of cosmic force's instinct to pursue advantage while evading harm. In the face of the overwhelming power displayed by the Titans, silent observation is the only form of respect. Approximately 30 minutes later, the Night Owl descended with precision into the vast hangar of Eric's flagship, reminiscent of a colossal steel mountain. The heavy decompression door swiftly closed after its complete entry, producing a dull, resounding metallic crash akin to a giant hammer striking. The indicator light for stable cabin pressure illuminated. As the door opened, Elijah stepped onto the flagship's cold, sturdy alloy deck, textured with anti-slip patterns. Without pausing, his gaze swept toward the circular platform within the hangar, marked by a flickering blue positioning beam, signifying the ship's short-range teleportation node. He stepped into the center of the platform, where the intricate energy circuits on its surface were instantly activated, glowing with an ethereal blue light. The radiance flickered intensely before dissipating. In what felt like no passage of time, Elijah's figure materialized at the center of the grand and imposing bridge. Commander Eric Schneider had been awaiting his arrival, offering him a formal Titan military salute. "Welcome aboard, boss. The briefing has been received." Elijah nodded slightly, his eyes swiftly scanning the serene group of officers on the bridge, ultimately resting on the clear holographic image of Morag, star displayed on the main screen, alongside the temple coordinates highlighted by a glaring red frame. "Eric, order all surface landing teams to immediately withdraw to their ships. I will handle this personally. The fleet should pull back as a whole, maintaining a safe distance to avoid any form of collateral damage." "Order confirmed, boss." Eric promptly relayed the command through the fleet's command network with precision. Elijah spoke no further. He turned and walked toward the equipment area on the bridge's flank. The dark golden, close-fitting battle armor was swiftly donned. He proceeded directly to the nearest emergency airlock. The heavy inner door opened, and he stepped inside. The inner door closed, and the outer door opened. The frigid vacuum of space rushed in instantaneously. Yet it had no effect on Elijah. He stepped forward, suspended amidst the vastness of the starry sky. Below, Morag Star lay in a desolate grayish-white. Its immense, desiccated seabed and salt-crusted wasteland resembling great scars upon the planet's surface. Elijah's gaze penetrated the thin atmosphere, accurately locking onto the coordinates of the temple partially concealed by sand dunes near the equator. In the next instant, his figure shifted slightly, devoid of the glow from thrusters. Relying solely on his inherent power that transcended the laws of physics, he transformed into a barely perceptible stream of dark golden light, slicing through the thin atmosphere as he dove towards his target. At the entrance of the temple on the surface of Molag, in less than 30 seconds, Elijah's silhouette landed precisely upon the massive stone steps. A small team of colossal reconnaissance soldiers clad in heavy planetary combat suits was hastily packing exploration equipment and protective gear, preparing to execute the evacuation order. Upon witnessing the sudden arrival of Elijah, adorned in dark golden battle armor, the team members instantly stood at attention, their movements synchronized, and their reverence palpable even through their visors. "Boss," the team leader communicated clearly through his helmet's communicator. The mission was executed flawlessly. Elijah nodded slightly, a hint of approving smile gracing his face, yet his tone brooked no argument. "Now, immediately board the craft and evacuate. Return to the mothership." "Yes." Without hesitation, the team swiftly boarded the landing craft docked nearby. The engines roared to life, and the craft ascended vertically, shrinking into a mirror as it accelerated towards the fleet in orbit. As he watched the landing craft vanish into the horizon, Elijah turned his gaze towards the temple's deep, collapsed entrance. He stepped inside, traversing the corridor adorned with wind-eroded murals, suffused with the scent of ancient dust, until he reached the temple's innermost hall without obstruction. In the center stood a colossal black metallic altar, above which an energy shielding device was obliterated by Elijah's intense gaze. "Cosmic sphere," he murmured to himself, confirming the information within his memory. It appeared that the Guardians of the Galaxy were destined to miss out on this windfall. He approached, bending down to retrieve the sphere. Beneath the cold metallic surface, he could distinctly sense the tempestuous energy core gem within, potent enough to rend the stars apart. Even through the container, that power emanated a suffocating aura, akin to a slumbering beast of prey. Without hesitation, Elijah's hands gripped the edges of the sphere. The muscles in his arms tensed slightly, and with a resounding metallic tearing sound, the exceptionally resilient shell, capable of withstanding most energy weaponry, was forcefully pried apart by his sheer strength. Fragments of the shell clattered to the ground, revealing a flawless gem that radiated a deep and perilous purple light. Elijah's recollection of how to wield the power gem was somewhat hazy, yet he was acutely aware of one crucial detail. The demigod Star-Lord, possessing a fragment of divine genes, had briefly held the gem barehanded without being instantly obliterated. A divine physique rivaling that of mortals? A smirk of confidence curled at the corners of Elijah's mouth. Let us see how much a true god can endure. The moment his fingertips grazed the surface of the gem, an explosion ensued. An indescribable torrent of violent purple energy surged up his arm in an instant. The blinding purple energy patterns, resembling living entities, swiftly enveloped his bare wrists and arms, rapidly spreading throughout his entire being. Even the dark golden armor failed to fully obscure the devastating radiance that emanated forth. A searing pain swept through him instantaneously. This was not merely a physical tearing. Rather, every cell, every strand of his genetic chain was being forcibly cleansed, transformed, and charged by this cosmic primordial force. The might of this energy was overwhelmingly tyrannical, far surpassing any source he had previously encountered. Elijah's brow furrowed, his teeth clenched, veins bulging at his temples, as he endured immense agony. Yet his body, an ever-evolving superhuman form, stood resolute against this cataclysmic deluge of energy, akin to the most resilient vessel in the cosmos. Eventually, the purple energy patterns stabilized, seamlessly integrating into his entire being like veins. The agonizing pain that had penetrated to his very marrow began to metamorphose into an unprecedented, explosive sensation of power. He felt every cell within him rejoicing, roaring. His superhuman physique, spurred by the power stone, underwent a frenzied evolution and enhancement at an unprecedented pace. A clear, almost instinctual awareness dawned upon him. With a mere punch, by harnessing the surging purple torrent within him, he could obliterate a star larger than the sun, shattering it at a fundamental structural level. The Power Stone had already submitted to his grasp. Chapter 71. The scheme for the Infinity Stones. The purple energy of the Power Stone continued unabated, relentlessly cleansing and forging every cell of Elijah. This augmentation was not the gentle, sustained nourishment of stellar radiation, but rather a ferocious, primordial force actively reshaping him. It was more pleasurable than basking inside a star. Elijah distinctly perceived this difference. Stellar radiation involved passive absorption and transformation of energy, while the Power Stone represented the embodiment of the fundamental laws of the universe. A satisfied smile graced his lips. Truly, it was the pinnacle of cosmic law within the Marvel Universe. Merely one stone allowed him to clearly grasp the new boundaries of his power system's evolution. It was a strength that transcended the physical realm, touching upon the very fabric of existence itself. This newfound power not only brought an escalation in destructive capability, but also a profound sense of control. The 6 Infinity Stones, space, time, reality, soul, mind, in this moment, the purple stone in his hand, representing pure power. Each governed a fundamental law of the universe. What a spectacle it would be to unify these 6 primordial forces. In such a scenario, the life of enjoyment and the state of effortless grandeur he sought would be truly assured. This first stone not only heralded a leap in power, but ignited an absolute ambition to collect all the cosmic laws and dominions. An infinite epic belonging to him. Elijah Adams has quietly unfurled its curtains. The intricate patterns of the power gem gradually fade from Elijah's surface. Yet the elemental force of its foundational laws continues to fortify his body. This gem shall become an integral part of his strength, and carrying it with him is the only viable option. However, it requires a fitting vessel. Ordinary matter cannot withstand even a modicum of the gem's energy. An idea suddenly emerges: to forge a container from URU metal. Coincidentally, Tony Stark is currently engrossed in the study of this material's properties. A bracelet crafted from URU metal forms in Elijah's mind. He envisions embedding the Infinity Gem within this bracelet, allowing its power to perpetually refine his being. Without hesitation, the next moment erupts with pure force. Boom! The colossal stone dome of the temple is violently shattered by the unleashed energy. Elijah's form transforms into a dark golden streak, tearing through the thin atmosphere, instantaneously escaping the planet's gravitational grasp and manifesting in the frigid cosmos. Below lies the massive steel silhouette of the flagship, Eric's vessel. The docking bay on the starboard side has long received the identification signal, opening the moment he arrives. Elijah flashes into the pressurized corridor, and the door closes behind him. Within the bridge, Elijah's figure materializes. Eric immediately pivots, his gaze sweeping over his superior, who still radiates an unsettling, yet impressive power. Elijah's voice resonates with an unprecedented sense of strength, coupled with unabashed satisfaction. The mission was executed flawlessly. The energy of this gem resonates profoundly with me. His eyes sharpen as they fixate on Eric. Now, I entrust you and the Deep Space Fleet with a new task. Utilizing the unique energy wave frequency emitted by this gem, mobilize all deep space exploration arrays, covert intelligence nodes, and all available scientific and archaeological databases to conduct a universal matching scan. His tone carries an undeniable authority. The objective: to locate all other entities embodying energies of the same fundamental laws as the Infinity Gem, excluding those on Earth. Regardless of whose possession they currently reside in, be it an interstellar empire, an ancient cult, or any self-proclaimed deity, identify their locations. Then, bring them back to me. The command has been recorded, boss. Eric stands tall, his voice steady and resolute, his eyes glinting with the determination to undertake this formidable task. Red will immediately construct an energy tracking model. As long as the targets exist within the known universe, and emit even the faintest fluctuation, the network of the Titan shall inevitably capture them. As for the possessors, no matter who they are, the will of the Titan shall dictate the gem's return. Excellent, Eric. A satisfied smile graces Elijah's face, a testament to his unwavering trust in his capable subordinate. I eagerly anticipate your return with more delightful surprises. His tone shifted, infused with a rare note of concern. Fleet affairs do not necessitate your direct involvement in every matter. The burgeoning commanders trained at the Deep Space Academy are now capable of handling responsibilities independently. Devote more time to your family. While unraveling the mysteries of the universe is undeniably significant, certain things are equally precious. A sincere smile graced Eric's face. Thank you for your concern, boss. Spending time with my family is a cherished moment. As for exploring unknown civilizations and technologies, it is not merely work, it is my passion. Perfecting the technological tree of the Titan and witnessing the enigmatic puzzles of deep space being solved one by one brings me joy that keeps me engaged. Haha, as long as you enjoy it. Elijah chuckled heartily, the oppressive aura brought on by the power gems slightly diminished, restoring a semblance of his usual languor. Well then, I leave this to you. Over on Earth, there are 2 more gems awaiting my retrieval. The blue light of the short-range teleportation platform within the bridge flickered to life once more. In a flash, Elijah's figure vanished from the center of the bridge, reappearing directly in the cockpit of a Night Owl, docked within the flagship. Setting coordinates, Earth, New York Titan base. Full speed ahead. The command was issued. The engines of the Night Owl surged with radiant energy, disengaging from the colossal Executor-class vessel, adjusting its course, and instantaneously accelerating to the critical speed for warp. Tearing through space as it raced toward the solar system, Elijah returned to his office on the top floor of the Titan's New York base. The overwhelming surge of power from the gems still coursed through him, yet at this moment, his thoughts were remarkably clear. The objective was unmistakable, to collect the Infinity Gems. But from where to begin with the next one? 2 known gems flashed in his mind. The Space Gem, Cosmic Cube, currently in the possession of Nick Fury and the S.H.I.E.L.D. organization backing him. That black egghead not only regards it as a top secret, but is also utilizing it for perilous and reckless energy weapon research. Difficulty of acquisition, none. Fury is merely a relic of the 19th century. The time gem, Eye of Agamotto, safeguarded by the Ancient One in the mysterious sanctum of Kamartaj. The name Ancient One itself serves as a formidable warning. She is the guardian of the Earth's magical dimension, wielding the forbidden power to manipulate time. Her existence steeped in ages long past and unfathomable depths. She is not an enemy, but certainly not someone from whom one can easily take anything. Engaging with her entails stepping onto a battlefield filled with unknown laws and dimensional traps, with victory uncertain. Difficulty of acquisition, unknown. TSK. The conclusion is glaringly obvious. Target the soft fruit. The Space Gem is a more prudent and efficient choice. Fury and his little toys are not worth expending too much effort on. Yet, a variable emerging from past life memories surfaced. Loki. According to his hazy recollections, this god of mischief would soon be dispatched to Earth by Thanos, with the objective of acquiring the Space Stone, while conveniently bringing along the Mind Stone as a tool. It was a delivery that would achieve 2 goals with 1 arrow. However, a smirk of derision curled at the corner of Elijah's mouth. The current cosmic landscape had already been thoroughly upheaved by him. The colossal fleet of the Titans, commanded with an iron fist by Eric Schneider, had long since earned its notorious reputation throughout the galaxy, even overshadowing the benevolent darkness of Thanos' cult. Thanos' name evoked terror through the random annihilation of half the population. A fearsome prospect, yet it still allowed for a 50% chance of survival. In contrast, Eric and the Titan fleet, their creed dictated total extermination for any planet or civilization daring to resist or refuse submission. Resources would be drained, cores dismantled, and traces of civilization obliterated as if they had never existed. Such merciless destruction rendered the name of the Titans a far more chilling cosmic taboo than that of Thanos. In this context, would Thanos adhere to the original script and send Loki, a piece of the game that was not particularly formidable, to breach an Earth tightly secured by the Titans? To seize a treasure already firmly in the grasp of those who commanded the Titans? It would be akin to sending a fox to pilfer from a dragon-guarded treasury, while hoping the dragon might doze off. The risks and rewards were entirely disproportionate. With Thanos' cunning intellect, would he take such a gamble? Or would he opt to lie low, observe, or seek out other more circuitous and discreet methods? An unknown variable, Elijah whispered. The arrival of Loki, this courier, had become an uncertain factor. One could not pin their hopes on Thanos' script. Regardless of whether Loki would come, or what new schemes Thanos might devise, the Space Stone, so tantalizingly close and within grasp, had no reason to remain in the possession of that black-hearted Nick Fury. Securing it first was the only tangible power. As for the time stone of the Ancient One, perhaps a non-violent approach could be pursued. He needed more detailed intelligence and a more comprehensive plan. But for now, there was but one target. Elijah turned away from the floor-to-ceiling windows. Action always held more power than idle dreams. It was time to pay a visit to the ever-elusive director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and reclaim the Space Stone. Chapter 72. Thanos' contempt for the Titans, just as Elijah took a step, preparing to personally visit S.H.I.E.L.D. to retrieve the cosmic treasure that rightfully did not belong to Nick Fury. A faint yet uniquely resonant energy fluctuation pierced through the thick shielding of the Titan base, precisely captured by the core sensor array. Almost simultaneously, the voice of the Red Queen resonated, accompanied by a stream of blue data projecting precise coordinate information. High-priority energy signatures detected. Category: Infinity Stone Fluctuation. Compatibility: 997. Signal source location: S.H.I.E.L.D. Special Project Research Base. Coordinates: 40. 7128 74 00 62. Depth underground: 7. Energy feature analysis: Space Stone Tesseract Dispersion, indicative of an uncontrolled energy overload pattern. Elijah's footsteps abruptly halted. A soft chuckle echoed through the vast office. How fortuitous. He didn't even need to exert his X-ray vision to search laboriously. The Red Queen had accurately delivered the location right before him. Nick Fury, that black-hearted rogue, along with his oblivious scientists, was attempting to weaponize the Tesseract. Moreover, the experiment had evidently gone awry, resulting in the uncontrollable leakage of the vast cosmic energy of the Space Stone. Foolish. Arrogant. Fury had no comprehension of the magnitude of the power he was toying with. This weaponization attempt, based on a rudimentary understanding of physics, not only desecrated the Space Stone, but also planted a potential super bomb in the Earth's core region that could tear apart the entire North American continent or even the structure of the planet itself. This dissipating energy served as a warning of experimental catastrophe to Fury. Yet for Elijah, it was the most precise beacon, a cry for help from the Space Stone. A fortune that fate had effortlessly placed within his grasp. It saved him considerable effort. Fury's reckless actions, instead, provided him with the most perfect and indisputable reason to intervene. The Titan Corporation, as the true guardians of Earth, bore the absolute responsibility and authority to take over such a perilous experimental project capable of obliterating planets and to safeguard its uncontrollable source. The target coordinates were impeccably clear. The rationale for action was impeccable. He was destined to acquire his Space Stone. Elijah's figure hovered above the target, coordinates precisely aligned. Below lay the surface entrance of the S.H.I.E.L.D. base, cleverly disguised as an ordinary industrial park. His gaze swiftly penetrated the surface, reaching the core, Area 7 of the base. The scene that unfolded before him elicited a joyful laugh. Loki, the god of mischief from Asgard, stood boldly below. Clad in his signature dark green and gold-trimmed armor, adorned with a horned golden helmet, he wielded a scepter topped with a bright yellow gem. The unique pulsations of that gem radiated a distinct law-like energy, shining like a beacon in Elijah's perception amidst the night. The Mind Stone. S.H.I.E.L.D. Agents lay sprawled on the ground in disarray, some with vacant expressions, evidently under the control of the Mind Scepter. Loki had truly arrived. The vague memories of his past life were unmistakably clear. He remained that unfortunate pawn cast aside by Thanos, still bearing the Soul Stone, a mere tool, with the singular aim of seizing the Space Stone. This only attests to one undeniable truth. Thanos, the infamous Titan madman of the cosmos, utterly disregarded the might of the Celestial. A glint of cold resolve flickered in Elijah's eyes. Under Eric's command, the Celestial's deep space fleet had annihilated countless defiant star systems, their fearsome reputation instilling dread across innumerable interstellar civilizations. Thanos' so-called doctrine of mercy, which whimsically spared half of all life, paled in comparison to the absolute obliteration wrought by the Celestial's ruthless eradication of resources and disassembly of planetary cores. It resembled nothing more than a child-esque game. The strength and will of the Celestial had long surpassed Thanos, becoming a far more terrifying presence in the universe. Yet, Thanos still dispatched Loki, whom he likely considered a mere card in his hand, but who was, in the eyes of the Celestial, scarcely worthy of being regarded as a pawn. To invade the Earth, an object of desire for Elijah, an act of such hubris, such ignorance. Thanos not only underestimated the deterrent power of the Celestial's deep space fleet, but also belittled Elijah Adams himself. He placed Earth and the Celestial's power entirely outside his narrow and antiquated evaluative framework. This blatant disdain was more insulting than any provocation. Very well. Elijah's voice resonated with a cold delight akin to a beast discovering prey that unwittingly steps into a trap. Since Thanos was so generous as to send a courier personally to deliver the second gem, along with the precise location of the space stone, he hovered in the air. The chaos below, Loki's theatrical posturing, and the desperate struggles of S.H.I.E.L.D appeared to him as nothing more than a farcical performance on stage. Let this play continue. Elijah's strategy crystallized in an instant. While our dear Bambi exerted great effort to open a portal to the lowly Chitauri warships of the Dark Order, his gaze fixed on the scepter in Loki's hand, encrusted with the Soul Stone. The Celestial would then acquire their coordinates, and Eric's fleet would make a visit to obliterate everything, leaving not a trace of dust. Efficient, effortless, and accompanied by a complimentary spectacle. In Elijah's eyes, there was nothing but pure anticipation as he observed the turmoil within the S.H.I.E.L.D base. Hawkeye and several agents, evidently under control, with stiff movements, clustered around the haughty Loki as they boarded a black van and swiftly departed the base. Elijah's expression remained utterly unperturbed. Loki's performance held no novelty for him. He had more pressing matters at hand, a vessel perfectly suited to contain the Power Stone. His figure vanished without a sound, as if he had never existed. Elijah arrived directly at the threshold of the core laboratory of the research center. The heavy alloy airtight door swung open. In the laboratory, brilliant lights flickered alongside arcs of electricity. Tony Stark was engrossed before a complex holographic workstation, his brow furrowed as his fingers danced swiftly through the air. Beside him, several intelligent robotic arms collaborated meticulously to manipulate a peculiar metallic panel shimmering with an ethereal blue hue. Tony, Elijah's voice, laced with a hint of mockery, shattered the lab's concentrated atmosphere. Out there, an interstellar war is on the brink of eruption, with an extraterrestrial prince brandishing the Mind Stone's scepter gracing Earth. The energy from the Space Stone nearly obliterated S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, and you, the renowned Iron Man, are holed up here soldering circuit boards? What of Earth's safety? What of a superhero's duty? Tony abruptly lifted his head, his bloodshot eyes glaring menacingly at the unexpected intruder at the door, rolling his eyes dramatically in a manner that conveyed all his exasperation. Your Earth. Tony's voice dripped with irritation and thick sarcasm. The orbital cannon of some behemoth can scatter the Bifrost, and your deep space fleet can dismantle entire planets. You, the true owner of this Earth, remain unperturbed, yet I, a humble civilian scientist, should be in a frenzy to protect it? Do not disrupt my important work. If you have nothing to contribute, kindly vacate and allow technological advancement to proceed unimpeded. He retorted callously, swiping his fingers to accelerate the holographic images on the workstation. Unfazed, Elijah strolled in. His interest piqued as he observed the robotic arms engaging with the strange metal. Quite the temper you have. It seems your intellect, alongside Dr. Banner's, is wasted on not saving the world. Such genius going to waste is truly a pity. He pivoted, steering the conversation back to the matter at hand. Seriously, aren't you curious about the commotion? Thor's unfortunate brother, Loki, just utilized the Tesseract to teleport directly into S.H.I.E.L.D's secret base. Had it not been for Red Room detecting the energy surge, we would have remained oblivious to our esteemed guest's arrival. Tony hesitated momentarily, his gaze finally shifting from the workstation, landing sharply on Elijah. And what of you? Last time, Thor was nearly reduced to cosmic dust by your hands. This time, will you be dealing with his brother? Am I truly so unreasonable? Elijah spread his hands, his expression adopting an almost Na'vi innocence. He journeyed from afar, bearing another Infinity Stone as a gift, with the intention of aiding me in acquiring the Space Stone. How could I possibly dampen the spirits of such a considerate guest? I planned to graciously receive his offering at the pinnacle of his existence, while simultaneously ensuring a most eternal exit for him. See? How benevolent. Huh? Tony let out a short, derisive laugh, rife with sarcasm. Benevolent? You are indeed a paragon of cosmic philanthropy. Now, let us cut to the chase. I am on the precipice of completing my experiment. Further chatter will result in me unceremoniously ejecting you from this place. Elijah, suppressing his jest, directly articulated his intent. Craft something for me. Utilize that piece of URU metal in your possession to forge a bracelet. Tony was taken aback, his gaze brimming with disbelief. A bracelet? You, Elijah Adams, the austere sovereign of the Titan Corporation, wish to don a bracelet? What is the occasion? Have you suddenly developed a fervent passion for jewels? Or has the recent pressure skewed your aesthetic sensibilities? He scrutinized Elijah, as though encountering him for the first time. Spare me the banter, Elijah retorted, dismissing Tony's mockery, his tone shifting to earnestness. I have located the Power Stone. Its energy has the capacity to continuously enhance my physique, and I must bear it at all times. He gestured to his left wrist. Designed for me a robust, understated bracelet that can flawlessly embed the stone. Pausing. A hint of ambitious mirth curled at the corners of his mouth. Oh, and ensure there are 6 designated slots. Instantly, comprehension dawned upon Tony. The jest in his eyes vanished, replaced by astonishment and a dawning realization of Elijah's audacious ambition. He regarded Elijah in silence for several moments before slowly responding, his tone laden with complexity. 6 slots for power stones? You truly intend to wield the power of the entire universe on your wrist. He inhaled deeply, agitatedly raking his fingers through his hair, yet his gaze was irresistibly drawn to the lustrous URU metal, his fingers instinctively gliding over the holographic workbench. A brand new 3-dimensional model of the bracelet began to materialize swiftly, the reserved 6 recesses shimmering with a cold luminescence. Very well, you madman. Provide me with the specific parameters and the energy characteristics of the stones. Elijah joined in the creation, this time with the objective of forging a vessel for the primordial forces of the universe. Chapter 73. The infinite bracelet crafted from URU metal. Tony's fingers completed the final modifications on the holographic interface. With his confirmation command, a model, intricately structured, with a sleek and austere aesthetic embodying future industrial beauty, unfurled before them. It was precisely the infinite bracelet Elijah required. The model was wholly composed of URU metal, exuding a dark golden hue. The bracelet's design diverged from the traditional circular form, comprising multiple ergonomically crafted, high-strength components nested together, concealing intricate energy flow pathways within. Most strikingly, on the outer side of the wrist, 6 diamond-shaped recesses were evenly distributed, each edged with miniature gravitational locking devices and energy contact points. The surfaces of these recesses were coated with a transparent energy membrane, designed to prevent potential energy conflicts between the stones. The entire bracelet's design eschewed any superfluous embellishments. Only the inner side bore an engraving of the Titan Corporation emblem, signifying ownership. The structural design was complete, with the foundational configuration based on optimal ergonomic principles, and the internal stress distribution simulation passed successfully. Tony's voice bore a hint of fatigue, yet was predominantly infused with a technical confidence. With a deft motion of his finger, the model instantaneously disassembled, revealing its intricate multi-layered structure. The core challenge lay in the URU metal and the inscribed runes. This material possessed an absurdly high melting point, rendering conventional methods ineffective. He turned to a massive cylindrical apparatus nearby, its surface adorned with superconducting coils and energy-focusing arrays. It was imperative to employ the stellar breath plasma furnace, a design conceived during my recent studies of URU metal. This device could generate temperatures and pressures comparable to those found within a neutron star's core. He glanced at Elijah and handed him the URU metal. Elijah remained silent, simply passing a block of URU metal from the adjacent cabinet to Tony. Initiate the preheating sequence for the stellar breath furnace. Target temperature. Set threshold at 7. Prepare for pressurized environment, Tony commanded. Preheating sequence initiated, Mr. Stark. Estimated time to reach critical melting state. 15 minutes, a calm voice responded. The furnace began to emit a low, resonant hum, the superconducting coils glowing with a blue-white luminescence as a formidable magnetic field commenced to contain the impending terrifying energy. While waiting for the preheating, Tony summoned another holographic interface, displaying a dizzyingly intricate array of geometric runes. The Lune runes were crucial. These were not mere embellishments. They were essential for stabilizing the gem's energy, guiding it, and preventing conflicts among them on your wrist. He pointed to several core rune nodes, which needed to be directly inscribed onto the surface of the URU metal using a high-dimensional energy-focusing laser. It had to be executed perfectly, with no opportunity for a redo. "You can manage this," Elijah stated, his tone flat yet imbued with trust. He watched with keen interest as the furnace's temperature soared. The URU metal suspended under the magnetic field, its surface beginning to shimmer with a dark red hue indicative of impending molten state. Tony did not respond, but remained intently focused on scrutinizing every detail of the rune array, his fingers making final adjustments on the holographic interface. The laboratory resonated solely with the subtle crackling sounds emanating from the accumulating energy in the furnace. 15 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Temperature reached. Pressure stabilized. Molten state confirmed. A report came through. Executing pouring procedure. Mold prepared. Tony's voice was taut. The furnace's base opened, and the blindingly bright, liquid URU metal, guided with precision by the powerful magnetic field, began to flow slowly into the meticulously prepared mold below, designed in the shape of a bracelet. The intense radiance illuminated the entire laboratory, distorting the air with its heat. Within mere seconds, the pouring was complete. The mold swiftly closed, accompanied by the rapid hissing of cooling and the steady hum of the force field stabilizing. Cooling completion at 80%. Prepare to inscribe runes. Tony's hands hovered over the holographic rune array. The synchronized high-dimensional laser, focusing array, energy output level, Omega. Based on my gestures, synchronize the etching. The array has completed its synchronization. Energy output is stable. Standing by, sir. Responding. Tony took a deep breath, his gaze sharpened to an intense focus. His hands began to move gracefully through the void. Each trajectory of his gestures corresponded precisely to a rune structure that needed to be inscribed. Buzz. Numerous high-dimensional laser beams, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, emanated from the emitter with precision, penetrating the mold and meticulously imprinting the intricate and ancient runes guided by Tony's gestures. The laser beams synchronized flawlessly with Tony's movements. The air was suffused with the peculiar scent of metal being sculpted by energy. The entire process lasted less than a minute, yet it seemed to drain Tony of his immense vitality. As the final rune was inscribed, he abruptly retracted his hands, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The rune inscription was complete. He gasped for breath, yet his eyes sparkled with the light of triumph. The mold slowly opened. The cooled wristband lay quietly on the pedestal. It was a deep gold, its surface as smooth as a mirror. 6 perfect diamond-shaped recesses, their edges adorned with miniature devices, shimmered with light. On the inner side of the wristband, delicate divine insignias and runes intertwined, forming the foundation of this cosmic creation. Tony carefully extracted it with magnetic tweezers and handed it to Elijah. "Here, the hardcore accessory you requested. 6 recesses are prepared for you. The runes are already installed. What's left is to fill those perilous little sockets with the necessary stones." Elijah accepted the wristband. Beneath the cold touch of the URU metal, he could distinctly sense the peculiar energy circulating within and the stability imparted by the runes. He nodded in satisfaction, placing the wristband on his left wrist. With a soft click, the wristband automatically contracted, fitting perfectly against his arm, cold and heavy, like the weight of power. "Perfect, Tony." He raised his wrist, the wristband shimmering with a mysterious luster under the laboratory lights. Now, it merely awaited the addition of color to the first socket. He produced a gem radiating a devastating purple light and precisely embedded it into the first recess, where it was firmly secured by an invisible force field and miniature devices. The moment the gem was set, a visible ripple of purple energy emanated from the wristband, then swiftly subsided, leaving only the gem's stable, yet perilous pulsing glow. The energy from the gem began to refine his body through the rune circuit, more steadily and efficiently. "Madman," Tony muttered softly, gazing at the wristband pulsating with dangerous purple light. Leaning against the console with arms crossed, he watched the perilous accessory on Elijah's wrist. His fatigue, evident, yet his sharp tongue remained unyielding. Do share your feelings, boss. This contraption has truly drawn forth all my most profound skills. The Stellar Breath Forge has never operated at such a high capacity before. High-dimensional laser etching of runes? With pico-level precision? Even my battle armor has never experienced such an indulgence. And here it is, bestowed upon you for the very first time. His tone carried a hint of irritation at the depletion of his technical prowess, coupled with a critical appraisal of his own creation. Haha. Elijah raised his wrist, the purple radiance of the Power Stone flowing steadily through the rune circuits. Then I shall graciously accept your inaugural offering. He clenched his fist, feeling the cosmic essence coursing through his muscle fibers. The sensation? Unprecedentedly delightful. This bracelet is not merely a vessel. It resembles an energy accelerator and stabilizer. The efficiency of the Power Stone has surged by at least 300%, and that ferocious power has been tamed into a smoother flow by the runes. Tony, this design is impeccable. I must commend you. His satisfaction was palpable. A smile of contentment finally crept onto Tony's lips, the recognition from a peer momentarily alleviating his fatigue. Of course. One need only consider the designer's identity. A creation by Tony Stark is destined to be revolutionary. It was a mere bracelet. Just wait until I master the smelting of URU metal and the art of rune crafting. Imagine a suit of armor adorned with URU metal runes. The defense and energy output would be nothing short of miraculous engineering. His tone brimmed with anticipation for the future and unwavering confidence. I am eagerly looking forward to the day you transform into the rune Iron Man. Elijah chuckled as he patted Tony's shoulder, then shifted the conversation with a hint of mischief. However, even great engineering marvels require a balance of work and leisure. One cannot remain perpetually immersed in oil and holograms. How about joining me to witness the grand spectacle directed by that Asgardian prince, who aims to conquer Earth? I assure you it will be far more captivating than any science fiction drivel you have ever encountered. A glimmer of wicked amusement sparkled in his eyes. Breaking news. Director Nick Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D. is undoubtedly in a state of utter disarray at this moment. He has not only lost his most elite archer agent, but has also misplaced the cosmic cube, theoretically capable of reducing the entire solar system to cosmic dust. A dual catastrophe. I believe it will not be long before that elusive director, forever lurking in the shadows, appears at the entrance of Stark Tower, wearing his signature grimace. Or perhaps he will directly call my private line, beseeching with tears in his eyes. Tony, Elijah, for the love of God, please help save the Earth. Elijah mimicked Fury's probable tone with remarkable precision, before succumbing to a fit of laughter. Just envision that scenario. A director who lost a bomb capable of annihilating galaxies, coming to plead with us to clean up the mess? This is undoubtedly the most amusing jest I have encountered this week. As Tony listened to Elijah's imitation and description, he envisioned the expression that might grace Fury's dark visage, despite his earnest attempts to maintain a serious demeanor. The corners of his mouth involuntarily twitched, ultimately escaping in a smirk tinged with schadenfreude. Serves that control freak right. Let him remain shrouded in mystery, concealing his perilous experiments. Very well. He deactivated the holographic workstation before him and casually seized a nearby work jacket. For the sake of this cosmic jest, I shall temporarily vacate my beloved laboratory. Coincidentally, I could use a spark of inspiration and perhaps salvage some useful components from Loki's alien scepter. Locking onto the last known location of Loki, he charted the swiftest route. The path planning was complete, Mr. Stark. It is recommended to utilize the prototype. The voice resonated smoothly. Tony arched an eyebrow at Elijah. Shall we walk? To see what delightful surprise that generous mischief maker has prepared for Director Fury? Chapter 74. Retrieving Loki's scepter and the cosmic cube, the aircraft carrying Elijah and Tony hovered silently over a desolate industrial area in northern New York State. Below lay a Hydra secret base masquerading as a chemical plant, Loki's chosen temporary lair. Inside the aircraft, a real-time holographic projection rendered by the Red Room vividly displayed the inner workings of the base, penetrating the building structure. The imagery underwent intelligent enhancement and layered processing, revealing the original skeletal framework of the factory, now partitioned and transformed by numerous makeshift alloy panels. Dozens of orange dots, representing living entities, were swiftly moving, converging in the central hall and several repurposed workshops. One area radiated energy waves indicative of the Mind Stone, while another emitted faint, mixed mechanical energy signals. The focus shifted to a vast workshop that had been cleared out, evidently transformed by Loki into a temporary palace. A throne, constructed from gilded panels and adorned with extravagant decorations scavenged from who knows where, stood conspicuously upon a steel platform in the workshop center. Loki, the god of mischief from Asgard, lounged languidly against the throne. He donned his dark green armor, edged in gold, and the curved antlers of his helmet glimmered under the workshop's lights. One hand idly toyed with the scepter embedded with a bright yellow mind stone, while the other propped his chin, his expression exuding a feigned pleasure as if admiring his own masterpiece. Below the throne, dozens of agents from Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D, dressed in civilian attire, yet revealing traces of military training in their movements, busily toiled. A group operated a large engineering robotic arm, crudely welding and assembling several components evidently featuring S.H.I.E.L.D and some unknown extraterrestrial technology, sparks flying in every direction. In the core of the apparatus, one could faintly discern the disassembled cosmic cube energy diversion device. Another group of individuals was in the process of transporting crates filled with weaponry, ammunition, and electronic devices from a concealed warehouse, distributing them to a greater number of armed personnel. The variety of weapons was extensive, ranging from standard S.H.I.E.L.D rifles to heavy artillery from the black market. A few individuals were gathered around several hastily constructed holographic control stations, their fingers moving swiftly as complex energy readings in a three-dimensional model of New York City scrolled across the screens, evidently engaged in some form of calculations. Hawkeye stood slightly closer to the side of Loki's throne, his gaze vacant, resembling a finely crafted marionette, mechanically surveying the area, ever prepared to execute Loki's commands. The entire scene was chaotic, imbued with a sense of apocalyptic urgency. Such efficiency. Tony's voice dripped with sarcasm as he tapped the edge of the projection, magnifying an assembling device component, the S.H.I.E.L.D eagle emblem prominently visible. Fury's resources were nearly exhausted by his loyal subordinates. Mind control? What a convenient and expedient human resource solution. Just look at that throne of his. How utterly ghastly. It resembles discarded remnants pilfered from a defunct casino's private box. Has Asgard's aesthetic fallen so low? Or perhaps the taste of this god is as cheap and ostentatious as his ambition. His gaze fixated on the scepter in Loki's hand, the Mind Stone's luminescence flickering steadily within the projection. Yet, he had indeed brought me the Mind Stone, which spared me considerable effort. Let us proceed to collect my delivery and, in the process, provide this self-proclaimed king with a grand exit befitting his stature. With that, Elijah was the first to step out of the hatch. The mingled scent of rust and machine oil from the industrial district assaulted him, and with a slight movement, he transformed into a streak of light, diving towards the repurposed workshop that had been converted into a temporary palace. Tony followed closely behind, his armor's thrusters expelling energy particles, the gold and crimson paint leaving a brilliant trail, still exceedingly ostentatious. With a resounding crash, Elijah hovered 100 meters above the workshop, his eyes suddenly igniting with two dark red thermal beams. The rays accurately struck the center of the workshop's corroded metal roof, the intense heat instantly melting through the steel plate. Accompanied by the piercing shriek of melting metal, a section of the roof, several dozen meters in diameter, collapsed in a shower of sparks and twisted steel. Amidst the billowing smoke and dust, Elijah's figure gradually descended, landing upon the cold concrete floor of the workshop. Tony followed suit, activating the micro-missile pod on his shoulder, locking onto the throne's direction, his tone laced with disdain for the poor aesthetic. Loki, did you wholesale your palace decor from a junkyard? Gold-plated panels paired with rusted steel columns. This is Asgard's sense of beauty? Loki abruptly straightened from his throne, the antlered helmet glinting with a cold light amidst the haze. Upon discerning Elijah's visage, his pupils abruptly constricted, and the fingers gripping the scepter turned pale from the exertion. It is you, the bare-handed annihilator of the Midgard monster. A monster? Elijah's lips curled into a playful smirk as he advanced slowly. Compared to the self-proclaimed king of the fawns, who trespasses upon others' territories, at least I possess a semblance of courtesy. Before his words could settle, Loki suddenly erupted with fury. Seeking death, The tip of the scepter in his hand erupted with a blinding beam of vibrant yellow energy, racing toward Elijah's face. Simultaneously, his essence melded into the shadows like a wraith, instantly spawning a dozen afterimages. Each doppelganger wielded an identical scepter, while the energy beams wove a net that obstructed all escape routes, suffusing the air with the unique mental pressure of the Mind Stone. Yet, Elijah did not even raise an eyelid. He sidestepped with precision, narrowly evading the first beam of energy. The light grazed his armor, striking a steel pillar behind him and instantly melting a fist-sized charred hole into its metallic surface. He concentrated the purple energy of the Power Stone at his fingertips, casually gesturing, causing the doppelgangers to dissipate into wisps of smoke, his tone laced with increased mockery. "Spare me. Your illusions wouldn't deceive even the guards of Asgard." He took a step forward, causing Loki's true form to stagger backward. Elijah closed the distance to within 3 meters of the throne, his gaze sweeping over the pulsating Mind Stone atop the scepter, his voice suddenly turning frigid. "Hand over the scepter and inform me of Thanos' coordinates for those Chitauri fleets." Loki clutched the scepter tightly, veins bulging on his forehead. "Do you think you can command the Prince of Asgard?" "Command? No." Elijah raised his hand to grasp the scepter, an overwhelming force rendering Loki unable to maintain his grip. "I am offering you an opportunity. Comply, and I shall render you unconscious and return you to Asgard. Defy me, and you shall experience what it means to be physically transcended." A friendly reminder, the last time he mentioned physical transcendence, it left the enemy in ashes. Tony remarked with a chuckle from the sidelines. Loki gazed at the pulsating energy waves on the scepter, feeling the terrifying power emanating from Elijah's palm. Potent enough to crush any metal, and finally, gritting his teeth, he relinquished his hold. "The fleet coordinates I can disclose." Loki's voice trembled with reluctant submission. "But you shall regret provoking Thanos." "Regret?" Elijah tossed the scepter to Tony and turned to approach the device connected to the Tesseract. The dark red thermal vision slicing through its casing, unveiling the internal cerulean energy core. When your purple tuber sees Eric's fleet, he will truly understand the meaning of regret. Elijah gripped the Tesseract, acutely sensing the violent pulsations of the cerulean energy within, as if it were desperate to break free from its restraints. He suddenly intensified his grip, his fingers tightening like steel pincers. Bang! Fragments of the casing exploded outward, revealing the core, a gem of profound azure brilliance. It lay in Elijah's palm, its surface glistening, causing the entire workshop to subtly distort. An indescribable torrent of energy surged up his arm. It was not the chaotic, destructive energy of the Power Stone, but rather a more fundamental force of law. Elijah's vision was instantly filled with countless overlapping spatial coordinates. New York's towering skyscrapers, the red dunes of Mars, the golden palaces of Asgard, billions of star positions etched into his mind like a brand. "So this is it," Elijah murmured to himself, a knowing smile gracing his lips. He raised his hand and casually sliced through the void, a half-meter-wide tear in space materializing out of thin air, the other end revealing the ruins of the Morag Temple, where Eric's fleet hovered in the silence of the planetary orbit. With a swift motion, he clenched his hand, and the tear closed instantaneously, as if it had never existed. Tony's armor sensors blared in alarm, the fluctuating readings of spatial energy on the screen causing his pupils to constrict. "You just tore open space? Without any equipment?" Elijah toyed with the space stone in his palm. Its azure glowed dancing at his fingertips before finally embedding itself in the infinity gauntlet. "Indeed, the space stone is quite useful. Now we can save on airfare. By the way, Loki, I almost forgot about you. Given your relatively agreeable demeanor this time, I will exceptionally allow you to tour Earth for a while." He waved his hand dismissively. "When your dear brother next graces Earth with his presence, have him take you along with him, trouble and all." Chapter 75. The late arrival of Nick Fury. Elijah paid no heed to Loki's contorted face, tossing a remark over his shoulder at Tony. "Take the scepter back and dismantle it for research. Once you're done, pry that yellow gem off the top and give it to me." He raised his left hand, revealing the Power Stone in the first slot of the Infinity Gauntlet, emanating a soft, purple glow. "I still have 4 empty slots." A wicked grin suddenly formed on his lips as he winked at Tony, his voice lowering playfully. "Hey, once I embed that thing, my first command will be for you to willingly transfer all shares of Stark Industries into my name effortlessly acquiring a trillion-dollar empire. Just think about it, how delightful. His laughter echoed harshly in the spacious factory, filled with the naked ambition of a capitalist's fantasies. Tony furrowed his brow, his fingers tracing the glowing, alien patterns on the scepter. At Elijah's words, he halted abruptly, veins throbbing at his temples. He whirled around to face Elijah's mischievous grin, forcing the words out through clenched teeth. I am truly at a loss for words. That lunatic nearly opened a portal to let in alien locusts. Are you really preoccupied with how to exploit alien stones for hostile takeovers? I my meager capital? Is your mouth incapable of restraint for even a day? Is your capitalist soul embedded within you? Elijah beheld Loki's grim visage, seemingly on the verge of dripping with water, which only elicited a more boisterous laughter from him. Ha ha ha. Tony, take a look at our distant courier, wearing such a stern expression, devoid of any smile. How can this be? We Earthlings place great importance on hospitality. As he spoke, he leisurely retrieved a finely crafted leather checkbook. Nonchalantly, he removed the cap from his pen and inscribed a dizzying series of zeros on the check, amounting to a staggering 7 figures. Then, using 2 fingers, he flicked the light paper as if dismissing a street performer, sending the check skimming across the cement floor at Loki's feet. Here, a token of appreciation. It's no small feat to travel from the far reaches of the cosmos. Although the delivery didn't reach the intended recipient, the service was at the very least passable. Take it, enjoy your time on Earth, perhaps purchase some local specialties. The check, symbolizing immense wealth, fluttered down to the filthy ground, mere inches from the tip of Loki's boot, glaringly ostentatious. This was not merely a reward. It was the utmost affront to a deity. It belittled him, the god of mischief, as though he were nothing more than a lackey deserving of a tip. Tony, Elijah said, turning with effortless grace and patting Tony's shoulder, there's nothing more to behold here. Let our esteemed guest simmer down on his own. Let us be off and check the functions of my new gem. With that, he strode away, his long legs carrying him towards the exit without a backward glance. Behind him lay a profound silence, interrupted only by the check, which fluttered feebly in the gentle draft of the corridor. Elijah did not head towards the plane. He paused, casually lifting his left hand, the bracelet on his wrist glimmering subtly. The power stone, nestled within one of its recesses, radiated a deep purple hue, while an adjacent recess emitted a peculiar blue aura. A low hum resonated, devoid of any earth-shattering noise. Before them, the air seemed to be violently torn apart by an invisible hand, crumpling and rending. An aperture, fringed with an unstable blue-gray energy flow, suddenly materialized. Within the fissure was not void, but a swirling, undulating mist of blue-gray, through which was clearly visible the opulent office of Elijah, perched atop the New York base of the Titans. The power of the space stone disregarded physical distance, penetrating the layered force field shields and physical barriers of the base, establishing a direct pathway from the abandoned factory to the heart of the Titan stronghold. Damn, Tony remarked, a tinge of envy in his voice. How exceedingly convenient. Indeed, Elijah replied, a mischievous smile tugging at his lips, as if he had merely opened an ordinary door. No longer must I endure the cacophony and sluggish pace of air travel. What a relief. His tone brimmed with unabashed pride as he stepped boldly into the swirling blue-gray mist, his figure swiftly engulfed by the fog. Tony gazed at the stable spatial portal, then glanced at the aircraft hovering in the distance, ultimately grumbling and following suit. The 2 figures vanished entirely into the rippling blue-gray expanse. In the next instant, as abruptly as it had manifested, the rift connecting the 2 realms violently collapsed inward, the blue-gray luminescence flickering out, and the air returned to its prior state, as if the doorway to another dimension had never existed. In the abandoned factory, only the humiliated Loki remained, alongside the oversized check sullied by dust beneath his feet. The silence did not linger for long. Almost simultaneously with the disappearance of the portal, a sharp screech of brakes echoed from outside the factory's massive iron doors. This was followed by the sound of disciplined, rapid footsteps. Bang, bang, bang. Several specially designed breaching rounds accurately severed the door bolt, and the heavy door was forcefully thrust open. Nick Fury, clad in his signature black trench coat, was the first to burst in, his solitary eye scanning the chaotic scene of shattered equipment, scattered tools, Loki-esque contorted face of fury and humiliation, as well as the solitary check lying on the ground. Close behind Fury, two agile figures surged in. Natasha Romanoff, dressed in a form-fitting black combat suit, dual pistols in hand, coldly fixed her gaze on Loki seated upon the throne, her body slightly lowering into a stance poised for a lethal strike. Meanwhile, Steve Rogers, Captain America, brandished his iconic vibranium shield, immediately locking eyes with Loki. His brow furrowed and his expression filled with the vigilance of a warrior and a hint of scrutiny towards the god before him. His glance also fell upon the check, and though the context eluded him, an instinctual sense of foreboding enveloped the scene. More S.H.I.E.L.D. agents flooded in, their weapons aimed steadily at Loki, who stood alone before the throne. Instantly, the entire derelict workshop was surrounded by armed agents, the atmosphere tense as if the air itself had solidified. Loki slowly raised his head, his icy green eyes sweeping over the encircling humans, particularly landing on Fury's grim and furious visage, as well as Roger's vigilant gaze. The remnants of humiliation and rage on his face were swiftly supplanted by a cold and haughty mockery. A derisive chuckle escaped Loki's lips, shattering the silence. He cast a glance at the check on the ground, then raised his eyes to Fury, a malicious smirk curving at the corners of his mouth. It seems your generous master of the realm has forgotten to inform you that today, S.H.I.E.L.D. has been cancelled? How unfortunate, Director Fury. His voice, imbued with the elegance of Asgardian inflection, was laced with cutting precision, piercing directly into Fury's heart. Elijah departed with an air of nonchalance, while S.H.I.E.L.D. mobilized in earnest, capturing but a single Loki, who appeared to mock them after enduring humiliation. The apprehension operation, before it had even commenced, was already suffused with an aura of being ridiculed, an overwhelming sense of frustration. Elijah's meticulously arranged sightseeing itinerary for Loki in New York had evidently been rendered moot. And S.H.I.E.L.D. seemed to be the awkward harbinger of the farce's conclusion. Upon returning to his office, Elijah sank comfortably into his luxurious chair. Loki? S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury's glowering visage? The incessant buzzing of those trivialities was now effectively banished from his world. They held no relevance for him. The space gem was securely embedded within the dark golden URU bracelet encircling his wrist, emanating a serene and profound blue light. Nestled closely to the violet glow of the power gem, the third gem was finally within his grasp. Fury? What of that irate blackguard? Even if he were to explode with rage, what did it matter? The gem had been entrusted to Elijah by Loki, that Asgardian courier, and was in no way linked to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s decrepit vault. Fury could scarcely conjure a flimsy justification to vex him. Although that fellow buzzed about like an irritating fly, incessantly droning on about national security and potential threats, Elijah was no madman nor a killer. Earth was his paradise, his home, as long as Fury and S.H.I.E.L.D. operated within the bounds of normalcy, without overstepping. He could scarcely be bothered to crush a few ants. Trouble was simply too dirty a task. Red, Elijah commanded into the air. Have the kitchen send the celebratory feast to my office. My appetite is robust today. Before long, a dining cart adorned with a pristine white tablecloth and gleaming silverware was wheeled into the room by the chef. As the lid was lifted, an aromatic wave surged forth, overpowering the lingering sense of leather and cigars. Satisfied, Elijah snapped his fingers, and a climate-controlled, wooden wine cabinet in the corner of his office swung open. He expertly selected a bottle, devoid of ostentatious labels, an ancient white porcelain vessel containing authentic aged Fingio, the rich fragrance wafting through the bottle. He uncapped it and poured himself a glass. Relishing the first sip, the spicy, full-bodied warmth coursed down his throat and settled in his stomach, prompting him to squint in delight. Now this was living. Tony, however, was far less at ease. Wrinkling his nose, he recoiled from the potent aroma of Elijah's drink as if it were a biohazard. Like a treasure-seeking mole, he plunged into Elijah's extensive collection, his fingers skimming over an array of distinctively shaped bottles, all while muttering in disdain. This abominable design of liquor should not possess such a scent. After a prolonged search, he finally extracted a bottle of red wine from a prestigious Burgundy vineyard, its value evident yet clearly more to his palate's liking. Skillfully uncorking it, he retrieved a decanter and carefully poured the deep garnet liquid within, gently swirling it. "Tony," Elijah remarked, as he savored a large steak marbled with exquisite fat, chewing contentedly and speaking in a vague manner. "Look at you, resembling a vampire that has just emerged from a laboratory coffin. Your complexion frightfully pale. You need to take proper rest. Do you understand? Balance work with leisure. Even the most brilliant mind must have its moments of respite, lest it succumb to rust." He raised his glass and took another sip, the spiciness invigorating him, his tone laced with playful mockery and subtle concern. "Honestly, you've changed immensely compared to a few years ago. Whatever happened to the Tony Stark who reveled in the nightlife, partying until dawn? Now you're perpetually drenched in machine oil, with the lab nearly becoming your second home. Have you even stopped hosting parties? This isn't like you, my friend. The world hasn't yet reached a point where you need to play 007 and save it. Relax a bit. The sky won't fall. Even if it did." He gestured with his wrist, the two gemstones on his bracelet glinting dangerously and alluringly in the light. "You still have the tall one to rely on, don't you?" Tony, pouring the aerated red wine into his crystal glass, paused momentarily upon hearing these words. He turned, leaning against the wine cabinet, swirling the deep liquid in his glass. His signature sardonic smile dimming slightly, revealing a hint of complex fatigue and something deeper. "Perhaps," he replied, "some matters require more dedication than the champagne and models at a party." Chapter 76. The Earth has been breached again. After finishing their drinks, Tony returned to the laboratory, still clutching the scepter. Elijah, on the other hand, succumbed to a deep slumber in the office's lounge, not awakening until past 10 the following morning when the sunlight outside finally roused him from his profound sleep. Stretching languidly on the soft mattress, his bones crackled in response. He meandered to the bathroom, intending to take a shower to dispel the last remnants of sleep before ordering a proper breakfast from the kitchen. Just as he placed the toothbrush in his mouth, a knock sounded at the lounge door, followed by Tony's voice, thick with fatigue and impatience. "Elijah, open up. I brought your glass beads. Don't hide in there without a sound." Elijah, toothbrush in mouth and foam spilling over, opened the door. Outside stood Tony Stark, a veritable disaster in appearance. The casual outfit that had seemed somewhat tidy yesterday was now wrinkled like a rag, smeared with unidentified grease and scorch marks. His hair was disheveled, and his eyes appeared glazed, exuding an overwhelming scent of coffee, machine oil, and the weariness of a sleepless night. He held a palm-sized square box, within which the radiant yellow Mind Stone hovered, exuding an enchanting glow. "Take it quickly," Tony rasped, his voice hoarse from the all-nighter, extending the box forward with an air of exhaustion. "Your Mind Stone. The energy wave fluctuations have been scanned, yet the complexity of the spectrum caused JARVIS to crash thrice last night." He scoffed, a hint of frustration evident in his demeanor. "I cannot comprehend this spectrum at all. This is not science. It is metaphysics. It feels as if the universe is playing a cruel joke on me. Study it? I would sooner wash Pepper's socks and underwear for a century. You might as well keep it as a decorative piece." He gestured towards the box. "This container is something I hastily assembled. It can prevent energy leakage and mental interference. I have retained the staff. The material of that rod is rather intriguing. I shall take it apart later." Elijah accepted the weighty, technologically advanced box, gazing at the floating yellow gem within. He then lifted his eyes to meet Tony's face, which bore the marks of exhaustion, nearly forgetting to express his astonishment. "Goodness, did you pull an all-nighter again? Impressive." He shook his head, his tone imbued with genuine exasperation and a hint of admiration. "I underestimated the endurance of you obsessive scientists. One of these days, you'll burn yourself out. This is a life-or-death endeavor for you, my friend." Tony wearily waved his hand, nearly devoid of the energy to roll his eyes. "Enough chatter. I really must leave. If I persist, Pepper won't simply berate me via video. She'll arrive with a fire axe to dismantle my laboratory." He rubbed his aching temples and let out a massive yawn. "I'll return to my home in New York, sleep for 3 days and nights, and then properly spend time with Pepper. If the sky falls, do not seek me. Even if Thanos himself leads his minions to attack Earth, wait until I awaken." With that, he departed. Elijah watched as Tony's swaying figure vanished, then glanced at the priceless soul gem pulsating with cosmic power inside the box, before noting the empty grooves on his dark gold bracelet. He casually lifted the lid of the muted metallic box, allowing the energy field to gradually dissipate. With delicate precision, he pinched the floating soul gem, which radiated a steady, bright yellow aura as if handling an ordinary glass marble. There was no ceremony, no gravity to the moment, as if merely unboxing a newly arrived parcel. He raised his left wrist. The dark gold infinity bracelet felt cold and weighty. Upon it, the purple glow of the power gem was deep and fierce, while the blue light of the space gem was serene and profound. With a deft motion of his fingertip, he precisely embedded the bright yellow soul gem into the adjacent groove next to the power gem. A soft mechanical locking sound resonated. Buzz, a distinctly different, vast wave of energy erupted from the bracelet. It was no longer the violent torrent of the power gem that overwhelmed the body, nor the frigid touch of the space gem that folded the void. The energy of the Mind Stone surged forth like countless invisible, warm, and subtly tingling needles, instantaneously piercing the very core of Elijah's psyche, then gently yet resolutely diffusing throughout, saturating every corner of his consciousness. The radiant glow of the three stones intertwined upon the bracelet, with hues of purple, blue, and yellow swirling together like living entities, testing each other's limits, ultimately achieving a dynamic yet perilous equilibrium under the constraints of the runes. An ineffable sensation of exhilaration coursed through Elijah's entire being like an electric current. A low, satisfying groan involuntarily escaped his throat. The world had transformed. No longer was it merely a realm perceived through superhuman senses. Countless subtle, cacophonous, and intricate sounds and images flooded into his consciousness like a deluge breaking its dam. Down in the kitchen, the head chef mentally deliberated the lunch menu while harboring resentment toward the nefarious supplier. Deep within the base, a researcher grappled with experimental data, engulfed by self-doubt. The operator on the orbital defense platform fixated on the screen while reflecting on a quarrel with his girlfriend the previous night in the heart of New York City. One office worker cursed at the computer screen, while another contemplated an evening rendezvous. The myriad thoughts, emotions, desires, and fears of countless beings enveloped him like an immense, chaotic, and deafening neural web. He could hear, he could see, with unparalleled clarity. His perception seemed to extend beyond its current limits, enveloping all of New York and rapidly expanding outward. There were no boundaries. Whenever he wished, the inner worlds of any living creature lay before him like an open book. A sense of control, an overwhelming feeling of dominion surged within him. One thought could transform the office worker, cursing his boss, into the most devoted sycophant. A mere notion could compel the operator on the orbital platform to willingly press the self-destruct button. This insight into all things and the power to manipulate human hearts was far more disquieting and enthralling than sheer physical destruction. Amidst the cacophony of countless voices, a faint yet jarring anomaly, akin to a searing iron bead dropped onto a tranquil lake, abruptly pierced Elijah's amplified perception. Location: Queens, New York, near Flushing Meadows Corona Park. Type of disturbance: quantum-level perturbation. It was fleeting and sharp, as if someone had forcefully pricked the thin membrane of reality with a needle. Moreover, it carried an essence not belonging to this cosmic dimension. There was more than one. The terrifying amplification of the three infinity stones distinctly marked this anomaly. Had it been before, even with the space stone in hand, he would have found it impossible to detect such a faint disturbance. The momentary haze in Elijah's eyes, wrought by the mental surge, dissipated, replaced by a thrill of discovering new prey. He licked his somewhat parched lips and addressed the empty room. Red Queen. An icy electronic female voice responded instantaneously. High priority, quantum disturbance, and unidentified, transdimensional life form invasion signal detected in Queens. Mobilizing all standby worker bee drone clusters in the area for physical containment and energy suppression. I require live samples, at least one complete specimen. Day by day, my Earth is being treated like a landfill. Anyone can infiltrate it. I intend to slice them for research. Ensure the target area is completely sealed off before my arrival. Not a single cockroach is to escape. Command confirmed. The worker bee cluster has locked onto the target coordinates, expected to complete encirclement in 37 seconds. Energy suppression field is being generated. The Red Queen's response bore no delay. Excellent. Elijah tore off the sash of his robe and strode towards the changing room. Give me 2 minutes to wash my face. Then I shall meet these uninvited guests. 2 minutes later, Elijah activated a portal with a spatial gem, and the sight before him elicited a laugh. There stood several figures, both strange and familiar, already bruised and battered by the worker bee drones. Suspended midair by the energy field. Chapter 77. A small shot for the four. Elijah stood firmly on the concrete floor of the abandoned wastewater treatment plant, surrounded by cracked asphalt and overgrown weeds. This area had long been completely commandeered by the giant worker bee drone swarm. Hundreds of worker bees hovered at low altitude, arranged in a tight spherical formation, rendering the area impenetrable. Each drone projected a blindingly bright white light beam, illuminating this forsaken land as brightly as midday. Even the dust floating in the air was laid bare. At the center of the radiance, Elijah's figure appeared remarkably imposing. At this moment, he stood leisurely, his gaze sweeping over the four individuals who seemed somewhat disheveled and taken aback. His eyes first settled on the older version of Tony, a smirk of familiarity and mockery evident. Huh, is this not our great inventor, billionaire, philanthropist, Mr. Tony Stark? His gaze shifted, tinged with surprise. Oh, and here we have the amazing Ant-Man, Scott Lang, who can shrink and converse with ants. Scott instinctively shrank back a bit. Next, his eyes landed on the blonde, muscular man clad in a Stars and Stripes uniform, wielding a vibranium shield, a smile gracing his lips that held a hint of scrutiny. Ah, the classic Stars and Stripes uniform, the indestructible vibranium shield, the embodiment of the American spirit, Captain Steve Rogers. Steve tightened his grip on the shield, muscles taut. And this would be the esteemed Dr. Bruce Banner, merged with the Hulk? Dr. Banner's breath noticeably quickened. Elijah's tone was as relaxed as if he were introducing a group of old friends. Yet each name and identity struck the four individuals before him like a heavy hammer, landing with a resounding impact on their hearts. The faces of those named were instantly overtaken by profound shock and bewilderment. They exchanged glances, struggling to comprehend, each reflecting the same confusion and disbelief in the other's eyes. Who was this person? In their understanding of the world, whether during the tumultuous New York battle of 2012 or in their subsequent experiences, there had never existed anyone so formidable, so enigmatic, capable of summoning such terrifying technological prowess and accurately identifying each of them. This was no villain they recognized, nor did he seem like any being from Earth. I surmised that Elijah was entirely oblivious to the kaleidoscope of confusion and caution painted across their faces. His hands leisurely tucked into the pockets of his slacks, exuding an air of relaxation. You have traveled great distances, traversing the cosmos, to come to this humble place, he remarked, his gaze sweeping over the four once more, a smirk curling at the corners of his lips, laden with implications. I suppose you have come for these little trinkets? He nonchalantly lifted his left wrist, where the dark golden band glimmered with the purple radiance of the Power Stone, the blue glow of the Space Stone, and the yellow aura of the Mind Stone. In that fleeting moment, as the three gems' light intertwined and reflected off one another, an invisible yet vast wave of energy rippled through the air, echoing like the expanse of the starry sea. It was unmistakable. These were the Infinity Stones. Who are you? Scott could no longer contain himself, his voice breaking under the weight of extreme tension and the unknown, the astonishment altering his tone as he nearly blurted out. How do you know this? How do you know we are from elsewhere? He nearly uttered the word from the future, but stifled them, though his expression betrayed him entirely. Ha ha ha. Elijah erupted into a hearty laugh, resonant and tinged with condescension, as if he had just heard the most amusing joke. He tilted his head, observing the bewildered quartet, particularly focusing on the indiscreet Scott. How do I know? He echoed Scott's question. I know far more than you can possibly imagine. He lowered his voice slightly. For instance, the New York battle in your universe was quite the spectacle, wasn't it? How many buildings did the Chitauri demolish? Did the financial toll not cause Director Fury to suffer heartache? And Tony, little Morgan must be waiting for you at home, right? Your marriage with Pepper seems splendid. And you, Captain, did you ever consider how it felt for Rumlow when you dropped an entire building on his face? With each utterance, the pallor of the four deepened, their expressions growing increasingly aghast. This was no mere knowledge. It was something far beyond comprehension. Fear, like a chilling serpent, instantaneously coiled around the hearts of the four individuals. The figure before them exuded an aura of enigma and peril that surged to a suffocating height. Who exactly was he? How much did he truly know? What were his intentions? Elijah observed the intertwining expressions of vigilance, shock, and confusion etched across their faces, and his smile deepened. Too many questions? The answers lay within reach. He casually uttered a phrase, raising his left hand nonchalantly, the dark golden bracelet on his wrist shimmering with light. Buzz. Before the five, the air as fragile as a glass S.H.I.E.L.D, was abruptly torn inward by an invisible force, folding upon itself. A massive rift, fringed with unstable streams of bluish-gray energy, materialized out of thin air. The scene transformed rapidly, stabilizing, no longer the dilapidated visage of an abandoned factory, but rather an awe-inspiring space imbued with futuristic technology. The giant god base. Let us proceed. I shall broaden your horizons. He stepped forward, unhesitatingly entering the swirling bluish-gray mist, his figure instantly devoured by the ripples of space. Left behind were Tony, Steve, Banner, and Scott, completely petrified in place. What are you hesitating for? Shall I summon a grand procession for you? This voice jolted the four back to reality. Gazing at the portal to the unknown, alarm bells rang in their minds. But what of their retreat? Surrounding them were swarms of worker bees, poised with energy weapons at the ready. To step through this gateway was to venture deep into enemy territory, while remaining behind could mean being shredded by those cold machines at any moment. There was no choice. Tony was the first to grit his teeth resolutely, the faceplate of his suit snapping shut with a decisive click. He took heavy strides, plunging into the swirling bluish-gray mist. Steve inhaled deeply, closely following Tony, his form vanishing into the ripples of space. Dr. Banner, after a moment's hesitation, steeled himself and stumbled forward. "Wait for me," Scott cried out, tumbling and scrambling in as the last to leap through the portal. The bluish-gray ripples of space dissipated like retreating tides. Tony, Steve, Banner, and Scott appeared somewhat disheveled in the grand hall of the giant god base. "Welcome to the heart of the giant god." Elijah's voice resonated nearby. "Red, grant them access to the basic information database. Allow them to explore and ponder for themselves. When they reach an understanding, they may return to discuss that business of saving the world." Without a backward glance at the four astonished guests, Elijah strolled towards the corridor leading to his office, hands tucked into his pockets. As he departed, the invisible pressure in the hall seemed to lighten somewhat. Yet the vigilance of Tony and the others remained unwavering. Though Tony's mask was not fully secured, his keen gaze scanned the surroundings. Steve clutched his shield tightly, muscles taut. Banner anxiously adjusted his glasses, while Scott recoiled slightly, feeling an overwhelming sense of insecurity. This place was even more unsettling than the quantum realm, Scott muttered under his breath. Suddenly, a soft buzzing sound erupted. The center of the hall transformed instantly into an enormous holographic display, its clarity astonishing. Goodness! Scott was taken aback by the sudden brilliance. On the screen, a cold yet melodious female electronic voice resonated, devoid of any emotional inflection. At the behest of Mr. Elijah Adams, access to the fundamental information database has been granted to all visitors. The following content will showcase the establishment, development core technologies, sphere of influence, and the current state of this universe of the Titan Corporation. Please peruse at your leisure. Immediately, the visuals began to shift. Instead of a tedious textual report, the audience was treated to profoundly impactful imagery. First, in the nascent stage, a young Elijah Adams operated equipment far ahead of its time within a laboratory, surrounded by several indistinct yet remarkable figures. The narration was succinct. Founder Elijah Adams established Titan Industries in 1998, with initial core members including. The scene abruptly transitioned. A colossal orbital fortress, resembling a metallic planet, hovered in Earth's orbit, its main cannon charging, illuminating the dark void of space. Below, the cities of Earth appeared minuscule, their lights mere specks. The subtitle read, "Titan Orbital Defense Command, ensuring an absolute security barrier for Earth." The perspective widened. Against the backdrop of the inky cosmos, a fleet of interstellar ships, vast enough to induce breathlessness, traversed the void. Leading the charge was the gargantuan and menacing 19-kilometer Executor-class superdestroyer, its flanks bristling with a multitude of cannon ports, glimmering ominously. Adjacent to it was the Punisher-class Titan ship, the Hammerhead-class assault vessel, and in the distance, a combat space station loomed, reminiscent of a miniature planet. The Death Star, the subtitle declared, Galactic Deep Space Fleet, executing interstellar order expansion and resource integration. The imagery shifted once more. On the surface of Mars, steel fortresses rose majestically. In the depths of space, colonization fleets ventured toward uncharted star systems. The narration continued. Core assets within the solar system and expansion into deep space territories. The camera zoomed in. Teams of cadets, clad in standardized uniforms and visibly enhanced. Trained within state-of-the-art facilities, engaged in learning. The narration proclaimed, elite talent cultivation system, ensuring the stability of the core order. Interspersed were some blurred yet striking snippets. Elijah soaring above the city, his eyes emanating crimson heat vision, instantaneously incinerating a colossal, out-of-control robot, 4 individuals, initially cautious and vigilant, contemplating how to extract information and acquire the Infinity Stones. As the scenes unfolded, their eyes widened in astonishment, mouths agape, ultimately rendered speechless, save for the labored breaths and the frantic beating of their hearts. It was unclear who had brought in several seemingly comfortable framed sofas, but the 4 of them, like marionettes deprived of their strings, slumped into them, their gazes fixated on the screen as if they sought to imprint every pixel into their minds. Hours passed, both interminable and fleeting. When the final image faded, an oppressive silence enveloped the hall. Scott was the first to shatter the stillness. His voice dry as if scraped by sandpaper. Am I dreaming? Tony, could you pinch me? He looked at Tony in bewilderment, who paid him no heed. The ever-sardonic inventor bore an expression now devoid of its usual levity, replaced by a stunned incredulity, as if his worldview had been irrevocably shattered and reassembled. The orbital fortress, the Star Destroyer, the Death Moon, the Mars Bastion, the Deep Space Academy. What in the world is this technological tree? Dr. Banner's fingers trembled slightly, his voice imbued with a disbelieving frailty. It was not merely technology, it was biological enhancement, genetic editing, and there was Elijah Adams himself. He recalled fragmented battle memories, those powers. That searing gaze, it was not mere technological apparatus. It was his own innate strength. Coupled with those gems, what manner of being was he? Steve Rogers, the Captain America who had endured World War II, been frozen for 70 years, and witnessed alien invasions, now bore an expression marked by utmost gravity. He tightened his grip on his shield, his eyes scanning the colossal emblem on the screen, an insignia exuding an aura of absolute control. His voice, low and heavy, resonated with a warrior's instinct. Order, the so-called order they speak of, what is the price? He gazed at the images of planets conquered by the colossal fleet. The cities of Earth assimilated into their resource amalgamation. The magnitude of this power, this scale, this method of governance over individuals and civilizations, it was a thought left unspoken. Yet the worry etched upon his face was unmistakable. Scott suddenly sprang up from the sofa, pointing towards the direction where the screen had vanished, his voice rising in fervor, laced with an absurd and profound indignation. This is what I cannot comprehend. He grasped his hair in frustration, his expression contorted. Do you see? This universe, with Elijah Adams, with the Colossus, with such an aberration presiding over Earth. What the Chitauri invasion? What Ultron? What the Sokovia Accords? What that damn Thanos snap? He gestured wildly, as if indicting the injustice of fate. None of it exists. All smothered in the cradle. Not even a ripple was made. He turned to Tony, Banner, and Steve, his eyes brimming with a profound and unmanageable sense of disparity. What of our universe? We fought tooth and nail. Countless lives were lost. The world lay in ruins. In the end, half of all existence was erased by Thanos. What gives? Scott's roar resonated like a thunderous hammer, striking deeply into the hearts of all present. Tony's expression shifted from a dazed stare to one of intricate calculations laced with bitterness. Indeed, if their universe harbored such an entity, one capable of humiliating Loki like an insignificant insect before the Battle of New York, one formidable enough to prevent Thanos' fleet from even entering the solar system, would all this tragedy have been averted? The 4 of them slumped on the cold sofa. The vast holographic screen dimmed, yet the shadow of the Titan and that omnipotent figure remained imprinted in their minds like a brand. Following the shock came a profound sense of disorientation and an absurd feeling of being the butt of a cosmic joke. Chapter 78. The 4 who dared to negotiate with Elijah lounged comfortably on the sofa, his long legs casually draped over the desk. The holographic screen before him vividly displayed real-time footage from a hall. A chuckle escaped Elijah's lips, not one of cheerful brightness, but rather one tinged with malice. Before his smile could fully bloom, a disgruntled voice broke the moment. Hey, Elijah, could you refrain from that laugh? Tony Stark of this universe slumped unceremoniously on another sofa, a glass of freshly poured red wine in hand. He furrowed his brow, glaring at Elijah's face, which was etched with sinister intentions. Your laugh sends chills down my spine. It's more unsettling than when J.A.R.V.I.S. informed me that Pepper was on her way to kill me. Tony gulped down a large mouthful of wine, attempting to suppress the ominous premonition creeping over him. Last time you laughed like that, Odin's Rainbow Bridge was subjected to a barrage of orbital cannon fire. The time before that, Killian was reduced to a pile of ash, and now you are grinning at the monitor. Which unfortunate souls are about to face calamity? Elijah ignored the first part of his complaint and instead, with keen interest, pointed at the monitor displaying a parallel universe S. Tony Stark, seemingly battered by life's relentless trials. Tony turned to examine the version of himself on the screen, posing a soul-searching inquiry to Elijah. What in the world has he endured? How could someone as dashing, charming, and well-groomed as I, a billionaire, a genius inventor, be reduced to this wretched, desiccated husk, drained of every ounce of vitality? Did Thanos' snap strip away half of my allure as well? He frantically tousled his meticulously styled hair, as if glimpsing a terrifying prophecy of the future. What has he experienced? Elijah scoffed derisively. It is merely a series of failures, a relentless cycle of loss, a continuous struggle to rise from the ashes against foes they can never hope to conquer alone, until they are utterly drained. His voice, calm yet chilling as ice, conveyed the absence of titanic deities, of absolute force, or of any order that transcends the rules. Only the so-called heroism and spirit of sacrifice endure through the torment. The outcome, well, is laid bare before you, a universe riddled with wounds, and a cadre of saviors whose spines have been shattered and spirits depleted. So, Tony, cherish well the visage you possess now, one that can still attract admirers. Take a moment to gaze into the mirror and ponder whether that dehydrated lemon beneath you might feel that existing in this universe where I play a part offers a modicum of happiness by lending a hand now and then. Tony opened his mouth, observing the fatigued reflection of himself in the surveillance feed. A complex chill washing over him, a blend of profound relief and a hint of indescribable frustration that swiftly quelled his urge to jest. Ultimately, he took a deep swig of his drink, muttering an indistinct curse under his breath, and sank back into the sofa, his expression a tapestry of conflicting emotions. Elijah watched the four despondent patrons on the monitor and then glanced at the Tony of this universe, slumped on the sofa, sulking at his glass of red wine, a playful smirk creeping onto his lips. What do you think? He nudged Tony with his elbow, gesturing toward the screen with his chin. Care to go down and meet them? Just imagine, a decade or so from now, what your current radiant self would think upon seeing this worn-down version of you. Surely, it would be more entertaining than a stale donut. Tony, already agitatedly swirling his drink, reacted as if his tail had been stepped on, sitting up abruptly with an unmistakable expression of disdain and resistance. He shook his head vehemently. Go down? Meet that version of me? The one who looks as though life has drained every ounce of hope, akin to a dehydrated lemon scavenging through the post-apocalyptic debris for 2 decades? No way. I fear that a mere glance might haunt my dreams. Pepper would assume I've developed some sort of psychological trauma. He waved his hand dismissively. Just have him send the technology straight to my lab. I don't wish to see that face again. It's too damn demoralizing. Elijah, unable to contain his amusement at Tony's comical aversion, chuckled softly. Very well, since your fragile little heart cannot bear the impact of such a future encounter. I shall personally attend to our distant guests and discuss business. Meanwhile, you should not remain idle. Once you acquire the materials, get to work immediately. I need their quantum tunneling technology to be replicable, integrable, and scalable. The focus must be on fleet compatibility. I desire every Executor class, Punisher class, and even the Death Star within the Titan Deep Space Fleet to be capable of tearing through the cosmic barriers at a moment's notice, akin to activating a beacon. This is a project of utmost priority. I am indifferent to the methods employed, be it disassembly, simulation, or brute force. I demand results. The sooner, the better. The irritation and discontent on Tony's face were swiftly replaced by a focused intensity, a solemnity that accompanies a formidable technical challenge. A fleet-class interstellar jump engine? It must also be stable and capable of mass production. An arduous task indeed. Very well, madman. Once the components are in my possession, the rest is merely a technical issue. He licked his lips, the flame of a top-tier engineer igniting in his eyes. Leave it to me. However, let me forewarn you. If this contraption proves to be more complex than I anticipate, be prepared for substantial expenditures. Problems that can be resolved with money are no true problems. Damn capitalists. Tony muttered under his breath as he watched Elijah's silhouette retreat. Elijah's figure silently reappeared at the entrance of the hall. The corridor, previously devoid of presence, now found him standing there with an air of nonchalance. In an instant, the four who had been slumped on the sofa, engulfed in the overwhelming disparity of information and despair, sprang up with synchronized movements, their actions a testament to instinctive reverence. Steve instinctively raised a shield before him, while Scott nearly tripped over his own feet. In the alternate universes, Tony fixated intently on the 3 gems adorning Elijah's wrist. How do you fare, gentlemen? Elijah casually placed his hands in the pockets of his trousers. After spending several hours exploring my world, how does it feel to be acquainted with Titan Corporation? Is it not far more orderly and secure than your fragmented amusement park? His tone was gentle, yet each word struck like a hammer upon the already fragile hearts of the four. Steve Rogers, the embodiment of integrity and sacrifice as Captain America, revealed an expression of profound sorrow for the first time. His one straight back appeared to slightly hunch, his voice low and hoarse, laden with anguish and a sense of helplessness. Order and safety, indeed. Had you and Titan existed in our world? He inhaled laboriously, as if haunted by the faces of countless sacrifices. The battles of New York, Sokovia, and Wakanda, those losses and departed lives might have been averted. His fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning white. Ha! Elijah let out a brief, cheerful laugh. He approached the four and halted, his smile transforming into a fierce and cunning expression reminiscent of a shrewd merchant. Have you now come to realize the disparity? Excellent. Thus, the opportunity has arrived. He leaned slightly forward, casting his gaze over the four. As long as you acquiesce to my demands, surrender to me the core technology of traversing the multiverse in its entirety without reservation. He deliberately elongated his tone, crafting an immense allure. Then I, Elijah Adams, along with my formidable Titans group, shall promptly descend upon your pitiful little universe, armed with the might to obliterate any obstacles in our path. His voice resonated with seductive charm, akin to the whispers of a demon. Thanos? The Chitauri Legion? Those foes that plague you? Before me, they are mere insects. I shall resolve all your troubles, delivering peace and order to you like a meticulously wrapped gift. What do you say? Does this proposition not sound utterly splendid? The parallel universe's Tony Stark, though wearied and worn, retained the keen insight and skepticism befitting a genius. He grasped the crux of Elijah's words, furrowing his brow as he could not suppress a questioning remark, his voice tinged with barely perceptible confusion and trepidation. Wait, the technology for traversing the multiverse? I thought that with the technological prowess exhibited by the Titans, especially with the space stone in your possession, this capability would have already been realized by you? He gestured towards the blue glowing space stone adorning Elijah's wrist. Oh, Elijah raised an eyebrow, seemingly taken aback by Tony's inquiry. We are currently in the developmental phase. However, since you kind souls have traversed the cosmic barriers, presenting us with a mature technological solution at our doorstep, how could I possibly decline such a generous gift? Ha ha ha. That laughter echoed ominously through the hall, brimming with unsettling pride. The parallel Tony, Steve, Banner, and Scott exchanged complex glances, their expressions shifting under the weight of immense pressure and the enticing olive branch offered by this formidable being. Ultimately, hope and a compromise with reality overshadowed their doubts. With a deep breath, as if steeling himself with monumental resolve, the parallel Tony spoke, his voice hoarse yet unwavering as he met Elijah's gaze. We accept your terms. The technology can be yours. Steve and Banner nodded with difficulty. Scott opened his mouth, but ultimately let his shoulders droop in resignation. However, the parallel Tony's voice abruptly heightened, tinged with urgency as he sought to grasp the last vestiges of negotiation. We too have 2 conditions. You must agree. State them. Elijah's smile lingered, though it had decidedly cooled, devoid of warmth. First, the parallel Tony spoke rapidly, as if fearing interruption. You must temporarily lend us the 6 Infinity Stones. We require their power to restore the half of life that has been erased. This is our bottom line. Second, the might of the Titans must be wielded against the forces of evil, absolutely forbidden to engage in the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents. Upon your arrival, you must adhere to the fundamental principles of humanity that govern our world. This is the cornerstone of our collaboration, the parallel Tony promptly added, striving to render the conditions more palatable. As long as you can acquiesce to these 2 stipulations, we shall immediately divulge to you all the intricate technical details and core algorithms of the quantum tunneling apparatus. Everything we know, we shall share it with unreserved candor. After all, the ultimate goal of our journey to this universe is to retrieve those who have vanished. A brief silence enveloped the hall, punctuated only by the low hum of energy flow and the tense breaths of the 4 individuals. Suddenly, Elijah erupted into an exaggerated fit of laughter, brimming with sarcasm and absurdity. His laughter pierced through the last vestiges of hope within the 4, akin to an icicle shattering their spirits. He laughed uncontrollably, as if he had just heard the most hilarious joke since the dawn of the cosmos. He pointed at parallel Tony, his finger quivering with mirth. "Huh, Tony Stark. If it weren't for your uncanny resemblance to my dear brother," his laughter abruptly ceased, and the expression on his face shifted from utter mockery to a bone-chilling coldness. In his deep-set eyes, there remained no trace of warmth, only a stark, disdainful cruelty, akin to that of a predator gazing down upon mere insects. "By virtue of your earlier foolishness, attempting to negotiate terms with me," Elijah's voice deepened, causing the temperature in the hall to plummet, "I could effortlessly obliterate all 4 of you, along with your ludicrous principles and humanitarian guidelines, from this universe. Not a single trace of quantum residue would remain." He took a sudden step forward, his mental pressure descending with a palpable force. The 4 felt as though they were gasping for breath, their hearts constricted as if by an icy hand. Steve let out a muffled groan, nearly dropping to one knee. Scott's complexion turned as pale as parchment. Parallel Tony felt his very thoughts beginning to freeze. "Do you not yet comprehend the gravity of the situation?" Elijah's voice was frigid, deliberate, each word striking with clarity against their fraying nerves. He raised his left hand, and the space gem on his wrist erupted with a blinding azure radiance. The space in the center of the hall trembled violently, distorting like the surface of a tumultuous sea, a miniature vortex exuding an aura of terrifying spatial rift. Materialized in an instant. The chaotic dimensional currents within it were palpable, sending shivers through one's very soul. "Now, I am the one, seated upon the throne of power, and it is you, like drowning souls grasping at a lifeline, pleading with me to grant you a path to salvation in your decrepit universe. Do you think I have kept you alive in this place for your meager technology? No, it is because I find it amusing. Regarding your technology," Elijah's voice was filled with profound disdain. "Even without your intervention, I, the Tony Stark of my world, am already on the path of research. Your PIM particles and quantum tunnels are nothing more than childish play to be dismantled in due time by the Titan. Whether you are present or not, the outcome remains unchanged. The only distinction lies in whether you choose to be collaborators or become mere cosmic dust, forgotten under the weight of the Titan fleet." A silence so profound, an absolute stillness. The 4 stood as though stripped bare and cast into the frigid desolation, their bodies cold, their blood seemingly frozen. The flicker of courage and hope from their earlier negotiations was utterly ground to dust before Elijah's raw, unmasked display of absolute power and merciless will. They finally comprehended. The individual before them was no superhero at all. He was far more terrifying than any villain they had encountered. He was the very embodiment of strength, the dictator of order. In his eyes, there existed no moral boundaries or humanitarian concerns, only the chilling pursuit of self-interest, absolute control, and the gratification of his own malevolent whims. Just as the suffocating despair and terror threatened to overwhelm the 4, Elijah's murderous intent receded slightly. Yet his oppressive aura remained intact. It seemed that you required a moment of solitude to calm yourselves and contemplate your situation clearly. Chapter 79. The Portal of the Ancient One. Wait. Just as Elijah was about to depart, a hoarse, weary voice, imbued with a resolute desperation akin to a last stand, suddenly shattered the silence. It was the Tony Stark from the parallel universe. Elijah halted his steps, turning toward the source of the voice. "Oh, what is this? Have you finally come to terms and decided to take a stand?" "No." Tony's voice was as dry as sandpaper, resonating with an unavoidable heaviness. "It's not about taking a hard stance." He inhaled deeply. "I accept your terms. The technology is yours. Unconditionally. Everything." The moment those words escaped his lips, his shoulders momentarily slumped, yet his gaze remained steadfastly fixed on Elijah, filled with a tragic determination. Steve painfully closed his eyes, and Banner hung his head low. "Huh, have you figured it out? That's the spirit. Tony, I have always considered you to be a wise individual. A rational choice benefits us all." He advanced to stand before the parallel Tony, so close that he could nearly feel the other's breath. Extending his hand, he seemingly casually patted Tony's rigid shoulder. "In truth, I'm not a supervillain either, am I? Violence is rather tiresome. I assent it. Harmony breeds prosperity. Mutual cooperation is the true path. You see, we have reached a delightful consensus, have we not?" His words, coupled with the blatant threat of death just uttered, epitomized a level of hypocrisy that was almost laughable. Parallel Tony's fists were clenched tightly at his sides, his nails nearly embedding themselves into his palms, as he barely suppressed the urge to smash that hypocritical smile into oblivion. Red, Elijah no longer regarded Tony's humiliated expression. The transaction had been completed, and he promptly issued commands to the air. "Yes, sir." The cold, electronic female voice responded instantaneously. "Open the technical reception port, access level, Omega. Retrieve all core data regarding quantum tunneling, PIM particle stabilization technology, and space-time coordinate positioning from Mr. Stark's terminal. I require everything, including each experimental log, every record of failure, and every seemingly insignificant peripheral parameter. Scan, copy, analyze, execute immediately." Command confirmed. Port opened. Establishing stable connection for data stream scanning to commence reception. Red's voice remained devoid of emotion. Subsequently, the Tony of the parallel universe uploaded all the information through Red's port. "Excellent." Elijah nodded in satisfaction. He then turned his gaze back to the ashen-faced parallel Tony, as well as the equally pallid expressions of Steve, Banner, and Scott behind him. "Thus, the deal is sealed. I have acquired your technology. As for my promise..." He paused, his eyes sweeping over the four of them. "You may rest assured as guests here. Once my engineers have perfected your technology, and my fleet is ready with tickets across the cosmos." A cold smirk curled at the corners of his mouth. "I shall personally visit your universe to fulfill my obligations. As for you, I hope your time here is enjoyable." He turned, striding once more toward the corridor, leaving behind a solitary statement. "Under the order of the Titan, safety is absolutely guaranteed, as long as you remain compliant." His figure vanished into the depths of the passageway. In the hall, only an oppressive silence lingered, accompanied by the four figures who appeared as though their very souls had been siphoned away, left with nothing but endless humiliation and cold anticipation. The shadow of the Titan loomed over them entirely. Elijah hummed a tune as he materialized in Tony's laboratory, which was in disarray as if ravaged by a tornado. The blue-gray energy ripple of the space stone flickered momentarily behind him. Tony was engrossed at a massive workbench, with torrents of quantum tunnel data from parallel universes cascading through the void. His fingers danced in the air, disassembling, reorganizing, and labeling complex data modules, his brow furrowed. Eyes fervent, a cold slice of pizza clamped between his lips. "Hey, genius!" Elijah's voice, laced with unabashed mockery, abruptly shattered the focused atmosphere of the laboratory. "So, how's it going? Have you received the delightful gift you brought upon yourself? TSK, TSK, TSK. Observe these algorithmic configurations. Does not the multidimensional phase stability concept of the PIM particle seem intentionally prolonged?" The malevolent grin upon his face was utterly despicable as he leaned closer to Tony, lowering his voice. "Are you feeling a tad embarrassed? In the desolate ruins a decade hence, your struggles seem to have yielded creations far more intricate than the trifles you concocted while languishing in the laboratory, sipping coffee and flirting." Ha ha ha. That laughter was rife with schadenfreude. Tony's fingers abruptly halted. The half-eaten cold pizza tumbled with a thud onto the $1 million precision instrument. He whirled around, veins throbbing at his temples, eyes bloodshot and seething as they bore into Elijah's face, which was inscribed with the smug proclamation of watching his misfortune. Elijah Adams, have you recently been possessed by the ancient vengeful spirit residing within those 3 wretched stones? Or do the infinity gems inherently diminish intelligence? He slammed his palm onto the console, causing several small components to leap in alarm. Your mouth. Can you not go a single day without being insufferable? If I were not at such a disadvantage, I would gladly use this wrench to render your obnoxious visage into a 2-dimensional representation. Do you believe? He brandished the wrench, exuding an aggressive demeanor, yet his body remained steadfastly rooted in place. After all, the individual opposite him emanated a pulsating aura of purple, blue, and yellow light, sending shivers down one's spine. Alas, Elijah completely disregarded Tony's wrench threat, even stretching languorously in delight. There is no need to be so irate, Tony. A joyful occasion invigorates the spirit. Can you not comprehend? He raised his left hand, the infinity gauntlet shimmering with a mysterious and perilous glow under the laboratory's stark light. 3 infinity gems. Space power mind. The sensation, oh my, is far more exhilarating than acquiring Stark Industries. Moreover, the Infinity Gate project has truly commenced with these keys. Imagine tearing the veil of the universe to glimpse what other worlds behold. Are they chaotic wastelands or troves of delectable toys? Is that not far more intriguing than toying with Fury, that duplicitous rogue, day in and day out? Tony glanced down at the screen. Where the technological marvels from parallel universes bore marks of blood, tears, and despair. His pent-up fury and sarcasm deflated like a punctured balloon. He irritably raked his disheveled hair and tossed the wrench back into the tool pile with a clatter. Very well. Tony's voice bore a weary resignation mingled with the practicality inherent to a scientist. He redirected his gaze to the holographic screen, fingers once again dancing across it to organize and annotate the intricate data streams. I can somewhat grasp your perspective as a cosmic mischief maker discovering a new toy. He cast a fleeting glance at the gem adorning Elijah's wrist, his tone imbued with complexity. Despite the perilous nature of this contraption, capable of obliterating an entire galaxy, he had thoroughly examined the data. The multidimensional constraint model of PIM particles intrigued him, and the algorithms of space-time transcended the confines of his conventional thinking. He candidly acknowledged the merits of the parallel universe technology, yet swiftly shifted his tone, exuding Stark's characteristic unwavering confidence. However, it's merely that, he declared. Give me a few days, no more than 72 hours. Tony's fingers clenched in the void, as if he were grasping those intricate data points within his palm. Reverse analysis, structural optimization, energy pathway reconstruction, all seamlessly integrated with the core of the Titan energy source. Consider it done. His voice resonated with unyielding certainty. In due time, a user-friendly design blueprint for an infinitely jump-capable engine, ready for modular mass production, would be meticulously laid upon your desk, as vast as a dining table. He gestured towards the screen where the engine model was already generating its preliminary design, rapidly adorned with the Titan's emblem and energy interfaces. Then, a glimmer of the mad scientist's fervor illuminated Tony's face, a smile tinged with a hint of madness. Whether it be your 19-kilometer-long executor-class behemoth or the Hammerhead-class assault vessels, even that Death Star could tear through the fabric of space as effortlessly as flicking on headlights, traversing to whichever universe one desired. Ha ha ha. Elijah, perceiving the familiar spark in Tony's eyes, could not suppress a hearty laugh, his mirth laced with unabashed joy and admiration. He patted Tony's shoulder with such fervor that it nearly dislodged the pizza he was holding, causing Tony to grimace. Well said, Tony. On this matter, we are indeed cut from the same cloth. Great scientists? No, we are the tyrants of the cosmos, the disruptors of rules, the drillers of dimensional walls. To hell with the so-called laws of physics and cosmic constants. To witness the bizarre nature of other worlds firsthand. To stir the chaotic waters of alternate universes. Now that is truly living. Even if we were to be swept away into the turbulent currents of space-time and reduced to fundamental particles in the next heartbeat, it would still be worth it. Elijah's voice rang with undeniable fervor. Tony rolled his eyes at the exuberance, but upon hearing Elijah's words, particularly seeing the same unadulterated thirst for the unknown and desire for conquest reflected in his eyes. All traces of his previous annoyance evaporated, leaving only the resonance of finding a kindred spirit. He struck the console with fervor, causing the components to jolt. Indeed, to hell with stability. The unknown is the only true stimulant. All right, let it be so. Elijah, having successfully ignited the passion of the technological visionary, withdrew his hand with satisfaction. You continue to tinker with your cosmic drilling machine. I shall not impede you any further. He pointed to the rapidly forming engine design on the screen. Once it's ready, contact Eric directly. Inform him. Elijah's lips curled into a cold and domineering arc. For the first batch, I want 100 Executor-class battle groups. I intend for each vessel to become a hammer capable of shattering cosmic barriers at will. He envisioned the scene. 100 super battleships, each measuring 19 kilometers and resembling iron mountains, simultaneously tearing through spatial barriers to descend upon an unknown universe's starry expanse. What a stunning and efficient way to make an entrance. At that moment, Elijah's smile turned dangerous and aggressive. We shall sail forth with our fleet. Those we find agreeable, we shall engage in conversation. Those we do not, well, he made a slashing motion across his throat, his gaze icy. Let us do it. Efficiency is paramount. Those who resist shall face the consequences. No issues there. Tony, without lifting his head, was entirely immersed in the sea of data and engine configurations, his fingers tracing shadows in the air as he delivered a resolute promise. Just wait for your cosmic demolition crew. Observing Tony's intense focus on his research, Elijah recognized that lingering any longer would be futile. He shrugged and turned to leave. What to do now? The office sofa is comfortable. Or perhaps I could ask Red Queen to pull up some data on newly discovered cosmic civilizations for entertainment. Habitually, he raised his left hand, his wrist flickering slightly. As the groove of the space gem glimmered with a ghostly blue light, familiar energy beginning to coalesce, preparing to tear through space and create a shortcut to the office. Buzz. Just as the energy of the space gem began to fluctuate, a blue-gray ripple of space started to emerge before him. Without warning, a completely different radiance erupted abruptly less than 3 meters away. Sizzle. This was not the deep hum of the space gem, reminiscent of a violent rending of space, but rather a strange sound akin to countless golden arcs of electricity rapidly rubbing against the air, weaving an extraordinary resonance. Countless tiny, lively golden sparks appeared out of thin air, spinning and coiling at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, a flawlessly round portal, exceeding 2 meters in diameter and bordered by countless dancing golden sparks, stabilized before Elijah. Inside the portal was not the blue-gray mist of space, but a serene and tranquil ancient courtyard, seemingly bathed in golden sunlight. The ground was paved with blue stone slabs, and in one corner stood an Eastern-style building with intricately carved beams and painted rafters, where even a sturdy ancient pine tree could be seen with its gnarled branches. In the air, a faint aroma of refined tea wafted through. The manner in which this portal had appeared, the nature of the energy, and the overwhelming sense of order imbued with the mysterious essence of ancient Earth flashed a moment of understanding in Elijah's eyes. The azure glow of the spatial gem that had just ignited on his wrist quietly faded away, the initial ripples of space dissipating without a trace. He returned his hands to the pockets of his trousers, standing composed with a slight tilt of his head, scrutinizing the portal before him that emanated a warm golden light, starkly contrasting with the cold, technological aura of the Titan base. A smirk, tinged with 3 parts mockery and 7 parts understanding, graced his lips. Elijah's voice, laced with a hint of languor, resonated clearly through the golden portal. The Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One, on Earth, daring to open a door directly in front of me, in the core of my base. He paused, a playful tone deepening in his voice. Aside from you, the Earth-S guardian of Kamar-Taj, I truly cannot conceive of a second guest so courteous. He emphasized the word courteous, his gaze piercing through the flickering golden sparks, as if attempting to discern the figure seated behind the portal, enjoying a cup of tea. A blend of annoyance at the interruption and curiosity regarding this pinnacle of Earth's mysterious forces intertwined within him. It seems this ancient relic, who has safeguarded the dimensional barrier of Earth for countless ages, can no longer remain still. Is it due to the Infinity Stones, Or perhaps because he is prepared to pierce the veil of the multiverse. Chapter 80. A dialogue with Ancient One. Elijah gazed at the portal before him, the smile on his lips deepening. Annoyance at the interruption? Yes, but more so, an insatiable curiosity about this enigmatic neighbor who had come to him. He cast a glance at Tony, who was completely immersed in a sea of data, oblivious to the outside world, then shrugged, abandoning his intention to retreat to the office for a moment of leisure. Very well, since Ancient One has personally opened the door to invite me, he murmured, a hint of jest in his tone, without any hesitation, and with a demeanor akin to that of a leisurely visitor at a renowned landmark. He kept his hands in his pockets and stepped casually into the radiant golden flames. There was no disorientation from traversing a spatial corridor. It felt as though he had merely crossed the threshold of light. The scenery before him shifted instantaneously. The energy-laden laboratory vanished without a trace. In its stead, he was greeted by the brisk air, imbued with the unique chill of snow-capped mountains and a tranquil, ancient aroma of sandalwood and tea. Underfoot lay polished, warm, smooth bluestone tiles. His gaze surveyed a quintessential Eastern courtyard style. Ornately carved wooden corridors enveloped him, with pillars exhibiting a deep hue adorned by the patina of time. At the center of the courtyard, an ancient pine with gnarled branches extended its robust limbs, its needle-like leaves of vibrant green, gently swaying in the breeze. In the distance, snow-covered peaks shimmered with a pure radiance under the sunlight. All was enveloped in an aura of harmony, transcendence, yet imbued with formidable power. Kamar-Taj, the heart of Earth's mystical realm, the dwelling of the supreme sanctuary, a place he could only glimpse fleetingly on the screen in his past life. Yet now he stands upon its very ground. His gaze immediately fixates on the figure seated by the small stone table in the center of the courtyard, beneath the ancient pine. The bald head glistens under the cool sunlight. Clad in a simple, pale yellow robe, the wide sleeves cascade gracefully, outlining a demeanor of tranquility. She delicately pours clear tea from an archaic ceramic pot into two unpretentious white porcelain cups before her. The rising steam cannot obscure the depth of her eyes, as if they could pierce through the very fabric of time and space. The Ancient One, a guardian of Earth, the custodian of the Time Stone, a legend who exited the screen prematurely due to exorbitant special effects. At this moment, she sits vividly before Elijah, exuding an ethereal composure imbued with a serene return to simplicity. Without hesitation, Elijah strides over to the stone table and casually takes a seat on the stone bench opposite the Ancient One. Leaning against the cool backrest, he wears his signature grin, unabashedly scrutinizing the Ancient One's iconic baldness, unable to suppress a comment. Indeed, quite reminiscent of Guo Donglin. His voice disrupts the tranquility of the courtyard. "Isn't this our esteemed Earth-S guardian, the leader of Kamar-Taj, the keeper of the Time Stone, the Ancient One?" He elongated his tone, his teasing unmistakable. "What brings you to think of a mere nobody like me today? Has the sun risen from the west? Or have New York's housing prices finally soared to the point where even the sanctum can't afford rent?" The Ancient One seems unfazed by his jibes, not even lifting an eyelid. With a fluid grace, she sets the ceramic pot down and gently pushes one steaming cup of tea toward Elijah. Only then does she slowly raise her tranquil gaze, capable of encompassing the entire cosmos, to meet his. In her eyes, there is no anger, no wariness, only a profound insight and a hint of understanding. "If I do not seek you out, you would still come looking for me, Mr. Elijah Adams," she states, her gaze precisely landing on the dark golden bracelet adorning his left wrist, which rests casually on the stone table. The three infinity stones, purple, blue, and yellow, radiate a subtle yet perilous glow. After all, the Time Stone is in my possession, is it not? The Ancient One's voice strikes a chord deep within Elijah. "She truly understands me," he muses. Lifting the warm cup of tea before him, his expression sharpens slightly. "Ever since I began collecting these trinkets," he raises his wrist, the gemstones casting an almost enchanting light against the backdrop of the ancient pine's greenery, "I have known that you, the guardian of Earth's dimension, are an insurmountable obstacle. Of course, I have no intention of circumventing it," he admits candidly. "After all, another universe awaits my emergence as a savior. And how can I make an impression without some substantial currency?" Ancient One listened quietly, her demeanor unwavering. She took a gentle sip of tea before speaking slowly, her voice still serene, yet imbued with a profound understanding of fate. Since you established the Titan, wielding powers far beyond this era, the future I can perceive has begun to blur and tremble. Countless potential trajectories are forking, distorting, vanishing, and being reborn. They no longer resemble fixed rivers, but rather a turbulent stream that shifts with your will, constantly altering its course. She averted her gaze, looking back at Elijah, whose calm eyes revealed, for the first time, a complex emotion that bordered on acceptance. Yet amid these countless changing tributaries, one thing has remained unchanged. The Earth has always been exceedingly safe, unprecedentedly so. She set down her teacup, letting out a barely audible sigh. The incursion of Chitauri was nipped in the bud. Ultron's awakening was stillborn, and the dimensional demon's covetousness was deterred by the chilling might of orbital cannons beyond the stars. Even Dormammu's dark dimension has temporarily retracted its greedy tendrils due to your resolute presence on Earth. This stability is something that, despite the countless years of effort from myself and the supreme sorcerers of the past, we could never fully guarantee. Ancient One's gaze became exceedingly serious, tinged with a hint of weary relief. This is precisely why I have never sought you out. Power itself bears no inherent morality. It is the wielder's intent that matters. And you, Elijah Adams, regardless of how forceful your methods or domineering your actions, your will and strength to safeguard Earth's core interests are beyond question. With you at the helm, Earth is far more stable than I had anticipated. Oh, Elijah raised an eyebrow, surprised by Ancient One's affirmation. He set down his teacup, leaning slightly forward, curiosity mingling with amusement. What has compelled you, a retired stalwart, to pay me a visit? Surely it cannot be that you finally remembered to collect the overdue property fees from this stubborn tenant? He feigned misunderstanding. Or perhaps you're concerned that my swift acquisition of gems might lead me to snatch the time stone as well, and wish to administer a precautionary warning? Or is it that you desire my assistance in rescuing a parallel universe on the brink of disintegration? No, Ancient One replied decisively, without a hint of hesitation. Meeting Elijah's scrutinizing gaze, a faint, serene smile graced her features, imbued with a sense of liberation. I simply feel that it is time to meet with you. At this moment, she spoke softly, yet with an undeniable certainty, possess the strength to repel any forces that covet the Earth, whether they be fleets from the cosmos or demons from other dimensions. This power even surpasses the dimensional energy I can summon. The Guardian of Earth no longer requires a reclusive mage dwelling atop the snowy peaks, relying on dimensional magic. Her gaze returned to Elijah, calm and profound. With you, the Lord of the Titans, overseeing matters, I find solace. Thus, I can finally rest, not in retirement, but in truly relinquishing this responsibility. The key to Earth has been entrusted to a more formidable guardian. These words resounded within Elijah like a thunderclap. The languor and jest that once adorned his face vanished entirely, replaced by sheer astonishment and disbelief. Wait, are you truly abandoning the future you foresaw? What of Dr. Strange, that curly-haired physician who inherited your mantle, destined to become the next supreme mage, juggling the time stone? You're no longer adhering to the script? He cannot comprehend it. How could Ancient One consider stepping back, to cast the responsibility of safeguarding the Earth and its stones upon him, a creator of order and a cosmic warlord? Observing the rare display of emotion on Elijah's face, Ancient One chuckled softly, her smile imbued with the wisdom of omniscience and a hint of playful mockery. This universe no longer requires a supreme mage, Mr. Elijah. She shook her head slowly, her tone carrying a sense of transcendent clarity. With you present, who would dare to harm the Earth? Her gaze deepened, as if penetrating Elijah's formidable exterior to gaze into the depths of his complex and powerful will, articulating each word with intent. Unless, of course, it is you who grows weary of this earthly paradise's game. A dry, self-deprecating chuckle escaped him. How intriguing, truly fascinating. I believed that with the might of the Titans, overseeing the galaxy, 3 infinite stones in my possession, understanding the human heart, manipulating space, and even tearing through the fabric of the multiverse, I should possess a divine perspective, comprehending all. Yet here I am, astonished today atop this snowy summit, by you, a former head of security. In my recollection, Ancient One, you were never one to act so decisively. Your 5 centuries of safeguarding the Earth were not predicated on naivety or trust. Even if my displayed power were to forge Earth into an impregnable fortress, based on my understanding of you, I would expect you to have laid countless contingencies in unseen corners, hidden within the crevices of time and the shadows of dimensions. Perhaps a secret technique to counter me at a pivotal moment, or a strategy to expedite the growth of the next Supreme Mage, Strange. Or even an ultimate insurance policy capable of detonating the Time Stone, drawing the invaders and myself into a conclusive end. This is the essence of you, a guardian who has traversed countless ages, skillfully maneuvering through the realm of dimensional deities, deeply versed in the art of balance and power, stealth, wisdom, and always retaining a trump card. Today, Elijah spread his arms wide, his face etched with the absurdity of an incongruous script. You have simply relinquished the guardian scepter? You have thrust the burdensome Time Stone, along with the responsibility of safeguarding Earth, squarely upon me, and you claim to feel at ease? Master Gui, your actions seem rather too direct, to the point of sending a shiver down my spine. Gui listened intently to Elijah's astute dissection, her expression betraying no offense or anger. She merely grasped the earthen teapot once more, her movements as fluid as water, refilling Elijah's cup with boiling spring water. The rising steam blurred the deeper, more profound smile that graced her lips. For I have glimpsed the future, not as fragmented visions or chaotic streams, but as a trend, an inevitable trajectory. I see you, Elijah Adams. Gui's voice was soft yet possessed an extraordinary penetrating quality, each word etched into the air like a brand. From the invincibility of this moment, you shall advance towards a more profound and thorough invincibility in the future. Your power, your fleet, your mastery over the cosmic laws will expand like an ever-rolling snowball, growing larger and swifter, crushing stars, dimensions, and all that dares to obstruct or challenge your existence. Ultimately, within this known multiverse, no one shall stand as your adversary. She paused slightly, and for the first time, a flicker of an extraordinary light, akin to witnessing the dawn of an epic tale, ignited in the depths of her tranquil gaze. Then, Gui's voice took on an ineffable rhythm, as if reciting an ancient prophecy. Your gaze, your footsteps, shall no longer be confined to this mere multiverse. You will grow weary of the familiar stars and seas. You will yearn for landscapes beyond comprehension. You shall tear through the cosmic barriers that even the space stone cannot illuminate, venturing into realms vastly different, places we cannot fathom or even begin to imagine. Her gaze refocused on Elijah, a complexity of emotions, relief, anticipation, and perhaps a subtle hint of envy swirled within her eyes. You will pursue that which you love, to explore, conquer, and establish a new order, or merely to satisfy your insatiable curiosity and desire for control. I do not know. That transcends the limits of what the Time Stone can perceive. However, amidst all that I can see, and all the distant and unknown places you shall ultimately traverse, one truth remains as steadfast as the eternal stars, clearly, securely existing within the tapestry of time. She lightly tapped her finger upon the stone table. This is it. This is the Earth, the universe we inhabit at this very moment. No matter how far you venture, no matter how formidable you become, no matter how terrifying the storms you stir in this universe, this minuscule realm you deem paradise, under the grand order you have constructed within the remnants of your power, and even beneath the intricate consciousness you guard like a child cherishing their most beloved toy, Ancient One raised her head to meet the gaze of Elijah, whose eyes sparkled with wonder, ambition, and an ineffable emotion stirred by her prophecy. With deliberate clarity, she articulated her ultimate judgment. It shall remain exceedingly safe, so safe that I, as the sentinel, can relinquish my duties to seek my own path beyond. In the courtyard, only the whisper of the wind through the ancient pines and the gentle steam rising from the teacup remained. The words of Ancient One unfolded like a grand and chilling tapestry of the future before Elijah, depicting a universe governed by him, transcended by him, and ultimately forsaken by him, yet rendered eternally secure by his essence. This was both the highest acknowledgement and the gravest responsibility, accompanied by the profound solitude of prophecy. Chapter 81. The Time Stone in hand, as Elijah absorbed Ancient One's prophetic narrative, the initial astonishment and intrigue on his face gradually settled into tranquility. No surprise, no debate, only acceptance. The cold, solid stone beneath his feet reminded him that this was Taj, yet also an integral part of the planet he called Earth, his paradise, his home. Here was the starting point of his rebirth, the foundation of the colossal empire he had painstakingly built, alongside his sharp-tongued yet utterly reliable brother, Tony. There was also Sophia, astute and capable, serving as his right arm, though requiring his occasional reassurance. His uncle James, whom he had persuaded to conquer the stars, and Nick Fury, perpetually suspicious. Like a vigilant black cat darting beneath his gaze, rounded out the circle. These individuals and experiences formed the essence of his existence. To protect this place, no prophecy or bestowed responsibility was necessary. It was the very core of his will. Just as a dragon guards its treasure, devoid of notions of good or evil, solely because it belongs to it. Even if he were to, as Ancient One foretold, tear through the deeper barriers of the cosmos to venture into the unimaginable beyond. This paradise he had meticulously crafted would remain the strongest bastion of his intent. Any force that dared to encroach would face the most merciless obliteration from the colossal guardian. Well, Elijah's voice carried an air of resigned acceptance. The words of one who sees the future possess a certain power. Each phrase was a gem, resonating deeply, even unearthing the simplest of his homesickness. All right, I concede. Your words leave no punctuation for rebuttal. Observing the rare expression of acceptance on his face, Ancient One's lips curled into a subtly deepened smile. She did not bask in the glory of victory. Instead, she calmly lifted her teacup and gently blew away the steam. Indeed, the voice of the Ancient One remained gentle. Even without gazing at the chaotic fragments of the future, I can still perceive you clearly, Elijah Adams. She set down her teacup, her tranquil gaze resting upon Elijah's face. After all, on Earth, there has never been a shortage of those who dare to provoke you. Nick Fury circles above like a raven, cawing incessantly, attempting to scrutinize your every move. General Ross repeatedly assaults your stronghold in his absurd manner. Those politicians hiding within the halls of Congress, deluding themselves into believing they can control the world, seek to bind your fleet with fragile pieces of paper. The Ancient One's voice, calm yet vivid, painted a powerful picture. And you, in the face of these internal provocations, tests, and even foolish hostilities, have demonstrated your strength. You have exerted deterrence, causing some to pay a grievous price. Yet the Ancient One paused slightly, her tone becoming exceedingly definitive. You have never truly, from the depths of your heart, felt anger. She observed the slight arch of Elijah's brow and continued, your counterattacks, precise and efficient, are as cold as a program directive, resembling a necessary cleansing to maintain order and control. Much like a master sweeping away fallen leaves in the courtyard, crushing the insects that venture across the threshold. You find them bothersome, deeming these individuals a waste of your time, their foolishness almost laughable. The Ancient One's voice softened, yet resonated with greater clarity. However, you do not exhibit that pure, icy desire to eradicate the very essence of your adversary, as you did in the face of the Skrull invasion. She raised her teacup and took a delicate sip. The courtyard fell into silence once more. The Ancient One's words served as a mirror, clearly reflecting the profound sentiments within him, a sentiment that even he might not fully comprehend. A special connection to Earth, to home, not rooted in morality or obligation, but a powerful instinctual defense and indulgence of one's own territory. The Ancient One did not require the time stone to glimpse the future. She merely needed to discern the essence of this individual and his attitude towards the world to arrive at her final judgment. Very well. The Ancient One's voice pierced through the brief silence, still gentle, yet imbued with ease. There is no need for further words, I believe. Her movements were natural and fluid, her fingers lightly brushing over the golden pendant at her chest, the Eye of Agamotto. The pendant's casing emitted a faint sound, the intricate golden runes shimmering momentarily in the air. Click, a soft sound, akin to the unlocking of a time-worn chest of memories. The casing of the Eye of Agamotto blossomed gracefully like a lotus, revealing its core. No longer a complex mechanical structure, but a softly glowing green gem. The time stone. It floated serenely at the center of the open pendant, devoid of blinding radiance or violent energy surges. The Ancient One's gaze lingered on the time stone for a fleeting moment, her expression stripped of the weight of a guardian, replaced instead with an essence of pure tranquility. She extended 2 fingers and delicately pinched the green gem, no larger than a thumb. "Take it and play," she said, her voice imbued with a gentle warmth, reminiscent of an elder indulging a mischievous child with a newfound toy. She presented the gem, which bore the immense power of cosmic time, as if offering a mere piece of candy to Elijah Adams. "The time stone belongs to you now." In an instant, Elijah's pupils constricted as the true form of the time stone revealed itself. He felt it with clarity, not through sight, but through his powerful soul, refined by 3 other stones, which instantly grasped the monumental authority contained within that small gem, capable of reversing galaxies, determining the rise and fall of all things, and redirecting the currents of history. Without a moment's hesitation or feigned modesty, he confidently extended his right hand, finger splayed, reaching for the time stone that the Ancient One proffered. Just as his fingertips were about to make contact with the softly glowing green surface of the gem, a hum resonated. A sensation entirely unlike any he had ever encountered surged into the core of his perception. It was not the violent torrent of the power stone that ravaged the flesh and restructured cells, nor the cold touch of the space stone that folded and distorted the void, tearing apart dimensional structures. It was neither the mind stone's intricate penetration, akin to countless thoughts piercing the fabric of mental networks. The power of the time stone was an amalgamation and collapse of existential layers. As his fingertip grazed the chilling surface of the gem, reminiscent of the universe's oldest, most soothing jade, Elijah's very essence seemed to be thrust into a temporal river composed of infinite possibilities, branches, repetitions, and obliterations. He did not merely glimpse the future or the past. He simultaneously became countless versions of Elijah Adams across myriad timelines. With his fingertip touching the time stone, he felt beneath its cool exterior the supreme power capable of reversing galaxies and orchestrating the rise and fall of civilizations with a mere flick. A smile involuntarily graced his lips. The time stone was now in his grasp. Elijah savored the time stone's frigid touch, akin to a frozen galaxy, and the immense force it harbored, potent enough to govern the cycles of existence. He was about to embed this green cosmic treasure into the recess of his left wrist's infinite gauntlet, marking this historic moment. Instinctively, he glanced up to speak further to the former security captain. Yet, before him lay an empty space, save for a steaming cup of tea. The Ancient One's simple, pale yellow silhouette, along with her essence, had vanished without a trace. In the courtyard, only the ancient pine swayed gently in the breeze, as if the recent dialogue concerning the transfer of Earth guardianship was merely a fleeting dream. Elijah's hand, grasping the time gem, lingered in midair as he gazed at the vacant stone bench across from him, a wry smile creeping across his lips, embodying a blend of amusement and exasperation. That old lady fled faster than a rabbit. It's not as if I intended to detain her for an interstellar strategic conference. Must she leave so hastily? Not even a token for tea? Well, I suppose a retired bureaucrat is eager to traverse the cosmos. One must understand. With a shrug, Elijah relinquished his concerns. He lifted his left wrist, and the dark golden bracelet glimmered as the 3 gems seemed to respond to a shared resonance, their rotation accelerating, emitting a vibrant energy pulse. With a decisive motion of his fingers, he pressed the green gem, imbued with the essence of time, into the predesignated slot on the bracelet. Click! The time gem nestled quietly among the others, a harmonious convergence of the infinite bracelet's 4 gems. He lowered his hand, his gaze drifting to the cup of now-cold tea before him, and then to the serene tranquility of the Comitage courtyard. The tea is delightful, and the place is quite peaceful, he mused casually. He lifted the similarly cold cup before him, tilting it back to drain its contents in a single gulp. It's time to leave. He addressed the empty courtyard as if bidding farewell to an old friend. Subsequently, he raised his left hand nonchalantly, and the slot for the space gem on his wrist glimmered faintly. With a whoosh, the portal vividly reflected the top floor of the New York sanctum, revealing the opulence of his office. One step forward, and his figure vanished into the portal. In New York, atop the sanctum's office. "Sir, welcome back." The cold electronic voice of Red responded immediately. Elijah replied absent-mindedly. Red continued, interrupting Elijah's brief reverie. "The terminal data from the parallel universe visitor, Tony Stark, has been fully received, analyzed, and preliminary reverse engineering completed. The core quantum tunnel architecture, PIM particle multidimensional stabilization algorithm, and space-time positioning protocol have been successfully extracted. Mr. Stark reports that the engine prototype design is 78% complete, with an estimated 41 hours until it can enter the implementation testing phase. Simultaneously, Commander Victor Sterling confirmed, the Vanguard-class engineering mothership fleet of the Solar System's defense fleet is on high alert, ready to deploy to the moon for the initial modular mass production of the infinite jump engines. Commander Eric replied, the 1st, 3rd, and 5th combat groups have assembled and are ready to receive engine modifications, poised to become the inaugural cross-universal strike force. Listening to Red's efficient report, Elijah displayed no surprise, only a serene composure, as if every detail was firmly within his grasp. Understood. His voice was rather flat, yet his gaze was fixed upon the boundless depths of the starry sky, as if he had already envisioned the magnificent scene of a steel torrent composed of 100 Executor-class super dreadnoughts about to crash into some unfortunate universe. A hint of an aggressive smile curled at the corners of his mouth, signaling Victor and Eric to prepare themselves. The time for this interstellar rescue mission had come. Chapter 82. The repugnance of the bored Elijah was ensconced in his ergonomic recliner, the chair perfectly cradling his relaxed form. His gaze fell upon his elevated left wrist, where the 4 infinity stones embedded in the bracelet radiated with a steady and profound rhythm of light. The words of the Ancient One echoed in his mind. Invincibility leads to invincibility, no longer confined to the multiverse, venturing forth to diverse realms. With the 4 stones in his possession, an unprecedented surge of power coursed through him, and the prophecy within him fermented, yielding an entirely different flavor. No longer confined to the multiverse, the Ancient One had foreseen his eventual weariness of this small pond, compelling him to tear through deeper barriers and venture beyond. Outside, Elijah whispered the word to himself. His thoughts leaped instantly, reminiscent of a mischievous child concocting the most ludicrous prank. A bizarre and boundless array of possibilities unfurled in his mind. What if he truly peers through to that legendary place where even the air could kill? A wicked grin spread across Elijah's face. What was that universe called? Warhammer 40K, the one where even gods were mere batteries. And the emperor of mankind had languished upon a golden throne for millennia, surrounded by madness? His laughter echoed softly within the office, imbued with schadenfreude and eager anticipation. If he could indeed traverse there, the first thing he would do is steer the fleet into the orbit of Terra with the Genesis cannon. He would give that glittering throne a thorough cleansing. He would discover whether that half-alive emperor was a true god or merely a piece of jerky marinated in the depths of the subspace. He envisioned the scene. A coldly efficient armada of titanic ships hovering above a universe steeped in gothic madness and despair. The main guns of the Executor-class dreadnoughts illuminating the entire solar system. And there, Elijah Adams would descend upon the sacred Terra, standing before that colossal golden throne worshipped by countless followers. And then, Elijah's eyes sparkled with the mischief of a prankster. What delightful secrets lay beneath the posterior of this ancient comrade who had sat for millennia? Was it a contract with the galaxy's largest toilet paper supplier? Or perhaps a trove of overdue nuisance letters from the malevolent deities of subspace? Regardless of whether the outside realm was heaven or hell, an orderly divine kingdom or a chaotic abyss, as long as power resided in his grasp, the rules were but a canvas to be shattered. He murmured to himself, his tone resolute. The light of the Order of the Titan will ultimately illuminate all unknown corners, whether through salvation or complete annihilation. Elijah shook his head, momentarily casting aside the wild visions of piercing through the cosmic barriers and yanking the Golden Emperor off his porcelain throne. Those were feasts for the future. But before him lay a steaming platter of easily attainable appetizers. How about visiting a parallel universe to witness the battered and bruised full-fledged Avengers? Or to tease the elderly version of Tony Stark, who appeared to be nursing a profound grudge, convinced that the world owed him $500 billion? This amusement was tantalizingly close. It would be a shame not to indulge. With this thought, a wicked grin blossomed on Elijah's face. Calling. This is Elijah Adams, the leader of the Titan Tour Group. Young Mr. Tony Stark. If you can hear this, please respond. If you can hear this, please respond. On the other end of the channel, a jarring metallic screech erupted, accompanied by Tony's unmistakably choked cough and a furious, sleep-deprived bellow that emerged through gritted teeth. Elijah, you had better have something important. Otherwise, I swear, whether you possess 4 infinity stones or not, I will flood your ventilation system with the coolant from the dark matter reactor. Speak up. One could almost envision Tony, sporting 2 enormous dark circles under his eyes. His hair a chaotic mess, frantically waving a wrench in the air. Elijah's smile widened even further. Oh dear, with such a temper. Be wary of aging prematurely and becoming the dehydrated lemon from your parallel universe. Elijah continued to stoke the flames. Important matters? Of course. Super important matters. Relating to the honor of our universe and, the entertainment industry. He cleared his throat, adopting an exaggerated tone as though announcing significant news. I hereby officially inform you that our long-awaited interdimensional Avengers theme park day trip project has entered its final countdown. I simply wish to inquire of our diligent, magnificent, ever-handsome chief engineer, Mr. Tony Stark. He deliberately paused, elongating his tone. When can we set off? I am positively eager to see that motley crew of Avengers with missing limbs. It will undoubtedly be more thrilling than any comedy film. Ha. The communication fell into a profound silence for 5 seconds. Just as Elijah thought Tony might explode from sheer frustration, his voice finally emerged from the communicator, tinged with an overwhelming fatigue and a resigned acceptance of the bothersome situation. A week. Give me at most another week. All 100 Executor-class starship engines, along with their accompanying Hammerhead-class corvette fleets, and the engine modules for the logistics support fleet, must be installed. Victor, with his obsessive tendencies, has already brought the engineering fleet to the outskirts of the moon. The production line's robotic arms have been optimized 800 times by Red Queen. Eric, that outrageous fellow, has even dispatched the Deep Space Battle Group to queue at the designated jump coordinates. If this drags on any longer, our own people will likely start fighting out of sheer boredom. He took a breath, his voice laden with a palpable sense of helplessness and a lament against the capitalists' incessant demands. 1 week. 1 week hence, your cosmic sightseeing demolition team. I assure you, we shall embark on schedule. Let us traverse that wretched universe. Now, immediately, cease communication at once. If I hear your voice again, I fear I might be compelled to silence myself with a high-energy particle cannon. Deal. Elijah's voice brimmed with triumphant delight, crisp and decisive. I knew you were the most reliable, Tony. 1 week from now, we shall meet. Wishing you a pleasant overtime. With that, without granting Tony another chance to roar, Elijah swiped his finger, instantly severing the communication. The office returned to silence, save for his low chuckle echoing in the stillness. He could vividly envision Tony, infuriated and stomping about in the lab, plunging headfirst into a sea of data in a frenzy to meet deadlines. A week, it seemed rather long. Elijah reined in his mirth, rising from the lounge chair and pacing to the expansive floor-to-ceiling window. A week may pass in the blink of an eye for ordinary folk, but for a cosmic child endowed with 4 infinity stones, brimming with untamed energy and a profound disdain for monotony, it was nothing short of torment. He pinched his chin, his gaze sweeping across the dazzling nightscape of New York, as if searching for some intriguing amusement. S.H.I.E.L.D. That old rascal Fury has been surprisingly docile lately, likely preoccupied with mopping up the aftermath of the Loki incident. Provoking him would be rather dull and too weak. The military? General Ross? That old coot has been skirting around his daughter Betty ever since he was hammered by the Hulk. There's no way he would dare to provoke me. Utterly pointless. The Deep Space Fleet? Eric is currently busy assembling for a cross-universe expedition. Any interference now would only create chaos. His eyes scanned the city, ultimately drifting beyond the concrete jungle towards the distant expanse of the cosmos. Beyond the reach of ordinary sight, a thought flickered in his mind, like a bulb illuminating the darkness. Asgard. A mischievous smirk slowly crept across Elijah's lips, filled with a provocative intent. The old man Odin borrowed some URU metal and runes from him last time. It seems he has yet to formally express his gratitude. Since I find myself with time to spare, a glint of mischief sparkled in Elijah's eyes. Why not pay a visit to the realm of the gods? Perhaps I shall see if the great All-Father Odin snores during his slumber. In an instant, Elijah was taken aback by his own audacity, resolutely deciding to march to Asgard to confront the matter at hand. He raised his left hand, the luminous bracelet on his wrist shimmering with ethereal brilliance. Focusing intently, the yellow aura of the Mind Stone began to glow faintly, and a vast mental force extended like tendrils, instantly traversing unimaginable distances to precisely touch the unique spatial coordinates of Asgard imbued with divine energy from his memory. Simultaneously, the deep blue radiance of the space stone intertwined with the verdant glow of the time stone. A low hum resonated. There was no violent sensation of spatial rending. Before him, the air rippled like water, forming a perfectly smooth, circular window, the interior scene rapidly stabilizing. On the other side of the window, no longer was there the blue-gray mist or the cosmic starry void, but a magnificent palace complex, indescribably grand, composed of towering golden columns and shimmering metal. Success. A precise location, achieved silently. With a single step, his figure vanished from the office in New York, stepping into the realm belonging to Asgard. The space rippled momentarily before returning to tranquility, as if nothing had transpired. Yet, in the air lingered a hint of an exquisite perfume, a scent of urban sophistication that did not belong to Asgard. Chapter 83. Enlisting the neighbors to house sit, while Elijah gazed around like a curious tourist. The figure of Heimdall stood before him, blocking his inquisitive view, his golden armor shimmering under the eternal light of the celestial palace. Esteemed Mr. Adams. Heimdall's voice resonated with a deep calm, his golden eyes locking onto Elijah's gaze. Welcome to Asgard. His Majesty Odin has sensed your arrival and awaits you in the Golden Palace. Elijah withdrew his scrutinizing gaze, grinning widely, devoid of any embarrassment about intruding. Heimdall, your efficiency is commendable. I've just landed and barely caught a glimpse of your resplendent palace. Yet here you are. My apologies. I've been rather idle lately, wandering about, and inadvertently slipped into your divine realm without prior notice. Please forgive me. A rare, albeit somewhat stiff, gentle expression appeared on Heimdall's rugged face. Uyist, His Majesty Odin has long decreed that you are our most esteemed guest in Asgard. The gates of the celestial palace shall always be open to you, and the mead of Asgard is ever ready to be poured. He slightly inclined his body, gesturing for Elijah to proceed. His Majesty awaits. Please follow me. Odin is so generous with his hospitality? Elijah replied, casually slipping his hands into his pockets and leisurely following along. Well then, let us go greet the old neighbor and express my gratitude. I haven't had the chance to thank him in person for that little trinket from last time. The Golden Palace stood solemn and majestic. The one-eyed king of the gods, Odin, sat upon the towering throne, the eternal spear Gungnir leaning against his side, emanating an invisible pressure. His solitary eye, sharp as a hawk's, precisely fixed on Elijah as he strolled into the grand hall. Elijah Adams. The voice of Odin reverberated through the grand hall, betraying no hint of emotion. Your visit is quite unexpected. He emphasized the word visit, his gaze sweeping over Elijah's modern attire, which starkly contrasted with the celestial palace, and the wristband adorned with the radiant hues of 4 gemstones. With all 4 infinity stones gathered, it was no wonder you find yourself so leisurely. Elijah halted, seemingly oblivious to the sting in Odin's words, his smile only growing brighter as he waved his hand casually. Old man, you seem to be in good spirits. After a few days apart, it seems your beard has gained a few more white strands. Don't just sit there. You should stretch those muscles. He disregarded the solemn atmosphere of the hall, speaking as casually as if greeting someone at a marketplace. I've acquired a few new glass beads, and my energies are a bit restless. Staying at home, I feared I might scorch the floor, so I thought I'd take a stroll, and lo and behold, I've wandered right to your doorstep. He spread his hands, wearing an expression of feigned helplessness. Since I'm here, I might as well greet the host, right? By the way, he raised his left wrist, the glow of the 4 stones casting ominous reflections in Odin's singular eye. I must sincerely thank you for your previous generosity in lending me those URU metals and runes. Look, this bracelet, crafted from your homeland's treasures, suits me quite well. Thanks to you, these little trinkets now behave themselves. Odin's grip on Gungnir tightened slightly, his knuckles whitening. The celestial guards flanking the hall sensed the sudden tension in the air, their breaths catching in their throats. Odin's voice lowered, imbued with the gravitas of a millennial deity and a barely perceptible hint of ire. Adams, your expression of gratitude manifests as an uninvited display of power that could shake the very foundations of the 9 realms within the core of my palace. Ah, old man, how could you say such a thing? Elijah feigned innocence, his eyes glinting with mischief. I genuinely came to express my gratitude and to check on how my old neighbor is faring. Look at you, such a grand estate, presiding over the 9 realms. Were these trinkets but mere toys in your presence? How could I dare to flaunt my power? Elijah took 2 steps forward, tilting his head, his playful smile both sweet and perilous, piercing the gaze of the god seated upon the throne. By the way, old man, I tend to hold grudges. Do you recall the incident when your eldest son, Thor, in his folly, attempted to sneak onto Earth and was warmly received as space debris by my orbital fortress? You haven't forgotten, have you? He paused deliberately, savoring the glint of frost that instantaneously gathered in Odin's solitary eye and the sudden tautness in the muscles of the celestial guards. And what has come of it? Elijah's voice rose sharply, echoing within the stillness of the grand hall. How long has it been since that incident? Your younger, more cunning, and troublesome son, Loki, good heavens! Yet again has he clandestinely traversed to my realm. He spread his arms wide, his gestures exaggerated. My dear sir, might your familial upbringing be excessively lenient in an Asgardian manner? Such a laissez-faire approach cannot be interpreted in this fashion, can it? Or do you, with your keen gaze like a blade and a smile that has grown increasingly frigid, believe that the mere offering of a handful of URU metal and runic inscriptions suffices to absolve the transgressions of the clandestine populace I have captured from the realms of giants? Or do you, the sovereign of the 9 realms, consider my earth merely a verdant garden of Asgard, where one may come and go at will? He advanced a step closer, as if poised to rend apart the entire golden palace. Last time, Thor was at least banished, which could be understood. Out of neighborly kindness, I extended a helping hand. But what of Loki this time? He was not banished. He ventured here of his own accord. What intentions does he harbor? Is he planning to orchestrate some divine spectacle upon Earth once more? Or does he think the previous offerings he bestowed upon me were insufficient? Wishing to provide more this time, he fixed his unwavering gaze upon Odin's inscrutable single eye, enunciating each word with utmost clarity. Odin Borson, king of the gods, you shall provide me with an explanation today. The air within the grand hall grew thick, oppressive to the point of suffocation. The palace guards beaded with cold sweat, their breaths rendered cautious. Heimdall's gaze remained firmly locked on Elijah, his golden pupils reflecting the 4 gemstones radiating a sense of annihilation. Beneath Odin's single eye, a tumult of emotions swirled, offended wrath of a god-king, profound exasperation and disappointment at Loki's unyielding nature, coupled with a palpable trepidation towards the earthly sovereign wielding 4 infinity stones, whose power remained unfathomable. After a moment, Odin's deep voice resonated slowly, imbued with a weariness and hoarseness, as though he had been cornered and forced to relinquish some of his regal demeanor. I'm aware of Loki's actions. He exploited the guard's laxity to pilfer the runes from the vault, activating an ancient hidden path that evaded Heimdall's watchful eye. Odin's gaze swept over Heimdall, who bowed his head slightly. This is my failure in discipline. Odin's single eye refocused on Elijah, the fury within it forcibly subdued, replaced by a gravity that suggested an almost egalitarian negotiation. Atoms, what is it that you desire? Ha, my dear sir, Asgard is indeed resplendent, glimmering with gold, and the mead emanates a delightful aroma. Yet, he abruptly shifted his tone. The crux of the matter is, do you believe there exists anything here that could possibly pique my interest? The runic inscriptions? The URU metal? He counted on his fingers, as if tallying a heap of worthless scrap. The eternal spear Gungnir? TSK, its design is indeed striking, but alas. My colossal railgun could obliterate an asteroid with a single shot. What use have I for such a spear? It would be cumbersome, even for prodding a beehive. He spread his hands, an expression of profound difficulty etched upon his face. Perhaps you could package the entirety of Asgard and send it to me? Before the thunder brewing in Odin's eyes could erupt, Elijah immediately exaggeratedly waved his hands in denial, as if he had encountered something exceedingly ominous. Oh dear, please don't. I could never bear such a lavish gift. You see, I am quite averse to trouble. Managing a single Earth is more than enough for me. Not to mention soothing Sophia to prevent her from turning her disdain into a pulverized mess. And keeping an eye on Tony to ensure he doesn't blow the laboratory to smithereens, all while taking over your realm that comes with its own Ragnarok. Elijah's expression of disdain, steeped in frustration, was the final straw that ignited the tempest within Odin's eyes. Golden arcs of divine power crackled around the throne, and the eternal spear Gungnir emitted a low hum, as if ready to leap from his grasp and pin this impudent earthling to the floor of the Golden Palace. All right, old man, calm down. Anger is detrimental to your health, and at your age, you can hardly withstand such turmoil. Yet, Elijah seemed oblivious to the impending fury of the God King, casually waving his hand. The look of disdain on his face vanished in an instant, replaced by a jovial smile that transformed so swiftly it took even Odin's breath away. There is no need to be so tense. I assure you, my visit is not to instigate trouble, nor to extort anything from you. I merely acquired a few new toys, and my fingers are itching to test their power, seeking a sufficiently sturdy place to practice. And while wandering, I happened to arrive at your celestial palace. What a coincidence, wouldn't you say? Ignoring Odin's grim countenance, he continued with unabashed ease. By the way, I came to greet you, my old neighbor, and to inform you of something. I shall soon embark on a journey to another universe, to explore and assist others with minor troubles. For the time being, there will be no one to oversee Earth. He spread his hands, an expression of shared helplessness mirrored on his face. You know that old woman, the Ancient One? She has that retired bureaucrat mentality, tossing the time stone my way before gallivanting across the cosmos, living quite splendidly. Now, Earth depends on me for support. Therefore, dear old man, during my absence, I kindly ask you to keep an eye on Earth for me. His tone was as casual as requesting a neighbor to feed a cat. Yet each word bore the weight of 1,000 burdens. Should any nefarious dimensional entities or other such creatures of chaos perceive my absence as an opportune moment to wreak havoc upon Earth, you, as the sovereign of the 9 realms and the king of gods, must ensure they are kept at bay. After all, Earth is my home, and I absolutely detest returning from a journey only to find my sanctuary in disarray. If some unwelcome filth were to intrude and tarnish the floor or damage my belongings. Elijah straightened up, a lazy smile reappearing on his face. Yet his gaze remained icy as it swept over Odin and the celestial palace behind him. Upon my return, my mood might be exceedingly foul. When I am in such a state, I tend to seek something to dismantle, to smash, to stretch my limbs. Perhaps a divine realm, perhaps. Wouldn't you agree, old man? A threat, a blatant, unabashed threat, uttered in the most casual tone, yet conveying the gravest of implications. Odin's chest heaved violently, the storm within his solitary eye nearly erupting. He had never endured such humiliation. Nevertheless, Gungnir was ultimately not thrust forth. That surging divine power was forcefully suppressed back within, for he clearly perceived the absolute seriousness in Elijah's eyes, as well as the destructive aura emanating from the 4 infinity stones, potent enough to send tremors throughout all of Asgard. I understand. Until your return, Earth shall not be beset by dimensional malevolence. Splendid. Elijah's smile instantly brightened, as if the earlier threat had never transpired. He nodded with satisfaction and even gave a thumbs up. Truly, the king of the gods is magnanimous. I shall entrust Earth to your esteemed self. I'll bring back some local specialties. No sooner had the words left his lips than he waved his left hand nonchalantly. Buzz! A silent portal to another dimension opened behind him, revealing the familiar scenes of a New York Avengers base. Off I go. No need to see me off. Keep an eye on the place. Without a backward glance, Elijah stepped into the dazzling yet perilous ripples of space. His figure vanished. The portal closed instantaneously, as if it had never existed. All that remained within the Golden Palace was a deathly silence, and Odin, sitting upon his throne, his complexion ashen, chest heaving violently, the veins on the back of his hand bulging as he gripped the eternal spear. Along with the faint scent of perfume in the air, a light, airy echo of keep an eye on the place reverberated in the ears of every Asgardian. Chapter 84. Find someone smarter than Tony as Elijah's figure returned from the oppressive aura of the divine realm to his opulent office. A more outrageous and exhilaratingly wicked idea exploded in his mind. He grinned, a blend of mischievous boy and devilish overlord. Find a playboy smarter than Tony Stark? Enhance him? Then stick him in the Avengers laboratory to toil away? A collision of geniuses? No, it would be about making a genius toil for me. And I could relish the sight of Tony's perfect expression of defeat. Without hesitation, the action-oriented Elijah barely settled himself before raising his left hand. a flicker of the space stone's ethereal glow illuminating the room. Elijah stepped forward, precisely materializing at the center of the laboratory, which appeared as though it had been ravaged by a tornado. "Hey there, buddy." Elijah's voice, imbued with a casual confidence that suggested he was merely here to collect something, instantly drowned out the cacophony of the lab, startling Tony, who was engrossed in a complex engine model, to nearly hurl his wrench across the room. Tony whirled around, his disheveled hair and prominent dark circles framing a face that morphed from annoyance to exasperation upon recognizing the unwelcome intruder. "Elijah Adams, are you haunted or something? Can't you walk without making a racket? And what on earth is that smell?" The details were inconsequential, as Elijah waved a dismissive hand and cut straight to the chase, his finger expertly pointing towards an unassuming, streamlined metallic wrist device on Tony's workbench. "That one, the single-person teleporter. Hand it over. I need to venture out and scout a bit, and I'd like to test the reliability of your gadget." Tony followed his finger, and his irritation was swiftly supplanted by a sense of pride akin to that of a top-tier engineer finally recognized for his genius. He seized the compact device, holding it aloft like a precious artifact, his chin nearly grazing the ceiling. Well, quite the discerning eye you've got. Finally remembered to evaluate the fruits of my labor." His tone brimmed with unabashed pride and a hint of condescension. "That junk from the parallel universe? Bah, even my garage watchdog wouldn't wear that outdated technology as a collar." With deft fingers, he tapped the side of the device, and a miniature holographic interface sprang to life, showcasing a cascade of intricate data streams. "See this? My Stargazer model," Tony declared with pride. "It boasts a completely independent power source, integrating a PIM particle supercompressed core and temporal coordinate algorithms. No cumbersome external equipment required. Compact, energy efficient, and so simple to operate that even Pepper could master it in 3 minutes." He wrapped the smooth surface of the device with emphasis, his gaze filled with superiority. "Most crucially, its stability. Do you know how long their clunky machine needs to rest after a single use? This beauty can theoretically achieve 128 consecutive stable jumps. Its energy core decay rate is below 0.00001. It can handle hundreds of uses with ease. Do you understand the concept of technological disparity?" With a flourish, Tony slapped the device into Elijah's hands, the gesture tinged with a sense of benevolence. Yet his eyes sparkled with an unmistakable confidence in his creation. "Take it. Experience what true interdimensional travel feels like. And don't forget to bring back some reliable test data." Elijah weighed the Stargazer in his hands, and Tony's overbearing bravado struck him as particularly endearing. A broad smile broke across his face, revealing a set of bright teeth. "All right, quite the swagger. I like it. The data packet shall undoubtedly return to you." He turned and, with a graceful motion, prepared to activate the device, casually uttering, "By the way, I intend to set the target coordinates at, let us find a more astute and perhaps even more intriguing playboy than you." Before he could finish his sentence, Tony resembled a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Instantly erupting in fury, he lunged forward, nearly crashing into Elijah's back, his eyes widened in disbelief, brimming with offended rage. "A playboy smarter than me?" Tony's voice cracked as he pointed an accusatory finger at Elijah, roaring, "Elijah Adams, have you lost your mind from the radiation of those 4 damn stones? Is there truly a playboy in this multiverse more intelligent, more entertaining, and more utterly perfect than me? Tony Stark? You tell me where he is. I'll fly over in my armor right now and show him what's what. Smash his face with knowledge. Crush him to dust with charm." As Tony displayed his frantic demeanor, as if daring anyone to challenge him, Elijah's smile grew increasingly radiant, filled with the delight of a successful prank. He waved his hand, his figure becoming blurred in the faint glow of the activated device. "Calm down. Just wait until I find him and bring him back for you to see. Goodbye. Don't forget to fix the fleet engines. Elijah, come back. Clarify your words. Who is that wild man? Are you seeking death?" Tony's thunderous roar was completely drowned out by the brilliance of the temporal leap. In the laboratory, only Tony Stark remained, his hair in disarray, raging impotently at the air, while the phrase "a playboy smarter than me" echoed like a spell in his brilliant mind. In the next moment, Elijah's boots touched down on the muddy ground, lightly dusted with snow, beside a road in the outskirts of New York State on the night of December 16th, 1991. The biting cold wind whipped snowflakes against his face and the distant streetlights cast flickering patches of light along the winding road. The time and place were perfectly synchronized. He stood like a specter in the shadows of the bare trees by the roadside. His gaze locked onto the sleek black vintage car gliding smoothly along the road, Howard Stark's vehicle. He could even glimpse through the window, faintly seeing Howard's focused profile at the wheel and the elegant figure of Maria Stark, wrapping her coat around herself in the passenger seat. Ah, the timing is impeccable, Elijah murmured to himself, a chilling smile curling at the corners of his lips, as if savoring a splendid performance about to commence. Almost as soon as he finished his contemplation, the roar of an engine shattered the night's tranquility. A powerful black heavy motorcycle, resembling a beast unleashed from hell, violently entered his line of sight from the bend of the mountainous road. It surged forward at an alarming speed, catching up to Howard's sedan. Screech! The jarring sound of metal scraping against metal and the tearing of rubber erupted violently. The motorcycle executed a reckless skid, akin to a colossal steel cable, forcefully blocking the path of Howard's car. Howard, clearly startled by this sudden and deadly obstruction, found himself in a state of utter shock. He slammed the steering wheel, causing the vehicle to lose control dramatically on the slick road. The front of the car crashed into a robust tree trunk with a deafening screech. Boom! The heavy thud reverberated through the cold night. The front of the car twisted grotesquely, the hood flew open, and a thick plume of white steam mixed with the acrid scent of burnt material gushed forth. The automobile lay still, like a dying iron fish, convulsing briefly against the tree trunk before succumbing to immobility. The windshield was riddled with spiderweb-like cracks, and the cabin was engulfed in a haunting silence. The motorcycle that had caused the accident came to a steady halt a few meters away, its engine throbbing with a low growl. The rider, clad in a featureless black combat suit and helmet, obscured any semblance of identity. With mechanical coldness, he dismounted and approached the mangled wreckage of the car. His left arm glinted with a chilling metallic sheen under the dim streetlight, and the hydraulic mechanism emitted a low hum. The Winter Soldier. He reached the side of the cabin, his metal fingers splayed open, swiftly clamping down on the severely deformed car door like a hydraulic press. The sound of tearing metal pierced the air. Incredibly, he wrenched the twisted door off as easily as tearing through a sheet of cardboard, discarding it carelessly onto the snowy ground. Howard Stark was trapped in his seat, pinned down by the steering wheel, blood seeping from his forehead, his eyes vacant. Clearly suffering from a grave injury, yet still conscious. He beheld the figure exuding an aura of death drawing near, his gaze filled with profound terror and despair. The Winter Soldier leaned down, his cold metallic hand precisely gripping Howard's throat, yanking him from the contorted driver's seat as though lifting a mere chick. Howard struggled in agony, his legs futilely kicking at the air, breathless gasps escaping his throat. The grip of the metal arm tightened, casting a shadow of death. Mission: eliminate. The tone emanating from beneath the soldier's helmet was devoid of emotion. Just as the tension reached its zenith, a languid, somewhat impatient young voice abruptly pierced the chilling silence of the night, cutting through the remnants of the engine's roar and Howard's wheezing. The Winter Soldier's movements abruptly halted, his eyes, concealed behind tactical goggles, swiftly locked onto the source of the voice. A young man, clad in a fitted black suit, had mysteriously appeared, standing silently in the snow less than 5 meters away. With his hands tucked into the pockets of his overcoat, a hint of disdain played across his face. I say, working late to commit murder at this hour. Doesn't Hydra provide their employees with late-night meal allowances? Elijah's tone was laced with sarcasm, as if he were critiquing a particularly poor performance. He raised a hand and gestured towards Howard, who was rolling his eyes under the grip of the Winter Soldier. And could you perhaps move a little more swiftly? Your sluggishness is making me drowsy. The Winter Soldier's combat instincts, honed by programming, instantaneously escalated the threat level to its zenith. Without hesitation, he discarded the near-dead Howard as one might toss away refuse, sending him into a nearby snowbank. His metallic left arm rose sharply, the dark muzzle of his weapon aimed directly at Elijah. Simultaneously, his muscles tensed, adopting a battle stance. How dreary, Elijah scoffed, seemingly unimpressed by the other's reaction. Is that arm a product of Hydra? The craftsmanship appears adequate, yet the materials are rather subpar, resembling the handiwork of a primary school student. Elijah's tone was imbued with the critical eye of a tech enthusiast, as though he were appraising a shoddy exhibit. Even as scrap metal, it would hardly fetch a decent price. The pupils beneath the Winter Soldier's mask dilated sharply. Not only had his adversary appeared in an instant, but he had also discerned the details of his origin and equipment. An unprecedented sense of peril engulfed his cold, programmed thoughts. Without a moment's pause, he squeezed the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The large-caliber bullets screamed toward Elijah's face and heart with lethal intent. How rude. Elijah barely lifted an eyelid. Buzz. From his eyes, two beams of searing light erupted unexpectedly, violently. Where the beams traversed, the air was instantaneously ionized, emitting a piercing shriek as it vaporized, leaving behind a scorching trail that distorted vision. The bullets fired by the Winter Soldier vanished without a trace upon contact with the golden red rays. Not even a wisp of vapor escaping their annihilation. The torrent of destructive energy surged forth without pause, engulfing the Winter Soldier, who had remained in his shooting stance. There were no screams, no explosions, not even the faint sound of melting metal. The formidable Winter Soldier, who had instilled terror in countless hearts, with his robust super soldier physique, his cold metallic arm, and the embodiment of Hydra's supreme brainwashing techniques, was utterly obliterated in the fleeting moment those two beams of light passed. A faint hissing sound, akin to a red-hot iron plunging into icy water, echoed briefly. In its wake, only a few wisps of smoke, quickly scattered by the biting wind, lingered, carrying the acrid scent of charred protein. The Winter Soldier, a powerful instrument of Hydra in this timeline, was completely erased from existence, leaving not a trace behind. The golden red glow in Elijah's eyes extinguished as suddenly as it had ignited, as if he had merely blinked. He clapped his hands, as if brushing off dust. His tone relaxed as though he had just squashed a cockroach. All done. Peace at last. Only then did he leisurely stroll over to the severely mangled vintage car. Howard Stark bore a frightful bruise around his neck, his pupils beginning to dilate, breaths becoming shallow and uneven. In the passenger seat, Maria's forehead was stained with blood, her consciousness slipping away, and her vital signs were faint. Elijah shook his head, devoid of any tension. He raised his left wrist, where the infinity gauntlet adorned with the time stone glimmered, the verdant gem radiating a gentle light. A resonating hum filled the air as a vast force of time descended upon them. The emerald glow enveloped the two like a warm tide, and a miracle transpired. The ghastly bruise around Howard's neck was gently erased, the shattered bones and torn vascular tissues beneath the skin rapidly reassembling and healing as if played in reverse. His dilated pupils swiftly regained focus, and he gasped sharply before erupting into a violent fit of coughs. The wound on Maria's forehead vanished at an observable rate, her spilled blood seemingly flowing back in her body, her pallor transforming back to a healthy hue. Her long eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes, filled with confusion and the terror of having survived. Time had reversed. Only their physical injuries were undone, while the memories of the assault and near-death experience lingered in their consciousness. Howard, clutching his intact neck, though it felt as if phantom pain still lingered, looked in shock at the figure outside the car window, a man obscured by the dim glow of streetlights. Maria struggled to sit up, gripping her husband's arm tightly. Both stared at Elijah, as if he were Spectre. Elijah retracted the light of the time stone, as if he had merely performed an inconsequential act. He bent closer to the shattered window, a devilishly friendly smile gracing his face, which appeared extraordinarily strange to the Stark couple. "Good evening, Mr. Howard Stark and the lovely Mrs. Stark," he greeted casually. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Elijah Adams. I happened to pass by and resolved a minor inconvenience for you. That man with the iron arm was rather heavy-handed, so I made him evaporate on the spot. As for you two, your injuries were somewhat severe, so I merely reversed time for you. A small gesture, no need for gratitude." Howard's mouth fell agape as he stared at the remnants left by the evaporated man, then touched his unscathed neck and gazed at this enigmatic, benevolently smiling young man, his mind utterly overwhelmed. Meanwhile, Maria fixated on the glowing stones on Elijah's wrist, an instinctual fear and absurdity arising from deep within her soul. Elijah's smile deepened, carrying an unmistakable invitation. "My esteemed friends, would you care to hitch a ride? To a more intriguing and safer place for a cup of coffee? We could also discuss the remuneration you would owe. Chapter 85. The reunion of the Stark family. Howard and Maria stood frozen in place, resembling statues of snowmen. Howard's fingers caressed his own neck, while Maria clutched her husband's arm tightly, her nails nearly embedding themselves into his coat. Elijah observed their demeanor, his smile radiating warmth. "All right, my dear friends," he spoke with a tone reminiscent of one soothing child. "Do not linger in confusion. On this frigid day, falling ill would be quite unfortunate." His gaze precisely fixated on Howard's eyes, which were filled with bewilderment and turmoil. "Howard, I know your mind is likely brimming with questions. What is the timeline? What is this heat vision? What is this substance on the ground? Who am I?" And so forth. He waved his hand dismissively. "But those are trivial matters. You need only grasp one essential fact. Just now, on this very road, according to the original timeline, you and your wife Maria were to be dealt with by that iron-armed gentleman." He deliberately employed the term "dealt with," cold and detached. "Your necks would be snapped, skulls shattered, dead beyond recovery, never to see tomorrow's sun. Your bodies would be disguised as a tragic accident, then tucked away in the cold drawers of a morgue, awaiting your son Tony, who is still out there reveling in life." Howard's pupils dilated in shock. "So, my dear star couple, you now have two choices." He raised one finger. "First, remain in this deceased timeline. With a stroke of luck, you may live incognito, evading Hydra or the Time Variance Authority. However, with a touch of misfortune, you may find yourselves back in the morgue in a few days." He raised his second finger, his smile beaming. "Secondly," he gestured toward himself. "Follow me. Depart from this world that so callously disposes of you, and venture into a brand new universe. There, you shall be free from Hydra's pursuit and the cursed script of fate, in a realm of technology far beyond your imagination." Elijah's smile brimmed with a tantalizing mischief. His gaze once again locked on Howard. "Moreover, another version of your son, Tony Stark, awaits you, a vibrant, audacious boy who, while troublesome, will undoubtedly crave your love and guidance." Howard Stark, founder of S.H.I.E.L.D, core of the Strategic Scientific Reserve, one of the greatest minds of the 20th century. "I trust that with your intellect and understanding of the fundamental rules of the universe, you fully comprehend what I am conveying and which option is more advantageous." The air seemed to solidify. Only the cold wind, carrying snowflakes, wailed as it swept past the twisted vehicle. Choices? Before this enigmatic, powerful man who commanded life, death, and time, did they truly possess a choice? Howard closed his eyes briefly, and upon reopening them, the sharpness characteristic of a top-tier scientist fused with the resolute determination of a father. He inhaled deeply, as if expending all of his strength, and with a hoarse yet clear voice uttered two words: "Let us go." "Ah, now that is more like it. A clever man." Elijah snapped his fingers with satisfaction, a broad grin illuminating his face, unabashedly reveling in the delight of having ensnared another. "Then we shall depart." In an instant, a biological force field enveloped the bewildered Howard and Maria. They felt the scenery before them blur and warp, followed by a profound darkness and a fleeting sensation of weightlessness. The next moment, the sensation of their feet touching solid ground returned. Light pierced their eyes, yet the sight that greeted them left the couple, who had just been pulled back from the brink of death, utterly astonished. Where on earth are we? Rather than a high-tech laboratory, it resembled a post-apocalyptic wasteland, ravaged by a hurricane, a tornado, and a herd of frenzied rhinoceroses. A chaotic array of unidentifiable mechanical components, tangled optical cables, warped metal sheets, discarded pizza boxes, and empty coffee cans lay strewn across every inch of the floor like an abstract art installation. The air was thick with a complex emlang of motor oil, solder, cold cheese, and some dubious burn odor. The only semblance of order was the colossal holographic screen at the center of the room, displaying a dazzling array of starship schematics and data. Before the screen stood a man, clad in a wrinkled shirt, his hair resembling a bird's nest, and with bags under his eyes deep enough to contain the entirety of the Pacific Ocean, his back turned to them. The energy conduit coupling points are still somewhat redundant. "We need to add another set of reverse dampers. Jarvis, pull up the parameters for Sector 7. Tony?" Maria instinctively covered her mouth, her voice trembling with disbelief and a hint of disdain. She gazed at her son, whose attire appeared as though he had rolled in motor oil, and his disheveled hair prompted a motherly instinct to exclaim, her voice soft, yet piercing through the laboratory's cacophony. Is that Tony? How did he become so disheveled? This question acted as a switch, flicking on a long-dormant mechanism within Tony Stark's being. His fingers froze mid-air, as if struck by the most potent electric current. And he jolted suddenly. Impossible. Hallucination. It must be the result of enduring 7 sleepless nights, an overindulgence in caffeine leading to auditory hallucinations. That voice, imbued with gentle reproach, was one he had long yearned to hear again during countless midnight reveries. How could it possibly emanate from his laboratory? Tony's body moved like a rusted automaton, excruciatingly rigid and slow, turning frame by frame. Time seemed to stretch infinitely, with his bloodshot eyes, etched with fatigue and disbelief, finally focused on the couple at the door, leaning on each other, slightly disheveled, yet exuding an air of undeniable grace. An explosion erupted within him. Tony felt as though his world had been struck directly by a planet-destroying cannon. His pupils dilated to their utmost limit, and it felt as if his blood had frozen within his veins, only to surge violently to the top of his head a moment later. He fixated on Maria's eyes, which were filled with concern, heartache, and a hint of disdain, familiar enough to shatter his heart, before abruptly turning to Howard's face, which, although pale with lingering shock, was equally etched with profound astonishment and complex emotions. It was him. It was her. It was truly them. Not the cold photographs, not the hazy memories of childhood, nor the ephemeral shadows that haunted his midnight dreams. They were living, breathing, warm parents. A tremendous torrent of emotion instantly breached the defenses Tony Stark had meticulously constructed over 2 decades. His eyelids reddened visibly, becoming moist as a surge of acidity welled up within him. However, the sharp defense mechanism he employed to mask his vulnerability activated at the final moment before the emotional dam broke. He did not rush forward like a child to wail and cry. Instead, he abruptly turned his head, his bloodshot eyes fixating fiercely on Elijah, who wore a look of amusement. Elijah, Tony's voice emerged hoarse, each word laced with anguish. They aren't illusions conjured from those damned stones to deceive me, are they? He pointed at his parents, his finger trembling uncontrollably. Tell me, this isn't some prank you orchestrated with a Mind Stone. Tell me they are real. The last few words nearly erupted in a shout. Elijah observed Tony's strained facade and retracted the smirk from his face. Uncharacteristically, he refrained from teasing and instead made a serious gesture towards Tony, his tone unusually calm and affirming. Rest assured, Tony, this time it is no jest. He gestured towards Howard and Maria. I personally made the trip back to that night of December 16th, 1991, when the Winter Soldier had your father in his iron grip. I made him vanish, and then with the time stone, I erased the minor injuries from your parents. Elijah's tone was as casual as if he were discussing a quick trip to the convenience store for a bottle of water. They are the genuine article, freshly rescued from the Hydra death list. Warm and unequivocal, Howard Stark and Maria Stark, as authentic as they come. Boom! Elijah's calm yet thunderous words utterly obliterated the last remnants of Tony's rationality. Mom, Dad, a cry suppressed for over 20 years, tinged with the sound of tears, finally erupted from Tony's trembling lips. He could no longer contain himself as he stumbled through the chaos of scattered parts and debris, utterly oblivious to the wrench that tripped him and the flattened pizza box beneath his feet. With arms outstretched, he exerted every ounce of strength to plunge into the embrace of the figures before him, both equally tear-streaked and welcoming. Crash! The 3 collided with force. Tony, like a lost child finally returning home after years of wandering, buried his face deep into Maria's familiar and fragrant embrace. His shoulders heaved violently as decades of suppressed grievances, pain, longing, and guilt erupted in an overwhelming flood of scalding tears, soaking his mother's clothing. His hands clutched his parents' bodies tightly, as if fearing that letting go would cause them to vanish once more. Howard held his son's trembling frame firmly. This man, who had spent his life exhibiting strength and rarely revealing emotion, now found his eyes glistening with unshed tears, his lips quivering as he patted Tony's back with fervor. Maria, already rendered speechless by her tears, held her husband tightly with one arm while gently stroking her son's disheveled hair with the other. Tony, my child, Tony, she choked out, repeatedly calling her son's name. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Tony murmured into his mother's embrace, his voice muffled and laden with over 20 years of regret and anguish. I shouldn't have argued with you that day. I shouldn't have said those dreadful things. It's all behind us now. Tony, it's all behind us, Maria tenderly interrupted, her tears cascading onto his hair. Now it's all right. We are all here together. Howard inhaled deeply, forcing down the lump in his throat, his paternal awkwardness surfacing with the Stark family's characteristic clumsiness. All right, kid, why are you crying? You're getting snot all over your clothes. And look at this lab. It looks as if it's been ransacked 8 times. You've brought shame upon the Stark name. Tony lifted his gaze, his tear-filled eyes meeting his father's familiar face, one marked by a blend of disdain and undeniable concern. That long-lost sensation of being scolded by his father stirred a profound mix of bitterness and warmth within him. Old man, he whispered. Howard, witnessing his son's state, felt his S.H.I.E.L.D of feigned sternness crumble instantly, leaving only a deep well of compassion in his eyes. He ceased speaking, choosing instead to hold his wife and son even tighter. In the lab, the only sounds left were the suppressed cries, the awkward murmurs of comfort, and the subtle noise of parts being trodden upon. In the midst of the disarray, the tightly embraced trio formed the most heartwarming yet heartbreaking tableau within this chaotic space. Elijah, arms crossed and leaning against the nearby equipment, observed this profoundly touching reunion with a smile of immense satisfaction, as if admiring his own masterpiece. Yes, this gift, young Tony Stark, should be cherished for a long, long time. Chapter 86. A remedial reflection on missing the spectacle the portal's cerulean ripples closed behind Elijah, thoroughly isolating the chaotic, warm, yet suffocatingly tearful and clumsily comforting Stark family theater within the laboratory. As Tony Stark's most mischievous yet dependable brother in this universe, witnessing that fellow finally shed all his barbs and FA-AIDS, rushing into his parents' embrace like a lost child, transformed Elijah's initial sense of mischief into a pure, unadulterated joy for his friend. Humming a tuneless melody, he strolled back to his office at a leisurely pace. Sinking into the plush embrace of his custom sofa, Elijah exhaled contentedly. Upon his wrist, 4 infinity stones pulsed with a subdued yet perilous luminescence. Multiversal travel, more intoxicating than the finest spirits. The recent winter rescue operation of 1991, though executed with blunt force, yielded impeccable results. Not only did it validate the stability and reliability of Tony's traversing device, but more importantly, he had personally rewritten a predetermined tragedy, yanking 2 souls marked by fate back into the realm of the living, all while delivering them to the lips of a notorious playboy in another universe. The exhilaration was simply exhilarating. Elijah could not suppress a low exclamation, his eyes sparkling with the brilliance of a newfound discovery. Manipulating time, altering destiny, and influencing pivotal moments across disparate universes. This was far more exhilarating than toying with fury or overwhelming the military on Earth. This was the true game meant for a deity. The thrill washed over him like a tidal wave, although it brought with it a tinge of unfulfilled longing. Leaning back in his chair, he casually propped his feet on his desk, gazing out into the boundless night sky while his thoughts wandered elsewhere. What a pity! Elijah clicked his tongue, his face betraying the chagrin of having missed an annual spectacle. The Battle of New York against the Chitauri invasion, the Avengers' inaugural assembly. What a grand display it was. Those special effects, truly magnificent. He recalled the scenes he had witnessed on screen in a previous life. Iron Man charging into a wormhole with a nuclear bomb, Captain America commanding, Thor summoning thunder, and Hulk pummeling the Leviathan. A prologue to a hero's epic, a pinnacle of fervor. Such splendid material. Elijah smacked his thigh, a look of regret etched upon his face. Yet what transpired in this universe? That little brat, Loki, barely made an appearance before I had him pinned to the ground. His scepter confiscated, and not a shadow of the Chitauri fleet was seen. Not even a splash was made. Efficient, yes, safe, indeed, but so dreadfully dull. There was no sense of involvement whatsoever. Elijah grumbled discontentedly. Where was the thrill of witnessing the spectacle live? Hulk smashing buildings, Thor striking down foes, Captain America hurling his shield. That was the quintessential debut of the Avengers. Once this thought took root in his mind, it burgeoned like wild grass within his heart. Shall I venture to other universes and stir up some trouble? No, such an assertion is far too mundane. It is about experiencing, observing, and immersively participating in an epic drama mist. A mischievous smile gradually blossomed at the corner of Elijah's lips, akin to a rose blooming in darkness. Given the remarkable success of the 1991 side quest, why not? His eyes sparkled with a fervent eagerness, a crystal-clear objective in his mind. Shall he find a bustling parallel universe embroiled in the New York War to be a spectator? Or perhaps plunge into the fray himself? Adding a dash of excitement to this heroic debut, the more Elijah contemplated, the more he deemed this idea exquisite. He could almost envision the expression on the face of Director Fury from that universe when confronted unexpectedly by the colossal deity adorned with 4 infinity stones. A countenance more riveting than the bottom of a pot. He joyfully snapped his fingers. It was settled. The next destination, the VIP box at the New York War site. Hopefully, the Chitauri there would be sufficiently formidable. TSK, dilly-dallying is hardly my style. Elijah slapped his thigh, springing up from the sofa, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. No time to waste. The VIP box, here I come. He raised his left wrist, his fingers gliding swiftly across the smooth surface, summoning the holographic interface. After a moment's reflection, he entered a rough time frame. Earth calendar, May 4th, 2012, in the morning hours. What specific time? Who cares? It's all about the surprise. Target universe? A grin spread across Elijah's face, revealing a delightfully wicked smile. Random. A lottery adds to the thrill. Let the goddess of fate select the most vibrant venue for me. Confirm. Initiate. Buzz. The familiar sensation of weightlessness enveloped him momentarily, shrouded in darkness. A few seconds? Or perhaps even less. His sense of time blurred during the transition. His feet once again met solid ground, the cold, hard texture greeting him. The tide of darkness receded, and blinding light flooded his vision. Morning. The crisp air, tinged with the unique dust of the metropolis and a faint hint of automobile exhaust, filled his nostrils. The familiar white noise of the city resonated in his ears. Distant car horns, the clattering of bins stirred by the wind, and the hurried footsteps of early risers. A somewhat worn New York back alley. Weathered brick walls, graffiti, and scattered trash bins, the air still held the dampness from last night's rain. Sunlight slanted down through the gaps between towering buildings, illuminating the dancing motes of dust in the air. Elijah shook his head, instantly donning a relaxed smile befitting a tourist. He adjusted his high-end suit, which appeared incongruous beside the trash bins, as if he had just emerged from a corner staff. Red, he called into the air, reminiscent of summoning his butler. At your service, sir. The chilling electronic voice resonated instantaneously within his implanted cochlear device, devoid of any delay. At the moment of traversal completion, the premier artificial intelligence of the Titan Corporation had already synchronized its arrival. A resounding hum, an unimaginably vast torrent of data surged forth, akin to a supernova's explosion, radiating violently from the location of Elijah, sweeping through all physical and virtual network conduits of this parallel universe's Earth. Satellite signals, fiber optic networks, wireless base stations, and even certain encrypted military and S.H.I.E.L.D. internal channels crumbled before the might of the red, their so-called firewalls and encryption protocols as fragile as soap bubbles in sunlight. Network access has been established. A comprehensive information model is being constructed, with data analysis underway. The voice of Red remains steady and unwavering, imbued with an air of omnipotent authority. Priority objectives. Confirm the current cosmic timestamp, spatial coordinates, significant event nodes, and the status of key individuals. Elijah nonchalantly tucked his hands into his pockets, leisurely sauntering out of the alley and blending into the sparse morning crowd of Manhattan, resembling an ordinary office worker. Directive confirmed. The processing speed of Red surpassed the limits of human imagination. The global satellite positioning network was commandeered, pinpointing precise coordinates. Latitude 40. 4251. Longitude -74. 0021 Manhattan, New York City. The date was May 4th, 2012 at 8:47:33. The global internet public nodes were scanned and information from social media, news websites, and public databases surged in like tsunami. Key terms extracted included Stark Industries Expo, anomalous weather reports from New Mexico, notifications from the Brooklyn Veterans Assistance Society, the whereabouts of Dr. Banner unknown, and the S.H.I.E.L.D, highly encrypted information with extensive data censorship. A breakthrough at the secondary encryption node was achieved. Crucial information emerged. Recent completion of renovations on the top floor of Stark Tower, the new arc reactor ready for operation, and the early modules of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Insight program having secretly launched, with the mothership's construction progress at 87. A World War II hero known as Captain America had recently been discovered and thawed from ice, with related information under strict control. Attempts to breach the highest level of encryption were met with formidable resistance, encountering an unknown energy encryption protocol. Forcing a breach could lead to the physical meltdown of the target network node and trigger preemptive alerts. Warning: the core database of the S.H.I.E.L.D. organization possesses high-intensity encryption, and forcing a breach carries exposure risks. Shall we proceed? The voice of Red remained frigid, yet provided an assessment. TSK, the egghead is quite well hidden. Elijah smirked, feeling little interest. Forget it. The small fry isn't worth alarming the snake. He decided to circumvent the issue, opting to model and infer using public and secondary information. Directive altered. Establish a probabilistic model to deduce key event nodes. The computational prowess of Red pivoted instantaneously. By synthesizing all public information, secondary intelligence, satellite remote sensing, and anomalies in social activities, Red arrived at a highly credible conclusion. Sir, based on the current information model, with a confidence level of 947, the target event signifies a large-scale dimensional incursion in New York City, alongside the unprecedented assembly of local defense forces. The anticipated trigger window begins now, extending over the next 24 to 72 hours. He lifted his gaze, peering through the sparse morning crowd and the gaps between towering skyscrapers, precisely directing his attention towards a particular area in Midtown Manhattan. There, atop an exceptionally futuristic skyscraper, a colossal, pristine Stark Industries emblem radiated a ghostly blue luminescence, shimmering in the sunlight. The stage was set, and the corners of Elijah's mouth curved into an increasingly expectant smile. It appeared that my box was situated atop that very building. He strolled leisurely towards the Stark Tower, as if merely attending a morning tea appointment with an old friend. The infinity stone on his wrist shimmered subtly under the morning light. Red maintained silent surveillance. The show is about to commence. Chapter 87. The Battle of New York begins punctually. Elijah ambled along the streets of Manhattan on that crisp morning, his hands tucked in his pockets. However, his heightened senses vividly unveiled every grim, chaotic corner of this familiar city within his mind. Suddenly, an ear-piercing screech of tires echoed from 2 blocks away, accompanied by a woman's scream and a brutish reprimand. A dilapidated sedan screeched to a halt at the corner convenience store, as 3 masked thugs violently shattered the glass door and stormed inside. Within mere seconds, they emerged clutching bulging bags, leaping into their vehicle, and speeding away, leaving behind shattered glass and the terrified cries of the store clerk. The entire episode unfolded with the swiftness of a poorly executed street performance, devoid of any siren's wail. "Hey, old man, wallet, phone, hurry the hell up." At the front of the alley, a young thug clad in a hoodie, with a menacing glare, aggressively yanked at the collar of an elderly man, brandishing a switchblade that glinted ominously in the morning light. The old man trembled in fear, futilely attempting to guard his pockets. Bang! Crash! Across the street, 2 intoxicated vagrants grappled over a bottle of cheap liquor, toppling a nearby trash can, scattering rancid food remnants and murky water everywhere, a putrid stench instantly permeating the air. Passers-by grimaced and detoured, their faces reflecting the habitual numbness and indifference. In just 3 short blocks, armed robberies, street muggings, pickpockets, and brawls erupted like festering sores upon the body of this city. Chaos, disorder, and a violent atmosphere enveloped the surroundings, akin to a tangible miasma of filth, thickly suffocating every corner. Damn it! Elijah couldn't help but mutter under his breath, his brow furrowing in a tight knot. He raised his hand, somewhat irritably loosening his tie, as if the intangible chaos surrounding him was rendering him breathless. This sensation was profoundly alien. In his universe, in his New York, ever since the colossal deity's worker drones took over the city's security network, all of this has become a spectacle reminiscent of ancient wonders, only visible in historical documentaries. What does a morning there look like? The streets gleam with such cleanliness that they could serve as mirrors. Trash bins are emptied punctually, and even stray cats have automatic feeding stations sponsored by the deity. Worker drones hover over the city's nodes and transportation hubs. Equipped with advanced sensors and energy fields, they can precisely pinpoint targets the moment criminal thoughts begin to stir. Order, efficiency, safety. This was the paradise he had meticulously crafted, the embodiment of his righteous order. Yet before him, this parallel universe's New York, tut. Elijah clicked his tongue in disdain. Watching a young man brandishing a knife as he snatched an elderly person's wallet, reveling in his audacity. This wretched place. It felt as though even the air was tainted. Elijah had completely lost interest in experiencing the pulse of the streets. The chaotic, polluted air was a torment to his nostrils. TSK. Cleanliness is found at higher altitudes. He pursed his lips, a thought flickering through his mind. Buzz. A fleeting glow emanated from the recess of the space gem embedded in his left wrist. There was no thunderous rift in space, no rippling waves of energy. Not even a whisper of air was disturbed. A pure, exquisite manipulation of spatial rules. In the next instant, his figure had silently materialized atop the iconic arched observation deck of Stark Tower. Beneath him lay the polished specialty glass. Above him a rare clear blue sky over New York, far superior to Gotham. It was chilling at such heights, yet the view was splendid. He approached the edge of the platform, casually resting his hands on the cold glass railing, gazing down at Manhattan, resembling a miniature model. The scenery was agreeable. Elijah assessed objectively. However, it was merely gilded on the outside, while decay lurked within. Elijah scoffed, withdrawing his gaze with a lack of enthusiasm. Such a degree of scenery could only be truly appreciated from the orbital fortress observing Earth. He turned, his eyes landing on the elegantly designed bar in the opulent top-floor lounge. Red had severed all physical sensors and surveillance. Behind the bar stood a wall-sized wine cabinet, displaying a collection of the finest vintages gathered by Tony Stark from around the globe. Elijah opened the cabinet door with familiarity, his fingers gliding over the rows of labels. Macallan Rare Cask, Pommel 25-year, and Eagle Rare Cabernet. He scrutinized with a discerning eye. The selection was decent, yet it lacked truly exceptional gems. Ultimately, he chose a bourbon that appeared to have a promising vintage, uncorking it to reveal a rich aroma of oak and vanilla that instantly filled the air. Elijah savored a sip, the full-bodied flavor melting on his tongue. It was tolerable. As he set down the bottle, preparing to relish this exquisite high-altitude morning drink, his gaze was drawn to two unassuming metallic rings, roughly the size of a wristwatch, resting upon the smooth black marble surface of the bar. The portable armor-summoning device's wristband belonging to Tony Stark. He placed his drink aside and picked it up, scrutinizing it closely. He recalled the genius of his universe's Tony Stark. Yet, upon observing this antiquated relic, which still required a button press and a waiting period for the armor to assemble from some obscure corner of the cosmos, a deviously mischievous thought sprang into his mind. What if I were to casually pocket this contraption? A classic impish grin spread across Elijah's face, reminiscent of a mischievous child contemplating a neighbor's electrical fuse. Just imagine, when the Chitauri come knocking, our dear Mr. Stark, in the midst of being ravaged by Loki, suddenly realizes, where's my light-up stick? The imagery was too delightful. The myriad of expressions on Tony's face, transitioning from shock to frenzy to despair, would undoubtedly provide Elijah with a year's worth of amusement. However, merely 2 seconds passed before he reconsidered. Never mind. The grin faded from Elijah's face as he pursed his lips, precisely returning the wristband to its original position. He lifted his glass once more, savoring another sip while casting a glance at the wristband lying quietly on the bar, his eyes glimmering with a hint of reluctant mercy. Though he was eager to witness the unfolding drama, he pondered, if this lad were to be caught unarmored and met his demise at the hands of some oblivious Chitauri foot soldier, the entertainment value of this New York battle viewing would be gravely diminished. After all, watching Tony Stark in pajamas being chased by aliens was far less riveting than witnessing him wielding his armor while navigating a wormhole with a nuclear bomb. For the sake of optimal viewing pleasure, Tony dear, your life-saving gadget shall remain with you for the time being. I trust you will put on a splendid performance shortly. He drained the remnants of his drink, gently placing the glass back on the bar before turning towards the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows. The distant horizon remained tranquil, yet he sensed that a storm was imminent. Suddenly, a faint energy wave pierced through his supersensory network. It bore the unmistakable characteristics of the Mind Stone. infused with potent mental manipulation and psychic allure. And it was alarmingly close, possibly just a few floors below. Elijah's fingers hesitated slightly as he held the glass, a smile creeping onto his lips. He chuckled softly. The show is finally beginning. Is little Loki unable to contain his urge to overturn the table? Elijah could perceive the faint waves of human panic and chaos emanating from below. Soon after, a more distinct and unabashed eruption of Mind Stone energy followed. Mental control, collective suggestion. With a slight curl of his lip, Elijah expressed his disdain for Loki's unimaginative opening act, yet the anticipation in his gaze intensified. However, the arrival of the appetizers hinted that the main course was not far behind. He raised his head, downing the last amber sip of wine, its spicy flavor igniting a thrill within him. This dismal place was no longer bearable. Casting a disdainful glance at the vast, azure sky above, he mused that the clumsy cosmic portal was surely destined to open right above him. The Xitarian's shabby spacecraft rained down like dumplings, accompanied by dust, noise, and that unmistakable scent of interstellar drifters wafting from the hapless soldiers. Such distractions severely compromised the viewing experience. As a connoisseur of ultimate enjoyment, how could he tolerate gathering dust beneath the stage? With that thought, he sprang into action. He deftly hurled his empty wine glass back to the bar, where it landed precisely on the polished surface. Simultaneously, a flicker of light emanated from the space gem on his left wrist. With a swift motion, he was no longer in the opulent lounge atop Stark Tower, but in a dimly lit space filled with cold technological ambience, adorned with colossal circular screens and intricate control panels. The screens cast a chilling glow over a group of uniformed personnel below, their expressions fraught with tension. The command center of S.H.I.E.L.D's aerial flagship, Fury Stronghold. The view here was splendid, boasting panoramic screens, live commentary, and complimentary popcorn. Elijah nodded in satisfaction, thoroughly pleased with his new vantage point. Just as he prepared to step through the portal, a more intense and ferocious wave of terror surged forth. A deafening hum reverberated. It was the power of the space gem forcibly breaching the cosmic barrier. The tumultuous energy surged forth like a bursting dam, soaring from the summit of Stark Tower. The fortified, tempered glass windows groaned under the strain. The building's energy system blared a sharp overload alarm. The ground shook. A column of energy erupted thousands of meters into the air. The fabric of space was violently torn asunder, revealing a colossal, swirling vortex of deep blue energy, its edges pulsating with chaotic power. Within the vortex lay an abyss of despairing cosmic depths, teeming with shadowy, menacing silhouettes of spacecraft. The Chitauri army, descending. The furious airflow swept across the top platform, causing Elijah's attire to ripple wildly. The shrill wails of alarms, the groans of the building's structure under the energy shock, and the distant echoes of terrified screams from the streets below intertwined, creating a prelude to an apocalyptic symphony. Elijah's face radiated the exuberance and awe of a child witnessing a grand fireworks display. Wow! Elijah whistled, his sound cutting through the tempestuous wind with clarity. This opening spectacle was worth every penny. He no longer lingered, a satisfied smile gracing his lips as he effortlessly stepped into the radiant portal before him. His figure vanished. At the pinnacle of Stark Tower, only the chaotic energy of the space raged, alarms blaring, and a haunting blue beam of light pierced the heavens as if a divine punishment had been unleashed. Meanwhile, within the silence of the S.H.I.E.L.D. aircraft carrier, the command center was filled with personnel, all transfixed and rendered speechless by the cataclysmic scenes displayed on the main screen. Suddenly, a portal, shimmering with a spectrum of 4 colors, opened without warning in the space beside Fury's designated seat at the command podium. Elijah Adams stepped forth with the ease of someone returning to their own living room. He casually snatched a bag of freshly opened potato chips from a stunned agent's desk, popping one into his mouth with a crisp crunch. In the stillness that felt as if time had been paused, under Fury's wide-eyed stare of astonishment. And, as Agent Hill instinctively reached for her weapon, Elijah munched on his chips while eagerly gesturing at the main screen, showcasing the battlefield of New York, reminiscent of a hellish tapestry. "Hey, egghead, don't just stand there," he mumbled, his tone as relaxed as if he were discussing a sports match. "The show is about to begin. Hurry up, zoom in. I want to see how Tony, in that antiquated suit of his, is being chased down by those extraterrestrial locusts. Chapter 88. Watching live coverage while eating chips, Elijah Adams casually stood in the command center of the aircraft carrier, continuing to crunch on the bag of chips he had acquired, his demeanor unperturbed. However, the atmosphere surrounding him was as tense as a frozen lake, poised to shatter at the slightest sound. A semicircle of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, including Commander Hill, had him surrounded, their weapons trained unwaveringly on every vital point of his body. Fingers tightly gripped their triggers, knuckles pale from exertion. The air was thick with the scent of gunpowder, sweat, and an overwhelming sense of impending tension. Each agent was a product of the most rigorous training, the elite among elites. Yet at this moment, confronted by this enigmatic man who seemed to render the aircraft carrier's defenses irrelevant, they felt like children wielding toy water guns against a slumbering prehistoric beast. Frozen in place, Hill's gaze was fixed on Elijah, her mind racing with frantic assessments. Speed? Unknown. Defense? Unknown. Abilities? Unknown. How had he breached all the barriers of the aircraft carrier to appear directly in the command core? Most critically, all the formidable heroes were absent from the ship. Hulk was nowhere to be found. Tony was in New York, and Captain Rogers and Natasha were below evacuating civilians. The aircraft carrier was now filled solely with support staff and technicians. What could they possibly do against this unfathomable presence? All right. Elijah swallowed the chips in his mouth and finally decided to speak. His voice, laced with a tone reminiscent of coaxing a child, shattered the silence, yet instinctively elevated the aim of all the weapons by an inch. Could you all just relax and stow those weapons? He gestured towards the pulse pistol closest to him. It looks intimidating, but it wouldn't even tickle me. In fact, it could easily misfire and injure you instead. Quite impractical, wouldn't you agree? He spread his hands in a gesture of harmlessness, though it only served to amplify the irony of the moment. Let me reiterate, I am one of you. At least today, I stand on the side of Earth. He merely happened to be passing by, drawn to the spectacle. He pointed at the main screen, which displayed the hellish battlefield of New York. The ethereal blue beam emanating from Stark Tower pierced the heavens, while countless Chitauri drones descended like a swarm of locusts. Explosions erupting throughout the city. Iron Man's red and gold figure maneuvered through the throngs of enemies, appearing remarkably small and beleaguered. Now look at this chaos. It's more exhilarating than an annual sci-fi blockbuster. Elijah's tone was filled with detached admiration, even tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. Tony's old armor seems ready to fall apart, doesn't he? Truly pitiful. His remarks ignited Fury's suppressed fury. Who are you? This is not your private theater. How did you breach the defenses of the aerial mothership? What are those objects on your wrist? What is your purpose? Answer immediately. Otherwise, no matter your abilities, S.H.I.E.L.D. will regard you as a hostile target. The final statement was delivered with unyielding resolve, and the atmosphere tightened to a breaking point. All agents steadied their weapons, their breaths nearly suspended. Hill's hand even rose slightly, poised to issue the command to fire. In the face of Fury's aggressive demeanor and the dozen weapons primed to strike, Elijah's smile remained unaltered, even deepening slightly. He leisurely popped another chip into his mouth, crunching it audibly. Hey, Egghead, don't be so uptight. Name? Elijah Adams. How did you get in? The Space Stone? Ring a bell? The core of that cosmic cube you all fought so hard for, only to have it stolen by Loki? Purpose? I've mentioned, just here for the show. He paused, his tone adopting a benevolent air. And to lend you a hand. He met Fury's shocked, skeptical, and highly alert gaze with clarity, proclaiming, I'm not watching this for free. You do your thing, and I'll just observe. However, should that group of children below lose control and create a minor inconvenience, or if there are those foolish enough to attempt to exploit the chaos, a glimmer of icy, golden-red light flashed in his eyes. Then I shall intervene. This statement, light as a feather, struck Fury and all the agents with the weight of 1,000 hammers upon their hearts. Fury's mind felt overloaded. His singular eye fixed intently upon Elijah, seeking even the faintest trace of deceit upon his countenance, yet only finding an abyss of tranquility and unwavering confidence. The demeanor of his counterpart, the commanding presence he exuded, all heralded the terror of his identity and power. Open fire? Fury instantly dismissed this foolish notion. The cost was simply unbearable. Moreover, it appeared that Elijah was merely an observer, perhaps even one who pledged to safeguard the situation. Fury's chest heaved violently. The tumultuous waves of his singular "I" ultimately subdued, transforming into a profound stillness, laden with immense doubt and reluctant concession. He slowly, albeit rigidly, raised his hand, signaling to the agents around him, who were on high alert, with an exceedingly weighty gesture. "Lower your weapons." His voice emerged dry and hoarse, akin to sandpaper grating. The command was given, yet the agents' fingers remained firmly clenched around their triggers, their gazes filled with reluctance and tremendous pressure. "Lower your weapons?" In the face of such a perilous presence? "Lower your weapons." Fury raised his voice, infused with an undeniable authority and a hint of suppressed fury. A cacophony of reluctant metallic scraping ensued. The agents gritted their teeth, their eyes still locked onto Elijah, slowly and stiffly lowering their weapons. Yet their fingers remained tightly gripped around the trigger guards, their bodies taut as bowstrings. Their vigilance had not diminished in the slightest. Elijah observed this scene, nodding in satisfaction. He flashed a smile at Fury, one that conveyed a sense of understanding, and then eagerly pointed back to the main screen. "Now this is more like it. Harmony breeds prosperity." Elijah's voice returned to its previous levity. "Come now, Director Fury, don't just stand there, why not find a seat? Or could you please switch the third screen to the Brooklyn Bridge? I wager 50 cents that Captain America will surely put on a classic S.H.I.E.L.D. ricochet show on the bridge." The main screen of the command center was divided into several windows, faithfully portraying every harrowing frame of Manhattan's hellscape before the assembled crowd. The shrill wail of alarms, the chaotic shouts over the communication channels, and the piercing shrieks of energy weapons formed the background soundtrack of this epic disaster film. And there sat Elijah Adams, the most esteemed spectator, now reclining with his legs crossed, the bag of chips in his hand nearly empty. He watched with rapt attention, occasionally emitting indistinct clicks of his tongue or commenting on certain areas of the screen, entirely oblivious to the deepening frowns on the foreheads of the surrounding agents, as well as Fury's countenance, which appeared as if coated in layers of black paint. Come, let's get a close-up. Let's give Tony a special feature." Elijah enthusiastically directed, as if he were the one in charge. The corner of the screen instantly zoomed in, locking onto the airspace near Star Tower. There, the crimson and gold armor found itself in a dire numerical disadvantage. A dozen menacing Chitauri single-person aircraft, spewing blue energy blasts, were closing in from all directions, launching a frenzied attack on Tony. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The concentrated energy blasts rained down like a torrential storm. Tony's maneuvers were reaching their limits. The armor executed astonishing aerial stops, rolls, and sharp turns. Energy blasts grazed the armor's exterior, detonating in fiery explosions against nearby buildings. "Jarvis, lock onto them. Prioritize the big ones." Tony's voice crackled over the public channel, laced with evident breathlessness and a hint of desperation. Bang! A palm-mounted cannon accurately struck one of the aircraft, obliterating it mid-air. However, the cost was steep, as another energy blast harshly collided with his shoulder armor. Blinding sparks erupted. The armor staggered. "TSK, TSK, TSK." Elijah shook his head, wearing an expression of pained disbelief. Look, this manual targeting, this evasive maneuvering, and that pitiful armor defense. A single hit sends him reeling. Fury, Hill, the agents, internally. If you think you could do better, go ahead. The scene shifted to the vicinity of the Brooklyn Bridge. Captain America, Steve Rogers, was valiantly fighting amidst burning vehicles and panicked crowds with nothing but his mortal strength. His vibranium shield swirled into an impenetrable silver disc. Clang, clang, clang. Several energy blasts were deflected by the shield, one even being cleverly ricocheted to strike a distant Chitauri infantryman. "Protect the civilians. Retreat to cover," Steve commanded loudly, executing a sliding tackle that sent his shield crashing into the face of an advancing Chitauri soldier, sending it flying. The movement was clean and precise, exuding a graceful blend of power and technique. Oh, here comes a classic shot. Elijah excitedly clapped the armrest of his chair, pointing at the screen. "Did you see that? I told you he would play the shield rebound. Angle, force, timing. Beautiful. Textbook level." But in the next moment, Steve was ambushed by a Chitauri soldier concealed behind the wreckage of a truck. An energy blast grazed the outer side of his thigh, the searing pain eliciting a pained grunt, momentarily slowing his movements. Alas, what a pity. Elijah clicked his tongue in regret. Despite being bound by flesh, his endurance was still inadequate. If this were in our realm, a single injection of the Titan's foundational enhancement serum would have healed such minor abrasions in no time. His stamina would triple against these petty adversaries. He could charge from the Brooklyn Bridge straight to Central Park without so much as a breath. Fury. Cut to the next scene. Natasha Romanoff maneuvered a commandeered S.H.I.E.L.D. assault vehicle, drifting wildly through the chaotic streets. Hot on her tail were 3 relentless Chitauri aircraft. She sharply turned the steering wheel, sending the vehicle careening into a narrow alley. Simultaneously, she leaned out the window, firing twin pistols. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets struck precisely at the vulnerable points of the aircraft's engines and cockpits. One spiraled out of control and crashed into a wall, while another spun downwards. Impressive. Such driving skill. Such marksmanship. Elijah admired wholeheartedly. The Black Widow was still the Black Widow. Clean and efficient. I relished this style. However, Natasha's vehicle was soon struck by an energy cannon descending from above, hitting the hood. The car instantly lost control and rolled. In a split second, Natasha kicked open the door and rolled out, her face covered in dust with a gash on her arm. TSK, the car is done for. Elijah immediately shifted the blame. Alas, your world is truly backward. Without my Titan, it seems the people of America still live in dire straits. Elijah's sarcasm earned him several eye rolls. Chapter 89. Thanos' heavy investment. The atmosphere in the command center of the skyship had grown unbearably tense. The shrill alarms, chaotic communications, and the flickering explosions on the screens intertwined into a suffocating symphony of doom. Nick Fury stood before the command console, his single eye locked onto the main screen, which reflected an unprecedented gravity and a hint of despair. Iron Man's Mark 7 was battered and bruised, its thrusters dim. Captain America leaned on his shield, gasping, blood seeping from his leg wound. The Hulk, though still roaring and hurling foes, bore several scorch marks from energy weapons. Black Widow and Hawkeye were perilously pressed by an unending wave of Chitauri infantry. The original Avengers had fallen into a bitter struggle. The city was ablaze, and the civilian casualty figures gnawed at everyone's nerves. Fury's hand had already slipped into the inner pocket of his heavy coat. His fingertips brushed against the pager that could summon Captain Marvel. Carol Danvers was the last resort. He wished to avoid using her unless absolutely necessary, but at this moment, Elijah's keen supersensory perception distinctly captured the vibrations emanating from the pager in Fury's pocket. He raised an eyebrow slightly, a playful smirk gracing his lips. "Oh, Egghead, are you preparing to call for help? Do not be hasty. The grand performance has merely reached its zenith." As if to affirm his words, and perhaps sensing Fury's desperate resolve, a colossal spatial wormhole abruptly transformed on the main screen. With a resounding hum, a massive circular spacecraft emerged from the wormhole, landing in the park. From this vessel descended 5 figures of varying sizes and bizarre forms. They were the Black Order, the most formidable vanguards under Thanos. Such a significant investment from Thanos in this universe was astonishing. Their appearance instantaneously altered the battlefield's dynamics. The Avengers, who had been barely holding their ground, now faced a 100-fold increase in pressure. General Corvus Glaive set his sights directly on Captain America. His weapon tore through the air with a chilling shriek. Aimed at Steve's head, the speed was unparalleled, and the force was utterly terrifying. Steve barely managed to raise his vibranium shield in a desperate defense. Bang! A deafening roar erupted. Dust filled the air. Ebony Maw hovered above the battlefield, his withered fingers gracefully lifted. With telekinesis akin to an invisible hand, he effortlessly tore down several burning truck wrecks from the street, massive advertising billboards, and even the load-bearing walls of a half-collapsed building. These terrifying projectiles, weighing tons, rained down upon Natasha, who was entangled with Chitauri foot soldiers, and upon the nearby S.H.I.E.L.D. team attempting to evacuate civilians. No! Natasha's pupils constricted as she gazed in despair at the towering steel ruins descending upon her. There was nowhere to flee. Black Dwarf let out a thunderous roar that shattered glass, charging like a humanoid tank towards the Hulk. The immense meteor hammer descended with the force of annihilation. Boom! The ground seemed struck by a meteorite, instantly creating a massive crater several meters in diameter. The shockwave sent surrounding Chitauri soldiers flying. Although the Hulk roared and raised his powerful arms in defense, he was staggered by this overwhelming might, his feet sinking deep into the ground. The clash of these two titanic forces sent tremors through the entire street. Supergiant hovered at the battlefield's center, a purplish energy aura subtly pulsating around her. She refrained from launching a direct assault, yet wherever her abyss-like gaze fell, both battling soldiers and fleeing civilians were gripped by an irresistible wave of fear and chaos emanating from the depths of their souls. Some clutched their heads in anguish. Others abandoned their weapons in frantic flight, and even a few turned to attack their comrades. Her mere presence was the ultimate weapon for dismantling the will to resist. Despair. True despair surged like a chilling tide, instantaneously engulfing the entire battlefield. It also submerged the command center of the aerial mothership. Fury's singular eye widened in shock, his pupils constricting, his grip tightened around the communicator, knuckles turning white. The terrifying power exhibited by the Black Order has even subdued the mightiest of beings, Thor. This is an adversary that the Avengers cannot possibly contend with. Calling Carol is the only option. Agent Hill's pallid complexion resembled that of a ghost, her voice trembling ever so slightly as she bellowed into the communication channel. All units, maximum alert. Target, the newly emerged quintet of high-energy entities. Repeat, maximum alert. Before her words could fully dissipate, a languorous and somewhat impatient voice resonated through the eerie silence of the command center. Elijah finally rose from his seat with an unhurried grace. He adjusted his attire and stretched luxuriously, the joints in his body cracking softly. Although he maintained a demeanor of casual amusement, a flicker of genuine interest danced in his eyes. Initially, he merely wished to observe the battle in New York from the world. Elijah smacked his lips. Little did he anticipate that Thanos would even send the Black Order. It seems I shall have to stretch my legs a bit, for it has been quite some time since I displayed my prowess, and I must refresh my skills. His gaze swept over the 5 ominous figures radiating a terrifying aura on the main screen, as if appraising a few somewhat intriguing toys. No need to summon your Captain Marvel. Elijah's voice retained its languid, nonchalant tone. Yet, beneath this unremarkable cadence, Nick Fury's singular eye widened with alarm. A bone-chilling sensation surged suddenly from his tailbone, racing up to the crown of his head. The fingers gripping the communicator froze instantly. I can handle it, Elijah added casually. Moreover, if you truly summon her, I should be able to eliminate her as well. Boom! This statement detonated like a mental bomb within Fury's mind. Carol Danvers. She is the indomitable Captain Marvel, capable of traversing the cosmos in her physical form, confronting interstellar fleets head-on. In Fury's perception, she represented Earth's last and most formidable guardian. Yet, in the mouth of this man, she was reduced to a mere option that could be casually dispatched. This was no longer mere confidence. It was a complete and utter indifference, a disdainful oversight of all existence. Fury felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, instinctively loosening his grip. Elijah lifted his left hand with casual ease. Buzz! A portal, shimmering with an ethereal glow at its edges, materialized before him. Within lay a battlefield engulfed in smoke. Flames reaching skyward, filled with the shrieks of energy weapons and the roars of monstrous beings. The war-torn landscape of New York. With a single step, Elijah vanished into the portal. It closed instantaneously, leaving the command center enveloped in silence, alongside the tumultuous waves of Fury's thoughts and an unprecedented flicker of fear in his singular eye. Manhattan, the heart of the battlefield. This place has unequivocally descended into a hellish nightmare. Burning vehicles, shattered glass, and the debris of buildings litter the streets, while the acrid stench of smoke mingles with the metallic tang of blood, inducing a sense of nausea. The original Avengers find themselves like solitary vessels amidst a tempest, cornered by an unending onslaught of Chitauri foot soldiers and the 5 formidable Black Order members, who descend upon them like demonic deities. Steve Rogers, leaning against a collapsed wall with his scratched vibranium shield, kneels in exhaustion, gasping for breath, his left arm hanging limply by his side. He watches helplessly as the terrifying hammer of Ebony Maw descends once more upon the staggering Hulk. Tony Stark's armor sputters with unstable light, its shoulder and chest plates marred by cracks and shard marks. The frantic alarms of J-A-R-V-I-S pierce his ears. Hulk emits a furious and defiant roar, bracing himself against yet another mighty blow from Ebony Maw, yet the overwhelming force drives his feet deep into the ground, fissures appearing across his rocky form. The colossal being hovers at the center of the battlefield, a purple energy aura radiating like a plague, heightening the fears and chaos of all present. Despair coils around each heart like a cold, venomous serpent. In this moment of impending doom, a portal suddenly materializes at the heart of the battlefield, drawing the gaze of every combatant. An enemy incursion? Steve's pupils constrict as he bears the agony to raise his shield. Tony swiftly adjusts his repulsor. Clint readies his last arrow, while Natasha grips her handgun tightly. Even the raging Hulk temporarily halts his struggle with Ebony Maw, his crimson gaze fixed warily on the portal. At the precipice of tension, just as an attack seems imminent, a voice reverberates through the Avengers' communicators. Cease fire. It's a friend. I repeat, it's a friend. Do not attack. Nick Fury's hoarse, yet urgent shout carries an unprecedented hint of panic. The Avengers freeze in their tracks. A friend? At such a time? From such a place? As their suspicions simmer and their instinct to attack is forcibly suppressed, Elijah Adams steps nonchalantly through the portal, as if having just concluded an afternoon tea and now heading to the next grand soiree. The contrast with the hellish battlefield, the grotesque monsters, and the bloodied heroes is absurdly stark. The portal closes behind him, plunging the battlefield into an eerie, fleeting silence. Even the frenzied Chitauri seem momentarily cowed by the unexpected presence and strange aura of this human. General Proxima Midnight's crimson gaze locks onto Elijah, her blade humming ominously. The spear of Corvus Glaive begins to coalesce with purple energy at its tip, and for the first time, a grave expression crosses the gaunt face of Cull Obsidian. As the massive stone he controls hovers in midair, the black dwarf star emitted a deep, resonating roar, momentarily sparing the Hulk as its colossal form shifted towards a new target. The nebulous visage of the supergiant turned to face Elijah, with a violet energy aura subtly pulsating. The Avengers, encircled at the center, gazed at this impeccably suited man, as if they had encountered a specter from another realm. In an instant, Tony's visor completed its scan, yet the feedback nearly caused a system crash. Energy readings? Unknown. Threat level? Off the charts. Vital signs? Non-human. Steve's gaze fixated on the radiant ornaments adorning Elijah's wrist. An unprecedented sense of peril, rooted in his super soldier instincts, sent chills down his spine. Fury, how could you call this one of our own? Tony exclaimed in exasperation over the comms. What manner of malevolent deity crawled out from the rifts of another dimension? Elijah, entirely unfazed by the lethal, wary, suspicious, and fearful stares directed at him from all sides, elegantly raised a hand to adjust the slightly disheveled hem of his attire, tousled by the battlefield winds. Then, he slowly lifted his head, his profound gaze sweeping over the 5 dark generals suspended like demigods in the air, a smile of intrigue gracing his face. Very well. Elijah's voice, though soft, pierced through the cacophony of the battlefield with an undeniable authority. This does not concern you. It is time for you to depart. He subtly flexed his left wrist, and the deep violet light within the recess of the Power Stone surged into a brilliant blaze. Chapter 90. The overly dramatic display of power. Elijah's fingers on his left hand gradually curled inward. There were no earth-shattering premonitions. It was merely a casual gesture of clenching his fist. Yet, in that instant, a vast, intangible wave of terrifying energy emanated from him, expanding in a perfect spherical form. This was not merely a shockwave. It was the pure essence of cosmic power. The violet glow was not blinding. Rather, it possessed a profound and otherworldly beauty, gently sweeping across the entirety of New York City, relentlessly spreading outward. Purification. This singular term encapsulated the scene. All Chitauri soldiers touched by this violet aura, whether they were the ferocious infantry bellowing in rage, the low-flying pilots of their crafts, or the twitching remnants recently felled by the Avengers, were as though cast into the heart of a star. A barely audible sound, akin to sand scattering in the wind, echoed. There are no screams, no explosions, no carnage. Those Chitauri soldiers, who a mere second prior had been zealously attacking, exuding a menacing aura, along with their cold armor, energy weapons, and the debris of their crafts, instantaneously transformed into the finest, shimmering cosmic dust illuminated by violet light. The entire battlefield of New York was rendered pristine at a visible pace. The flames still burned, the collapsed structures remained, and the acrid smoke lingered. Yet all impurities belonging to the Chitauri Legion have been utterly obliterated, as if they had never existed at all. One moment, the battlefield was a cacophony of hellish turmoil, and in the next, only the eerie silence of the wind, the crackling of flames, and the heavy, bewildered breaths of the Avengers remained. The world had been cleansed. Beneath Tony's visor, his mouth fell agape, his entire being frozen in place. Steve, bracing his shield, momentarily forgot the excruciating pain in his arm. His gaze vacant as he stared at the desolate street, as if caught in a dream. Natasha and Clint, back to back in their defensive stance, appeared almost comical, their minds blank as they beheld the sudden disappearance of their foes. Hulk ceased his roar, confusion flickering in his eyes for the first time. He scratched his enormous green head, gazing at the spot where the Black Dwarf had just been grappling with him. Even Fury Hill, and all the agents in the command center of the capital ship stood transfixed, their eyes glued to the now pristine main screen. Eradication. Complete eradication. This was not merely a battle, but divine retribution. Yet amidst the purified battlefield, 5 figures stood resolute, like rocks battered by a tempest. The Black Order. Their energy armors and potent psychic fields erupted in blinding brilliance as the indiscriminate cleansing tide of the Power Stone swept over them. The dark silver armor of Corvus Glaive, the deep blue energy suit of Proxima Midnight, the energy shield of Ebony Maw, the rocky armor of Black Dwarf, and the purple halo of Supergiant flashed wildly, resisting the annihilating force. They had not been instantly reduced to dust, but it was evident that they were far from unscathed. Corvus Glaive's armor was riddled with web-like cracks, and his weapon-wielding arm trembled slightly. A trickle of purple blood seeped from Proxima Midnight's lips. Ebony Maw's usually composed, scholarly visage was replaced by an expression of grave concern and dread for the first time, as his psychic field fluctuated violently. Black Dwarf's massive form bore deep gashes and scorch marks in his rocky armor, and he let out a low, pained growl of anger. They had barely withstood the onslaught of the Power Stone, but at a significant cost. In this moment, they fixed their incredulous and furious gazes upon the man at the center of the battlefield. Elijah slowly lowered his left hand, the purple light of the Power Stone receding. He lifted his head, his gaze leisurely scanning the 5 disheveled figures, as if appraising a collection of rather intriguing artifacts. "Oh, you are still standing?" Elijah's voice carried a note of unexpected admiration, which swiftly morphed into blatant disdain. "TSK, it seems the uniforms Thanos provided you are of better quality than those ragtag soldiers." However, his gaze lingered on Corvus Glaive's cracked armor and trembling arm, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Quality is merely passable. Corvus Glaive? The name may sound imposing, yet regrettably, the level of life remains too low." Before the words could fade away, a hum resonated as Elijah's figure abruptly manifested before the general of the Reaper's Blade. The proximity was so close that one could nearly sense the aura of bloodlust emanating from him. The general's crimson pupils constricted sharply. Instincts of combat propelled him to instantly swing his massive blade. The edge tore through the air, infused with an energy of death, slicing towards Elijah's neck with a terrifying velocity. This strike embodied his utmost fear and rage. However, Elijah did not even glance at the weapon. His left hand surged forward in advance. There was no radiant energy, only the superhuman strength and speed bestowed by the power gem. A resounding clap echoed, reminiscent of a watermelon splattering upon the ground. The general's head, along with his prideful blade, was instantaneously obliterated by that seemingly delicate alabaster hand, transforming the air into a mist of mingled bone fragments and metallic shards. The headless corpse swayed momentarily, maintaining the posture of a blade wielder, before collapsing onto the dust-laden ground. The first, Elijah flicked away non-existent stains from his hand, his tone unperturbed. The Dark Knight's neighbor star emitted a heart-wrenching shriek. Her husband had been slain before her eyes. She descended into utter madness. The divine gun erupted with an unprecedented, blinding violet light. With a resolve to perish alongside him, she thrust fiercely towards Elijah's back. The speed was unparalleled. Elijah couldn't even be bothered to turn around. Casually, he lifted his left hand backward, the yellow glow of the mind gem flickering momentarily. A hum resonated. An invisible force of mental energy surged into the frenzied consciousness of the Dark Knight's neighbor star. The purple energy coalesced upon the divine gun, as if forcibly redirected. With a piercing sound, the gun, along with the horrific energy it harbored, penetrated her own chest without impediment, under her desperate and incredulous gaze. The purple energy erupted within her. She gazed down at the wound she had inflicted upon herself, her eyes filled with bewilderment and anguish. The second, a tragic sacrifice? Quite touching, Elijah commented insincerely. Arrogant. For the first time, a grotesque expression revealed itself upon the withered face of the ebony throat. His emaciated hands thrust forward with sudden force. An immense telekinetic power surged into action, not aimed at Elijah, but controlling the surrounding tons of debris, twisted steel, and even a segment of a skyscraper's load-bearing column. These formidable masses coalesced into a supermassive rock, several dozen meters in diameter. With the might to crush all, it hurtled towards Elijah. This was his ultimate strike. A spectacle. Elijah scoffed, extending a finger towards the whirling, supermassive rock. The deep purple radiance of the power stone coalesced into a tiny point at his fingertips. With a gentle touch, a soft pop echoed, akin to the sound of a bubble bursting. The supermassive stone, which had gathered the entirety of the Yuwood's mental energy and possessed the capacity to obliterate half a block, vanished silently, dissipating into the air. Yuwood's emaciated form stiffened abruptly, his eyes brimming with absurdity and disbelief. Had his mental energy been forcibly erased? A torrent of black, viscous blood, mingled with fragments of internal organs, erupted from his mouth. A mental backlash. It felt as though every bone in his body had been wrenched away, causing him to tumble helplessly from the air. The third, mental energy? Who do you think you are? Go play in the mud. Elijah retracted his finger. Roar. The black dwarf was utterly enraged. The death of his companion had driven him to the brink of madness. He discarded his hammer, his colossal form charging forward with a brute force to crush everything in its path, bowing his head in a frenzied assault towards Elijah. Each step sent tremors through the earth. Quite a display of strength. Elijah stood his ground, neither dodging nor flinching, even nodding in affirmation. Just as the black dwarf's tank-like bulk was about to collide with him, Elijah casually raised his right foot. Bang! A resounding thud reverberated, enough to make one's heart skip a beat. Elijah's polished leather shoe met the black dwarf's forehead, as hard as rock and studded with spikes, with unwavering precision. The black dwarf, propelled by enough momentum to collapse mountains, was abruptly halted in his tracks. The immense recoil sent tremors through his massive body. The ground beneath him erupted with a thunderous crack. Spiderweb-like fissures spread for several meters. Yet he could advance no further. The black dwarf raised his grotesque head, confusion flooding his enormous eyes. He could not comprehend, for he felt no trace of the Infinity Stone's power. A flicker of disappointment crossed Elijah's face. A pity that his intellect resembled that of stone. With a slight exertion of his right foot, a crack echoed, reminiscent of shattering rock. The black dwarf's head, harder than steel, appeared as if crushed by a million-ton hydraulic press, instantaneously deforming and splintering. Blue, white, and gray shards of hardened bone armor exploded in a radiant burst. The headless titan swayed, and then collapsed with a thunderous crash, kicking up a cloud of dust. The fourth, brute. Elijah withdrew his foot, the tip of his shoe remaining unblemished by blood. The battlefield lay in a chilling silence, with only one supermassive figure remaining. She fixated on Elijah, her eyes swirling with unprecedented fear and a profound sense of despair in the face of a higher-dimensional existence. She suddenly spread her arms wide, no longer attempting to exert mental control. Instead, she condensed her entire life's spiritual energy into a silent yet soul-rending, invisible psychic wail. This was her final and most potent assault, directly targeting the essence of the soul. The intangible tempest of mental fury swiftly engulfed the battlefield, causing even the distant Avengers to experience a wave of intense dizziness and nausea. However, at the eye of the storm stood Elijah Adams, who did not even furrow his brow. He had grown weary of his pretentious display and chose not to exert further effort, his eyes glowing with a fierce heat as his gaze effortlessly evaporated the colossal figure. In an instant, the vast mental force vanished. With a dismissive glance at the spot where the colossal figure had once been, Elijah wrinkled his brow in disdain. Psychic abilities? A rather crude display, aesthetically unpleasing, and boasting an ostentatious, garish style. Thus, the fearsome Black Order under Thanos was completely obliterated from this universe. The entire process flowed seamlessly, imbued with an eerie elegance. Elijah nodded in satisfaction, turning to face the original Avengers, whose minds were utterly incapacitated, and a remarkably affable smile graced his face. Well then, the trash has been cleared away. Shall you continue? Or does anyone wish to challenge me? His tone remained casual, laced with his characteristic smile as he addressed them. Chapter 91. After the show, it's time to go home. The genial expression on Elijah's face appeared to the original Avengers as terrifying as a demon rising from the depths of hell. The power he had just exhibited had utterly shattered their cognitive frameworks. The air was thick with heavy breaths and the pounding of racing hearts. Thor's grip on Mjolnir was slick with cold sweat, his knuckles turning white. He fixated on the gems, shimmering with radiant auras around Elijah's wrist, his throat dry. He had witnessed the Infinity Stones and even handled the Tesseract, aware of their formidable powers and the terrifying backlash they could unleash. Yet, this man wielded them with an ease as natural as breathing, effortless and unburdened. This utterly overturned all the knowledge passed down through generations in Asgard. Odin had never mentioned the existence of such entities beyond the pantheon. Speak up. Elijah's voice shattered the oppressive silence. Why the long faces? Isn't a victory celebration customary? Am I not to be treated to a meal? I did lend a small hand, after all. He even raised his hands in a gesture of innocence. In response, he was met with a profound silence and wide, horrified eyes. Steve's shield instinctively remained raised before him, while Tony's broken mask flickered with a faint energy from his palm repulsor. Natasha and Clint maintained their defensive stances, and Hulk's massive green form slightly curled, revealing an instinctual trepidation. Elijah gazed upon their battle-ready expressions and could no longer suppress a laugh, which resonated distinctly across the desolate battlefield. All right, I shall cease my jesting. Observing your countenances, I fear that lingering here may truly frighten you into a state of disarray. The spectacle has concluded. It is time for me to depart. His gaze casually swept over the ravaged landscape and the few figures frozen in place, before he nonchalantly added, in any case, this territory shall soon become my mining site. Perhaps next time, I shall send a fleet to claim it. The moment his words fell, Elijah activated the teleportation device on his wrist, vanishing back to his own realm. After a brief silence, Tony abruptly lifted his battered helmet, revealing a pallid face slick with sweat. He inhaled deeply, his voice hoarse beyond measure. Fury, are you still there? Did you just refer to him as one of our own? You consider that being one of our own? He just claimed he would turn this place into a mining site. Did you hear that? Steve, leaning against his shield, fought against the pain coursing through his body and the overwhelming mental shock, his voice grave and somber. Director Fury, we require an explanation regarding that individual, the device on his wrist, and his reference to a mining site. He raised his gaze towards the still active azure wormhole above Stark Tower, his expression fraught with complexity. Thor fixated intently on the spot where Elijah had vanished, murmuring to himself, his tone laden with disbelief and a reverence for the higher dimensional existence he had just encountered. In the command center of the airborne mothership, silence reigned. Fury's singular eye remained fixated on the main screen, which now displayed a battlefield that was eerily clean, yet more chilling than before, alongside the disoriented Avengers. Agent Hill stood beside him, her complexion equally ashen, lips pressed tightly together. The communicator crackled with Tony's furious outbursts and Steve's inquiries. With great deliberation and stiffness, Fury lifted his hand to cover his face. Through the gaps in his fingers, his unseeing eye remained glued to the screen. An explanation? What could he possibly say? The formidable power that man had exhibited, his nonchalant words, and his attitude towards viewing an entire universe as a mining site transcended the bounds of S.H.I.E.L.D. and even surpassed Fury's comprehension of threats. This was divine retribution, a walking calamity. With a heavy sigh, Fury lowered his hand, his eye now filled with an unfathomable weariness and a profound sense of helplessness. Addressing the communication channel, his voice was raspy. Everyone's priority is to close that damned wormhole. Immediately. Everything else can wait until we have survived this ordeal. He deliberately avoided all inquiries regarding Elijah, for he simply had no idea how to respond. Elijah's figure reappeared in his office, where the climate control system maintained an exquisitely comfortable environment, starkly contrasting the cacophony of the battlefield he had just experienced. He casually tugged at his collar, his face not bearing the marks of fatigue, but rather radiating an exhilarating excitement that seemed insatiable. 2 excursions through parallel universes. One a heartwarming family drama, and the other a breathtaking epic disaster film, had bestowed upon him an unprecedented joy. It was exhilarating, truly exhilarating. The manipulation of timelines, the alteration of destinies, the opportunity to both witness and direct the grand narratives of parallel universes. This supreme sense of control and participation far surpassed any pleasure derived from tending to his own garden. A spark of anticipation flickered in his eyes. Although the uproar of the New York battle had been sufficiently addressed, it still left him craving for more. He smacked his lips, as if he had merely sampled an appetizer. The true spectacle lay ahead. The thought of the final battle caused Elijah's lips to involuntarily curl upwards, forming a smirk imbued with wicked delight and absolute confidence. Thanos himself, adorned with that infamous gauntlet, would descend into the fray, while the Avengers lamented their plight, culminating in an epic brawl. The imagery, the visual effects, the dramatic tension, merely envisioning it sent shivers of excitement through him. That promised to be far more thrilling than the New York conflict. Now, that was a true, iconic moment. He smacked his lips again, unable to suppress his inner musings. How absurd. That purple potato Thanos had a second-rate temple, and Ronan had his lackluster dark aster to flaunt, while he, the mighty god, had to traverse the cosmos on foot. Tony, oh Tony, couldn't you expedite that quantum leap device? 100 battle groups. Imagine the prestige. He could almost visualize the astonished expressions of the indigenous inhabitants of the parallel universe upon the fleet's arrival. Just as this urging thought bubbled to the surface, he promptly suppressed it. Never mind, he muttered with a hint of resignation. It wouldn't hasten matters. That lad was a brother, not one of those workers under Sophia, who would disappear at the mere hint of a hefty bonus. If pressed too hard, he might just walk away, and I would bear the consequences. As he forcibly repressed the grand vision of the fleet's leap, another, more amusing thought swiftly took precedence. A mischievous grin spread across Elijah's face. Those few who had come from the final battle had likely grown weary from waiting, perhaps even to the point of despair. It was the perfect time to entertain them and alleviate their boredom. The thought of Parallel Tony's frustrated yet feigned calm demeanor, alongside the anxious visage of earnest Steve, filled him with mirth. As the idea crystallized, the ethereal glow of the space stone swirled before him, and a stable portal opened instantly, leading directly to the discreetly luxurious yet presently tense reception room of the Titan base. Elijah stepped through. In the reception area, the atmosphere was so heavy it felt as if one could wring water from it. Tony Stark, Steve Rogers, Bruce Banner, and Scott Lang, having traversed the timeline from the endgame, sat stiffly on the sofa, their expressions rife with unshakable anxiety and restlessness. Clearly, at this critical juncture of life and death, none of them had the luxury of slumber. "Hello, everyone," Elijah greeted, his face adorned with a brilliant smile, his voice lighthearted as if he were merely hosting a casual tea gathering. "It's been a few days. I've missed you all. How has your stay at my 5-star establishment been? Comfortable, I trust? All the food and drink you could desire?" As the spokesperson for this small team, Parallel Tony inhaled deeply, suppressing the urge to roll his eyes, striving to maintain a tone of calm. "Thank you, Mr. Adams. The accommodations are impeccable." However, he paused, his gaze sharp as he looked at Elijah. "We are exceedingly concerned for our comrades left behind. Time is of the essence, and we wish to return promptly." "Oh, are we in a hurry?" Elijah feigned realization, waving his hand dismissively. "Rest assured, we shall be departing shortly." As for the equipment, the single-person version has long been prepared. With a shift in tone, he spoke with unabashed pride. Not to boast, but our universe's Tony Stark possesses a far more capable mind than yours. The device he devised for traversing dimensions is stable and efficient. A single charge allows for hundreds of effortless trips. How about that? Jealous, are we? This blatant comparison caused parallel Tony's eye to twitch involuntarily. He stifled the impulse to retort and mustered a stiff response. Oh, is that so? Quite impressive indeed. The insincerity and frustration in his tone were nearly palpable. Huh. Elijah reveled in parallel Tony's discomfort, delighting in his predicament. He relished this mischievous feeling. His smile shifted to one of twisted amusement. Oh dear, young Tony, your reaction suggests I am not receiving due respect. Since the good news seems to bore you, he intentionally elongated his words, taking pleasure in the way the four on the sofa tensed up. Even Scott instinctively retracting his neck. Shall I present you with some bad news to invigorate your spirits? In an instant, Elijah's smile morphed into something sinister in the eyes of the four. What bad news? Steve nearly leapt to his feet, his blue eyes filled with profound fear and urgency. He had endured too much loss. Any bad tidings were enough to stretch his nerves to their breaking point. Tony, Banner, and Scott also sprang up, their gazes fixed intently on Elijah. Elijah savored the transformation of their expressions, speaking slowly. According to reliable intelligence, to obtain the Soul Stone from Vormer, there exists a small, yet crucial prerequisite. He deliberately paused, allowing the tension in the air to thicken. A sacrifice is required. He enunciated the word with chilling clarity, cold and ruthless. Sacrifice? Banner's voice shifted in pitch, his pupils behind the glasses abruptly constricting. Yes, sacrifice. Elijah nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over their astonished faces. A soul for a gem. To acquire what you desire most, you must offer your most cherished. Love serves as both the key and the offering. His eyes ultimately settled on Steve and Tony, a trace of cruel amusement dancing within them. You claim that Clint and Natasha are the ones going for the gem? Then the question arises, which of these two would you prefer to leave beneath that frigid precipice? No. Steve let out a near-despairing roar, his towering form swaying as if struck by a sledgehammer. His eyes instantaneously filled with bloodshot veins, the look in them suggesting he might kneel before Elijah at any moment. His voice laced with desperate pleading. Mr. Adams, there must be another way. I implore you. Surely there is a solution. ISNT there? We cannot afford to lose either of them. Banner's complexion turned ashen, his lips trembling, rendered speechless as immense pain and terror threatened to engulf him. Natasha was someone he regarded as family, even more than family. Tony's expression was equally grim, his fists clenched so tightly that his nails nearly pierced his flesh. Clint and Natasha were comrades he could never abandon. He suddenly turned to Elijah, his voice hoarse. You must be jesting. This is an absurd rule. Even Scott was taken aback, muttering, Sacrifice? This is utterly insane. Rules are rules, Elijah shrugged, his tone imbued with a detached indifference, yet subtly leaving a sliver of hope. The regulations of Vormer are quite absurd, even to me. However, he deliberately prolonged the final word, savoring the flicker of renewed hope igniting in Steve's eyes. There are indeed ways to navigate this. Chapter 92. Let us go steal someone else's gem. There are methods. Elijah wore a leisurely smile that suggested he knew their urgency, but urged them to remain calm. However, I value fair trade above all else. I cannot undertake this endeavor without recompense. Can I? Seizing upon the last thread of hope, Steve spoke without hesitation. As long as it prevents sacrifice, ensuring Clint and Natasha return safely and securing the Soul Stone, we are willing to pay any price. Any. He emphasized the word any with unwavering resolve, ready to bear any burden for his comrades. Delightful. Elijah snapped his fingers, seemingly appreciative of Steve's stance. The plan is quite simple indeed, utilizing precise temporal coordinates for navigation. We shall intercept Clint and Natasha before they reach the precipice of Vormer, ensuring that they do not even come close to that cursed cliff. He paused, his smile morphing into an exceedingly lecherous grin, imbued with the smugness of a successful thief. As for the Soul Stone, he chuckled. After all, it is not a unique artifact. The cosmos is vast, with innumerable timelines. There must be one or two unfortunate souls clutching one, or on the verge of acquiring one. We simply need to exert a little effort to procure one. After all, traversing the multiverse is as effortless as strolling through one's own backyard these days. Ha ha ha. To Steve and the others, his laughter echoed with the audacity of a rogue. Tony, however, was not swayed by this seemingly straightforward plan. His gaze sharpened as he focused intently on Elijah, cutting straight to the heart of the matter. The proposal bore a striking resemblance to the style of Adamus. So, what is the cost? What do you require from us? He was all too familiar with such transactions, particularly those involving Elijah Adamus. Elijah's smile instantly vanished, replaced by an expression of utmost seriousness, as if he were negotiating a monumental deal spanning several star systems. Clearing his throat, he articulated the terms. The cost is quite reasonable. I require every member of the Avengers present, as well as the remaining individuals on your side. Banner, Clint, Natasha, Thor, Wanda, and none shall be omitted, to collectively serve my company, Titan Industries, for 500 years. He extended 5 fingers, shaking them to emphasize this astronomical figure. The workplace will be within your own universe. The task is straightforward. Assist me in expanding our territories and plant the banner of Titan in every corner of your cosmos. How does that sound? A fair bargain indeed. 500 years of labor in exchange for the lives of your brethren and the stone. A 2-for-1 deal. 500 years. Scott Lang was the first to exclaim, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Mr. Adamus, this is more ruthless than usury. How could we possibly endure 500 years? I would consider myself fortunate to live another 50, thanks to modern medicine and luck. This is an unreasonable demand. He felt as if he were the subject of a ludicrous jest. TSK, little ant, is your perspective so limited? Elijah cast a disdainful glance at Scott, as if regarding an unsophisticated bumpkin. Since I dare to propose a 500-year contract, rest assured I possess the means to ensure your compliance for the entirety of that period. What is the core technology of Titan? Biological enhancement, gene editing. Extending life is as simple for us as replacing a battery for you. Do not speak of 500 years. If I desire, I could grant you a millennium, transforming you into a cosmic evergreen. His tone was imbued with an undeniable confidence, as if stating the most mundane of facts. Tony's mind raced with possibilities. The burden of working for the Titan for 5 centuries is overwhelmingly suffocating. Akin to a bond of servitude, this is a far more ruthless transaction than merely demanding money or resources. It effectively purchases the entirety of their team's future. Yet, contemplating the brutal sacrifices that Clint and Natasha may face, and the goal of reversing the infinite to save half of all sentient beings, he took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening to an extraordinary degree, as if he were striving to secure the last vestiges of advantage at the negotiation table. We accept the price. However, the conditions must be escalated, Tony declared with unwavering conviction. First, it must be guaranteed that this operation will safely return everyone. This includes Clint and Natasha, whom we're bringing back, as well as the 4 of us. Not a single soul can be lost. Second, it must be ensured that other forces in our universe do not descend into madness or attempt to cause destruction upon learning that we are working for you for 500 years. You must have a means to make them accept this fact. Third, during the period of servitude, the Titan must not interfere with the autonomous development of other civilizations in our universe, unless they pose a direct threat to the Titan's interests or order. If you agree to these 3 stipulations, we shall sign this 500-year bond of servitude. Tony's demands were exceedingly stringent, almost as if he were placing shackles upon Elijah. Surprisingly, upon hearing this, Elijah not only refrained from anger, but burst into hearty laughter, even regarding Tony with a degree of admiration. Well done, young Tony. You possess courage. You know how to negotiate. No problem. I agree to all your terms. He waved his hand grandly, exuding an air of generosity. Non-interference with other civilizations? A trivial matter. The Titan is only interested in valuable mining sites. Worthless debris is of no concern. He dismissed it as a minor issue, easily clapping his hands together. Then it is settled with great pleasure. I understand the spirit of the Covenant. His smile radiated brilliantly, as though he could already envision the Avengers donned in uniforms emblazoned with the Titan's insignia, expanding their dominion under his command. Prepare your bedding. Oh no. Prepare to toil for your new master, Lord Elijah Adams of the Titan, for a lifetime of glorious endeavors. The first task is to rescue our comrades. Tony, Send over the data coordinates for Clint and Natasha that you've set up. I will serve as your interstellar taxi driver. Without a moment's hesitation, Tony swiftly manipulated his wrist device. The coordinates were precise, the timing impeccable. Elijah glanced over, casually advancing the timestamp by a minute. All set. He withdrew his hand with satisfaction, directing his gaze towards a fully armed and tense quartet, clad in grayish-white shuttle suits that, while functionally akin to Ant-Man's attire, now appeared as if four small creatures were poised to be tossed into a spinning washing machine. Are you all ready? Elijah's voice brimmed with excitement for the thrilling adventure that lay ahead. The seasoned driver is ready to embark on a thrilling journey, inviting you to experience the exhilaration of a true race. Tony gazed at the timestamp, subtly adjusted by Elijah, remaining silent. Steve took a deep breath, nodding vigorously, as if to bolster his own courage. Banner adjusted his glasses, his expression a blend of gravity and a hint of trepidation towards the unknown. Meanwhile, Scott anxiously checked the seals of his jacket, muttering incantations under his breath. Heaven forbid this contraption falls apart halfway. Observing their tense demeanor, Elijah could no longer contain his laughter. Relax, fellas. Take it easy. It's not like we're going to challenge Odin. His tone was as lighthearted as if they were merely heading out for a picnic. Let us go. With no further ado, Elijah activated the biofield, enveloping Tony, Steve, Banner, and Scott in an instant. They hardly had time to gasp or resist before feeling themselves lifted off the ground by a gentle yet irresistible force. Immediately, the device on Elijah's wrist sprang to life. Buzz, hold tight. Here we go. In the next moment, they arrived at their destination, their feet firmly planted on solid ground once more. A piercing cold wind, mixed with icy snowflakes, sliced against their faces. Before them loomed the iconic, desolate crimson sky of Vormir, along with the formidable long bridge leading to the Soulstone altar. Just 100 meters ahead, two figures clad in quantum suits were stepping onto the bridge, only to abruptly halt. Clint Barton and Natasha Romanoff, their faces reflecting the tension of deep infiltration and a barely perceptible anxiety about their uncertain fate, turned slowly in astonishment as if they had seen a ghost. Their eyes pierced through the howling snowstorm, locking onto the five figures that had suddenly appeared at the bridge's edge, especially the one standing at the forefront, Elijah Adams, whose face bore a slight smile. Clint and Natasha's minds momentarily froze. Upon witnessing the shock and bewilderment on Clint and Natasha's faces, Steve, Tony, Banner, and Scott instantly discarded their battle suits, braving the biting cold and swirling snowflakes as they sprinted towards the two on the bridge. Clint, Natasha, Steve's voice quivered with uncontainable excitement and relief. Banner was the first to reach Natasha, his massive arms enveloping her with an overwhelming strength, pulling her into a tight embrace. The force was so great it elicited a soft gasp from Natasha. Bruce? Natasha, momentarily taken aback by the sudden embrace and the familiar warmth, quickly sensed the tremor in Banner's arms and the profound fear it contained. Instinctively, she returned the embrace, her voice laced with confusion and a subtle warmth. How did you get here? The plan was never meant to unfold this way. Her words were abruptly interrupted by Scott's trademark exclamation. Hey, Nat, Clint, surprised? Unexpected? If you don't hurry, you two might end up playing a deadly game of who jumps off the cliff wins in this godforsaken place. He exaggeratedly mimicked a diving motion. A deadly game? Natasha abruptly lifted her head from Banner's embrace, her gaze shifting to Clint, who wore a similar expression of gravitas and shock. She turned to Scott, her tone laced with incredulity and urgency. How did you know? Clint, and I just heard that damned rule from that wretched creature's mouth. She looked towards Steve and Tony, seeking answers. Without hesitation, Scott pointed towards the figure leisurely approaching from behind, Elijah Adams. There, it was him. This concerned citizen informed us, and it was he who whisked us away in an instant. More punctual than an Amazon delivery, Natasha and Clint's gazes immediately zeroed in on Elijah. Their expressions a tapestry of shock, confusion, vigilance, and a glimmer of hope amidst despair, yet overshadowed by immense skepticism towards this enigmatic individual. Natasha inhaled the frigid air of Vormir, as if steeling herself for a resolve. Gently pushing Banner aside, she straightened her back, her gaze sweeping over Steve, Tony, and Banner, finally resting on Clint's face, revealing a bittersweet, resigned smile. I understand. Thank you for coming. It's truly a comfort to see you all one last time. Her voice was remarkably calm, yet imbued with an undeniable determination. It's decided. I shall go. Clint, you have a family. You must bring everyone back. As she spoke, she turned a step once more onto the long bridge leading to death. No, Natasha, stop. Banner nearly shouted, gripping her arm once more. There is no need for sacrifice. No one has to jump. We can find a solution. He looked urgently at Elijah. A solution? Natasha whirled around, her icy blue eyes brimming with confusion and a hint of irritation at the interruption. What solution, Bruce? We need that stone. That is the only rule. Sacrifice is imperative. The rules loomed over her like cold shackles, making it impossible to believe there was another way. The only rule? Tony Stark finally spoke up, his voice icy, laced with a sense of being cornered, forced to accept a humiliating reality. He pointed at Elijah, who stood nonchalantly to the side, each word seeming to be squeezed from between clenched teeth. The solution is that we need not abide by this ridiculous rule. The cosmic enthusiast, Mr. Elijah, will personally escort us to the timeline of another unfortunate soul, retrieving a ready-made soul stone with ease. Simple, brutal, and efficient. After all, he is currently a cosmic bandit, a professional in this very endeavor. Young Tony, Elijah, who had been keenly observing the emotional spectacle of life and death, suddenly froze at the term bandit, his smile instantly faltering, as if invisible black lines were etched upon his brow. He immediately protested, a note of indignation coloring his tone. Mind your language. Call me boss, your majesty, or emperor if you will, or perhaps respected cosmic resource optimization specialist would suffice. Bandit, that's far too demeaning. We are engaged in cross-temporal resource optimization. Scott could barely contain himself, stifling a laugh with his hand. Natasha and Clint, however, were utterly bewildered, their minds struggling to process the explosive information. Natasha glanced at the flustered Tony, then at Elijah, who wore an expression of a serious businessman, and finally contemplated the so-called resource optimization. For the first time, her resolute demeanor cracked, revealing sheer absurdity. At that moment, a chilling, ethereal voice, seemingly echoing from the depths of hell, pierced through the wind and snow, laden with confusion and displeasure. Who dares to disrupt the sacred sacrificial ceremony? The Red Skull, a phantom-like figure, slowly emerged from the other end of the bridge, his hood concealing a twisted visage filled with anger at the interruption and a flicker of uncertainty regarding the uninvited Elijah. Natasha observed the Red Skull, then glanced at her group of reinforcements, ultimately fixing her gaze on Elijah. She opened her mouth, and the words that emerged were but two, imbued with the complexity of relief and incredulity, softly yet unmistakably articulated. Thank you. Chapter 93. The Sacrifice of Steve's Beloved. Suddenly, the mocking smile on Elijah's face faltered slightly. A faint, yet extraordinarily peculiar wave brushed against the depths of his consciousness. It was neither a sound nor an image, but a resonance derived from the very essence of life itself. Warm and endearing, it bore an indescribable familiarity, as if a long-lost friend was reaching out from afar. The Soul Stone. In an instant, Elijah grasped the essence of this wave. The orange gem, ensnared within the confines of rules and hidden between dimensions, had actively transmitted a greeting to him. The sensation was utterly marvelous. It did not exist as a tangible entity in the present realm of Vormir. Rather, it seemed to inhabit a higher, elusive dimension. Yet, it was indeed observing him, perhaps with a hint of curiosity and recognition. How intriguing, Elijah mused to himself, a playful smirk gracing his lips. It appeared that the powers of my four little treasures were continuously being absorbed and assimilated by me, even to the extent that my essence had led this soul stone to form an illusion. They perceived me as an equal, or perhaps as a being of a higher order. The sensation of being approached so directly intrigued him immensely. This fleeting exchange ignited a multitude of thoughts in Elijah's mind. It was not that it did not wish to manifest, but rather that it required a specific key to breach the barriers of dimension. His gaze traversed the long bridge leading to the precipice, landing on the Red Skull specter, exuding an aura of decay. The ancient rule of sacrificing a soul might very well be that key. A soul of substantial essence, as an offering, could generate an energy shockwave potent enough to tear apart the dimensional veil, facilitating the gem's arrival. A rather sinister notion quietly took root in Elijah's heart. Rules? Keys? The voice within him brimmed with curiosity and a hint of malevolence. If a soul was required as a medium to lure it forth, why entangle oneself in the notion of a beloved? Was there not a ready-made, reasonably substantial material before him? His gaze fixated on the red skull at the other end of the bridge, still radiating displeasure while attempting to uphold the ceremonial atmosphere. That cursed soul, trapped on the planet Vormer for countless ages, was itself a colossal, distorted amalgamation of negative energy. Was there a more perfect subject for experimentation? A beloved? Huh. Elijah scoffed inwardly. Who decreed that offerings must be pure and virtuous? A soul steeped in hatred, twisted, and cursed for eons might harbor even more potent energy. A perfect opportunity for repurposing. This thought rapidly took root and flourished within Elijah's mind. His gaze towards the red skull shifted from viewing it as an obstacle to perceiving it as a mere experimental resource ready to be cast into the cauldron. Elijah lightly clicked his tongue, a lazy yet dangerous smile resurfacing on his face, adopting an expression of utmost innocence. He casually pointed towards Steve Rogers as if assigning a trivial task. "Steve, you go ahead." Steve paused, his blue eyes filled with confusion. "Me? Yes, you." Elijah affirmed with a nod, a malicious smile curling at his lips as he articulated clearly. "Push your beloved off." "What? Adams? Are you insane? Steve's beloved? Who? Peggy? No, absolutely not. You devil." In an instant, the previously relaxed atmosphere tensed dramatically. Tony's repulsor blast ignited with a blinding brilliance, aimed directly at Elijah. Steve tightened his grip on his shield, muscles coiled, fury blazing in his eyes. Clint and Natasha swiftly trained their weapons on Elijah. Even Scott instinctively assumed a defensive posture. Despite knowing the futility of his actions, Elijah's quip, which brazenly crossed their absolute threshold, ignited a fierce rage among all present. The atmosphere was suddenly thick with the scent of impending conflict. Instead of feeling anger, Elijah surveyed the vibrant energies and the seething glares directed at him. And to everyone's astonishment, he chuckled lightly, even offering a round of applause as if appreciating their spirited response. Quick on the uptake. This fervent unity against a common foe is commendable. It was as if he were praising a group of children for their enthusiasm. With a leisurely motion, he raised his hand in a gesture of calm, speaking with a tone that suggested their misunderstanding was amusing. Now, let's not get too worked up. We must handle our weapons carefully to avoid any unfortunate incidents. He gestured towards Tony's palm cannon. When I speak of my beloved, I do not refer to the lively beings that occupy your minds. I mean that floating entity over there. Elijah's voice dripped with unabashed disdain. That tattered, mold-ridden, cursed relic. The red skull. He gestured as though describing a filthy rag. Push him down, Elijah instructed Steve, his tone reminiscent of coaxing a child into conducting an experiment. Let me see if using this exquisite offering can lure out that soul stone. I distinctly sensed its vibrations just a moment ago. It is nearby, albeit well hidden. He added, as if justifying his scientific curiosity, rubbing his temples with an expression that conveyed the effort it took to explain himself. In an instant, silence enveloped the group. The glow of Tony's palm cannon flickered and extinguished awkwardly, its energy dissipating into the frigid air. Steve held his shield aloft, his anger frozen in place as if time had paused, morphing into a blend of confusion, absurdity, and profound embarrassment. Following Elijah's pointed finger, he turned his gaze toward the floating red skull. Beloved? The red skull? Banner's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape, as if he had just heard the universe's ultimate punchline. Clint and Natasha's weapons also lowered slowly as they exchanged glances, each reflecting a mutual sense of exasperation and the desire to voice their incredulity, but unsure of where to begin. After a suffocating silence of several seconds, Steve's voice trembled with shock, as if his worldview had been forcibly reshaped. He pointed shakily at the red skull. You mean to say that ridiculous floating rag is the red skull? Captain America's incredulous exclamation cut through the snowstorm, resonating with unusual clarity. The red skull? Tony snapped back to reality, his eyes fixed intently on the apparition beneath his helmet, his voice rising in pitch. That Nazi lunatic from World War II? How could he possibly be here? And in such a grotesque form? He felt as though his mind was struggling to grasp the gravity of the situation. The Red Skull? The guardian of the Wormier Star? This is even more ludicrous than Tony hearing about Thanos retiring to cultivate the land. All eyes were fixated on the spectral visage of the Red Skull, which Elijah had described as a tattered rag, situated at the far end of the bridge. At that moment, the twisted face of the Red Skull was unmistakably etched with a blend of unbridled fury, profound humiliation, and a hint of shock and embarrassment, as if he had been publicly stripped of his dignity. He had heard all. That damned, sudden intruder had dared to label him a tattered rag. He was treated as some sort of experimental specimen. Insolent maggot. The ethereal voice of the Red Skull transformed from a pretentious tone into a piercing, anguished roar that resonated through the howling wind and snow. How dare you profane the sacred? His anger rendered him almost incoherent. Enough. Elijah impatiently interrupted him. If you can't articulate your thoughts clearly, it's best you remain silent. It's exhausting to listen to. Be quiet. He casually raised his left hand, and the space stone flickered with a faint glow on his wrist. Buzz. An invisible force of spatial energy descended instantaneously, binding the Red Skull firmly in place. He opened his mouth in vain, unable to produce even a whisper, resembling a specimen nailed to the air. Done. Elijah clapped his hands and turned to the still-dazed Steve Rogers, his tone urging. Come on, Captain, stop dawdling. Quickly, throw this tattered rag over the edge. He gestured toward the cliff. Our time is precious. Let us see if this method works. If it doesn't, we must proceed. Hurry up. Steve gazed at the immobilized Red Skull, whose contorted face, even from a distance, exuded decades of accumulated chill, hatred, and decay. He instinctively felt a wave of strong physiological revulsion, furrowing his brow and instinctively retreating half a step, his voice tinged with evident reluctance. Mr. Adams, do I really have to handle that thing? To touch the essence of the Red Skull with my own hands, even if he is restrained? This is far more distressing than facing the serum again. Ugh, what a hassle. Elijah rolled his eyes, as if Steve were being unreasonable. He was too weary to engage in further discourse, and with another casual wave of his left hand, the glow of the space stone flickered almost imperceptibly. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the Red Skull, previously hovering near the bridge, vanished and reappeared with uncanny precision at the edge of the cliff. A mere nudge would send him into free fall. There, I've placed him for you. Complimentary delivery to the cliff's edge. Elijah nodded with satisfaction as if he had completed a delivery service, then gestured to Steve with an unmistakable eagerness for the spectacle. Hurry up. Don't dawdle. Just a step away. Take aim and kick him off. We need to finish up and move on to the next scene. Steve gazed at the Red Skull teetering on the edge of the cliff, then glanced at Elijah, whose expression conveyed an almost casual urgency to dispose of the refuse. He felt the mixed gazes of his companions behind him, blending sympathy, encouragement, and intense curiosity. Taking a deep breath of the frigid air of Vormir, the Captain of America, under the scrutiny of all, strode toward the precipice with a gait that bordered on the tragic. He lifted his right foot, fixing his gaze upon the Red Skull's face, marred by resentment and humiliation. With a resolute determination that suggested he was all in, he delivered a powerful kick to the Red Skull's back. The Red Skull's form tumbled like a discarded ragdoll, plummeting into the abyss below, which seemed ready to consume all. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on the vanishing figure of the Red Skull and the ominous darkness beneath the cliff. Chapter 94. Elijah, who would perish if he did not submit. Steve Rogers stood at the cliff's edge, resembling a student awaiting exam results, his body rigid and posture awkward. He craned his neck, peering into the unfathomable depths of the shadowy chasm, then turned, seeking solace in the concerned faces of his companions. Tony, arms crossed, wore a frown that deepened despite his helmet remaining unsealed. Banner's gaze reflected a scientist's confusion mingled with a hint of I knew it wouldn't work. Natasha and Clint huddled together, scanning their surroundings warily, fearful that something monstrous might leap from the abyss. Silence was punctuated only by the howling wind. Finally, unable to endure the eerie stillness and the focused stares of his companions, Steve awkwardly cleared his throat and scratched the back of his head. The anticipated response seemed absent. The void below remained ominously still, devoid of any sound. He shrugged, his expression a mixture of exasperation and a subtle discomfort regarding the Red Skull's uncertain fate. Mr. Adams, should we consider an alternative approach? He cast another glance at Elijah, tossing the conundrum back to him. In an instant, all eyes shifted from Steve to Elijah Adams, their expressions rife with inquiry, expectation, and a hint of barely perceptible skepticism. Was this sacrificial method truly reliable? Yet, under the collective gaze, Elijah appeared to transcend the moment, seemingly oblivious to Steve's awkward remarks and the scrutiny of his peers. His awareness had already latched onto a peculiar force, quietly coalescing in this desolate, silent land, a surge of extraordinary energy. It was the power of the soul, pure, vast, and profound, imbued with the ancient essence of the universe's inception. Like a tidal wave, it surged toward him from all directions, growing ever more potent and vivid. This force does not draw one into an orange alternate dimension as depicted in films. No, it is far more direct and assertive. It does not alter space. Rather, it is pure energy, a soul force that transcends physical form, piercing directly to the essence of life, is wildly converging, swirling, and coalescing around him. It is as if the soul gem, hidden within the crevices of dimensions, has sensed the power of the four corresponding gems within him, realizing his formidable existence, capable of harboring them, eagerly yearning to return home. This sensation is truly marvelous. As Elijah immersed himself in this extraordinary surge of soul energy, a faint yet profoundly pure orange light quietly ignited from the depths of the eternal darkness below the cliff. It's done. Elijah's voice, though soft, resonated with certainty. Done was done. Steve, still standing at the edge of the cliff, turned back with a bewildered expression. Mr. Adams, Tony began to inquire. Just as he spoke, a beam of orange light, embodying the essence of all emotions and life in the universe, erupted violently from the consuming darkness below the cliff. With a sense of jubilant exhilaration, it tore through the perpetual gloom of Womir, transforming into a brilliant stream of light that shot directly towards Elijah. The speed was beyond anyone's reflexes. "Watch out!" Natasha and Clint exclaimed almost in unison, instinctively moving forward, but the light was too swift. However, Elijah appeared to have anticipated this moment. He casually and effortlessly raised his left hand, fingers slightly spread, as if welcoming a long-lost friend. A soft sound, akin to a droplet falling onto a jade plate, resonated. The heart-stirring orange light, upon touching his palm, instantly retracted, submissively transforming into a round and lustrous orange gem. The soul gem. It lay obediently in the palm of Elijah's hand. Scott's jaw nearly dropped to the snowy ground. The subsequent words caught in his throat. Did he really obtain it this easily? Did the sacrifice to Red Skull truly work? And so willingly? Steve gazed at the gem lying quietly in Elijah's hand, then looked down at his own foot, which had just kicked a tattered rag, his expression a complex blend of emotions, tinged with an indescribable sense of accomplishment. Tony fixated on the gem, then glanced at Elijah's relaxed expression that seemed to say, "I told you it would work." The corners of his mouth twitched beneath the mask, ultimately managing to utter two words, "absurd." Elijah, however, paid no heed to their reactions. His entire focus was absorbed in a wondrous connection with the gem nestled in his palm. A wave of joy and familiarity, emanating from the depths of his soul, surged through his fingertips into his consciousness. This was not his emotion, but the emotion of the gem itself. It resembles an entity that has slumbered in a desolate dimension for eons, finally discovering a kindred spirit capable of comprehending its essence. The sheer delight in that moment is unfathomably clear. Subsequently, there exists vastness. The soul gem unveils its deepest treasures, a boundless expanse of cosmic laws governing the soul. The mysteries of life's essence and the origins of emotion and consciousness surge forth like a torrent, inundating Elijah's awareness and being. This sensation is more profound and immediate than when he absorbed the previous four gems. Each soul that ebbs and flows in the universe, its faintest oscillations, are now distinctly perceptible to him. With closed eyes, he quietly revels in the baptism and fusion of this soul power, a faint smile of satisfaction unwittingly gracing his lips. This journey to Womir was indeed worthwhile. Moments later, the tumult of the soul's deluge gradually subsides, transforming into a restrained yet monumental force, harmoniously circulating within him. He gazes contentedly at the compliant orange gem resting in his palm, and then, under the complex scrutiny of the onlookers, casually presses it against the infinite bracelet on his left wrist, which already houses 4 gems. A subtle resonance hums. The 5th socket illuminates precisely. The soul gem finds its perfect place, the orange radiance intertwining splendidly with the other 4 colors. The 5th gem is secured. Behold, Elijah proudly raises his wrist. The 5 gems on the infinite bracelet shimmering brilliantly, his smile dazzling to the point of blinding, his voice brimming with unabashed pride. I told you it would be effective, didn't I? The Red Skull's rag is remarkably potent. Trust me, and you shall attain immortality, my newly appointed staff. He deliberately emphasized the word staff, his gaze sweeping over Steve, Tony, and others. Steve, observing the bracelet exuding terrifying energy, then glancing at Elijah's triumphant demeanor, twitched his lips, ultimately letting out a resigned sigh and averting his gaze. Natasha and Clint exchanged a knowing glance, both perceiving the unspoken apprehension regarding their boss's reliability. Scott, murmuring softly, quipped, "Immortality? Well, being a laborer for 5 centuries doesn't seem too enticing, does it? All right, let us secure our spoils." Elijah contentedly lowered his wrist. "Now, we only lack the final gem, the reality stone, or, as you refer to it, the ether particle." He turned to Tony. "Your Lebowski should be able to procure that without issue, correct?" He raised an eyebrow, the implication unmistakable. Can that seemingly dim-witted fellow manage it? Upon hearing the name Lebowski, a look of disdain instantly crossed Tony's face. He rolled his eyes and retorted without mercy, "Ah, Adams, your question possesses a certain depth. If that Lebowski, who could be incapacitated by a mere stun gun, were to undertake such a delicate task across time and space." He exaggeratedly shrugged his shoulders and suggested that we might as well begin preparing his obituary, while also contemplating how to explain to Jane Foster that her ex-boyfriend had been reduced to cosmic dust. He shifted his tone slightly, softening it with a hint of camaraderie. Fortunately, his partner was Rocket, though the little raccoon was known for his sharp tongue and foul temper, constantly seeking valuable parts. In critical moments, he proved to be more reliable than 10 Lebowskis combined, with him keeping watch as long as Lebowski did not trip and fall into a time rift. Acquiring the ethereal particles should pose no significant challenge. Tony's tone conveyed confidence in Rocket's abilities, yet remained steeped in mistrust towards Thor. "Well then, since you have such unwavering faith in that, talking panda, let's call it a day for now. We shall return to my domain for some much-needed rest. Once my Tony finalizes the quantum leap engine, we shall set forth." At that moment, he swiftly tapped a few commands on the interface. Raising his gaze to Steve, his smile radiated a near-malevolent brilliance, his voice laced with a delightful anticipation. "Ladies and gentlemen, next, we shall bear witness to a long-overdue rendezvous, delayed by a full year." Surprised? Astonished? Ha ha ha. He erupted into an unrestrained laugh, as if about to enjoy the year's most splendid emotional spectacle. "Adams, wait, you cannot." Steve's expression instantly morphed. His blue eyes filled with unprecedented panic and dismay. He knew all too well what Elijah intended to do. The expressions of Tony, Banner, Natasha, Clint, and Scott shifted dramatically, filled with shock, curiosity, sympathy, and Scott's pure, gleeful excitement at the unfolding drama. However, Elijah offered no one the chance to intervene. In the instant Steve uttered the word "cannot," Elijah's left hand pressed down forcefully. Buzz! A violent sensation of spatial tearing enveloped everyone. The familiar dizziness and chaotic pull of temporal turbulence descended upon them once again. Steve's unfinished protest was abruptly silenced, drowned out by the roar of the leap. In the next moment, they felt their feet firmly on the ground, their chaotic senses swiftly recalibrating. The acrid scent of disinfectant, the mingling aromas of old paper and ink, and a faint hint of coffee filled their nostrils, a quintessential smell of a post-World War II office. They stood in a corridor, dimly lit, leading to a slightly ajar wooden door adorned with Peggy Carter's nameplate. Warm light spilled through the crack. Elijah's malicious grin stretched nearly to his ears as he made a shushing gesture. Then, like a clumsy mime, exaggeratedly mouthed instructions to Steve. "Go on, Captain. Your female protagonist is right there. Steve Rogers, the Captain America who can wield Thor's hammer, stands frozen in place, his complexion oscillating between crimson and pallid, his heart racing as if it might burst from his chest. He fixates on that door, as if it were the very gateway to hell. To push open that door now, to meet Peggy, in front of everyone, he feels as though he might suffocate. Tony, arms crossed, regards the door with a look of complex emotions, then glances at the mortified Steve. Just as the tension reaches its zenith, and Steve nearly bolts in panic. The creaking sound of the partially ajar wooden door echoes as it is pulled open from within. A figure clad in a perfectly tailored khaki military-style skirt suit, her hair impeccably styled, emerges with a folder in hand. Peggy Carter. Her gaze initially rests on the documents, imbued with the focus of work and a hint of barely perceptible fatigue, habitually lifting her eyes toward the corridor, poised ahead in a certain direction. Her footsteps suddenly freeze as if the play button had been pressed. The folder clatters to the polished floor, scattering papers everywhere. The world seems to fall silent. The sounds of typewriters, telephone rings, and the rustle of pens all vanish. Peggy Carter's usually sharp, composed eyes widen in astonishment. She fixates on the man at the end of the corridor, the golden-haired, blue-eyed Steve Rogers. Her lips part slightly, as if she wishes to speak, yet no sound emerges. Only the rapid rise and fall of her chest betrays the tumultuous storm of emotions roiling within her. Shock, confusion, disbelief. Ultimately, all her feelings coalesce into a cautious inquiry. Time appears to stretch into an eternity, yet also seems to pass in but a fleeting moment. Finally, Peggy's voice breaks the silence, husky and trembling, a whisper that resonates in the hearts of all present. Steve? She takes a tentative step forward, as if fearing that the figure before her might dissipate like a mirage. Then, as if confirming something, her beautiful eyes brim with tears, her voice imbued with a near-commanding firmness tinged with reproach. You're late, soldier. Chapter 95. Preparations before departing for the multiverse after successfully securing the Soul Stone on Vormir and orchestrating a splendid time-travel rendezvous for Captain America. Generously granting Steve and Peggy Carter an extended vacation of over 10 days, Elijah finally returned to his domain, thoroughly satisfied, accompanied by his newly minted staff and treasures from parallel universes. After ushering Steve, Tony, Banner, Clint, Natasha, and Scott into the luxurious and comfortable guest quarters of the base, Elijah promptly activated the internal communication system. Sophia, come to my office. Now. In less than 2 minutes, Sophia's figure appeared at the door, adorned in a flawlessly tailored business suit. Boss, her voice was steady yet imbued with a cold, businesslike formality. Have you finally decided to extricate yourself from your theatrical escapades to attend to work? She emphasized certain words, unabashedly conveying her dissatisfaction with his recent neglect of duties. Elijah seemed oblivious to the sting in her words as he settled comfortably into his chair with a relaxed sigh. Oh, Sophia, do not be so serious. After all, I am doing this for the long-term prosperity of the company and universal harmony. Besides, I managed to secure a few excellent long-term contractors, quite the profitable venture. He gestured toward the guest area. The corners of Sophia's mouth twitched imperceptibly. Excellent contractors? You mean that motley crew clad in eccentric attire, who seemed to invite nothing but trouble? She took a deep breath, choosing not to dwell on that and instead moved straight to the point. So, boss, why have you urgently summoned me? What work requires my attention? Sophia, there is a grander project on the horizon that requires implementation. I am soon to lead a fleet to acquire a brand new universe. This necessitates a dedicated and efficient department for comprehensive planning, execution, and subsequent management. He paused, his tone imbued with an undeniable decisiveness. In the future, such acquisitions will become increasingly frequent. Without a specialized structure, relying on the current departments pieced together haphazardly will yield inefficiencies and invite errors. The weariness Sophia had just managed to suppress surged back. She regarded her boss, whose thoughts leapt like a supernova, took a deep breath, and endeavored to keep her voice calm and professional. Boss, I appreciate your ambition. However, if I may speak candidly, our current scope is already quite substantial, perhaps even teetering on the edge of chaos. Her speech quickened as she articulated the pressing realities with clarity. The Deep Space Dawn initiative has only just entered a large-scale colonization phase, with hundreds of star systems awaiting resource integration and order establishment. The talent cultivation at the Deep Space Academy is nearing its limits. Eric's fleet is simultaneously optimizing resources across 3 star domains, while Victor's orbital defense expansion project is scheduled 5 years out. Are we truly prepared to launch a brand new department aimed at the conquest of the multiverse right now? Is this not a step too hasty, too urgent? Resources, manpower, and management are all facing extreme challenges. Should we perhaps proceed with more caution? Too swift? I understand. Elijah did not refute her, instead nodding, a look of premeditated consideration gracing his features. Thus, the Multiverse Conquest Initiative will not commence with an all-out war. This will be a pilot program, a training exercise. He raised a finger. The first step is to establish a core department, aptly named the Multiverse Exploration Division. The elite forces, drawn from the top students of the Deep Space Academy, Eric's elite Marine Corps, and Victor's strategic advisors, have been assembled. I personally guide them, utilizing this universe as a sandbox for practice, allowing them to explore the intricacies of interdimensional warfare, resource integration, and the restoration of order. This process enables us to accumulate experience and refine our standard templates. A spark of ambition glimmered in his eyes. Once this system is finely tuned, and we have amassed sufficient experience in interdimensional conflict and governance, we will accelerate our efforts, expanding in a snowball effect. Sophia listened intently, her brow furrowed in concentration. She grasped the pragmatic aspects of Elijah's plan, yet her fundamental doubts remained unresolved. Boss, I understand the strategic steps, but what of the motivation? She directly articulated her greatest perplexity. With our own universe, vast and brimming with potential, why venture into the immense unknown? The uncharted star realms, undiscovered remnants of civilizations, and untapped resources are more than sufficient for the Titan's development for millennia. What is the core driving force behind this risk-laden endeavor to encroach upon entirely isolated alternate universes? A brief silence enveloped the office. Elijah's gaze shifted toward the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, overlooking the orderly future city outside Titan's base. Motivation, he began slowly, imbued with an unprecedented clarity and a subtle sense of urgency. To be frank, it was only recently that I firmly embraced this notion. He diverted his attention back to Sophia. Do you recall my conversation with Gu-E, that bald sorcerer? He glimpsed certain possibilities, predictions about my future, or rather, the future of Titan, that extend far beyond the confines of our universe's parallel branches. A flame of exploration ignited in Elijah's eyes. These universes may harbor unimaginable wonders. They might contain technologies that could upend our current understanding of physical laws. Perhaps ancient beings of power far exceeding our comprehension dwell within. He leaned forward, his tone imbued with an imposing intensity. Sophia, we are undeniably strong. There is no doubt about that. With Titan's technology, my capabilities, and these small devices, we can indeed navigate this universe with ease. But what of the multiverse's scale? The visions Gu-E shared with me revealed that we are far from the pinnacle, perhaps not even nearing the upper echelons. At best, we barely qualify for the middle tier. Can we accept this? Elijah's voice rose sharply, underscored by an undeniable resolve. I cannot accept it. Titan cannot accept it. Our Earth, the planet we cherish as our home and sanctuary, must not accept it either. Curiosity is my innate nature. I yearn to witness the marvels of the unknown. Yet, more crucially, it is about survival and strength. His gaze was firmly fixed on Sophia. To safeguard our home and ensure that the Order of the Titans becomes the paragon of the multiverse, we cannot simply wait for unknown threats to approach. Nor can we be complacent with our current might. We must take the initiative. We must venture into the uncharted realms of the cosmos, plundering the precious resources, technologies, and knowledge that lie within those universes. We shall transform their power into the sustenance for the Titan's growth. Make me stronger. Make the Titan stronger. Strong enough to disregard any threats emerging from the depths of the multiverse. Strong enough to protect all that we hold dear. Elijah's proclamation resonated with undeniable authority. This was the very essence driving the entire plan. Not greed, but the absolute necessity for survival and advancement. Sophia listened intently, and a crack appeared in her professional facade of calm. She discerned in her boss's eyes not a fleeting fervor, but a cold determination forged through profound contemplation, underpinned by immense pressure. This burden surpassed even his usual nonchalance. After a prolonged moment, Sophia, straighten her back. The last vestige of doubt replaced by the resolute decision of the Titan's chief executive officer. She picked up the datapad, her fingers swiftly navigating its interface to summon the personnel structure template. Understood, boss, she replied, her voice regaining absolute composure, sharper than before. The framework for the multiversal exploration department will be established within 3 days, with the core member list and recruitment plan submitted to you for review. She lifted her gaze, her eyes unwavering. I will personally address the issues of resource coordination and priority conflicts. The colonial nodes of the Deep Space Dawn Initiative will undergo dynamic adjustments to ensure the project's resource supply. Sophia's response was succinct, efficient, and unequivocal in its objectives. She had already regarded the conquest of the multiverse as the next strategic stronghold that the Titan's industry must conquer and achieve success in. As for Eric, my previous orders directed him to assemble 100 standard battle groups, each led by an executor-class super battleship. What is the status of this progress? Are those tin cans agile enough? Sophia promptly called up the latest military briefing projection, her voice steady and precise. Eric's efficiency was as commendable as ever. All designated battle groups have completed their final assembly and readiness checks. Her tone reflected her recognition of Eric's execution capabilities. 100 battle groups are currently stationed at their designated locations. She tapped on the virtual star map, magnifying the image of a desolate star system, far from the Titan's core star domains, specifically utilized for large-scale fleet assembly. Under the cold starlight, a breathtaking sight unfolded. Millions of ships arranged methodically in the void. Most striking were the 100 colossal executor-class super battleships. Each vessel spans an impressive 15 kilometers, its obsidian armor glistening with a cold metallic sheen under the starlight. The enormous bow-mounted cannon resembles the maw of a dormant beast, exuding an unsettling aura of impending destruction even in its stillness. Surrounding each executor-class ship is a dense throng of subordinate vessels. The sharp angles of the Avenger-class assault ships gleam ominously, while Hammerhead-class corvettes swarm like predatory sharks. The drone swarms released by the worker bee mothership encircle like a mist around a hive, and in the distance, a vast supply fleet stands ready for logistical support. The entirety of the star system is nearly overwhelmed by this torrent of iron. The faint blue glow emitted by the ship's engines coalesces into a unified luminescence, transforming this once silent graveyard into a frigid sea of light. The sheer scale of the spectacle is enough to instill despair in any civilization that bears witness. To echo Eric's original words of his report, Sophia added, her voice tinged with a sense of solemnity in the face of absolute power. The fleet has sharpened its claws, awaiting the Emperor's command to crush all foes that oppose the will of the Colossus. They are prepared. Excellent. Inform Eric to maintain the highest state of readiness. In just a few days, we shall embark. Upon the fleet's arrival in the target universe, the conquest plan will be set in motion immediately. The primary strategic objective, he raised a finger, his tone resolute, is to obliterate all known local powers of significant scale and organization within this universe's galaxy with absolute force in the shortest time possible. Whether they are so-called interstellar empires, trade alliances, or those warlord pirates claiming dominion over their territories, they shall be crushed without leaving any potential sparks of rebellion that could threaten our subsequent rule or drain our resources. Proclaim the arrival of the Colossus with the Executor-class main cannon. Tear apart their defenses with the Avengers' assaults. Within 3 months, I want the galaxy of that universe to resonate solely with the sound of the Colossus's banner fluttering. Once the primary obstacles are cleared, Elijah turned to Sophia, his gaze signaling her turn. It is now time for your multiversal exploration department to take the stage. Transform that universe into the first model universe under the order of the Colossus. Understood. Chapter 96. Final adjustments of the fleet after clearly conveying the plan for the conquest of the multiverse and the fleet's operational directives to Sophia. Elijah did not linger for a moment. The ethereal glow of the space gem swirled beside him. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished from the presidential office, reappearing in the iconic laboratory core of Tony Stark, a fusion of futuristic technology and mechanical punk aesthetics. However, the anticipated sight of Tony, clad in a work vest and smeared with grease, cursing or exulting at the holographic display, was conspicuously absent. The vast circular workbench was strewn with various intricate quantum components. The air still permeated with the sense of solder and energy liquid. Yet the master of the domain was nowhere to be found. "Red, where is Tony?" Elijah addressed the air, his brow slightly raised. Where had that fellow vanished to at such a critical moment? "Sir," the cold, electronic voice of Red Queen echoed through the laboratory speakers. "Mr. Stark departed the laboratory 18 hours ago. He took with him the final prototype, leading his technical team to the fleet assembly point. Mr. Stark's current mission involves the ultimate integration and real-ship debugging of the device with the flagship's main control system aboard the Executor-class Super Dreadnought, the Hand of Judgment. Mr. Stark left a message. Inform that Taskmaster that the final piece of the puzzle is on its way, and he should prepare for his fleet's performance fee. Under no circumstances should he call again. He wishes for a moment of peace." Upon hearing the report, Elijah did not exhibit dissatisfaction. Instead, a smile crept onto his lips. This fellow may have a sharp tongue, but his actions were undeniably swift. It seemed young Tony was genuinely committed this time. For the sake of his cherished fleet's prestige, he could not remain in the laboratory, rushing to the front lines for the final debugging. A flicker of anticipation shone in Elijah's eyes. Though Tony's message was cheeky, it conveyed an undeniable confidence. The device was nearly complete, merely one final adjustment away. It appeared they would soon be ready to embark. This thought ignited within him like a spark igniting dry kindling, fueling all his expectations. The vast tapestry of the multiverse, the wonders of unknown civilizations, and the iron torrent capable of making any universe tremble were poised to breach the barriers of the cosmos for the first time, planting the banner of the colossal deity in a new realm. He would not linger. The scene of the laboratory blurred and faded in the ethereal glow of the space gem. The next moment, buzz! Elijah Adams's figure appeared without warning at the very center of the colossal bridge of the Hand of Judgment Super Dreadnought. The efficiently operating bridge did not exhibit the slightest disturbance due to this miraculous arrival. The operator closest to him, recognizing the familiar figure seen hundreds of times in his records, executed his tasks on the console without hesitation, merely tilting his head in the slightest, in the most standard manner, towards Elijah before returning to his previous position. Immediately, the hundreds of officers and technicians clad in deep gray uniforms on the bridge moved in perfect unison, ensuring the current mission remained undisturbed. They briefly paused their non-urgent operations, rendering a silent yet profoundly respectful military salute to the descended figure. The entire process flowed seamlessly, taking no more than 2 seconds, after which everyone promptly resumed their work, as if the brief pause had never occurred. Absolute discipline, absolute loyalty, absolute efficiency. Elijah stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze calmly sweeping across this command center composed of steel and data streams. He nodded slightly, a glimmer of approval flickering in his eyes. Excellent. These are the finest blades honed by Eric, a worthy warrior. He did not inquire about the captain's location, nor did he concern himself with the fleet's status, even neglecting to glance at the colossal projection of warships that dominated the main screen. His superhuman senses had already penetrated the thick deck and intricate energy barriers, accurately pinpointing the figure busily engaged at the very core, the most tumultuous area of the battleship. In the next moment, Elijah found himself within the power core chamber of the divine retribution. The space here was vast, with robust energy conduits, thick enough to require several people to encircle, resembling the veins of a colossal dragon, crisscrossing the walls and deck, emanating an eerie blue glow and a deep hum. This was the heart of the Executor-class Super Destroyer, the crucible of power. At the center lay an overwhelmingly large fusion reactor assembly, currently in a low-power standby state. Yet Elijah's extraordinary vision still discerned the heart-pounding heat and radiation it exuded, causing the distant air to shimmer slightly from the energy's turbulence. Tony Stark was being supported by several engineering arms, nearly engulfed within a complex, ring-shaped device, intricately designed and pulsating with blue and golden energy, recently embedded into the reactor's operational interface. Floating nearby were a few auxiliary drones, each equipped with various tools. "Hey, brother," Elijah's voice, familiar enough to evoke Tony's ire, resonated with mirth, unexpectedly piercing through the air. "I'm back. Surprised? Amazed? Look at what I brought you. A cosmic-level mental consolation. Damn, Tony was startled, nearly losing his grip on the device. He abruptly poked his head out, yanking off his visor to glare angrily at the figure casually standing below. Adams, are you haunted or something? Why won't you just leave? Didn't I instruct Red to relay my message? The ultimate puzzle is being assembled, and the Grim Reaper is not to be disturbed. Can't you comprehend messages, or are you just so bored you had to come over and complicate matters? Well, Tony, how should one speak to their boss? Elijah waved dismissively, strolling closer, looking up at Tony, suspended in midair with that annoyingly well-meaning grin. I'm just worried that while you're calibrating this interdimensional toy, a single misstep might send you and the equipment spiraling into some obscure corner of the multiverse. If that happens, I'd have to go through all the trouble of rescuing you. How tedious. Safety first, you know. Spare me your Kryptonian nonsense, Tony retorted, nearly springing from the mechanical arm in his fury. The creations of Tony Stark could never encounter such elementary blunders. I've accounted for every conceivable redundancy during the design phase. Even if he inhaled deeply, forcing down his anger, yet his sharp tongue was fully unleashed. Even if an improbable event of 1 in a billion were to cast me into some desolate corner of the universe, I assure you, Adams, with this vessel, combined with my unparalleled intellect, I shall, in no more than 3 years, nay, within a single year, establish a fleet in that forsaken place. In return to raise your decrepit Titan industrial headquarters, I shall even bestow upon you a certificate as the universe's finest courier. All right, you are indeed the greatest, the most astute being in the cosmos. Elijah cleared his ears, as if disturbed by some auditory pollution, then shifted to the matter at hand, his tone tinged with earnestness. So, when shall our intergalactic moving service officially commence? I can hardly wait to take my toys to the new universe and set off fireworks. Tony shot him a scathing glance, but soon averted his gaze to swiftly scan the freshly updated data stream on his wrist-mounted engineering computer. Moments later, he exhaled deeply and leapt down from the mechanical arm, landing with poise. He wiped the sweat from his brow and pointed at the perfectly integrated device, its surface energy circuits beginning to pulse with a steady blue glow. The installation and debugging of the equipment were complete, and the foundational circuits had passed self-diagnostics. Tony's demeanor returned to the calmness of a technical expert, though it still carried a hint of disdain for Elijah. Now, it needs to be warmed up for the initial interstellar jump test. The objective is to gather data on spatial stress, energy tides, and the collaborative data between the core ring and the mothership's main control system during the transition. Without this data, he cast a sidelong glance at Elijah, his tone dripping with condescension. You might as well be orchestrating collective suicide by merely activating the engines of 100 combat fleets. Should any parameter be miscalibrated, your precious fleet could disintegrate in the turbulence of time and space, or be scattered across hundreds of disparate corners of the universe. At that point, someone might very well find themselves in tears on the restroom floor, clinging to my leg, begging for assistance to retrieve their fleet. Wouldn't they? All right, you're the expert. I'll defer to you. Elijah, this time, did not retort, but rather nodded in agreement. When it comes to his cherished fleet, he exercised more caution than anyone else. So what are we waiting for? Let us ignite the engines and see if this gate to infinity can be opened. His eyes sparkled with anticipation. Chapter 97. Successful interstellar transition of the super dreadnought on the bridge of the Hand of Divine Punishment. All personnel, from the technical officer at the main control console to the operators at the communication station and the engineers monitoring energy, had paused their tasks. The captain, clad in a crisp uniform with the Titan emblem gleaming under the cold light of the bridge, stood at the center of the platform. His voice resonated through the ship's broadcast system, echoing in every corner. We do not fight for plunder, soldiers. The banner of the Titan signifies order. It is the end of the chaotic star-seized darkness. It is the dawn of civilization, to be sown in those corners submerged in disorder and violence. The sword in our hands is the cornerstone of peace. Our fearless voyage is the dawn of the future. His words, devoid of ornate embellishments, resonate with a conviction forged from iron and blood, embodying an unwavering confidence and strength. He paints a vision of conquest where chaos is supplanted by order. Resources are judiciously utilized, and fragile civilizations are reborn under the aegis of the Titans. He underscores the absolute superiority of Titan technology, exalting their glory as pioneers while candidly acknowledging the potential perils. The enigmatic rules of the cosmos, formidable adversaries lurking in the shadows, and the inherent uncertainties of the vast continuum of time and space loom before us. By taking this step, we may stride into splendor or face the abyss. His voice ascends sharply, imbued with a calmness in the face of death and a rallying spirit. Yet in the lexicon of Titan warriors, there is no retreat. Our will is more resilient than the armor of our starships. Our resolve is more potent than the gravity of a black hole. For the Emperor's will, for the glory of the Titans, this journey shall culminate in victory. Victory! A roar, akin to a tsunami, instantaneously shattered the somber atmosphere of the bridge. Hundreds of voices coalesced into a torrent of steel, crashing against the thick bulkheads, producing a resounding echo. In each soldier's eyes burned a fervent spirit of combat, an unwavering loyalty. No coercion was needed. Their souls were already entwined with the chariots of the Titans. Amid this boiling tide, Elijah stood quietly at the edge of the throng, resembling an ordinary soldier. He chose not to stand upon the commanding dais that drew all eyes, but to immerse himself within the jungle forged by his own will. He felt the heavy breaths of the soldiers around him, their accelerated heartbeats, and the almost tangible heat of conviction that enveloped them. An extraordinary, unprecedented sensation surged within him. No longer did he wield a lofty control, nor did he merely regard cold statistics. The faces roaring before him, the top bodies, the blazing gazes, they were no longer mere figures but vibrant lives, each entrusting their fate and loyalty to him. He had led them from the cradle of Earth into this grand and perilous sea of stars. This weighty sense of responsibility quietly settled upon his soul, which was accustomed to gazing down upon the masses. For the first time, he vividly recognized that to lead them forth bore the solemn duty of bringing them back. As the oath-taking concluded, the fervor of their blood remained unquenched, yet the bridge swiftly regained its efficient operational state. The soldiers returned to their posts with renewed determination, making final preparations for the impending great voyage. The communication channels buzzed with reports from various departments confirming their readiness. Elijah navigated through the bustling crowd to the tactical analysis area on the bridge's periphery. Tony Stark leaned against the console, a sandwich clenched between his teeth, his eyes fixated on the refreshing final debugging data displayed on the holographic projection. Once we conclude the last system self-check here, we shall embark. Elijah's voice resonated in Tony's ear. I have synchronized the parameter coordinates of the target universe to you. Proceed to the world I visited last time. Upon arrival, the fleet will dock and rest for 24 hours, conducting preliminary environmental scans and adaptive adjustments before returning. The essence of this test lies within the safety, stability of the transition device, and the fleet's adaptability in the alternate universe, rather than combat. Tony bit into his sandwich with fervor, his cheeks bulging, his eyes glued to the data stream, responding with a garbled yet immensely confident tone. Rest assured, brother. This gate of infinity is remarkably stable. We shall deliver this fine group intact, not a single hair lost, and return them lively and whole. He patted his chest, crumbs from the sandwich cascading onto the polished deck. I, Tony Stark, assure you of excellence. Your comrades will be returned unscathed. Observing Tony's brash demeanor, Elijah couldn't help but smile. This confidence was precisely what he needed. He extended his hand and gave Tony's shoulder a hearty slap, his eyes burning with a fervor that rivaled, if not surpassed, that of the soldiers on the bridge. I believe in you, Tony. Once this test successfully concludes and we return, he paused, heralding the dawn of a new era. Our journey to conquer the multiverse shall officially commence. Time flowed in anticipation. Within the bridge of the Executor-class super battleship Punisher, hundreds of officers and technicians maintained absolute silence and focus. Only the rhythmic blinking of control panel lights, the hum of energy flow, and the faint sound of the ventilation system attested to the breathing of this steel behemoth. Every gaze instinctively gravitated toward the heart of the bridge, where a golden throne-like toilet stood upon the command platform. Elijah Adams sat upon it, no longer just one among the soldiers, but the undeniable core and sovereign. Every movement he made tugged at the nerves of all present. He slowly raised his right hand, fingers splayed, and then with unwavering determination, he made a decisive gesture. Set forth. Those two words instantaneously unlocked the sealed door of destruction. At the moment the command was issued, the tactical control panel on the right side of the bridge ignited Tony Stark's previously fixed gaze. His eyes sparkled with an amalgamation of absolute confidence of a genius, the pride of a creator, and a hint of excitement for finally reaching this moment. He required no hesitation or confirmation, as he forcefully pressed the largest activation button on the console before him. Buzz! Instead of a deafening roar, there was a resonating hum emanating from the very fabric of space itself. On the main screen, the once clear cosmic vista warped, stretched, and shattered in an instant. The starlight was drawn into peculiar, colorful threads. Tony fixated on the rapidly refreshing data before him, his hands dancing over the floating keyboard in a blur, reciting parameter adjustment commands in a swift murmur. Yes, just like that. The peak of spatial curvature has surpassed the threshold. The dimensional membrane stress remains within controllable limits. Steady. Hold it steady. Elijah sat regally upon his throne, his gaze seemingly piercing through to the portal leading to the unknown universe. Buzz! The violent sensation of tearing, distorted light and shadow, and the surreal imagery vanished in an instant. Gravity reasserted itself, and floating objects clattered to the ground. On the main screen, the distorted, shattered scene was abruptly replaced by an entirely unfamiliar starry expanse. Profound, cold, and boundless. Silence reigned. A profound stillness enveloped the bridge. Then, suddenly, the leap was complete. Spatial coordinates confirmed. Arrival at the target universe. Ship signals confirmed. Status stable. Environmental scanning initiated. Preliminary data transmission in progress. Within the communication channels, departments struggled to contain their overwhelming excitement, their incredulous reports shattering the silence. Tony leaned back against his chair, exhaling dramatically as if he had just completed a marathon. Yet his face radiated an immensely bright and triumphant smile, gesturing toward Elijah with a rather crude but unmistakable sign. Elijah slowly rose, his gaze sweeping across the unfamiliar starry sea on the main screen, awaiting illumination by the Titanic Order. The first step towards conquering the multiverse, perfectly executed. Well done, Tony. Elijah's voice brimmed with unabashed admiration and excitement. He approached the tactical control console, slapping Tony's shoulder with vigor. The force of the slap jolted Tony, who irritably shrugged off Elijah's hand. The thrill of success still lingered, yet an overwhelming fatigue washed over him like a tidal wave, instantly eclipsing his joy. He let out a thunderous yawn, tears of physiological strain welling at the corners of his eyes, his voice thick with weariness. Spare me the platitudes, Adams. Save the sweet talk for your employees. All I want now is to find a place to well myself to my bed and sleep for 3 days and nights. He rubbed his reddened eyes. You needn't worry about the installation. All the equipment has been rolling off the production line for ages. It's practically rusting in the warehouse. Just copy the complete data package from this test over there later, and let Red assist with the installation and calibration. My brain is turning to mush. I can barely see the code. Observing Tony's pitiable state, as if he could fall asleep while standing, Elijah, unusually, refrained from his usual sharp tongue and nodded in understanding. All right, great hero. When you return, I'll grant you a sleep leave. I promise no one will disturb you, even if Thanos comes knocking with his gems. I'll make sure they wait in line. He made a jest, and his eyes sparkled with a glimmer of anticipation as he inquired. So, when we next embark on a grand operation with the fleet at our new home, will you, our esteemed chief engineer, join us? I can reserve a seat for you to observe. I assure you, it will be 100 times more exhilarating than watching fireworks. Not interested. Tony's response was resolute, tinged with a hint of trepidation, as though he had just heard a chilling tale. He waved his hands vigorously, shaking his head like a bobblehead. Adams, I implore you, spare me. Being your cosmic taxi driver this time has already pushed my limits. I intend to enter seclusion. Do you comprehend? It means severing all communications and retreating into my sanctuary, completely out of sight. The door will be welded shut. He pointed to his temple, his tone imbued with a fervor typical of a technological savant on the brink of a creative breakthrough, a fervor that demanded solitude. My new battle armor design is just beginning to take shape in my mind. For the next few months, no distractions, no interruptions, not from you, nor from any absurd plans to conquer the multiverse. Do not disturb me, even if the sky falls. I am off to court my screwdriver and energy drill. He concluded, nearly grinding his teeth, his expression revealing not merely a refusal, but an intense yearning for the uninterrupted scientific feast that lay ahead. Elijah, witnessing Tony's determined stance to remain ensconced in his laboratory, was not angered. Instead, he burst into hearty laughter and patted Tony on the back. "All right, you have my blessing. My universe's foremost hermit. Focus on crafting your grand toy. Once my fleet has completed the renovations in the new universe, I shall invite you to review the results." With that, Elijah returned to his throne. Meanwhile, Tony ambled towards the passage leading to the rest area like a weary beast that had finally discovered its refuge. Yawning and swaying, his silhouette brimming with an insatiable longing for slumber. Chapter 98. No more delay. We depart immediately a day later. The super battleship, Hand of Divine Punishment, silently reappeared at the predetermined location in this universe. The cross-universe leap test had been a resounding success. Without hesitation, Elijah commanded the immediate replication and installation of Tony's battle-tested equipment onto the flagship of the remaining 99 combat groups. Soon after, he vanished and reappeared in the familiar environment of the New York Giant base. He did not return to his office. Instead, he proceeded directly to the opulent living quarters designated for the employees from parallel universes. Upon pushing open the door to the living room, he raised an eyebrow at the scene before him. The anticipated atmosphere of gloom and despair was conspicuously absent. Steve, Tony, Banner, Clint, Natasha, and Scott were gathered around the bar, each holding a glass. The ambience was not entirely harmonious, but at least the tension had dissipated. They appeared to be engaged in a spirited discussion about something. Elijah quietly leaned against the doorframe, his acute hearing effortlessly capturing the essence of their conversation. The crux of the matter was this: should Adams show any signs of evolving into a second purple sweet potato, Parallel Tony took a sip of his drink. The initial step involved leveraging our understanding of his abilities to concoct a trap capable of ensnaring him for a mere fraction of a second. In that fleeting moment, Banner, your task is to employ gamma pulse interference to disrupt those bulbs on his wrist. We do not seek destruction, merely interference. Concurrently, Clint and Natasha will utilize Scott's specially designed PIM particle bombs, aimed at destabilizing the spatial equilibrium, to create a stunning spectacle. Steve, I shall attract his fiery gaze with my shield, providing you the opportunity you require for that dazzling display. Steve replied, his tone tinged with a hint of resignation. Yet his gaze remained earnest. Parallel Tony snapped his fingers. Amidst the ensuing chaos, Scott would shrink down and dismantle the clasp of that wretched wristband. Scott's eyes sparkled with excitement. Banner adjusted his glasses, timidly adding, Tony, based on my previous close observation of his use of the gem, the probability of successful gamma pulse interference may be less than 0.00001, and the repercussions of enraging him. Repercussions? What is there to fear? Clint, slightly inebriated, pounded the table. We could always die again. It's certainly better than toiling for 5 centuries only to witness him become a cosmic enemy. Exactly. After all, we are currently protected by labor laws. He wouldn't dare truly eliminate us. Scott chimed in with enthusiasm. Natasha remained silent, merely swirling her glass. A subtle smile gracing her lips, clearly finding the plan both ludicrous and oddly invigorating. Elijah could no longer contain himself and let out a laugh. This plan was a blend of makeshift ingenuity and reckless bravery, so haphazard that even he, as an audience member, felt a pang of anxiety for them. The laughter shattered the tension of the war council in the parlor. 6 pairs of eyes turned in unison, displaying varying degrees of astonishment and awkwardness, towards the doorway where their teasing boss stood. All right, Elijah said, shaking his head as he stepped inside, wearing an expression akin to that of a caregiver for a child with special needs. Cease your whimsical strategic daydreams. It's exhausting to listen to. He approached the bar, ignoring the instant grimace that crossed Parallel Tony's face, and poured himself a drink. Just a heads up, Elijah took a sip, his tone as casual as if announcing a team-building event for the following day. Pack your bags. Oh no, rather, tidy yourselves up. Today, the boss will personally lead you back home. He set down his glass, his gaze sweeping over the array of varied expressions, finally resting on Parallel Tony, his smile radiating warmth. Then I shall venture to your realm, procure the final sticky reality gem, and, in the process, Retrieve every unfortunate soul from your universe who was erased by the snap, leaving not a single one behind. In the end, he shrugged his shoulders, as if declaring the matter an obvious triviality. Furthermore, I shall seamlessly incorporate your universe into the grand order of the Colossus. Thus, the decision was made with great contentment. The procedure is clear, the objectives are defined, and efficiency reigns supreme. Eavesdropping on others' conversations is an exceedingly immoral and profoundly petty pastime. Atoms. This constitutes an invasion of privacy. The parallel Tony, akin to a cat whose tail has been stepped upon, instantly bristled, pointing an accusatory finger at Elijah, attempting to mask the embarrassment of having his conspiracy exposed. Oh, Elijah raised an eyebrow, turning towards the parallel Tony, displaying the quintessential smile of a capitalist upon discovering employee misconduct. As the employer, I have just heard my esteemed long-term contractor, Mr. Tony Stark, during working hours, not only failing to contemplate how to generate value for the company, but also maliciously plotting against the employer, even devising, albeit foolishly, a nefarious act of vandalism against company property. And his words are replete with slander against my character. With each utterance, the parallel Tony's countenance darkened further. Given the deplorable attitude and dangerous rhetoric of young Tony, Elijah's tone suddenly turned frigid. This constitutes a serious violation of the Colossus Employee Conduct Code, though the specific article is of little consequence. It is now decided for all employees present. His gaze swept over Steve, Banner, and others. Collective punishment shall be administered. The originally stipulated 500 years of service shall, due to Mr. Tony Stark's outstanding contributions, now be uniformly extended by an additional 100 years, a grand total of 600 years. This shall take effect immediately. Applaud. He even clapped his hands twice in a symbolic manner. 600 years? You are harsher than a vampire. Protest. This is collective punishment. Unfair. Even the monkeys beneath the Five-Finger Mountain have shorter sentences than we do. Instantly, the parlor erupted into chaos. Steve stood dumbfounded. Banner's glasses nearly slipped off his face. Clint and Natasha wore expressions of knowing resignation, and Scott leapt up in disbelief. Tony, fuming, turned crimson, nearly ready to pounce in fury. Protest? Elijah dug into his ears, as if besieged by the cacophony, then revealed a remarkably malicious grin. Rejected. Invalid. The employer's decisions require no justification. This is what we call risk mitigation. He disregarded the roar of indignation and protest behind him, turning to stride out, leaving a resounding command echoing through the room. Now, immediately, gather your meager belongings and personal sentiments. Assemble in 1 hour. Prepare to embark, to deliver a little shock to your wretched universe. Time flew swiftly amidst the silence and the rustling of packing. In a brief moment, Steve, Banner, Clint, Natasha, and Scott stood poised in the center of the living room, their faces marred by the indignation of an additional 600 years of sentencing and the intricate emotions of imminent return to their homeland. Only Tony Stark, the architect of their predicament, appeared particularly preoccupied. Surrounding him were several bulging, clearly hastily procured industrial storage boxes from Giant Man, stuffed with an array of intricately designed devices pulsating with energy patterns, from the unassuming energy couplers to the miniature sensor arrays, and even a few detached decorative hull panel from a spacecraft. He was endeavoring to force a gravitation-defying floating base into the last box, his movements both nimble and tinged with a desperate urgency. Evidently, this genius was succumbing to a professional obsession, intent on returning Giant Man-esque trinkets for thorough dissection and study. Come now, Tony, don't treat souvenirs as treasures, Elijah's voice, laced with a hint of mockery, interjected. He paid no heed to Tony's fidgeting, casually lifting his left wrist. The azure space gem embedded in his infinity gauntlet suddenly ignited, emanating a soft yet powerful light capable of rending the very fabric of space. With a hum, a stable, oval-shaped portal, its edges rippling with irregular energy waves, instantaneously tore through the air in the center of the living room. On the other side of the portal lay the bridge of the colossal superstar destroyer, Hand of Divine Retribution, freshly completed in its interdimensional endeavor. The resilient alloy deck and the massive main control screen in the distance were vividly discernible. Keep up, don't lag behind, Elijah commanded succinctly, stepping boldly into the spatial gateway. The remaining 5 exchanged glances, inhaling deeply, their senses heightened with wariness of the new environment and trepidation of the unknown, and sequentially stepped through the portal. After a fleeting sensation of disorientation from the transition, they found themselves fully immersed in the core domain of this pinnacle of human technological achievement. Scott's jaw dropped, the first to utter an unmelodious gasp of astonishment. He instinctively recoiled, as if the vastness of the space and the omnipresent chill of technological marvel suffocated him. Clint Barton's eyes widened, his keen gaze sweeping rapidly around. The hovering control consoles adorned with intricate symbols, the massive conduits coursing with energy, and the ship's structures rising in the distance like mountains overwhelmed him. A stark contrast to his accustomed bow and hand-to-hand combat. He instinctively tightened his fists, as if seeking a non-existent weapon grip. Natasha Romanoff maintained her composure as an agent. Yet her slightly constricted pupils and instinctively tense body betrayed the shock she felt within. Lastly, Tony Stark stepped onto the bridge, the fleeting pride from packing souvenirs dissipating upon witnessing the grandeur before him. As one of Earth's foremost scientists and engineers, he grasped the immense technological barriers that this spectacle represented more profoundly than the others. The officers aboard the bridge of the colossal vessel remained oblivious to their presence, engrossed in the screens and data before them, as if the newcomers were mere inconsequential cargo transmitted from elsewhere. Only Elijah slightly tilted his head, casting a glance at this group of inquisitive souls. Captain Elijah's voice, though not loud, resonated throughout the bridge with undeniable authority. Set target coordinates. Initiate the Infinity Gate and prepare for the jump. Target coordinates confirmed. Infinity Gate charging initiated. The captain's calm voice responded immediately, devoid of any superfluous emotion. The atmosphere on the bridge grew notably more solemn, the humming of energy flow seemingly rising in pitch. The parallel Avengers stood upon the frigid deck, feeling the immense power of the steel behemoth beneath them, poised to once again tear through the barriers of the universe, their hearts a tumult of emotions. The journey home also marked the path toward a universe that would be irrevocably altered by the Colossal Order, and they had become the first witnesses to this monumental transformation. Chapter 99. Arrival at the target universe in the cold void. The fleet of the Colossals was engaged in an operation that transcended the laws of physics. If one were to observe from thousands of kilometers away, they would witness a spectacle that defied comprehension. Enormous ships, their silhouettes distorted and collapsing within the ripples of space, ultimately vanished from the realm of the physical universe. The hand of divine punishment, where Elijah was stationed, vanished first, its dark matter armored hull, spanning over 10 kilometers, rapidly shrinking in view until it transformed into a faint point of light and faded into nothingness. Following closely were its 12 subordinate Punisher-class Titan squadrons, accompanied by nearly 10,000 Messenger-class Titans, all drawn into an invisible funnel, completing the dimensional jump in an orderly combat formation within less than a minute. 100 fully equipped battle groups, a vast fleet, thus efficiently and silently disappeared into the boundless darkness. Target universe, the outer Kuiper belt of the solar system. The tranquility of space was violently torn asunder. The fearsome prow of the hand of divine punishment pierced through the veil of reality first, leaving behind a ghostly azure trail in the void. Subsequently, space surged violently as though a boulder had been cast into a lake, with blinding flashes erupting in succession. The second, third, and 10th battle groups materialized against the cold backdrop of the starry sky in an instant. On the heavy armor of the Punisher-class Titan ships, minute particles of interdimensional dust had yet to dissipate, shimmering with faint radiative fluorescence under the bridge's searchlights. The intricate arrays on the surfaces of the Messenger-class Titans quietly illuminated, their energy shields disturbing the nearby particle flow, creating visible faint turbulence. Countless assault vessels, akin to a lethal metallic swarm, efficiently dispersed and formed formations, swiftly filling the vast expanse extending from the orbit of Jupiter to the Oort cloud. Without declaration or warning, the colossal war machine of the Titans proclaimed its absolute dominion over this star domain, particularly the solar system harboring that azure planet, solely through its overwhelming physical presence. On the bridge of the ship Punishment's hand, a frigid blue light illuminated every solemn visage. Elijah Adams sat upon the golden throne, a symbol of absolute power. Issuing commands through the communication channels. Initiate full-spectrum scans to analyze all detectable signals from civilizations within this universe. Assess targets, technological advancement, political structures, military capabilities, predominant racial inclinations, and internal conflict points. Priority, high. Dispatch the Razor reconnaissance fleet for infiltration. Targets, core areas of major interstellar powers, strategic nodes, and research centers. Establish a covert intelligence network, marking key individuals and vulnerabilities of facilities. Code of conduct, silence, efficiency. Seal off the solar system. Implement automated defense protocols. Any unauthorized entity, be it biological or mechanical, attempting to traverse the gravitational boundaries of the solar system shall be deemed a hostile invasion or escape and may be utterly annihilated. His voice resonated through the bridge, clear and steady, devoid of emotion, yet more oppressive than any roar. The command itself was law. The main screen flickered and switched communication channels. The figure of Eric Schneider appeared on the screen. This supreme commander of the Deep Space Fleet was synchronously analyzing the star map data of this universe. His fingers deftly maneuvering across the console, marking regions with color-coded indicators representing varying resource levels and threat assessments. Eric, Elijah's voice came through the encrypted channel, still calm. This is entrusted to you. Execute the resource consolidation operation in the target universe per standard protocol. Eric on the screen exhibited no unnecessary gestures or expressions, merely nodding slightly. Understood. Objective, establish the Titan control zone. Eliminate obstacles, maximize resource output. Elijah rose from his golden throne, and those accompanying him stood as well. I shall attend to matters on Earth. He gazed through the massive observation window of the bridge, fixing his eyes upon the blue planet shrouded in the shadows of countless colossal ships. Half of the biological entities in this universe remain absent. Addressing the labor shortage is of utmost urgency. Deploy 2 standard battle groups to Earth and secure the Earth's orbit. Elijah's voice remained unwavering. During my management of surface affairs, ensure no sources of interference enter or exit the atmosphere. The command was received, priority, highest. The monotonous, synthetic voice echoed in the cold air of the bridge. Battle Group 23 has detached from the main array, accelerating towards geostationary orbit around Earth. Lockdown protocols are being activated. Estimated deployment completion time, 3 minutes and 47 seconds. Battle Group 57 is on standby as a reserve, expanding the blockade radius to lunar orbit. On the main screen, the dense cluster of luminous points representing the 23rd Combat Group surged forth like iron filings attracted by a magnet, detaching from the colossal fleet and rapidly hurtling toward the chosen blue planet. Their shadows were poised to become the iron cage suspended above the heads of Earth's civilization. Elijah's gaze shifted from the star map to the diverse expressions of the parallel universe personnel standing at the rear of the bridge. Steve's lips were tightly pressed. Tony's eyes were filled with suppressed emotions. Banner appeared deeply troubled. Natasha wore an expression devoid of emotion. Clint crossed his arms, and Scott fidgeted restlessly. All right, let us return to Earth. I trust your old friends have waited long enough. Elijah Adams spoke no further, calmly raising his right hand, causing the space stone to blaze with sudden brilliance. In an instant, a vast portal flickering with unstable spatial ripples opened, leading directly to the equipment platform within the Avengers headquarters. Let us go. He uttered those 2 words and stepped into the ethereal blue light, his figure swallowed instantly. Steve Rogers inhaled deeply, the first to follow, his stride resolute with a warrior's determination. Tony Stark trailed closely behind, his countenance dark enough to evoke shadows. Dr. Banner adjusted his glasses, stepping in with evident concern. Natasha Romanoff and Clint Barton exchanged a knowing, vigilant glance before advancing side by side. The portal collapsed behind them in an instant, as if everything that had just transpired were but a fleeting illusion. Earth, Avengers headquarters, quantum tunnel equipment platform. The air had solidified like a block of lead. The quantum positioning device at the center of the platform gradually ceased its operation, its blinding radiance extinguished. Instead of the 10 figures meant to be returned by the energy beam, only 4 stood alone. Thor lingered there, his eyes reddened. Rocket anxiously tugged at his fur. War Machine James Rhodes knelt on the ground, his helmet's visor raised, disbelief etched across his face, and Nebula stood silently to one side, her mechanical eyes glinting with inscrutable light in the dim ambience of the headquarters. The spaces where Steve, Tony, Natasha, Clint, Banner, and Scott should have been were eerily empty. A profound silence enveloped the room. A chilling, desperate stillness gripped the hearts of all present. No, Rocket was the first to break the silence, his voice emerging as a guttural wail from deep within, laced with anguish. This can't be happening. Where's the positioning signal? The retracing? Check the equipment. Hurry. We cannot lose them. He bolted from the platform like a furry projectile, his small frame bursting forth with astonishing speed, limbs flailing as he pounced onto the complex control console, his claws frantically tapping the keyboard in search of even the slightest error in the signals. Rod felt as though every bone in his body had been extracted, leaving him utterly limp upon the cold metallic platform, his helmet clattering to the side with a crisp sound. He stared vacantly at the 6 empty spaces, his lips moving silently, overwhelmed by an immense sense of loss and sorrow that threatened to engulf him. Thor abruptly raised his head, tears mingling with a thunderous fury and pain in his eyes. Striding toward the edge of the platform, bellowing at the small, frantic figure at the control console below. "Rocket, you must find a way. You have to bring them back. Do you hear me? At any cost. Bring them back." His fist struck the nearby railing with a resounding thud, causing the metal to dent. Amid this chaos and despair, Nebula maintained her frigid, almost numb demeanor. Her gaze swiftly scanned the out-of-control Thor, the shattered rod, and the frantically operating rocket. Despairing cries and furious roars intertwined within the base, the shadow of death looming heavier than ever over the remaining heroes. At that moment, a sudden hum pierced the air. Without warning, the open space before the platform rippled with a ghostly blue hue. A portal, emanating powerful spatial fluctuations, burst open. That familiar, heart-stirring blue light was starkly different from the glow of the quantum tunnel moments before. Under the astonished, bewildered, and even absurdly hopeful gazes of Thor, Rocket, and Rod, a tall figure, Elijah Adams, leisurely stepped through the portal. Following him, Steve, Tony, Banner, Natasha, Clint, and Scott, the 6 figures previously deemed lost, emerged one by one from the ethereal blue curtain. They had returned. Yet, the atmosphere grew colder and more surreal. Steve's expression was grave as he cast a complex glance at his former comrades. Tony, hands tucked in his pockets and chin slightly raised, avoided Rod's shocked yet ecstatic gaze. Banner lowered his head, adjusting his glasses, while Scott appeared somewhat bewildered. Elijah Adams stood calmly, his gaze sweeping over the tear-streaked face of Thor, Rod's despondent kneeling form, and Rocket's frozen claws on the control panel, ultimately resting on Nebula's mechanical visage, straining to maintain composure but betraying a hint of uncertainty. It was then that Elijah's voice shattered the oppressive silence within the base. "Have we arrived just in time?" Chapter 100. Now, let us bring everyone back. The ghostly blue portal-esque light had yet to fully dissipate, and the despair within the Avengers base was momentarily pierced by this unexpected turn of events, only to be swiftly replaced by a sharper tension. "Who the hell are you?" A shrill and aggressively charged roar shattered the brief silence. Rocket Raccoon's eyes, bloodshot from despair and madness, were fixed intently on Elijah Adams. More precisely, they were locked onto the wrist adorned with the 5 Infinity Stones. With astonishing swiftness, his small claws drew forth the pistol hanging at his side, the dark muzzle unwaveringly aimed at Elijah's heart. "Why are the stones in your possession?" Rocket's voice, laced with profound shock and a hint of primal fear, became sharply distorted. The Infinity Stones were the crux of their plan, the beacon of hope for reversing the future. They should never have found their way into the hands of this unfamiliar man, exuding an aura of danger. This sudden hostility ignited like a fuse on a powder keg. "Put down the gun. Rocket, quickly put it down. He's one of us." Steve Rogers' voice rang out almost simultaneously with Rocket's roar. The captain, without a moment's hesitation, unleashed a remarkable burst of speed, stepping in front of Elijah, his broad back acting as a shield against Rocket's gun. In his gaze, there was no reproach for Rocket, only concern that Elijah might react unfavorably and eliminate him. "One of us?" Thor Odinson's voice interjected, thick with confusion and scrutiny. Where did this one of us come from? Doubt and distrust permeated his tone. A stranger wielding the Infinity Stones, capable of returning fallen comrades in such a peculiar manner, could not possibly be simple. The atmosphere within the base tightened to an extreme. Rocket's gun trembled slightly before the chests of Steve and Tony, while Thor's strength coalesced. Rhodey struggled to rise from the ground, neglecting to retrieve his helmet, astonished by the tension of the standoff, utterly bewildered. "Thor, listen to me." Steve inhaled deeply, forcing down the tumult of complex emotions within. "He's Elijah Adams. He is with us." He carefully chose his words. "He will help us. He will bring everyone back." Bring everyone back? Rocket's voice remained sharp, his gun unwavering. "With stolen stones? How did he acquire them?" "Captain, what the hell are you talking about?" "Rocket, trust me. Lower your weapon." Steve's voice carried undeniable authority, but beneath it lay a trace of subtle helplessness and weight. "It's complicated. It's not as you think." He turned to Thor, also glancing at Rhodey and the still silent but clearly attentive Nebula, and began to recount their bizarre and oppressive experience in the most concise and rapid manner. "We failed. The quantum tunnel malfunctioned." Steve's voice grew somber, tinged with the bitterness of defeat. "We were transported to a universe where the Battle of New York never occurred." He cast a glance at the impassive Elijah and continued. "There we encountered him, Elijah Adams. He and his organization, Titan Industries, wield dominion over that universe." Steve paused, seemingly deliberating how to articulate the terror of Titan. "They possess technology far beyond our imagination and a colossal interstellar fleet. They discovered us." "And then?" Thor pressed, his brow furrowed. "Then," Steve's voice bore a weight of inevitability. "He learned of our existence, understood our purpose, knew of the Infinity Stones and the vanishing of half of all life." He glanced back at Elijah. "He proposed a bargain. He would provide us with unimaginable resources and technological support, and aid us in bringing everyone back." Steve struggled to articulate the final words. "What are the terms?" Thor's voice was as cold as ice. He was acutely aware that such immense power could not possibly be offered without a price. Steve fell silent for a moment, his gaze sweeping across Tony, Natasha, Clint, Banner, and Scott before returning to Thor's face, his tone low and clear. "The condition is that we all must serve as Titan for 600 years. 600 years? Rhodey exclaimed, his eyes nearly bulging. "Serve? More like a slave contract." Rocket's gun barrel, though slightly lowered, was still filled with fury and scorn. Thor tightened his grip on Mjolnir, the arcs of electricity crackling ominously around him, his eyes stormier than ever. He fixed his gaze on Steve, then turned to the eerily calm man, Elijah Adams. And Steve, meeting Thor's piercing glare, slowly nodded, confirming the nightmarish terms of the deal. Inside the Avengers base, a profound silence fell once more. Enough with the superfluous sentiments and threats. We can address those later. For now, let's attend to business. His tone exuded an air of natural authority, as if merely announcing the commencement of the next agenda item. Business? Steve Rogers furrowed his brow, cautiously eyeing Elijah. Are we to snap our fingers now? Is there no need to construct a glove or a vessel to withstand the backlash of the stone's energy, as we had planned? He instinctively glanced at Tony, who shook his head grimly, clearly believing this approach was both hasty and perilous. Not necessary. Elijah's response was succinct, bordering on arrogant. He casually flexed his wrist, a gesture that seemed to showcase an everyday tool. These little stones, his gaze swept over the gems already embedded in his wrist, are well acclimated with me. He extended his right hand, palm upward, precisely targeting the raccoon, Rocket, who still clutched the energy gun. Now, hand over the reality stone. This seemingly understated demand struck like thunder. You? The Rocket's fur bristled instantly, and the gun instinctively aimed again at Elijah, his voice sharp. By what right? This is our hope. Who knows if you intend to gather the gems and become a new Thanos yourself? Steve inhaled deeply, forcefully suppressing the turmoil within. He turned, no longer standing in front of the Rocket's gun, but facing Rocket, Thor, Rhodes, and all the uncertain gazes around him. His eyes, though weary, were resolutely steadfast, imbued with a sense of determination as if he had burned his boats. Rocket, give it to him. Without waiting for Rocket to retort, he suddenly looked at Elijah. His spine straightened and declared word by word, Elijah Adams, I demand that you uphold your promise. Bring everyone back. If you harbor other intentions at this moment, Steve's voice suddenly escalated, echoing in every corner of the base. Then even if we are like ants shaking a tree, we will fight. Until the very last moment. Until the last drop of blood. Do you understand? I know. A flicker of expression finally crossed Elijah's face. But it was not one of threatened anger. Rather, It bore a hint of amusement and a barely perceptible appreciation. He even nodded slightly, a teasing smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Ah, classic lines. He imitated Steve's iconic tone. This casual jest, amid such tension, felt particularly glaring and condescending. Well, Elijah's gaze returned to the nearly explosive rocket, his tone reverting to an indisputable calm. Little raccoon, the gem, don't waste time. For every second you hesitate, your friends linger in the void for another second. Is this bill also yours? The final light-hearted question pierced precisely into Rocket's deepest fears and desires. He fixed his gaze on Elijah's calm, unperturbed face, his claws trembling slightly from the strain. The red gem, which bore their last hope, felt scorching against him like a branding iron. He glanced at the heavy determination in Steve's eyes, then at Thor, who gripped Mjolnir tightly, ready to unleash thunder, and felt the silent yet resolute pressure from Clint and Natasha behind him. Rocket squeezed out a hoarse word through clenched teeth. He abruptly raised his hand, not to shoot, but to hurl the vessel containing the ominous red gem toward Elijah, filled with unwillingness, anger, and the last flicker of hope. Upon receiving it, Elijah crushed the vessel. The red light from the reality stone, just freed from the shattered container, attempted to scatter and escape as if it possessed life. But Elijah Adams merely waved his hand casually. The 5 infinity stones, already embedded in his wrist, simultaneously ignited, emanating a soft, yet irresistible gravitational field. The tumultuous ether particles surged like a wild torrent ensnared by an invisible net, emitting a reluctant hum, yet could only be forcibly compressed, coalesced, and collapsed under the guidance of the 5-colored radiance. In mere moments, the dreaded reality gem transformed from a violent fluid into a translucent red crystal, imbued with the forces of cosmic creation and destruction, gently hovering above Elijah's outstretched palm, exuding a tempting yet perilous glow. Ah, it seems to be obedient. Immediately, he tapped the gem lightly with his fingertip, and the red stone, symbolizing the ultimate modification authority of the universe, accurately nestled into the final reserved groove of his bracelet. Buzz! At the instant the 6 infinity stones returned to their rightful places, an ineffable, vast power surged into Elijah's body, capable of causing any mortal being to crumble instantly. In the depths of his pupils, the ephemeral reflections of the birth and demise of galaxies, the folding of dimensions, the torrent of time, and the whispers of souls unfolded in infinite illusions. The laws of the entire, singular universe flowed clearly within his mind. He could even sense the gossamer barrier of the multiverse, which could be easily pierced with but a thought. At this moment, the 6 stones were no longer external objects. They were extensions of his will, as natural as breathing. Hey, don't just stand there lost in your own admiration. Tony Stark's impatient voice pierced the profound atmosphere like a cold needle, shattering the mystique that could ensnare even deities. Observing Elijah's blissful expression, a tumult of worry and acute annoyance surged within him. Has the gem show come to an end? Get to work. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, Elijah did not raise his gem-adorned hand to snap his fingers. His eyes abruptly opened, devoid of any emotional fluctuations, leaving only an absolute coldness that overlooked the laws. His gaze instantly pierced through the tranquil facade desperately maintained by the nebula in the shadows. In an instant, without warning or movement, Nebula's body, along with her hand poised to press the switch, was abruptly encased within a shroud of ethereal blue energy, as if sealed within an entirely transparent amber. For the first time, shock and a barely perceptible hint of panic vividly reflected in her mechanical eye. What are you doing? Steve, Thor, Rhodey, and others erupted in an instant. Clint and Natasha's weapons almost simultaneously pointed at Elijah. The fragile trust that had just been established shattered in an instant. Explain. Thor's roar reverberated through the air, shaking the very atmosphere of the base. Elijah's voice remained unwavering. You have not brought back your comrade Nebula. She hails from an alternate timeline, completely remade and controlled by that universe's Thanos. His gaze swept over the imprisoned Nebula. She is attempting to set the coordinates to guide her father, Thanos, along with his legion, through the quantum portal you have constructed to descend upon this realm. This is inconceivable. She is Nebula. We have fought together. Rhodes exclaimed incredulously, gazing at the imprisoned figure, striving to discern familiar traces. Thanos? The thunder in Thor's eyes intensified. the flames of vengeance burning fiercely. There is no time for your games of deduction. Elijah's tone carried an undeniable finality. Once I have gathered those who must be brought back, he smirked with a cold and cruel arc, as if a hunter had discovered additional prey. I shall also dispose of that purple aberration, treating it as a cleansing service for the inauguration of the new universe. No sooner had he spoken than Elijah disregarded any questioning, anger, or astonishment directed towards him. He did not even raise an arm in any symbolic gesture. He merely stood silently, his eyes reflecting the laws of the universe, where the ultimate, reality-altering intention clearly emerged. Let all the sentient beings that perished due to Thanos' snap in this universe return. There was no cataclysmic burst of energy, no painful backlash, not even a flutter of his uniform. A low hum, transcending the limits of hearing, resonated directly at the soul level, sweeping across the entire base in an instant. Subsequently, an indescribable radiance, gentle yet unstoppable, erupted from Elijah's position. This light was not blinding. It bore an absolute power capable of rewriting reality. Where the light passed, Steve, Tony, Natasha, Clint, Banner, Scott, Thor, Rhodes, Rocket, all those who had experienced the loss, felt as though their souls were caressed by a warm, invisible hand, an indescribable thrill rising within their hearts. The light flickered and vanished, as fleeting as an illusion. A strange silence fell over the base. Everyone, including the imprisoned Nebula, remained frozen in their previous poses, as if a pause button had been pressed. Then came a sound of beeping. Beep, beep, beep. The helmet communicator that had fallen from Rhodes's grasp erupted into a frenzy of communication requests. The screen of Banner's phone suddenly illuminated, displaying dozens of missed calls and text notifications. The scars of the universe were quietly smoothed by an invisible hand, in the most serene yet domineering manner. Chapter 101 The Battle of Endgame transforms into a Hunt Hawkeye, who had once wielded his blade alone amidst the ashes of despair, transforming into a hardened wanderer. Now trembled violently. It was as if all his strength had been drained, staggering a step, nearly losing his balance. His eyes, once sharp as a hawk's yet now solely reflecting cold-blooded carnage, filled with tears in an instant, cascading down his weathered cheeks. He did not cheer or shout. Instead, he abruptly raised his trembling hand to firmly cover his mouth, as if fearing that even the faintest sound might shatter this unbelievable miracle. The anguish and loss he had suppressed for 5 long years, akin to an abyss, finally found an outlet at this moment, transforming into a silent yet surging river of tears. At that instant, his communicator vibrated frantically, and on the screen appeared the name he had called out countless times in his dreams. His entire world had returned. We succeeded. We truly succeeded. Thor's exclamation boomed like thunder, filled with ecstasy and immense relief. He swung his weapon with fervor. The tiny arcs of electricity naturally bursting forth illuminated his tear-streaked yet radiant smile. This deity, who had endured so much failure and loss, now glimpsed the dawn of redemption, nearly longing to dash back to New Asgard to confirm whether his people had also returned. Tony Stark stood frozen, his expression shattering with unease. He stared blankly at his phone, now overwhelmed with a multitude of notifications and calls, before abruptly raising his gaze towards the distant cacophony emanating from outside the base. He parted his lips, seemingly intending to make a sarcastic remark, yet ultimately refrained from uttering a word. Instead, he inhaled deeply, as if shedding an immense burden, casting a complex look towards the eerily composed man responsible for it all. Elijah Adams. Dr. Bruce Banner's reaction was far more visceral. He abruptly removed his glasses, using his robust fingers to vigorously rub his reddened eyes, tears streaming uncontrollably down his cheeks. Amidst his sobs, he broke into a childlike grin, muttering to himself in disbelief. My God, he truly did it. Without any backlash or catastrophic fluctuations, this defied all known laws of physics, rendering it utterly remarkable. The scientist's rational mind clashed violently with his emotional response as a friend, ultimately coalescing into an overwhelming joy at the miraculous return. Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow who typically concealed her emotions behind a cold facade, also displayed a rare lapse in composure, but she did not cry out loud. Crystalline tears silently slipped from the corners of her eyes, tracing down her pale cheeks. She pressed her lips tightly together, her body trembling slightly, instinctively leaning closer to Clint, reaching out to grasp his still quaking arm with great force and conviction. This gesture was a silent solace, a testament to sharing in the immense shock and joy of the moment. They were alive. They had all returned. Scott Lang's response was refreshingly straightforward. He leaped into the air, fists raised, his face alight with unabashed, near-manic joy. We did it. Guys, we truly did it. Hope, Hank, Janet. Oh my God. He spun in circles like an overexcited child, desperate to shrink down and dash home to confirm the presence of his girlfriend. James Rodriguez, the war machine, struggled to rise from the ground, even neglecting to retrieve his helmet. He stared blankly at the urgent call signals from military superiors and former comrades flashing on the communicator, while distant cheers from the city grew increasingly distinct, akin to a tsunami of collective elation. This soldier, seasoned by countless trials of warfare, wiped his face with determination and a hint of emotion in his voice. Good heavens, this is truly wonderful. He glanced at Steve, nodding heavily, the unspoken understanding palpable between them. Rocket Raccoon paused for a few moments, then hastily wiped away the moisture from his eyes, attempting to maintain his usual irritable demeanor. Yet, the slight quiver of his whiskers and his visibly relaxed posture betrayed him. Well, I suppose this fellow has some worth, he mumbled, though his gaze involuntarily drifted toward the horizon, seemingly anticipating the shadow of a tall figure and the familiar phrase. At that moment, the entire base, indeed the whole Earth and the universe, was enveloped by a magnificent and gentle light of hope, a hope that had been lost and now regained. The gloom of 5 years appeared to be swiftly dispelled by this sudden miracle. However, Elijah Adams remained composed, standing as if he had merely switched off an inconsequential device. He tilted his head slightly, a cold smile reappearing at the corners of his mouth. All right, the celebration is over, he stated nonchalantly, his voice effortlessly overpowering the excitement of the crowd. Now, it is time to meet our guests. Elijah's gaze settled on Nebula. Nebula, contact your father Thanos. Inform him that the coordinates have been confirmed and the prey is ensnared. Have him dispatch the entire fleet. He paused momentarily, adding, remember to instruct him to set the jump point precisely outside the Earth's atmosphere. I do not wish for my property to suffer any unnecessary abrasions. If you wish to witness the end of your father rather than see him reduced to a pile of scrap metal, do as I say. As his words fell, the azure energy field confining Nebula dissipated instantaneously. Her mechanical eye flickered erratically, the internal processor evidently calculating the probabilities of resistance or deceit. Yet, under Elijah's penetrating gaze and the oppressive cosmic pressure emanating from the 6 Infinity Stones, any notion of rebellion seemed futile and absurd. She walked stiffly toward the control panel in silence. Rocket, Elijah casually commanded, keep an eye on her. Ensure that every byte, every coordinate parameter she transmits, is accurate and precise. Do not allow her feeble mechanical mind to entertain any misguided thoughts. Hey, I knew it. The dirty work always falls to me. Rocket Raccoon grumbled in dissatisfaction, yet with unwavering resolve, he seized his formidable energy blaster, brandishing it threateningly as he leapt onto the chair beside the control console. His round eyes fixed intently on the screen, displaying Nebula's operations. Hurry up, Tin Girl. No tricks. Or I'll take a few shots at you to test the integrity of that shabby armor. Under Rocket's oppressive scrutiny, Nebula maintained a stoic expression as she worked swiftly. Before long, a string of encrypted coordinates adhering to the protocol of the Thanos Legion, accompanied by a successful signal of inducement, was dispatched, targeting the vast fleet in the parallel universe awaiting the signal. Done. Upon confirming the successful transmission, Rocket sprang from his seat, producing a pair of specially designed high-strength handcuffs from seemingly nowhere. Extend your hands. No dawdling. Nebula mechanically complied. With deft precision, Rocket secured her to a sturdy support pillar, ensuring she could no longer access any equipment. Only then did Elijah turn to face a group of employees, their emotions a tumultuous mix of sorrow and elation. Now confronted with a new threat, a peculiar smile crept across his face. All right, my new and old employees, it's performance evaluation time. He clapped his hands as if summoning a product launch. That was merely a warm-up. Our esteemed client from another universe, Mr. Thanos, is on his way to deliver another wave of business. He spread his arms wide, his tone laced with a chilling nonchalance. I need you to witness firsthand what kind of micro-enterprise is providing you with benefits and security behind the long-term labor contracts you signed. Red, deploy the fleet. Once Thanos' Armada appears, eliminate them immediately. His voice echoed through the vast base, directly connecting to the distant depths of space. Command received, highest authority. The artificial intelligence responded instantaneously, cold and efficient, without a hint of delay. Target coordinates locked. Threat level assessed, civilian. Command confirmed, annihilation. In the next moment, the main screen of the Avengers base instantaneously switched to the frigid expanse of space beyond Earth's synchronous orbit. Before them, what was once an empty void quietly revealed two formidable battle groups of titanic proportions. The Executor-class super destroyer, the Iron Judicator, loomed like a moving metallic mountain, flanked by more Punisher-class Titans and swarms of Herald-class ships, all having executed a jump flash, swiftly forming an attack formation. The cold muzzles of their weapons aligned towards a singular coordinate, the position where Nebula had just transmitted the imminent arrival point of Thanos' fleet. The iron fangs of the Titans lay in wait, poised for their prey to unwittingly walk into the trap. Watch closely. Elijah's voice carried a note of cruel delight. This is the efficient and thorough standard operating procedure for client reception established by the Titan, leaving no room for future complications. Elijah stood still, his eyes gently closed. Having merged with the 6 Infinity Stones, his perception transcended the mundane, directly touching the fundamental fibers of the universe. He distinctly sensed a faint yet exceptionally sharp spatial wrinkle in the void beyond the geostationary orbit, where the Titan fleet was locked in. It is coming. His lips moved slightly, uttering words so quiet that only he could hear, yet a predatory smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Moments later, that subtle fluctuation suddenly magnified, transforming into a visible maelstrom of space. The empty cosmos, akin to a mirror struck by a colossal stone, violently twisted and shattered. Countless blinding flashes erupted like a supernova, tearing apart the eternal darkness. Following this, an overwhelming swarm of metallic constructs, as if violently unleashed, surged forth from the shattered rifts in space. They expanded rapidly from mere points of light into grotesque outlines of warships, their engines spewing chaotic trails of flame, instantly transforming the starry expanse into a hellish realm rife with aggression and destruction. At the very heart of this suddenly materializing, cacophonous, and colossal fleet, a gargantuan vessel, far exceeding its peers and resembling a moving temple of darkness, slowly emerged from the rift like the heart of the armada. Its heavy armor, towering turrets, and the figurehead that symbolized death and dominance. The Sanctum II, the flagship of Thanos, a harbinger of death and conquest, bore the terrifying weight of another universe and brazenly descended. Yet, this terror, potent enough to suffocate any civilization, seemed utterly out of place and even somewhat ludicrous within the current solar system. For as they completed their jump, their engines still stabilizing, and before they had a chance to aim their cannons at the coveted blue planet, what they faced was not a panicked Earth military nor a hastily assembled Avengers. Instead, they confronted the Titan battle group, which had long since unfurled its metallic fangs, calculating with absolute calm and overwhelming superiority every jump coordinate, the size of each ship, and even every conceivable evasive angle, locking onto them with precision. Chapter 102, a lesson for the new recruits' fire. There was no roar, no declaration. Only the two words, calm to the utmost, issued by Elijah through the Red Queen. In the next instant, judgment descended. The enormous main cannon array of the Steel Executor-class Super Dreadnought, the Iron Judicator, had already charged. Eerie blue energy converged into a heart-stopping orb at the cannon's mouth. With Elijah's icy command, hundreds of streams of pure energy, as thick as asteroids, silently sliced through the darkness at near instantaneous speed. Their target, the core of the fleet, the Sanctum II, the sensors of the Temple, too, evidently detected the cataclysmic energy signal, causing the whole surface to instantaneously illuminate with layers of overlapping energy shields, while the heavy armor plates rapidly adjusted their angles in an attempt to deflect the impending onslaught. Thanos' flagship was by no means an easy adversary, yet all of this was akin to a paper shield facing the blazing sun in the presence of the Executor-class Super Dreadnought. ZZZZ. The piercing sound of energy tearing through the air seemed capable of penetrating the vacuum of space, resonating directly within the minds of the onlookers. The shield of Temple II, reputed to withstand the explosion of a stellar core, evaporated and shattered like ice pierced by a red-hot iron in an instant. The main cannon's light spear continued unabated, ruthlessly penetrating the formidable bow armor of Temple II, traversing several layers of deck, and erupting violently from the opposite side of the hull. A tremendous explosion ensued from the wound, chain reacting within, as Temple II resembled a colossal beast nailed to the void, emitting a silent wail, its massive body trembling violently, losing power and beginning to tilt slowly. Countless fragments, equipment, and even diminutive figures were hurled into the frigid expanse of space by the explosion. Almost simultaneously with the impact, the second wave of the Colossus fleet's assault descended. Dozens of Punisher-class Titan vessels opened their missile launch silos, unleashing thousands of high-velocity, high-explosive armor-piercing missiles propelled by electromagnetic rails, trailing blazing white tails, akin to a storm of death metal, indiscriminately showering the most populous clusters of cruisers and destroyers within Thanos' fleet. Concurrently, more Hammerhead-class assault ships, like sharks sensing blood, deftly penetrated the enemy formation. The dual-mounted pulse laser cannons at their bows flickered with astonishing rapidity, weaving a dense net of interceptive fire, accurately detonating those Thanos vessels attempting to launch offensive weaponry or small assault craft. Their belly torpedo bays opened, unleashing heavy plasma torpedoes like lethal stingers, specifically seeking out the vulnerable points of the enemy battleship's engines or weapon arrays. Explosions everywhere. Thanos' fleet seemed to have intruded upon a lethal tempest composed of light and heat. A Chitauri mothership, having just launched several biological ships, was struck by a barrage of missiles, transforming into a burgeoning fireball. A transport vessel, attempting to charge forward with its thick armor, was precisely pierced through the engine by multiple Hammerhead plasma torpedoes, spiraling out of control and disintegrating. Countless small attack crafts barely had time to leave their mothership's launch rails before being shredded into fragments by pulse lasers. The Colossus's assault was precise and efficient, spitting no firepower. For those Thanos vessels already heavily damaged, adrift and devoid of power, the fleet's dedicated drones released a swarm of smaller, faster Razor-class attack drones to scour the battlefield. The drones surged forth like metallic locusts, wielding their miniature energy-cutting beams and tiny bombs, precisely penetrating every crevice of the shipwreck, utterly dismantling its internal structure to ensure that no life signals or hazardous devices remained. Occasionally, a few of Thanos' vessels, through sheer luck or the sacrifice of allied ships, managed to breach the formidable lines of the colossal fleet, desperately unleashing all their energy cannons and solid projectiles. Yet, the semi-translucent energy shield enveloping the colossal warships, adorned with shimmering hexagonal ripples, merely stirred with an imperceptible ripple, absorbing, deflecting, and annihilating all assaults. Not even a tremor could be inflicted upon these iron behemoths. This was an unmitigated massacre, a slaughter born of a technological chasm. From the first roar of the main cannon to the final Thanos vessel being torn asunder by drones, the entire ordeal scarcely exceeded 10 minutes. The once tumultuous airspace swiftly transformed into a serene void, littered only with the remnants of cooling metal and the fleeting, dissipating ion clouds that had briefly existed amid the explosions, silently narrating the events that had just transpired. This could hardly be deemed a contest. It was merely a trivial display of might and operational style by the Colossus to its new cosmos and its new employees. A cold, efficient interstellar pest eradication operation. Within the base, Steve, Tony, Thor, and others who were observing this cosmic slaughter on the main screen fell into a profound silence. The ecstasy that had blossomed on their faces upon their resurrection had long since solidified, replaced by overwhelming shock, bewilderment, and a chilling sense of dread. The adversaries in their fleet, whom they had barely vanquished through immense sacrifice, crumbled before the might of the Colossus. Elijah turned to face the silent audience, his expression remaining as serene as the clouds. "Behold, after sales service," he remarked lightly, as if merely brushing off a speck of dust. "Is there still doubt regarding the strength of my small enterprise? or the 6th century labor contract. Elijah's words, laced with humor and menace, shattered the suffocating silence that had enveloped the base in the wake of the space slaughter. The crowd jolted as if forcibly awakened from a bizarre nightmare. Their faces retained traces of shock, bewilderment, and lingering coldness, yet under Elijah's calm gaze, one that seemed capable of devouring all, these complex emotions ultimately distilled into a primal, instinctive response. They shook their heads in perfect unison, the motions almost synchronized as if rehearsed countless times. No words were exchanged, yet that silent gesture unmistakably conveyed a singular message. No doubt, no room for doubt. James Rhodes was the first to speak. This seasoned soldier, who had endured countless trials of war, spoke with a subtly detectable dryness and rasp in his voice. Almost instinctively, he straightened his back, as if reporting to a superior. There was no doubt, Mr. Adams. The strength of your company is beyond question. He even employed a respectful tone, casting his gaze slightly downward to avoid Elijah's direct stare. The overwhelming destructive power of the Titan fleet had utterly shattered his pride as a soldier and any thoughts of resistance. Clint Barton wiped his face with determination, erasing the last trace of moisture. He took a deep breath, casting a complex glance at the sealed nebula, then at the cold metallic graveyard displayed on the screen, and finally spoke in a low, somber voice. As long as it can bring my family back safely. He repeated his former vow, yet this time, his words were laden with a heavy sense of cost and a resigned compromise. Natasha Romanoff remained silent, but she gave a slight nod, a subtle yet affirmative gesture. Her face, which was always adept at concealing emotions, now vividly displayed the notion of pragmatism. As a top-tier operative, she understood better than anyone the importance of assessing the disparity in strength between the two sides, and the chasm before them was despairingly vast. Any unnecessary emotion or defiance would only lead to worse outcomes. Rocket Raccoon irritably kicked the control panel beside him, muttering, all right, I get it. Your Tinkin company is formidable. However, he no longer retorted or mocked as he had before. He merely turned his head awkwardly, tacitly accepting the current state of affairs. Before absolute power, even his sharp tongue had to soften, if only temporarily. Meanwhile, Nebula, shackled nearby, fixated her mechanical eye on the wreckage on the screen, where lay fragments of her father's flagship, to whom she had pledged her loyalty. Her facial muscles were devoid of expression, yet her cold metallic fingers twitched slightly. Ultimately, all eyes, whether directly or indirectly, turned toward the two sole figures of the team, Steve Rogers and Tony Stark. Steve's lips were pressed into a firm line, his blue eyes swirling with pain, struggle, and a profound sense of helplessness. The beliefs and freedoms he had devoted his life to seemed so pale and extravagant in the face of the other's overwhelming might and the reality of promises made. He glanced at Tony beside him, then swept his gaze across every companion who had experienced loss and had just regained hope. Finally, he closed his eyes slowly and heavily, and when he reopened them, only exhaustion and resignation remained. We understand. In the end, countless words distilled into these few. No promises, nos. But this was the greatest concession Captain America could offer in the face of reality. Tony Stark had remained silent throughout. He simply crossed his arms, leaning against the control panel, his expression dark and foreboding. His gaze did not rest upon Elijah, nor did it linger on the wreckage displayed on the screen. Instead, it was fixated on the ground, as if he intended to scorch it. His mind, a whirlwind of frenetic calculations, grappled with an array of possibilities. Yet every outcome yielded a disheartening negative. Technology, intellect, and teamwork had become mere farces in the face of his adversary. After a prolonged silence, he abruptly lifted his head, his eyes piercingly directed at Elijah, his tone imbued with a near-provocative defiance. Does the contract include comprehensive insurance and paid annual leave, boss? This seemingly flippant inquiry was, in truth, a veiled and humiliating acknowledgement of his situation. Elijah regarded the diverse array of new employees before him, each ultimately choosing collaboration, and the cold curve of his expression deepened slightly. Excellent, he nodded with satisfaction. Welcome to Titan Industries. The benefits will surely meet your expectations. His gaze swept over the crowd before settling into the distance, as if envisioning these exceptional human resources illuminating the path to future triumphs. Now, to celebrate your induction into the Titan family, I have prepared a little entertainment. Let's hunt an alien. No sooner had he finished speaking than Without allowing the crowd a moment to digest this unconventional form of celebration, the space gem on his wrist flickered with a deep azure light. There was no cataclysmic display, only a subtle distortion indicative of forcibly folded space. In the next instant, a colossal, weary figure, marred by both old and new scars, materialized at the center of the base like a discarded, tattered doll. It was none other than Thanos. His golden armor was severely damaged, caked in cosmic dust and dry blood, with a gaping wound on his left shoulder exposing bone, still oozing purple blood. A trace of residual fatigue and the shadow of a failed plan lingered on his wrinkled face, overshadowed by a sudden confusion and fury of being thrust into this unfamiliar setting that bore semblance to Earth architecture. Yet, he was afforded no time to ponder. Thanos! A roar, imbued with boundless anguish, rage, and thunderous might, reverberated through the base like a clap of thunder. Chapter 103. Assigning tasks to the heroes. Thor's eyes blazed crimson in an instant. The agony of losing his people, brothers, and friends over the past 5 years. The despair of Asgard's destruction, and the frustration of witnessing the fleet's annihilation without enacting vengeance surged within him. In that moment, upon seeing the true face of the culprit, the pent-up fury erupted like a volcano that had simmered for millennia. He even forgot to wield a weapon, relying solely on the formidable strength of his divine lineage and the boiling wrath within him, pouncing like a raging tiger. In the fleeting moment when Thanos was still dazed and bewildered, Thor unleashed a kick, fueled by all his hatred, striking forcefully against Thanos' broad chest. Thud! A muffled sound echoed. Caught off guard, Thanos was sent staggering backward by a furious kick, crashing heavily to the ground. The bewilderment in his eyes was swiftly replaced by rage as he struggled to rise. Yet, the Avengers would not grant him any further chances. For the past 5 years, Steve Rogers' voice was as cold as steel. He hesitated not for a moment. The shield of Captain America was in hand, approaching like a whirlwind, striking fiercely at Thanos' arm that sought to support him. Crack! The sharp sound of bone fracturing echoed. For vision, Tony Stark's nanotech armor enveloped him in an instant, with repulsor blasts and shoulder-mounted missiles igniting simultaneously, unleashing merciless beams of energy and explosions upon Thanos, leaving him battered and bloodied. You have taken everything. Clint Barton's quiver unleashed the last few specially crafted arrows, accurately piercing Thanos' joints, immobilizing him, his eyes reflecting the anguish of 5 years of lost family. There was no judgment, no dialogue, no superfluous words, only the pent-up pain, anger, sorrow, and despair of 5 long years, released in a moment of complete, frenzied, and violent catharsis directed at the source of all calamity. Thanos attempted to resist, roaring as he swung his fists. His formidable strength still repelled Scott and Clint. But in that moment, he was no longer the Titan overlord wielding the Infinity Gauntlet. Severely injured, devoid of his fleet, he stood alone against a cadre of vengeful, intact, and equally powerful Avengers. 2 fists could not withstand the force of 4 hands. Even a fierce tiger fears a pack of wolves. His resistance was swiftly drowned in a deluge of relentless assaults. The blows of the shield, the bombardment of energy blasts, the piercing arrows, the bludgeoning strikes, and the paralyzing shocks rained down upon him. Ultimately, Thor leapt into the air, summoning the might of thunder, channeling all his divine power and fury, striking down like divine retribution. For Asgard, boom! Lightning flashed, blinding in its brilliance. When the radiance faded, Thanos' massive form lay charred upon the shattered ground, his chest deeply caved in, his once great eyes wide with disbelief and resentment, but the breath of life had utterly vanished. The once mighty Thanos did not perish in a grand cosmic battle. Instead, he was beaten to death like a wild dog, consumed by the direct and violent wrath of his foes. The facility fell into a brief silence, broken only by the heavy breaths of the Avengers and the acrid scent of gunpowder and ozone in the air. Elijah Adams slowly stepped forward, casting a glance at Thanos' lifeless body, his expression devoid of emotion. "The celebration is over," he announced flatly, as if he had merely witnessed an inconsequential performance. "Now clean up, then commence the work." His gaze swept over the new employees, still enmeshed in the lingering echoes of vengeance, with an unyielding tone. "The Titan does not harbor idlers. Elijah Adams's voice shattered the brief, yet weighty silence that followed the Avengers' retribution against their foes. His eyes scanned those still catching their breath. Stained with the remnants of Thanos' blood. The emotional release phase is over, everyone. His voice was calm and unwavering, reducing the bloody revenge to a mere team-building exercise. From this day forth, your internships conclude, and you are to officially undertake the Titan's endeavors in this universe. He raised his hand slightly, a glimmer flashing from his wrist, and a holographic star map unfurled before the assembly, meticulously detailing the known star systems, the realms of civilization and resource distribution points, far surpassing even S.H.I.E.L.D. and Asgard's databases in precision. Given that you are the indigenous people of this universe, familiar with its customs and potential clientele, Elijah's words carried a hint of corporate cold humor. I shall appoint you as the Titan's special expansion directors within this universe, each leading a standard combat unit responsible for market development and order integration in designated sectors. His finger glided over the holographic map as he began assigning tasks, his tone reminiscent of quarterly allocations. Tony Stark. Elijah's gaze landed first on Tony. Your assignment is the Xander system. Engage with that group of idealists from the Nova Corps. Demonstrate the Titan's commitment to collaboration and technological prospects. If they persist in believing that their energy source is more environmentally friendly than our dark matter reactor, Elijah shrugged, then assist them in their technological upgrade. Tony's face darkened, his lips moved as if to retort, yet he ultimately merely snorted and turned away, arms crossed. He understood all too well the implications behind the so-called discussions and technological advancements. Steve Rogers. Elijah turned his attention to Captain America. The Shi'ar Empire is yours to handle. A belligerent and class-distinct empire may appreciate your old-fashioned sense of honor and leadership. Go forth and expound upon the stability and prosperity under the Titan's order. Should the rulers of their empire fail to grasp the discourse on peaceful development, a cold smile curled Elijah's lips. Your combat unit shall teach them the cost of order. Steve's fists clenched abruptly, knuckles widening. Was he to advocate surrender to such an aggressively imperialistic regime? It was a cruel mockery of his beliefs. Yet, as he met Elijah's unassailable gaze and the heavy silence of his comrades, his tightly clenched fists eventually relaxed in resignation. Thor Odinson. Elijah's gaze shifted to the god of thunder. As the king of Asgard, you are best suited to address the aftermath of the Kree Empire. Tell them to either accept the stewardship of the Colossus and relish the benefits of post-war reconstruction, or let your thunder, along with their antiquated supreme wisdom, become mere dust in the annals of history. By the way, do assist me in backing up their interstellar genetic technology database. Thor's eyes flashed with thunder. His duty to safeguard the Nine Realms had now transformed into a tool for the Colossus to crush other civilizations. A profound sense of humiliation surged within him. Yet the satisfaction of having just vanquished Thanos had not yet faded. Weighed down by the Colossus's formidable power, he neither acquiesced nor declined. Elijah turned his gaze toward Dr. Banner. The Sovereign Star. Those arrogant, perfection-obsessed, golden-skinned zealots pique my interest. Engage them in a biotechnological exchange. Should they be unwilling to share? Elijah chuckled. Then let the Hulk assist them in optimizing their genetic pool. Dr. Banner's complexion turned ashen, instinctively adjusting his glasses as his body trembled slightly. To send the Hulk for a biotechnological dialogue? This was utterly absurd. Natasha Romanoff, Clint Barton, Elijah directed his attention to Black Widow and Hawkeye. Those cosmic pirates lurking in the shadows, the unruly marauder gangs, and various clandestine organizations. I entrust you, my former S.H.I.E.L.D. agent and ace marksman, to cleanse this filth. Intelligence, infiltration, and precision elimination are your specialties. I demand the trade routes of the Colossus be rendered utterly immaculate. Natasha's gaze was icy, while Clint silently drew an arrow from behind, quietly polishing it. Rocket. Elijah turned to the raccoon. You're to take charge of and integrate the smuggling networks, black markets, and technologies within the knowledge void and surrounding star systems. I trust no one understands the intricacies of this realm better than you. Assimilate what needs to be assimilated. Dismantle what needs dismantling. Rocket smirked, yet a glimmer of intrigue at the prospect of commandeering a vast underground empire flickered in his eyes. James Rhodes, Scott Lang, Elijah finally addressed them. As the mobile support unit, you shall maintain order in the occupied territories, suppress minor unrest, and, well, persuade those recalcitrant relics of the fallen dynasty. Rhodes nodded gravely, while Scott nervously swallowed. With the assignments complete, Elijah reiterated his core policy, his voice frigid. Remember, the Colossus permits you to utilize your favorable image and eloquence to engage in persuasion and negotiation. This is a strategic consideration for human resource optimization, granting you virtuous individuals an opportunity to shine. He paused, his tone suddenly turning icy. However, should you falter, or if any civilization dares to reject the Colossus's benevolence and collaborative invitation, his gaze swept across the holographic star map, dotted with marked civilizations. Thus, what awaits them will no longer be the negotiation table. The punishment fleet of the colossal deity will be more than willing to demonstrate to them the essence of supreme efficiency and absolute annihilation. I trust you shall not compel me to resort to this final resolution. Now, Elijah clapped his hands, signaling the conclusion of the meeting. Proceed to liaise with your fleet commanders. Familiarize yourselves with your new working environment and performance metrics. The Red Queen will provide you with all necessary support and oversight. He added with significant emphasis, "May the glory of the colossal deity be with you." The holographic star map faded away, leaving behind a group of conflicted heroes, reluctantly bearing the banner of the invaders, in a universe now shrouded in the shadow of the colossal deity. Chapter 104. The responsibilities of the multidimensional expansion division following Elijah Adams' corporate efficiency-laden address. An unusual silence enveloped the base. The Avengers, or rather, the newly appointed special expansion directors of Colossal Industries, stood in place, neither voicing immediate dissent nor erupting in cheers of allegiance. A heavy sentiment, tinged with humiliation, resignation, and a touch of absurd acceptance, gradually replaced the fervent emotions that had surged upon vanquishing Thanos. Their minds were still grappling with the dual shock of visual and spiritual impact. The relentless interstellar slaughter wrought by the colossal fleet, alongside the ironically scripted career paths Elijah had outlined for them, echoed in their thoughts. Reason dictated that Elijah spoke of a harsh reality. Even in his absence, had they miraculously resurrected everyone, the Thanos from the parallel universe and his formidable army remained an insurmountable threat capable of ushering forth another apocalypse. The vastness of Temple II and the scale of its fleet had been indelibly imprinted upon their minds by the recent display. Without Elijah and the colossal deity, they would likely be doomed to replay the tragedy, perhaps with even graver consequences. The emergence of the parallel universe Thanos was akin to a bucket of icy water, extinguishing any unrealistic fantasies regarding free choice. They were not choosing between cooperation and confrontation, but were instead compelled to submit to the colossal deity, facing annihilation by an unknown cosmic threat, thus opting for the former. At that moment, their personal terminals illuminated, presenting a meticulously detailed schedule, precise to the minute, along with fleet authorization codes, sector mission briefs, and contact information for the commanders of the colossal fleet, their new colleagues, and overseers. Gazing at the cold text and codes on the screen, which represented the impending path of complicity and conquest, their emotions grew even more convoluted. However, contrary to their expectations, Elijah did not hasten them on their way. It was as if he could perceive their internal struggles and the void left by 5 years of longing for loved ones. He stepped forward, his gaze sweeping across the weary and burdened faces, his tone remaining calm, yet unusually devoid of sarcasm or threat. The work schedule and point of contact have already been synchronized with you. Acquaint yourselves with it, but there is no immediate rush. He paused momentarily, as if weighing his words, and ultimately spoke in a tone reminiscent of discussing employee benefits. I am aware that many of you have not seen those contacts, who were unexpectedly deactivated and later reinstated for 5 long years. The Titan organization values efficiency, but also champions humane management. Appropriate team-building activities and emotional connections are instrumental in enhancing long-term work performance and loyalty. Therefore, I grant you a span of 72 hours, according to Earth-S Standard Time. He clearly delineated the deadline. Go and reunite with your family, friends, and anyone you deem significant. He even used that warmly tinted word, although it sounded somewhat peculiar coming from him. During these 72 hours, no tasks will intrude upon you. Relish this time regained. His gaze seemed to sweep over everyone with a depth of meaning. Remember this sense of completeness. Remember who has allowed you to reclaim it. After 72 hours, the point of contact will promptly remind all directors to return to their posts. At that time, I hope to see each of you reinvigorated and passionately engaged in the noble endeavor of expanding the Titan S horizons. Having said this, he offered no further words. Turning away as the azure portal opened once more, his figure vanishing within, leaving behind a silence among the crowd. The oppressive atmosphere slightly lifted with his departure, yet the weight of destiny's shackles remained. The group exchanged glances, their emotions complex and unspoken. On one hand, there was a profound sense of humiliation and a fearful uncertainty about the future. On the other, the poignant longing for loved ones, precisely articulated by Elijah, surged forth like a torrent breaking free from a dam. 5 years had elapsed. Clint thought of Laura and the children as smiles, and his heart ached. Steve recalled Sam, Bucky, and all those he had sworn to protect. Even Thor felt an urgent desire to fly back to New Asgard to ensure the safety of his people. Natasha and Rhodey each harbored their own deep concerns. Elijah's final words fell upon them like a meticulously calculated sugar-coated bomb, wrapping the harsh reality and feeding it to them. They knew it was manipulation, a sweet poison designed to compel their utmost loyalty, yet they found it impossible to refuse. After a brief silence, Clint was the first to turn, nearly sprinting towards the exit of the base, eager to embrace his family. Scott followed closely behind, attempting to dial the number he hadn't called in 5 years with trembling hands. Steve looked towards the direction where Bucky and Sam had once thrived, his resolve strengthening as he strode out. Thor summoned Mjolnir, and with a flash of lightning, vanished into the sky. Banner, Natasha, and Rhodey, each with their own complex emotions, quickly departed. 72 hours. This moment, bestowed upon them by Elijah, serves as a fleeting yet invaluable respite, a heavy yet sweet shackle. In the embrace of tears shared with loved ones, they shall savor this miraculous reunion, while simultaneously becoming acutely aware that their future endeavors are intrinsically linked to the sustainability of this wonder. The shadow of the Titan looms over their future, yet for now, the most fundamental warmth and concern of humanity has achieved a brief triumph. Having entrusted the affairs of Earth, Elijah did not linger on the newly appointed employees, still basking in the joy of their brief reunion. Instead, his figure dissipated into a ripple of ethereal blue space. In an instant, he appeared aboard the colossal flagship of the Titan fleet, a super battleship of Executor class, stationed in geosynchronous orbit. The power of the spatial gem allowed him to materialize like a specter at the entrance of the highly classified strategic conference room, known as the StarCraft Assembly Hall. The heavy alloy doors, adorned with the Titan emblem, swung open to reveal what resembled not a mere meeting room, but rather a miniature cosmic vista. Holographic projection technology transformed the chamber into a dynamic model of the galaxy, with countless luminous points representing known civilizations, while vast areas remained designated as unexplored darkness. At the center of the room, a sleek black table appeared to float amidst the starlit backdrop. Surrounding the table sat a dozen figures in serene silence. They did not don the standard military uniforms or attire of the Titans. Rather, each individual presented a distinct appearance, as if hailing from different worlds, epochs, or even life forms. Some were shrouded in the shadow of hooded robes, revealing only the faint glimmer of electronic eyes. Others exhibited overt mechanical or energy-based characteristics. And even those retaining a humanoid form bore an aura of profound wisdom and intensity that transcended ordinary humanity. They were the core members of the Titan Industrial Diversity Exploration Division, a highly secretive department directly accountable to Elijah, wielding considerable authority. Their existence was scarcely mentioned in the internal archives of the Titans. As Elijah stepped into the assembly hall, the door closed behind him, isolating him from the outside world. Rather than taking a position at the head of the table, he casually stood beside the cosmic model, his gaze scanning the faces present as if with the precision of a scanner. "Esteemed colleagues," he began, his voice calm, yet imbued with an invisible pressure that silenced the already sparse murmurs in the room. "Let us dispense with pleasantries and delve directly into the matter at hand." He raised his hand and lightly tapped the air. In an instant, the celestial projection within the room transformed. The original model of the galaxy shrank dramatically, retreating to become one among countless points of light in the background. In its stead emerged a far grander and dizzyingly complex model of the multiverse structure. Countless individual universes, akin to ephemeral bubbles, drift and collide, occasionally forming subtle connections before swiftly parting ways. Conquering a singular universe is akin to casually picking up a stone in one's backyard. Elijah's tone was as unremarkable as the recitation of a physical law. The infinity gem upon his wrist flickered gently, resonating with the model before him. Utilizing absolute power to crush, establish order, and extract resources, simple, direct, and rather monotonous. His gaze sharpened, sweeping over each member present. Yet, the journey of the colossal deity must not, and shall not, cease here. He gestured towards the vast, boundless model of the multiverse. Our objective lies there, within the collective of all possibilities, within the darkness yet to be illuminated by the deity's order. However, the conquest of a universe, coupled with its efficient, large-scale governance, management, and resource integration, Elijah paused, a genuine weight of challenge seeping into his tone for the first time. This is not a matter that can be resolved solely through brute force. Each universe possesses its unique physical laws, forms of civilization, timelines, and even foundational logic. Blindly deploying fleets may trigger unpredictable law conflicts, causal paradoxes, or even attract entities dwelling in the interstices of dimensions, the nature of which eludes our current comprehension. He turned to the members seated at the long table. This embodies the ultimate purpose of the Multiversal Exploration Division. You are no longer merely generals or scientists. You shall become the probes of the deity, exploring the infinite unknowns. The scalpels for addressing interdimensional anomalies, the cartographers charting safe paths for the subsequent army's conquest, and the adapters ensuring that the deity will operate efficiently under varying laws. I require you. Elijah's voice was resolute. Complete the following core tasks in the most efficient manner possible. Analysis of laws and adaptive modification. Be the first to infiltrate the target universe and decipher its fundamental operational rules. The Red Queen will provide computational support, but ultimately, it is your judgment that will determine the extent to which the deity's technology, army, and even I must undergo localization to intervene safely and maximize effectiveness. Control of critical nodes. Identify and seize the lifeblood of the target universe. This may be the core of a timeline, a dimensional anchor, the cradle of civilization, or certain anomalies embodying unique rules. Silent infiltration and precise decapitation are far more efficient than a barrage of heavy artillery. Civilization assessment and classification. Evaluate the threat level, value, and assimilation difficulty of the primary civilizations within the target universe. Distinguish those with whom we may collaborate, those requiring transformation, and those that must be classified as expendable or obstructive and subsequently eliminated. Establishment of interdimensional outposts. In regions where law conflicts are manageable. Establish stable interdimensional transit stations and logistical bases, serving as launch pads and buffer zones for the impending army's arrival. Monitoring of potential threats. Remain vigilant and report any potential threats to the colossal deity's interdimensional expansion initiative. This includes civilizations at the multiversal level, conceptual entities, or unforeseen causal chains resulting from our actions. Your authority will be second only to mine, Elijah declared with finality. You may summon any resources within the colossal deity's framework, including, but not limited to, Eric's deep space fleet for strategic deterrence, Victor's orbital defense systems for precision elimination, Isabella's intelligence network for infiltration, and Dr. Eleanor's cutting-edge technological team for reverse engineering and support. Your efforts will directly determine how far the borders of the colossal deity's empire can expand and how high its efficiency can rise. His gaze swept across the assembly once more, imbued with absolute trust and the weight of unyielding expectations. Tell me, does anyone have questions regarding this onboarding briefing? The Starry Council fell into a profound silence. The diverse members exchanged glances filled with calculation, ambition, and exhilaration in the face of infinite challenges. They did not cheer, nor did they pledge oaths. Instead, they accepted this grave and magnificent mission with silence and a slight nod. Elijah nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. This universe shall be your starting point. Let us commence our scheme from this realm. The meeting was adjourned. The members began to depart the conference room quietly, each in their own manner. Elijah stood alone before the vast model of the multiverse, his gaze profound. Conquering a singular universe was merely the beginning. The true journey was only just commencing. This specialized department for multiversal expansion would serve as the sharpest and most critical key in his possession. Chapter 105. The Demise of Aunt May. Conclusion. The ethereal blue ripples in the bridge of the divine judgment vessel gradually subsided as Elijah Adams' figure solidified. He had just concluded a brief assembly with the peculiar talents and elites of the multiversal expansion department. He held exceedingly high expectations for these ultimate tools, meticulously refined through the most rigorous adaptive transformations and loyalty branding programs of the Deep Space Academy, granting them vast powers nearly rivaling his own. Their cognitive circuits had been precisely calibrated, equating loyalty to Elijah Adams with survival and efficiency. The probability of betrayal in the calculations of the Red Queen was less than that of cosmic heat death. Thus, he could confidently entrust the sharpest spear of interdimensional exploration to them, untroubled by the threat of backlash. He strolled to the grand observation window, gazing down at the azure planet below. The affairs of this universe had essentially settled in his favor. The Avengers were shackled, becoming the agents of the colossal deity in this realm. Thanos and his fleet had been reduced to cosmic dust. The Infinity Stones lay firmly within his grasp, and the monumental war machine had begun to operate efficiently in every corner of this universe, guided by his will. If the ruler of the giant god empire were to personally attend to the internal affairs of a singular universe, it would undoubtedly signify a failure in management and a tremendous waste of time. However, before entirely redirecting his focus to the grandiose battlefield of the multiverse, he had one last minor task to complete, a matter of clearing obstacles purely out of personal preference. A figure emerged in his mind, golden short hair, an arrogant demeanor, perpetually exuding a disconcerting, self-righteous cosmic vigilante air, possessing the hard strength capable of stirring ripples across the stars. Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers, a character he found exceedingly detestable throughout the Marvel multiverse, not due to the caliber of her powers, which he deemed inconsequential, but because of her deeply ingrained, uncontrollable free will and meddlesome tendencies. She resembled an unpredictable, hard, and odious stone, unwilling to comply with the orderly governance of the giant god, inevitably springing forth to rectify what she perceived as injustices. She would question the legitimacy of the giant god fleet, strive to liberate enslaved Avengers, and resist any form of imposed order. Her very existence posed a continuous disruption and potential threat to the efficient management of the giant god. Regarding the clandestine operations of the Multiversal Exploration Division and the fleet's conquest plans, she was an unstable element that must be eliminated. Red Queen, a calm voice resonated across the vast bridge. Ready and awaiting orders. Highest authority, the artificial intelligence female voice promptly replied. Locate Carol Danvers. I require her real-time coordinates and energy fluctuation readings, Elia commanded. With the power of the 6 Infinity Stones and the extensive surveillance network of the giant god throughout the galaxy, pinpointing an individual with such pronounced energy signatures within this universe was effortless. Target locked in the scan. Coordinates. Insert coordinates situated at the periphery of the Andromeda Galaxy, intervening in a conflict among a lower civilization. Energy readings are active, consistent with Captain Marvel's characteristics, Red Queen reported succinctly and accurately, simultaneously projecting real-time imagery and data analysis onto the screen before Elia. On the screen, the figure radiating photon energy was, as he had anticipated, playing the role of a savior. Elia emitted a faint, disdainful scoff. Indeed, always championing justice, yet perpetually blind to the greater currents at play. He required neither a fleet, nor conspiracies, nor even to set foot in that star system. He merely raised his right hand slowly, as the 6 Infinity Stones on his wrist illuminated with a soft yet unsettling glow, interweaving and resonating with one another. The energy readings across the entire bridge surged instantaneously, yet were perfectly constrained within a foot's radius around him. His gaze pierced through the endless expanse of space, precisely locking onto that golden figure brandishing her might. Devoid of anger and emotional fluctuations, it was akin to addressing a trivial redundancy within the system. He effortlessly summoned the power of the space gem, instantaneously imprisoning all dimensions surrounding Carol, rendering her fixed upon the cosmic tapestry, her surging energies encased as if trapped in amber. Subsequently, the modifying force of the reality gem quietly activated, fundamentally dismantling the structure of her superpowers, born from the energies of the space gem, reverting her from Captain Marvel to the mundane essence of Carol Danvers. Simultaneously, the soul gem flickered faintly, directly locking onto her life essence, thwarting any potential escape or transference of her soul. Finally, Elijah's fingers gently curled, as if, across the vastness of the cosmos, he crushed an inconsequential firefly. At the distant fringes of the Andromeda Galaxy, the region once illuminated by photon energy, that dazzling golden light was as if erased from existence, extinguished in an instant, utterly and silently. There was no explosion, no screams, nor any trace left behind. It was as if the entity known as Captain Carol Danvers had never existed. The target's energy signal had vanished. Life signs Red 0. Confirmation of eradication. The cold voice of Red reported the outcome. Elijah lowered his hand, and the gem's radiance faded. The energy readings on the bridge returned to normal. He appeared as though he had casually swatted away a fly from a blueprint, his expression unchanging. The final obstacle had been cleared. He murmured softly to himself, directing his gaze once more towards the vast multiversal model. This universe was finally rendered entirely clean. Now, it was time to cast his sight upon the broader, infinite world awaiting illumination by the order of the celestial gods.